The man transmigrated to a world of ferocious beasts and became a useless teacher at a high school with superpowers. According to school rules, each teacher must select at least 3 students to form a martial arts exam preparation class. If his students fail the martial arts exam, he, as a teacher with poor grades, will be dismissed by the school. But this is Earth, a planet teeming with awakened supernatural abilities and rampant ferocious beasts. If Su-Che loses his identity as a teacher, he will find it impossible to move an inch in the future. Now, please welcome teacher Su-Che to the stage to select students. A clear, cold voice interrupted Su-Che's thoughts. The speaker was none other than Jiang Lianyue, the dean of students at the first superpower high school. Su-Che sized up the other person, just as Jiang Lianyue was looking at him. The moment their eyes met, Su-Che felt as if he had been hit on the head with a small hammer, and he felt dizzy. Is this what an A-level mental ability user is like? A bead of cold sweat appeared on Su-Che's forehead. Although Su-Che is also an awakened superpower user, his cultivation level is only at the 3rd level, 1st stage, while Jiang Lianyue has already reached the 3rd level, 9th stage. Teacher Su-Che, please come up on stage immediately to select students. Seeing Su-Che staring straight at her, Jiang Lianyue's tone turned much colder. Normally, she was already used to Su-Che's gaze, and it didn't affect her emotions at all. But today is different. Her 2 nieces, who have always excelled academically, have only awakened F-level natural talent. Barring any unforeseen circumstances, the probability of the 2 being selected by the teacher is extremely low, even infinitely close to 0. If no teacher is willing to take them in, the 2 will have to take the college entrance exam in their senior year. Despite having excellent academic performance, one can still pursue careers related to the 6 arts of supernatural abilities, such as plant cultivation or pharmacist. However, these professions are vastly different in status from combat personnel of the same rank. At this moment, Su-Che gritted his teeth, stamped his foot, immediately stood up, and resolutely walked towards the awakening platform. He had made up his mind that he would do whatever it took to keep his teaching position. However, at that moment, a crisp and pleasant electronic voice suddenly rang in Su-Che's ears. Ding! Extraterrestrial demonic aura detected. The master teacher system has been awakened. The moment the electronic sound ended, Su-Che suddenly looked up, his pupils flashing with an unusual light. Insight. The host can detect the flaws in supernatural abilities, cultivation techniques, and even all things. Evolution. The host can obtain corresponding rewards while improving the target's strength and evolving the target's special ability. As Su-Che carefully pondered the 2 built-in skills of the system, his eyes gradually brightened. As expected of the master teacher system, this discernment ability is simply a divine skill tailor-made for teachers. Professor Su-Che, if no choice is made within 10 minutes, it will be considered as an abstention. Seeing Su-Che standing there in a daze, Jiang Lianyue thought he had been hurt by the other teachers. After hesitating for a moment, she still offered a reminder. Thank you for the reminder, Director Jiang. Su-Che turned around and smiled slightly upon hearing this. Jiang Lianyue's eyes narrowed slightly, and a strange feeling suddenly arose in her heart. Having awakened her psychic abilities, she is extremely sensitive to changes in this area. In just a few short minutes, she felt that Su-Che had become a completely different person. Strange. Jiang Lianyue looked at Su-Che with a puzzled expression and a hint of curiosity in her eyes. Teacher, choose me, choose me. I've awakened the enhancement type E-rank ability Golden Horn Bull. In terms of strength alone, I'm no less than a D-rank ability user. Teacher Su-Che, please choose me. Although I also awakened an E-level ability, it's a noble nature type ability. At this moment, almost all the remaining students on the awakening platform rushed towards Su-Che, trying their best to recommend themselves. Compared to these students, the 3 figures on the awakening platform seemed out of place. 2 of them are short-haired beauties with extremely similar appearances, as if they were carved from the same mold. The most obvious difference between the 2 is that one of them has a vibrant purplish-red hair, while the other has pure white hair. They are Jiang Lianyue's 2 nieces, the elder sister, Jiang Yueli, with purple-red hair, and the younger sister, Jiang Yueshi, with white hair. Although their disappointment was hard to hide, they did not follow the crowd and step forward to recommend themselves. The remaining girl had shoulder-length hair and stood in the corner of the crowd with her head down. Although her face was not clearly visible, her tall figure and fair, radiant skin were still very eye-catching. Su-che remained undecided, and fine beads of sweat gradually appeared on his forehead. What to do? What to do? Each one has more flaws than the last, and none of them have any potential. This time, Su-che was truly anxious. Just now, he had used insight to examine almost all the students. However, the feedback from the system was far from satisfactory. It can only be said that it was no wonder that these students awakened E-level and F-level superpowers. Without good prospects, even with cheat codes, it won't work. After examining the last student in front of him, Su-che's heart sank into despair once again. But just then, he noticed that there were still 3 people in the distance who hadn't been checked. He refused to believe that there wasn't a single good prospect among them. Su-che gritted his teeth and activated Insight again. Hiss. 2 SSS-level potential talents. Name, Jiang Yueli. Level, Tier 1, Level 2. Special ability, Natural Type F-Rank Special Ability, Weak Electricity. Defect, the body contains the powerful SSS-level supernatural ability Purple Heaven Divine Thunder. Due to the serious conflict between the characteristics of the cultivation technique and his own physique, long-term cultivation has led to damage to his meridians. Name, Jiang Yueshi. Level, Tier 1, Level 2. Special ability, Natural F-Rank Special Ability, Weak to Ice. Defect, the body contains a powerful SSS-level supernatural ability, the Frost Barrier. Due to the severe conflict between the characteristics of the cultivation technique and the individual's physique, long-term cultivation has led to damage to the meridians. It's like finding a needle in a haystack, only to have it fall into your lap effortlessly. Jiang Yueli and Jiang Yueshi are simply natural gems. Calm down, there's one last one. Su-che suppressed the turmoil in his heart and used Breaking Illusion on the last person. Name, Yi Xuanyue. Level, Tier 1, Level 1. Special ability, Enhancement Type F-Rank Special Ability Gluttonous Mole. Defect, it contains a powerful SSS-level superpower, the Devouring Gluttony, but due to insufficient energy obtained from eating, it is difficult to exert its true strength. Su-che took a deep breath and said without hesitation, I have decided to take Jiang Yueli, Jiang Yueshi, and Yi Xuanyue as my disciples. Su-che's crystal-clear voice resounded throughout the entire awakening site, instantly silencing the previously noisy atmosphere. What? Su-che actually chose Jiang Yueli, Jiang Yueshi, and Yi Xuanyue as his disciples? Has he gone mad? Because of Su-che's astonishing actions, the entire awakening scene instantly descended into chaos. Not only the teachers and students, but even the school leadership, who had remained uninvolved, were stunned by Su-che's actions. Although only E-level and F-level awaken ability users remain on the field, what did he mean by selecting 3 F-level awaken ability users in succession? Just then, someone in the crowd suddenly said, there really is someone who wants to curry favor with Director Jiang by taking the Jiang sisters as his apprentices. These words seemed to press the pause button, and the noisy scene fell silent once again. But soon, another wave of heated discussion erupted at the scene. This time, the uproar was far greater than before. Su-che must have felt that he would be eliminated sooner or later, so he might as well choose the 2 Jiang sisters to please Director Jiang. Su-che, who usually seems so honest, actually dared to pursue Director Jiang so openly. He's really got a good plan. Perhaps because this matter involved the goddess Jiang Lianyue. Many teachers at the scene even started cursing, and the curses were extremely harsh. Seeing that Jiang Lianyue hadn't started writing yet, Su-che was so anxious that he scratched his head and wanted to jump up on the spot. Heaven and earth bear witness. The sun and moon are proof. Su-che truly wants to take Jiang Yueli, Jiang Yueshi, and Yi Xuanyue as his disciples. After waiting a few more seconds, Su-che finally couldn't help but speak up. Director Jiang, I'm serious. Please make sure to record this now. Because he was so anxious, Su-che's voice sounded somewhat urgent. But in Jiang Lianyue's eyes, These signs were interpreted as him expressing his determination. Damn it. Simps deserve to die a horrible death. Simps, in the end they'll have nothing. Many male teachers in the audience were so angry at this scene that they wanted to tear Su-che's mouth to shreds right then and there. All right, I've got it. Jiang Yueli, Jiang Yueshi, and Yi Shuang Yue will automatically become your disciples until the end of the martial arts exam in their second year of high school. Afterwards, Jiang Lin Yue returned to normal. I hereby declare the second year high school ability awakening ceremony concluded. At the same time, Su-che immediately turned to look at Jiang Yueli, Jiang Yueshi, and Yi Shuang Yue, a slight smile curving his lips. Quick, call the master. The crowd at the scene of the superpower awakening quickly dispersed, leaving only Su-che, Jiang Yueli, Jiang Yueshi, and Yi Shuang Yue. However, the four of them had very different expressions at this moment. Su-che looked extremely excited, as if he had found some treasure. Yi Shuang Yue, somewhat embarrassed, remained standing in the corner. The Jiang sisters, Jiang Yueli and Jiang Yueshi, looked at Su-che with complicated expressions. Their eyes held a mixture of strangeness, skepticism, and a barely perceptible touch of emotion. Old dang, let me give you a piece of advice. If you're thinking of pursuing my aunt this way, you're not going to succeed. Jiang Yueli, with her purple hair, sized up Su-che. Although you're not bad-looking, your strength is too weak. Su-che's mouth slowly opened wide. What was all this about? Wasn't this a misunderstanding? Although Jiang Lin Yue is indeed beautiful, Su-che wouldn't risk his career to please her. Su-che shook his head. Actually, I decided to take you as my disciples because I saw that you had extraordinary talent. Although Su-che was telling the truth, it sounded incredibly weak at that moment. Sure enough, the two sisters, Jiang Yueli and Jiang Yueshi, were immediately amused by this remark. Are you trying to say we're not F-rank talents? Are you trying to say we're actually SSS-Rank talents? The two sisters spoke one after the other, as if two old fists had slammed into Su-che's face. No, these are clearly the words Su-che wanted to say. He felt a mouthful of blood churning wildly in his throat. Su-che's behavior, as observed by the Jiang sisters, Yu Li and Yu Shi, further confirmed their suspicions. Anyway, I still want to thank you. If it weren't for you, we might not even have been qualified to participate in the martial arts exam. After a moment's thought, Jiang Yueli said, we will ask the most capable elder in the family to tutor you and do our best to get you into a second-tier university. We will not let you be fired because of this. Before Su-che could react, Jiang Yueli grabbed Jiang Yueshi's arm and said, let's go. In just a few seconds, the two left the awakening platform and walked quite a distance. Sis, where are we going? Nonsense, of course we're going home. Are you stupid? Jiang Yueshi sighed and rubbed her forehead. But this is the direction to the cafeteria. Watching the two sisters, Jiang Yueli and Jiang Yueshi, gradually disappear into the distance, Su-che sighed helplessly. Having Jiang Yueli and Jiang Yueshi, this pair of lively characters, left Su-che unsure whether it was a good thing or a bad thing. Su-che awakened the master teacher system. If he has no students to guide him, wouldn't it be a waste of his awakening? But Su-che knew this couldn't be rushed, and besides, he wasn't without other options. Your name is Yi Shuang Yue, right? After regaining his composure, Su-che forced a smile and looked at Yi Shuang Yue. With Jiang Yueli and Jiang Yueshi unreliable for the time being, Su-che could only place his hopes on Yi Shuang Yue. Hello, Teacher Su. Yi Shuang Yue was very polite, and her voice was very pleasant, giving people the feeling of a well-bred young lady. But Su-che still sensed a deep doubt in her eyes. Su-che smiled and said, aren't you curious why I took you as my disciple? Yi Shuang Yue nodded slightly. She was indeed very curious as to why Su-che would take her as his disciple. After all, her family background was far inferior to that of the Jiang Yueli and Jiang Yueshi sisters, and she did not have a beautiful aunt who was the dean of students. Her only advantage might be her figure and appearance. A sudden flash of insight struck Yi Shuang Yue. Then, as if she had suddenly thought of something terrible, the way she looked at Su-che immediately changed. She subtly took a half-step back, gripping her skirt tightly with both hands, tried her best to cover her fair and slender legs. However, just as Yi Shuang Yue was at her most nervous, Su-che suddenly spoke without warning. Since you want to know, I'll tell you the truth. Actually, what you awakened wasn't an F-rank talent, but an SSS-Rank talent. Chapter 5. On the awakening platform, Su-che looked at Yi Xuanyue with a serious expression and said, Actually, what you awakened wasn't an F-level talent, but an SSS-level talent. Yi Xuanyue was taken aback at first, and the tension and vigilance in her eyes gradually faded. Then she revealed a strange expression, and even a hint of pity appeared in her eyes when she looked at Su-che. She had heard such absurd things from Jiang Yueli and Jiang Yueshi before, and now that Su-che was saying them again, it was really not a reason that a normal person could come up with. Su-che naturally understood her gaze and immediately added, To be precise, what you awakened was not the F-level ability Gluttonous Mole, but the SSS-level ability Devouring Gluttony. Oh, I see. Yi Xuanyue nodded slightly, her face expressionless, clearly not taking it seriously at all. Su-che's lips twitched. People of Great Xia don't lie to people of Great Xia. You have to believe me. Yi Xuanyue was silent for a moment, looked at him deeply for a few moments, and then nodded solemnly. Okay, I believe you. Really believe you? Really? A liar will swallow 1,000 needles. Yi Xuanyue's lips moved for a long time, but in the end, she didn't say anything. Su-che's face immediately darkened, and the air fell silent. Sigh, I knew you wouldn't believe me. Su-che sighed, but his expression remained remarkably calm. When he looked up again, a glint flashed in his eyes, and his tone was full of confidence. I'm asking you, have you felt hungry every morning since your second year of high school, and has this hunger gotten stronger every day? These words struck Yi Xuanyue like a thunderbolt. Her muscles tensed instantly, cold sweat broke out on her back, and her face paled. How did you know? This secret was unknown to her, not even to her parents. It was too embarrassing to talk about, so she had never mentioned it to anyone. Su-che didn't answer directly, but continued. At first you could hold back, but later you could only rely on snacks to fill your stomach. And later still, snacks couldn't satisfy you anymore. In the days leading up to the awakening ceremony, you've even been waking up several times a night from hunger, and your cravings for meat have grown stronger, especially for exotic beasts. Am I right? Yi Xuanyue took 3 steps back, her pupils shrinking to pinpoints, her eyes filled with terror. Su-che had actually guessed all her abnormalities correctly. Since starting her second year of high school, she has been inexplicably hungry every morning. At first, she thought it was just because she was growing, but later the hunger became more and more intense, and even snacks couldn't satisfy her. What frightened her even more was that she began to crave meat, especially the meat of strange beasts. Having received a Leda-like upbringing, she was convinced that she must have contracted a strange disease and dared not tell her family. This had always been her deepest secret, but Su-che had easily revealed it. Yi Xuanyue struggled to speak. You're right about everything. Su-che grinned and asked, Then what should you call me? Yi Xuanyue lowered her head. Teacher Su-che. Although she was nominally Su-che's apprentice, like Jiang Yueli and Jiang Yueshi, she used to look down on this teacher who was considered a loser. But now, Su-che's image in her mind has completely changed. Teacher, Yi Xuanyue bit her lip and asked urgently, I want to know, how can this disease be cured? She believed that since Su-che could see the problem, he must know the solution. But Su-che's first words were, foolish. This isn't an illness at all. Yi Xuanyue was stunned. Not an illness? But, of course not. Su-che said seriously, I have already said that what you have awakened is not an F-level gluttonous mole, but an SSS-level devouring glutton. The energy required for the awakening of the devouring glutton is extremely terrifying. Ordinary people can only absorb the supernatural energy of heaven and earth through breathing techniques. But you can obtain energy by devouring, which is why you're always hungry. If you follow your instincts and keep eating, you might not be able to awaken the devouring gluttony directly, but you can at least awaken an A-level ability. Su-che shook his head and sighed. You have been suppressing your desires, and in the end you only awakened an F-level ability. Yi Xuanyue froze on the spot, like a weathered sculpture. Su-che's words had such a profound impact that she couldn't process them for a moment. Fine, since you call me teacher, I'll help you to the end. Just you wait. After speaking, Su-che turned and left. only to return a few minutes later with a cloth bag slung over his shoulder. Yi Xuanyue asked in confusion, "Teacher Suche, what's this?" With a thud, Suche slammed the bag to the ground and opened it. Inside was a steaming, bloody leg of a ferocious pig. The highest grade the canteen can afford is a Tier 3 low-grade iron-spiked ferocious pig leg, and I specifically had it cooked medium rare. "Eat it." Suche handed the ferocious pig's leg to Yi Xuanyue and said earnestly, "Trust me." Looking at the piece of meat that was bigger than her own face, Yi Xuanyue subconsciously swallowed and even couldn't help but lick her lips. Reason told her she would never eat such a thing, but the craving in her body made her want to swallow it immediately. "Eat it. You must be very hungry. It's really delicious." Suche coaxed her patiently, his eyes filled with anticipation, looking even more nervous than Yi Xuanyue. Yi Xuanyue swallowed hard several times before finally making up her mind. She took the pig's leg with her slender hands, turned around, gritted her teeth, closed her eyes, and took a bite. The next second, only one thought remained in her mind. It smells so good. Seeing this, Suche's eyes lit up instantly. 3 minutes later, Yi Xuanyue's aura exploded continuously, and her power rapidly increased. At the same time, a system notification sounded in Suche's ear. "Ding, Yi Xuanyue's F-level ability, Gluttonous Mole, has successfully evolved into a C-level ability, Bloodthirsty Berserker Bear. Ding, Yi Xuanyue's cultivation level has increased from level 1, Stage 1 to level 1, Stage 3. System is determining that the reward conditions have been met, and the first reward will be doubled. Ding. Congratulations to the host for successfully evolving your apprentice's ability. The original C-level Thorn Serpent ability has evolved into a B-level Rising Python ability. Ding. Congratulations to the host for successfully improving your disciple's cultivation level. The cultivation level has been raised from the first level of the 3rd rank to the 3rd level of the 3rd rank. 3 auras, each more than 10 times stronger than Yi Xuanyue's, suddenly burst forth from Suche's body. Suche couldn't help but groan as the violent power surged through his meridians, as if trying to tear his body apart. After more than 10 seconds, the power slowly subsided, but it didn't dissipate. Instead, it completely merged into his limbs and bones. Suche clenched his fist, feeling the unprecedented abundance of energy within his body, and a smile involuntarily appeared on his lips. This is already the 3rd level of the 3rd tier. He was originally only at the 1st level of the 3rd tier, and in the blink of an eye, he had jumped 2 levels. This saved him at least half a year of hard training, not to mention the resources provided by the school. On Blue Star, superhumans are divided into 9 ranks, each with 9 levels. Even the strongest principal at Pengcheng's #1 Superhuman High School is only at the 4th rank of Transcendent. Only by reaching the Transcendent level can one truly enter the world of superhumans. Major families in major cities, mercenary groups, and even the military will actively recruit them. If a young and promising extraordinary individual is found, even the top families in the main base city will personally extend an invitation. If the principal weren't too old and had no hope of promotion, he wouldn't have stayed in Pengcheng, a garrison city, as principal. After all, the Great Xia dynasty has 6 garrison cities, but only 1 main base city. The immense popularity of supernatural abilities demonstrates the difficulty of cultivating them. The higher the level, the harder it is to break through. This time I've really struck it rich. Suche suppressed his excitement, but his heart was beating faster and faster. What excited him even more than the surge in his cultivation level was the evolution of his superpower. The official Blue Star classifies superpowers into 9 levels, from F to SSS. The higher the level, the greater the potential and the faster the cultivation speed. His superpower evolved from a C-rank Thorn Serpent to a B-rank Rugged Python, increasing his cultivation efficiency by at least several times. At the previous pace, he didn't know how long it would have taken him to reach the extraordinary level, but with the system's assistance, the extraordinary level was no longer out of reach. He might even be able to surpass Jiang Lianyue, who is at the 9th level of the 3rd tier, by a step. Suche swallowed hard, then looked at Yi Xuanyue. Even without the system's reminder, he could roughly judge her current realm. 1st rank, 3rd level. Advancing from the first rank, first level to the third level may not seem exaggerated on the surface, but Yi Xuanyue only ate one ferocious pig leg in less than 5 minutes. Such a rapid improvement would be enough to make countless superhumans envious. Of course, her astonishing improvement was mainly due to the concentrated burst of energy accumulated from long-term suppression of her physical desires. If he ate another ferocious pig's leg, the effect certainly wouldn't be so dramatic, but the fact that he could increase his strength simply by eating is already terrifying. Most students who awakened their supernatural abilities in the second semester of their junior year are only at the first level of the first stage. Even members of prominent families might not have a significant head start. For example, the sisters Jiang Yueli and Jiang Yueshi, despite practicing the Jiang family's secret rainbow piercing sun-breathing technique, have only reached the second level of the first rank. The first tier, third level, requires at least a genius who has awakened a B-level ability or higher to possibly achieve it. Out of nearly 1,000 students in the entire second year of high school, only a handful possess B-level talent. In other words, in terms of cultivation level alone, Yi Xuanyue has firmly entered the top tier of her class at the school. "Oh, my strength!" Yi Xuanyue finally exclaimed in surprise, her eyes filled with disbelief. She clearly felt that the energy within her body was more than 3 times stronger than before. Combining this with the knowledge from her textbook, she quickly determined that she had reached the third level of the first tier. This completely baffled her. The book clearly stated that it was extremely difficult for superhumans to improve their strength. It would take at least several months of arduous training to progress from the first level of the first rank to the third level. She only ate a pig's leg. How did she skip a level? Immediately afterward, Yi Xuanyue sensed a change in her supernatural ability. With a slight thought, her heart began to pound, and blood rushed wildly through her body. In a short moment, her meridians nearly doubled in size, and a blood-red silhouette appeared in her pupils. It was a bloodthirsty berserk bear. Yi Xuanyue could clearly feel that both her attack and defense had been greatly enhanced. She could easily defeat her former self now. A flash of inspiration struck her, and Yi Xuanyue instantly understood something, looking at Su Che excitedly. "Teacher, could it be my special ability?" Su Che nodded. "Yes, your ability has evolved into a C-level ability, Bloodthirsty Bear. Once your physical fitness reaches the required level, with my assistance, you'll be able to fully unlock the SSS talent, Devouring Gluttony." Yi Xuanyue's heart pounded violently, and her breathing became rapid. Her family background was far inferior to that of the Jiang sisters. They were only considered moderately well off, and her parents were just senior employees of a pharmaceutical company. After awakening her F-rank gluttonous mole powers, she had long accepted the fact that she could only take the senior year college entrance exam and had no chance to pursue superpowers. But after Su Che appeared, everything changed completely. Not only did her strength surge to the third level of the first tier, but her superpower evolved to C rank, and she even had the potential to become the legendary SSS-Rank Devouring Glutton in the future. It can be said that her life trajectory has been completely rewritten because of Su Che. "Thank you, Teacher Su Che." Yi Xuanyue bowed deeply to Su Che with her hands clasped in prayer. Previously, she had harbored a sliver of doubt about Su Che, but now, that doubt had vanished completely. At that moment, she wholeheartedly acknowledged Su Che as her teacher. Good. Su Che didn't refuse, his face full of smiles. This was a disciple's courtesy, the highest form of expression of gratitude from a disciple. Just then, the system notification sounded again. Ding! It has been detected that Yi Xuanyue's trust level with the host exceeds 60. The personal mentor binding function is unlocked. Currently, 3 people can be bound. The number of people will increase as the host's strength increases. After binding a disciple, the reward from the disciple's advancement will receive an additional bonus. The disciple's daily cultivation advancement will also be returned to the host, and there's a chance to trigger a critical hit. Ding! Detected a potential disciple, Yi Xuanyue. Do you wish to initiate the binding? Once the binding begins, it cannot be changed. There are additional rewards? Su Che was briefly stunned, then a glint of light flashed in his eyes. Binding, Pingching, Unit 1, Building 13, Tiantanjuan Community. After the high school sophomore's ability awakening ceremony, students and teachers had a half-day holiday. After saying goodbye to Yi Shuangyue, Su Che found his mansion home by following his memory. Looking at the towering building in front of him, which had 33 stories and was less than 50 meters apart, he couldn't help but twitch his lips. His home was in Unit 1, 3302 of Building 13, a large 82.3 square meter apartment worth tens of millions of daxia coins. What might not have been considered anything special in the past is now considered a luxury mansion. The concrete of the entire building is infused with a special alloy, making it strong enough to withstand attacks from flying beasts below the 4th tier. After the ferocious beasts ravaged the planet, most of Earth's land and homes fell. The original order collapsed completely, and countless small nations were destroyed. In the end, the surviving humans only managed to gain a foothold in the 5 major alliances. Aside from a main base city, the 5 major alliances combined only have 23 garrison cities left for human habitation. Pengqing is one of the 6 garrison cities of the Great Xia Alliance, with a population approaching 200 million. Land is extremely scarce. These 33-story residential buildings are practically indistinguishable from villas. Su Che let out a breath, stepped into the stairwell, and began climbing the stairs. There wasn't even an elevator here. Weiqing suffered from a power shortage, and only elite families in places like Yunlong Mountain in the southern suburbs were entitled to elevator-equipped residences. However, climbing 33 floors is not difficult for people of this era. After the awakening of the entire population, even those with only the lowest level of F-grade talent possess physical abilities far surpassing those of the old era. Su Che had only been climbing for a short while when several elderly men with gray hair darted past him. Each of them looked at him with disdain as they passed. He's been looked down upon by these old men. Su Che shook his head and smiled, his muscles instantly tensing as his supernatural power converged in his legs. The next second, he became a blur, rushing up the stairs. 10th floor, 20th floor, 30th floor, 33rd floor. After reaching the top floor, he glanced at his watch. Only a minute had passed. Su Che's eyes lit up immediately. In the past, it would have taken him 2 or 3 minutes to climb up at full speed, but now, without even using his full strength, his speed had increased 2 or 3 times. Indeed, my success is all thanks to persistent hard work. Taking a deep breath, he knocked on the alloy door of room 3302, a rare moment of trepidation in his heart. There were no winter or summer vacations at the high school for people with special abilities. The school also had dormitories for counselors, so he could only go home a few times a year. Coming. Accompanied by a rough voice and thumping footsteps, the door was pulled open, and a square-faced man with thick eyebrows and large eyes squeezed out from the crack in the door. The man was taken aback when he saw Su Che, then his face lit up with surprise and delight. "So, I missed you so much." Su Dachuan stepped forward and scooped Su Che up in his arms. Su Che's face darkened, and he quickly looked around. "Put me down." "No." "Put me down." "No." "Su Dachuan, I'm from Shudao Mountain." Su Dachuan's body trembled, and he reflexively let go. "Stop lecturing. I'll let you go, okay? Don't scare me with your mother's words." After saying that, he slapped his forehead again. "You must be hungry. I'll make you some noodles with soybean paste. Wait here." Su Dachuan rushed into the kitchen in a hurry. Su Che entered the door in silence, but his eyes fell on the family photo in the entryway that had been wiped clean. On the left of the photo is Su Dachuan, the father. In the middle is a young Su Dachuan, and on the far right is a short-haired, sophisticated woman. She smiles with her eyes crinkling, much like Su Che, except her eyes are blue. That was his mother, Su Yanxiu. She had also passed away from serious illness when he was 7 years old. Su Che silently straightened the photo frame and turned to look at the kitchen. Su Dachuan, this grown man, was skillfully chopping vegetables and cooking, and Su Che's eyes involuntarily welled up with tears. After his mother passed away, his father quit his teaching job and raised him alone. Only after Su Che grew up did Su Dachuan start his business selling spiritual plants. Over the years, apart from buying this house, he has spent almost all the money he earned on nurturing Su Che. He used countless drugs and Su Dachuan himself didn't break through to the third level of superhuman until he was 26 years old. Later, he spent money and pulled strings to get Su Che into Pengcheng's #1 superhuman high school. Su Dachuan's entire life revolved almost entirely around his son. Here it is, fragrant noodles with soybean paste. Eat it while it's hot. Soon, a large bowl of noodles with soybean paste was placed on the table. Su Che took the bowl and chopsticks, and then devoured the entire bowl of noodles in a flash. "Thank you, Dad." After saying this, he rushed back to his room as if fleeing, slamming the door shut. Just a bowl of noodles with soybean paste was enough to make him completely accept Su Dachuan. Su Dachuan stood frozen outside the door for more than 10 seconds before picking up his bowl and chopsticks and walking into the kitchen. The moment he closed the door, tears silently streamed down his face. The sandstorm is really strong today. The night passed without further ado. The next morning, Su Che got up early. Today was the official start of school, and he needed to go to the logistics department early to collect his cultivation resources. When he opened the door, breakfast was already laid out on the table. He smiled knowingly, then noticed the spiritual plant on the table that looked just like a pot hose. However, the leaves of that spiritual plant were covered with black spots. Su Che's mind stirred, and he immediately activated Breaking Illusion. Name: Luo Ingrass. Rank: Mid-grade, Rank 3. Efficacy: stem and rhizome tea can slightly improve the efficiency of supernatural ability cultivation and is also one of the main ingredients for making third-tier elemental energy potions. Drawbacks: insufficient sunlight over a long period of time will lead to aphid infestation and leaf diseases. Solution: place in direct sunlight for a cumulative 8 hours. Taiyan Tanjuan community, Su Che's home. He can even spot the flaws of the spiritual plant. Looking at the illusory light screen appearing before him, Su Che's lips curled into a slight smile. Although Breaking Through Illusions had long ago stated that it could see the flaws in all things, only after personally verifying it did he truly understand how outrageous this ability was. As the son of a spirit plant grower, Su Che had grown up surrounded by spirit plants since childhood and was extremely familiar with this business. Like superhumans, spiritual plants range from a minimum of Tier 1, low grade, to a maximum of Tier 9, high grade. Tier 9 spiritual plants are considered sacred medicines, and many are said to have developed sentience, making them far beyond the reach of ordinary growers like themselves. The most expensive spiritual plant the Su family had ever sold was only a high-grade third-tier plant. They couldn't even find a fourth-tier one. Spiritual plants of the fourth tier or higher undergo a qualitative change, becoming at least 10 times more valuable than third-tier plants. Their family didn't even have any extraordinary ability users, so they simply couldn't maintain that kind of business. Even managing spirit plants below the third rank is no easy task. The process from seed germination to maturity is extremely complicated. Each spirit plant has different habits, and even a slight deviation in care can cause the seedlings to wither and die. Even after reaching maturity, they still need to be protected from aphids, melanosis, and wilt. The mortality rate of these plants is already extremely high, and once they become diseased, they are often difficult to save. The mid-grade, third-tier Luo Ingrass before him was worth at least 10,000 great Xia coins, almost equivalent to his monthly salary. But if he could directly see its flaws, things might be different. "Son, up so early? I made breakfast for you. Come and see if it's cold." Su Dachuan voice into Su Che's house. "It's not cold, it's just right." Su Che picked up the egg pancake and stuffed it into his mouth, but his gaze remained fixed on the Luo Ingrass on the table. "What's going on with this grass?" Su Dachuan glanced at the Luo Ingrass, and his face instantly fell. "Don't even mention it. It was such a fine mid-grade, third-tier Luo Ingrass. The buyer had already paid the deposit, and the transaction was supposed to be completed tomorrow. Who knew it would suddenly fall ill like this? We've lost a lot of money now." Su Dachuan sighed repeatedly, heartbroken at the mention of money. Su Che nodded thoughtfully as he chewed on his egg pancake. After finishing his breakfast in a few bites, he glanced at the time, stood up, and said, "I have something to do at school. I'll be going now." He grabbed his coat and walked to the door, but turned back to remind him before closing it. "Anyway, this Luminaria Japonica is almost dead. Maybe a little more sun will have a miraculous effect. The door slammed shut, leaving Su Dachuan standing there in a daze. Sunbathe? This is Luminaria japonica, not a sunflower. Su Dachuan verbally expressed his disagreement. He had been cultivating spiritual plants for so many years. Did he really think he knew less about them than his son? But after hesitating for a moment, he still moved the luo-ing grass into the sunlight. Since he's beyond saving anyway, there's no harm in trying. When this kid gets back, I'll make fun of him properly. I'm so clever. Meanwhile, at Pengqing No. 1 Special Ability High School, in the logistics department, when Suche arrived, there were already several people lined up ahead of him. This year's martial arts exam preparation classes have a total of 18 groups, meaning there are 18 teachers in charge. Today is the official start of the semester, and each teacher will receive a month's worth of resources for their class's training. The reason the funds are only distributed for 1 month is that after that month, the school will reallocate resources according to the rankings of the intensive classes. During this month, the teachers have only one task: to improve the students' abilities as much as possible in preparation for the martial arts exam 6 months later. Here, everything is based on merit. Students' grades not only affect a teacher's reputation in the public eye, but also determine their salary, status, and promotion opportunities. Teachers with strong teaching abilities and high undergraduate admission rates naturally get promoted faster. Jiang Linyue was promoted to director only after leading her intensive training classes to achieve an undergraduate admission rate of over 80% for 2 consecutive years. Suche arrived relatively early, reaching the front of the line in less than 5 minutes. I'm Suche, here to collect this month's intensive training class resources. Upon hearing the name, the administrator in charge of distributing resources was visibly taken aback, giving him a strange look. Suche's astonishing actions at school yesterday had already spread throughout the entire campus. To win over Director Jiang, he actually took 2 girls from the Jiang family who had awakened F-level superpowers as his apprentices. This kind of thing didn't seem like something a normal person would do. What's wrong? Is there a problem? Suche asked knowingly, but inwardly sighed. Now he's completely famous, but there's nothing he can explain about it. He's truly suffering in silence. No, it's nothing, the administrator said with an awkward smile, glancing down at the list. Your class number is 18. There are 3 students in class 18, Yi Shuangyue, Jiang Yueli, and Jiang Yueshi. Is that all right? Class 18, Suche se lips tuiched. No problem. These are 9 portions of Tier 1 Yuan energy potions, 3 Tier 1 library identity tokens, and 3 Tier 1 gravity chamber 10-hour cultivation cards. Please keep them safe. The administrator quickly packed the resources into his backpack and handed them to Suche. Thank you. Suche took the backpack, clicking his tongue in disapproval. The resources the school was distributing for the first time were indeed pitifully scarce. The identity token was used to choose breathing techniques and combat skills, but that was another story. First-tier elemental energy potions are already cheap, averaging only 3 per student. As for the first-tier gravity chamber, each person only gets 10 hours a month, which averages out to less than 20 minutes a day. It's incredibly stingy. However, Suche understood the school's intentions. Resources were limited, and the first month was the stage for selecting promising students. By the second month, the top-ranked intensive class would often receive more than 10 times the resources of the last-ranked class, and that was 10 times the resources per person. Indeed, everything comes down to strength. Suche thought to himself, slung his backpack over his shoulder, and turned to leave. He already had a plan in mind regarding how to improve Yi Shuangyue, but he had only taken a few steps when a mocking voice came from not far away. Hey, isn't this our most affectionate teacher, Mr. Suche from Pengqing No. 1 High School? Don't be in such a hurry to leave. Share your experience as a simp with everyone. At the logistics department of the First Ability High School, Suche had just finished collecting resources when a grating, mocking voice reached his ears. Hey, isn't this Mr. Suche, the most affectionate teacher at Pengqing's No. 1 Special Ability High School? Don't rush off. Share your simp experience with everyone, shall we? Suche paused, frowned, and turned around to see 3 young men walking towards him. The man in the lead wore a second-level teacher's medal on his chest, and the two first-level teachers behind him clearly followed his lead. The moment that face with its sparse eyebrows, small eyes, and pointed, monkey-like features appeared, Suche immediately thought of his name, Long Outyin. His name sounds imposing, but this guy is actually just Lu Bo's lackey, a master of bullying the weak and fearing the strong. Relying on Lu Bo's status as one of the 6 great families of Weiqing and a star teacher at the school, he often bullies new teachers with no connections. The original owner's consistently poor academic performance was largely due to him. Suche, why aren't you saying anything? Are you embarrassed or unwilling to share? Are you perhaps shy? Long Outyin walked up to Suche. Although he was a head shorter than Suche, he put his hands in his pockets, tilted his head, and struck a pose. His 2 henchmen skillfully circled around behind Suche, blocking his escape route. The logistics department not only housed teachers from the second-year high school cram school, but also teachers from the first-year high school training classes and the third-year high school humanities exam preparation classes. But when everyone saw this scene, they all lowered their heads, unwilling to meddle. Many people here were stronger than Long Outyin, but no one wanted to offend Lu Bo, who was behind him. Suche glanced around, his eyes gradually turning cold. What do you want to do? Long Outyin was taken aback at first, then burst into laughter as if he had heard the funniest joke in the world, clutching his stomach. You're asking me what I want to do? Did you hear that? This kid actually asked me what I want to do. The 2 henchmen laughed along, their eyes full of mockery and pity as they looked at Suche. After laughing for a dozen seconds, Long Outyin's face suddenly darkened. Suche, don't play dumb with me. You know exactly what I want. Hand it over now, or we'll all lose face. Suche said calmly, you want to take half of my teaching resources for this month? Over the years, not only were the original owner's teaching resources withheld, but even the cultivation resources distributed by the school had to be shared with Long Outyin in half. With resources dwindling, her strength naturally couldn't improve, and her academic performance deteriorated. The original owner had repeatedly reported the issue to the school, but always only received the response, under investigation. It wasn't until he learned he might be dismissed that the long-suppressed despair finally overwhelmed him. Half! No, no, no. Long Outyin shook his head with a cold laugh, his expression growing increasingly arrogant. It used to be half and half, but of all people to chase, why did you have to go after Director Jiang? Don't you take a piss and look at yourself in the mirror? Do you think you can chase after Director Jiang? He became more and more agitated as he spoke, and in the end he almost shouted it out. Don't you know that young Master Lu Bo is pursuing Director Jiang? How dare you try to steal young Master Lu Bo's woman? Young Master Lu Bo is magnanimous, but I can't swallow this. After saying that, he puffed out his chest, as if mentioning Lu Bo's name made him seem more noble. Suche looked at him and suddenly grinned. Yeah, what a good dog. The air fell silent instantly. The logistics department seemed to have been muted. Everyone froze. Even the administrator in charge of distributing resources stopped what they were doing. Shock, disbelief, and disbelief were written all over everyone's faces. No one had expected that Suche, who had always been submissive and bullied, would dare to publicly call Long Outyin a dog. Damn it, what did you say? Long Outyin's face instantly turned as black as the bottom of a pot, his shoulders trembling slightly with anger. A simp is most afraid of being called a simp, and a lackey is even less tolerant of being called a lackey. Suche's words struck a nerve. Suche raised his eyes, his black pupils suddenly contracting into vertical slits, as if the reflection of a python appeared in them. I said, a good dog doesn't block the way, get lost. As his emotions surged, his aura quietly dissipated. Suche might have tolerated it in the past, but now he would never continue to swallow his anger. The moment Suche looked down at him, Long Outyin trembled and his scalp tingled. At that moment, he felt as if he were being locked onto by a venomous snake. The hairs on the back of his head stood on end, and goosebumps instantly covered his entire body. A few seconds later, the oppressive feeling disappeared, and Long Outyin barely came to his senses. It must be an illusion. He kept reassuring himself. They were both sea-level enhanced ability users, but Suche was only at the first level of the 3rd tier, while he was already at the 3rd level of the 3rd tier, a full 2 levels higher. The advantage was clearly on his side. Thinking this, Long Outyin regained his confidence. Su Che, how dare you speak to me like that? Are you looking for death? It's not too late to kneel down and beg for my forgiveness now. Otherwise, I guarantee you'll regret it. Su Che's eyes flickered slightly, and he asked calmly, Then what should I do for you to forgive me? Seeing that he seemed to be giving in, Long Outyin completely let down his guard, and a cold smile returned to his face. Simple. Just hand over all the resources in your backpack, and continue to do so every month. You'll be fired sooner or later anyway. So keeping the resources is a waste. As for the insults you just committed, I won't make things difficult for you. Kneel down in front of me and slap yourself 10 times, no, 20 times. Do that, and I'll consider forgiving you. Su Che listened attentively and nodded. Understood, I've learned my lesson. What the hell do you understand? Hurry up and kneel down to apologize. Long Outyin raised his chin, looked up at the sky at a 45-degree angle, his expression extremely arrogant. Those around him lowered their heads, seemingly unable to bear witnessing Su Che's impending disarray. Su Che, however, spoke softly. I understand now. In this world, everything truly comes down to strength. Long Outyin frowned, his face full of impatience. Stop dawdling. Before he could finish speaking, his vision suddenly blurred. By the time he reacted, a slap, accompanied by a whooshing sound, was rapidly enlarging in his field of vision. The next second, a sharp crack rang out. Long Outyin was sent flying backward, crashing heavily to the ground. The entire logistics department fell silent instantly. Everyone inside seemed frozen in place, their intense gazes all fixed on Su Che. The sound of swallowing saliva filled the air. Teachers from the intensive review classes for second-year high school students, the training classes for first-year high school students, and the humanities classes for third-year high school students all stared wide-eyed. Some rubbed their eyes frantically, thinking they were seeing things. Others turned pale, too shocked to utter a complete sentence. Was that Su Che who made the move? Long Outyin was slapped away by him. Has Su Che gone mad? Offending Long Outyin is more troublesome than offending Lu Bo. Go and call the director. After a brief silence, the scene immediately erupted into chaos. Everyone felt that Su Che was definitely in trouble this time. But no one noticed that Long Outyin hadn't reacted at all to Su Che's slap. He hadn't even had time to dodge. Su Che's two henchmen were stammering in fear. Su Che, how dare you lay a hand on Teacher Long? You're finished. Kneeling down and apologizing won't help. They were standing the closest, yet they didn't even see Su Che's movements clearly. They only felt a blur before their eyes, and Long Outyin had already crashed to the ground. Su Che coldly glanced at the two of them. Noisy. The two were only at the 8th or 9th level of the second tier, and being stared at by Su Che, who was at the 3rd level of the 3rd tier, they felt as if they had fallen into an ice cave, and even their blood seemed to freeze. A few meters away, Long Outyin coughed violently, covering his mouth, spitting out a bloody white tooth, and staggered to his feet. His right cheek was swollen high, with a clear, bright red handprint, and his right eye was squeezed into a slit, making him look extremely disheveled. Su Che, if you dare lay a hand on me, no one could save you today. Before he could finish speaking, Su Che slapped him again. With a crisp crack, Long Outyin was sent flying again, landing almost exactly the same spot as before. Suke fit relieved. Having been a Virgo in both his lives, he couldn't stand any asymmetry. The crowd, however, was completely stunned, their faces filled with question marks. Another slap? Why did Long Outyin dodge? Why does it look like he's deliberately stretching out his neck, waiting for Su Che to hit him? Only a few teachers from the second-year intensive classes noticed something was amiss. It wasn't that Long Outyin didn't want to dodge, but rather that he simply couldn't react in time. Long Outyin stood up again, spitting out another tooth. His left cheek quickly swelled up, and his left eye narrowed to a slit. Su Che frowned, noticing that both cheeks weren't swollen to the same height, and his hand suddenly itched again. Su Che, I'm going to kill you. Long Outyin's speech became slurred, and he completely lost his mind, no longer caring about how Su Che was able to hit him repeatedly. With a boom, he unleashed his full power at the 3rd level of the 3rd tier, and his supernatural ability was activated at the same time. A C-level enhanced ability, iron-spiked, ferocious boar? Su Che withdrew his illusion-breaking ability, his expression strange. Slaughtering pigs is my specialty. The battle ended even faster than everyone expected. Long Out Yin, who had charged at full speed, was once again slapped away by Su Che, without any chance to fight back. Su Che stepped on his chest and grinned. You said 20 slaps, now there are 18 left. The next moment, Su Che slapped him with both hands, and the sound of slaps exploded like cannons. As he hit, he muttered to himself, the left side is a bit too high, and the right side is even higher. Finally, after the 18th sharp crack, both sides of Long Out Yin's face were swollen to the same height, because they were already swollen to the point where they couldn't swell anymore. Su Che let out a long sigh of relief, finally feeling better. But Long Out Yin's eyes had already rolled back, and he was completely still. Looking down at the powerless Long Out Yin, Su Che understood. Both being at the third tier, third level, the suppression of a B-level ability by C-level ability was so obvious. He barely exerted any effort. Su Che even had a vague feeling that someone with Long Out Yin strength could take on 3 of them. Then, as if suddenly remembering something, he turned and walked towards the logistics department. The teachers who had been queuing quickly made way, and the logistics staff's attitude instantly became both enthusiastic and anxious. Teacher Su Che, what's wrong? Sukichak called self de prekintingly. Sure enough, in the end, strength was the most effective factor. He then pointed a Long Out Yin on the ground. Teacher Long hasn't collected his teaching resources yet, has he? He's injured. I'll collect them for him. The scene fell silent again, many people's lips twitching. Knock someone out, and then offered to collect resources for them. Su Che was truly kind. The administrator looked troubled. Teacher Su Che, this isn't quite in accordance with regulations. Su Che's gaze sharpened slightly. Sensing the faint but palpable aura of menace, the administrator immediately changed his tune and quickly packed up Long Out Yin's resources for the month. With a backpack several times heavier than his own, Su Che smiled contentedly. Then I thank you on behalf of Teacher Long. After saying that, he turned and left, naturally stepping over the unconscious Long Out Yin amidst everyone's strange gazes, and strode away. At the first superpower high school, in the westernmost corner of the 33rd floor of the teaching building, Su Che stood in front of a newly converted classroom, his lips twitching involuntarily. The paint on the sign saying Class 28, Grade 11, wasn't even dry yet. It looked like a makeshift space cobbled together from storage room. How realistic, Su Che thought, quickly suppressing his emotions. Having experienced the Long Out Yin incident, he understood that although this was a school, it valued strength more than the outside world. Instead of being angry and resentful, he should demonstrate his strength and shut up all those who look down on Class 18. Bear with it for a month. After a month, no one will dare to look down on Class 18 anymore. He pushed open the door and walked into the classroom. The space inside was not large, but fortunately there were only 3 desks and chairs, so it did not feel crowded. The names Jiang Yueli, Jiang Yueshi, and Yi Shuangyue were engraved on the table. These were the only 3 students in Class 18. Seeing the Jiang sisters' seats, Su Che couldn't help but recall their words when they left yesterday, and felt a little helpless. As one of the 6 great families of Weicheng, the Jiang family was wealthy and powerful, so finding skilled private tutors wouldn't have been difficult. The problem, however, was that he didn't believe anyone else could see the sisters' true potential. It's even less likely that they could help them complete a second or even third evolution of their abilities like they did. There are indeed precedents for secondary evolution of abilities on Earth, but they are extremely rare and the patterns are unpredictable. Some people break through in life or death situations, some evolve during cultivation, and some even wake up one day to find their abilities inexplicably enhanced. But all those examples involve abilities below grade A, and they can only evolve once in their lifetime, increasing by a maximum of 1 grade each time. Without Su Che's help, Jiang Yueli and Jiang Yueshi would likely have remained stuck with F-level talent for their entire lives. Thinking of this, Su Che rubbed his forehead. It was normal for the 2 sisters not to trust him now. But as long as Yi Shuanyue's changes are evident, they will eventually understand what they have missed. Yi Xuanyue's improvement not only allowed him to advance 2 levels from the first level of the 3rd tier to the 3rd level of the 3rd tier. This further evolved his C-level ability into B-level, causing his strength to skyrocket, allowing him to suppress the level 2 teacher, Long Outyin, with a mere wave of his hand. Although Long Outyin was only of average ability among level 2 teachers, this was just the beginning. If the Jiang sisters could also improve under his guidance, his own promotion to a 3rd level teacher would not be a pipe dream. Of course, the prerequisite was that they were willing to return to teach. Just then, his wristwatch vibrated, and 2 text messages popped up simultaneously. Upon seeing the sender's name, Su Che's heart sank, and a bad premonition arose. The first message was from Jiang Yueli. "Old Deng, something's come up at home, so I've decided to take a month-long leave. That's all, bye." Su Che's face darkened as he recalled the arrogant image of the purple-haired girl. He gritted his teeth and clicked on the second message. Jiang Yueshi's message, however, was much more polite. "Handsome, my family found a retired level 3 teacher for me and my sister. We'll be staying home this month in seclusion to study. Don't worry, we'll work hard to get into a university." Sure enough, the worst thing happened. Su Che's vision blurred, and he almost lost his balance. If he were still the same underachieving teacher he used to be, the Jiang sisters' decision to have him go into seclusion for training would indeed be considered heartwarming and commendable. But the Su Che of today is no longer the weak and incompetent man he once was. He possessed the ability to continuously evolve his superpowers. Yet the 2 students who needed him most had both taken a month's leave. This situation was truly a headache. Just as Su Che was feeling helpless, the classroom door was pushed open again. Yi Xuanyue, dressed in a long white dress, walked in. Her elegant demeanor, long neck, and long, straight, fair legs made her look like a noble white swan. "Good morning, teacher." Seeing that Su Che had arrived, Yi Xuanyue's eyebrows immediately curved into crescent moons. Although they had only spent 1 day together, after yesterday's events, she already trusted Su Che completely. "You're here so early?" Su Che suppressed his annoyance and forced a smile. The second-year intensive class didn't have morning self-study. Classes officially started at 9 in the morning. It wasn't even 8 o'clock yet, and Yi Xuanyue had arrived more than an hour early. "I got up early, and I didn't have anything to do at home, so I came," Yi Xuanyue said, her expression a little awkward, as if she was hiding something she was embarrassed to say. Su Che frowned, then suddenly slapped his forehead. "Did you wake up hungry again?" Yi Xuanyue possessed an SSS-level superpower, the devouring gluttony, which required an enormous amount of energy to fully awaken. Previously, she had been suppressing her instincts and could barely hold back. But yesterday's ferocious pig's leg was like a taste of meat for her. Once she'd experienced the flavor of a beast's blood, she couldn't suppress her hunger anymore. Yi Xuanyue's cheeks flushed slightly, and she silently lowered her head, softly replying, She used to only wake up hungry, but after eating the gruesome pork leg last night, the hunger tormented her so much that she couldn't sleep all night. Not wanting to disturb Su Che in the middle of the night, she could only force herself to stay awake until dawn and rush to school early. "It's all my fault for not thinking things through. Come on, let's go to the cafeteria first. Eat our fill before class." Su Che didn't waste any more words and pulled Yi Xuanyue towards the cafeteria. The first superpower high school has 2 cafeterias. The first cafeteria provides free basic nutritious meals, which can be obtained by both students and teachers. The second cafeteria is a premium cafeteria, offering a wider variety of food, the most prized of which is naturally the blood and flesh of ferocious beasts. The meat of these beasts contains special energy that can quickly replenish the physical strength consumed by superpowered individuals and is also helpful for cultivation. However, everything in high-class cafeteria had to be paid for, but fortunately, school teachers enjoyed a 50% discount, a rare perk for the teaching profession. Arriving at the beast blood food window, Su Che immediately asked, "Master, do you still have any ferocious pig legs?" 3, no 5. All medium rare. And 10 pounds of golden horned rhinoceros meat, also medium rare. The second canteen wasn't crowded in the early morning, but Su Che's order still attracted a lot of attention. After all, it was morning, and the amount of blood-based food he ordered was astonishing. Most people would feel full just looking at it, let alone finish it. Some people recognized Su Che and couldn't help but whisper among themselves. Isn't that Su Che from the second-year intensive class? Why is he ordering so much blood food? I heard he took in 2 F-level, superpowered students to curry favor with Director Jiang. Is he regretting it and is preparing to binge eat? I'd like to see how he finishes all this. The cafeteria cook worked quickly, and soon the steaming blood food was served. Under everyone's gaze, Su Che, holding a pig's leg in both hands and a piece of rhinoceros meat in his mouth, walked straight to Yi Xuanya, who was fidgeting. He grinned and placed all the food in front of her. Eat up, we'll get more if you're not full. Inside the second canteen, Yi Xuanya looked at the 5 pigs' legs and 10 pounds of rhinoceros meat in front of her and couldn't help but swallow. Is all of this mine? Actually, I'm not that hungry. Before she could finish speaking, her stomach rumbled loudly. Her fair cheeks flushed red, and she looked somewhat embarrassed. Su Che smiled and pushed the partially cooked beast blood food in front of her. It's all yours. I'm already full. Eat up. Yi Xuanyue responded softly, first taking out a handkerchief from her chest and carefully placing it in front of her collar before picking up her knife and fork to eat in small bites. However, she kept observing the gazes of those around her while eating, clearly concerned about how others perceived her. Su Che noticed this and patiently said, "You must understand that whether in school or in society, other people's opinions are unimportant. What truly matters is ability. As long as you are strong enough, no matter what you do, others will find reasons to explain it to you. But if you don't have the strength, even if you do everything perfectly, there will always be people who will find fault with you." Su Che looked at her and asked seriously, "Do you understand?" Yi Xuanya stopped chewing, her eyes slightly startled, as if she had suddenly realized something. After a moment, she nodded solemnly. "Thank you, teacher. I think I understand." After saying this, her entire demeanor seemed to change. She showed less timidity and more determination. Suke nodded in satisfaction. Yi Xuanyue put down her knife and fork, pursed her lips, and said, "Teacher, then I'll begin. I might be a little fast, though." Su Che waved his hand dismissively. "What are you talking about? What haven't I seen your teacher?" But the next second, his eyes widened instantly. A single pig leg couldn't even last 30 seconds. Yi Xuanyue, who had been using her knife and fork so elegantly just moments before, seemed to have completely let go of her inhibitions in the blink of an eye. 5 pig legs and 10 pounds of iron rhinoceros meat disappeared at a speed visible to the naked eye. 3 minutes and 3 seconds later, the plate was empty. Yi Xuanyue picked up a handkerchief, carefully wiped her mouth, and said with her usual refined expression, "Teacher, I'm finished eating. Let's go." Su Che, however, was still staring blankly at the empty plate. "Teacher, I'm done eating." "Oh, okay." Su Che nodded blankly, but his heart was churning. He already knew that Yi Xuanyue, possessing the devouring gluttony talent, had an astonishing appetite and a fast eating speed. But he never expected that this wasn't just fast. It was as if she was swallowing the food whole. If he encountered someone with this appetite during military training, she would probably devour the entire cafeteria's food. Su Che took a deep breath, suppressing his shock. "Let's go. I'll take you to the library." The two quickly left the second canteen, one after the other. Even after they were far away, the canteen remained eerily quiet. A dozen seconds later, someone whispered, "Am I seeing things?" Those beast blood dishes weren't eaten by Su Che, but by that dignified girl. They haven't even been in there for 10 minutes, have they? They've already finished them all. Despite its archaic name, the library contains no actual books. The building is shaped like a hemisphere, with 3 floors, the ground floor being the most spacious, gradually narrowing as you ascend. The breathing techniques and combat skills collected here are all preserved as virtual data. In the era of ferocious beasts, paper books were difficult to preserve for long periods. Virtualization was the most reliable way to protect human heritage. Upon arriving at the door, 2 blue virtual light screens scanned the 2 individuals one after the other. Beep. Level 2 identity token detected. Identity. Level 2 teacher Su Che. Entry permitted. Beep. Level 1 identity token detected. Identity. Martial arts exam graduate Yi Xuanyue. Entry permitted. With these notifications, the circular door slowly opened. Su Che entered first, followed closely by Yi Shuangyue. With two soft sounds, the two found themselves in a classroom-sized room. The walls were lined with simulated bookshelves and books, looking almost identical to a real library. The AI's voice then rang out. Welcome to the first floor of the library. This floor is open to martial arts exam candidates and teachers, offering 3 breathing techniques and 369 combat skills in various categories. Note that you can only choose 1 breathing technique and 1 combat skill. Yi Shuangyue subconsciously looked at Su Che. Teacher, how should I choose? Su Che smiled wryly. Look at the most important one, the breathing technique first. For a top-ranked superpower high school in Pengcheng, it's indeed a bit stingy that only 3 breathing techniques are available for students to choose from on the first floor. But there's nothing that can be done about it. Breathing techniques are the foundation of superpowered individuals' cultivation and are extremely valuable. Pengcheng's #1 special ability high school is already quite generous in offering 3 options to ordinary students. Any breathing technique manual outside is incredibly expensive, not to mention that often even money can't buy them. Su Che said, check the descriptions of the 3 breathing techniques. As soon as he finished speaking, 3 virtual light screens appeared in front of the 2. The first was the small heavenly circuit breathing technique, a mid-grade yellow rank manual. The second book, 9 aperture breathing method, is also a mid-grade yellow rank. The third book, ultimate compression breathing method, is a low-grade profound rank, its creator unknown. This breathing method can continuously compress supernatural abilities, releasing extremely powerful force when it erupts. However, the notes also clearly state that practicing it will periodically squeeze the body's potential, easily leading to overexertion. Therefore, it must be chosen with caution. Low-grade profound rank. Su Che was immediately taken aback. He hadn't expected that the first floor of the library would contain a profound rank breathing technique. He knew that the best breathing technique on the second floor was only mid-grade profound rank, and the one he was currently practicing was precisely that. Breathing techniques were divided into 4 ranks: heaven, earth, profound, and yellow, based on their rarity, with each rank further divided into upper, middle, and lower grades. Extreme compression breathing technique was 2 whole levels higher than the previous 2, and originally it shouldn't have been considered at all. But Su Che quickly noticed the note, squeezing out potential, extremely easy to overdraw the body. He instantly understood why a low-grade, Shin-level breathing technique was placed on the first level for students to choose from. Ordinary people's potential is ultimately limited. Once excessively exploited, it can lead to anything from qi and blood deficiency and serious illness to sudden death. The consequences are too great, and most people simply dare not cultivate. But Su Che's eyes suddenly lit up. For ordinary people, potential is limited, and exploiting it is tantamount to destroying their foundation. But Yi Shuangyue is different. She possesses the innate talent of a gluttonous beast, but what she lacks most isn't potential, but rather how to continuously develop that potential. What others avoid as a flaw might become her most advantageous strength. One man's meat is another man's poison. This book, The Ultimate Compression Breathing Technique, is practically the perfect choice for Yi Shuangyue. Thinking of this, Su Che's heart suddenly raced, and he made his decision almost without hesitation. I'll choose this one, the Ultimate Compression Breathing Technique. On the first floor of the library, as soon as Su Che pointed to the Ultimate Compression Breathing Technique, Yi Shuangyue made her choice without hesitation. After confirmation, the other 2 breathing techniques turned into specks of light and dissipated, and the intelligent computer also notified her that she had obtained permission to enter the virtual space to study on her own. The information in the library was stored in virtual space, so they weren't surprised. Su Che smiled and told Yi Shuangyue to continue choosing combat techniques, and they would learn them together later. Yi Shuangyue opened the martial arts introduction, and the surrounding light screen was immediately filled with 369 combat techniques, including fist techniques, leg techniques, and spear techniques, dazzling the eye. Faced with so many choices, Yi Shuangyue subconsciously looked at Su Che. Su Che immediately instructed the AI to select the 3 highest grade fist and foot combat techniques. In less than a second, the 3 techniques appeared in the center of the screen. Starry Sky-Splitting Fist, a low-grade SSS-Rank technique. Thunderous Leg, and Flaming Dragon Sky-Piercing Palm, both high-grade Huang-Rank techniques. Su Che's gaze immediately fell on Starry Sky-Splitting Fist. The familiar low-grade SSS-Rank description prompted him to immediately scroll to the end of the description. Sure enough, there was a line of small print, partial missing from the technique, resulting in a significant reduction in power. Choose with caution. A complete, low-grade, Shin-level combat technique could not possibly appear on the first floor of the library. Su Che had anticipated this, and instead fell into thought. So what if the combat technique was missing? His insightful insight could see through the flaws of all things and provide repair solutions. The missing part could simply be filled in. Thinking this through, Su Che immediately decided, I'll choose the Starry Sky Rift Fist. Yi Shuangyue didn't ask any further questions and immediately confirmed. As the light screen dimmed, a portal to the virtual space slowly lit up. Su Che told Yi Shuangyue to go in and learn first, and to come find him in the classroom after she finished. He then turned and left the library. The incomplete combat technique he had just learned had given him a hypothesis that he needed to verify immediately. On the 33rd floor of the teaching building, in classroom 28 of the senior year, Su Che took a deep breath, fully activating his superpower, and silently chanted "Breakthrough Illusion" in his mind. The next second, a familiar light screen appeared before his eyes. Su Che immediately showed joy. His guess had indeed succeeded. The light screen displayed his information. 3rd tier, 3rd level, enhancement type, B-level superpower, Raging Python. Cultivation technique, Star River Breathing technique, and combat skill, Breaking Army Fist technique. What truly shocked Su Che was the information about the defects revealed later. The Star River Breathing technique contained 123 errors, resulting in low efficiency in absorbing supernatural energy. The Breaking Army Fist technique also had 216 errors, similarly affecting its power conversion efficiency. Su Che couldn't help but gasp. He was cultivating mid-grade, Shin-level techniques and combat skills, yet they both had so many problems. Wouldn't a low-grade yellow rank cultivation technique have an astonishing number of errors? However, Su Che quickly suppressed these thoughts and focused his attention on the repair plan provided by the system. Insight not only found the errors, but also marked the parts that could be repaired based on his current 3rd tier, 3rd level strength. Even a slight mishap in the operation of meridians and supernatural abilities could turn a person into a cripple. The 23 points marked by the system represent the limit of his current capabilities. Su Che decided to repair the Star River Breathing technique first. Following the plan, he carefully controlled his supernatural energy to flow through his meridians again. Some routes followed the original meridians, while others were completely different. To outsiders, this was tantamount to suicide. The most taboo thing for supernatural beings is to let energy run rampant in their meridians, but Su Che was completely overturning common sense. Time passed slowly, and Su Che sat cross-legged on the ground for over 2 hours. His face showed no sign of fatigue. Instead, he grew increasingly excited, muttering to himself about the progress of the repairs. When the last error was corrected, Su Che's body suddenly trembled, as if transforming into a black hole, devouring energy. With each breath, energy from the air surged wildly into his body. This phenomenon lasted for a full minute before the classroom returned to calm. Su Che suddenly opened his eyes, his gaze flashing with a sharp light. He felt that his cultivation at the 3rd level of the 3rd tier was on the verge of breaking through. Even more astonishingly, his ability to absorb supernatural energy had increased by at least 2 times. Immediately afterward, the system's electronic voice sounded in his mind. Repair complete. The Star River Breathing technique has been upgraded to a high-grade Shin rank. Su Che's breathing immediately became rapid. A high-grade Shin rank breathing technique. Even the 3rd floor of the library only had 1 copy. The 3rd level is only accessible to level 3 teachers and department heads. While the difference between mid-grade and high-grade Shin rank techniques seems minor, their prices differ by tens of times. He had only corrected 23 errors, yet the Star River Breathing technique had advanced to high-grade Shin rank. This was an incredible windfall. If he corrected the remaining 100-plus errors, would this breathing technique advance to Earth rank or even Heaven rank? Thinking of this, Suche's throat went dry, and he couldn't help but swallow, taking several minutes to finally calm down. Just as he was about to repair his combat technique using the same method, a commotion suddenly erupted outside the classroom. Immediately afterward, the classroom door was kicked open, and an arrogant voice boomed in. "Where's Suche? Get out here!" With a loud bang, the long-neglected classroom door was kicked open and slammed heavily to the ground, raising a cloud of dust. Suche narrowed his eyes. In fact, he had already sensed the commotion before the door was kicked open. Since his superpower advanced to the B-rank Rising Python, and he improved his Star River breathing technique, his perception was now vastly different. "Suche, you really were here." A sharp, piercing voice came from the doorway. Suche frowned and looked over. He saw a second-level teacher's medal hanging on the man's chest, but his face was wrapped in thick bandages. "Who are you?" Suche didn't recognize him at first. The man immediately trembled with anger. "You actually forgot who I am? I'm like this because of you. Look carefully, I'm Long Out Yin." Suche stared at him for a couple of seconds, finally recognized him, and couldn't help but burst out laughing. Long Out Yin's face flushed red. "You're still laughing?" "No, I've received professional training. I don't usually laugh." Suche covered his mouth, but his voice was already trembling from holding back. But the next second, he couldn't hold back anymore. "Unless I really can't hold it in, this is hilarious." "Suke." Long Out Yin gritted his teeth. "The logistics department said you took a month's worth of teaching resources from our class in my name. Give them back to me immediately." He had intended to take advantage of the opportunity to collect resources today to put pressure on Suche, hoping to squeeze some cultivation resources out of him, as usual. However, not only did he get nothing, he also lost a month's worth of resources for all 20 members of his class. He lost both the resources and his face. He couldn't swallow this insult. Suche, however, looked completely innocent. "Resources? What resources? I don't understand what you're talking about. Stop pretending. Everyone saw you take my identity information and claim the resources." Long Out Yin was furious. "If you don't hand them over, don't blame me." "What? You want to hit me?" Suche's gaze turned cold, his pupils instantly turning into vertical slits before quickly returning to normal. He used to be able to crush Long Out Yin when he was at the 3rd level of the 3rd tier, and now that he was only one step away from the 4th level of the 3rd tier, he wouldn't take the other party seriously at all. Long Out Yin instinctively took a half step back, fear flashing in his eyes. Their morning exchange had proven he was no match for Suche. But quickly his eyes darted around, and he suddenly grinned maliciously. "Suche, are you sure you don't want to return it?" Suche didn't even bother to look at him. "That's right, I never even considered returning it to you." He added in his mind that he wouldn't just take all the resources from Long Out Yin's class this month, but would continue to do so in the future. He had to get back at the oppression he had suffered over the years, bit by bit. "Good. You admitted it yourself." Long Out Yin immediately turned around and respectfully called out to the door. "Director Song, you heard it all." Suche disregarded school rules, injured a colleague, and openly seized teaching resources. "Please punish this black sheep severely." Clear footsteps echoed in the corridor. Soon, an elderly man with graying temples and wearing round, black-rimmed glasses entered the classroom, a level 3 teacher's metal pin to his chest. Suche quietly took 2 steps back, the fine hairs on his neck standing on end. Until this man entered, he hadn't sensed his presence at all, clearly indicating that this man's strength far surpassed his own. "Suke," Director Song barked as soon as he entered the room. "As a teacher, how dare you injure a colleague and seize resources in broad daylight? What's the difference between you and a robber? Hand over Teacher Long's resources immediately and apologize to him." His imposing aura pressed down, and the air in the classroom seemed to freeze. Upon seeing who it was, Suche's heart sank. Song Jia, the school's director in charge of discipline and conduct, possesses a cultivation level of the 9th stage of the 3rd tier. Although he has been stuck at this level for many years, he remains one of the school's top combatants. However, Suche has absolutely no liking for him. In the past, The original owner of this body had had his resources stolen by Long Outyin multiple times and had sought help from Songja. Each time, Songja would use the excuse of investigation to stall and delay, never actually taking any action. Long Outyin was robbed in the morning, and now Director Song has personally come knocking on his door. This double standard is too obvious. Su-che, didn't you hear what I said? Songja's voice was even more stern. I'll say it one last time. Hand over the resources and apologize to Teacher Long. Su-che's expression was cold and stern. This was not an investigation at all. It was clearly forcing him to bow his head. If he hadn't already possessed a peak third-tier, third-level cultivation, he probably would have been overwhelmed by this oppressive aura long ago. He sneered, Director Song is incredibly busy. You've arrived remarkably quickly this time. Songja's face darkened, immediately recognizing the sarcasm in Su-che's words. Insolence. What are you? A mere second-level teacher, no? I'll only ask you one question. Will you hand over the resources or not? Su-che nodded. You can pay. Songja's expression softened slightly, while Long Outyin revealed a smug smile. But Su-che changed the subject. However, Long Outyin has to return the resources he stole from me before. He looked at Long Outyin, his tone as calm, as if he were doing accounting. Deducting your resources for this month, you still owe me 240,000 Great Xia coins in cultivation resources. Including interest, just give me 300,000 Chinese yuan. The classroom fell silent instantly. Su-che, are you crazy for money? Long Ao's face twitched with rage. The stuff I stole from you adds up to less than 100,000 yuan. When did it become 300,000? Why don't you just rob someone else? Songja pushed up his glasses, his face also turning completely grim. He hadn't expected that the usually honest and easy-to-bully Su-che would become so difficult to deal with. After a moment of silence, he spoke coldly, one thing at a time. We'll talk about your matter later. Now, return Teacher Long's resources. At this point, Songja no longer concealed anything. Su-che's father was merely a small merchant dealing in spiritual plants, while Long Outyin was backed by the Liu family, one of the 6 great families of Pengcheng. In his view, choosing whom to side with was completely unnecessary. Su-che shook his head. Since Director Song is free today, why don't we settle the past issues together? I said let's settle the present issue first. Don't you understand? Songja completely lost his patience. I'm asking you, do you agree or not? His terrifying aura rose again, making it difficult for Su-che to breathe. He took a few deep breaths and still firmly shook his head. I disagree. Fine. 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 Songja laughed angrily. Since you refuse to be disciplined, I'll have to teach you a lesson myself. As soon as he finished speaking, a cold light flashed in his eyes, and the pressure of a third-tier, 9th-level expert crashed down on Su-che. Just at this critical moment, a chilling voice suddenly rang out in the classroom. Stop! Accompanied by a sharp shout, a beautiful figure swiftly rushed into the classroom. The newcomer was stunningly beautiful. It was none other than Jiang Lianyu. Director Jiang, what are you doing here? Songja's face stiffened, forcing a smile. Although he was a veteran director at the school, he had no advantage against Jiang Lianyu. Both were at the 3rd tier, 9th level, but Jiang Lianyu was much younger and had a much higher chance of breaking through to the 4th tier. Not to mention, she was backed by the Jiang family, one of the 6 great families of Pengcheng, whose overall strength was even a level above the Liu family. Jiang Lianyu didn't answer, but instead looked around the classroom, her gaze finally settling on Su-che. After confirming Su-che was all right, she spoke calmly. Director Song, I happened to pass by and saw you about to attack a level 2 teacher. What exactly happened? Songja's brow twitched, his mind involuntarily recalling the scene of Su-che publicly accepting Jiang Lianyu as 2 F-level supernatural nieces as his disciples. This is the 33rd floor, who would just walk by for no reason. Jiang Lianyu is clearly here to support Su-che. Songja coughed and explained, Director Jiang, you misunderstand. I was just enforcing school rules. Su-che injured Teacher Long Outyin in public and stole teaching resources, which is a serious violation of discipline. I advised him to return the resources, but he still didn't repent, so I was preparing to punish him a little. Su-che's eyes turned cold. This so-called minor punishment, if he hadn't already reached the peak of the 3rd tier, third level, and if Jiang Lian had been a step later, he would likely have already been injured. Su Che injured teacher Long and even stole resources? Jiang Lian Yu frowned slightly. How is this possible? She knew the strength of the school's teachers. Although Long Aotian was only at the third tier, third level, he was still not someone Su Che, who was only at the third tier, first level on the surface, could defeat. How could it be impossible? Director Jiang, look what he did to me. Long Aotian immediately stepped forward, pointing to his head, which was wrapped up like a mummy, his voice shrill and desperate. Jiang Lianyue then noticed him and asked with a subtle expression, "Who are you?" "I am Long Aotian." Jiang Lianyue's lips curled up slightly, clearly suppressing a laugh. Long Aotian's face instantly turned as black as the bottom of a pot. Songja suppressed his anger and said, "Director Jiang, the facts are already very clear. Su Che violated the rules and refused to correct his behavior. I am in charge of school discipline, so there is no problem with disciplining him, right?" Jiang Lianyue did not express her opinion, but looked at Su Che. "Teacher Su Che, is that really the case?" Looking at the simp heroine in the scandal, Su Che felt a strange sense of kinship and calmly said, "Director Jiang, Long Aotian repeatedly stole my resources first. Director Song's investigation has yielded no results after so long, so I can only give him a taste of his own medicine. I made it very clear that as Long Aotian returns the resources he previously stole, which amount to 310,000 great xia coins, I will naturally return them in full." No sooner had he finished speaking than Long Aotian exploded. "Su Che, are you crazy for money? It was 300,000 just now. How did it become 310,000? Su Che remained unfazed, pointing to the shattered classroom door on the ground. "You kicked the door down. 10,000 yuan isn't expensive. What kind of broken door is worth 10,000? 10,000 yuan can buy 100 doors. The door itself isn't worth much, but I just painted it, plus the labor cost." "Enough," Songja interrupted angrily. "Your matter can be dealt with later. I'm giving you one last chance now." "Wait," Jiang Lianyue's cold voice interrupted him again. "Director Song, is what Su Che said true?" Songja's face darkened. "Director Jiang, this matter is still under investigation. We can't confuse the two. I only ask if it's true." Jiang Lianyue's voice wasn't loud, but it carried an undeniable authority. Songja's expression shifted, and, in the end, he could only admit it. "It's true, but I haven't investigated it thoroughly yet." "Understand." Jiang Lianyue nodded and looked at Su Che. "Long Aotian has repeatedly stolen your resources, so your retaliation is understandable. However, a small classroom door really shouldn't be worth 10,000 xia coins." Long Aotian immediately smiled, and Songja also secretly breathed a sigh of relief. But the next second, Jiang Lianyue turned to look at Long Aotian. "All right, I'll make the decision. You just need to compensate teacher Su Che with 300,000 great xia coins." Long Aotian's smile gradually froze, and he wondered if he had misheard. He had come to confront Su Che, but in the end, he had to pay 300,000? Long Aotian's lips went dry, and he quickly looked to Songja for help. Songja gritted his teeth, clearly dissatisfied. "Director Jiang, this approach is inappropriate. The two matters shouldn't be confused. Su Che's statement hasn't been verified yet." "Oh, Director Song has objections to my handling." Jiang Lianyue's eyes flickered slightly. "Then why don't we go see Principal Lei Ming together and ask him to make a decision?" Upon hearing Lei Ming's name, Songja's expression changed drastically. Principal Lei Ming had a fiery temper and was extremely protective of his own. If this matter were exposed, he would definitely suffer the consequences. After a moment of silence, Songja could only give an awkward smile. "No, I think Director Jiang handled it very well. Let's do it this way." These words struck Long Aotian like a thunderclap. "Director Song, this is completely different from what we agreed on before." "Shut up." Songja glared at him fiercely. "This matter is settled." Long Aotian opened his mouth, his whole body going numb. His monthly salary was only a little over 10,000, and even including the benefits he received from the students' parents, it was no more than 15,000. After deducting cultivation, food, drink, and enjoyment, he hadn't saved much money at all. Asking him to pay Su Che 300,000 was practically the same as asking for his life. Suddenly, a thought flashed through Long Ao-Yen's mind and quickly took over his thoughts. The next moment, he abruptly looked up and stared intently at Su Che. Su Che, dare to make a bet with me. Thinking about the 300,000 great xia coins he would have to pay, Long Ao-Yen, in a moment of inspiration, thought he had come up with a brilliant solution. Jiang Lianyue and Songja looked at him suspiciously, wondering what trick this guy was up to now. Su Che, without the slightest hesitation, shook his head directly. No bet. He knew Long Ao-Yen too well. This guy's sudden bet meant he was up to no good. Long Ao-Yen's face stiffened. He hadn't expected Su Che to fall for it. He hurriedly said, "Let's bet on the ranking of the sprint class a month from now. If your class ranking is higher than mine, I'll not only hand over 300,000 yuan, but I'll also apologize to you in public. How about it? Are you in?" Suki remained calm, not betting. Long Ao-Yen grew anxious. Why? Don't you want those 300,000 great xia coins? Su Che shut him down with a single sentence. These 300,000 are what you owe me. Why should I gamble my own money with you? Long Ao-Yen was speechless. He had originally intended to provoke Su Che into agreeing to the bet, so that if he won a month later, he could legitimately renege on the 300,000. Su Che's strength suddenly broke through to the third level of the third tier, which he truly couldn't fathom. However, Su Che's 3 students were all genuine F-level talents. In a month, it would be quite impressive if they could advance even 1 level. Meanwhile, his class had a C-level talent in the enhancement type and 2 D-level talents in the nature type, one of whom even mastered a family-inherited breathing technique. In Long Ao-Yen's view, this ranking bet was simply impossible to lose. But Su Che wouldn't take the bait, leaving him a loss. Just then, Su Che suddenly smiled and said, "A bet isn't out of the question. If you win, I won't take the 300,000. But if you lose, you'll give me 600,000 great xia coins, and you'll have to apologize to me every time you see me." Su Che appeared calm, but his mind was racing. His earlier refusal was precisely to maximize his gains. Long Ao-Yen was plotting against him, and he was naturally plotting against Long Ao-Yen as well. A month later, Yi Xuanyue's ability would likely evolve again, and it wasn't impossible for her cultivation to rise from the 3rd level of the 1st tier to the 6th level. He also felt confident of winning this round. Jiang Lianyue and Song's expressions instantly turned strange. Jiang Lianyue's lips moved, but she ultimately remained silent. 600,000? Long Ao-Yen exclaimed in shock, his heart skipping a beat. Although he hadn't expected to lose, the amount of 600,000 still forced him to consider the consequences. If he really lost, there were only 2 ways to raise the money. Either take out a loan from the Great Xia Bank under his teacher's identity, or go to the black market to personally test the drug. The former required repayment, the latter didn't, but it could be fatal. Seeing his hesitation, Su Che added casually, "If you don't want to, then forget it. By the way, remember to give me the original 300,000 within a month." Long Ao-Yen gritted his teeth and pondered for a moment, unable to come up with a reason why he would lose. Finally, he said fiercely, "Fine, I agree. 600,000 it is." "Good." Su Che immediately turned around and looked at Jiang Lianyue and Songja. "I would like to ask the 2 directors to witness this bet." The 2 men's expressions grew even stranger, with a vague feeling that Su Che seemed even more impatient than Long Ao-Yen. Long Ao-Yen also frowned, sensing something was amiss, but couldn't quite put his finger on it. Songja snorted coldly. "Since you've both agreed, then so be it. I have other matters to attend to." With that, he turned and left. Long Ao-Yen glared venomously at Su Che before following him closely. Soon, only Su Che and Jiang Lianyue remained in the classroom. Su Che said earnestly, "Thank you, Director Jiang. If you hadn't arrived in time today, I would definitely have suffered a loss." Jiang Lianyue pursed her lips and corrected him. "I just happened to be passing by." Su Che rolled his eyes, but in his heart he thought, as expected of Jiang Yueli's aunt, she's really arrogant. After a moment of silence, Jiang Lianyue looked at him with a complicated expression. "You shouldn't have gambled with Long Ao-Yen. He has students in his class with awakened C-level talent, and they even possess family-inherited breathing techniques." She didn't finish her sentence, but her meaning was clear. Suche raised an eyebrow and asked, Director Jiang, don't you trust me? Jiang Lianyue didn't answer. Her silence spoke volumes. Suche smiled. It's all right, I believe in my own strength. Jiang Lianyue nodded slightly. I understand. I will make time to properly teach the Jiang sisters, Jiang Yueli and Jiang Yueshi. As soon as she finished speaking, her figure flashed, and she appeared at the classroom door. I'll watch them grow up. Thank you, Suche. With that, Jiang Lianyue quickly disappeared. Suche stared in the direction she left, lost in thought. The next second, his voice suddenly turned cold. Who's outside? Come out. Just as Jiang Lianyue left, he noticed someone else was still outside. Teacher, it's me. With a clear voice, Yi Xuanyue entered the classroom. Suche was startled. What are you doing here? Have you finished learning extreme compression breathing method and starry sky rending fist? Yi Xuanyue nodded. Yes, I've finished. Suke gasped. According to his estimate, even with direct transmission via the quantum computer, it would take at least a day to master 2 low-grade, Xian-level cultivation techniques. Yet Yi Xuanyue had learned them all in less than a morning. Her comprehension was truly phenomenal. Yi Xuanyue solemnly said, Teacher, I heard everything you said. Don't worry, I will definitely cultivate diligently and won't let you lose. As she spoke, she deliberately revealed the aura of a first-tier, third-level cultivator, which was even stronger than when she had just broken through yesterday. Good. Suche felt that aura and immediately burst into laughter. She had just advanced to the first-tier, third-level cultivator yesterday, and after eating a beast blood meal this morning, her improvement was already so significant. With such talent, what did he have to worry about? Moreover, this was only the improvement brought about by the ability itself. With the addition of breathing techniques and combat skills, Yi Xuanyue will only become stronger. Suche coughed lightly. Demonstrate your breathing techniques and combat skills to me together. Yi Xuanyue immediately did so, and Suche then activated his breaking illusion technique. Yi Xuanyue, first tier, third level, possesses the enhanced sea-level ability Bloodthirsty Berserker Bear, cultivates the extreme compression breathing technique, and has mastered the starry sky rending fist. However, the clues revealed that she possessed a powerful SSS-level superpower, the devouring gluttony. Due to severe energy deficiency from consuming food, this power could never be fully unleashed. Furthermore, her breathing technique had serious flaws, constantly draining her potential and easily leading to physical exhaustion. Her starry sky-splitting fist was also incomplete, resulting in a significant reduction in its power. Behind these flaws, the clues had already provided a solution. The secondary development and evolution of superpowers require a large intake of high-grade blood food. He also needs to correct his breathing techniques and complete his combat skills. Suche's eyes gradually brightened as he looked at the information before him. So that's how it is, Suche thought, a realization dawning on him as he stared at the illusory light screen visible only to him. Under Insight Break, the flaws displayed in the cultivation technique were actually graded. For techniques like the ultimate compression breathing method and the starry sky rift fist that have serious problems, the system will prioritize pointing out the biggest flaws and providing solutions. Hey, that makes things much easier. Suche stared at the solution for the ultimate compression breathing method, a slow smile spreading across his face. Finding the correct answer might be difficult, but if you already know the wrong answer, working backward to deduce the correct one becomes much easier. The drawback of this breathing technique is that it continuously drains the practitioner's potential. Since that's the case, then let's amplify this drawback infinitely. Drain potential? Let's drain it completely. Suche wants the avatar. Suppressing his excitement, he immediately took out paper and pen and, following the system's suggested improvements, began to reverse engineer the ultimate compression breathing technique. This revision took almost half an hour, with beads of sweat constantly appearing on Suche's forehead, his expression growing increasingly focused. It wasn't until an hour later that he finally let out a long breath, his entire body drenched in sweat. The reverse optimization was far more difficult than anticipated, but fortunately, he ultimately succeeded. Without resting, Suche immediately turned his attention back to the starry sky rift fist. Compared to deliberately exaggerating the flaws in the breathing technique, perfecting this combat skill was much simpler. In less than half an hour, Su Che suddenly raised his head, his eyes shining. Success! With his refinement, the Starry Sky Splitting Fist successfully advanced from its original level to a mid-grade Xian rank. As for the extreme compression breathing technique, although it didn't advance, the frequency of squeezing its potential had changed from occasional to once a day. The effect was simply perfect. Su Che was in high spirits and handed over the key contents of the compiled cultivation techniques and combat skills to Yi Xuanyue. These are cultivation techniques and combat skills that I specially modified for you. Destroy them after you've finished reading them. If you have any questions during cultivation, feel free to ask me anytime. Yi Xuanyue solemnly accepted them without the slightest doubt. Yes, teacher, I understand. Su Che nodded in satisfaction, then earnestly instructed, besides breathing techniques and combat skills, the most important thing is the blood I've been giving you every day. You should already feel that your body is stronger than yesterday. You must strictly follow my instructions. In a month, I guarantee you'll be completely transformed. Understood, Yi Xuanyue replied firmly, adding, I will absolutely not let my teacher lose. Su Che was just starting to feel touched when an awkward sound suddenly rang out. Immediately following were two more obvious protests. Yi Xuanyue's face instantly turned bright red. Su Che slapped his forehead. Look at me, I completely forgot it's lunchtime. Go eat, remember what I said? Be yourself, don't care what others think. Yi Xuanyue's voice was barely audible as she softly responded, then turned and left, as if fleeing. Watching her departing figure, Su Che's lips curled into a smile. Long out yin, 600,000 great xia coins. I'm taking it. Inside the second canteen, today was the first day of school, and also the students' most carefree day. At the beginning of the month, they'd want to add 2 extra chicken legs to their meals. At the end of the month, they'd even want to share a bite of instant noodles. Therefore, the second canteen, with its higher prices, was exceptionally lively today, even unusually crowded with queues. After the peak hours passed, the cafeteria was still quite full of students. Just then, a graceful figure in a flowing white dress walked in. It was Yi Xuanyue. She glanced around the cafeteria, her gaze quickly settling on the blood food window. After a brief pause, she walked towards the window. Yi Xuanyue's appearance immediately attracted the attention of many people. She was already one of the most beautiful girls in the school, and in her first year of high school, she had even more suitors than the Jiang sisters, Jiang Yueli and Jiang Yueshi. But ever since she awakened her F-rank enhancement talent, all her suitors have vanished. In their eyes, for the sake of their offspring's genes, no one would be willing to marry a bottom-tier ability user, no matter how beautiful she was. Now, people are paying attention to her not just because of her looks, but because she has become one of the 3 disciples of Su Che, the teacher who was considered the worst student. Look, that's Yi Xuanyue. She actually became Su Che's disciple at yesterday's awakening ceremony. She has an F-level talent. To be able to become a disciple with an F-level talent is really lucky. I awakened an E-level talent in my second year of high school, but no teacher wanted me. I could only wait until my 3rd year to take the college entrance exam. The surrounding chatter was made without any attempt to conceal it, reaching Yi Xuanyue's ears clearly. She instinctively shrank back, but remembering Su Che's words, she quickly regained her composure. She hurried to the window and said to the head chef inside, Master, 5 pig legs, 10 caddies of rhinoceros meat, all medium rare, dine in, thank you. The head chef poked his head out, looking at her in surprise. Young lady, are you sure? So much food, you can't return it if you can't finish it. In his experience, Yi Xuanyue was slender and graceful. She didn't seem like someone who could eat so much meat. I'm sure, Yi Xuanyue replied without the slightest hesitation. All right, just a moment. The head chef turned around and got to work, muttering to himself. He used to only get 1 order like this every 10 days or 2 weeks. What was going on today? 10 minutes later, with the head chef's help, 5 pig legs and 10 pounds of rhinoceros meat were neatly arranged on the table. Compared to everyone else's plates, the meat in front of Yi Xuanyue was piled up like a small mountain. Countless eyes in the cafeteria instantly focused on her, many staring wide-eyed in disbelief. This amount of blood food was enough for at least 10 people. What is she planning? Is she really going to eat it all herself? Don't be ridiculous. With that small frame, she'd be lucky to eat 2 pounds of iron rhinoceros meat. If she can really finish it, I'll change my name to Wang Zhong. Facing everyone's gaze, Yi Xuanyue pursed her lips slightly. But the next moment, a resolute glint flashed in her eyes, and she elegantly pulled out a handkerchief and folded it around her neck. Then, in a flash, 5 minutes later, Yi Xuanyue gracefully departed amidst everyone's astonished stares. Only an empty table remained in the cafeteria, along with her slender and noble figure. Chapter 51, Third Order, 8th Level. Lubo, I'm invincible. This is truly a stroke of luck. Hearing the system notification in his ear, Su Che felt that this world was so wonderful. That's so wonderful for Virgos. Just as he was still worrying about his cultivation level being just a hair's breadth away from breaking through, Yi Xuanyue lived up to expectations and lent a helping hand. Gee, that feels so good. Su Che first let out a long sigh, then grinned. Face the storm. Click. Tom seemed to have stopped at the right point. In an instant, Su Che felt a buzzing sound in his brain, as if he had been hit by a big stick. A terrifying amount of energy surged into the Baihui acupoint on the top of the head in an instant, as if the scalp had been torn apart to transfer power. Crunch. This time, Su Che couldn't even utter a soft groan. He could only grit his teeth and fight against this violent energy. Fortunately, having gone through so many times, he's become very experienced, and the pain is completely within his tolerance. Deep down, he even wished the pain would be even more intense. After all, the more pain you experience, the greater your strength will increase later. This is what is called experiencing pain and pleasure simultaneously, which is similar to the concept of M. Su Che had gotten used to it, but everything around him was in a terrible state. The classroom for Class 18 was not large to begin with, and the decoration was even more disappointing. Previously, Su Che's cultivation level was not high, and when he broke through, he could only make windows and doors tremble a couple of times. But things are different now. Now I've broken through from the 7th level of the 3rd tier to the 8th level of the 3rd tier. Under this powerful energy, the temporary fixed gate and the old glass, which was almost as old as the school, immediately gave way. After a series of cracking sounds, the door was tilted and the glass was shattered. The entire classroom looked like it had been repeatedly ravaged by a typhoon, a complete mess. Of course, it wasn't just this classroom that suffered. The 2 sisters, Jiang Yueli and Jiang Yueshi, also suffered as well. The 2 had just broken through to the 7th level of the 1st tier and felt their abilities evolving again, and they were overjoyed. But before the 2 could even open their mouths to share the good news, they were blasted against the back wall of the classroom by a powerful energy blast. The surging energy around them completely engulfed them like seawater, making it difficult for them to even turn over. The back wall of the classroom. Jiang Yueli and Jiang Yueshi, who were pressed against the wall, exchanged a glance and both saw the fear and strangeness in each other's eyes. What terrified them was that the powerful cultivation that teacher Su Che was exuding at this moment left them with no power to resist. Without a doubt, teacher Su Che has made another breakthrough. Strangely, this scene seemed strangely familiar. If I remember correctly, it was in this classroom back then. Just as he had broken through to the 4th level of the 1st tier and evolved his superpower by modifying the extreme compression breathing technique, teacher Su Che also broke through. He broke through to the 7th level of the 3rd rank in just 2 months. Compared to teacher Su Che's cultivation speed, they felt like complete novices. However, what they didn't know at that moment was, Su Che did not break through to the 7th level of the 3rd tier, but rather the 8th level of the 3rd tier. The surging energy in the classroom lasted for about 2 minutes before suddenly dissipating, as if nothing had ever happened. Snap! Snap! The moment the energy dissipated, Jiang Yueli and Jiang Yueshi fell off the wall one after the other. Hey, what are you guys playing? Su Che turned his head and stared at the 2 of them with a puzzled look. Oomph. Jiang Yueli remained silent with a dark expression. You have the nerve to say that? It's all because of you. Jiang Yueshi rolled her eyes. Su Che's expression froze for a moment. Then he realized what he had done and a hint of embarrassment appeared on his face. Sorry, I accidentally broke through again. Upon hearing Versailles reply, the two of them practically rolled their eyes to the heavens. You guys should have broken through by now, right? Suche pretended not to see and quickly changed the subject. Yes, I have broken through to the 7th level of the first tier. This trick worked very well, and Jiang Yueshi immediately nodded. Moreover, I feel that my own superpowers have been enhanced again. Jiang Yueli echoed. Me too. Yes, if nothing unexpected happens, your ability level has reached B level. Suche's voice also carried a hint of surprise. It wasn't surprising that the two broke through his limits, but he didn't expect their abilities to evolve again. But upon closer reflection, it seems normal. Their damaged meridians have been completely repaired, and their ability evolution is also quite normal. As for Yi Xuanyue, a high-grade, third-tier ferocious beast is much higher than a mid-grade, third-tier beast, which is enough to allow her supernatural ability to evolve again. The only thing that Suche regretted was that his A-level ability had not evolved into an S-level ability. However, this was within his expectations. S-level talents are too rare, and it's definitely not something that can be evolved so easily. Of course, although his A-level ability did not evolve as a result, he clearly felt that its strength had increased significantly. Rank B. Jiang Yueshi and Jiang Yueli exchanged a glance, their eyes filled with excitement. It should be noted that the highest awakened talent level among them is only B level. This means that they are now among the most talented. Suche smiled and said, You guys should consolidate your cultivation first. I've suddenly had a lot of inspiration again. I'll help you improve your cultivation techniques and combat skills later. Now that I've broken through to the 3rd tier, 8th level, there are many more areas that can be optimized. Good. Without further ado, the two immediately sat cross-legged with their palms facing the sky to consolidate their cultivation. On the other side, Suche had a thought, and blue patterns immediately appeared on his skin. The pattern was now much darker, its shimmering color sending shivers down one's spine. After a quick assessment, Suche immediately determined that the defense of the cyan pattern was now more than twice as strong as before. Thump, thump, thump. Suche's heartbeat gradually quickened. 3rd tier, 8th level cultivation plus A-level superpower plus cyan patterns. Even if he just stood still and let Lu Bo hit him, Lu Bo might not be able to break through his defense. Thinking of this, Suche's heart surged with emotion. Indeed, my 2 months of arduous training were worthwhile. After a pause, as if suddenly remembering something, Suche couldn't help but smile. Lu Bo, this month's first place is mine. And yes, and that 1.2 million too. At the same time, a spacious and bright classroom for Class 1. Because the classroom is very large, it is divided into 2 areas. One area is the teaching area, and the other area is Lu Bo's exclusive area. Lu Bo's private area is equipped with not only a rest room, but also a training room. Of course, no one except Lu Bo was qualified to enter this training room. Inside the lounge, Lu Bo was meditating cross-legged with his eyes closed, his body radiating energy fluctuations. Outside the cultivation room, Uncle Lu in his gray robe stood respectfully guarding the room, a hint of expectation in his eyes. Time passed second by second, and the energy fluctuations in the cultivation room became more and more obvious. 10 minutes later, boom, an incredibly powerful energy suddenly erupted from the cultivation room. At the same time, Uncle Lu in gray robes was overjoyed and quickly bowed. Congratulations, young master. You have successfully broken through to the 8th level of the 3rd rank. Inside the training room, Lu Bo suddenly opened his eyes, his excitement overflowing. I'm invincible. Chapter 52, I will definitely take down the level 3 teacher. Guaranteed. The first floor of the teaching building. 1. Classroom. Congratulations, young master. Congratulations. To break through to the 8th level of the 3rd rank at such a young age is truly remarkable. Uncle Lu in his gray robe looked respectfully at Lu Bo as he walked out of the training room, his eyes filled with amazement. Although he himself is a 3rd tier, 9th level ability user, these words are absolutely from the bottom of his heart. The probability of a 30-year-old at the 3rd rank, 8th level, breaking through to the 4th rank, 9th level, is many times greater than that of 70-year-old of the third rank, ninth level. In the entire Pengqing number 1 Special Ability High School, there seems to be only one person under the age of 30 with strength exceeding the third rank, 8th level, Jiang Lianyue. And now, there's one more. Uncle Lu, please don't praise me. I'm still far from good enough. Lu Bo was beaming, clearly in a great mood. Although he spoke modestly, the arrogance in his eyes was undisguised. He certainly has reason to be proud. Apart from the principal, vice principals, and a few older directors, he was the first among the level 2 teachers. Jiang Lianyue is excluded. She is already a level 3 teacher and holds the position of director. Young master, you are too modest. With your abilities, the spot for promotion to level 3 teacher this year is undoubtedly yours. Since he was old and still wanted to die, Uncle Lu was naturally not going to be foolish enough to blindly flatter Lu Bo. Uncle Lu, as expected of a seasoned veteran, clearly hit Lu Bo's sore spot with his flattery. Level 3 teacher. A fleeting glint of desire flashed in Lu Bo's eyes. He had been eyeing the position of a level 3 teacher for a long time. Given his family's financial situation, he naturally looked down on the meager benefits that a level 3 teacher could receive. What he valued was the status of a level 3 teacher. He has great ambitions, and there's no way he could spend his whole life as a high school teacher in this small city of Pengqing. His goal is to go to university and become a university professor. To be promoted directly to a university teacher, a necessary prerequisite is having a level 3 teacher status. Putting aside other conditions, he was determined to get this level 3 teacher status. With his eyes narrowed slightly, Lu Bo suddenly asked, "By the way, besides me, who else is in this year's list of candidates for level 3 teacher?" Uncle Lu usually took care of most of the training in the class, and Lu Bo's daily task was almost entirely focused on cultivation, so he generally didn't pay attention to such news. Reporting to young master, there are Chu He, Lu Hansheng, and... At this point, Uncle Lu paused, his expression hesitant. Lu Bo expressed his doubt with a nasal tone. Uncle Lu lowered his head, and Su Che. What? Lu Bo's brows furrowed instantly, his expression becoming quite interesting in a split second. How could he be here? What qualifications does he have? And weren't there only 3 candidates for level 3 teacher in previous years? What happened this year? Uncle Lu lowered his voice slightly. I heard it was Vice Principal Lei Ming who personally approved the note. Lu Bo's pupils contracted, and a resentful expression immediately appeared on his face. This Lei Ming clearly doesn't like me and wants to disgust me. He didn't believe Su Che could beat him at all, and he couldn't think of any reason why Lei Ming would do such a thing except to disgust himself. Sure. Uncle Lu's expression changed as he looked around. Young master, be careful what you say. Lei Ming is a 4th level transcendent. It wouldn't be good if he hurt us. Lu Bo instinctively shrank back, but quickly straightened up again. Me afraid of him? He's the vice principal, and I, Master Song, am also a vice principal. Who's afraid of who? Pengqing number 1 high school for people with extraordinary abilities has 1 principal and 2 vice principals, all of whom are extraordinary individuals. Principal Wu Daoan is the most powerful and influential, but he hardly gets involved in any of the school's specific affairs. Lei Ming and Song Yi, who are equally matched, jointly managed all matters at the school. Vice Principal Song Yi is Lu Bo's godfather and has close ties with the Lu family. In some respects, Lu Bo really doesn't need to be afraid of thunder. Of course, this is in theory. Lei Ming has a violent temper that even the principal can't control, so Lu Bo wouldn't dare to gamble. Uncle Lu lowered his head and slumped over, letting the words go in one ear and out the other, pretending not to hear. There are some things Lu Bo can say, but he cannot listen to. After a pause, Lu Bo lowered his eyes and fell into deep thought, his hand bones making a series of cracking sounds. After a moment of contemplation, Lu Bo pursed his lips. I can't wait until the martial arts exam is over. I want to be promoted to level 3 teacher after the 2nd monthly test. He wasn't afraid that anyone could threaten his spot, but he was worried that things might go wrong if things dragged on. After all, what's in his pocket is what's truly his. Young master, what do you mean? Uncle Lu seemed to understand something instantly. Lu Bo nodded. I will go home today and ask my father to pass on a message to Master Song. Uncle Lu, young master is wise. A smug smile appeared on Lu Bo's face, as if the position of level 3 teacher was already in his grasp. Licking his lips, Lu Bo looked out the window toward the training ground, his eyes filled with confidence. In 3 days, I, Lu Bo, will officially become a level 3 teacher. Neatly arranged power lines cut through the twilight as night quietly descends. At the foot of Yuanlong Mountain, there is the Lu family villa. As one of the 6 prominent families in Pengcheng, the Lu family's house was extremely grand, even more so than the Jiang family's. Although it was already late at night, the Lu family villa was still brightly lit. On the 2nd floor of the villa, in a study with a simple and antique decoration. The study is furnished entirely with solid wood furniture, which looks ordinary, but each piece is priceless. It's worth noting that every piece of furniture here is handcrafted from rosewood. Not to mention the present-day Blue Star. Even before the alien beasts ravaged Blue Star, pure sandalwood furniture was extremely valuable. Today, items from Pengcheng are only available to the most elite families. They are symbols of status. At this very moment, 2 people are sitting face to face in front of a large, bright solid wood desk. One was Lu Bo, dressed in a teacher's robe, and the other was a well-maintained middle-aged man in his silk pajamas. This person was Lu Bo's biological father, Lu Lin. Lu Lin appeared extremely authoritative, but his voice suddenly became sharp when he spoke. Ha ha! Excellent. As expected of my son, Lu Lin, 3rd rank, 8th level. Excellent. Upon learning that Lu Bo had broken through to the 8th level of the 3rd rank, Lu Lin roared to the sky with an extremely joyful expression. Hee, it's all because of my father's good genes. Lu Bo forced a smile, awkwardly flattering Lu Lin. You want something from me, kid? Lu Lin's eyebrows twitched, and he immediately looked at Lu Bo with a questioning gaze. Lu Bo chuckled awkwardly. Haha, no wonder you're my father. You guessed it right away. Get out, get out, get out. Lu Lin waved his hand to interrupt. You're my son? I can tell how many sheep droppings you've made just by looking at you. Tell me, do you want money or the car? Lu Bo chuckled. Neither. After saying that, he leaned close to Lu Lin and whispered in his ear. That's all. After listening to Lu Bo's explanation, Lu Lin immediately asked in confusion. Lu Bo nodded repeatedly. Ha ha, what do you mean by that? I'm going to see you, Master Song, tomorrow anyway. This is nothing. Lu Lin patted his chest to indicate that there was absolutely no problem, and then spoke. I've made up my mind. I'll go to the school in 3 days to personally observe the monthly test and witness you become a level 3 teacher. Upon hearing this, Lu Bo laughed as well. I'll definitely get the level 3 teacher certification. Guaranteed. Chapter 53. 1 day until the monthly test. Time to earn some pocket money. Pengcheng number 1 Special Ability High School. There's only 1 day left until the monthly test for the martial arts exam preparation class. On this day, every martial arts exam preparation class was so busy that they even made use of their spare time to urinate. Tomorrow's monthly test is crucial, as it will determine the cultivation resources for the next 3 months. The monthly test is accurate to the single digit of progress, and even those of the same cultivation level can have different levels. Based on the monthly measurements over the years, it is no exaggeration to say that, at this moment, every slight improvement in progress could potentially move one's ranking up by 2 or 3 places. What if we improve by 2 or 3 places and then get out of the bottom 6? What if we improve by 2 or 3 places and break into the top 6? What if we improve by 2 or 3 places and make into the top 3? Therefore, even though tomorrow is the monthly test, not a single class is slacking off. Now, in the spacious and bright classroom of Class 1, Zhang Qi, Zhao Jun, Feng Mingyuan, how is your cultivation progressing? Lu Bo had a ruddy complexion and his eyes shone brightly, making him look spirited and energetic. Since his strength increased to the 3rd tier, 8th level, he felt that the air in the school was sweet. What excited Lu Bo even more was that his father had just sent him some good news. Tomorrow, during the monthly test, Master Song will publicly announce that the champion teacher of this month's test will be promoted to a level 3 teacher. In other words, He will get his level 3 teacher certification tomorrow. How could he not be excited? Reporting to the teacher, I have not failed in my mission. I am still 40% away from the 6th level of the 1st rank. Zhang Qi was the first to bow in response, showing extreme respect. Zhao Jun, teacher, I am still 50% away from the 6th level of the 1st tier. Feng Mingyuan, teacher, I am still 50% away from the 6th level of the 1st tier. Zhao Jun and Feng Mingyuan spoke one after the other, their expressions equally respectful. Zhang Qi, Zhao Jun, and Feng Mingyuan are 3 geniuses who awakened B-level talents in the 2nd year of high school. In just 2 months, he not only broke through to the 5th level of the 1st tier, but was also not far from breaking through to the 6th level of the 1st tier. Such a speed of cultivation is astonishing, even with the support of the entire class's resources. But Lu Bo frowned slightly. He did not immediately offer any opinions or comments, but instead lowered his eyes and fell into deep thought. According to the rules of monthly testing, 3 first-order quintic integrals equal 15. Compared to previous years, 15 points is enough to make one stand out in the entire school, and by a huge margin. But Lu Bo was not very satisfied with this score at the moment. Previously, this score would have been acceptable. But tomorrow's monthly test champion teacher will be promoted to a level 3 teacher, and his father will also be watching, so he must ensure that nothing goes wrong. If you remember correctly, Suche's class scored 11 points in the first monthly test. Assuming each person advances 1 level within these 2 months, their score will reach 14 points. If another person, like Yi Xuan Yue, were to advance 2 levels, the score would reach 15 points. Although the possibility was extremely low, Lu Bo absolutely could not allow any surprises. With this in mind, Lu Bo made a decision instantly. His gaze swept over Zhang Qi, Zhao Jun, and Feng Mingyuan, and his thin lips parted slightly. Indeed, the talents of the 3 of you are definitely among the best in the school's past martial arts examination classes, and you can even be considered among the top in the entire Pengcheng. A look of joy immediately flashed across Zhang Qi, Zhao Jun, and Feng Mingyuan's faces. However, the next second, Lu Bo changed the subject. But in my opinion, your progress is not enough. With your talent, you can definitely break through to the 6th level of the 1st tier with a little effort. Zhang Qi, Zhao Jun, and Feng Mingyuan froze, their joy quickly fading, leaving them feeling completely bewildered. They thought their cultivation speed was fast enough, but instead of praise, they were met with a harsh rebuke. Just as the 3 were at a loss, Lu Bo tossed out 3 blood-red potions that floated in mid-air in front of them. Although separated by glass, the red liquid inside the medicine bottle still emitted a chilling aura. This is a gene catalyst. Zhang Qi, Zhao Jun, and Feng Mingyuan instantly recognized the name and effects of the reagent. The so-called gene catalyst is an unofficially recognized drug with a simple and brutal effect. After taking the gene catalyst, one's cultivation level will increase by nearly 50% within 24 hours. The effects are amazing, but the price is damage to the meridians, and long-term use can even turn you into a completely useless person. This medicine is only taken when life or death is at stake. It's a life-saving measure. This monthly test is very important to you and to me. Do you understand? Taking in the expressions of the 3 people, Lu Bo's voice was cold. Deep down, he saw these students as a means to advance his career. Getting into a 4-year university was a means for him to get promoted, and getting a 3rd-level teacher qualification was also a means for him to get promoted. Zhang Qi, Zhao Jun, and Feng Mingyuan lowered their heads and remained silent, their expressions filled with conflict. Don't worry. I will personally help you repair your meridians after the monthly test, and I will also give you more resources. Lu Bo's voice seemed to possess a strange magic, penetrating deep into the minds of the 3 people. After a moment's hesitation, Zhang Qi gritted his teeth and took the gene catalyst first. I understand, teacher. With Zhang Qi demonstrating, Zhao Jun and Feng Mingyuan could only follow suit and take over the medicine, saying, we understand now. Upon hearing this, Lu Bo finally smiled and said, very good, your teacher was right about you. At the same time, the classroom of Class 18 was in a slightly messy state. Yi Shuangyue was practicing breathing techniques, while Jiang Yueli and Jiang Yueshi were practicing combat skills. In contrast, Su Che was busy fiddling with his phone, showing no sense of urgency whatsoever. In fact, there was no use in Su Che being nervous. He had already done everything he could in the past 3 days. Yi Shuangyue, Jiang Yueli, and Jiang Yueshi all re-optimized their breathing techniques and combat skills. As expected, it remained stuck at the upper-level Xian rank, but its power had been further improved compared to before. Everything is ready now, just waiting for the lunar probe to begin tomorrow. Hey, handsome, why are you grinning like an idiot while holding your phone? Jiang Yueshi noticed Su Che grinning while holding his phone and asked him curiously. Oh, it's nothing. Su Che put down his phone, a barely suppressed smile curving his lips. I'm just trying to earn a little extra money. Upon hearing this, Yi Shuangyue's tightly closed brows trembled violently. She suddenly felt that the sentence was familiar, as if she had heard it somewhere before, but she just couldn't remember where. Oh. Upon receiving this answer, Jiang Yueshi immediately lost all interest and turned back to practicing her combat skills. Various shields continuously condensed on his arms. Su Che turned his gaze back to the phone screen. The screen clearly displayed a dark web interface. Ulubost odds, ena, xuchist odds, ena in 10 minut. Su Che's lips curled up, and he placed the maximum bet without hesitation. The next moment, my phone chimed with a text message. Your savings card, ending in 9527, made a purchase of 100,000 Xia coins, leaving a usable balance of 526,300 Xia coins, Xia Bank. Chapter 54. The second monthly test begins. A luxurious spectator lineup. As dawn broke, the sky was tinged with a faint golden hue, heralding the start of a new day. Today is destined to be an extraordinary day for Pengcheng's Special Abilities First High School. Today is the second monthly test for the entire martial arts exam preparation class. Although there are 3 monthly tests before the martial arts exam, the second monthly test is actually the most important. The third monthly test was held before the martial arts exam. Although it was called a monthly test, it was actually more like a comprehensive assessment. Regardless of the strength of each intensive course, there is no time left. However, the second monthly test is different. The results of the second monthly test directly affect the cultivation resources for the following 3 months. If you want to make a comeback in the last 3 months before the martial arts exam, today's monthly test results are especially important. The school is clearly aware of this, which is why this month's test was conducted at an extremely high standard. In addition to the increased number of leadership seats directly opposite the awakening platform in the martial arts arena, 2 high-class chairs were even temporarily placed next to them. The monthly test officially begins at 10 a.m. as usual. But it was only 9 o'clock, and almost all the martial arts exam preparation classes had already arrived. Besides the teachers and students of the martial arts exam class, the number of first and second-year high school students who came to watch the spectacle far exceeded that of the first monthly test. As time went on, the crowd of spectators grew larger and larger, and the scene gradually became noisy. With the leaders yet to arrive, discussions gradually began to circulate among the attendees. Wow, so many people. Luckily, I arrived early, otherwise I would have had to jump up to see them. Go, Mr. Lu Bo. Karash Ksuke. I'm betting on you to win this time. No way. You still dare to gamble? I remember last time you bet 20,000 great Xia coins on Long Out Yin, right? It seems like you bet twice. What? Haven't you learned your lesson yet? What are you afraid of? Last time was an accident. Who could have imagined that Yi Shuangyue's ability would evolve a second time? Don't worry, there will definitely be no accidents this time. I have some inside information. It seems that someone in teacher Lu Bo's class has broken through to the 6th level of the first tier. Tier 1, level 6? How is that possible? Only 2 months have passed. Even a rocket couldn't have made it this fast. Could he have taken some kind of drug? His head isn't turning pointy, is it? Then Su Che is finished. There's just a tiny bit of hope left, but it seems like there's none left at all. You're only finding out now? Su Che has been taking Jiang Yueli and Jiang Yueshi around the training ground for almost 2 months, doing only basic training. No wonder they couldn't win. People don't shy away from discussing things. The main idea is to speak freely and frankly. The teachers and students in the sprint class in the training ground naturally heard everything clearly. Hearing the entire discussion, Lu Bo frowned slightly, snorted coldly, and glanced at Su Che in the distance, his eyes flashing with deep disdain. Clearly, Lu Bo was very annoyed by the comparisons made between him and Su Che. The bet he made against Su Che was purely for the purpose of humiliating him. He never considered Su Che to be an evenly matched opponent. Not to mention that his 3 disciples are already at the 6th level of the first rank. For Lu Bo, his only opponent today is himself, and his only goal is to win the 3rd level teacher position. On the other side, Su Che immediately noticed Lu Bo's unfriendly gaze. The next moment their eyes met. Su Che grinned, revealing an innocent and harmless smile, making him appear exceptionally approachable. Especially the way he looked at Lu Bo. His gaze was filled with a hint of fervor, as if he had seen money. Neuropathy. Lu Bo felt a chill run down his spine, then cursed under his breath and turned away, ignoring him. Su Che didn't seem to mind, and a smile remained on his face. That's right, at this moment, Lu Bo was practically a money-giving boy in his eyes. He was all about money. The first monthly test gave me 600,000 xia coins, and I'll soon receive another 1.2 million. In this day and age, such pure and kind people are truly rare. Gurgle. Su Che pursed his lips, his expression showing a hint of impatience. Buzzing. Just then, a commotion broke out in the crowd, and many people turned to look at the distance. Not far away, the school's leadership team was walking in together, their presence quite impressive. Leading the group were Vice Principals Lei Ming and Song Yi, flanked by 2 elegantly dressed middle-aged men. Behind the 4 were Jiang Lianyue, Song Zhe, and a group of other directors. Wow! Not only did Principal Lei Ming come to watch the game this time, but Principal Song Yi also came. Principal Song Yi doesn't often attend these kinds of events. Who are the 2 people next to Principal Song Yi and Principal Lei Ming? Why are they walking side by side with the 2 principals, chatting and laughing? Are you crazy? Don't you recognize them? One is Jiang Tianyang, the current head of the Jiang family, Director Jiang's brother, and the father of Jiang Yueli and Jiang Yueshi. The other is Lu Lin, the current head of the Lu family, and the father of teacher Lu Bo. Both of them are extraordinary experts. What's going on? Isn't today just a simple monthly test? Why have they invited the heads of the 2 families? For a moment, everyone present was deeply surprised by this lineup of spectators. Having 4 extraordinary experts observe a small monthly test seems a bit like making a mountain out of a molehill. Question mark. Su Che looked at Jiang Yueli and Jiang Yueshi behind him with a puzzled expression. Although no words were spoken, the meaning was quite clear. Jiang Yueli frowned and stared at Jiang Tianyang. I didn't know he was coming. Honestly, Dad didn't even tell me he was coming, Jiang Yueshi muttered under her breath. Su Che turned his head, his expression seemingly thoughtful. He could understand Jiang Tianyang coming to watch the battle, since he wanted to see Jiang Yueli and Jiang Yueshi's strength with his own eyes. But he really couldn't figure out why Lu Lin had come here. As Su Che pondered, the school leadership team had already taken their seats in the leadership section according to their rank, while Jiang Tianyang and Lu Lin sat in the 2 high-class chairs that had been prepared in advance. Ahem, quiet down. Lei Ming made no effort, but his voice echoed throughout the entire training ground like rolling thunder. In an instant, the entire training ground fell silent, so quiet that you could hear a pin drop. Today is the 2nd monthly test for this year's martial arts exam preparation class. I've already reminded you of everything I needed to, so I won't go into unnecessary details. I'll just emphasize one point. In this monthly test, the top 6 classes will still receive an additional 50% of their training quota. The bottom 6 classes will also receive a 50% reduction in their quota. Upon hearing this, a collective gasp of astonishment immediately came from the direction of the martial arts exam class. Although everyone had already guessed that the policy would remain the same, hearing it with their own ears still couldn't help but make them feel uneasy. If we rank in the bottom 6 again this time, then the whole class will basically have no chance of getting into a university. Lei Ming spoke first, and then it was Song Yi's turn. Song Yi looked much older than Lei Ming, but his long, narrow eyes revealed no obvious joy or anger. After scanning the room, Song Yi's voice was slightly hoarse. I have an important announcement to make. The teacher who ranked first in this monthly test will be promoted to Level 3 teacher. Chapter 55, 3, First Order 6th Level. The Unrivaled Class 1. Martial Arts Training Ground. Leadership Platform. Although Song Yi's voice wasn't as deafening as Lei Ming's, it was crystal clear and reached the ears of everyone present. Especially with this explosive news, the previously quiet scene suddenly became somewhat chaotic. Generally speaking, the selection of Level 3 teachers is usually done after the martial arts exam, but I didn't expect it to be done so soon this year. The monthly test champion is directly a Level 3 teacher? Wow, no wonder so many people came today, no wonder. These rules must be designed for Lu Bo. Who can beat him in this monthly test? Didn't they say that someone in his class has already broken through to the 6th level of the first tier? So what if it is? Don't you know the relationship between the Lu family and Principal Song Yi? Besides, it's only a matter of time before Lu Bo gets the 3rd level teacher title. You don't really think anyone can compete with Lu Bo, do you? I understand now. So that's why the Lu family head suddenly came. It was to witness Lu Bo becoming a Level 3 teacher. After a brief moment of surprise, everyone finally understood why there was such a grand scene today. Snort. Lei Ming snorted coldly and turned his head away, his eyes clearly filled with disdain. He was a man who couldn't tolerate any wrongdoing, so he was naturally dissatisfied with Song Yi's decision, which was clearly driven by personal motives. However, even if he was dissatisfied, he couldn't say anything. The decision was unreasonable, but not against the rules. Jiang Lianyue glanced at Su Che in the crowd, her eyes filled with regret. She believes that if the 3 levels of teachers are evaluated after the martial arts exam, Su Che will not be without a chance, and his chances should be quite good. But now, it can only be said that the probability of Su Che beating Lu Bo is rather low. Oh, so, Brother Lu, why did you suddenly decide to come here today? It turns out you're so sure that my nephew Lu Bo will definitely become a Level 3 teacher today. Jiang Tianyong looked at Lu Lin beside him with a gleam in his eyes, a knowing look on his face. Hey, I just happened to be passing by today, so I came to take a look. Besides, it's not certain whether Lu Bo can win first place. Lu Lin spoke modestly, but his pride was undisguised. Hee, Brother Lu is really modest. Jiang Tianyong chuckled twice, but inwardly cursed the old man for being so hypocritical. Although the Jiang family and the Lu family are both among the 6 major families in Pengcheng, they don't have a very deep relationship. After a brief chat, Jiang Tianyong said no more. He had no interest in the 3-level teachers. He only cared about the performance of Jiang Yueli and Jiang Yueshi. Inside the training ground, Su Che's pupils contracted briefly before returning to normal. It was like a lightning bolt flashed through my mind, and I instantly understood everything. Everyone in the school knew that the Lu family had a close relationship with Principal Song Yi. Lu Bo's father, Lu Lin, suddenly came to watch the competition, and Song Yi announced that the top scorer in this monthly test could be directly promoted to a Level 3 teacher. To say there was no underhanded dealing involved would be a lie. TSK, they think they've got it all figured out, Su Che thought to himself with a sneer. Su Che glanced instinctively at Lu Bo, whose face was filled with excitement, and a smile crept onto his lips. Not only are you giving me money, but you're also giving me fame? Thank you, kind-hearted hero. Lu Bo did not notice Su Che's gaze. At this moment, Lu Bo's heart was pounding, and his expression was slightly agitated. How could he not be excited to win first place in a monthly test and earn the title of Level 3 teacher in such a high-profile manner? The stage is set, everything is ready, and all that's needed is for Lu Bo to amaze the audience. Just as Lu Bo was feeling emotional, Song Yi's voice brought him back to reality. All right, time is limited, so let's get straight to the test. Song Yi glanced at Jiang Lianyue and nodded. Director Jiang, please begin. Good. Jiang Lianyue was wearing a pure white robe today, which combined with her fresh and refined temperament, made her look like a banished immortal. Jiang Lianyue let out a soft breath, raised her eyes to look in the direction of the martial arts exam preparation class, and parted her thin lips slightly. I will not repeat the rules for this monthly test. Each sprint class will still select 3 representatives to take the test, and the final ranking will be based on the points. Those with the same points will be judged according to their cultivation level. However, unlike the first monthly test, this monthly test will be conducted according to the rankings from the previous monthly test. Therefore, the first class to take the test is... The voice paused for a moment and then rang out again. Please welcome the representative from Class 1, who ranked first in the first test, to the stage to take the test. Swish, swish, swish. As soon as he finished speaking, countless surging gazes immediately focused on the central area of Class 1 in the training ground. Envy, jealousy, and other expressions took turns appearing on the faces of the onlookers. Everyone knows that although today is the monthly test for the martial arts exam class, the real protagonist is Liu Bo. Thump, thump, thump. Although Liu Bo was already used to being the center of attention, his heart still raced at this moment. However, Liu Bo understood that he was excited because of the quota for third-level teachers. Suppressing his inner turmoil, Liu Bo immediately looked at the class line. Zhao Jun, Zhang Qi, Feng Mingyuan, the 3 of you stepped forward. 3 imposing figures quickly emerged from the class line. Although it did not exude any imposing aura, it still stood in stark contrast to the surrounding students, much like the stars and the moon. Very good, very good. Looking at Zhao Jun, Zhang Qi, and Feng Mingyuan in front of him, Liu Bo nodded in satisfaction. This time we're counting on you all. Go ahead. All 3 had taken the gene catalyst and were now at the 6th level of the first tier. Yes. The 3 bowed in agreement and then stepped onto the awakening platform. The awakening platform was still the same awakening platform, but the cultivation levels of the 3 people were completely different at this moment. I'll go first this time. Januki volunteered. He glanced coldly at Yi Shuangyue in the crowd, then strode to the area below the core of the intelligent optical brain. The next moment, the intelligent optical brain's deep blue light screen shone down. After about 10 seconds, the AI's emotionless voice rang out. Test complete. First tier, 6th level cultivation. Progress to break through to the 7th level of the first tier, 45%. Hiss. In an instant, gasps of astonishment rang out one after another. Many people stared at each other in surprise. First tier, 6th level. It really is first tier, 6th level. They had only heard that someone in Class 1 had broken through to the 6th level of the first rank, but they never expected it to be true. If I remember correctly, Zhang Qi was only at the first level 4 when he was tested. In 2 months, the level improved by 2 whole levels, which is equivalent to improving by 1 level per month. This isn't just triple or quadruple, it's 5 or 6. This pace of progress is outrageous. It's important to know that each subsequent level of difficulty is much more challenging than the previous one. However, this is only the beginning. The shock of the crowd was far from over. As Zhao Jun and Feng Mingyuan entered the core of the intelligent optical brain one after the other, the intelligent optical brain's voice resounded throughout the entire training ground. Test complete. First tier, 6th level cultivation. Progress to break through to the 7th level of the first tier, 40%. Test complete. First tier, 6th level cultivation. Progress to break through to the 7th level of the first tier, 40%. Chapter 56, Yi Shuangyue makes her debut. First rank, 8th level, shocks the entire audience. The voice of the intelligent optical computer resounded throughout the entire training ground. The onlookers, who had been deeply shocked by Zhang Qi's cultivation level, suddenly fell silent. For a brief moment, the entire training ground fell into absolute silence. You could even hear the wind. However, this situation did not last for more than a few seconds before it was broken by the uproar from the crowd. What? Am I hearing things? Not just 1 tier 1, level 6, but 3 tier 1, level 6. This. My God, how do they do that? 3 people simultaneously advanced 2 levels to the 6th level of the first tier within 2 months. That's more than 3 times harder than 1 person advancing to the 6th level of the first tier. This is terrifying. No wonder it's an elite class. In previous years, there have been students who reached the 6th level of the first tier during the second test, but there have never been 3 of them who reached the 6th level of the first tier together. So that's why teacher Lu Bo was so confident. He was determined to win. 3-tier, 1 level 6, a total of 18 points. That's probably already set a new record for the highest score in the second closed beta test, right? Why are you still keeping records? I think we can already congratulate teacher Lu Bo on becoming a level 3 teacher. When rumors circulated that a student in class 1 had broken through to the 6th level of the first stage, everyone thought that Lu Bo would have no problem taking first place in the monthly test. Now that everyone has witnessed all 3 of them reach the 6th level of the first tier, everyone believes that Lu Bo is a shoo-in for first place in this monthly test, and becoming a level 3 teacher is a piece of cake. Although the second monthly test has just begun, it is almost as good as over because the first place is no longer in doubt. At this moment, Suche's name was not even mentioned in the discussion. Although Lu Bo had a bet with Suche, once Class 1 score reached a terrifying 18 points, Suche automatically became the egg in everyone's eyes. An egg that is trying to break a rock. 3 of you at the 6th level of the first rank. It seems my nephew has a real talent for teaching. Jiang Tianyang's eyebrows twitched rapidly, and he glanced at Lu Bo with considerable surprise. He certainly hadn't expected Lu Bo to reach such a teaching level. Jiang Tianyang vaguely remembered that his younger sister, Jiang Lianyue, who was known as a genius, had only scored 17 points in the second test, even though her best class of students had only achieved that score. Actually, I didn't teach him much. It's all thanks to his own hard work. Now that things had come to this, Lu Lin no longer bothered with modesty, and even went along with Jiang Tianyang's words, saying, "Brother Jiang, my son is very fond of your sister. Our 2 families are well matched, you see." Jiang Tianyang's expression changed slightly, and he interrupted Lu Lin with a smile before Lu Lin could finish speaking. Brother Lu, this is all a matter for the young people themselves. I, as their older brother, can't make that decision. A few years ago, he thought Lu Bo was pretty good, but as his younger sister advanced to the 3rd rank, 9th level, and got closer and closer to the extraordinary, Lu Bo seemed more and more ordinary. His requirements for his brother-in-law were at least extraordinary. A level 3 teacher was far from sufficient. That's right. It still depends on the young people themselves. Lu Lin gave an awkward laugh and immediately said nothing more, but a flash of displeasure quickly crossed his eyes. How could he not hear Jiang Tianyang's perfunctory attitude? Admiring the spirited Lu Bo, Lu Lin murmured to himself, "My son Lu Bo has extraordinary talent. The day he becomes extraordinary, you will all regret it." The 3 representatives from Class 1, Grade 11, are all at the 6th level of the first stage, with 6 points each, totaling 18 points. They are currently ranked first. Soon, Jiang Lianyue's voice rang out in the room, confirming the results of Class 1, Grade 11. Undoubtedly number 1. Excellent. Achieving 18 points in the second test has broken our school's record. The moment the results were confirmed, Song Yi looked at Lu Bo with satisfaction, a rare smile appearing on his face. "Teacher Lu Bo, you did a great job. If nothing unexpected happens, the champion of our school's martial arts exam should come from your Class 1. At this point, Song Yi changed the subject. But don't be arrogant. Keep working hard and strive to break our school's best martial arts exam record. I have high hopes for you." After saying that, he glanced sideways at Lei Ming, and a slight smile slowly curved his lips upward. Lei Ming's dissatisfaction was naturally evident to him, and now that the opportunity had arrived, he was determined to provoke the other party. Although he didn't say anything to Lei Ming, his meaning was quite clear. "Didn't you question my decision? Is there still a problem?" Lei Ming ignored it, but he felt very uncomfortable inside. Lu Bo bowed his head and clasped his hands in thanks, his voice trembling slightly. "Thank you for the praise, Principal Song. I will definitely work hard." Although the monthly assessment is not over yet, he has already decided that he is a level 3 teacher. "Very good. Let's continue the test." Song Yi nodded and said no more. "Next, please welcome the representative from Class 18 of Grade 11, who ranked 2nd in the first test, to the awakening platform for the test." Almost as soon as Song Yi finished speaking, Jiang Lianyue's voice rang out. Swish, swish, swish. This time, all eyes were once again on the area of Class 18. However, unlike the envious and jealous expressions when they were watching Class 1, Everyone's expressions were somewhat strange at this moment. The bet between Su Che and Lu Bo was no secret and had even been brewing for 2 months. However, compared to the previous bet between Su Che and Long Outyen, this bet has not been discussed much this time. Actually, there was some discussion about it at the beginning. However, as Su Che spent 2 whole months giving Jiang Yueli and Jiang Yueshi basic training, the discussion gradually died down. It's simple, nobody thinks Su Che will win. Especially after witnessing Class 1, score 18 points. No one believed that Su Che would win. Su Che, this time I'll see how you die. In the sprint team, Long Outyen was staring at Su Che with a sinister gaze. The thought of the humiliation Su Che inflicted on him still makes him tremble. Ah, what a clown. Lu Bo glanced at Su Che once before looking away, his eyes full of disdain. Since stepping into the training ground today, he hasn't even given Su Che a second glance. Su Che poses no threat to him at all. Despite being stared at by so many people, Su Che remained calm and unperturbed, turning to face the 3 of them with a grin. Little leaf, little purple hair, little white hair, it's your turn to perform. Yi Shuangyue nodded first, her eyes filled with confidence. Teacher, I will do my best. Jiang Yueli waved his hand. Don't worry, Lao Deng. Jiang Yueshi smiled mischievously. Handsome guy, just wait to win without lifting a finger. Upon hearing this, Su Che couldn't help but smile. Okay, I'll wait for your good news. Yi Shuangyue was the first to walk onto the stage, followed closely by Jiang Yueli and Jiang Yueshi. Soon, the blue light screen cast by the intelligent light brain enveloped Yi Shuangyue. 1 second, 2 seconds, 3 seconds. Ironically, this time the intelligent light brain reacted even slower than before. Moreover, the brightness of the blue light screen was somewhat dazzling. The next moment, the voice of the intelligent optical brain resounded throughout the training ground. Test complete. First tier, 8th level cultivation. Progress to break through to the 9th level of the first tier, 10%. Chapter 57 First Rank, 7th level. The Zhang sisters continue to dominate the stage. Test complete. First tier, 8th level cultivation. Progress to break through to the 9th level of the first tier, 10%. The voice of the intelligent computer resounded throughout the training ground from the awakening platform. This sounds like a bombshell dropped into a calm lake. No, to be precise, they lost 2 or 3, or even more. First rank, 8th level. This is first rank, 8th level. At this moment, whether it's the teachers and students watching on the spot or the teachers and students of the martial arts exam class, whether it's the leadership platform or the 2 heads of the family, everyone is present. When the keyword first tier, 8th level was mentioned, everyone present showed the same expression of shock. Shock, astonishment, disbelief, and other emotions began to appear on everyone's faces. For a moment, time seemed to stand still. A few breaths later, a huge shock and astonishment exploded in everyone's hearts, followed by a frenzy of discussion. If the AI isn't crazy, then I must be. First tier, 8th level? What the hell? Where did this come from? This is high school, not university. First rank, 8th level. Holy crap. If I remember correctly, Zhang Yu, the champion of the previous martial arts exam in Pengsheng, was only at the first rank, 8th level when he took the exam, right? Doesn't this mean that Yi Shuangyue's level is already comparable to last year's champion? This is ridiculous. It's already outrageous enough that someone could advance from the 4th level of the first tier to the 6th level in just 2 months. But compared to Yi Shuangyue's progress, it's simply a joke. Is she really that powerful after her second awakening? She went from the 5th level of the first tier to the 8th level in just 2 months? But that doesn't make sense. Even if Yi Shuangyue had her second awakening, she would only have a C-level ability. How could she have cultivated so quickly? Don't mess around. I'm starting to panic. Yi Shuangyue alone has 8 points. Could Su Che really win? I bet tens of thousands of Xia coins. Special spectator seating. Lu Lin's expression was somewhat stiff. The moment Yi Shuangyue's first level 8-stage cultivation was confirmed, Lu Lin's pupils suddenly contracted. The smile on his lips faded considerably, and a hint of worry instantly appeared in his eyes. Clearly, Yi Shuangyue's strength made him vaguely feel that something was wrong. In contrast, Jiang Tianyang's eyes gleamed with a strange light amidst his shock. His eyes were fixed intently on Yi Shuangyue on the awakening platform, his anticipation growing stronger. For the past 2 months, Jiang Yueli and Jiang Yueshi have been leaving home before dawn and returning only when the moon is high in the sky. After returning home, he went to the gravity chamber for intensive training, and his father barely saw him more than a few times over 2 months. Jiang Tianyang was truly unsure about the current skill level of the two players. Now that Yi Shuangyue is so powerful, he figured his 2 daughters couldn't be too weak either. Thinking of this, Jiang Tianyang glanced at Lu Lin, whose expression wasn't very pleasant, and chuckled inwardly. Oh, things are starting to get interesting. Compared to Lu Lin and Jiang Tianyang, the leadership team on stage was clearly more shocked. Buzz. The previously unshakable leadership could no longer hold back. First rank, 8th level. It's actually first rank, 8th level. And it's the first rank, 8th level from a second closed beta. This has completely broken our school's record. An elderly director with white eyebrows and beard spoke in a trembling voice. This isn't just a record for our school. It's even broken the record for the entire Pengcheng. My God. First level, 8th stage. This achievement will be considered top-notch, even in the base city. If we can maintain this pace of progress, who knows, maybe our Pengcheng number 1 Special Abilities Middle School can break into the top 50 of the Great Xiao Martial Arts Examination. If we can really break into the top 50 of the Great Xiao Martial Arts Examination, our school's educational resources will double. Double. Genius. This is true genius. It seems our understanding of the secondary evolution of superpowers is still too shallow. We must nurture them. We must nurture them properly. The leadership team echoed their sentiments, their gazes toward Yi Shuangyue growing increasingly fervent. First rank, 8th level. Jiang Lianyue's pupils trembled slightly, her eyes filled with horror. Unlike the other members of the leadership team, Jiang Lianyue's gaze was entirely fixed on Su Che at this moment. She didn't believe that Yi Shuangyue's rapid progress was solely due to her own efforts. Su Che must have been involved. But she really couldn't understand what method Su Che had used to enable his students to improve so quickly. It should be noted that the most outstanding class she taught back then was only at the 7th level of the first tier during the second test. The difference between the 7th level of the first tier and the 8th level of the first tier is too great. Ha. Good, very good. So many geniuses have emerged all at once. It seems that our Pengcheng number 1 Special Ability High School is bound to rise to prominence this year. Lei Ming's cheerful voice suddenly rang out, his face showing great delight. As she spoke, she glanced at Song Yi beside her, her smile growing even wider. Song Yi didn't speak, his expression shifting awkwardly between frowning and relaxing. As the vice principal, he should have been happy that the school had produced a genius at the 8th level of the first tier. The problem is that this first level, 8th level, didn't appear in Lu Bo's class, but in Su Che's class. Undoubtedly, this poses a significant threat to Lu Bo's first place in the monthly test. Normally, this wouldn't be anything special. But the key issue is, the person who gets first place in today's monthly test will be promoted to a level 3 teacher. Moreover, he said those words himself. If Su Che really gets first place in the monthly test, wouldn't all that he did be for nothing, benefiting others? Call. Exhaling a slight breath, Song Yi first exchanged a glance with Lu Lin, then shifted his gaze to Lu Bo. Feeling Song Yi's gaze, Lu Bo forced a smile. Despite his calm demeanor, he was inwardly feeling uneasy. The intelligent computer is right. Although it is incredible, Yi Shuangyue's cultivation level is indeed at the 8th level of the first rank. In other words, Su Che's class has reached 8 points. If Jiang Yueli and Jiang Yueshi's cultivation breaks through to the 5th level of the first rank, then Su Che's class will also reach 18 points. If that's the case, then he might be number 1 in his grade. No, it definitely won't happen. Lu Bo licked his dry lips and quickly banished the thought from his mind. Yi Shuangyue's superpower has undergone a second evolution, so her progress is already quite rapid. But Jiang Yueli and Jiang Yueshi only have F-level talent. How could they possibly have advanced from the third level of the first tier to the fifth level of the first tier in just 2 months? Surely the same superpower can't evolve a second time, right? Gurgle. After swallowing hard, Lu Bo gradually calmed down. He paused, then let out a long sigh of relief. I scared myself. However, the next moment, 2 voices sounded in succession from the intelligent optical brain. Test complete. First tier, 7th level cultivation. Progress to break through to the 8th level of the first tier, 15%. Test complete. First tier, 7th level cultivation. Progress to break through to the 8th level of the first tier, 15%. Chapter 58, A Precipitous Lead, currently ranked first in a monthly test. Martial Arts Training Ground. Boom! At that moment, it was as if a bolt of lightning struck Lu Bo's mind, leaving him dumbfounded and trembling all over. His pupils contracted violently, as if exposed to a bright light, and his face became as stiff as a stone sculpture. My mind went completely blank for a moment, and I felt like I had no thoughts at all. Only the 4 words, first stage, 7th level, kept echoing in his mind, growing louder and louder until they occupied his entire sea of consciousness. Thump, thump, thump. Lu Bo stumbled back several steps, his body went limp, and he almost fell to the ground, feeling a tightness in his chest. His face changed color back and forth between pale and green, and his breathing became visibly rapid and abnormal. How could it be Tier 1, Level 7? How could it be? Lu Bo murmured to himself, closed his eyes, and then opened them again, desperately hoping that this was just a dream. Unfortunately, when he opened his eyes again, he was still in the training ground, and everything around him was still the same. At this moment, Lu Bo was plunged into despair and collapse. He discovered that all of this was actually true. Jiang Yueli and Jiang Yueshi were indeed at the 7th level of the first rank. Just a second ago, they were absolutely certain that Jiang Yueli and Jiang Yueshi could not possibly break through to the 5th level of the first rank. But the next second, the two proved their strength with their actions and gave him a good slap in the face. It is impossible to advance from the 3rd level of the first tier to the 5th level of the first tier, but that doesn't mean it's impossible to advance from the 3rd level of the first tier to the 7th level of the first tier. For levels in 2 months. That's an average of 2 levels per month. This cultivation speed is no weaker than Yi Xuanyue's second evolution of superpowers, and may even be better. It's all over, completely over. Lu Boitong's pupils dilated slightly, and there was no light left in his eyes. Yi Xuanyue is at the 8th level of the first tier. Jiang Yueli and Jiang Yueshi are both at the 7th level of the first tier. This means that Class 18, led by Su Che, has reached 22 points. Similarly, this also means that the first place in this monthly test belongs to Class 18. Losing first place in the monthly test would be fine. Most importantly, the top scorer in this monthly test will be directly promoted to a Level 3 teacher. Moreover, Song Yi personally asked his father to find this rule. In other words, he personally gave the 3rd level teacher position to Su Che. Thinking of this, Lu Bo clutched his chest in anguish, his whole body trembling violently. My heart was pounding so hard it felt like it was bleeding, and I was completely unable to speak. Lu Bo's reaction time seemed long, but it actually took less than 3 seconds. 3 seconds later, the scene erupted in uproar once again, far exceeding the previous one. My goodness, what did I just hear? First tier, 7th level? 2 first tier, 7th level cultivators. Jiang Yueli and Jiang Yueshi are actually first tier, 7th level cultivators. No, why? Why should they? They've been doing basic training at the training ground for the past 2 months. Everyone in the school knows that. Can basic training really improve cultivation? I've lived for over 40 years, and I've never heard of basic training increasing cultivation. This is outrageous. Could this be drug use? Drug test. I demand a drug test. What kind of drug can instantly boost someone from Tier 1, Level 3 to Tier 1, Level 7? Holy crap. This means Class 18's points will be 8 plus 7 plus 7, which is more than 18 points. Isn't that a sure thing for first place? Don't be fooled by the fact that Jiang Yueli and Jiang Yueshi's cultivation levels are lower than Yi Xuanyue's first level 8th grade. But the shock they brought to everyone was far greater than that of Yi Xuanyue. Unlike Yi Xuanyue, who is elusive and rarely seen. For the past 2 months, people have seen the two of them doing basic training at the training ground almost every day. Privately, everyone not only mocked Su Che for being crazy, but also Jiang Yueli and Jiang Yueshi for being crazy. They've even come to see the three of them as a joke, as clowns. But to my utter surprise, the clown turned out to be myself. What? How is this possible? In the special viewing area, Lu Lin's expression changed drastically. He stood up abruptly, his expression no longer able to hold back. Yi Xuanyue's cultivation level of the 8th stage of the 1st rank had just given him a bad feeling. I thought it was just me overthinking, but I never expected it to actually become a reality. Someone actually has a higher score than his eldest son. Isn't that outrageous? It's worth noting that Song Yi, the monthly test champion, was promoted directly to level 3 teacher through his own personal request. This is even more distressing than losing both your wife and your army. Impossible. Aren't they both F-rank talents? How could they improve so quickly? This can't be right. Lu Lin was anxious and inadvertently blurted out what was on his mind. But as soon as he finished speaking, he seemed to suddenly realize something, and his eyebrows twitched rapidly. The air around them seemed to freeze instantly. Brother Lu, what do you mean by that? Does that mean my daughter, Jiang Tianyang, can't be at the 7th level of the 1st rank? Jiang Tianyang squinted and spoke calmly, his tone steady but his voice growing colder. Lu Lin's nape hair stood on end instantly, and his expression changed rapidly as he forced a smile, saying, Brother Jiang, I really didn't mean that. You've misunderstood. At this moment, Lu Lin was filled with regret, thinking to himself how he could have forgotten about Jiang Tianyang. Jiang Tianyang is known for spoiling his daughter. Isn't he just courting death like a mouse, trying to push against the cat's nose? That's good. I believe Brother Lu just said it without thinking. Jiang Tianyang glanced at Lu Lin indifferently, then turned his head away and ignored him. However, as Jiang Tianyang turned his head, a slight upward curve appeared on his lips, and his eyes shone as he looked at the awakening platform. 1st tier, 7th level. According to Jiang Tianyang's expectations, he would be very satisfied if Jiang Yueli and Jiang Yueshi could reach the 5th level of the 1st rank. To his delight, the two of them actually broke through to the 7th level of the 1st tier. This was a completely unexpected surprise. Jiang Tianyang glanced at the two men and looked at Su Che, becoming more and more satisfied. Tisk, it's a pity that his strength is not enough. If his strength were at the 3rd level, 9th stage, I would really like to let Lien you get to know him. After taking a closer look at Su Che, Jiang Tianyang quickly added, but someone as handsome as him, reaching the 8th level of the 3rd tier isn't out of the question. Gasps of astonishment filled the air around the leadership desk. Aside from Song Yi's head being lowered and silence being unreadable, his expression remained obscured. Everyone, including Lei Ming, had their mouths agape and their eyes wide open, completely lacking the demeanor expected of a leader. Yi Xuanyue's 1st tier, 8th level cultivation can also be explained by the secondary evolution of her supernatural abilities. But how come Jiang Yueli and Jiang Yueshi are both at the 7th level of the 1st rank? Could it be that the two of them have also undergone a second evolution of their superpowers? A host of questions lingered in the minds of the leaders, and the atmosphere became somewhat tense for a moment. Cough, cough. Finally, Lei Ming coughed lightly and looked at Jiang Lianyu. Director Jiang, let's continue with the monthly test. Although he had many questions at the moment, time was limited, and everything would have to wait until the monthly test was over before they could be discussed. Good. Jiang Lianyue withdrew her gaze from Su Che, and her clear, cold voice rang out. The 3 representatives from Class 18 of Grade 11 have achieved Level 8 of the 1st tier and Level 7 of the 1st tier, totaling 22 points. Their current ranking is... The voice paused slightly before resounding again, clearly tinged with emotion, temporarily in 1st place. Chapter 59. Not giving up until he reaches the Yellow River, Lubo launches a ranking challenge. Next, please welcome the representative from Class 2 of Grade 11, who ranked 3rd in the 1st test, to come up to the awakening platform for the test. The three representatives from Class 2 of Grade 11 have reached the 5th level of the first stage, with a total of 15 points, and are currently ranked 3rd. Next, please welcome the representative from Class 3 of Grade 11, who ranked 4th in the first test, to come up to the awakening platform for the test. In the vast training ground, accompanied by Jiang Lianyue's voice, the test continued. But it was clear that, apart from the class taking the monthly test on stage, everyone present had no mind for the test. Whether it was the teachers and students watching or the leaders, their minds were still filled with the image of the monthly test in Class 18 of Grade 11. Yi Shuangyue's cultivation level of the 8th level of the first rank was already astonishing enough, but who would have thought that this was not the end of it? Jiang Yueli and Jiang Yueshi's cultivation levels have also reached the 7th level of the first rank. What's the significance of having 1 level 1, 8th level cultivator, and 2 level 1, 7th level cultivators in the same class? This means that all the students with the highest academic achievements in this year's school are from Class 18 of the second year of high school. This means that even if the 3 of them make no further progress in their martial arts skills from now until the exam, they can still get into university. This means that even though the martial arts exam has not yet started, the undergraduate admission rate of Class 18 of Grade 11 has already reached 100%. What terrifying data! It's unbelievable. Pingxing number 1 Special Ability High School has never had a 100% college entrance examination pass rate in all its years of operation. Admittedly, this data is not directly related to the small number of students in Class 18 of Grade 11, but that is not the point. First of all, school resources are allocated according to the number of students. The number of resources allocated to a class determines the number of students in that class. Secondly, the risk of having only 3 students in the class is too great. If even one student fails to get into a 4-year university, the chance of getting into a 4-year university will drop to only 66%, leaving no room for error. This is why even the top class, Class 1, has nearly 20 students. Therefore, when Suche only accepted 3 apprentices to form the second year of high school, 18, almost everyone was pessimistic. Many people believe that in this year's martial arts exam, the admission rate of Class 18 of Grade 11 will definitely be the lowest, and Suche will most likely still be dismissed. But just 3 months later, the situation reversed dramatically. The second year of high school, Class 18, not only achieved first place in the 2 monthly tests, but also secured a 100% chance of being admitted to a university in advance, based on data from previous years. This is simply like a carp leaping over the dragon gate, soaring into the sky. Besides being shocked, the teachers in the martial arts exam preparation class, and even teachers from other grades, also felt a sense of envy. The reason is simple. The top scorer in this monthly test will be promoted to a level 3 teacher. In other words, Suche, who is currently ranked 1st in the class, will become a level 3 teacher directly after the monthly test. In other words, the 3rd level teacher position that originally belonged to Lu Bo was forcibly taken away by Suche. Being number 1 in the monthly test is a cause for celebration. A 100% college entrance rate is a double blessing. The 3rd level teacher is Sanchi. This is truly a triple celebration. No, it's not just the 3 joys. It should be noted that Suche and Lu Bo had a bet. If Lu Bo lost to Suche, he would have to pay 1.2 million to Xia coins. This can be considered a quadruple celebration. 4 joyous occasions. A toute auspicieuse occasion. 4 pieces of good news just fell into one person's lap during a simple monthly horoscope test. Wouldn't that be overwhelming? However, only Suche himself knew this at that moment. 4 joys are far from the limit. There's a 5th one to come. It's very simple because of the 5th joy. It was from the black market. The 3 representatives from Class 17 of Grade 11 have a total of 10 points. One is at the 4th level of the first rank, and the other 2 are at the 3rd level of the first rank. They are currently ranked 18th. Jiang Lianyue's voice echoed across the training ground from the leadership platform. Upon hearing this, everyone present perked up. The martial arts exams for all 18 classes have been completed, which means the final rankings can finally be determined. For a moment, the expressions of the people on the field were varied. Suche's lips slowly curved upwards into a slight smile, his expression showing a hint of anticipation. Lei Ming's eyes lit up as he kept glancing in the direction of Class 18 of the second year of high school, his expression slightly excited. Song Yi kept his head down, his expression completely unreadable. Jiang Tianyang's gaze fell on Su Che's profile as he muttered something under his breath, and one could vaguely hear something like, if only he were at the third rank, 8th level. Lu Lin clenched his fists under his sleeves, his gaze turning to Su Che with displeasure, a flash of resentment crossing his eyes. As for Lu Bo, who is used to a life of luxury, seems to still be recovering from such a huge blow. His eyes were fixed straight ahead, his expression completely frozen on his face, making him look like a wind-eroded sculpture. Call! Jiang Lianyue breathed softly, her gaze sweeping across the training ground. After giving Su Che a deep look, she parted her red lips slightly. All classes in this year's martial arts exam preparation program have completed their tests. Based on the final statistics, the class that ranked first in this month's test is... With a drawn-out tone, Jiang Lianyue uttered the class name, Grade 11, Class 18. Wow! The next second, thunderous applause erupted. Clap, 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 clap. Dense applause resounded throughout the entire training ground. The teachers and students present were all superhumans, and their applause was truly thunderous. Fortunately, the training ground is open air. If it had a roof, the roof would probably have been blown off. The facts are clear. Su Che's Class 18 of Grade 11 unsurprisingly won first place. Although most of the people present did not have high hopes for Su Che before, they were still applauding him at this moment. This includes other teachers in the martial arts exam preparation class, as well as the teacher who lost 2 bets on the dark web against Su Che. Of course, there were also those who didn't applaud. For example, Long Outyin from Class 10 of Grade 11 had his face flushed red as if it had been painted red, clearly indicating that he had entered a state of impotent rage. For example, Lu Lin, who was in the special spectator seat, had his arms trembling slightly and his fingernails were even digging deep into his flesh. Even Song Yi on the leadership platform kept his head down, as if he had forgotten to applaud. However, just as the atmosphere was getting heated, a loud explosion suddenly rang out in the training ground. Wait, I refuse to accept this. I challenge Class 18 to a ranking match. Best 2 out of 3. Such a sudden sound immediately attracted everyone's attention. Swish, swish, swish. Looking in the direction of the sound, sure enough, the voice came from Lu Bo. At this moment, Lu Bo's eyes were bloodshot, his jaw was clenched, and he appeared somewhat deranged. He knew that the ranking challenge was his last chance. He didn't expect his 3 disciples to defeat Yi Xuanyue. He only hoped they could defeat Jiang Yueli and Jiang Yueshi. If he wins 2 more games, the monthly test champion will still be his. Buzz. There was some commotion among the crowd. Lu Lin leaned forward abruptly, his eyes filled with anticipation. If his eldest son can win the ranking challenge, then everything will be back on track. Even Song Yi, who had been keeping his head down, quietly raised his head at this moment, a glimmer of hope flashing in his eyes. Lu Bo spoke sternly. Su Che, do you dare to accept the challenge? They really won't give up until they reach the Yellow River. Su Che shook his head and grinned. No problem, as you wish. Chapter 61 Punch Man. Yi Xuanyue ends the battle in 3 seconds. Wow, today was definitely worth it. I can't believe we got to see ranking challenges again. I remember there were never any ranking challenges in the previous year, or even the years before, but this year it's happened twice already. That's not surprising. Lu Bo was confident he could get the level 3 teacher certification, but Su Che took it away. How could he be willing to accept that? If it were me, I would also take a gamble. Otherwise, I really wouldn't be happy. To be honest, I feel that if it's a best of 3 series, Lu Bo's class has a pretty good chance of winning. They can't beat Yi Xuanyue and her group with their first tier, 8th level C-grade abilities, but they still have a chance against Jiang Yueli and Jiang Yueshi. After all, Zhao Jun, Zhang Qi, and Feng Mingyuan are all B-grade abilities. That's what I mean too. The difference in ability level is enough to make up for the gap between the 6th level of the first tier and the 7th level of the first tier. As the saying goes, the more excitement there is, the more the onlookers quickly began discussing the upcoming ranking challenge. The final conclusion was that Lu Bo's class had a slightly higher chance of winning. If it were a single game to decide the winner, everyone would unanimously believe that Su Che's class would win. During the first monthly test, Yi Xuanyue's formidable strength was evident to all. However, if it's a best-of-3 series, the match between Jiang Yueli and Jiang Yueshi is indeed a variable. After all, no one has ever witnessed the two sisters fight since their talents were awakened. It's true that he has the cultivation level of the 7th level of the first rank, but cultivation level and combat power are two different concepts. It's still uncertain how much of their abilities the two sisters will be able to unleash. As everyone discussed, the circular awakening platform had transformed into a square 20 by 20 arena. On the right side of the arena, Su Che smiled as he looked at Jiang Yueli and Jiang Yueshi behind him. Did you hear that? You two are being underestimated. Since the training ground wasn't soundproof, everyone's discussion could be heard clearly. Jiang Yueli snorted coldly. I'll make them shut up. Jiang Yueshi's mind was clearly not on this. She blinked hard twice. It would probably hurt a lot if I got hit by it by accident, right? Su Che selectively ignored her and looked directly at Yi Xuanyue. Xiao Yezi, go up on stage and set an example for them. Same rules as before, don't kill anyone. Yi Xuanyue nodded gracefully. Don't worry, teacher, I will go easy on you. After saying that, he calmly walked towards the ring. Although he didn't display any imposing manner, everyone could feel a strong sense of confidence. Left side of the ring, Lu Bo's gaze swept over Zhang Qi, Zhao Jun, and Feng Mingyuan. Which of you will go and fight Yi Xuanyue? Upon hearing this, everyone whose gaze Lu Bo swept over lowered their heads and remained silent. Clearly, no one wanted to fight against Yi Xuanyue, who was at the 8th level of the first tier. In the first monthly test, Yi Xuanyue, a level 5 first-tier fighter, knocked Pan Hong, a level 4 first-tier fighter, out of the arena and sent him to the hospital with a single blow. Yi Xuanyue is now at the 8th level of the first rank, while they're only at the 6th level of the first rank even if they take drugs. His fate will definitely not be much better than Pan Hong's. Nobody wants to become the second Pan Hong. What? Do you want me to call out names again? Lu Bo's expression was extremely cold, and his voice was as chilling as the coldest winter month. Zhang Qi, Zhao Jun, and Feng Mingyuan immediately lowered their heads even further. Lu Bo's pupils contracted, and his gaze immediately locked on a Zhang Qi. Zhang Qi, you go up on stage to fight Yi Xuanyue. Zhang Qi shuddered involuntarily, looking embarrassed. Teacher, didn't you say last time that you almost couldn't resist teaching Yi Xuanyue a lesson? Lu Bo didn't give Zhang Qi a chance to speak at all. Now, your chance has come. Zhang Qi was dumbfounded. At this moment, he really wanted to go back in time and slap himself a few times. Why did you have to act so arrogant when you had nothing better to do? Now look what happened. You've been called upon by the King of Hell. Now he has no other choice. After hesitating for 2 seconds, Zhang Qi finally gritted his teeth and said, I'll go. Very good. Your ability is B-level, so you might not necessarily lose to Yi Xuanyue. Go. Lu Bo's expression softened slightly. Although he said that, he actually had no confidence at all. Zhang Qi nodded emphatically and resolutely walked towards the ring. The moment Zhang Qi stepped into the arena, the intelligent computer's voice rang out. Both players, please get ready. The battle will begin in 10 seconds. 10, 9, 3, 2, 1. Yi Xuanyue from Class 18 of Grade 11 versus Zhang Qi from Class 1 of Grade 11. The battle begins immediately. Whoosh! As soon as the battle began, Zhang Qi charged toward Yi Xuanyue with lightning speed. But when he was only 3 meters away from Yi Xuanyue, he suddenly stopped moving. Zhang Qi's gaze warily fell upon the unperturbed, proud figure standing before him, and he spoke in a low voice. Yi Xuanyue, no matter what, we're still classmates from the first year of high school. Even though we won't be in the same class in the second year, we still have a bond. I admit I can't beat you, but I hope you won't let me lose too badly for the sake of our friendship. That would be better for both of us. What do you think? Zhang Qi knew that his strength was definitely inferior to Yi Xuanyue's. Originally, he was planning to catch Yi Xuanyue off guard by taking her by surprise. Just as he was about to rush in front of Yi Xuanyue, he felt a tightness in his spine as if an electric current had swept over him. and his scalp tingled instantly. A strong intuition told him that continuing forward would be extremely dangerous. At this moment, Zhang Qi realized just how vast the gap was between him and Yi Xuanyue. Left with no other choice, Zhang Qi swallowed his pride and begged for peace. Yi Xuanyue glanced at Zhang Qi indifferently, her voice refined. Logically speaking, out of consideration for our classmates, I should go easy on him a little. Zhang Qi's eyes lit up immediately. I knew you still cared. But you can't. You were disrespectful to teacher Su Che. Yi Xuanyue's eyelashes trembled slightly, and her aura gradually spread. Zhang Qi choked, swallowing the rest of his sentence. His face changed color from green to white, a veritable face-changing king. He never expected that Yi Xuanyue would be so disrespectful to him. Fine. I never expected you, Yi Xuanyue, to be so heartless. Zhang Qi gritted his teeth, as if he had suffered a great injustice. I never expected you to be this kind of person. At this point, Zhang Qi became increasingly agitated. But do you really think I'm a pushover? Boom. His first tier 6 level cultivation was completely dispersed, and his aura instantly surged to its peak. Although I can't beat you, you'll have to pay a heavy price if you want to win. However, just as Zhang Qi was making those harsh remarks, he suddenly felt a blur before his eyes. He blinked and realized that Yi Xuanyue in front of him had already disappeared. Not good. Zhang Qi's internal alarm bells were ringing as he prepared to defend himself, but it was already too late. Whoosh! A whooshing sound rang out, followed by a sharp punch that struck Zhang Qi's chin. Snap! Before losing consciousness, Zhang Qi only heard 2 cold words. Noisy. Bang! 3 seconds later, Zhang Qi crashed heavily outside the ring like a kite with a broken string. At the same time, the intelligent optical brain's voice sounded. Zhang Qi's body has been detected leaving the arena area. According to the rules, Yi Xuanyue wins. The entire scene was completely silent. Chapter 61, the unparalleled little white-haired Jiang Yueshi, were all brothers. Hiss! One after another, gasps of cold air rang out, almost causing the climate of Earth to warm up. The onlookers stared at each other with wide, bewildered eyes, their pupils seemingly about to pop out of their sockets. Although 2 or 3 minutes have passed since the start of the match. But in reality, from the moment Yi Xuanyue made her move to the end of the battle, everything took less than 3 seconds. What the heck? Kill in 3 seconds? Another one-punch kill? Could it be One Punch Man? Buzzing. After a brief moment of shock, the scene descended into chaos, resembling a bustling market. No way. Is the difference between the 8th level of the first tier and the 6th level of the first tier really that big? Zhang Qi couldn't even defend or dodge before being blasted off the stage. Although I guessed Yi Xuanyue would win this game, I didn't expect it to be so quick. This isn't a battle. It's like stomping on noobs. I am numb. Zhang Qi is a genius who awakened a B-level superpower. He's much stronger than Pan Hong, who has a C-level superpower. But why do I feel like he didn't last as long as Pan Hong? At least Pan Hong demonstrated his breathing techniques and combat skills. But Zhang Qi couldn't even unleash his superpower. It's an absolute difference in strength. Zhang Qi poses absolutely no threat to Yi Xuanyue. Our school has produced a monster. Who would have thought that such a dignified and gentle face could hide such enormous power? This energy fluctuation. On the leadership platform, Lei Ming's eyes narrowed suddenly, a deep sense of doubt flashing in them. Although Yi Xuanyue's attack lasted only a short time, less than 3 seconds, and the spread of her power was only a moment, but he still sensed a different kind of aura. This power level doesn't seem like a C-level power. It's more like a B-level power. Am I mistaken, or? With a furrowed brow, Lei Ming's gaze was fixed. If Yi Xuanyue were to fight with all her might, with his extraordinary cultivation, he would certainly be able to make an accurate judgment. However, the energy fluctuations that Yi Xuanyue had just emitted were too rapid for him to be certain. With a sense of doubt in his heart, Lei Ming subconsciously turned to look at Song Yi. Song Yi stared at Yi Xuanyue with a look of surprise and uncertainty, his brows sometimes furrowing and sometimes relaxing, and then furrowing again. The conflicted look on his face seemed even more intense than before. Snort. With a cold snort, Lei Ming continued to look at Jiang Tianyang and Lu Lin. He believed that the fourth-tier transcendence present must have felt it as well. As expected, although Jiang Tianyang and Lu Lin had different expressions, they were both looking at Yi Xuanyue with astonishment. Upon seeing this, Lei Ming was shaken and his eyes flickered. If Yi Xuanyue's superpower really reaches grade B, then it might be the opportunity for our Pengqing number 1 superpower middle school to rise. Compared to the shocked atmosphere at the scene, the atmosphere inside Class 1, Grade 11, was extremely oppressive. Quickly, carry Zhang Qi to the infirmary. Having witnessed Zhang Qi being defeated by a simple, unadorned punch, Lu Bo's expression turned extremely grim. He never expected Zhang Qi to beat Yi Xuanyue. But no one expected Zhang Qi to lose so badly. He was completely powerless to fight back. Every compliment to Yi Xuanyue around him felt like a slap across the face, making his cheeks burn. Yes. Several students quickly rushed out from the class and helped Zhang Qi, who was unconscious and drooling, to the infirmary. Seeing this, Zhao Jun and Feng Mingyuan's eyes twitched slightly, and they both felt a wave of fear. Their cultivation levels were comparable to Zhang Qi's. If they had been on stage, they would have met the same fate. The most powerful person in Class 18 is Yi Xuanyue. Although Jiang Yueli and Jiang Yueshi are one level higher than you in cultivation, their superpower strength and combat experience are definitely not as good as yours. Seemingly sensing the unease between the two, Lu Bo forced a smile to comfort them. So, your chances of winning are still very high. Keep it up. I believe in you. Now all his hopes are pinned on the two of them, and he practically wants to worship them, so he has to give them a good talking to. Clear. Zhao Jun and Feng Mingyuan responded in unison, regaining some confidence. Furthermore, if the two of you can win this battle, in addition to unlimited resource supplies, each of you will receive 50 million in rewards, totaling 1 million. Lu Bo continued to add fuel to the fire. Clear. A subtle longing for victory flickered in the eyes of both Zhao Jun and Feng Mingyuan. Lu Bo nodded in satisfaction. Very good. Zhao Jun, you go first this round. He has tried both psychotherapy and financial therapy, and he has done his best. Zhao Jun bowed slightly, then turned and stepped onto the stage without hesitation. Right side of the ring. Wait, little purple hair, come back here. Let little white hair go first. Su Che stopped Jiang Yueli, who was eager to try in time. Why? Jiang Yueli turned her head in confusion. Yes, why? Jiang Yueshi subconsciously leaned back. If your older sister wants to go, just let her go. No, no, no. Su Che shook his head and pointed at Jiang Yueshi. You go first this round, go, little white hair. He knew Jiang Yueli's personality all too well. If Jiang Yueli were to appear in the second round, she would definitely beat the opponent so badly that even their own mother wouldn't recognize them. In that case, wouldn't Jiang Yueshi have no chance to appear on screen? After more than 2 months of special training, he also wanted to see how Jiang Yueshi would perform in a real battle. After all, martial arts exams are not just about cultivation level. Combat ability is also extremely important. It's a shame not to make the most of a sparring partner who's at a similar level. Yes, in Su Che's eyes, these 3 geniuses from Class 1 of Grade 11 were just sparring partners. It's not that they aren't strong, but rather that Jiang Yueli and Jiang Yueshi's potential is simply too extraordinary. Jiang Yueshi's face visibly turned bitter. Handsome guy, super handsome guy, incredibly handsome guy. Can I go on stage again in the last round? Thanks. Su Che grinned, then quickly changed his expression and shook his head. No way. Seeing that her attempts to charm her were ineffective, Jiang Yueshi could only look to Jiang Yueli for help. Jiang Yueli spread his hands. Seeing that she couldn't avoid it, Jiang Yueshi reluctantly walked onto the stage, looking back every few steps. The moment Jiang Yueshi stepped onto the arena, the intelligent computer's voice rang out. Both players, please get ready. The battle will begin in 10 seconds. 10, 9, 3, 2, 1. Jiang Yueshi from Class 18 of Grade 11 versus Zhao Jun from Class 1 of Grade 11. The battle begins immediately. The arena. Jiang Yueshi and Zhao Jun stood facing each other from opposite sides, neither of them making the first move, and the atmosphere on the scene was frozen. Zhao Jun was clearly wary of Jiang Yueshi's cultivation level and dared not make the first move. Jiang Yuexi stirt as Sao Yun, hier as flickering Lohotsfudi. Time passed by second. Just as the atmosphere reached a fever pitch and was about to explode, Jiang Yueshi suddenly blinked hard. Hey classmate, how about we do this? We'll all just use our first level of skill, okay? We're from the same school, we're buddies, and buddies always know when to stop, alright? How do I beat Chapter 62? I can't break through their defenses at all. Martial arts training ground. Battle arena. Jiang Yueshi and Zhao Jun. At this moment, everyone's eyes were focused on the arena, and they were all very interested in the outcome of this duel. Just as a major battle was about to break out, Jiang Yueshi's insightful speech suddenly rang out, using only one layer of strength. They are all from the same school. Brothers. Jiang Yueshi's remarks instantly created an awkward atmosphere at the scene. Please, with so many people watching, is it really okay to openly discuss cheating like this? Also, you're at the 7th level of the 1st rank. Why are you already chickening out before the fight even starts? How can one win with such a cowardly attitude before even engaging in battle? For a moment, many people couldn't help but shake their heads. Even those who initially thought Jiang Yueshi had a higher chance of winning quietly changed their minds at this moment. In a very short period of time, Zhao Jun's chances of winning suddenly increased in everyone's eyes. Oh, my silly daughter. Upon hearing Jiang Yueshi's outrageous remarks, Jiang Tianyang blushed and unconsciously lowered his head. Although no one noticed him at the scene, his cheeks were still a little red. A smile involuntarily appeared on Lu Lin's face, who was just one seat away. However, the smile quickly disappeared after glancing at Jiang Tianyang, but the joy in his eyes could not be concealed. When skill levels are roughly equal, the most important thing is the fighter's morale and confidence. Based on Jiang Yueshi's performance, he concluded that it would be very difficult for the opponent to win in this state. As long as Jiang Yueshi loses, his eldest son Liu Bo will still have a chance. Leadership platform. Jiang Lianyue's beautiful eyebrows twitched, and she couldn't help but pinch her brow with a helpless expression. She had a real headache dealing with her niece, whose thought process was so peculiar. If she could, she really wanted to pretend she didn't know Jiang Yueshi. Unfortunately, everyone in the school knew that Jiang Yueshi was her niece. For example, Thunder. Lei Ming turned to look at Jiang Lianyu and coughed lightly. Your niece is quite interesting. Jiang Lianyue lowered her head and remained silent, a dark line immediately appearing on her forehead. At that moment, neither of them noticed what was happening. Song Yi, who had just lowered his head and whose expression was obscured, was now slowly leaning back, clearly much more relaxed. Inside the training ground, the atmosphere in Class 18 of Grade 11 was strange. Su Che's lips twitched, and he subconsciously looked at Jiang Yueli. Jiang Yueli replied decisively, I don't know her. Although she said that, judging from the extent of Jiang Yueli's trembling eyebrows, she was clearly not calm inside. Well, with a silent sigh, Su Che's gaze returned to the center of the arena, and he muttered to himself. It seems that basic extreme training alone is not enough. It's time to implement extreme combat training. Upon hearing the keywords combat training, Jiang Yueli's eyes lit up instantly. On the arena, Zhao Jun was momentarily stunned by Jiang Yueshi's words. After a brief moment of stunned silence, Zhao Jun's voice immediately turned cold. Jiang Yueshi, what nonsense are you spouting? Who said we're buddies? If you're scared, jump off the stage right now, and I promise I won't make a move. As he spoke, Zhao Jun's confidence gradually increased. He was initially worried that Jiang Yueshi might be difficult to deal with, but now it seems she's a complete novice who's never been in a fight before. Is it really not possible? Jiang Yueshi seemed oblivious to the sarcasm in Zhao Jun's words, blinking her innocent eyes as she asked again. Zhao Jun sneered, his supernatural powers surging, and his aura rising steadily. Although they didn't speak, their actions spoke volumes. All right then. Jiang Yueshi looked disappointed, her expression full of regret. Stop talking nonsense, you're going to lose. Zhao Jun roared and unleashed his full power of the 6th level of the 1st rank without holding back. In an instant, a yellow fireball the size of half a fist condensed on his chest. The moment the fireball appeared, the surrounding air seemed to rise several degrees instantly. Moreover, the size of the yellow fireball continued to increase over time. In just a few seconds, the fireball, which was originally half the size of a fist, grew to the size of a fist. At that moment, the air around the fireball seemed to be distorted by the burning. Here it comes. This is Zhao Jun's awakened nature-type B-rank ability. Flame. Wow, it's actually the size of a fist. This is clearly Zhao Jun's limit. It's undoubtedly his strongest attack. When dealing with a natural-type ability user, you must not give them enough time to charge up. Jiang Yueshi is in danger. Yes, their combat experience is still too shallow. The best opportunity was the moment Zhao Jun condensed the fireball. What a pity. Natural-type ability users are different from enhancement-type ability users. Enhancement-type ability users need actual physical contact to attack their opponents. But natural-type ability users don't need it. Simply follow the combat skill requirements and use your special ability or attack method to launch a ranged attack. This is why people jokingly refer to those with enhanced abilities as crude brutes. Although Jiang Yueshi is also a nature-type ability user, she is still at a significant disadvantage due to having the advantage of being second. Pretty. Lu Bo's face lit up with joy, and he quietly clenched his fists, his eyes filled with excitement. Zhao Jun's attack was completely unreserved, aimed entirely at ending the battle in one move. At this moment, Jiang Yueshi had not even made any effective response. Everything suggests that Zhao Jun is very likely to win this round. Jiang Tianyang sighed softly. Lu Lin pursed his lips, a deep hope flashing in his eyes. Lei Ming couldn't help but shake his head. Just when most people thought Jiang Yueshi was really in danger. Buzz! Jiang Yueshi quickly conjured a large, diamond-shaped ice crystal shield on her right arm, large enough to cover it. The shield just happened to block the rapidly approaching fireball. Clang! 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 A strange collision sound followed. With each sound, the fireball would meld a little. After 5 or 6 loud noises, the fireball completely dissipated into ashes with a poof. Everything was as if it had never happened. Everyone present was stunned by what they saw. What the heck? What's going on? How could such a powerful fireball be blocked by an ice crystal shield? Please, that's an ice crystal shield. Hey, it doesn't hurt at all. Jiang Yueshi exclaimed in surprise, turning the ice crystal shield on her arm over and over, her face full of joy. She was initially worried that the fight would be very painful, but to her surprise, she felt nothing at all. Jiang Yueshi was happy, but Zhao Jun's expression changed drastically in an instant. How is this possible? How could you block it so easily? Seeing the fireball melt away inch by inch, Zhao Jun was deeply shaken. That was his all-out attack. I refuse to believe you can block me a second time. Zhao Jun hardened his heart, and a second blazing fireball quickly condensed in front of his chest. Whoosh! Soon, the fireball roared towards Jiang Yueshi again. Upon closer inspection, it's clear that this fireball is significantly smaller. However, clang, 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 clang. This fireball met the same fate as the previous one. Upon contact with the ice crystal shield, it made only a sound before completely dissipating. Even, the ice crystal shield showed no signs of melting at all. Zhao Jun stood there, stunned. This is completely unbreakable. Chapter 63. Used as a sparring partner? An own goal, a draw. Zhao Jun was dumbfounded, seeing his fireballs, which he had unleashed with all his might, vanish into thin air with a poof. Under Jiang Yueshi's shield, his pupils instantly shrank to pinpoints. In an instant, he felt a mouthful of blood swirling in his throat, as if it would spurt out at any moment. Come on, it's one thing to be blocked by Jiang Yueshi, but the other party's performance was way too relaxed and casual. Most importantly, Jiang Yueshi clearly had an ice crystal shield in her hand. Elements interact in a mutually generating and restraining relationship. Isn't it common sense that fire melts ice? Besides, my special ability is a B-level flame. But in the end, they couldn't even break through the opponent's defense. Snap! A silent cracking sound rang in Zhao Jun's heart, and a crack quietly appeared in his Dao heart. Not only Zhao Jun, but everyone watching the scene was also filled with surprise and doubt, feeling as if their worldview was being challenged. At this moment, countless astonished gazes were focused on the ice crystal shield on Jiang Yuexi's arm. Although no one on the field spoke, everyone's thoughts were quietly churning inside. The imagined scene of a fierce and evenly matched battle never materialized. The current situation is that the attacker is panting and walking unsteadily, while the defender is calm and full of energy. Isn't it supposed to be that the first player always has the advantage? What's the situation now? Based on their current performance, it seems that Jiang Yuexi has a higher probability of winning. Just as the atmosphere in the arena and the surrounding area became tense, an anxious voice suddenly rang out. She can't hold on much longer. Hurry up. At this moment, Lu Bo no longer cared about saving face and hurriedly reminded Zhao Jun on the stage. Even if Jiang Yuexi's strength was at the 7th level of the first rank, he absolutely did not believe that the other party could so easily withstand the fireball released by Zhao Jun at full power. After careful analysis, he concluded that there were only two possibilities. The first possibility is that Jiang Yuexi is clearly putting on a brave face, and the second possibility is that Jiang Yuexi's ability level is also B-level. Compared to the second outrageous conjecture, the answer is actually quite obvious. Hearing Lu Bo's anxious shouts, Zhao Jun immediately perked up, gave Lu Bo a deep look, and his eyes regained hope. Yes, the battle isn't over yet. I haven't lost. The moment the last character was typed, Zhao Jun used the same trick again, and a ball of blazing fire quickly condensed in front of his chest. But compared to the previous two times, Zhao Jun's expression was obviously much more painful, with bulging veins on his forehead and arms, like wriggling earthworms. The size of a fingernail. Thumb-sized. About half the size of a fist. The size of a whole fist. More than 3 seconds passed before Zhao Jun finally condensed a fireball as hot as the first one. This time it will definitely work. Although his whole body was trembling slightly, Zhao Jun's eyes were unusually firm. Once is never enough. He didn't believe Jiang Yuexi could easily block him again. Whoosh! With a thought, a fireball comparable to the strongest attack shot towards Jiang Yuexi once again. But at that moment, he completely failed to notice a detail. That is, Jiang Yuexi clearly had a chance to interrupt his power building, but she didn't. There's only one explanation for this behavior besides a tiger. That is absolute self-confidence. Confidence in attacking oneself is confidence, and confidence in defending oneself is also confidence. It'll be the same no matter how many times it happens. A hint of confidence flashed in Jiang Yuexi's eyes, and her movements became increasingly skillful. Facing the blazing fireball hurtling towards them, they precisely raised their ice crystal shields to block it. Clang! 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 This moment is just like that moment back then. Zhao Jun's all-out attack only produced a few sounds similar to the clanging of iron. The ice crystal shield remained intact. With a loud crash, Zhao Jun staggered and knelt on one knee, his face pale and panting heavily. Hee. Even though his face was pale and his lips were bloodless, he still felt a burning pain on his face. After failing to break through the opponent's defenses with 3 consecutive attacks, Zhao Jun suddenly realized a fact. That means the gap between myself and Jiang Yuexi is huge. In a short time, an odd atmosphere quickly spread through the spectator stands. At this moment, Jiang Tianyang and Lu Lin's expressions underwent a complete reversal. A smile involuntarily appeared on Jiang Tianyang's face, his eyes filled with joy. In contrast, Lu Lin had a completely mournful face, and his expression was terribly gloomy. Lei Ming stared at Jiang Yuexi with a look of surprise and uncertainty, his brows quickly furrowing into a knot. He suddenly felt that Jiang Yuexi's ability strength was not like F level at all, but rather more like Grade B superpower. That can't be right. If that's true, then Class 18 of Grade 11 is way too abnormal. Muttering to himself, Lei Ming continued to focus his attention on the arena, but the surprise and doubt in his eyes grew even stronger. Again, on the arena, seeing Zhao Jun kneeling on the ground, panting heavily, and not making a move, Jiang Yueshi took the initiative to speak up. Normally, she wouldn't dare spar with her older sister, Jiang Yueli, because Jiang Yueli would show no mercy when she attacked. Zhao Jun's appearance has restored her confidence, and she suddenly feels like she can do it again. She wasn't about to let such a good sparring partner slip by. A scholar can be killed, but not humiliated. Zhao Jun gritted his teeth and struggled to stand up, his chewing muscles bulging and making a crunching sound. Jiang Yueshi's words were a great humiliation to him, which gave his nearly exhausted body an extra bit of strength. Zhao Jun shouted, and his entire body surged with energy, condensing into a fireball that slammed towards Jiang Yueshi. Unfortunately, the fireball was only about half the size of fist at most. Clang! Clang! Almost the instant it touched the ice crystal shield, it turned to ashes. This is much weaker than before. Keep it up. Jiang Yueshi poked her head out from under the ice crystal shield, seemingly somewhat disgusted. Thump! Zhao Jun stumbled again. His knees, which had just straightened, fell back to their original position. A strange blush appeared on her pale face. If there were a crack in the ground on the stage right now, he would definitely crawl into it without hesitation. Would you like to rest for a while before coming back? Jiang Yueshi blinked her innocent big eyes again and asked. She meant it sincerely. She genuinely wanted to practice a few more times. What Jiang Yueshi didn't know was that these words were undoubtedly devastating to Zhao Jun. Upon hearing this, Zhao Jun's face stiffened, then turned pale and then flushed. Whether it was anger or exhaustion and nausea, he vomited all over the floor with a loud whoosh. Upon seeing this, Lu Bo's face turned extremely pale, and his lips had lost all color. A dozen seconds later, Zhao Jun raised his head in humiliation and said, word by word, I admit it. However, at that moment, the voice of the intelligent computer suddenly rang out from above. The match time has ended. No one has left the arena area. The match between Jiang Yueshi from Class 18 of Grade 11 and Zhao Jun from Class 1 of Grade 11 is a draw. Chapter 64 Surrender? Sorry, I can't hear you. Draw. The battle between Jiang Yueshi and Zhao Jun ended in a dramatic draw, although the final result from the intelligent optical computer was a draw. But at this moment, everyone knew that it was actually Zhao Jun who lost. They suffered a crushing defeat, a defeat that was beyond doubt, with absolutely no chance of fighting back. No, to be precise, Jiang Yueshi didn't even lift a finger. Zhao Jun lost entirely due to exhaustion. If Jiang Yueshi had been a little more proactive, if Zhao Jun had said his final surrender a little faster, that would be a completely different ending. Whoosh! On the left side of the ring, Lu Bo was breathing heavily, his heart pounding, feeling as if he had survived a disaster. Just now, the moment he realized that Zhao Jun was about to admit defeat, his heart almost jumped into his throat. If we lose this round, it means that Class 1 of Grade 11 will be completely defeated by Class 18 of Grade 11. This also means that Lu Bo lost to Su Che, lost the monthly test, and lost the third-level teacher position. There's still a chance, there's still a chance. Suppressing his inner turmoil, Lu Bo turned to look at Feng Mingyuan, who was about to appear, and spoke with utmost seriousness. Feng Mingyuan, next you will be facing Jiang Yueli. If I remember correctly, her superpower is lightning-based. Remember, you must strike before she unleashes her attack. That will greatly increase your chances of victory. Although these were common-sense tips for fighting against nature-based ability users, he still gave them a second reminder out of concern. I see. Feng Mingyuan nodded solemnly, his expression very serious. Jiang Yueshi's amazing performance made him equally wary of Jiang Yueli. He knew in his heart that if he wanted to win, he had to get close. He had to seize the opening when his opponent was preparing to launch an attack. Meanwhile, on the right side of the arena. All right, it seems we still need you, little purple hair, to make your appearance. Su Che turned to look at Jiang Yueli, feeling both amused and exasperated. He never expected the second game to end in a dramatic draw. Although he was taken aback, he remained completely calm. It's simple. He believes Jiang Yueli can handle everything. No problem, watch closely. Jiang Yueli responded and stepped onto the arena without hesitation, his eyes blazing with fighting spirit, clearly eager to get started. TSK Tisk. Suche glanced at Jiang Yueli's back, then at Feng Mingyuan walking onto the stage opposite him, and clicked his tongue. Young man, good luck. The moment Jiang Yueli stepped onto the stage, she happened to brush past Jiang Yueshi, who was coming off the stage. Sis, wasn't I great? The other side couldn't break my defense. Jiang Yueshi had a big, proud face, her chin held high. Jiang Yueli rolled her eyes without pausing, and snorted coldly as she brushed past him. You weakling, you can't even beat this? An 80-year-old grandma is better than you. Jiang Yueshi's expression froze for a moment. Then the corners of her beautiful mouth instantly curved down into an arch, and a layer of mist appeared in her eyes. You've gone too far. Looking at Jiang Yueli leaving so gracefully, Jiang Yueshi was almost in tears. She, who had remained unbroken on the stage, finally broke down at this moment. On the arena, as Jiang Yueli and Feng Mingyuan stepped onto the arena, the intelligent computer's voice sounded again. Both players, please get ready. The battle will begin in 10 seconds. 10, 9, 3, 2, 1. Jiang Yueli from Class 18 of Grade 11 versus Feng Mingyuan from Class 1 of Grade 11. The battle begins immediately. Thump. Almost the instant the voice from the intelligent computer ended, a muffled thud came from the left side of the arena without warning. It was the sound of 2 feet pushing off the ground. The next moment, Feng Mingyuan rushed towards Jiang Yueli at an extremely fast speed. The speed was so fast that Feng Mingyuan's figure looked somewhat illusory. If you look closely, you'll see that Feng Mingyuan didn't run at all. He sprinted. Feng Mingyuan's legs compressed and sprang up the moment they touched the ground, like springs, increasing his speed with each movement. His goal was very clear. He wanted to engage Jiang Yueli in close combat. If a natural type ability user is approached by an enhancement type ability user, the consequences are predictable. Although the arena this time is twice as big as the one in the first monthly test, it is still only 20 by 20 in size. In the blink of an eye, Feng Mingyuan had already rushed to the center of the arena. Wow, such speed! Is this Feng Mingyuan's B-level ability, Greatsword Mantis? His jumping ability, after being enhanced by this ability, is terrifying. Feng Mingyuan's battle strategy is very clear, and his plan seems to be very successful. Jiang Yueli obviously hasn't reacted yet. No, that's not right. Jiang Yueli is clearly moved. Look at his chest. But this lightning ball is too small. It's not even half the size of fist. Its strength is completely inadequate. As everyone was discussing, Feng Mingyuan had already moved closer to Jiang Yueli. Within a fraction of a second, their eyes met. A flash of joy crossed Feng Mingyuan's eyes, while Jiang Yueli's gaze remained frighteningly calm. I don't believe such a small lightning ball can be that strong. Although Jiang Yueli reacted extremely quickly and condensed a lightning ball the size of half a fist, Feng Mingyuan was not afraid at all. As an enhancement type ability user, he is not as weak as a natural type ability user. He believed he could withstand Jiang Yueli's lightning attack and defeat him. As soon as he finished speaking, Feng Mingyuan suddenly stretched out his long arms, grabbing Jiang Yueli's neck with one hand and striking his temple with the other. With the blessing of the Greatsword Mantis, his attacks perfectly embody the meaning of speed, accuracy, and ruthlessness. If either of these two attacks lands, the battle will likely end instantly. As the attack drew closer to Jiang Yueli, Feng Mingyuan's eyes gleamed with increasing joy. It's over. You lost because of what, Feng Mingyuan's victory declaration was cut short before he could finish speaking. An unbelievable numbness instantly swept over his entire body, and he immediately lost control of his body, his arms hanging limply from the attack. This is... Subconsciously looking down, Feng Mingyuan's pupils suddenly contracted. Sizzle, sizzle, sizzle. A ball of lightning, crackling with electric arcs, silently exploded in his chest. Boom! A surge of electrical energy erupted in the center of the arena. The next moment, Feng Mingyuan's huge body flew backward as if hit by a train. After hovering in the air for a few seconds, he crashed heavily onto the edge of the ring, narrowly avoiding being completely thrown off. At this moment, the entire audience was stunned. The crowd looked at each other, and each saw a deep sense of astonishment in the other's eyes. What's going on? Wasn't Feng Mingyuan almost successful just now? How did he fly away instead? Jiang Yue clearly didn't make any other moves. So could it be that he only relied on a lightning ball the size of half a fist? Cough, cough. Feng Mingyuan struggled to his feet. His chest was covered in black soot, resembling charcoal. His clothes were torn to shreds and were even emitting white smoke. My previous confidence has vanished, replaced by fear. Only now did he finally understand how big the gap was between himself and Jiang Yue. Even such a small lightning ball nearly rendered him incapable of fighting. Thinking of this, Feng Mingyuan raised his head with difficulty, as if he wanted to say something. But his expression quickly changed, and he exclaimed in surprise, "Wait, I admit it." However, before he could even open his mouth, he was struck by the lightning ball again. Jiang Yue grinned. "What did you say? I can't hear you." Chapter 65, Real Person Training Partner. Bang! A ball of lightning suddenly exploded again at an unexpected speed in Feng Mingyuan's chest. In an instant, electricity burst forth. It faintly carried a pale, purple light. Feng Mingyuan had just opened his mouth to admit defeat when his lips tightened instantly. His eyes filled with intense fear, and his pupils were instantly filled with purple light. Sizzle, sizzle, sizzle. The next moment, Feng Mingyuan convulsed and gesticulated wildly, just like an old electrician who had been working for 20 years. All the muscles in his body tensed up instantly, and he fell headfirst to the ground like a stick, his face making intimate contact with the ring. The exposed skin was as black as the bottom of a pot, and even faintly emitted a burnt smell. It looks like it's at least 3/4 cooked, if not fully cooked. At this moment, the entire audience was stunned. This time, everyone could see clearly that the lightning ball released by Jiang Yue was still only half the size of a fist. But this lightning ball, about half the size of a fist, was so powerful that even Feng Mingyuan, who possessed enhanced abilities, couldn't put up a fight. This power level is way too high. Is this really the level of power that an F-rank ability can possess? Beautiful, beautiful. No wonder she's my daughter. She's so cool. Jiang Tianyang couldn't help but swing his fist hard, and even the corners of his eyes crept up with laughter. Seeing Jiang Yue swiftly and decisively defeat the enemy, he was even happier than if he had won himself. The more excited Jiang Tianyang was, the worse Lu Lin's expression became. Looking at Feng Mingyuan, who was smoking on the stage, Lu Lin's fingers were turning slightly white from the force he was exerting. He didn't care about Feng Mingyuan's physical condition at all. What he cared about was that his eldest son seemed to be about to lose. This is purple lightning. Lei Ming, standing on the leadership platform, was completely unsettled. When Yi Xuanyue appeared, he vaguely sensed that her superpowers seemed to be more than sea level. Jiang Yuexi's appearance made him roughly judge that the other party's superpower was probably not F-level. Now, Jiang Yue's actions almost confirmed to him that Jiang Yue's superpower was definitely not F-level. As a fellow lightning-type ability user, his perception of lightning is extremely keen. Although the lightning ball released by Jiang Yue was only half the size of a fist, he sensed an astonishing aura within it. This power level is even B-grade. It's even among the best of the B-grade level. It must be a second evolution of superpowers. What a promising talent. With his eyes fixed on Jiang Yue, Lei Ming looked at her as if she were a rough gem. Realizing the strength of Jiang Yue's superpower, his first thought was to take him as his last disciple. But soon, Lei Ming seemed to suddenly remember something and his face twitched. He suddenly realized that Jiang Yue already had a master. Not only does Jiang Yue already have a master, but Jiang Yuexi and Yi Xuanyue also have masters. They all belong to class 18 of the second year of high school and are students of Su Che. Thinking of this, Lei Ming immediately gasped until a chill filled his chest. His gaze instantly locked onto Su Che on the right side of the arena, his eyes filled with astonishment. The changes in the supernatural abilities of Yi Xuanyue, Jiang Yueshi, and Jiang Yueli are so significant that even a dog wouldn't believe they have nothing to do with Su Che. Lei Ming squinted and scrutinized Su Che for several seconds before muttering softly, "Su Che, you've really surprised me." In the moment that startled the onlookers, Feng Mingyuan's fingers suddenly twitched on the stage. Cough, cough. The next moment, Feng Mingyuan struggled to his feet again, coughing up white smoke. Despite his disheveled appearance, Feng Mingyuan was filled with doubts. Logically speaking, Jiang Yueli's attack just now should have been enough to render him unable to fight or even cause him to fall unconscious. But why am I still able to get up? Did the other side go easy on me? Just as Feng Mingyuan was wondering what was going on, he looked up and was met with Jiang Yueli's ambiguous smile. Looking down, a ball of lightning, about half the size of a fist, had already solidified and was constantly emitting arcs of electricity. Boom! In an instant, it was as if a lightning bolt had struck Feng Mingyuan's mind, and he instantly understood everything. Jiang Yueli wasn't going to let him off easily at all. She wasn't planning to let him off so easily. This guy is probably using himself as a real punching bag. Once he understood this, the fear in Feng Mingyuan's eyes reached its peak, and every nerve in his body was urging him to run away. Ignoring everything else, Feng Mingyuan shouted with all his might, "I'm not fighting anymore. I admit defeat." However, he wasn't quick enough with his words. To be precise, his words weren't as fast as Lei Qiu's. Crackling and popping. In Feng Mingyuan's horrified gaze, the lightning-streaked ball of lightning rapidly magnified in his eyes. Perhaps half a second later, perhaps a second later, the ball of lightning completely filled the pupil. Lose. Just as Feng Mingyuan finished typing half of the word, the lightning ball exploded again. Sizzle, sizzle, sizzle. After a burst of electric energy and some wild dancing, Feng Mingyuan's eyes rolled back, and he collapsed onto the ring with a thud once again. He looked as if he had been struck by lightning, with faint black outlines appearing around his body. Originally, its whole body only emitted a faint smell of burning, but now it even has a subtle aroma of meat. If it was medium rare before, it should be medium well now. Wasn't Feng Mingyuan trying to concede just now, but Jiang Yueli interrupted him? If I'm not mistaken. After witnessing Feng Mingyuan's actions, some people in the audience finally realized what was going on. Yes, that's right. And Feng Mingyuan was about to admit defeat earlier, but Jiang Yueli interrupted him. Soon someone else responded. No, why is this happening? Isn't this a ring battle? Isn't the goal to win? Why are they preventing us from admitting defeat? Some people at the scene raised questions again. However, this time no one could answer the question. I knew it would be like this. Su Che sighed helplessly, silently mourning for Feng Mingyuan for 2.5 seconds. It was obvious that Jiang Yueli was treating the opponent like a human punching bag. Otherwise, she wouldn't have only managed to condense a lightning ball the size of half a fist. Why is her superpowers so strong? Lu Bo's eyes were bloodshot, and his lips were already bleeding from biting them. He had envisioned many different battle scenarios in his mind. But to everyone's surprise, Feng Mingyuan was completely powerless to fight back. Cough, cough. Just then, Feng Mingyuan's cough at the edge of the ring once again drew everyone's attention. Swish, swish, swish. All eyes on the scene were focused on Feng Mingyuan at the same time. Although Feng Mingyuan woke up this time, he didn't get up at all. The next moment, in full view of everyone, he flipped over and threw himself off the ring. Jiang Yueli raised her eyebrows sharply, and the lightning ball on her chest slowly dissipated. The moment Feng Mingyuan left the arena, the intelligent computer immediately spoke. Feng Mingyuan has been detected leaving the arena. In this match, Jiang Yueli from Class 18 of Grade 11 will face Feng Mingyuan from Class 1 of Grade 11. Jiang Yueli wins. For a moment, the atmosphere at the scene became extremely strange. Chapter 66 Xu Ke, Level 3 Teacher Quota. Give it to me. Martial arts training ground. It was eerily quiet. Only a few sparrows that had not yet mutated flew by from time to time in the sky. An odd atmosphere quickly spread throughout the room. No one expected that this ranking challenge would end like this. It can be said that this ranking challenge was completely unexpected from the very beginning. The first match is between Yi Shuangyue and Zhang Qi. Although Zhang Qi was sent flying with a single punch, The crowd was surprised by the result, but it was perfectly acceptable. But when it came to the second match between Jiang Yueshi and Zhao Jun, things started to go awry. Which Ice-type ability awakener would condense an ice crystal shield as a weapon? Isn't that ridiculous? Even more outrageous is that this incredibly powerful ice crystal shield remained completely unscathed when faced with a fireball of B-level superpower strength. Even after exhausting Zhao Jun to the point of near death, he still couldn't break through the ice crystal shield's defense, ultimately leading to the shattering of his Dao heart. If the battle had lasted just a few more seconds, Zhao Jun would have already surrendered. I thought the second match was outrageous enough, but it turned out to be nothing compared to the third match. In the third match, Jiang Yueli faced off against Feng Mingyuan. Before the match started, everyone thought it would be a high-level, fierce battle. But the facts tell everyone. This was a complete stomp on noobs. Feng Mingyuan only shone for a few seconds at the beginning when he showed amazing speed, and then he just got beaten up. Calling it being beaten up is a bit inappropriate. To be precise, it should be called a human punching bag. The scene was more than just tragic. It was so tragic that they couldn't even admit defeat. If he hadn't had a sudden inspiration and rolled off the stage, he probably would have continued to be humiliated. Call. A sudden gust of wind blew up inside the venue for no apparent reason. The gust of wind quickly swept from inside the training ground towards the central fighting arena. In the center of the arena, Jiang Yueli's purple hair danced in the wind, her expressionless face exuding an imposing aura. How boring. Muttering something to himself, Jiang Yueli turned and walked off the stage, a hint of regret on his face. This real-world experience was very rewarding for her, not only in terms of accumulating combat experience, but also in improving her ability to control her supernatural powers. If she could do this 2 or 3 more times, she would definitely be able to control it even more precisely. Talp, talp, talp. Under the complex gazes of the crowd, Jiang Yueli quickly approached Su Che and raised her head. "Oh dang, I won. Remember to find me a stronger one next time." After saying that, he walked past Su Che to stand in front of Jiang Yueshi, a slight smile curving his lips. "Learn from me, you weakling." The smile on Jiang Yueshi's face slowly faded, and her face turned red inch by inch, as if she had secretly eaten a ginseng fruit. "Jiang Yueli, I'll fight you to the death." However, after making those harsh remarks, he didn't even step forward. Gurgle. Swallowing hard, Jiang Yueshi looked at Su Che with a hint of grievance. "Why didn't you stop me?" "Well," Su Che sighed helplessly, rubbing his forehead with a headache. The scene didn't remain quiet for long. What was bound to happen eventually did. Jiang Lianyue's voice rang out as promised. "The ranking challenge has ended. Class 18 of Grade 11 has won with 2 wins and 1 draw. Therefore, the monthly test ranking remains unchanged. Class 18 of Grade 11 is still the number 1 class in this monthly test." With Jiang Lianyue's announcement, the results of Class 18 of Grade 11 were completely set in stone, and there was no doubt that they would be first in the monthly test. This also means that the second monthly test of this martial arts exam preparation class has come to a complete end. The moment the result was announced, the scene instantly transformed into a peaking opera troupe, with each person displaying a different expression. The happiest person among them was undoubtedly Su Che. "It's done. It has succeeded." A smile that couldn't be hidden immediately appeared in Su Che's eyes. The top scorer in the monthly test means securing a level 3 teacher position. Being ranked first in the monthly test also means that the bet amount of 1.2 million will be credited to your account. Being number 1 in the monthly test also means receiving 1 million in gambling funds on the black market. Level 3 teachers are the stepping stone to directly becoming university teachers. 2,600,000 is an indispensable amount of capital to enhance strength. With both substance and prestige, how could anyone not be excited? Aside from Su Che, the happiest person was Jiang Tianyang. This kid is definitely not simple. He's someone special. Having witnessed firsthand the astonishing improvement of Jiang Yueli and Jiang Yueshi, Jiang Tianyang was very satisfied, and his gaze towards Su Che became increasingly pleasing to the eye. However, Jiang Tianyang quickly shook his head regretfully. If he were at the 3rd tier, 8th level, I would definitely introduce my little sister to you. What a pity. Jiang Lianyue had no idea that her older brother had betrayed her. She stared blankly at Su Che, her eyes full of curiosity. At that moment, she was completely unaware that she was paying increasing attention to Su Che's every move. Where there is light, there is darkness. Where there is joy, there is sorrow. Su Che and Jiang Tianyang were happy, but Lu Bo and Lu Lin were very upset. Damn it, where did this brat come from, daring to steal my son's third-level teacher's spot? Lu Lin stared intently at Su Che with a cold gaze, his eyes flashing with icy intent. If looks could kill, Su Che would have been dead countless times by now. At this moment, Lu Lin truly felt what it meant to feel like he was sitting on pins and needles, like he had a fishbone stuck in his throat, and like he had thorns in his back. He came to watch the game to witness his eldest son become a level 3 teacher. To put it bluntly, he came to show off. But now, the third-level teacher has been snatched away by someone else, making his arrival a complete joke. Our Lu family's peaches aren't so easy to pick. Lu Lin glared fiercely at Su Che, a cold glint flashing in his eyes. Without the third-level teachers, there's nothing left. At that moment, Lu Bo felt a throbbing sensation in his temples, as if his blood was about to burst through his veins, and his head was throbbing with pain. Jiang Lianyue's voice completely shattered his last shred of pretense. My brain felt like it had been hit by a heavy hammer. My consciousness went haywire. My brain stopped thinking, and I was completely stunned. After a long while, Lu Bo seemed to have suffered a huge blow, and he staggered 2 steps, almost unable to stand. Although not many people around him were paying attention to him at that moment, he felt as if everyone was watching him. I even felt like a rat in a sewer, exposed to the sunlight and subjected to the scorn of the world. No, I still have hope. I still have hope. Lu Bo trembled as if he had suddenly thought of something, and looked up at Song Yi, who was sitting upright on the leader's platform, a glimmer of hope appearing in his eyes. If Master Song intervenes, then there's still room for negotiation regarding the 3 levels of teachers. As if by telepathy, Lu Lin also turned his gaze to Song Yi at this moment. It wasn't just the Lu family father and son. Su Che, Lei Ming, Jiang Lianyue, the leadership team, teachers of the martial arts exam preparation class, and onlookers. Every single one of them had their eyes fixed on Song Yi. Although the monthly test is over, the main event has not yet begun. The selection of level 3 teachers is the main event today. Cough cough. Despite feeling countless surging gazes focused on him, Song Yi remained calm, but his fingers trembled slightly beneath his sleeves. After a pause, Song Yi slowly raised his head, his expression complex, and slowly spoke. I hereby announce that, effective immediately, Su Che is promoted to level 3 teacher. Chapter 67 Hardened. The fifth one, Lu Bo, enraged and ashamed, strikes back. I hereby announce that, effective immediately, Su Che is promoted to level 3 teacher. Song Yi's voice wasn't loud, but it reached the ears of everyone present with perfect clarity. This was especially true for Lu Lin and Lu Bo, and it was like a thunderclap. Lu Bo's pupils contracted violently, as if they had been exposed to a bright light, and then slowly dilated over the next few seconds. The last glimmer of hope in my heart vanished completely, leaving me almost in despair. Lu Lin was in no better condition than Lu Bo at the moment. His face was so gloomy, it looked like it was about to drip water. This news from Song Yi was undoubtedly a slap in the face to him, like a major confrontation. Not only did Lu Lin lose face, but the entire Lu family also lost face. The Lu family has really lost face today. With his eyes fixed on Song Yi on the leadership platform, Lu Lin's gaze flashed with a hint of resentment. Although he knew that Song Yi had his own difficulties, he was still full of resentment. Snort. With a cold snort, Lu Lin immediately turned and left without looking back, showing no lingering affection or even saying goodbye. They didn't even invite Lu Bo. At this moment, he had only one thought in his mind. That means leaving this damned training ground. Get out of this damn school. Crunch. Watching Lu Lin's retreating figure as he flung his sleeves away, Song Yi's thumb tightened continuously, his eyes filled with complex emotions. He knew Lu Lin was very unhappy, And he also knew Lu Bo was very disappointed. But there was no way around it. With so many people watching, he had to keep his promise. Especially since he made this promise himself before the monthly test. If he goes back on his word, his prestige at school will plummet. Turning his gaze away from Lu Lin's disappearing figure, Song even looked at Lu Bo. Noticing Lu Bo's desperate and bewildered expression, he sighed inwardly. You asked for this yourself, so blame yourself. After a pause, Song Yi's gaze locked onto Su-che again, his eyes narrowing slightly. Or maybe it's because your opponent is too monstrous. The time from Lu Lin getting angry to leaving may seem long, but in reality, it only took a few seconds. A few seconds later, clap, 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 clap. A deafening wave of applause immediately erupted at the scene. A variety of gazes, some envious, some jealous, and some shocked, were fixed on Su-che. At that moment, Su-che, who had just obtained the Level 3 teacher certification, immediately became the absolute focus of attention. Congratulations, Teacher Su. Congratulations on becoming a Level 3 teacher. I told you could do it. Haha, I thought to myself. Teacher Su, congratulations. We live in the same neighborhood. Don't you remember? My home is in Building 14, Unit 2601. You must come over to visit sometime. Congratulations. Teacher Su, you are the first person in our school to become a Level 3 teacher before the martial arts exam. You have made history. Don't call me Teacher Su. Call me Director. Director Su, don't forget me when you become rich and powerful. Along with the applause came over gestures of goodwill from other teachers in the martial arts exam preparation classes. Regardless of what Su-che did in the past, that's all in the past. All they knew was that after today, Su-che would be completely outmatched by them, and their levels would be completely different. Who knows, after passing the martial arts exam, he might suddenly become the director and their boss. If we don't take this opportunity to maintain good relations, what if we get retaliated against later? Hee hee. Thank you. Thank you, everyone. It was just luck, just luck. You can't hit someone who's smiling. So Su-che grinned and clasped his hands in response, in a great mood. For a moment, the right side of the arena was bustling with activity. Almost everyone was trying to curry favor with Su-che. In stark contrast is the direction of Lu Bo on the left. Because most people went to congratulate Su-che, the entire grade 11, class 1, suddenly felt lonely. Lu Bo was the same. Hearing only flattering voices around him, Lu Bo felt as if a knife had been plunged into his heart. Every compliment to Su-che pierced deeper into the heart, and before long, it plunged with a thud. Call. Forcibly suppressing his turbulent emotions, Lu Bo immediately turned and left. Without any hesitation or greeting anyone, his actions mirrored Lu Lin's. However, before Lu Bo could take a few steps, a mocking voice suddenly came from behind him. Teacher Lu, don't be in such a hurry to leave. Have you forgotten something? Lu Bo paused, stiffly turned his head, and immediately met Su-che's mocking gaze. Suke. Lu Bo gritted his teeth and spat out 2 words, his eyes blazing with undisguised anger. He thought he had already shown enough restraint by not causing trouble for Su-che, but he never expected that Su-che would take the initiative to come over. Teacher Lu is a big shot with a big business, so it's normal that he can't remember things clearly. How about I kindly remind him? Su-che completely ignored Lu Bo's gaze, a slight smile slowly curving his lips. If I remember correctly, we had a bet. If I lost the monthly test, I would return the 600,000 to you. But now I've won, so, with a drawn-out tone, Su-che leaned forward slightly. Where's my 1.2 million? Lu Bo's pupils dilated violently. His eyelids twitched wildly, and the veins on his forehead bulged again like the gnarled roots of an old tree. Should we just scan the code? Su-che seemed completely oblivious to how unpleasant Lu Bo's expression was, or perhaps he noticed but didn't care at all. He immediately opened his phone and presented the QR code to Lu Bo. It's hard. Lu Bo hardened his fist. He accepted losing to Su-che in the monthly test. He could tolerate losing to Su-che in the rankings. He lost the 3rd-level teacher position to Su-che, but he held back. But now Su-che is actually asking him for 1.2 million? He really can't stand it anymore. Humiliation. This is utter humiliation. In an instant, Lu Bo felt the suppressed anger in his body ignite. An indescribable anger surged from the soles of my feet to the back of my head. For a moment, only one thought seemed to remain in his mind: to teach Su-che a lesson. You gone too far. Lu Bo was completely consumed by rage, no longer considering the consequences. With a single thought, all his supernatural abilities erupted. Call! Suddenly, a cold wind swept through the training ground. 3 wind blades, each the size of a scythe, slowly appeared behind Lu Bo. The wind blades were clearly twice the size of the last one, and there were 3 of them. Last time, he was only at the 3rd level, 7th stage, and hadn't even used his full strength. But now he's already at the 3rd level, 8th stage, and he has not held back at all. He really intended to cripple Su-che. It's over. With a wave of his hand, Lu Bo instantly locked onto Su-che with 3 wind blades. Swish, swish. The next second, the 3 wind blades shot towards Su-che like arrows released from a bow. Everything happened too fast. By the time everyone reacted, the wind blades had already reached Su-che. I've been on guard against you for a long time. Su-che sneered, his expression unsurprised. He quickly crossed his arms across his chest, and blue patterns instantly covered his arms. Clang, clang, clang. After 3 consecutive clanging sounds, the wind blades vanished completely. Su-che was not only unharmed, but he didn't even take a single step back. Chapter 68, Not a Step Back. Withstanding Lu Bo's peak strike. Martial arts training ground. Everyone's eyes widened in disbelief, their expressions frozen on their faces. Su-che won the 3rd level teacher position, but didn't forget to demand 1.2 million yuan and publicly provoke Lu Bo. Enraged, Lu Bo launched a fierce attack on Su-che. Su-che withstood Lu Bo's attack without retreating an inch and was completely unharmed. In less than a minute, the 3 things happened in one smooth, seamless sequence. All of this happened too fast and too suddenly. By the time everyone realized what was happening, it was already over. But everyone still felt that something was amiss. After a brief moment of silence, the scene suddenly erupted into a clamor. Wait a minute, Lu Bo just attacked Su-che, right? Am I seeing things? Or am I hallucinating because I've been doing too much handiwork lately? Wait a minute, isn't Su-che at the 5th level of the 3rd rank? How could he block Lu Bo's attack so easily? Did Lu Bo hold back? He can still control his temper at this point. Lu Bo is truly a genius. He is worthy of being a scion of a great family. I am ashamed of myself. You son of a bitch. Didn't you see that Lu Bo just released 3 wind blades? And each one was much stronger than the last one. I reckon Lu Bo has probably broken through to the 8th level of the 3rd tier. How is that possible? If Lu Bo is really at the 3rd level, 8th stage, even a casual strike from him wouldn't be something Su-che could block. Unless Su-che is also at the 3rd level, 8th stage. In an instant, shock, confusion, and doubt spread rapidly among the crowd. This scene is simply too illogical. No matter how you look at it, Su-che shouldn't have been able to withstand Lu Bo's attack unscathed. Just 3 months ago, there was a huge gap of 2 levels of cultivation between the two. Amidst the astonishment of the onlookers, Su-che suddenly grinned. Teacher Lu Bo, could it be that you didn't eat breakfast this morning and have no energy at all? As he spoke, Su-che completely relaxed. Through the collision and verification just now, he has come to a conclusion. That was Lu Bo's wind blade, but under the influence of the cyan patterns, its power was less than 30%. Even if Lu Bo broke through to the 3rd tier, 8th level, it would be a waste, let alone breaking through to the 3rd tier, 9th level. If someone cuts off 70% of your health first, how would you respond? How can you play if you can't even break through the defense? Simply put, Lu Bo's threat level is now extremely low. This is the suppression of superpowers. How did you manage to do that? Lu Bo's pupils instantly shrank to pinpoints, and the surprise and doubt in his eyes seemed about to overflow at any moment. At this moment and in this place, the shock Su-che brought him far exceeded that before. He was certain that he had held nothing back, that he had given it his all. Logically speaking, Su-che should have collapsed and coughed up blood by now, and even if he wasn't crippled, he would have been bedridden for months. Even after the wind blades shot towards Su-che, Lu Bo was already thinking about how to mitigate his punishment. But I never expected this. His 3 unreserved wind blades were so easily blocked by Su Che. This completely overturned his understanding. How could a level 3 5th level cultivator easily block an attack from a level 3 8th level cultivator? Su Che did not answer, his smile growing even wider. With his left arm raised, right arm clasped around his elbow, and left hand beckoning, he said, "Come here." Lu Bo's face flushed red instantly, looking as if he were constipated. Losing to Su Che in the monthly test was already embarrassing enough. If his cultivation level is no longer enough to suppress Su Che, then he will truly become a laughingstock of the entire school. "You forced me to do this." Lu Bo's face was tense, and his chewing muscles bulged out sharply. Every meridian in his body bulged up, intertwining like tree roots, and terrifying energy continuously poured out from his pores. Within a few breaths, the surrounding energy had reached an extremely high level. Energy surged and slowly accelerated its rotation around the body, growing faster and faster. In a very short time, the air around Lu Bo was further compressed. Lu Bo groaned in pain, large beads of sweat dripping uncontrollably from his forehead. Clearly, even with his current strength, it would be very difficult for him to complete this attack. Compress. Compress again. Keep compressing. The surrounding air is continuously being compressed further. Finally, a pale gray wind blade, almost solid, slowly emerged. Sizzle, sizzle. At the edge of the wind blade, the sound of air bursting and exploding echoed continuously, a sound that was absolutely terrifying. This wind blade was clearly not as large as any of the previous ones, but it exuded a terrifying aura. Upon seeing this, someone in the audience immediately exclaimed in surprise. Condensed into a semi-solid. My God, this is something only a 3rd-tier, 8th-level cultivator can do, transforming the ethereal into the real. Lu Bo really is a 3rd-tier, 8th-level cultivator. This attack is much more powerful than the last one. Only a 3rd-tier, 8th-level cultivator could withstand it. Su Che is really in danger this time. If he gets hit, it won't just be a hospital stay. He might just kick the bucket on the spot. Oh my God, Su Che isn't running away yet. Lu Bo is waiting to charge up his skill. What are you waiting for? Run. Amidst gasps of surprise, the energy around Lu Bo suddenly exploded. The next moment, the pale gray wind blade, aided by the airflow, transformed into a streak of light and shot toward Su Che. Sizzle. The speed was so fast that it even produced bursts of sonic booms. With the eyesight of the onlookers, all they could see was a black streak of light with sparks. In the blink of an eye, the streak of light appeared directly in front of Su Che. Looking at the trajectory of the streak of light, it was clear that it was heading straight for Su Che's chest. Oh no, he's at the 3rd-tier, 8th level. Stop Lu Bo. The expressions of the leaders on the platform changed drastically in an instant. At that moment, no one expected that Lu Bo would dare to kill his colleague. Leng Xiao. Jiang Lianyue looked anxious, and there was a clear hint of panic in her eyes. Stop. The sound of thunder was like thunder, and with a wave of his hand, a ball of dark blue lightning instantly spread towards the pale gray wind blade. That Lu family brat has gone mad. Jiang Tianyang also stood up, as if by reflex. For a fraction of a second, time seemed to stand still. To everyone else, only the dark blue lightning and the pale gray wind blades were moving. However, the speed of the dark blue lightning was 10 times that of the light gray wind blade. If nothing unexpected happens, the dark blue lightning should be able to completely block the light gray wind blade. However, at this critical moment, a hint of madness flashed in Lu Bo's eyes. In an instant, his meridians reversed, and his supernatural abilities surged. Buzz! The light gray wind blade suddenly increased in speed, becoming even slightly faster. That small distance caused a lightning bolt, which should have stopped the pale gray wind blade, to miss its target. It's over. A fraction of a second later, the same thought arose in everyone's mind. Although no one knew why Su Che had been able to block the 3 wind blades. But at this moment, Su Che had no chance of blocking a peak attack from the 3rd tier, 8th level. Many people even closed their eyes, unable to bear watching any longer. But the next moment, clang, 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 clang. The pale gray wind blade was once again blocked by Suche's arms. Each crisp sound caused a spatial tremor. After a series of oscillations, the pale gray wind blades quickly dissipated. But Suche didn't retreat an inch. He was completely unharmed. Chapter 69, 3rd rank. 8th level? This kid isn't really going to become my brother-in-law, is he? Temperatures are rising. Emotions are heating up. The atmosphere at the scene continued to heat up. The air instantly became incredibly thin, and the oxygen content continued to decrease. Everyone in the training ground, without exception, had their pupils widened to the maximum. The next moment, they all gasped for air like fish that were about to die of thirst. His entire being, including his facial expressions and body language, was doing its best to convey the shock he felt. The scene was like a still painting, with everyone expressing their shock in their own way. It's so good that even a professor of acting from the Shanghai Theater Academy would call it amazing. The root cause of all this is quite simple. That is Suche, who was at the 5th level of the 3rd rank, once again blocked Lu Bo's attack without being injured. No, to be precise, Suche shouldn't be at the 5th level of the 3rd tier, but at least the 8th level of the 3rd tier. To so easily block Lu Bo's full force attack could only be explained by someone with a strength at the 3rd rank, 8th level. Buzzing. This astonishing scene was like a pebble rolling off a cliff. The emotions that had been building up for a few seconds were finally released with a muffled thud. The atmosphere at the scene was ignited once again, but this time it was like adding fuel to the fire. No? Is this reasonable? Is this reasonable? How could Suche be at the 8th level of the 3rd rank? Wasn't he only at the 5th level of the 3rd, rank 2 months ago? What's he doing here? He withstood a wind blade that was almost solid without taking a step back. Although Suche is an enhancement type ability user, his physical strength is too abnormal, isn't it? Understand. Suche was still hiding during the first monthly test. He was definitely more than just the 5th level of the 3rd rank back then. He might have been the 7th level of the 3rd rank, or even the 8th level of the 3rd rank to begin with. Oh my god, he's hiding. He's still hiding. He's such a good hider. What a jerk. Alright, this time it's no joke. In any case, we really have to call him Director Su from now on. The teachers, in particular, reacted the most strongly at the scene. Although everyone is a level 2 teacher, there are still differences in their abilities. The majority are of the 3rd order, 4th order, and lower levels. The 3rd tier, 5th to 6th level, is already considered top tier. Lu Bo has always been far ahead with his cultivation level of the 7th stage of the 3rd rank. Now that Suche can hold his own against Lu Bo, it means that Suche can defeat all of them. Previously, many people were only outwardly respectful to Suche, but inwardly they were very dismissive, believing that Suche had only risen to power through his apprentices. But now, there are no more questions in the room. Spit. In the open space in the center of the training ground, Suche spat out a mouthful of saliva and vigorously shook his numb arm. Lu Bo's attack was indeed powerful. It took him only now to regain some feeling in his arms. Although I didn't lift up his clothes to look, there were definitely bruises all over his arms. But that's all. You've had your fun. Now it's my turn, right? Suche's cold eyes locked onto Lu Bo, and a strange smile appeared on his lips. Upon noticing Suche's expression, Lu Bo, who was still questioning his life, instantly changed his expression. He had just clearly seen Suche's pupils suddenly shrink into vertical slits. In an instant, Lu Bo felt as if he were being targeted by some indescribable and terrifying creature. The fine hairs on my neck stood up inch by inch, and the unease in my heart exploded completely. Every nerve in my body seemed to be screaming frantically in my ears. Danger! 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 Not good. At this moment, Lu Bo no longer had time to study why Suche was able to withstand his peak attack. With a light tap of his toes, he instantly retreated backward at incredible speed. Not only that, but a gust of wind suddenly swept backward around his body. The wind further increased the speed of their backward movement. Swish, swish, swish. With 3 consecutive taps of his toes, Lu Bo immediately widened the distance between himself and Su Che by more than 10 meters. Only then did Lu Bo feel the sense of crisis slowly subside. Damn it, what's going on? With one hand covering his chest, which was damaged by the reverse meridians, Lu Bo's dry throat suddenly churned. He vaguely sensed that things seemed to have completely slipped out of his control. Unfortunately, he realized it too late. The next moment, Lu Bo's eyebrows twitched violently, and the sense of crisis that had just subsided surged up again. This time it was faster and stronger than the last, sweeping over the entire body in just half a breath. He instinctively tried to catch a glimpse of Su Che, but all he saw was a black phantom rushing towards him. It was the missing Su Che. 20 meters. 15 meters. 10 meters. In the blink of an eye, the phantom in front of me grew larger and faster. Why so fast? Lu Bo's eyes were bloodshot with rage, and he had no doubt that Su Che could kill him by running him over. At this moment, Lu Bo could no longer care about anything else and could only forcefully reverse his meridians again to gather energy in a short period of time. Click, click, click. 3 illusory wind blades reappeared and shot towards Su Che, who was charging towards him. The best offense is defense, so he could only hope that the 3 wind blades could slow Su Che down as much as possible. The idea was grand, but the reality was far from it. Clang, clang, clang. The moment the 3 wind blades made contact with Su Che, 3 dazzling sparks burst forth. Not only did it fail to slow Su Che down, Su Che's speed actually increased. At this moment, the distance between the two sides was only 5 meters. At this moment, Lu Bo could clearly see the curve of Su Che's lips and even see Su Che slowly raising his knee. Su Che, calm down, this is a school. You can't. At this critical moment, Lu Bo finally chickened out, and miraculously, he could recite the school rules instantly. However, he ultimately failed to utter the second half of his sentence, because Su Che's flying knee had already hit his chin. Snap! First came the sound of a jawbone cracking. Bang! This is the ripple effect created by Su Che's knee hitting Lu Bo's jaw. In an instant, Lu Bo's face contorted to the extreme, his eyes instantly filled with blood, and blood gushed from his throat like arrows. World-famous paintings. With a thud, Lu Bo was thrown more than 2 meters into the air by the immense force, before falling heavily to the ground in free fall. I can't what? I didn't hear you clearly. Su Che looked down at Lu Bo, the corners of his mouth curving upwards. You and me. Lu Bo wanted to say something, but he couldn't get the words out. He made a series of hoarse, hissing sounds from his throat, and blood slowly flowed from his eyes, nose, and ears, like a fat fish nailed to a chopping board. Only its body remains in its habitual contortions. This moment, all eyes were focused on Su Che, as if a magnet had encountered a steel nail, and they could not look away. This kid really is at the 8th level of the 3rd rank. Jiang Tianyang stood up abruptly, his lips twitching, his expression as strange as could be. He stared at Su Che carefully over and over again for a long time before finally clicking his tongue. Could this kid really become my brother-in-law? Chapter 70 Su Che. Scan the code. It's more convenient. Swish, swish, swish. At this moment, it wasn't just Jiang Tianyang. Lei Ming, Jiang Linyue, and all the directors on the leadership platform stood up at the same time. This even includes Song Yi, who remained calm throughout. Unlike the level 2 teachers in the training ground, those who can sit on the leadership platform are at least at the 3rd level and 9th stage, not to mention the 2 extraordinary individuals, Lei Ming and Song Yi. Although it wasn't tested by the intelligent optical brain, it was still possible to roughly determine Su Che's cultivation level under the burst of power. At least tier 3, level 8. Why is it said to be at least the 3rd rank and the 8th level? Su Che won way too easily. It didn't feel like a battle between 2 people of the same level of ability. Before this, Lu Bo was always the top teacher among the level 2 teachers. The family's breathing technique, combined with the B-level superpower, Windblade, makes them virtually invincible in various sparring matches. She is also recognized by the school as another great genius after Jiang Lianyue. Yet, even such a genius was utterly powerless against Su Che. If Lu Bo is considered a genius, Then what is Su Che? A genius among geniuses? The problem is, if Su Che really is a genius among geniuses, but why were his grades and cultivation always at the bottom before? Is it really true, as the teachers in the audience said, that it has been hidden all this time? Glug. One of the leaders swallowed hard. Glug glug. The sound of swallowing saliva rang out one after another. The sound of swallowing saliva was like flipping a switch, and the leadership team could no longer hold back. It seems we all underestimated Su Che before. It turns out Su Che is the strongest among the second-level teachers. To be precise, Lu Bo is still the strongest among the level 2 teachers, because from today onwards, Su Che is a level 3 teacher. In my opinion, what's most terrifying isn't Su Che's strength, but his teaching level. With the current strength of Class 18 of Grade 11, our Pengcheng number 1 Special Ability High School will definitely rise this year. I still don't understand why Su Che is hiding his cultivation level. This kid is too cunning, isn't he? Jiang Lianyue remained silent, her expression complex and detached, because she knew that Su Che hadn't been hiding any cultivation level at all. During these 3 months, because of her relationship with Jiang Yueli and Jiang Yueshi, she witnessed Su Che's growth in its entirety. During the awakening ceremony of his superpower in his second year of high school, Su Che was clearly only at the 3rd level, first stage. However, before the monthly test, his strength had already reached the 3rd level of the 3rd tier. By the time of the first monthly test, his strength had already reached the 5th level of the 3rd rank. 2 months later, his strength has soared to the 8th level of the 3rd tier. Others' abilities improve more slowly as they progress. But Su Che is different. The higher his strength goes, the faster it increases. If this trend continues, won't I be able to break through to the 3rd rank and 9th level by the time of the martial arts exam? Thinking of this, Jiang Lianyue frowned, and a terrible idea suddenly popped in her mind. Could he break through to the 4th tier transcendent realm even faster than me? The thought had barely crossed her mind when Jiang Lianyue forcefully banished it. No, it can't be. The 3rd tier, 9th level is a hurdle. There's absolutely no way someone could be faster than me. Su-ke. Stop. What are you doing? Just as the leadership team was still engaged in heated discussion, Song Yi's roar instantly drew everyone's attention. Following the gaze, everyone, from the leadership team to the onlookers, was stunned. Su Che was seen grabbing Lu Bo's collar with one hand, seemingly not intending to let Lu Bo go. Hiss. Gasps of shock could be heard from a scene. That's ruthless. Absolutely ruthless. Even in Lu Bo's condition, they still don't intend to let him go. What kind of deep-seated hatred must they have for him? Feeling the strange gazes coming from all directions, Su Che's cheeks twitched first. Then he suddenly let go and spread his hands out. It's a misunderstanding. It's a misunderstanding. It's not what everyone thinks. However, just as he finished speaking, there was another thump, and Lu Bo's cheek slammed onto the cold ground again. This immediately caused Lu Bo, whose complexion had somewhat recovered, to turn pale again. Please don't kill me. Lu Bo's eyes were filled with fear. He was certain that Su Che intended to kill him. I don't. Su Che's Adam's apple bobbed, and his scalp tingled slightly. He swore that he simply wanted to remind Lu Bo not to forget to transfer money to him, and had no intention of harming Lu Bo at all. Besides, even if you're going to harm someone, you shouldn't do it in front of so many people. However, Su Che's explanation was too weak, and, judging from the expressions of the onlookers, they clearly did not believe it. Shut up. Still trying to deny it even now. I never expected you to dare to kill a colleague. Your intentions are far too malicious. You deserve to be punished. A cold glint flashed in Song Yi's eyes, and he abruptly disappeared from the leadership platform. When the figure reappeared, it had already reached the edge of the training ground. He appeared for less than 2 seconds before disappearing again. When it reappeared, it had already arrived at the center of the training ground. The person looked as if they had teleported. Judging from the speed at which it was moving, it was clearly heading towards Su Che. Oh no, this old man is settling a personal score on his official duty. Su Che's expression changed, and a huge sense of crisis quickly rose in his heart. The blue patterns on his body appeared uncontrollably. With his fists clenched and his heart pounding, his supernatural power surged into his limbs with each breath. His overall defense reached its highest level ever. Jiang Tianyang narrowed his eyes and his expression suddenly darkened. He never expected that Song Yi, a dignified, extraordinary being, would actually attack someone at the 8th level of the 3rd rank. Even a dog wouldn't believe that he didn't have the intention of settling personal scores. Su Che is the teacher of his 2 beloved daughters, and may even be his future brother-in-law. How could he possibly let Su Che be bullied by Song Yi? What kind of skill is it to bully the weak with the strong? Just as Jiang Tianyang was about to make a move, his movements suddenly froze, because someone else had already made a move before him. This person was none other than Lei Ming. Song Yi, you've gone a bit too far. The thunderous sound, like a resounding bell, echoed throughout the entire training ground. His entire body transformed into a beam of lightning and crashed into Su Che 5 meters in front of him. It appeared to crash into the void, but instead it exploded with a loud boom, sending dust and mist flying everywhere. The next moment, a visible ripple suddenly spread outward from the center of the collision. Splash! The onlookers immediately collapsed, all covered in dust and looking extremely disheveled. A few seconds later, the dust and mist dissipated, revealing a large crater about 3 meters in diameter on the ground. On either side of the pit stood Song Yi, his face contorted with anger, and Lei Ming, exuding an imposing aura. Lei Ming, what do you mean? Song Yi's face was pale, and a trickle of blood was seeping from the corner of his mouth. He is an enhanced ability user, and in terms of speed, he is no match for Lei Ming. It's meaningless. As an extraordinary being, you've gone a bit too far. Lei Ming's voice was calm, but his expression exuded an imposing aura. But Lei Ming interrupted directly. It was Lu Bo who broke the rules first. Song Yi squinted and remained silent. After several seconds, he finally gave Lei Ming a deep look and said, "Very good, very good." After saying that, he turned and walked towards Lu Bo, seemingly intending to take him away, etc. Just then, Su Che rushed to Lu Bo's side. Under Lu Bo's terrified gaze, he pulled out his phone and handed it to Lu Bo, grinning with an innocent smile. Well, let's pay 1.2 million up front. Scan the code. It's convenient. Chapter 71 Humans cannot, or at least should not. Scan the code. It's convenient. The tense atmosphere in the training ground was instantly dispelled by Su Che's words. What the hell is the convenience of scanning a QR code? What kind of world is this where you're still thinking about your 1.2 million? The expressions of the onlookers changed rapidly, gaining a new understanding of the extent of Su Che's recklessness. Yi Shuangyue quietly lowered her head, while Jiang Yueli and Jiang Yueshi looked around, their faces slightly flushed. Jiang Linyue's small mouth was slightly open, and her eyes twitched slightly. Jiang Tianyang opened his mouth silently, and the shape of his mouth looked like awesome. Lei Ming's beard twitched violently, and he almost lost his composure and couldn't keep up his serious expression. Song Yi didn't show any special expression, except that the anger in his eyes increased dozens of times. If Lei Ming hadn't been there to stop him, he probably would have slapped him across the face long ago. He had never seen such an arrogant teacher in all these years. "Teacher Lu, let me help you. Your injury can't be delayed. We need to hurry." Su Che paid no attention to the strange looks from those around him, and instead bent down to help Lu Bo operate his phone. Bending over to earn money is nothing to be ashamed of. After a series of actions, Su Che raised his phone and pointed it at Lu Bo. "Teacher Lu, look at the camera. Yes, yes." With a beep sound, the screen immediately displayed that the payment was successful. At the same time, Su Che's phone immediately received a text message. "A deposit of 1,200,000 Xia coins has been made into your savings card, ending in 9527. Your available balance is now 1,726,300 Xia coins, Xia Bank." "Okay, no problem, thanks." After confirming that the 1.2 million yuan had been received, Su Che turned and left without looking back. Yu. Witnessing Su Che transfer 1.2 million yuan using facial recognition payment, Lu Bo's pale face flushed strangely, and his blood rushed to his brain cortex in an instant. The next moment, with a thud, his head slammed heavily onto the ground, and he passed out. Suke. The moment Lu Bo fainted, Song Yi seemed to lose control, and his fourth-order extraordinary aura instantly suppressed Su Che. Oh dear, what a disaster! Lei Ming's face was filled with bitterness. With no other choice, he could only go all the way and help Su Che to the end. In a flash, he appeared in front of Su Che and waved his hand, instantly dissipating the immense pressure. Lei Ming, I've already given you enough face. Are you really going to stop me? Su Che dared to harass Lu Bo right in front of him, which he simply couldn't tolerate. This is against the rules. Lei Ming remained unmoved, sticking to his stern face and repeating the same thing. What if I stubbornly break the rules? Song Yi's voice grew colder. Although he couldn't do anything to Lei Ming couldn't do anything to him either. Even a slight dissipation of energy during a full-force clash would be enough to give Su Che a run for his money. Haha, Principal Song, you're getting a bit too angry. Give me some face. How about we just let this matter drop? Just then, Jiang Tianyang's hearty laughter came from afar. Jiang Tianyang exuded domineering aura, and his stride was like a sharp, giant sword piercing the sky. As soon as he finished speaking, he stood beside Lei Ming. Although the words were spoken politely, the way they stood made their stance clear. Looking at Jiang Tianyang sideways, a deep sense of apprehension flashed in Song Yi's eyes. He wasn't even confident in fighting Lei Ming alone, let alone two of them. Realizing this, Song Yi's eyes narrowed, and he immediately felt the urge to retreat. Good, very good, excellent. After uttering a harsh remark, Song Yi snorted coldly and raised his hand in a grabbing motion. The unconscious Lu Bo immediately floated into the air behind him. Turning his head, Song Yi gave Su Che a cold look before leading Lu Bo away from the training ground with ghostly speed. Only a few fleeting glimpses could be seen before they vanished completely. Call! Lei Ming only breathed a slight sigh of relief after Song Yi had completely left. If that old rascal Song Yi really starts causing trouble, it will be really hard to handle. Relieved, Lei Ming turned around to look for Su Che. At this moment, he had too many questions he wanted to ask Su Che in person. But when I turned around, I found that someone had already gotten there first. Hi, you must be Teacher Su Che. Let me introduce myself. My name is Jiang Tianyang, the father of Jiang Yueli and Jiang Yueshi, and also the brother of Jiang Lianyue. Jiang Tianyang grabbed Su Che's hands with great enthusiasm. I've long heard Yu Li and Yushi say that their teacher is a man of exceptional talent, handsome and dashing, a dragon among men, with a face like jade. Now that I've seen him, he truly lives up to his reputation. Su Che looked somewhat bewildered and subconsciously turned his head to look at Jiang Yueli and Jiang Yueshi, a hint of doubt rising in his eyes. Could it be that the two of them really praised themselves like this at home? Suddenly being called out, Jiang Yueli and Jiang Yueshi exchanged a glance and simultaneously put their right hands to their foreheads. He's here. He's here. The most outgoing head of the Jiang family in history has emerged. Teacher Su Che, thank you so much for taking care of my two daughters. I've always wanted to visit, but I've been too busy at home to find the time. I'll definitely come visit when I have the chance. Jiang Tianyang held Su Che's hand tightly. Yes, there's no time like the present. Why don't we come to my house today for a drink? I'll have my younger sister Lianyu accompany us. How about we treat it as a home visit? Upon closer inspection of Su Che, Jiang Tianyang found him increasingly pleasing to the eye, and his tone became noticeably more enthusiastic. However, he clearly did not notice Jiang Lianyue's narrowed eyes at this moment. Brother Jiang, you're too kind. I'll definitely visit you when I have the chance, but I'm afraid it's not possible today. He hadn't been home for 2 months and was craving the egg pancakes Su Dachun made. Jiang Tianyang looked disappointed. Oh, I see. That's a real shame. Despite saying that, Jiang Tianyang still wouldn't let go. Su Che tried to pull his hands back. I tugged at it, but it didn't work. I tried again, but still failed. Su Che froze, stiffly looking up at Jiang Tianyang's enthusiastic face, a terrible thought suddenly popping into his mind. But Su Che quickly banished this terrifying thought. No one can, or at least shouldn't, be able to. Just as Su Che was at a loss, Lei Ming's voice saved him. Old Jiang, we could talk about home visits later. I have something more important to discuss with Su Che. All right. Only then did Jiang Tianyang reluctantly let go, but he still smiled at Su Che. Su Che quickly withdrew his hands and, subconsciously, took a few steps away from Jiang Tianyang. Su Che, what do you think about having the entire Class 18 of Grade 11 retest their abilities at the Awakening platform? Lei Ming looked at Su Che and told him his purpose. No problem. Su Che nodded without hesitation. It's normal for someone with such great progress to be suspected of having a second evolution of superpowers. He didn't intend to hide it, since it would be exposed sooner or later anyway. Old Lei, I don't think my two daughters need to be tested. I'll just tell you directly. Both of their abilities have undergone a second evolution. At this point, Jiang Tianyang deliberately lowered his voice. Both of them now possess C-level talent. Grade C. Lei Ming's brow twitched violently, but after thinking carefully, he still said, I think it would be better to test it again. Soon, under Su Che's arrangement, Jiang Yueli and Jiang Yueshi stepped onto the Awakening platform again. After a flash of red light, the emotionless voice of the intelligent computer sounded in succession. Test complete. Jiang Yueli possesses a B-level nature type ability. Purple Flame Lightning. Test complete. Jiang Yueshi possesses a B-level nature type ability. Ice Soul Crystal. Jiang Tianyang's expression froze inch by inch. Chapter 72. They're all in the same class, so it's reasonable that their superpowers also underwent a second evolution, right? Martial Arts Training Ground. It has been almost an hour since the second monthly test ended. However, the number of people at the scene not only did not decrease, but actually increased by several % out of nowhere. It's clear that these people were invited by their friends to watch the ranking challenge. And this ranking challenge did not disappoint everyone. 1 word, worth it. 2 words, awesome. 3 words, so exciting. 4 words, a feast for the eyes. Not only did we witness exciting student competitions, but we also saw a battle between teachers in the intensive training program. Finally, I witnessed the birth of a level 3 teacher, so the trip was definitely worthwhile. However, even the most spectacular performances eventually come to an end. After Principal Song, he took the unconscious Liu Bo away. Everyone knew that it was all over. Apart from the martial arts exam preparation class, the teachers and students in the audience quickly dispersed. However, before the crowd could disperse and go far, suddenly, gasps of surprise rang out from the scene. Rank B abilities. 2 Rank B abilities. Jiang Yueli and Jiang Yueshi actually have Rank B abilities. Sure enough, their abilities have indeed undergone a second evolution. I sensed something was off about their ability strength. It turns out it's only B level. Wait, our school only has 3 students with awakened B-level talent in the entire second year of high school, right? And now there's suddenly 2 more. Why? Why is it always someone from Class 18? Wasn't Yi Shuang Yue's second stage ability evolution enough? Now, there are 2 more? Does Class 18 have stirred up trouble with the second stage ability evolution? All 3 of you in Class 1 have undergone a second evolution of your abilities? Does that mean everyone can undergo a second evolution? Dude, did you guys upgrade your game and forget about me? Splash. Upon hearing such explosive news, the teachers and students, who had already left, turned back in unison. Everyone stared wide-eyed and craned their necks to squeeze into the crowd, creating an extremely chaotic scene. A Class B ability? Shouldn't it be a Class C ability? How come? A moment later, Jiang Tianyang was still unable to recover from his shock. He remembered clearly that 2 months ago, Jiang Yueli and Jiang Yueshi personally admitted that they had C-level superpowers. Moreover, my younger sister Jiang Linyue kept saying that she had tested it many times, so it must be true. In other words, a sharp glint flashed in Jiang Tianyang's eyes, and his heart began to pound uncontrollably. In other words, their abilities have evolved again within these 2 months. Realizing this, Jiang Tianyang instantly lost his composure. His gaze swept over Jiang Yueli and Jiang Yueshi before settling on Su Che, his expression a mixture of surprise and confusion. He understood that all of this must be directly related to Su Che. Just then, Lei Ming's mocking voice suddenly interrupted Jiang Tianyang's thoughts. Old Jiang, I really didn't expect you to become so humble, Kiske. Lei Ming looked at Jiang Tianyang and kept shaking his head in amazement. He had known Jiang Tianyang for many years, and the other party's humility was like a first for him. Jiang Tianyang smiled awkwardly. Humility makes one progress. Lei Ming chuckled twice and ignored him, turning his attention back to Jiang Yueli and Jiang Yueshi, his heart filled with excitement. He guessed that the two of them were very likely to undergo a second evolution of their abilities, but he did not expect that their ability level after the second evolution would be B level. This means that there are now as many as 5 students in the school who have awakened B-level talents. This means that Pengqing No. 1 High School with superpowers may break its record for the best martial arts exam results ever. There is even a good chance that it will transform into the No. 1 superpower high school in Pengqing. Thump! Thump! Suppressing his excitement, Lei Ming looked intently at Su Che. How did you do that? Su Che expressed his confusion with a nasal tone, clearly not understanding Lei Ming's meaning. How did they manage to make Jiang Yueli and Jiang Yueshi's abilities evolve a second time? Lei Ming repeated, his tone involuntarily rising several octaves higher than before. In a class with only 3 students, all of them unexpectedly underwent a second evolution of their supernatural abilities. It's not that he overthinks things, but rather that such a coincidence is impossible in this world. This is very likely to be inextricably linked to Su Che. However, Su Che's answer greatly disappointed him. Oh, you mean this? Su Che had clearly prepared his explanation and blurted out, I didn't do anything. Maybe it's because they are more talented. In a sense, what Su Che said was indeed the truth. There's a saying that goes, we don't produce water, we're just nature's porters. Su Che cannot magically help Jiang Yueli and Jiang Yueshi evolve their superpowers. Instead, he helps them unleash their full potential. Of course, without Su Che, Jiang Yueli and Jiang Yueshi would have remained ordinary people with only F-level talent. After a pause, Su Che suddenly grinned and said, the 3 of them are in the same class, so it's reasonable that their abilities have all undergone a second evolution, right? I see. Lei Ming's face immediately filled with disappointment. However, he also realized that his ideas were somewhat naive. How could Su Che possibly have a secret to evolving student superpowers? With a self-deprecating laugh, Lei Ming waved his hand and said, never mind, let Yi Shuangyue go up and test it. Su Che turned to look at Yi Shuangyue. Yi Shuangyue nodded gracefully and slowly stepped onto the awakening platform. After the red light flashed, the intelligent computer's voice sounded again. Test complete. Yi Shuangyue possesses a B-level enhancement type ability, Raging Blood Lion. The audience was stunned when the result was announced. One by one, their eyes slowly widened and their mouths slowly opened wide, vividly demonstrating the party's basic qualities of shock. If I remember correctly, Yi Shuangyue's ability level was clearly C 2 months ago. Really? A sharp glint flashed in Lei Ming's eyes. Just as he had guessed, Yi Shuangyue's ability level had indeed reached B level. After confirming it, he too felt a deep sense of doubt. Why did Yi Shuangyue's superpowers improve to a higher level in just 2 months? Could it be? Lei Ming's gaze locked on his Su Che once again, his burning eyes seeming to see right through Su Che. Su Che's expression remained as steady as a rock. Yi Shuangyue's ability evolution wasn't complete last time, and it's only now that it's considered stable. That makes perfect sense, doesn't it? Lei Ming's lips twitched, and he gave Su Che a meaningful look. Okay, that makes sense. After the test of the superpowers of Class 18 of Grade 11 was completed, the crowd quickly dispersed. Lei Ming led a group of leaders to rush to a meeting, while the teachers and students of the intensive course took advantage of the half-day holiday to go home and find their mothers. Su Che quickly slipped away after saying goodbye to everyone. Soon, only Jiang Tianyang and his 2 sisters remained at the scene. Let's go, I'll drive you home. After saying that, Jiang Tianyang turned and left. Jiang Yueli, completely unaware of anything amiss, immediately followed. Seeing the direction the 2 were heading, Jiang Yueshi was bewildered. Dad, where are you going? Look at you, let's go home. Jiang Tianyong turned his head, his gaze strange. Jiang Yuli also gave him a look as if he were an idiot. Jiang Yueshi sighed and rubbed her forehead in exasperation. But this is the direction of the library. Jiang Yueli was stunned. Jiang Tianyong's eyes widened slightly, and his face flushed slightly, but he quickly coughed lightly. Ahem, sorry, I didn't see it clearly just now. After saying that, he glanced around carefully and walked in another direction without hesitation. Jiang Yueli, without any doubt, quickly followed. Jiang Yueshi's lips twitched slightly. Dad, that's the direction of the cafeteria. Chapter 73 Resources doubled. Class 18, promoted to key class. Teaching building, conference room. While the teachers and students in the intensive training program were enjoying a rare holiday, the school leadership was holding an unusual meeting. At this moment, the large conference room was already full of people. Lei Ming sat at the far left of the long conference table, while Song Yi sat at the far right. Sitting next to Lei Ming were Jiang Lianyue and a group of directors, while sitting next to Song Yi were Song Zhe and a group of leaders. In short, all members of the school's leadership team, except for Principal Wu Daoan, attended the meeting. Lei Ming glanced around and spoke first. Without further ado, I've called you all here today mainly to discuss one thing, the issue of the key class. Now that the second monthly test is over, you've all seen the overall level of Class 18 in Grade 11. Therefore, my suggestion is that the only spot in the intensive martial arts exam preparation class should be given to Class 18 of Grade 11, so as to maximize the use of school resources. After I finish speaking, who agrees? Who disagrees? Upon hearing this, the conference room fell completely silent. The leaders looked at each other, none of them speaking immediately, but all their eyes turned to Song Yi. Undeniably, Lei Ming's proposal was very reasonable, but it was undoubtedly a disaster for Liu Bo's Class 1, Grade 11. Despite enjoying the benefits of being in an elite class, he failed to win first place in the monthly test. If the benefits of being in the top class are taken away again, then there will be no chance of turning things around. Everyone present was well aware of the intricate relationship between Liu Bo and Song Yi. I think this is inappropriate. As expected, Song Yi immediately jumped out to object. Although Class 18 of Grade 11 achieved first place in the monthly test this time, one result does not prove anything. I think this suggestion is inappropriate. Although Song Yi's voice was loud, his confidence was clearly lacking. Faced with Song Yi's questioning, Lei Ming remained calm. It's normal for Principal Song to have different opinions. Let's follow the old rules and have everyone vote. Upon hearing this, Song Yi's expression instantly turned ugly. The leadership team isn't stupid. It's already very obvious which class is stronger. Moreover, Class 1 of Grade 11 had just been brutally defeated by Class 18 of Grade 11. If nothing unexpected happens, Class 1 of Grade 11 will lose its status as a top-tier class. Really? 5 minutes later, the vote for Class 18 of Grade 11 to become a key class was overwhelmingly won. It seems the masses have discerning eyes, huh? Lei Ming laughed heartily and immediately stood up to announce. By unanimous decision of the school committee, Class 18 of Grade 11 will be promoted to an honors class effective immediately. Resources will be doubled under the existing conditions. Neatly arranged power lines divide the twilight. Tai and Tanjuan community. At home. Today is a good day. My son is home for dinner. Inside the kitchen, Su Dachuan, wearing a cartoon apron, was making egg pancakes while wiggling his hips. While singing, he would occasionally glance at Su Che, who was lounging outside the kitchen, and grin foolishly. It has been more than 2 months since Su Che last went home. Although he didn't say anything, he missed him terribly. When he learned that Su Che was going home and wanted to eat egg pancakes, he even turned down a rather large order. Master, that brat is calling again. Just then, the cell phone in my pocket rang. Who is this? Su Dachuan muttered something and took out his phone with one hand. Upon seeing the caller ID, his rugged brows furrowed instantly, and after a moment's hesitation, he immediately hung up. But before I could even put the phone back, the shrill ringtone sounded again. Su Dachuan's brows furrowed even more deeply. After hesitating for a moment, he first secretly glanced at Su Che, and after confirming that the other party had not noticed, He turned on the range hood before answering the call. Hey, I've made my meaning very clear. I don't want to cooperate. I just want to do some small business in Pengcheng. As soon as the call connected, Su Dachuan lowered his voice and spoke first. There was a moment or two of silence on the other end of the phone, followed by a very sincere voice. Mr. Su, would you like to reconsider? We are the investment department of Harbin Pharmaceutical Group. If you are not willing to cooperate, would you be willing to accept investment? We also have angel investment business. You may not be very familiar with Harbin Pharmaceutical Group. Our headquarters are located in Bay City, and the group has pharmacies in major satellite cities and even other alliances. Before the other party could finish speaking, Su Dachuan firmly interrupted. I know Harbin Pharmaceutical Group very well. I admit that you are very capable, but I'm sorry, I'm not interested in these things. Mr. Su, we have investigated and found that your company's success rate in cultivating third-grade superior spiritual plants is 20% higher than the industry average. If you can cooperate with Harbin Pharmaceutical Group, you will definitely have the opportunity to develop in the main base city. Upon hearing the words, heading to the main base city, Su Dachuan's expression instantly turned sour, and his tone became anything but polite. I'm sorry. I think I've made myself perfectly clear. Please don't call again. Goodbye. After saying that, Su Dachuan hung up the phone without hesitation and blocked the number. Oh my God, that scared me to death. Su Dachuan, who had just breathed a sigh of relief, turned around and was suddenly startled. Suddenly, two eyeballs appeared outside the frosted glass door. Upon closer inspection, it became clear that it belonged to Su Che. Old Su, is the egg pancake ready yet? I'm starving. Su Che patted his belly exaggeratedly, his gaze seemingly intentionally or unintentionally glancing at his phone. That's good, that's good. Su Dachuan put down his phone with an incredibly smooth motion and flipped the chicken rice pancake over. This crappy school food is terrible. Look how hungry my son is. 3 minutes later, a super deluxe version of egg pancakes, made with 3 pancakes, 2 eggs, pork tenderloin, spicy strips, potatoes, and kelp strips, is freshly baked. My dear son, eat it while it's hot. Eat as much as you want. There's another one in the pot if you're not full. Su Dachuan happily handed the egg pancake to Su Che. Good, good, very good. Su Che gave a thumbs up, giving it the highest praise. That's right. Don't you even know who made this pancake? Su Dachuan's smile deepened, and he seemed to straighten up. Old Su, I'm already a level 3 teacher. In the midst of wolfing down his food, Su Che suddenly said something. Huh? Su Dachuan scratched his ears hard, thinking he had misheard. You mean a level 3 teacher? Son, are you running a fever? What nonsense are you talking about? As far as he knew, the high school with superpowers only had 1 spot per year for promotion to level 3 teacher. How could such a good thing fall into the hands of the Su family? I'm serious, Su Che repeated. Are you kidding me? You think you can fool me? That's so naive. Su Dachuan wore an expression that said, I see through it all. Su Che didn't speak, just silently watched Su Dachuan without saying a word. The smile on Su Dachuan's face faded inch by inch, and he swallowed hard. Really? Really? Su Dachuan leaned back abruptly. But aren't you only at the 5th level of the 3rd rank? Gurgle. After swallowing the last bite of the egg pancake, Su Che slowly raised his head and then grinned. Actually, I'm already at the 3rd tier, 8th level. Chapter 74, The Strange Su Dachuan, The So-Called Truth. Thud. Su Dachuan suddenly stood up, and the chair was thrown more than half a meter away. The phone in his pocket was suddenly slammed onto the table. 3rd rank, 8th level. Su Dachuan's eyes were wide open, and his mouth could even fit a light bulb. She kept looking Su Che up and down, her eyes filled with shock that seemed ready to spill out at any moment. He was certain he did not have dementia and remembered very clearly that just 2 months ago his eldest son was still at the 3rd level of the 5th stage. In just 2 months, he has soared to the 3rd tier, 8th level. This rate of progress. Click. It was as if a bolt of lightning cleaved through the thick fog in my mind, with bubbles of inspiration rising and then bursting in an instant. The next moment, Su Dachuan seemed to realize something. His pupils dilated, and he blurted out, Could it be? Huh? What is it? Suke asked doubtfully. He noticed that Su Dachuan seemed a little off today. If it were me, I would be overjoyed to hear that my son had reached the 8th level of the 3rd rank. However, Su Dachun's reaction was strange, as if he was not shocked by the 3rd tier 8th level, but by something else. Also, he deliberately lowered his voice when answering the phone in the kitchen, which felt very suspicious. No, it's nothing. Su Dachun shook his head with a complicated expression, then asked again as if uncertain. Are you really at the 3rd rank? 8th level? Su Che remained silent, but his aura as a 3rd tier, 8th level cultivator quietly emanated outwards, causing the surrounding air to slowly solidify. Su Dachun felt like an old ox stuck in the mud, his movements stiffening. But the feeling came and went quickly, disappearing without a trace in just a few seconds, as if nothing had ever happened. Call. He couldn't help but take a deep breath, and Su Dachun had no more doubts in his heart. Because he was at the 3rd rank and 8th level, he had seen far too much in his youth. Old Su, I've been accumulating knowledge and experience for a long time and have finally caught up. At this rate of progress, it won't be long before I break through to the extraordinary level and become a university teacher. Su Che smiled confidently and said, ideally, we could go straight to the #1 superpower university in Great Xia, then we'd be considered half a person of the main base city. At my current rate of improvement, I might actually be able to break through to the extraordinary level in 3 months. He felt that he could say it now to make Su Dachun happy. However, Su Che was soon dumbfounded. Su Dachun's eyebrows twitched uncontrollably. His face was tense, and his expression was extremely strange, without a trace of joy. Noticing Su Dachun's reaction, Su Che's doubts exploded completely. He felt that Su Dachun was most likely hiding something from him. Old Su, are you hiding something from me? Su Che slammed his hands on the table and stood up, leaning forward with a burning gaze on Su Dachun. Su Dachun blinked hard, then forced a smile onto his face. Wow, that's great. Son, you're amazing. The more perfunctory your expression, the better. Su Che remained unmoved, his eyes narrowing. Old Su, are you hiding something from me? Oh, what a nice day. Look how dark it is outside. Old Su, son, you turned on the lights today, didn't you? The lights you turned on were the brightest. You're such a good son. Old Su, look at this moon. Hey, it's so big and round. Old Ding. Just when the atmosphere was at its most tense, a burnt smell suddenly wafted from a kitchen. Hiss. Su Dachun's nose twitched, and his expression changed. Oh no, the pot's burnt. After saying that, he rushed straight into the kitchen with lightning speed and locked the door with a bang. Su Che's lips twitched, but he could only sit down helplessly. Buzzing. Just then, the continuous vibration suddenly caught Su Che's attention. Looking in the direction of the sound, they immediately discovered it was Su Dachun's phone. Su Che immediately looked away, but the next second his eyes flashed and he looked back at his phone. After a 2-second pause, I picked up my phone almost unconsciously. A text message from an unknown number immediately appeared in the center of the screen. Mr. Su, please trust the sincerity of Harbin Pharmaceutical Group. We can discuss any requests you may have. I have just applied to my superiors, and if you agree, we can process your household registration in the main base city. Please consider this carefully. If you decide to proceed, please contact this number at any time. What is this? After reading the text message, Su Che took a deep breath until a cold feeling filled his entire chest. Harbin Pharmaceutical Group. That's the leading pharmaceutical group in China. More than 90% of the energy-generating drugs and gene-based agents sold in Pengcheng are produced by Harbin Pharmaceutical Group. It can be said that Harbin Pharmaceutical Group is the absolute leader in the pharmaceutical industry, and no medicinal herb merchant can refuse to cooperate with Harbin Pharmaceutical Group. But Su Dachun just refused so easily? Something's not right. Something's really not right. Su Che's mind raced, and he instantly recalled the scene of Su Dachun making a phone call in the kitchen. At the time, he vaguely heard Su Dachun refusing something, which he assumed was a rejection of the cooperation with Harbin Pharmaceutical Group. Considering Su Dachun's strange expression just now, if he was only seriously suspicious before, now it's almost certain. Su Dachun is definitely hiding something from me. After having this idea, Su Che's thoughts shifted. He quickly recalled the scene of Su Dachuan talking to his mother's photo when he last went home, and suddenly he understood. Thinking back, I realized I hadn't misheard at all. What Su Dachuan said back then was the truth, not something like "it smells so good." That must be it. Thinking of this, Su Che stood up instantly, with no more doubts in his mind. Thump, thump, thump. He strode towards the kitchen with an air of indifference, as if he didn't recognize anyone. Knock, knock, knock. Su Dachuan, come out quickly. I have something to ask you. Don't pretend you didn't hear me. I saw you. Su Dachuan, don't hide inside and keep quiet. I know you're in there. However, no matter how Su Che shouted, Su Dachuan acted as if he didn't hear him. Su Che's forehead immediately became covered with black lines. Su Dachuan, if you don't come out soon, I'm going to tear the house apart. After pausing for a few seconds, seeing that Su Dachuan remained unmoved by either soft or hard tactics, Su Che coldly snorted and unleashed his ultimate move. Old Su, actually I heard everything you said to the family photo when you came home last time. Upon hearing this, Su Dachuan, who was in the kitchen, shuddered as if by reflex. My ears suddenly stopped being deaf, and my legs stopped aching. He immediately opened the kitchen door and poked his head out, his eyes filled with disbelief. You mean you know everything? Su Che showed no sign of surprise. That's right, the so-called truth. Su Dachuan's expression suddenly froze, and the corners of his mouth trembled violently a few times. After a few seconds of silence, Su Dachuan sighed dejectedly. Fine, since you already know, I won't hide it from you anymore. I promised your mother I wouldn't tell you anything, so you could live a happy life. Chapter 75, the first half of the young master's life. Tien Tanjuan. At home, Su Che's expression suddenly froze, and he stared blankly at Su Dachuan for 2 seconds. A few seconds later, his pupils regained focus. His expression remained normal, but his heart was in turmoil. You guessed right. Su Dachuan did indeed have a secret to hide. But to everyone's surprise, this secret came from her mother. What is the so-called truth? Suppressing his inner anxiety and unease, Su Che tried his best to make his voice sound calm. According to Murphy's Law, what you least want to happen is what will happen most often. Speaking calmly, which is usually easy, has become extremely difficult at this moment. Even a 3-year-old child could tell that Su Che had lost his composure in his words. Su Dachuan stiffly looked up at Su Che. A wave of shock and disbelief washed over him instantly. You tricked me? Within a fraction of a second, Su Dachuan realized that he had been tricked by the Japanese. Su Che did not deny it, but tried his best to suppress his emotions, his expression extremely serious. What exactly is the so-called truth? Tell me. Because of Su Dachuan's words, all the questions deep in Su Che's memory over the years were instantly triggered. In an era where everyone possesses superpowers, human lifespan is also increasing year by year. Even humans who have awakened F-level superpowers can easily live to be 120 years old. But his mother, Su Yinxiu, mysteriously passed away when he was 7 years old. From childhood to adulthood, Su Dachuan always told himself that his mother died from an illness. But in today's society, even cancer, which was once considered an incurable disease, now has effective targeted drugs that are affordable for everyone. With even more money, even severed limbs can regrow. Even if we assume that it's truly incurable, cryogenic chamber technology has been in use for over a decade, and cryogenics might be a good solution. With such advanced medical conditions and technology available today, the mother's death seems particularly suspicious. Su Dachuan looked at Su Che intently for a moment, the complexity in his eyes almost palpable. Su Che's gaze was firm, and although he didn't speak again, his attitude was self-evident. The father and son stared at each other, and the atmosphere gradually froze. Oh well, there's no point in hiding it now. After a long while, Su Dachuan, as if all his strength had been drained, pulled out a chair and sat down weakly, waving his hand. Sit down. Let me tell you a story. Su Che pulled out the chair opposite Su Dachuan and sat down, but his body was ramrod straight. Su Dachuan's gaze slowly lost focus, as if he had fallen into deep thought, and his brows furrowed unconsciously. Many years ago, one night, the Su family in the main base city welcomed its first young master. Because the Su family held a prominent position in the main Bay City, this young master lived a life of luxury from a young age, hardly ever experiencing hardship, and naturally enjoyed the favoritism of everyone in the family. Even the second and third young masters born a few years later did not receive the same treatment as the eldest young master. But all of this changed dramatically after the young master's ability awakening ceremony in his second year of high school. The young master, who was originally the hope, only awakened a mere C-level talent. In the eyes of ordinary people, a C-level talent is already quite good, but in the eyes of the Su family, a C-level talent is simply a disgrace, not even as good as the captain of the family's guards. From then on, the eldest young master's status in the family plummeted. His family members, who used to be all smiles, all turned into cold-faced people. But that wasn't the end of it. After the second and third young masters both awakened their A-level talents, the eldest young master's situation became even worse. Even the guards and servants in the house dared to speak to him in a sarcastic tone. Upon hearing this, Su Che's gaze became slightly complicated, and a hint of understanding appeared in his eyes. Su Dachuan continued. That year, the young master was 21 years old. After years of suppression, he finally couldn't help but escape from the Su family in the base city. Although he suffered a lot along the way, the young master still never thought of giving up going home. So, relying solely on his inner strength, the young master, who had been honing his skills for many years, finally became a mercenary and successfully joined a mercenary team called Chilean Society. Mentioning the mercenary squad, Su Dachuan's tightly furrowed brows slowly relaxed, and the corners of his mouth involuntarily curved upwards into a slight smile. The time after joining the mercenary team was the happiest and most joyful time for the young master in recent years. Although every mission was accompanied by life-or-death crises, he felt that he had found the meaning of life. He not only made several brothers with whom he had shared life and death, but also met the love of his life here. Thump! Su Che was startled and subconsciously twisted his body, his breathing almost stopping. At this moment, Su Dachuan's smile was no longer concealed, and the young master's lifelong love is the female president of Chilean Society. In a highly dangerous mission, the young master risked his life to save the president. Although he had to recuperate for a whole year, he won the female president's heart. From then on, their relationship gradually warmed up, and they soon had a child. After much thought, the young master finally decided to return to the Su family. Although he disliked the family, he had to give the president a proper status and an explanation. Through years of training, the young master has now become a mercenary with a crimson badge. Crimson mercenaries hold extremely high status, and his return to the family immediately caused a stir within the Su family. Even the old patriarch personally came out to welcome him and intended to designate the young master as the next head of the family. After being rejected, he then designated the male infant in the president's womb as the highest-ranking heir, just when everything was developing in a positive direction. At this point, Su Dachuan paused, his smile gradually fading, and a hint of pain appeared on his face. But that winter, the main base city suddenly became chaotic for some reason. That night, the president disappeared without a trace. The young master mobilized all his connections, but found no clues. Just when the young master was extremely sad, the president quietly returned safely one night. Although the president returned safely, all his meridians were severed. His life force has dissipated by 90%, and his lifespan is hanging by a thread. The young master pressed him for answers, but the president remained tight-lipped and refused to say a word. Despite the young master visiting all the famous doctors in the base city for diagnosis, the conclusion was that there was nothing that could be done, and he had at most a year to live. Only a person with superpowers could extend his lifespan by using his own life energy. The young master was still unwilling to give up and visited famous doctors every day, but the president said he was tired and didn't want to be treated. He wanted to travel around the Great Xia. The young master agreed without hesitation, but the family sternly refused. The reason was that it was not worth it for the young master to use his own life energy to prolong the president's life. They demanded that the young master consider the family's interests. The young master was furious and immediately severed all ties with the family and left with the president. Su Che's dry, throat suddenly bobbed, and the veins on his hands bulged. Su Dachuan's expression grew increasingly pained, and he almost uttered the last sentence through gritted teeth. After traveling to Pengcheng, the president of the association gave birth to a baby boy. When the boy turned 7, his life energy could no longer sustain the president's life. The president's last wish before she died was that the baby boy would live a happy life. After a few seconds of pause, Su Dachuan spoke slowly. Now, do you understand? Su Che nodded gently, his voice slightly hoarse. I understand, young master. Chapter 76. The answer lies in the main base city. The answer lies in the Su family. Understood. I understand everything now. After listening to Su Dachuan's story, all of Su Che's doubts vanished instantly. The so-called eldest son of the Su family in the main Bay City is naturally his father, Su Dachuan. The so-called female president of the Choyan Society is none other than her mother, Su Yinxiu. At this moment, Su Che finally understood why Su Dachuan had refused the cooperation with Harbin Pharmaceutical Group and why he was so resistant to the idea of the main Bay City. At the same time, this also resolved the question that Su Che had had since childhood. He clearly remembered that his father, Su Dachuan, was very strong when he was a child. But as he gets older, it seems that Su Dachuan's vitality and strength are declining year by year. Su Che initially thought this was just an illusion caused by his increased strength. Now it seems that this was entirely because Su Dachuan had been using his own life energy to prolong his mother's life. He extended his mother's life by 7 years, even though she originally only had 1 year left to live. What incredible perseverance that is. Looking at Su Dachuan, who always had a smile on his face no matter when or where, in his memory. For a moment, Su Che felt as if a steel needle had been pierced into his heart, and he almost couldn't breathe from the pain. What else do you want to know? I've already said everything I needed to say. After recounting all this, Su Dachuan seemed to have aged several years in an instant, his fatigue evident. He was no longer cheerful. Instead, he was filled with endless loneliness, as if this was the truest state of Su Dachuan's heart. I want to know what happened in the main base city that night, and how my mother got injured. Su Che gritted his teeth and asked the question that had been weighing on his mind for a long time. Su Dachuan pondered for a moment. I don't know much about the first question. The riots in the main base city that night caused quite a stir. I made many inquiries but didn't get much information. However, according to rumors, the riots were related to the European Union. Su Che, speaking about the European Union, frowned. He was both familiar with and unfamiliar with the European Union. The reason for this familiarity is that the EU and the Great Xia Alliance are on the same level and are very powerful. What's unfamiliar is that his understanding of the EU is limited to online information, and he knows nothing more about it in detail. I only know that the relationship between the EU and Great Xia is not harmonious, and there are often some frictions at the border. Just as Su Che was wondering, Su Dachuan shook his head and spoke again. As for your second question, I don't know either. Your mother is very stubborn and always keeps her word. No matter how I ask her, she has never told me how she got all these injuries. Is there any possibility? Su Che's voice grew colder. Is it possible that it's because of the Su family? Su Che naturally had no good feelings towards the Su family that Su Dachuan mentioned. My father and mother have known each other for many years and have always been safe and sound during countless dangerous missions they have carried out in the mercenary group. Why did trouble happen exactly when they returned to the Su family? This is quite intriguing. Impossible. Su Dachuan shook his head and refused without even thinking. Although the Su family has no human touch whatsoever, they have no reason to do this. What benefit would it bring them? Benefit? Su Che rolled his eyes and blurted out. Old Su, think about it carefully. If you hadn't returned to the Su family, who would be the head of the family? Su Dachuan paused for a moment, let out a short, spasmodic breath, and stood rooted to the spot. A few seconds later, Su Dachuan's voice was a little dry. If I hadn't gone home, the position of family head would have been decided between the second and third sons, but it won't happen. The second and third sons have clearly treated me well, and I've already made it clear that I don't want to be the family head. Su Che did not refute, but his tone was several octaves higher than before. Even if the two of them didn't mean it that way. What if the old patriarch designated me? the child in my mother's womb, as the highest-ranking heir? Su-che didn't speak too bluntly, but he believed that Su Dachuan would fully understand what he meant. Boom! These words struck Su Dachuan like a thunderclap. Scenes and details flooded my mind at the same time, and I instantly felt a splitting headache. Although he was reluctant to believe it, he had to admit that Su-che's words made a lot of sense. Given the old clan chief's age back then, living another 10 or 20 years wouldn't be a problem. If Su-che is born safely, he will be of legal age by the time the clan elder passes away. As the first in line to inherit the throne, Su-che will be the head of the entire Su family. At such a young age, he possesses power that others can only dream of in a lifetime. Who wouldn't be envious? Crunch. Su Dachuan's forehead veins bulged, his cheek muscles twitched, and his fingers turned slightly white from the force. After a long silence, Su Dachuan suddenly looked up and said decisively, No, your mother was one of the best among the fourth-tier extraordinary beings back then. Unless the old patriarch personally took action, no one in the Su family could possibly have broken her meridians. But what if we asked someone else to do it? That's equally impossible. Su Dachuan narrowed his eyes slightly. That year, a beast tide broke out in the base city. All grandmasters and above were conscripted to the battlefield. The highest-ranking one left behind was only a 5th-level master, not to mention how much attention a 5th-level master's every move would attract. Even if a 5th-level master really made a move, your mother was not without the power to resist. Besides, based on my understanding of your mother, the reason she is unwilling to tell me the truth must be because the enemy is too powerful. The enemy is at least a 6th-level grandmaster, or even a national-level expert above the 6th-level grandmaster. Upon hearing this, Su-che immediately fell silent. He admitted that his statement had many flaws, but what is the truth? Just then, Su Dachuan slowly got up, looking exhausted. I'm tired. It's getting late. Let's go to sleep. After saying that, he got up and walked dejectedly into the master bedroom, like a wild beast licking its wounds alone. Watching Su Dachuan's figure disappear completely into the room, Su-che sighed silently, wanting to offer comfort but unsure how to begin. Although he got the truth he wanted, he never expected that the truth was so complicated. After tapping his head hard, Su-che returned to his bedroom alone, still puzzled. That night, Su-che suffered from insomnia, a rare occurrence for him. Nothing was said that night. The next morning, when Su-che pushed open the door, Su Dachuan's door remained tightly closed. Just as Su-che was about to go downstairs to grab a quick breakfast, he discovered that a steaming hot egg pancake had already been laid out on the table. Su-che glanced deeply in the direction of Su Dachuan's room. His lips moved, but he ultimately remained silent. As he casually picked up the egg pancakes, Su-che suddenly paused in surprise. There seemed to be a piece of paper under the plate containing the egg pancakes. Puzzled, Su-che unfolded the letter, and a vigorous, small, regular script immediately caught his eye. Seeing this letter is like seeing you in person. I thought about it all night yesterday, and finally figured it out. With your current abilities, you shouldn't be stuck in this small pangcheng. Your future is limitless. It was wrong of me to hide this from you under the guise of doing it for your own good. So I've decided that no matter what you want to do in the future, your father will always be there to support you. Good luck. Don't worry. Your mom will personally apologize to me when I get down. She won't have the heart to hit me. Crossed out. She won't have the heart to hit me hard. And lastly, I love you 1,000 times. Su Dachuan. Old Su. After reading the contents of the card, Su-che felt a lump in his throat. Turning his head to glance at Su Dachuan's still tightly closed door, Su-che suddenly grinned. Old Su, stop pretending. I know you're listening. I swear I'll investigate your mother's death thoroughly, and your son won't let you down. Oh, and lastly, I love you 3,000 times. Goodbye. After saying that, Su-che picked up the egg pancake and strode out of the house. Facing the rising sun, Su-che took a deep breath, his eyes flashing with a sharp light. I've figured it out. The answer must be in the main base city. It must be in the Su family. Chapter 77. What should I call Teacher Su? Call me Director Su. Pengcheng Superpower First Senior High School. There are 2 roads at the school gate. There's a sidewalk on the left and a sidewalk on the right. But at this moment, the right-hand sidewalk is clearly more eye-catching. The reason was that a completely black luxury car was parked on the right side of the sidewalk. The school security guards knew from the smell that the car belonged to the Jiang family. Inside the car, "Little sister, did you remember everything I told you? I know you're busy, but you must remember to personally invite teacher Su Che to our home. We need to thank him properly." As Jiang Tianyang spoke, he took out a gold card from his pocket and handed it to Jiang Linyue. "By the way, please give this gold card to teacher Su Che for me. There isn't much money in it, only about 2 million. Just say it's a small token of our Jiang family's appreciation." Jiang Linyue didn't accept the gold card, her beautiful brows furrowing into a small knot. "Why do you insist that I go and invite them? Can't you let Yuli and Yushi go and invite them? Besides, wouldn't it be more sincere for you to go and invite them yourself? Hey, Yuli and Yushi are juniors. It's not very sincere to send 2 juniors to invite them." Jiang Tianyang patted his chest. "As for me, I am a 4th-level transcendent being. Wouldn't it be a bit unreasonable for me to personally invite a 3rd-level, 8th-level kid? It would be a laughing stock if word got out. You don't want your older brother to be laughed at, do you? Can. All right, it's settled then." Without saying a word, Jiang Tianyang stuffed the gold card into Jiang Linyue's hand. "All right then, we'll talk about it when I have time. The martial arts exam is in 3 months, and I'm very busy lately." Jiang Linyue had no choice but to agree, but after weighing the gold card in her hand, she handed it back. "Forget about the gold card. I don't think teacher Su Che is a money-loving person." Jiang Tianyang almost scratched his ear to check if there was something wrong with his hearing. Wasn't Su Che's performance obvious enough during yesterday's monthly test? Even in the tense moment of the confrontation between the 2 extraordinary beings, Lei Ming and Song Yi, he still remembered to remind and help Liu Bo settle his gambling debts. Saying Su Che doesn't love money? I doubt anyone would believe that. Jiang Linyue glanced at Jiang Tianyang silently. "I know what you're thinking, but what you don't know is that Su Che has been using his own money to help Yi Xuanyue buy high-grade, 3rd-tier ferocious beast blood. You know how expensive high-grade, 3rd-tier ferocious beast blood is. How could a teacher who can do this be a money-loving person?" Jiang Tianyang's eyes widened. "Is Su Che really like that?" These are the words spoken by Yu Li and Yu Shi themselves. Hiss. Jiang Tianyang couldn't help but gasp, and his opinion of Su Che rose to a new level. To go to such lengths for one's apprentice is truly a rare find in today's society. With such outstanding character and abilities, I've decided this is the right brother-in-law. Jiang Tianyang's eyes flickered as he murmured softly, "What are you muttering about? What's with all this talk about husband and wife?" Jiang Linyue stared at Jiang Tianyang suspiciously. "Haha, it's nothing. I just really admire Su Che's behavior." As he spoke, Jiang Tianyang put the gold card back in his hand and then handed a black card to Jiang Linyue. "Take this card to teacher Su Che. There's a little more money in this card than the previous one, about 5 million. Before Jiang Linyue could speak, Jiang Tianyang explained with a serious expression. "It's precisely because teacher Su Che doesn't care about money that I want to give it to him. You wouldn't want such a good teacher to worry about money, would you?" After hesitating for a moment, Jiang Linyue finally accepted the black card, but shook her head. "I don't think Professor Su Che will accept it, but I'll give it a try." After saying that, he immediately opened the car door and got out. Watching Jiang Linyue's figure gradually disappear into the campus, Jiang Tianyang revealed a triumphant smile. "Little sister, I've gone to great lengths to give you more opportunities to interact with teacher Su Che. Luckily, you didn't notice. You'll thank me later. At the same time, on campus." Jiang Linyue looked at the black card in her hand with a slightly darkened gaze. "Brother, you practically wear your little thoughts on your sleeve." She had already seen through Jiang Tianyang's little scheme. As for why she didn't point it out, Jiang Linyue herself couldn't explain it. She admitted that she was very surprised by Su Che's teaching level and the speed at which his skills improved, but that was all she was surprised about. As for any further ideas, there aren't any at the moment. Shaking her head, Jiang Linyue quickly cleared her mind of all thoughts, her gaze resolute. "Before becoming extraordinary, I will not be swayed by personal feelings. And my partner must also be extraordinary." Jiang Linyue added in a low voice. "Logistics Department. Today is the first day after the second monthly test. As usual, It was the day to collect resources. This time, the resources are enough for a full 3 months. From today until the start of the martial arts exam, the school will not provide any additional resources. Therefore, most of the teachers in the intensive training classes arrived early to queue up. The line was already incredibly long when it was time to collect the resources. Just then, the line of people waiting to receive resources suddenly became agitated. Look, isn't that Teacher Su Che? These words are like a boulder thrown into a crowd, immediately causing a great uproar. A figure was slowly walking towards them from the end of the road. His eyebrows were sharp as if carved by a knife, and his deep-set features were filled with shadows. With a high, straight nose and a sharply defined jawline, if his hair and eyes were a different color, people would believe he was a mixed race. He was indeed a handsome young man, almost comparable to the reader, and it was undoubtedly Su Che. Wow, it really is Teacher Su Che. Why keep calling me Teacher Su Che? Let's start calling me Director Su Che. That's right, a level 3 teacher with a level 8 rank 3 will definitely be promoted next year. Top, top, top. With steady footsteps, Su Che quickly appeared at the back of the group. However, before he could even stand still, all the teachers from the intensive training class who were in line surrounded him. Good morning, Director Su and Teacher Su. Good morning, Teacher Su. We're not in a hurry. You can go ahead and line up. Yes, we're not in a hurry. Let Teacher Su Che go first. The moment Su Che appeared, the scene suddenly transformed into a harmonious society, with everyone showing extraordinary courtesy. In a very short time, Su Che was once again pushed to the front of the line. Thanks. Su Che cupped his hands in a fist salute, feeling as if he had seen this scene before. Hello. I'm here to collect the cultivation resources for Class 18 of Grade 11. Su Che's voice held a hint of anticipation. Last time, as the second-place finisher in a monthly test, I already received a lot of resources. This time, as the first-place finisher in the monthly test, I'm sure I'll receive even more. Professor Su Che, you've arrived. The administrator seemed to have been waiting for Su Che, and upon seeing him, he immediately jumped up from his seat. The class resources have already been placed in the classroom for you. You can see them when you go there. Su Che expressed his doubt with a nasal tone. The administrator grinned. Teacher Su Che, we don't know yet, do you? Class 18 of Grade 11 has been promoted to an honors class, and the classroom that was originally Class 1 of Grade 11 is now the classroom of Class 18. Chapter 78 Next Steps. Special Training at the Nine Peaks Mountain Demon Cave. The first floor of the teaching building. Buzz. The electric gate opened, and Su Che stepped into the classroom of Class 1, Grade 11. No, to be precise, it is now the classroom of Class 18, Grade 11. Wow, it really is the most luxurious classroom in the whole school. It's huge. Su Che looked around in amazement, his eyes practically popping out of their sockets. Compared to the luxuriously decorated classroom in front of me, the classroom on the 33rd floor looked like a bare shell. They even have a private restroom and a private training room. Seeing the separately designated area, Su Che's eyes lit up, and he became more and more excited as he looked at it. Good heavens, what kind of miserable life did I live before? Not bad, not bad. Lubo's classroom is really good. Su Che looked at it with increasing satisfaction. But from today onwards, it's mine. As his gaze wandered, Su Che quickly noticed the large box on the podium at the front of the classroom. The suitcase was entirely black, making it impossible to discern its material, but it was the size of 3 large suitcases. This must be the class's cultivation resources. With a flash of insight, Su Che stepped forward and opened the box, his pupils instantly filled with a dense array of potions. Hiss! Taking a deep breath, Su Che closed the box again and murmured, "It's a hit." The resources inside the box are at least 3 times more than those in a single monthly test. Although the first-tier elemental energy potion didn't significantly improve Yi Xuanyue and the Jiang sisters' abilities, it could be exchanged for money. Money is the ladder to success. Let's not even talk about how Yi Xuanyue needs money for her daily 3rd-tier high-grade ferocious bee snacks. Take the 2 Jiang sisters, for example. Their damaged meridians have now been basically repaired, which means that the beginner's bonus period is over. The only way to improve quickly is to expand one's meridians, and the only way to expand one's meridians besides following the proper cultivation methods is through elixirs. That is the meridian expanding pill. Suche also spent a long time researching before he learned of the existence of the meridian expanding pill. The problem is that there's no information about where to buy cultivation online, so it must be quite expensive. These resources are probably only enough for a tiny fraction of the problem. Tisk, if only a rich woman could see through my disguise and give me 3 or 5 million. This thought suddenly popped into Suche's mind. Knock, knock, knock. Just then, a knock on the door caught Suche's attention. Turning my head, I saw 3 big heads suddenly appear outside the window. From top to bottom are Yi Shuangyue, Jiang Yueli, and Jiang Yueshi. Yi Shuangyue similit faintly. Jiang Yueli rolled her eyes. Jiang Yueshi kept gesturing. Suche glanced at the locked classroom door and gave an awkward smile. Sorry, I forgot to authorize it. 3 minutes later. Everyone's here. Suche glanced at Yi Shuangyue, who was at the 8th level of the first tier and looked very confident, and nodded in satisfaction. Beneath its dignified exterior lies immense, devastating power. 100 points. Then, glancing at Jiang Yueli, who was at the 7th level of the first tier and brimming with fighting spirit, he nodded as well. Although his fighting spirit is a bit too strong, his personality is a perfect match for his lightning ability, allowing him to perform beyond his normal capacity. Also 100 points. His gaze continued to sweep over Jiang Yueshi, who was grinning foolishly at the 7th level of the first tier, and his face twitched violently. Despite having ice-based abilities, it insists on transforming into a shield to fight. It could easily overwhelm its opponent, yet stubbornly refuses to attack. 0 points. Sigh. Suche glanced deeply at Jiang Yueshi, looking slightly helpless. He still remembers the scene of Jiang Yueshi's battle very clearly. It can be said that if Jiang Yueshi had launched an attack even once, Zhao Jun would have undoubtedly lost. It seems that live fire training needs to be put on the agenda as soon as possible. Suche made up his mind in his heart. Although the specific rules of the martial arts exams differ each year, they are generally conducted in a secret realm. Perhaps it was to allow candidates to get used to fighting ferocious beasts in advance, or perhaps it was to better test the candidate's potential. In short, many ferocious beasts exist in a martial arts examination secret realm every year. Even though these ferocious beasts are low-level beasts selected by the Department of Education, they are still dangerous. Generally speaking, every year's martial arts exam candidates will undergo practical training in the last month. But for these 3 people in front of us, it could have been done earlier. Teacher, why are you looking at me like that? Didn't I do a great job yesterday? Jiang Yueshi eagerly took credit, her face beaming with joy. Yes, we would have won much earlier without you. Before Suche could speak, Jiang Yueli took the initiative to fire the first shot. Jiang Yueshi's smile vanished, and she immediately stopped giggling. All right, let's get down to business. Suche's tone suddenly rose, causing the surrounding air to vibrate slightly. You have continued your training as usual recently. If nothing unexpected happens, we will go to the 9 Peaks Mountain Demon Cave for special training in about 1 or 2 weeks. 9 Peaks Mountain Demon Cave. Yi Shuangyue and the Jiang sisters exclaimed in unison, their expressions slightly shocked. Every resident of Pengcheng is familiar with the Judingshan Demon Cave, because Juding Mountain Demon Cave is the largest ferocious beast cave in Pengcheng. Without exception, before the great catastrophe of the ferocious beasts on Earth, Juding Mountain was a national forest park. After the global rampage of ferocious beasts, Juding Mountain naturally became their lair, making it extremely dangerous. There are countless rumors about Juding Mountain. The most widespread rumor is, deep within Juding Mountain dwells a wolf king, who stands at the highest point of the mountain to absorb the moon's essence every full moon night. Children of Jiang Yueli and Jiang Yueshi's generation, whenever they were naughty as children, adults would often say, if you keep being naughty, be careful, the wolf king of Juding Mountain will come and eat you. Therefore, upon hearing about the 9 Peaks Mountain Demon Cave, Yi Shuangyue and the Jiang sisters immediately panicked. Don't worry, this trip is mainly for training purposes. We'll only be operating on the periphery. Seeing their worry, Suche smiled and explained. Logically speaking, for ordinary training, you could just find any ferocious beast cave. There is actually a deeper reason why Jidingshan Demon Cave was chosen. Now, the blood of a third-tier superior ferocious beast is enough for Yi Xuanyue to rapidly increase her strength. However, based on experience, the blood of a third-tier superior ferocious beast is definitely not enough for Yi Xuanyue to quickly break through to the second tier. There seems to be only one way to raise Yi Xuanyue's strength to the second tier before the martial arts exam. That means consuming the blood of a fourth-tier ferocious beast. Suche checked the information and found that only the FE Alliance Mall in the entire Pingqing City offered the opportunity to exchange for fourth-tier ferocious beast blood. The so-called FE Alliance stands for Five Eyes Alliance. Business entity composed of 10 powerful families from the Great Xia Alliance, the American Alliance, the European Union, the Bear Alliance, and the Thousand Islands Alliance. However, the materials needed to exchange for fourth-tier ferocious beast blood can only be found in the Nine Peaks Mountain Demon Cave. Therefore, the Nine Peaks Mountain Demon Cave is an irreplaceable must-visit destination. Moreover, Suche had a very strong premonition. As long as all three of my disciples advance to the second tier, I will definitely be able to advance to the extraordinary tier. Understand, teacher? I will try my best. After a brief moment of shock, Yi Xuanyue nodded firmly and immediately found a spot to begin cultivating. I'm fine with it too. Jiang Yuli's gaze regained its sharpness, and without saying a word, she also sat cross-legged to cultivate. Me. Seeing that Yi Xuanyue and her older sister had both agreed, Jiang Yueshi hesitated for a long time before whispering, "If you're both going, then I'll go too, but teacher, you have to take good care of me." Upon hearing this, Suche's lips slowly curved upwards into a slight smile. "Don't worry, your teacher will definitely take special care of you." Chapter 79, Wish Fulfilled? The rich woman has arrived. Inside the new classroom of Class 18, Grade 11. While Yi Xuanyue and the Jiang sisters were cultivating, Suche was also sitting cross-legged in his private cultivation room. With a flash of insight, Suche's mind stirred. Breaking illusion. Name, Suke. Level, 3rd tier, 8th level. Special ability, enhancement type, A-rank special ability, Azure Peak Dragon. Technique, Galaxy Breathing Method. Combat skill, Breaking Army Fist Technique. Flaws, 1. The technique contains 68 errors, resulting in low efficiency in absorbing supernatural energy. 2. There are 139 errors in the operation of combat techniques, resulting in low power conversion efficiency. Solution: 1. Optimise breeding technique. Given the host strength, there are currently 60 areas that can be further optimized, already marked. Specific optimization plan. 3. Optimize the cultivation technique. Based on the host strength, there are currently 103 areas that can be optimized, already marked. Specific optimization plans are as follows. Just as I expected, seeing the number of optimization options for breathing techniques and combat skills, Suche's pupils contracted slightly, but he was not surprised. As he had anticipated, the number of optimizable tiers in the third-order 8-fold system was greater than the combined number of tiers in the third-order 3-fold and third-order 6-fold systems. Even so, there are still 8 areas for improvement in the breathing technique that have not been marked. There are even more combat skills to be improved, with a total of 36 areas that have not been marked. Suche wasn't surprised because he had experience helping Yi Xuanyue and the Jiang sisters optimize their breathing techniques and combat skills. Whether it's the extreme compression breathing technique, the starry sky rending fist, the lightning ball, or the mystic ice technique, it's all the same situation. They're all just a tiny bit away from having all the defects fixed. It seems that the earliest we can complete the optimization is at the 3rd rank, 9th level. I just don't know if we can advance to the Earth rank after optimizing these flaws. Suche muttered to himself. Although he said that, he was not sure in his heart. After all, the gap between Xin rank and D rank cultivation techniques is too huge. It's no exaggeration to call an insurmountable chasm. Forget it, we'll talk about it later. Let's focus on improving our current strength first. With an idea in mind, Suche immediately calmed down and began to practice the Star River breathing technique and the breaking army fist technique. Having had many previous experiences, Suche was already very familiar with this process. Less than 2 hours had passed by the time the breathing techniques and combat skills were optimized. Click. Twisting his neck, Suche tried to practice the Star River breathing technique, and his whole body immediately felt refreshed. He could clearly feel that the speed at which the supernatural energy was being absorbed was significantly faster than before. He extended his fist, and the Pajun fist technique suddenly circulated within his body, with sharp fluctuations appearing from the tip of his fist. Great! I'm even stronger today than yesterday, because of my hard work. Feeling his strength had improved once again, Suche was in a great mood. Ding dong. Just then, a notification sound suddenly rang out in the private training room. Immediately afterwards, a picture appeared on the wall screen, showing the scene outside the classroom. Director Jiang? Upon seeing the beautiful figure standing outside the door, Suche let out a soft sound of doubt. He never expected that Jiang Lianyue would take the initiative to come to his class. Despite having some doubts, Suche opened the classroom door, straightened his collar, and left the training room. Just as he stepped out of the training room, he bumped into Jiang Lianyue, who had just entered the classroom. Jiang Lianyue wore a light pink robe, and she no longer looked like a cold and aloof director, but rather like a girl next door. Suche was slightly taken aback, but quickly recovered and greeted him. Director Jiang, are you here to see Jiang Yueli and Jiang Yueshi? They're still cultivating. Should I call them? Jiang Lianyue shook her head. Teacher Suche, I came to see you this time. Looking for me? Suche was taken aback. It's like this, my brother would like to invite you to his home for a short visit to thank you for teaching you Li and Yushi, but he is too busy and doesn't have time, so he asked me to come and invite you in person. Jiang Lianyue's expression was somewhat different. I see. Suche's expression was knowing, but for some reason, the scene of Jiang Tianyang tightly gripping his hand suddenly appeared in his mind, and his expression became slightly strange. Teacher Suche? Teacher Suke? Seeing that Suche hadn't said anything, Jiang Lianyue called out softly. Okay, no problem. I will definitely pay a visit in the next 2 weeks. Suche nodded in agreement, then suddenly blurted out, Will Director Jiang be there too? Yes, it will. Jiang Lianyue spoke subconsciously, but then added, As a member of the Jiang family, I definitely have to stay. Suche couldn't help but smile. Okay, see you then. Jiang Lianyue responded softly, and then fell silent. Jiang Lianyue remained silent, and Suche didn't know what to say either. An awkward atmosphere quickly spread between the two. Director Jiang, would you like to sit in the lounge? It's spacious and well-insulated, Suche said, breaking the ice. Jiang Lianyue's eyelashes trembled, and her eyes twitched slightly. Thank you, but no need. Shall I call you Li and Yushi over so you can chat for a while? Need not. Jiang Lianyue still refused, but then suddenly seemed to think of something, flicked her wrist, and a black card appeared in her palm. By the way, Teacher Suche, there's one more thing. My brother asked me to pass this card on to you. He said it's a small token of our Jiang family's appreciation. There's not much money in it. Only 5 million. Jiang Lianyue glanced at the black card in her hand, hesitated for a moment, and then handed it over. Teacher Suche, if you don't want to accept it, I will. Jiang Lianyue stopped abruptly halfway through her sentence, the second half of which was stuck in her throat. His gaze was fixed blankly on his bare palm. The original black card had long since disappeared. Since it is the Jiang family head's kind intention, it would seem rather uninteresting of me to refuse. So I shall respectfully accept. Suche casually put the black card into his pocket, his expression unchanged. Please ask Director Jiang to convey my sincere gratitude to Patriarch Jiang. Although he appeared calm and collected, Suche's heart rate was actually about to spike to 180. Not much money? 5 million? He simply couldn't understand how these two completely unrelated words were put together. That's 5 million. After 2 gambling battles and betting on the dark web, his total assets so far are no more than 3 million. As it turned out, the Jiang family immediately offered 5 million. They really are big spenders. This money came at the perfect time. I shouldn't refuse it. Jiang Lianyue's expression suddenly froze, like a painting in a still frame. He let out a short, spasmodic breath and stood rooted to the spot. I felt that Su Che's original image in my mind was wavering, and I couldn't figure him out at all. After a moment of calm, Jiang Linyue glanced at Su Che with a complicated expression and said, "It's getting late, Teacher Su Che, so I'll be leaving now." "Okay, I'll take you." Su Che, preoccupied with figuring out how to spend the 5 million, was completely oblivious to Jiang Linyue's unusual behavior. After politely seeing Jiang Linyue to the door, a thought suddenly flashed through his mind, and he blurted out, "Director Jiang, do you know where I can buy the Meridian Expanding Pill?" Chapter 80, Heading to the Pharmacy. "I'm sorry, sir, we really don't have that." A Meridian Expanding Pill. Jiang Linyue paused, her beautiful brows furrowing slightly. After thinking for a few seconds, she shook her head. "I've never heard of it." Because she was born into the Jiang family and possessed extraordinary talent, she had seen many kinds of energy potions and pills over the years. But this was the first time she had ever heard of the name Komadan. All right. Su Che could not hide his disappointment. Upon receiving the 5 million, his first thought was to buy the Meridian Expanding Pill. Only the Meridian Expansion Pill can rapidly enhance Jiang Yueli and Jiang Yueshi's abilities. The faster the two improve, the faster his strength will improve. Therefore, this Meridian Expanding Pill is particularly important to him. Jiang Linyue pondered for a moment. Even I have never heard of this. This Meridian Expanding Pill must be very valuable. In Pengcheng, basic medicines are sold in many places, but this kind of ancient pill is only sold in one place. Where? Suke asked impatiently. Jiang Linyue. Pharmacy Hall, a subsidiary of Harbin Pharmaceutical Group. Harbin Pharmaceutical Group, Pharmacy. Su Che's eyes flickered, and he instantly recalled the text messages on Su Dachuan's phone. It was obvious that the text message was sent by someone from Harbin Pharmaceutical Group. Harbin Pharmaceutical Group is very famous in Daxia, and it almost monopolizes most of the pharmaceutical business. Even within the main base city, it is undoubtedly a giant industry. Jiang Linyue's guess made a lot of sense. If there were any Meridian Expanding Pills for sale in Pengcheng, they would definitely be in the pharmacy. Teacher Su Che, do you desperately need the Meridian Expanding Pill? Noticing Su Che's constantly changing expression, Jiang Linyue asked thoughtfully. Su Che, that's right. It is indeed very important to me. I understand. I'll keep an eye out for you if I have the chance. See you later. Jiang Linyue nodded politely and then turned and left. Not long after Jiang Linyue left, Su Che made a decision in his mind. It seems that I have no choice but to go to this apothecary. At the same time, Jiang Linyue, who had just left, had already arrived at the office door. Just as he was about to push the door open, he paused. After thinking for a moment, he returned to the corridor, took out his phone, and made a call. After the call connected, Jiang Linyue got straight to the point. I have already handed the black card over to Teacher Su Che. Haha, it's good that you accepted it. By the way, have you invited Teacher Su Che to your home? Jiang Tianyang's cheerful voice immediately rang out. Teacher Su Che agreed. Okay, good that you agree. TSK, little sister, you're pretty quick. Didn't you say you were extremely busy this morning? TSK. Jiang Linyue's face darkened, and she looked slightly embarrassed. I just happened to be passing by. I understand. I really believe you just happened to be passing by, really. Jiang Tianyang's tone sounded strange. I'm not going to argue with you anymore. I'm hanging up. Despite saying that, Jiang Linyue continued. When I left, Teacher Su Che asked me if I knew where to buy a Meridian Expansion Pill. It seems to be quite important to him. Anyway, I've never heard of it. You can handle it yourself. This has nothing to do with me. After saying that, he hung up the phone without hesitation. You mean this? You just hang up like that? Hearing the busy tone of the phone, Jiang Tianyang shook his head helplessly. A Meridian Expanding Pill. As he murmured the name, Jiang Tianyang's brows furrowed into a knot. Although he is a fourth-tier extraordinary expert, he doesn't know much about potions and pills. But since this matter concerns Su Che, he decided to help inquire about it. Having made up his mind, Jiang Tianyang quickly dialed the phone and gave the instructions. Afu, help me check if there are any Meridian Expansion Pills for sale in Pengcheng. Let me know as soon as you find out. City Center. The main entrance to the pharmacy under Harbin Pharmaceutical Group. Wow, no wonder it's the only flagship store in the whole city. It's really impressive. Looking up at the antique-style gate in front of him, Suche clicked his tongue in amazement. The two thick, red-painted pillars in front of me, roughly estimated to require at least two adults holding hands to encircle, are quite imposing. Above the red-lacquered pillars, a plaque bears 3 gilded characters. Pharmacy Hall. In the lower right corner of the 3 large gilded characters, there's also a line of words engraved in small regular script. Harbin Pharmaceutical Group, branch number 06. Although it was already 2:30 p.m., the pharmacy was still seeing a steady stream of customers coming and going. While it wasn't quite at the point of being shoulder to shoulder, it was pretty close. Let's go in and take a look. Suche took a deep breath and immediately stepped into the pharmacy. Ever since he heard Jiang Lianyue say that morning that Harbin Pharmaceutical Group's pharmacy might have a pulse-expanding pill, he had been somewhat tempted. I originally planned to come back tomorrow, but I couldn't resist and came right away. What does it taste like? As soon as he stepped into the hall, Suche took a deep sniff. It didn't have the pungent smell I imagined. Instead, it had a pleasant fragrance. After taking a few more breaths, I felt my previously agitated mood relax considerably. As expected of a venue under Harbin Pharmaceutical Group, impressive. Although I don't know what the sin is, it's definitely amazing. The more powerful the apothecary is, the more excited he becomes, which means the greater the probability that the apothecary will sell the Meridian expanding pill. After scanning the area roughly, Suche frowned slightly. He discovered that there seemed to be only bottles of potion in the lobby, but no elixirs. "Hello, sir. How can I help you?" Just then, a staff member in uniform spoke up politely. Suche asked in confusion, "Hello, don't you sell any pills here?" Swish, swish, swish. These words immediately attracted the attention of many customers in the vicinity. All sorts of strange or mocking gazes instantly focused on Suche. Many people wanted to see which clown or country bumpkin had come to the city. But when they saw the level 3 teacher badge on Suche's teacher's robe, they all changed color. Compared to such young level 3 teachers, they seem like clowns. The real clown is myself. Pills. The staff member's eyes darted around. "Sir, this must be your first time visiting our pharmacy, right? The pills are all on the 2nd floor. Please follow me." Led by staff, Suche was quickly taken to the 2nd floor. The 2nd floor is much smaller than the 1st floor, and there are far fewer customers. "Sir, I'm not bragging, but our apothecary has the most complete selection of pills in all of Pengcheng. We have every pill you can name here." Realizing that Suche was a level 3 teacher, the staff became noticeably more enthusiastic. "I wonder what kind of medicine you need, sir. I'll get it for you right away." The service from large companies is simply unparalleled. Suche nodded in satisfaction and blurted out, "I need the Meridian expansion pill." The room fell silent as soon as he said that. The staff member's eyebrows twitched. "Sir, what did you just say? Could you please repeat it?" "I said I needed the Meridian expanding pill," Suche repeated. The staff smiles froze inch by inch, like petrified sculptures. Suche expressed his doubt with a nasal tone. The staff member's lips twitched. "I'm sorry, sir, no." Suche raised an eyelid. "Didn't you say you had all the pills you could name? I need the Meridian expansion pill. Did you hear me?" Glug. The staff member's dry throat suddenly bobbed. "I'm sorry, sir. We really don't have that. Chapter 81 out of stock. Order now and wait at least 6 months? The pharmacy is on the 2nd floor. I'm sorry, sir. We really don't have that." The staff member's face flushed slightly, and he looked somewhat embarrassed. Seeing Suche's furrowed brows, the staff member hurriedly explained, "I'm sorry, sir. Although the Meridian expanding pill is in our pharmacy's inventory, we've never had it in stock." "Out of stock? Why?" Suche's brows were furrowed into a knot. The staff member said apologetically, "I'm very sorry, sir, but I don't have the authority to know more information. If you need it, I can ask the store manager to come over." Suke responded indifferently. "Yes, sir. I'll go and get the manager right away. Please stay here and don't move." After saying that, the staff member turned and jogged away. Before long, a staff member came to the store manager, whose temples were slightly gray, and whispered a few words in his ear. A few seconds later, the store manager first glanced suspiciously in Suche's direction and then nodded slightly when he saw the level 3 teacher medal on Suche's chest. "I'm sorry, Mr. Jiang. I have some urgent business to attend to. How about I come back for the appraisal after I'm done? It won't take much time. The store manager immediately looked apologetically at the elegantly dressed, silver-haired young man beside him. What's going on? My time is very precious. The silver-haired youth immediately showed his dissatisfaction, but still waved his hand. Hurry up. I'll only wait a minute. If it weren't for the reputation of your Harbin Pharmaceutical Group, I would have sold this pill to someone else long ago. Thank you for your approval, sir. Please wait a moment. The store manager took a deep look at the brocade box in the silver-haired man's hand, then turned and walked towards Su Che under the guidance of the staff. Hello, sir. My surname is Mai. You can call me Lao Mai or my English name, Mike. May I ask your name? Mike wore a professional smile. As the store manager of Pengqing Pharmacy under Harbin Pharmaceutical Group, his judgment is naturally excellent. After just a few glances, he immediately realized that the young man in front of him was definitely not an ordinary person. Okay, Mr. Mike, my name is Su Che. Su Che got straight to the point. I want to buy the Meridian Expanding Pill, but the staff told me that the store doesn't have it. I want to know what's going on. Old Mike. Mike's face twitched, but he still patiently explained. Mr. Su, in theory, our pharmacy sells all kinds of pills available on the market, but because the vascular expansion pill has special effects, very few people buy it. So our Pengqing branch does not sell this kind of pill. Su Che se fez darkened. Then where can I buy it? Mike, Mr. Su, don't worry. Although our Pengqing branch doesn't have it, it doesn't mean the headquarters doesn't. If you need it, we can apply to the headquarters to transfer the goods to you. Su Che's eyes lit up immediately. Okay, how about 2 or 4? How much is it in total? Mike's pupils dilated slightly as he gave Su Che a deep look. Are you sure you want 4? Of course. Su Che nodded without hesitation. With nearly 3 million in his own account and another 5 million in the black card given to him by Jiang Tianyang, buying 4 pills would be a piece of cake. Okay, the total price for the 4 is 10 million. A 50% deposit is required, so you only need to pay 5 million up front. Upon hearing this, Su Che's expression froze inch by inch, like a stone statue weathering away in the wind. For Meridian Expanding Pills cost 10 million, combine them to make 1 pill cost 2.5 million. This is faster than robbery. Ahem, never mind. Let's have 2 first. Su Che changed his mind without hesitation. Mike's expression remained unchanged. No problem, Mr. Su. The 2 Meridian Expanding Pills cost a total of 5 million, but you only need to prepay 2.5 million. Jiang Tianyang must have planned this perfectly, leaving not a single penny more. This thought flashed through Su Che's mind. By the way, how quickly can I receive the pills after payment? Su Che, who was about to obediently hand over his money, suddenly seemed to remember something and asked. That's not certain. The system requires application and allocation, and it will take at least a week, unless there are special circumstances. I'll check for you. Mike pulled out his portable smart computer and began searching, a strange look flashing in his eyes, his expression clearly odd. What? Is there a problem? Su Che keenly sensed that something was amiss. Mike hesitated, then finally sighed softly. It's really unfortunate, Mr. Su. The headquarters is out of stock of the Meridian Expansion Pill. If you want to buy it, we need to reassign the pharmacist to make it, which may take a while. Su Che's pupils trembled slightly, and a bad premonition suddenly welled up in his heart. This cycle is a bit long. About how long? Mike, it could take as little as 6 months or as long as a year. Su Che's expression changed instantly. He felt a throbbing sensation in his temples, and his head was spinning. As short as 6 months? Or as long as a year? Don't even mention half a year. The martial arts exam is in 3 months. By then it'll be too late. Is there any way to get quickly? Like by paying more? Su Che persisted. Mike shook his head without hesitation. It's not about the money. Senior pharmacists have a very high status, and the company can't impose strict time restrictions, so? Although the words were not finished, the meaning was already very clear. Su Che was about to say something, but was interrupted by a sharp voice. Manager Mai, we agreed on 1 minute. But look how long it's been. Are you still going to take my pills or not? If not, I'm going to go somewhere else. Following the sound, they saw the silver-haired youth swaggering forward, carrying a red brocade box, his expression clearly showing impatience as he looked at Su Che. Yes, of course I'll accept it. Excuse me, Mr. Jiang. Could you please give me one more minute? Mike smiled apologetically, then turned to look at Su Che. Mr. Su, that's the situation. Why don't you place an order and put on the waiting list, or reconsider? Su Che did not answer directly, but instead frowned and fell in a deep thought. After a moment, Su Che asked solemnly, Manager Mike, I'd like to know if there's any other way to buy the Meridian Expanding Pill besides the headquarters of the pharmacy? I definitely need the Meridian Expanding Pill, but I certainly can't wait 6 months. Mike opened his mouth as if to say something, but ultimately remained silent. Su Che's eyes flashed, knowing he had a chance, and he was about to press his advantage when a silver-haired youth interrupted him again. If you're going to buy it, then buy it. If you're not going to buy it, then don't waste other people's time, okay? Manager Mai, I can wait, but I can't wait for this blood-gathering pill. After saying that, he directly opened a brocade box to reveal a red pill. Give me a straight answer in 3 minutes. If you want it, we'll trade now. If not, I'll go somewhere else. Mr. Jiang, is there any need to be in such a hurry? Mike's face fell. My assessment takes more than 3 minutes, and yours. The silver-haired youth waved his hand to interrupt. Just 3 minutes. If you don't accept it, I'll turn around and leave. Good. Store manager Mike gritted his teeth and immediately took out an optical microscope to carefully examine the blood-gathering pill in front of him, his expression extremely serious. 3 minutes later, the silver-haired youth closed the brocade box on time. Manager Mai, time's up. Make your decision quickly. Mr. Jiang, I haven't finished reading it yet. May I take another look? No, it's 3 minutes, so it's 3 minutes. Mike fell silent, lost in thought. After a long while, Mike seemed to finally make up his mind and looked at the silver-haired man, about to respond. But before he could speak, Su Che interrupted him. Wait, there's something wrong with this pill. Chapter 82, Breaking Illusion, displays its power once more. Far away yet right before our eyes. Wait, there's something wrong with this pill. Just a second before Mike blurted out, Su Che interrupted him. Su Che's words seemed to possess some kind of magical power, as if the scene had been paused and all sound instantly disappeared. The air was almost frozen. You could hear a pin drop. Swish, swish, swish. At this moment, both customers and shop staff focused their attention on Su Che. Although Su Che's voice was calm, the effect it had was explosive. The statement that a medicine sold at a pharmacy under Harbin Pharmaceutical Group has problems is enough to attract everyone's attention. Mr. Su, what do you mean? Mike's eyes narrowed slightly, a hint of surprise and uncertainty in their depths. Although he had only examined it for less than 3 minutes, he had basically observed everything that needed to be observed. Based on years of experience, no problems have been found with this blood-gathering pill. Since the pills were fine and the price was right, he naturally intended to buy them back. Unlike medicine, elixirs can generate substantial profits from a single transaction. But after being interrupted by Su Che, he suddenly became a little insecure. There's something wrong with this pill, Su Che repeated calmly. Bullshit. What nonsense are you spouting? The silver-haired man's expression changed instantly, and he flew into a rage. This is a pill passed down from our Jiang family. A genuine, top-grade blood-gathering pill. How could there be a problem? What do you know? The silver-haired man was visibly agitated, his face slightly flushed. Manager Mai, this person is spouting nonsense and misleading the public. Shouldn't you kick him out? Mike quickly smiled apologetically. Mr. Jiang, please don't be angry. Perhaps Mr. Su has misjudged. I personally still believe in Mr. Jiang. Although he said that, Mike didn't mention the deal again, and instead looked at Su Che intentionally or unintentionally. Noticing Mike's gaze, Su Che understood. Obviously, whether one believes it or not is another matter, but Mike has already become suspicious, which is exactly the result he wanted. He was already in a bad mood when he heard that the Meridian Expanding Pill would take so long to arrive. Just as he was about to strike while the iron was hot and see a glimmer of hope in Mike's expression, the silver-haired youth interrupted him. I can't stand it. I absolutely can't stand it. If you're not allowed to sit at the table, then nobody should eat. Thinking of this, Su Che chuckled. A perfect grade pill? I think it's more like a damaged grade one, isn't it? The silver-haired youth's pupils suddenly contracted, and a trace of panic flashed across his eyes. But it vanished completely in an instant, replaced by a face full of shame and anger. Stop spouting nonsense. Do you know anything about elixirs? Do you have any evidence? I now seriously suspect that you were sent by another organization to sabotage my business here and try to get me to go to your place. Is that it? After saying that, the silver-haired man looked at Mike with some impatience. Manager Mike, I won't be influenced by this kind of person. Don't worry. Since you've already agreed, let's start the transaction. Mike didn't answer directly, his gaze fixed on Su-Che without any attempt to conceal his intentions. Upon noticing this scene, the silver-haired youth clenched his teeth, veins bulged on his forehead, and his complexion became extremely pale. In contrast, Su-Che's expression remained calm as he glanced at the silver-haired youth. As for elixirs, I know a little about them. Since you want evidence, I will mercifully tell you. Thump! Thump! As Su-Che's gaze swept over him, the silver-haired youth's heart began to race, and his breathing became slightly rapid. But soon, the silver-haired youth shook off the jumbled thoughts in his mind and kept reassuring himself. No, what'd such a young kid know about pills? Even Mike couldn't tell. How could he possibly tell? He must have guessed, he must have. Don't be afraid. Don't be afraid. With this thought in mind, the silver-haired youth gradually regained his composure. But the next moment, Su-Che's words completely broke him down. I don't know the exact value of the blood-gathering pill, but I do know that the price difference between a perfect pill and a damaged pill can be several times, or even dozens of times. Although the blood-gathering pill inside the brocade box appears to be a full-grade pill, it is actually a damaged-grade pill, or more precisely, a combination of two damaged-grade pills. Upon hearing this, the silver-haired boy's face suddenly turned pale, his body trembled violently, and his fingers turned slightly white from the force. Mike's pupils instantly shrank to pinpoints. Su-Che sneered and continued his attack. It's very simple to tell whether this pill in front of you is in perfect condition or damaged condition. Although you can't see the difference on the surface, there's a clear difference in density between a perfect pill and this repaired pill. You don't need to cut it open. You can tell the difference with just 2 cups of saline solution. At this point, Su-Che's gaze locked onto the silver-haired youth. Am I right? Mike's gaze immediately turned cold. Boom! The silver-haired youth felt a loud bang in his ears, as if his ear canals had been filled with muddy river water, and he could no longer hear any sound from the outside world. I stood there, frozen, the numbness in my tailbone shooting all the way to the top of my head. He never expected that his most secret weapon would be seen through at a glance, and even his most basic tricks would be exposed. Gurgle. His dry throat suddenly bobbed, and the silver-haired youth jolted awake. Feeling the intense gazes around him, especially Mike's questioning look, the silver-haired youth picked up the brocade box and walked out. I really don't know what you're talking about. Fine, since the pharmacy isn't sincere about buying, I won't force it. Other pharmacies are scrambling to get it. Watching the silver-haired youth hurriedly leave, Mike raised his right hand and waved. He was still somewhat uncertain, but the silver-haired youth's actions at this moment undoubtedly revealed his own uncertainty. The next moment, several security personnel in uniform blocked the silver-haired youth's path. Seeing that he couldn't escape, the silver-haired youth's fear suddenly exploded, and he simply started throwing a tantrum. What? Is Harbin Pharmaceutical Group trying to force a sale? Look, Harbin Pharmaceutical Group is forcing a sale and restricting personal freedom. Mike's voice grew cold. Our Harbin Pharmaceutical Group never engages in forced sales or bullies others. But if anyone tries to take advantage of us, then I'm sorry, but please take Mr. Jiang away and settle him in. We'll also ask the enforcement team to come and handle this according to the law. Upon hearing this, the silver-haired youth's face turned ashen, his expression one of utter despair. She stiffly turned to look at Su-Che, her regret reaching its peak. Hey you, why did you provoke him for no reason? After the silver-haired youth was taken away, the scene quickly returned to normal, as if nothing had happened. Mr. Su, thank you so much this time. Otherwise, I, as the store manager, would have been in serious trouble. Mike's tone was sincere, his expression was noticeably more enthusiastic, and his gaze towards Su-Che was also much more serious. Su-Che was able to spot a problem that even he hadn't noticed, so he must not be an ordinary person. Suddenly, Mike's eyelashes fluttered, and a thought flashed through his mind like lightning. Could it be the Su family from the main Bay City, surnamed Su? Just then, Su Che's voice suddenly interrupted his thoughts. Manager Mike, no need for thanks. If you really want to thank me, please tell me if there's any other way to buy the Meridian Expanding Pill besides the pharmacy headquarters. Mike snapped out of his reverie, paused for a moment, and nodded emphatically. I do know where to buy them. Where? Su Che's face lit up with joy. Mike smiled mysteriously and pointed upwards. Far away, yet right before our eyes. Chapter 83, Siet Deng, Level 7 Pharmacist. Jiang Family Villa, Yunlong Mountain, in the southern suburbs. Quiet room. Well, Ah Fu, why are you in such a hurry to see me? Is it because you have news about the Meridian Expansion Pill? Jiang Tianyang had just finished his cultivation, and his body was filled with pure yang energy, inspiring awe in all who saw him. Afu bowed slightly. Returning home, Master, I have already checked. There is no stock of the Meridian Expansion Pill in Pengcheng, not even in the pharmacies under Harbin Pharmaceutical Group. No. Jiang Tianyang raised his thick eyebrows. Could this Meridian Expanding Pill be so rare that it's priceless? Afu shook his head. No, the retail price of the Meridian Expansion Pill is around 2.5 million daxia coins. So cheap? Then why is it out of stock? Jiang Tianyang was even more puzzled. It's like this, Patriarch. This Meridian Expanding Pill isn't a cultivation pill, but rather a relatively rare functional pill. The demand in Pengcheng is far too low, so... Jiang Tianyang nodded. I understand. Since Pengcheng doesn't have them, other cities probably don't either. Here's what you do. Contact the Harbin Pharmaceutical Group's pharmacy headquarters directly. They definitely have them there. Buy 2, or maybe 4 to make it a round number. Afu shook his head again. Master, I've already inquired, and the headquarters of the pharmacy hall does not have any in stock. The earliest I can buy them is half a year. 6 months. Jiang Tianyang glared and said, half a year is too long, isn't it? Judging from what my little sister said, Teacher Su Che is in a great hurry to use it, so he definitely can't wait half a year. After a moment's thought, Jiang Tianyang waved his hand and said, I understand. You can go now. Yes, Master. After Afu left, Jiang Tianyang hesitated for a moment before making a phone call. Hello, Uncle Dong, this is Tianyang. How have you been lately? Well, you have a good relationship with Harbin Pharmaceutical Group, right? I'd like to ask you for a favor. That's the situation, so I'd like to ask you where I can buy the Meridian Expanding Pill. Okay, I'll wait for your call. I'll definitely come to see you in the main base city when I have the chance. 3 minutes later, the phone rang. The call connected, and a strong voice came through. Little Jiang, the Meridian Expanding Pill you mentioned isn't a particularly precious medicine, but its production is really limited. I've asked around, but haven't been able to find anyone who has any in stock. Jiang Tianyang looked slightly disappointed. I understand, Uncle Dong. If all else fails, we'll just have to wait patiently for the next 6 months. Just as Jiang Tianyang was losing hope, the other party unexpectedly changed the subject. However, I've also heard some good news. The founder of this Meridian Expanding Pill is currently retired in your Pengcheng. Maybe you can buy it from him, but... What is it? Jiang Tianyang's eyes lit up. The founder of this Meridian Expanding Pill is Siet Deng. Although his combat strength is average, he is a genuine level 7 alchemist. He has an extremely eccentric and withdrawn personality. As a mere junior in the transcendent realm, he will most likely not pay any attention to you. A level 7 pharmacist. Jiang Tianyang's pupils suddenly contracted. Pharmacists are considered to be one of the highest-ranking professions among the 6 arts of supernatural abilities. Level 7 pharmacists are the pinnacle of the pharmacist system. Given the other party's status, they would normally be in contact with at least 5th-level masters or even 6th-level grandmasters. My meager, extraordinary cultivation level is indeed insufficient. Don't worry, it shouldn't be a problem if it's just about buying pills. I'll try to pass on a message for you, but whether it works out depends on the other party's mood. Upon hearing this, Jiang Tianyang nodded solemnly. Thank you, Uncle Dong, I understand. At the same time, the pharmacy is located at the stairwell leading from the 2nd to the 3rd floor. Mike carried a jug of soy sauce-flavored baijiu in front, while Su Che carried a roast chicken behind. Just as he was about to go upstairs, Mike turned around again with a serious expression. Mr. Su, you must remember what I just said. When we get upstairs, don't wander off. Stay close to me. Also, don't make a sound unless I tell you to. As for Senior Sia's personality, well, if it weren't for the fact that you helped me earlier, I wouldn't have taken you to see Senior Sia. Don't worry, I'm a professional at keeping my eyes and mind focused. I absolutely won't say a word, Su Che said with a serious expression. It's not difficult to keep quiet, as long as you can buy the Meridian Expanding Pill. Mike nodded, still somewhat uneasy. Also, I will only speak to Senior Sia on your behalf. As for whether Senior Sia is willing to sell to you, I cannot guarantee that. Let me make that clear first. Su Che held up his hand and made an okay sign. A senior with an eccentric personality that perfectly fits the stereotype. Okay, then come up with me. Mike glanced at the third floor and then began to lead the way. Although it was said to have 3 floors, Su Che felt it was much more than 3 floors. It took him several minutes to finally step onto the ground of the third floor. Compared to the second floor, the third floor is smaller, but because there are hardly any people, it feels empty. It smells pungent. After taking a few deep breaths, Su Che instinctively covered his mouth and nose. It wasn't that he was being pretentious, but the smell was just too strong, like it was drilling straight into his brain. Roughly estimated, it smells at least 10 times more pungent than the smell in a traditional Chinese medicine shop. Remember what I said, and follow me. Mike seemed completely accustomed to the smell and immediately led Su Che deeper into the area. The further they went in, the stronger the pungent smell became, and the more they went in, the more Su Che frowned. Soon, Mike arrived at a room and stood in front of it. At the same time, the pungent smell reached its peak, almost becoming tangible. Su Che immediately deduced that the source of the smell must be inside the house. Knock, knock, knock. Mike knocked quietly on the door. Who? A few seconds later, a slightly hoarse voice came from inside the room. Mr. Xie, it's me, Mike. I've come to bring you some food, Mike replied respectfully. No need. A voice drifted through the room. Mr. Xie, we have some Maodai flavor liquor. Come in quickly. Mike turned and gave Su Che a look, then pushed open the door and entered, with Su Che following closely behind. Upon entering the room, one immediately saw an old man with gray hair and a dirty gray robe, who was using a small hammer to tap 2 pills in one hand, while his other hand was scribbling notes with a pen, muttering to himself. Isn't this a disaster? I've really forgotten which one it is. Hearing the noise, old Xie didn't even look up. Put down the wine, take the food away. Okay, thank you. Mike respectfully placed the wine aside and bowed slightly, but did not leave. Is something the matter? Old Xie's voice was faint. Mike bowed. It's like this, Elder Xie. This gentleman next to me is an important client of our pharmacy. He wants to purchase a few Meridian Expanding Pills, but headquarters doesn't have any in stock, so he's come to ask you for help. What important client? Why are you bringing all sorts of random people here? Can't you see I'm conducting an experiment? Get out of here. I don't want to repeat myself. Old Xie waved his hand to interrupt him, his voice full of impatience. I'm sorry, Mr. Xie. We'll be leaving now. Mike's face fell, and he shook his head at Su Che with a wry smile. He then pulled Su Che up and was about to leave. However, it did not motivate Su Che at all. Stiffly turning his head, he saw Su Che's lips slowly curving upwards into a slight smile. There's a problem with the pill on the left side. Chapter 84, perhaps this is talent. The pharmacy is on the 3rd floor. Inside the room, there's a problem with the pills on the left side. In front of Mike and Shi Din, Su Che spoke calmly, his eyes resolute. It would be a real shame to give up on the news of the Meridian Expanding Pill. Su Che's voice wasn't loud, but it resonated clearly throughout the room. Xie Deng was taken aback for a moment before raising his head to look Su Che directly in the eye. Mike instantly felt goosebumps spreading from his neck to his arms, and his scalp tingled. My vision went black immediately, and I almost cried. He never expected Su Che to suddenly speak up at this moment, which really put him in a difficult position. If you anger Senior Xie Deng, not only will a small shop manager like him be implicated, but the person in charge of Pengsheng will also be affected. Gurgle. His dry throat suddenly bobbed, and Mike bowed as quickly as possible. I'm sorry, Mr. Xie. I'll take him away now. After saying that, he tried to forcibly drag Su Che away. This time, Su Che did not resist, and calmly followed Mike as he turned and left. But just as the two were about to step out of the room, Xie Deng's voice suddenly came from behind them. Wait a minute. Upon hearing this voice, a smile flickered across Su Che's eyes. Success. Given the other party's obsession with elixirs, he couldn't believe they weren't curious. Don't worry, Mr. Xie. This kind of thing will never happen again. Mike thought Shiden was about to get angry, so he patted his chest repeatedly to assure him. Shut up. Shiden interrupted Mike directly, then pointed at Su Che. Kid, you just said there was a problem with the pill on the left side? Su Che stepped forward. Yes, that's right. After scrutinizing Su Che for a few moments, Xie Deng sneered. Even I can't tell. How could a newbie like you, who hasn't even reached the transcendent realm, possibly tell? You must be guessing. Su Che didn't speak. He just kept smiling. Seeing Su Che's expression, Xie Deng became interested. He placed 2 pills of the same shape, size, luster, and scent on the table into his palms and looked at Su Che with a half-smile. Are you sure there's a problem with the pill in your left hand? I'm sure. Su Che nodded without hesitation. Very good, very good. A glint of malice flashed in Xie Deng's eyes as he tossed the pill in his right hand to Su Che. Since you say there's a problem with the pill in your left hand, then eat this one in your right hand. Didn't you want to buy a meridian expansion pill? Eat this, and I'll give you a meridian expansion pill for free. Really? Su Che took the pill, and his pupils widened slightly. His expression was quite interesting for a moment. Breaking through illusions indicates that the pill in hand is called the Yuan Energy Pill, which is a 4th-tier pill. Generally speaking, items below the 4th rank are called potions, while only those above the 4th rank can be called elixirs. Yuan Energy Pills and Yuan Energy Potions have the same effect, but they are worlds apart in terms of quality. They'll let me eat a Yuan Energy Pill for free, and then give me a Meridian Expansion Pill for free too? This scene is all too familiar to me. Isn't this a double celebration where you get to eat and take things? With this in mind, Su Che forced himself to keep his voice calm. Okay, I agree. Thank you, Elder Xie. Mike, standing nearby, exclaimed, Mr. Xie, please don't take it to heart. He must have just guessed randomly. I'll make him apologize to you right now. After saying that, he pulled Su Che aside and lowered his voice. Mr. Su, have you gone mad? Only one of those 2 pills is a real Yuan Energy Pill. Even if you choose the right one, a non-transcendent body won't be able to absorb much of it. If you choose the wrong one, who knows what harm it will cause to your body. This is much more dangerous than drug testing on the dark web. Listen to me, apologize right now. Although he had some complaints about Su Che's disobedience, he did not want to see Su Che cause irreparable consequences due to his recklessness. Manager Mike, I know what I'm doing. The Meridian Expanding Pill is extremely important to me, and I absolutely must get it. Su Che said this aloud, but in his heart he was thinking, thank you, my old Mike, but I really want to improve. But, seeing that Mike was about to say something, Su Che got anxious and immediately stuffed the Yuan Energy Pill into his mouth. Gulp. It was like Pigsy eating ginseng fruit, swallowing it whole without even chewing it. Burp. The next second, Su Che let out a burp. In an instant, the room fell into an eerie silence. Swish. 2 pairs of eyes instantly focused on Su Che, like magnets meeting steel nails, unable to look away. Mike's expression stiffened inch by inch, frozen on his face like a sculpture. Xie Deng's eyebrows twitched involuntarily, clearly not expecting the other party to be so decisive. Hiss! Su Che immediately felt a powerful energy erupt from his abdomen, which spread from his dantian to his limbs and bones, impacting his meridians. In less than a second, beads of sweat the size of soybeans appeared on Su Che's forehead, and his entire body turned red like a cooked red shrimp. If it were someone else, their body probably wouldn't be able to retain such terrifying energy. But Su Che was different. He was all too familiar with this sudden surge of enormous energy. He's an expert at getting something for nothing. Stay here, all of you. Su Che's face was tense, his muscles were bulging and veins were visible. Although his body was trembling violently, not a single bit of energy was leaking out. 1 minute, 2 minutes, 3 minutes later, Su Che's expression gradually relaxed, and the energy in his dantian gradually returned to calm, as if nothing had happened before. Boom! Su Che's entire body once again uncontrollably emitted bursts of energy, but this time it was a breakthrough. A single yuan energy pill enabled Su Che to break through to the next level. 3 tiers, 9 levels. Keep in mind that he had just broken through to the 3rd tier, 8th level before the 2nd monthly test. It's only been less than a week. That's faster than cheating. Mike was dumbfounded. No, that's it. Choosing the right yuan energy pill was already a great surprise to him. So how did he even break through? No, is this reasonable? Not only Mike, but even Shiden looked Su Che up and down with a look of surprise and suspicion, a glint of shrewdness flashing in his eyes. Although his main profession is a pharmacist and his cultivation level has remained at the extraordinary level without being particularly outstanding, his eyesight is exceptional. The fact that one's cultivation level is not yet extraordinary, yet one can prevent the yuan energy pill from leaking out at all, indicates that the meridians are extremely resilient and have great potential. Simply put, he's a genius. Of course, what Xiedeng was more curious about was how Su Che could tell at a glance that there was a problem with the pill on the left side. Boy, tell me your name, and how did you know there was something wrong with the pill on the left? As he spoke, Xiedeng quietly stood up, his previously cloudy eyes instantly becoming bright and piercing. Su Che had just recovered from the joy of his breakthrough when he heard this, and a hint of embarrassment flashed across his face. Elder Xie, what about the promised meridian expanding pill? Xiedeng's eye twitched slightly, and with a soft hum, he opened a drawer and casually tossed out 2 pills. Here. Su Che took the pill with great enthusiasm, his face beaming with excitement. 2.5 million for 1. 2 for 2 is 5 million. Suppressing his excitement, Su Che smiled and said, reporting to Elder Xie, my name is Su Che. As for why I was able to tell there was something wrong with the pills. After a pause, Su Che smiled shyly. Maybe this is talent. Chapter 85 Elder Xie. Can I choose again? The pharmacy is on the 3rd floor. The atmosphere inside Shiden's private elixir room was incredibly strange. Just after Su Che said that this might be talent, the room seemed to freeze into a painting. Old Mike's eyes widened, and although he didn't make a sound on the surface, his thoughts were exploding inside. Dude, you're getting all worked up just because I said you're fat. If you've chosen the right Yuan Nongdan, you should be happy and know when to stop. Why are you showing off? To boast about one's talent in front of Senior Xie is like showing off one's skills in front of Guan Yu. Oh no, this is terrible. Old Mike glanced up and noticed Shiden's expression. His heart skipped a beat. Based on his understanding of Shiden, the other man's expression clearly showed that he was interested. There are only 2 possible outcomes if Senior Shiden is interested. Firstly, Senior Xiedeng was very satisfied, which made everyone happy. Another possibility is that Senior Shiden will be very disappointed, which will be terrible. But the question is, will Xiedeng be satisfied with Su Che's high-pitched approach right from the start? In an instant, Old Mike deeply regretted bringing Su Che along. Talented? Interesting, very interesting. Just as Mike had predicted, Shiden became interested, and very interested at that. As a level 7 alchemist who is almost at level 8, no one has ever told him that they are talented. Even Zhuang Yin, who is known as a genius and is now teaching at the top university for supernatural abilities in the Great Xia dynasty, does not dare to say that his talent is stronger than his. Now, a junior at the 3rd rank and 9th level claims to have talent in front of him? Choo-choo. With a flick of his wrist, Xiedeng produced 2 more pills in his hand that were identical in shape, size, and scent, his eyes filled with a profound meaning. One of these 2 pills is a true essence-boosting pill. Although it cannot increase cultivation like the Yuan energy pill, it can quickly restore one's essence, energy, and spirit to their best state after consumption, and may even slightly increase one's potential. The other one is a failed aging pill. Taking it will not only fail to enhance one's vital energy and spirit, but will also damage one's mind and cause some irreversible harm to the body. At this point, Shiden paused slightly. Choose one, eat it, and let me see your talent. Su Che's gaze was fixed on the pill in Xiedeng's hand. His eyes flashed with a dark light, but he remained silent, his expression hesitant and somewhat awkward. What? Didn't you say you were talented? A hint of boredom flashed in Shiden's eyes, and the smile on his face gradually faded. Old Mike lowered his head, as if he had foreseen something, and looked very panicked. However, Su-che smiled calmly and said, Elder Xie, if I choose correctly, could you give me 2 more meridian expansion pills? The effects of the meridian expanding pill are unknown. What if 2 pills aren't enough? Of course, the more the better. Oh, Shiden's eyes lit up again. If you choose correctly, how about I give you 2 more? Having received the promise, Su-che didn't hesitate at all and blurted out, the pill on the right is problematic. I choose the left one. Xie Deng paused, seemingly surprised by Su-che's decisiveness. Are you sure? I'm sure. Su-che nodded without hesitation, his eyes full of anticipation. What a kind person. This Mr. Xie is truly a kind person. Giving away Yuan Neng Dan for free wasn't enough. Now, they're giving away Yi Jing Dan as well. After giving you the essence-boosting pill, you also need to give me 2 meridian-expanding pills. It's double happiness again. Double the joy. Xie Deng stopped talking, gave Su-che a deep look, and then tossed the pill in his left hand to Su-che with a whoosh. Crunch. Su-che didn't even look at it before throwing it into his mouth and chewing it dry. It tastes similar to Japanese beans, Su-che silently commented in his mind. After swallowing a pill to enhance essence, Su-che immediately felt subtle changes in his body. My whole body felt much lighter, like I had just had a 499 renminbi gentle massage. Even the fatigue from staying up late at home last night was completely gone, and I felt refreshed and full of energy. You chose the right one again? Old Mike looked up in surprise, his jaw slowly widening as he gazed at Su-che, his expression shifting once more. Choosing correctly once could be considered a fluke, but choosing correctly twice in a row definitely indicates something is going on. Here, take it. Xie Deng's interest grew even stronger, and he tossed out 2 more meridian expansion pills with a wave of his hand. Su-che carefully accepted the 2 meridian expanding pills, unable to hide his excitement. It was as if the 2 pills in front of him were not expansion pills at all, but 2 bundles of 2.5 million daxia coins. They made a fortune. They hit the jackpot. Clang. With the sound of a drawer being pulled open and closed, Xie Deng pulled out 2 dark-colored pills from somewhere. Upon closer inspection, it could be noticed that both pills were incomplete. Placing the 2 broken coins in his left and right palms respectively, Xie Deng spoke softly. The pill I have is called the Vajra pill. Although the Vajra pill cannot enhance cultivation, it is more precious than the Yuan energy pill. This is because the Vajra pill is made from the heart blood of the 4th-tier ferocious beast, the Vajra ape. After taking it, it can greatly increase physical strength without any side effects. You should understand its value. Although the Vajra pill I have is incomplete, it is still very valuable. Of course, only one of these 2 pills is called the Vajra pill. The other one is fake, or rather, not fake, but made from the heart blood of the demon heart ape. If ingested by mistake, it can cause anything from unconsciousness to a severe decline in bodily functions. Therefore, the voice paused slightly, then returned like a thunderclap. Do you dare to choose? The Vajra pill. Old Mike stared intently at Shiden's palm, his eyes burning with fervor. The Vajra pill isn't something you can just buy with money. The price listed on the dark web black market is astronomical for each one. Although it was incomplete, it was still quite valuable, and for a moment even he was tempted to choose it. But Old Mike quickly dismissed the idea. It's not that easy. What if you choose the wrong one? Wouldn't that ruin everything? Thinking of this, Old Mike stiffly turned his neck to look at Su-che, his pupils dilating slightly. To his surprise, Su-che showed no fear or hesitation in his eyes. On the contrary, he seemed rather impatient. Are you sure? For the first time, Shiden's gaze became somewhat complicated. Whether it was the Yuan Nung Dan or the Yi Jing Dan, he simply couldn't tell from the surface, or rather, he wasn't sure. With the aid of tests such as density and particle size, he is fully capable of distinguishing them. However, apart from the heart's blood used as the medicinal guide, the 2 pills in his hands were exactly the same in terms of all the auxiliary materials and steps. Therefore, even he needed to take out some of the pills and conduct multiple experiments and analyses to identify it. Su-che's resolute decision was somewhat puzzling to him. I'm sure. Su-che tried his best to control his emotions and not get too excited, and even forgot to ask for the meridian expansion pill. Although it was the first time I had heard of the Vajra pill, it was easy to tell that this pill was very valuable. It would be an absolute crime not to take advantage of such a bargain. Okay, Su-che, I'll remember you. You choose. Xie Deng spread his hands forward, and his eyes held a hint of appreciation as he looked at Su-che. Su-che blurted out, "The pill on the left is faulty. I'll choose the one on the right." Xie Deng didn't hesitate and immediately tossed the pill in his right hand to Su-che. Crunch. Su-che took the pill and popped it into his mouth without even blinking. Hiss. Su-che suddenly let out a strange cry, curled up into a ball with a look of great pain, and golden and blue light kept flashing all over his body. 3 minutes later, Su-che slowly stood up, his eyes filled with excitement. Elder Xie, can I choose again? Chapter 86. No need to consider it anymore. Pay respects to the teacher. Mr. Xie, can I choose again? Suppressing the pounding in his heart, Su-che's eyes reddened with emotion. That Vajra pill was incredibly effective. Despite being incomplete, he felt his overall defense had increased at least threefold. The blue patterns flowing all over its body were faintly tinged with a golden light, as if some unexpected change was taking place. It's as if the blue veins are extracting and absorbing some kind of essence from the Vajra pill. Although the underlying principles are not understood, it is certain that this change is beneficial. Try again. Xie Denghua's white beard twitched involuntarily a few times, and his eyes suddenly became complicated. He scrutinized Su-che from head to toe several times, his gaze growing increasingly strange. He couldn't see a trace of relief, lingering fear, or a sense of surviving a disaster in Su-che's eyes. Instead, she could read a hint of anticipation in Su-che's eyes. Yes, that's what we're looking forward to. Especially when combined with that sentence, he suddenly felt that Su-che was even more impatient than himself. Here, it's a freeload. A sudden thought flashed through Xie Deng's mind, and this idea popped into his head in an instant. Guessing correctly once might be a fluke, and guessing correctly twice might be just good luck. But 3 perfect scores are enough to show that Su-che is truly extraordinary. Especially the final fake Vajra pill. Even he, who had studied it for a long time, could not distinguish it with the naked eye. As a distinguished 7th-level pharmacist, it's true that he has no shortage of elixirs, but he's not a spendthrift either. Seeing Su-che's expression, he suddenly had a very strong premonition. That means if he continues to choose, he's afraid Su-che will drain him dry. Thinking of this, Xie Deng immediately waved his hand casually, his expression remaining completely calm. No need to try anymore. I admit you do have some skills. Upon hearing this, Su-che could not hide his disappointment. At this moment, he surprisingly hoped that Shiden would continue to question him. Only in this way can I continue to get drugged for free. It's so awesome. Yuan dun, Yiving dun, Jingdang dun. None of these 3 pills would be cheaper than the meridian expansion pill in the outside world. Especially the Vajra pill. If I can continue taking a few more pills, the blue lines all over my body might undergo a qualitative change. Unfortunately, judging from the current situation, it seems we won't be able to get it for free. To think that Elder Xie would give such a high evaluation. Old Mike, who had always kept his head down and seemed unremarkable, was now filled with a tremendous shock. Xie Deng has been in charge of the Pingqing pharmacy branch for so long. Over the years, many prominent families have brought their most talented pharmacists to visit us. But not a single person ever received praise from Elder Xie. But today, Old Xie actually took the initiative to praise someone for having some skills. This is truly something I've never seen before. If this gets out, it will probably shock a lot of people. It's no exaggeration to say that based on this assessment alone, if Su-che had chosen the path of becoming a pharmacist, he would have avoided taking at least 20 years of detours. After a moment of quick thinking, Old Mike's expression suddenly became relieved. To be able to identify the correct pill at a glance 3 times in a row is an astonishing ability. It's not surprising that such an extraordinary performance would earn such praise from Senior Xie Deng. Tajda. Just as Old Mike was in shock, Shiden strode up to Su-che, his eyes burning. Su-che, can you tell me how you did it? This is Shiden's second question today. Compared to the first time, Both the attitude and the level of importance attached to it were much stronger. Upon hearing this, Su-Che's eyes darted around. How'd they do that? It's simple, they cheated. No, to be precise, this doesn't count as cheating. It's common sense in the industry to not disconnect if it's not turned off. But there was absolutely no way he could tell Shi-Den this. After thinking for a moment, Su-Che's Adam's apple bobbed, and his voice was slightly hesitant. If I said it was purely based on feeling, would you believe me? After saying that, he seemed to realize it was somewhat inappropriate, and added, it might be related to the fact that my family has always been in the business of selling spiritual plants. At this point, Su-Che couldn't continue making up the story anymore. Even he himself didn't believe it. But it doesn't matter anymore. Now that I have the Meridian Expansion pill and haven't spent a penny, it's perfect. However, to his utter surprise, Shi-Den seemed to have taken it to heart. His right hand unconsciously tugged at his beard. His facial expression changed rapidly, and his brows furrowed into a knot. He wouldn't actually believe it, would he? Su-Che felt his throat go dry. The business of spiritual plants. He kept muttering to himself, his eyes sometimes filled with doubt, and sometimes shining with excitement. And so, time ticked by, and Shi-Den remained motionless, completely absorbed in thought. With Shi-Den remaining silent, Old Mike and Su-Che could only stand there and stare blankly. Just as Su-Che was getting impatient, Xie-Deng's pupils dilated dramatically. I understand. As she spoke, her gaze was fixed on Su-Che, her eyes burning with desire, as if she were looking at some precious treasure. Old Xie, what's wrong? Staring at him with such a gaze, Su-Che instantly recalled a person, Jiang Tianyang. Jiang Tianyang's expression back then was exactly the same as Xie-Deng's expression now. It was hard not to make him think. Little Mike, there's nothing for you here. Go and get back to work. Noticing Mike standing next to Su-Che, Shi-Den's expression returned to normal, and he immediately ordered Su-Che to leave. Okay, thank you. Although his gossip-loving spirit was burning, he dared not disobey Elder Xie's wishes. After giving Su-Che a deep look, he left as quickly as possible. Cough, cough. After old Mike left, Shi-Den coughed twice and looked at Su-Che again, giving what he considered his most amiable smile. Young friend Su-Che, would you be interested in becoming Xie-Deng's apprentice? As he spoke, the expectation in Shi-Den's eyes was undisguised. He was more than 70% certain that Su-Che was very likely the legendary medicine spirit body. The term medicine spirit is a vague general term, and due to its extreme rarity, very little is known about it within the industry. However, it is generally acknowledged in the industry that the medicine spirit body has an extraordinary sensitivity to elixirs and can easily detect details that are difficult for ordinary people to observe. Su-Che's previous performance perfectly fits this point. Su-Che's mouth slowly opened wide, completely unexpected that Xie-Deng would take him as a disciple. After a brief moment of surprise, Su-Che refused without hesitation. I'm sorry, Professor Xie. My goal is to become a university teacher, so I'm afraid I can't become your student. Just kidding. He has no interest in making medicine right now. Seeing Su-Che refuse, Xie-Deng immediately became anxious. Don't be in such a hurry to refuse. What's wrong with being a teacher? My eldest disciple is a university teacher. Even university teachers have to choose one of the 6 arts of supernatural abilities to minor in. Don't worry, I won't force you to make medicine. It's entirely up to you. For now, you just need to come over and take a look around when you have time. Oh, and one more thing. If you become my disciple, you won't have to spend any money on Yuan energy pills or I Ching pills. Think about it carefully. Xie-Deng had barely finished speaking. Just moments before, Su-Che had looked reluctant, but now he spoke with a firm tone. No need to think about it anymore. Pay your respects to the teacher. Chapter 87 Master, didn't you swear you would never take on another disciple? As night fell, the stars twinkled in the sky. Pengsheng's city center. Apart from basic lighting, most shops had turned off their lights. After all, with electricity so expensive these days, the cost of keeping a sign lit up all night is far higher than advertising. But at this moment, there is one exception. That is the pharmacy under Harbin Pharmaceutical Group. Attentive observers may notice that the lights on the 3rd floor of the pharmacy often stay on all night, which is quite extravagant. The room with the lights on was Shi-Den's laboratory. An overview and discussion of the spirit body. On the advantages of the spirit body in supernatural ability evolution. 18 methods for identifying a medicinal spirit. First, the other party admits it verbally. Second, force the other party to admit it. It is rumored that male spirits possess certain genitalia that are 1 to 3 centimeters longer than normal males. Swish, swish, swish. Xie Deng was holding several large stacks of ancient books, turning the pages while drooling. As for why they didn't use a smart computer, but instead painstakingly searched through ancient books, it's quite simple. Blue Star did not immediately store the data online via intelligent optical computers after the ferocious beasts wreaked havoc. At that time, humans were still using primitive books to record information. However, due to the collapse and changes in order, the accuracy of the information in these ancient books varies. You might discover secrets hidden in the long river of history, where you might find things that were simply fabricated by people in the past for amusement. It's no exaggeration to say that excrement is a gold mine. Damn it, these ancient people only studied the groin, didn't they? After looking at it carefully for a while, Xie Deng finally cursed angrily, then shrugged and refused to look anymore. I searched for several hours, but couldn't find any useful information. Shaking his head, Xie Deng's eyes gleamed. Forget it, I won't investigate anymore. Based on my experience, there's a very high probability that my little apprentice is a medicine spirit body. I'm pretty sure of it. Buzz, 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 buzz. At that moment, the triangular wristwatch on Shiden's wrist suddenly emitted 2 rapid vibrations. Immediately afterwards, a beam of blue light suddenly shot out from the wristwatch, slowly forming a panoramic virtual robot image. Master, you have a voice call request. Although the robot's appearance was nothing special, its voice was completely indistinguishable from that of a real person. It's clearly a high-level portable smart computer. Call request. Xie Deng raised an eyebrow. Didn't I set my contact number to reject calls? I could still get through. Reporting to Master, this is a request for a call within the group's intranet. Requesting a call with the group's management position M11. The robot replied immediately. This tiny company has so many positions, it's so annoying. Shiden muttered something under his breath, but still waved his hand and said, agree to the call request. As soon as the call connected, a highly official voice immediately came through. Hello, Mr. Xie. I'm Jiang Tao. My position is M11, and I'm mainly responsible for sales. Stop, stop, stop. Xie Deng interrupted directly. Supervisor Jiang, right? Just say what you need. Anyway, I can't do anything. Why are you looking for me, a retired old man? Although M11 is theoretically a higher rank than him, he doesn't care at all. That's right, Mr. Xie. Jiang Tao wasn't angry and patiently explained, I was asked to come here to bother you, Elder Xie, because I had no choice. If I remember correctly, the company's vacuuming pill is your creation. A friend of mine has contacted me wanting to buy vacuuming pill, but we don't have any in stock. So I wanted to ask if you have any here. Don't worry, the price is the market price. A meridian expanding pill. Shiden's beard twitched, and he looked puzzled. Today, Suche came first to purchase the meridian expanding pill. Now, someone is using connections to try and buy the meridian expanding pill. When did such an obscure functional pill become so popular? Jiang Tao, as the founder of the elixir, I believe Elder Xie must still have some in stock, right? Shiden snapped out of his daze and nodded. It used to be there, but it's gone now. Mr. Xie, what do you mean by that? Isn't it obvious? It means I'm out of meridian expanding pills too. Mr. Xie, are you not satisfied with the price? The other party's needs are quite urgent, and the price can be discussed further. Xie Deng's face darkened. What's there to talk about? I said no, that's it. That's it. I'm hanging up. After saying that, the call was immediately disconnected. Although he was the founder of the vascular expansion pill, he didn't leave behind many of these functional pills. The 4 pills given to Suche today are all gone. There are truly none left. Buzz, 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 buzz. Master, you have a voice call request. The requested call recipient is still the group management M11 position. The smart computer's voice announced. Hang up. No, just block them. Receive. A few seconds later, the room finally returned to silence. Xie Deng glanced down at the time, then at the smart computer in front of him, and suddenly an idea came to him. Hey, little machine, can you call Xiao Zhuang for me? The kind where we can talk face to face? Yes, master. The robot bowed slightly. The call was connected shortly after the request was sent. Master, you finally decided to call me. I thought you'd forgotten about me. Also, how did you know I was just promoted to professor at the Great Xia's #1 superpower university? Have you been secretly keeping an eye on me all this time? As soon as the video call connected, a square face with strong, angular features and a slightly dark complexion appeared. His face, which was originally imposing even without anger, now looked rather simple and honest. Xie Deng rolled his eyes. What's so great about a promotion? You would have been promoted long ago if it weren't for your poor performance. Besides, I didn't come to you about this. The joy on Zhuang Yan's face slowly faded. Oh, just a day, or, to be precise, just a few hours ago, I took you in as a junior disciple. Xie Deng got straight to the point. What? Junior brother? Zhuang Yan's pupils dilated, his voice filled with disbelief. Master, didn't you swear you would no longer accept disciples? How come? Cough, cough. Xie Deng coughed twice, his expression calm. There's a reason for this. The other party was begging me relentlessly, and I had no choice. Upon hearing this, Zhuang Yan immediately looked at his teacher with a suspicious expression, and after a few seconds shook his head firmly. I don't believe it. Back then, a powerful figure in the main base city offered a fortune to persuade a junior to become his apprentice, but the teacher remained unmoved. How could someone so easily accept a disciple just because someone pleaded for them? There must be something wrong with this, something very wrong. If you don't believe me, then so be it. Xie Deng subconsciously turned his head away, seemingly feeling somewhat guilty. Zhuang Yin remained silent, only smiling. I wouldn't bother telling you if it weren't for the fact that your junior brother is a teacher just like you. All right, I'm going to sleep now. Hang up. Without giving Zhuang Yin a chance to react, Xie Deng hung up in a fit of anger. Zhuang Yin was left standing there, stunned. A few seconds later, Zhuang Yan's eyelashes trembled. No, the teacher hasn't said what his junior brother's name is yet. I quickly reapplied for the call, but the smart computer gave me the following prompt. The person you requested a call to has rejected all calls. Please leave a message after making a voice call, but the other party has not set up a voicemail account. Chapter 88. I accidentally broke through to the 9th level of the 3rd tier. The next day, the sun blazed down, and the high temperatures baked the earth. Pengqing #1 high school with supernatural abilities, grade 11, class 18. Inside, Yi Shuangyue's cultivation room. Little Yezi, how long do you think it will take to break through to the 9th level of the 1st tier? Looking at Yi Shuangya, who was diligently cultivating at all times, Su Che couldn't help but nod repeatedly in satisfaction. Having exceptional talent is one thing, but perseverance is equally important. Exceptional talent plus amazing perseverance equals true genius. Based on this trend, Su Che was certain that Yi Shuangyue's future achievements would be extraordinary. Yi Shuangyue replied shyly, Teacher, I should be able to break through within a month. The energy contained in a superior grade 3rd tier blood food far exceeds that of a mid-grade 3rd tier blood food. According to her estimate, at least before reaching the 9th level of the 1st tier, the effect of the 3rd tier superior blood food will not decrease significantly. A month. Suke nodded. You understand. Keep it up. I have high hopes for you. Teacher, Yi Shuangyue suddenly seemed hesitant to speak. Su Che's voice took a deliberate turn. Yi Shuangya slowly raised her head and said firmly, Thank you, teacher. I remember every meal of blood food. I swear I will repay you tenfold after I start working. She knew very well the price of beast blood food. To date, teacher Su Che's total sponsorship of beast blood food had far exceeded the combined salaries of her parents over several years. Therefore, she felt deeply grateful to Su Che. Ding! It was detected that Yi Shuangyue's trust in the host has increased. Upon hearing the system notification, Su Che smiled faintly and nodded without refusing, saying, Okay, I'll remember. I'll wait for that day. Yi Shuangyue nodded emphatically. Because the new classroom is much larger than the old one, and there are only 3 students at most. Therefore, Su Che applied for a simple renovation of the classroom yesterday, dividing the originally large teaching space into 3 partitions. Yi Shuangyue, Jiang Yueli, and Jiang Yueshi each have a room, which is just right. After leaving Yi Xuanyue's cultivation room, Su Che immediately went to Jiang Yueli's cultivation room and spotted the small pendant next to Jiang Yueli at a glance. That's right, it's Jiang Yueshi. Although Jiang Yueli never gave her a kind look, Jiang Yueshi loved to stick to Jiang Yueli. They eat together, sleep together, and even go to the bathroom together. It has to be said that whoever marries Jiang Yueli might also get Jiang Yueshi as a bonus. Cough, cough. Su Che coughed lightly, and Jiang Yueli and Jiang Yueshi opened their eyes at the same time. How's it going? How's your cultivation progress? Su Che's gaze swept over the two sisters in succession. Jiang Yueli answered truthfully, "It's much slower than before." Jiang Yueshi nodded vigorously. "Me too." Su Che nodded, his expression showing no surprise. Now that both of their original damaged meridians have been repaired, it's as if the existing container has been filled with water. If you want to improve further, the only way is to cultivate and cleanse your meridians step by step, gradually increasing the capacity of your existing vessels. This method is also the mainstream cultivation method on Earth. But this method is too slow, especially for the exceptionally talented Jiang sisters. It is incredibly slow. With their talent, they could easily take shortcuts. Swish! In the blink of an eye, Su Che raised his hand and tossed out two pills. Jiang Yueli and Jiang Yueshi caught it together, a hint of doubt flashing in their eyes. This is a meridian expanding pill. It can expand your meridians after you take it. Su Che explained, simply put, consuming it will accelerate your cultivation progress. Although the meridians that needed repair have been repaired, new meridians can be added. In this way, the two of them can once again accelerate their cultivation. Jiang Yueli and Jiang Yueshi exchanged a glance, their pupils instantly shining. Almost without hesitation, they swallowed the meridian expansion pill at nearly the same time, without asking a single question. In just 3 months, the two of them advanced from the second level of the first tier to the 7th level of the first tier. The two trusted Su Che very much. One dose of the meridian expanding pill had an immediate effect. Hiss! 2 gasps of shock rang out in quick succession, nearly causing global warming. Jiang Yueli and Jiang Yueshi clenched their teeth instantly, their eyelashes trembling slightly as they looked extremely pained. However, this is only the beginning. As time went on, their expressions grew increasingly pained. Su Che's eyes narrowed slightly, and he realized something. Energy was constantly radiating outward from their dantian in waves. This energy was not violent. On the contrary, it was very fine and gentle. The reason why the two felt pain was because each wave of energy eventually surged into their limbs and bones, impacting the blocked meridians. How can it not hurt when meridians that have been blocked for nearly 20 years are reopened? Hang in there. The longer you persist, the more obvious the results will be. Seeing that the two people's eyelashes were twitching more intensely as if they had reached their limit, Su Che's voice boomed in their ears like a great bell. Jiang Yueli and Jiang Yueshi immediately perked up and clenched their fists to withstand the attack. Fortunately, the pain came and went quickly. In less than a minute, the energy that was constantly washing over the meridians completely dissipated. Despite the very short time, the two sisters were still exhausted. As I guessed, the two of them are more than capable of holding their own. Nodding in satisfaction, Su Che slowly squatted down and placed his hands on the shoulders of the two people to check the effect of the meridian expanding pill. However, Su Che's expression soon turned strange. After using a meridian expansion pill worth 2.5 million, the two of them only expanded a mere 10 or so meridians. Based on experience, these 10 or so meridians can be filled in at most half a month. Even if we take another meridian expansion pill, it will only last for a month at most. It seems that 2 meridian expanding pills per person are far from enough. Is it the meridian expanding pill that's too powerful, or the two people's physiques just too amazing? Su Che narrowed his pupils as he fell into deep thought. A few seconds later, Su Che sighed inwardly and silently made a decision. Fine. I'll just go back to that cheat master a month later and ask him for a few more. Although this senior sheet-in is a bit strange, he's really generous. Teacher, your cultivation level is astounding. At this moment, Feeling the invisible aura emanating from Suche, Jiang Yueshi covered her mouth in surprise. She suddenly had a feeling that Suche's aura was almost the same as her aunt's at this moment. Jiang Yueli also looked at Suche with a shocked expression. She felt the same way as Jiang Yueshi, sensing a similar aura from Suche as her aunt. Could it be? As if thinking of something, Jiang Yueli's pupils contracted slightly, and she felt her throat become slightly dry. My aunt is at the 3rd rank, 9th level, and she's not far from breaking through to the 4th rank of transcendent. If we compare them based on breadth, wouldn't that mean Teacher Suche is already? Probably not. Jiang Yueli's dry throat suddenly churned. If she remembered correctly, Teacher Suche was clearly at the 3rd level, 8th level during the 2nd monthly test. Just as Jiang Yueli was going through a lot of thoughts, Suche smiled faintly. I broke through to the 9th level of the 3rd rank without even realizing it. Chapter 89. Are the meridian expanding pills very precious? As dusk fell, the setting sun shone like melting gold. Inside the living room of the Jiang family villa in Yunlong Mountain, southern suburbs. Okay, Uncle Dong, I understand. It's alright, it's really nothing. I'll think of something else. Okay, goodbye. After the call ended, the smile on Jiang Tianyang's face gradually faded, and wrinkles appeared at the corners of his eyes. Well, with a soft sigh, Jiang Tianyang couldn't help but shake his head. Why are you sighing like that? Jiang Lianyue, who had just arrived home, frowned slightly, looking completely bewildered. As soon as I got home, I saw Jiang Tianyang on a voice call, which lasted for more than 10 minutes before he hung up. The meridian expanding pill is out of the question. Jiang Tianyang sighed. Tisk, I never imagined that a small meridian expanding pill would be so hard to buy. A meridian expanding pill. Jiang Lianyue repeated softly. Then her tone rose a few decibels. You really went to buy the meridian expanding pill? Of course I'll help with Teacher Suche's matter if I can. But unfortunately, I can't buy it even if I want to. Even Harbin Pharmaceutical Group doesn't have any in stock. Jiang Tianyang was both amused and exasperated. I finally found out where I could buy the meridian expanding pill, but what happened? They didn't even bother to answer my questions. Jiang Lianyue's eyes showed even deeper doubt. Although he didn't speak, the meaning conveyed on his face was quite clear. Here's the thing. I used my connections to find out that there's a level 7 pharmacist in Pingcheng who's retired, and he happens to be the founder of the vascular expansion pill. Jiang Tianyang recounted every detail to Jiang Lianyue as if pouring out beans. After listening to Jiang Tianyang's explanation, a flash of understanding appeared in Jiang Lianyue's eyes, and she instantly understood everything. Simply put, this level 7 pharmacist sells meridian expanding pills, but he has a high status and a strange temper. Even the intermediaries who went to communicate were turned away. The Jiang family didn't even get a chance to speak. As the head of the Jiang family, one of the 6 great families of Pingcheng, he didn't even have a chance to speak to the other party. In that instant, she felt an overwhelming sense of empathy for Jiang Tianyang's feelings. After a moment of thought, Jiang Lianyue sighed deeply. A level 7 pharmacist, the other party certainly has the right to be proud. Yes, even the commander-in-chief of Pingcheng would treat a level 7 pharmacist with respect. Our Jiang family is still no match for them. Jiang Tianyang sighed softly. Now we can only ask Teacher Suche for help. Although I paid extra to apply for expedited processing, it will still take about 4 or 5 months to get the first batch of meridian expanding pills at the fastest rate. Click. As soon as Jiang Tianyang finished speaking, purple-haired Jiang Yueli pushed open the door and entered, followed by white-haired Jiang Yueshi. Dad, little aunt. Looking at Jiang Tianyang and Jiang Lianyue in the living room, the 2 sisters sounded somewhat weak. My precious daughter, what are you doing here? Seeing the 2 looking disheveled, Jiang Tianyang raised an eyebrow. When the 2 of them left home today, they were clearly 2 clean little red flowers. But now the 2 of them are like wilted eggplants pulled out of the mud. Although the 2 of them were also dirty when they returned home a while ago, it was nowhere near as intense as it is today. Upon hearing this, Jiang Yueli and Jiang Yueshi exchanged a glance, then swallowed hard and said in unison, Devil training. These 4 words seemed to immediately trigger their memories, causing their muscles to tense up reflexively and their thoughts to instantly return to the daytime. After the two finished consuming the meridian expansion pill and their meridians were expanded, Suche immediately formulated a special training plan. The theme of this training plan is very simple, and its purpose can be summed up in just 2 words: death. Compared to this special training program, the previous 2 months of training were like a warm-up. Even though the two of them are now at the 7th level of the first rank, they're still so tired from the specially customized training plan that they roll their eyes. In other words, if the two of them hadn't already reached the 7th level of the first rank, they probably would have ruined their training in less than an hour. What kind of devilish training is this? You should also pay attention to the balance between work and rest during your cultivation. Looking at his 2 daughters, who were weak and listless, Jiang Tianyang's eyes were filled with heartache. "Dad!" Jiang Yueshi's eyes darted around, and as if she had found her pillar of support, she rushed to Jiang Tianyang and said, "I want to rest tomorrow and balance work and rest." Jiang Tianyang was heartbroken and was about to agree when he heard Jiang Lianyue speak. Devil training? A training plan that teacher Suche made specifically for you. Yes. Jiang Yuli nodded. Designed by Professor Suche? Jiang Tianyang was taken aback, and his expression changed several times. "Dad, you just said that cultivation also requires a balance between work and rest, right?" Jiang Yueshi said pitifully. Cough, cough. Jiang Tianyang silently took 2 steps back with a serious expression. Cultivation does require a balance between work and rest, but you're still young, and this is the age when you should be striving. Pursue your dreams and live up to your youth. Keep it up. Jiang Yueshi immediately stopped laughing. Jiang Yueli, on the other hand, wore an expression that said, "I knew it would turn out like this." After a moment of silence, Jiang Yueli asked curiously, as if she had suddenly remembered something, "By the way, Dad, I think I heard you talking about the meridian expanding pill outside the door just now?" "Yes, you heard me right." Jiang Tianyang answered truthfully. "Isn't it because your teacher Suche needs meridian expanding pills? So I wanted to buy a few to give to teacher Suche, but it's a pity." After a pause, Jiang Tianyang said with some regret, "It's a pity that the production of this meridian expanding pill is too rare. Even your father can't buy any in stock right now. But I've already placed an order. When the meridian expanding pill arrives, you can personally deliver it to teacher Suche." Upon hearing this, both Jiang Yueli and Jiang Yueshi had big question marks on their faces. Does Professor Suche need it? And it's extremely difficult to buy? Is there some misunderstanding here? Teacher Suche was throwing away the pills like they were candy. So much so that the two of them thought such pills were quite common. Is this the meridian expanding pill? The next moment, Jiang Yueli took out a pill from his pocket with a strange expression. Upon seeing the pills in Jiang Yueli's hand, Jiang Tianyang's eyes widened instantly. He stepped forward, took the pill, and examined it repeatedly, his expression of disbelief frozen on his face. Because he needed to buy the meridian expanding pill, he researched a lot of information and was quite familiar with it. The pill in front of me is exactly the same as the meridian expanding pill described online. This is a meridian expanding pill. After confirming it many times, Jiang Tianyang's voice was full of disbelief. Jiang Lianyue also came over in surprise, her eyes sparkling. This pill can expand the meridians, it should be. Jiang Yueli nodded emphatically. Hiss. Taking a deep breath, Jiang Tianyang could no longer suppress his curiosity and stared intently at the meridian expansion pill. Where did this pill come from? Jiang Yueli opened her mouth, but still answered truthfully. It was given to me by teacher Suche. As soon as she finished speaking, Jiang Yueshi flipped her hand, and a meridian expansion pill appeared in her hand as well. It was indeed given to me by teacher Suche, and I have one too. Chapter 90, that's right. Teacher Suche has already reached the 3rd rank, 9th level. The living room of the Jiang family villa. What? There's one more. Jiang Tianyang's pupils trembled slightly, and he immediately took the pill from Jiang Yueshi's hand as quickly as possible. Place the 2 pills side by side in the palm of your hand. They are exactly the same. All signs indicate that these 2 pills are indeed genuine meridian expanding pills. Realizing this, Jiang Tianyang had a vague feeling that something was wrong. There are clearly no coagulation pills available for sale in Pengcheng City or even Harbin Pharmaceutical Group. So where did Su Che get them? Also, why are the meridian expanding pills on Yu Li and Yu Shi? Isn't it something Su Che needs himself? All sorts of questions lingered in Jiang Tianyang's mind, causing his brows to furrow deeply. What exactly happened? Why did teacher Su Che give you the meridian expanding pill? Jiang Linyue was the first to react, a hint of surprise flashing in her eyes. She has realized that she may have misunderstood. Perhaps it is not Su Che who needs the meridian expanding pill, but Yu Li and Yu Shi. Jiang Yueli replied. Teacher Su Che only said that taking the meridian expansion pill would make our cultivation speed faster, and he didn't say anything else. Yes, my sister is right. That's exactly it, Jiang Yueshi added. Just as I thought. Hearing their answers, Jiang Lianyue had no more doubts. It seems it was indeed a misunderstanding. Su Che's inquiry about the meridian expanding pill was entirely due to Yu Li and Yu Shi. So that's how it is. Upon learning the truth, Jiang Tianyang not only showed no signs of relaxation, but his expression became even more complicated. One meridian expansion pill costs 2.5 million Xia coins, and 2 meridian expansion pills cost 5 million Xia coins. She had just given Su Che a card with 5 million Xia coins, and the other party immediately spent it all on her daughter. What does this mean? It means that Su Che has no intention of owing anyone a favor. I was so ashamed that I had mistaken teacher Su Che for a greedy person. Jiang Tianyang, how could you be so foolish? Thinking of this, Jiang Tianyang felt an overwhelming sense of guilt. Dad, Aunt, is this meridian expanding pill really that rare and precious? Why do you all look at me like that? Jiang Yueli scrutinized the two of them for a few moments, her eyes filled with curiosity. Jiang Lianyue explained, although the price is high, it is still acceptable. The retail price of one meridian expansion pill is 2.5 million Xia coins. The key is that this meridian expansion pill is a functional pill and there is no stock on the market at all. At least our Jiang family has asked many people, but they have not been able to buy it. At this point, Jiang Lianyue glanced at the meridian expansion pills in the hands of the two people. So, I'm very curious. Where did teacher Su Che get these meridian expansion pills from? Hearing this, Jiang Yueshi pursed her lips. Auntie, are you sure you're not mistaken? Jiang Lianyue expressed her doubt with a nasal tone. Did you get the name wrong? The meridian expanding pill shouldn't be that rare, right? Jiang Yueshi blinked her big eyes. Jiang Yueli nodded in agreement, clearly sharing the same thought. What does that mean? Noticing Jiang Yueshi's expression, Jiang Lianyue keenly sensed the hidden meaning in her words. Jiang Yueshi hesitated, still thinking, but Jiang Yueli spoke first. Because teacher Su Che didn't just give us 2, there are 2 more in our stomachs. Jiang Yueshi nodded vigorously. Yes, that's exactly it. And the teacher also said there would be more after we finished eating. The living room fell silent immediately after these words were spoken. The air was slightly tense, and at this moment, one could even clearly distinguish each other's breathing. 4. Jiang Lianyue's pupils contracted sharply as if they had encountered a bright light, and her expression was extremely interesting for a moment. It turns out that Su Che gave Yu Li and Yu Shi not 2, but 4. In other words, Su Che managed to get 4 of the meridian expanding pills that even the Jiang family couldn't buy through connections. Furthermore, judging from a Yueshi dialect, these 4 meridian expanding pills are far from the limit. Su Che can obviously get more. This is absolutely incredible. For a moment, even she began to doubt what Jiang Tianyang was saying. Jiang Lianyue's gaze fell intently on Jiang Tianyang's face, her scrutiny evident in her eyes. Seeing their aunt's reaction, Jiang Yueli and Jiang Yueshi realized that the meridian expanding pill in their hands was indeed extraordinary. Thinking about how they had devoured 2.5 million yuan from teacher Su Che during the day like candy, the two felt as if the softest part of their hearts had been struck. When giving himself the pills, teacher Su Che didn't mention their value at all. Teacher Suke. For a moment, both of them were filled with emotion. No, little sister, you don't even trust your older brother, do you? Jiang Tianyang naturally sensed the doubt in Jiang Lianyue's eyes, and his expression became somewhat depressed. Not to mention Jiang Lianyue's suspicion of him. Even he himself had some doubts about himself. Jiang Tianyang couldn't even get a single meridian expansion pill, but Su Che easily obtained 4. Doesn't this mean Su Che has a wider network of connections than the Jiang family? Having arrived at this conclusion, Jiang Tianyang was completely numb. Emotionally, I believe you, Jiang Lianyue answered softly, but quickly added, but it doesn't make any logical sense. Jiang Tianyang immediately fell silent. Although he didn't speak, his inner thoughts were about to explode. He thought he valued Su Che enough. After all, he was planning to match his younger sister with Su Che. Wasn't that showing him respect? But only now do I realize how young I was. And Su Che is clearly someone I should value more. 1 meridian expanding pill retails for 2.5 million, so 4 meridian expanding pills would cost a full 10 million great Xia coins. He gave Su Che 5 million, but Su Che turned around and gave Yu Li and Yushi 10 million? What kind of amazing teacher could possibly achieve this? At this moment, Jiang Tianyang had only one thought in his mind. That is to lock the little sister and Su Che together firmly. Jiang Tianyang had made up his mind about this brother-in-law. No one else could even dream of it. Thinking of this, Jiang Tianyang's gaze naturally turned to Jiang Lianyue, and he said, "Little sister, I think teacher Su Che is a good person. What do you think?" Huh? Jiang Lianyue had not expected Jiang Tianyang's words to be so drastic, and subconsciously nodded. That's right. In her mind, Su Che's image has been slowly growing. At first, she was just curious about Su Che, but after getting to know him, she gradually discovered that Su Che was actually quite nice. Especially after what happened today, her goodwill towards Su Che increased even more. Cough, cough. Jiang Tianyang coughed lightly. I mean, is there any possibility that you two could be together? Jiang Lianyue's pupils instantly shrank to pinpoints, and a blush quickly rose on her neck. She immediately retorted, blushing and angry. What nonsense are you talking about? How could I possibly be with him? After saying that, he added for some reason, besides, he's only at the 3rd tier, 8th level. As soon as he finished speaking, Jiang Yueli called out softly, Annie. Jiang Lianyue turned her head to look. Jiang Yueli's lips moved slightly. Teacher Su Che has already reached the 9th level of the 3rd stage. Jiang Yueshi nodded firmly. That's right. Chapter 91, she's in a panic. She's really in a panic. Jiang Lianyue announces she's going into seclusion. Jiang family villa. Inside the living room, Jiang Lianyue's expression was frozen on her face, like a petrified sculpture. Yuli Yushi, what are you two joking about? Within a fraction of a second, Jiang Lianyue realized what was happening and couldn't help but shake her head. She remembered very clearly that during the 2nd monthly test 2 days ago, Su Che was clearly at the 3rd level, 8th stage. It's important to know that after the 3rd tier and 7th level, the difficulty increases geometrically with each subsequent level. Breaking through from the 8th level of the 3rd tier to the 9th level in just a few days? That's a ridiculous claim. The problem is that I actually believe those words just now. I was just scaring myself. Jiang Yueshi shook her head vigorously. Auntie, I'm not lying. Teacher Su Che really has reached the 3rd level, 9th stage. He told us himself. Jiang Lianyue frowned. Her heart, which had just calmed down, suddenly tightened. There's no mistake, the aura that teacher Su Che exudes is similar to yours, Auntie, Jiang Yueli concluded definitively. Buzz. Seeing Jiang Yuli's serious expression, Jiang Lianyue's heart seemed to skip a few beats, and she felt her blood rush to her brain. Based on her understanding of Yu Li and Yu Shi, she could confirm that they were not lying and that what they said was true. This means that Su Che really broke through to the 9th level of the 3rd tier in just a few days. Could it be that Su Che can really break through to the 4th tier transcendent realm faster than me? The thought popped into her head for no reason, and Jiang Lianyue suddenly felt her mouth go dry, her ability to control her facial expressions completely failing her. As a recognized genius in the Jiang family, and even Pengcheng, she has always left her peers far behind since childhood. Although she never showed it to outsiders, she was always proud, and no one had ever been able to threaten her over the years. But today, at this very moment, a tremendous sense of crisis suddenly welled up in her heart. A sense of crisis she had never felt before. What? Third rank, ninth level? Suche has reached the third rank, ninth level. Jiang Tianyang let out a strange cry, his eyes slowly widening and his mouth slowly opening wide, vividly demonstrating what shock means. However, Jiang Tianyang's slightly exaggerated expression seemed perfectly normal to Jiang Lianyue. Anyone in this situation would likely have the same expression, because it's just too unbelievable. Although the time it takes for each person to cultivate from the first level of the third rank to the ninth level of the third rank varies due to differences in aptitude or resources. However, what they have in common is that the time required to improve one's strength increases exponentially with each level, meaning that the improvement becomes slower as you go higher. However, Suche's cultivation levels seem to be improving in the opposite way. The higher his cultivation level went, the faster it improved. During the first monthly test, he was still at the third tier, fifth level. During the second monthly test, he had already reached the third tier, eighth level. Breaking through 2 levels in 2 months is already outrageous enough, but I didn't expect that this is far from the limit. The monthly test just ended a few days ago, and you've already broken through to the third tier, ninth level. At this rate of improvement, I'm afraid he might break through to the fourth tier extraordinary level in the martial arts exam a few months from now. Jiang Yueli and Jiang Yueshi didn't speak. They just kept nodding. 3 tiers and 9 levels. Regard money as dirt. Easily obtain the Meridian Expanding Pill. His talent, potential, and personal charisma are all off the charts. At this moment, Jiang Tianyang kept muttering something to himself, his facial expression changing rapidly. After about 10 seconds, Jiang Tianyang suddenly froze, then took a deep breath and looked intently at Jiang Lianyue. Little sister, I feel that Teacher Suche is really suitable for you. The two of you are a perfect match, a handsome man and a beautiful woman. Our parents passed away early, and as the eldest brother, I'm like a father to them. If you have no objections, let's pick an auspicious day to get engaged first. At this point, Jiang Tianyang glanced at Jiang Yueli and Jiang Yueshi, blinking hard twice. That way, you won't have to call me teacher anymore. You could just call me uncle. These words were like a bombshell dropped into a calm lake. The shock left Jiang Lianyue, Jiang Yueli, and Jiang Yueshi completely stunned, causing them to stagger and fall. No, what does this have to do with anything? They're engaged before anything's even started? If this goes on, they'll probably have kids by now. Jiang Lianyue stared blankly at Jiang Tianyang for a few seconds before her pupils regained focus, her inner emotions churning like a raging storm. Jiang Tianyang, have you gone mad? Do you think I, Jiang Lianyue, am so desperate to get married? Jiang Tianyang immediately chuckled twice. No, that's not it. A golden carp is no ordinary fish. It will transform into a dragon once it encounters wind and clouds. What I mean is that Teacher Suche is so outstanding. You should make your move as soon as possible, or you'll definitely regret it later. You. Jiang Lianyue gritted her teeth, looking at Jiang Tianyang, who was siding with outsiders, with a hint of disappointment. However, Jiang Tianyang acted as if he hadn't seen it, with a stubborn and unyielding expression on his face. Jiang Lianyue was furious and immediately looked to Jiang Yueli and Jiang Yueshi for help. Your father wants to marry off your aunt. Can you agree to it? If we're talking about the only ones in the family who can keep Jiang Tianyang in check, it's these two little devils. Upon hearing this, Jiang Yueli and Jiang Yueshi exchanged a glance, both seeing a hint of hesitation and strangeness in each other's eyes. In the past, the two of them would definitely have stood on their aunt's side without hesitation. When Jiang Tianyang joked about Lu Bo and his aunt, the two of them gave Lu Bo a good dressing down, saying he was like a toad trying to eat swan meat. But times have changed. If it were Professor Suche, cough. Jiang Yueli coughed strategically, her expression awkward for a moment. Well, it's like this, Annie, I think, well, it's just... Jiang Lianyue's heart skipped a beat, and a bad premonition immediately welled up inside her. Based on his understanding of Jiang Yueli, could it be that the other party's expression meant? Just as Jiang Lianyue was lost in thought, Jiang Yueli blurted out. It's not impossible to marry teacher Su Che. As soon as she finished speaking, Jiang Yueshi nodded repeatedly and added, Me too. The two sisters were surprisingly in agreement on this matter. Pretty. Jiang Tianyang's eyes lit up instantly, and he gave his two beloved daughters a big thumbs up, looking very proud. Li Shi Niingen. Jiang Lianyue's pupils dilated, and she stared blankly at Jiang Yueli and Jiang Yueshi, her eyes filled with disbelief. His expression gradually froze, wide-eyed and mouth agape, like a solidified doll. She never imagined that Yu Li and Yu Shi would betray her in just 3 months. After a moment of silence, Jiang Lianyue immediately turned and walked towards the cultivation room. Jiang Tianyang raised an eyebrow. Little sister, where are you going? Still cultivating at this hour? Little aunt, Jiang Yueli and Jiang Yueshi also hurriedly called out. Despite the shouts from the group, Jiang Lianyue didn't turn her head. A few seconds later, a sentence drifted over. Please ask me for leave. I'm going into seclusion, starting today, to try and break through to the 4th level of Transcendent. Chapter 92. All members of Class 18, Grade 11, achieve breakthrough. I'm getting anxious. Jiang Lianyue was really anxious. It's not that I'm anxious about relationship issues, but rather about my cultivation. Just 3 months ago, Su Che was only at the 3rd level, 1st stage. In just over 3 months, Su Che had actually broken through to the 9th level of the 3rd rank, and she was still at the 9th level of the 3rd rank. Although it is about to break through to the 4th level of the extraordinary realm, it is still the 3rd level of the 9th realm. This made her feel an unprecedented pressure. Under multiple stimuli, Jiang Lianyue decisively chose to go into seclusion. He will not leave seclusion until he becomes a 4th-tier transcendent being. He will remain in seclusion until his death. This news spread throughout Pengsheng's #1 high school for supernatural abilities at lightning speed. Of course, everyone at the school only knew that Jiang Lianyue was in seclusion, but they did not know why she had suddenly gone into seclusion. They were even more unaware that Jiang Lianyue had decided to go into seclusion under Su Che's provocation. The only people in the school who knew the truth were Jiang Yueli and Jiang Yueshi, but it was clear that the two of them would not reveal the truth. Therefore, the hype surrounding this matter quickly died down. High school campuses are never short novelties, and within a few days, the teachers and students had completely forgotten about the incident. Pengsheng #1 High School for Supernatural Abilities continues to operate as usual. As usual, first-year high school students spend their days doing physical training and enjoying life. Although senior-year humanities students have to learn all kinds of knowledge every day, at least their bodies are not damaged. Only the second-year martial arts exam class was suffering terribly, even having to time their trips to the toilet. And if the time was up, they had to run back to the classroom, even if it meant breaking the clock. And so, time passed day by day. 1 week, 2 weeks, 3 weeks. The vast majority of teachers and students repeat the same tasks almost every day without any change. The second-year high school students in the martial arts exam preparation class operate in a 3-point line battle mode every day, and each student is like a part that is constantly being polished in order to prepare for the test, martial arts exam. Almost everyone's passion has long since faded, leaving only mechanical repetition. However, this is not the case in all cases. There are exceptions. For example, in Class 18 of Grade 11, the atmosphere in the class is great, and there is no sense of lifelessness at all. Whenever someone passes by the classroom of Class 18, Grade 11, they can hear Su Che's passionate cheers from inside the classroom. Of course, besides Su Che's cheers, one could also faintly hear occasional cries of pain. Come on, hang in there. You can't even handle this much weight. A woman shouldn't say she can't, you know. Remove your armor. Didn't you hear me? I told you to take off your training armor. Jiang Yueshi, it's you again. You think I can't see you just because you're hiding in the blind spot of the surveillance cameras? Get up and keep practicing. If I catch you slacking off again, your training load will double. A full 16 days. It took you a full 16 days to fill just 10 or so meridians. That's far too slow. You're hopeless. Absolutely hopeless. You two are ranked last and second to last in your class, Don't you have even the slightest sense of crisis? In Class 18, inside Suche's private lounge, Suche was lying on the sofa, supervising Jiang Yueli and Jiang Yueshi's training via video projector. Although he was ruthless in his words, he had a smile on his face. It has been almost 2 weeks since the Jiang sisters took their second meridian expanding pill. If we start counting from when we ate the first one, it's been almost a month. The two made remarkable progress within the past month. When the first meridian expansion pill has finished expanding and filling the meridians, a breakthrough is not far off. It was precisely for this reason that Suche postponed the time for the practical training at the Nine Peaks Mountain Demon Cave. If the Jiang sisters can break through to the 8th level of the first tier, then go to the Nine Peaks Mountain Demon Cave will be safer. Although they were only operating on the periphery this time, it's better to be safe than sorry. All right, let's take a 5-minute break and continue in 5 minutes. Noticing that the two had reached their physical limits, Suche waved his hand and announced that they should rest. Buzz! Just then, Suche's eyes flashed with a sharp light, and his gaze instantly locked onto a certain direction. Just now, he keenly sensed a ripple formed by the dissipation of energy. Just as Suche was filled with doubt and surprise, a familiar system notification sounded in his ear. Ding! Your disciple, Yi Xuanyue, has broken through from the 8th level of the first tier to the 9th level of the first tier. Cultivation bonus triggered. Drawing multipliers in progress. Ding! Congratulations, host, you have drawn a 50x return. Cultivation points are being returned. Almost at the same time, a surge of energy instantly flowed into Suche's entire body, making him feel warm all over. Little Leaf has broken through. Suche's face showed a hint of joy. The value of the devouring glutton is still rising. It said that it will break through within a month, and it will break through within a month. First tier, 9th level. This is the real deal. First tier, 9th level. Not to mention Peng Cheng. He would be an exceptional genius even in the main base city. After a moment of joy, Suche's brows quickly furrowed into a knot. It was only at this moment that he realized something was wrong. Yi Xuanyue's return of 50 times her cultivation didn't even cause a ripple. It's like Pigsy eating a ginseng fruit. It's gone before you can even taste anything. The feeling of rampant, violent energy that I used to experience disappeared all at once, and my body didn't hurt at all. TSK. It seems that the 9th level of the 3rd tier is really a hurdle. No wonder that old man song has been stuck at the 9th level of the 3rd tier for so many years. A flash of understanding crossed Suche's eyes. Roughly speaking, the energy required to break through from the 9th level of the 3rd rank to the 4th rank of Transcendent is probably more than that required to break through from the 1st level of the 3rd rank to the 9th level of the 3rd rank. Of course, if it were merely a matter of energy, then 4th tier Transcendence would certainly not be so rare. The most important thing to become a 4th order Transcendent is enlightenment. Only by reaching a certain level of understanding and development of one's own special abilities can one break through. This certain degree has stumped countless people. It seems that in order to break through to the 4th level of Transcendence, at least the 3 of them need to be promoted to the 2nd level. Suche muttered to himself as he fell into deep thought. What are you two doing? Time's up. Get back to your responsibilities. Suche glanced at the video projection and saw that Jiang Yueli and Jiang Yueshi were still not up. He was about to offer some encouragement, but he stopped abruptly halfway through his sentence, and a hint of joy flashed in his eyes again. If he wasn't mistaken, it seemed that Jiang Yueli and Jiang Yueshi were also about to break through. There's something there. Suche silently closed his eyes and silently chanted in his heart. Skip those formalities, system, add points. The next moment, ding, your disciple, Jiang Yueli, has broken through from the 7th level of the 1st tier to the 8th level of the 1st tier. Cultivation bonus triggered. Drawing multipliers in progress. Ding, congratulations, host, you have drawn a 60x return. Cultivation points are being returned. Ding, your disciple, Jiang Yueshi, has broken through from the 7th level of the 1st tier to the 8th level of the 1st tier. Cultivation bonus triggered. Drawing multipliers in progress. Ding! Congratulations, host, You have drawn a 60x return. Cultivation points are being returned. Chapter 93 Breaking News. Jiang Lianyue advances to the 4th order transcendent. It has been almost a month since the second monthly test, or to be precise, 28 days. The students of Class 18, Grade 11, have finally achieved another breakthrough. Yi Shuangyue broke through to the 9th level of the 1st tier, while Jiang Yueli and Jiang Yueshi broke through to the 8th level of the 1st tier. At this moment, the overall level of Class 18 of Grade 11 is so high that it would be easy for them to sweep all the high schools in Pengcheng. What's frightening is that this is far from the limit for Class 18 of Grade 11. There was no other reason than that there were still 2 whole months until the martial arts exam. Of course, apart from Su Che, no one else knew that all the students in Class 18 of Grade 11 had made a breakthrough. If the news gets out, the entire Grade 11, Class 18, will be in deep trouble. The day after all the students in Class 18 of Grade 11 achieved a breakthrough, a shocking piece of news suddenly spread throughout the school. The news was like a bomb dropped into a well, quickly exploding throughout the school. The news is simple. Director Jiang Lianyue has been promoted to the extraordinary level. Everyone knows that Jiang Lianyue is not far from breaking through to the extraordinary realm, and may break through at any time. But breaking through to the extraordinary level is extremely difficult, and it's perfectly normal to get stuck for a year or 2 at any time. Therefore, Jiang Lianyue's breakthrough immediately caused a huge sensation. For a time, Jiang Lianyue was the talk of the town throughout the school. Offline discussions weren't enough. Online forums were also practically flooded with this message. 4th tier transcendent. That's a 4th tier transcendent. Keep in mind that Pengcheng's number 1 special ability high school only has a mere 3 4th level extraordinary individuals. But now there's one more. After the names of Principal Wu Daoan, Vice Principals Lei Ming and Song Yi, Jiang Lianyue should now be added. Director Jiang is amazing. To break through to the extraordinary level at such a young age, his future is bound to be limitless. He truly deserves to be recognized as a genius in Pengcheng. Still calling him Director Jiang? Call him Principal Jiang. Principal Jiang's 4th level transcendent cultivation is enough to make him our principal. What Director Jiang? I think you're overthinking it. Don't you know that Director Jiang's goal has always been to directly enter the number 1 superpower university in Daxia? Director Jiang has long met the requirements for college admission, only lacking cultivation. Now that he has finally broken through, he will definitely go to teach at the number 1 superpower university in Daxia. Right. I almost forgot about that. But I heard that cultivation level and college entrance rate are just the most basic requirements. To truly enter the number 1 superpower university in Great Xia, you still need to pass the review. This is no big deal at all. Even with Director Jiang Lianyue's talent, she couldn't pass the review, but no one in Pengcheng can pass it. The discussion on the forum was very heated, with everyone praising Jiang Lianyue. In the eyes of all the teachers and students, Jiang Lianyue has always been an absolute genius and a role model for her parents since childhood. Although the promotion still needs to be approved, almost everyone believes that Jiang Lianyue has already taken a step into university. It's still the number 1 superpower university in the Great Xia dynasty. Wow, so fast. He's already at the 4th level of transcendence. In his private training room, Su Che kept browsing information on the school forum, his expression slightly strange. Although he never said it outright, he was still wondering if he could break through to the 4th tier transcendent realm faster than Jiang Lianyue. It seems we were a step too late. However, Su Che quickly shook his head and smiled, inwardly cursing, Su Che, you're really greedy. It's already incredibly impressive to have advanced from the 1st level of the 3rd tier to the 9th level of the 3rd tier in just 4 months. Is that not enough? You even want to surpass Jiang Lianyue? That's a bit too arrogant. The revolution is not yet complete, and we must continue to strive. Su Che's eyes flashed, and he immediately made a decision. He originally planned to give Yi Shuangyue and the others a few days to consolidate their strength before heading to the 9 Peaks Mountain Demon Cave for trials. But now he has changed his mind. He has decided to apply for resources at the school today and set off tomorrow. Only by helping Yi, Shuangyue, and the Jiang sisters advance to the second tier, as soon as possible can I get closer to becoming extraordinary. Having made up his mind, Su Che did not hesitate at all, and immediately got up and left his private training room to walk towards the logistics department. The school stipulates that classes that embark on their first trial will receive corresponding resource subsidies. Given Su Che's personality, he would definitely take these things. School logistics department. Today is neither the day for distributing resources nor the day for taking inventory. Therefore, the logistics managers and warehouse staff had almost no work to do. They're chatting and eating sunflower seeds in the logistics department while the sun is shining. Have you heard about Director Jiang Lianyue's advancement to the 4th level of Transcendent? Nonsense. This matter has been widely reported, and I heard that even the principal was alarmed. How could I, Li Dazue, not know about it? I'm not just talking about that. According to rumors, the Great Xia's #1 superpower university is planning to send a professor to Pengcheng, supposedly to conduct an audit. But I can't guarantee the truth of this news, so don't spread it around. Oh, don't worry. No one's mouth is tighter than mine, Li Dazue's. Knock, knock, knock. Just as the group was chatting and joking, a knock on the door suddenly sounded. The administrator's brow furrowed slightly in displeasure. Who is it? Whatever it is, come back tomorrow. Our logistics department is very busy today. The administrator was somewhat impatient with the person outside the door who was disturbing their conversation. The knocking stopped. The administrator's lips curled into a smile, and he couldn't help but look at the warehouse managers around him with a hint of smugness. Although he didn't say anything, the words, "Look how awesome I am," were practically etched on his face. The next second, a calm voice came from outside the door. The administrator's expression stiffened inch by inch, like a lifeless paper monkey. In a fraction of a second, the administrator reacted swiftly, sprinting at top speed to fling open the door, a wide, chrysanthemum-like smile plastered on his face. "Oh, it's Professor Su Che. If you need anything, you could just contact me directly. Why did you come all the way here in person?" The administrator was filled with remorse and wished he could slap himself a few times. "Why do you have to act so arrogantly? Aren't you just asking for trouble?" Su Che smiled knowingly. "If you're busy, I can come again tomorrow." The administrator looked distressed and quickly smiled apologetically. "Absolutely not. Absolutely not. Like a silkworm spinning silk until death and a candle burning until it's ash, Teacher Su Che works so hard as teaching. It's only right that I do my best to support him. Please let me know if you need anything." Suki smiled faintly. His initial arrogance, followed by obsequiousness, is truly astounding. However, he had important business to attend to at the moment and didn't bother with that. He immediately got straight to the point. "I'm here to apply for resources for the class's practical training. I think there should be some, right?" Resources for practical training in the classroom? The administrator was immediately taken aback and subconsciously blurted out, "Isn't the Live Fire training all in the last month?" Before he could finish speaking, the administrator paused, then said with a serious expression, Yes. Of course, Mr. Su, don't worry. I'll personally deliver the classroom to you later." "Thank you then." Having received a satisfactory answer, Su Che turned and left without further hesitation. Not long after Su Che left, a warehouse manager with thin eyebrows and narrow eyes quietly made a phone call. "Hey, Ao Ian, this is Dazue. I have some news. Chapter 94 people from the Great Xia's #1 Superpower University have arrived. Pengcheng's #1 high school for people with supernatural abilities. Classroom of Grade 11, Class 1. In the cramped, private training room, Lu Bo's expression was extremely unpleasant. Every day after finishing his training and seeing this cramped training room, he felt as if he had eaten hot shit. Although this classroom also has a private training room, it is worlds apart from the original classroom. Not only is there no fresh air system, but even the room doors need to be opened and closed manually. This made him, who has used the smart home systems, feel very uncomfortable. Of course, the psychological maladjustment is much stronger than the physical maladjustment. The thought of Su Che enjoying himself in his original cultivation room every day made his heart bleed. It's tough, Ma Fei. Su Che not only stole his third-level teacher position, but also took away the title of key class and occupied his classroom. In his eyes, This was almost no different from taking advantage of someone and then washing their hands of them. Su-che, you really deserve to die. Lu Bo gritted his teeth and cursed viciously, but his expression quickly changed and his jaw twitched involuntarily. Although the injury Su-che caused him has healed, it seems to have left some after effects. His chin starts to hurt whenever he gets excited. Feeling a sharp pain in his chin, Lu Bo's eyes turn cold. Su-che, I will never let you go. Knock, knock, knock. Young master. Suddenly, Uncle Lu's voice, clad in a gray robe, came from outside the door. Lu Bo quickly composed himself and said, "Come in." With a creak, Uncle Lu in gray robes entered the room and bowed slightly. Young master, the questions have been answered and they can now cultivate on their own. In the second year of high school, Lu Bo was nominally the teacher of Class 1, but most of the training was actually handled by Uncle Lu in his gray robe. Simply put, Uncle Lu does all the dirty and hard work, while Lu Bo receives all the praise and applause. Lu Bo nodded calmly. How are Zhang Qi, Zhao Jun, and Feng Mingyuan doing? It looks pretty good so far. It has already stabilized at the 6th level of the first tier. Uncle Lu in gray robes answered truthfully. But the side effects of the gene catalyst cannot be completely eliminated. By the time of the martial arts exam, the upper limit for the 3 of them will be the 7th level of the first rank. Upon hearing this, Lu Bo felt another sharp pain in his chin for no apparent reason, and his hatred for Su-che intensified. Although getting into an undergraduate program at the 7th level of the first tier shouldn't be a problem, what he needs is to be the top scholar in Pengcheng. With those 3 students from Class 18 of the second year of high school whose abilities have evolved twice, Zhang Qi, Zhao Jun, and Feng Mingyuan have no chance at all. Similarly, Lu Bo had no chance at all. Young master, there's one more thing I feel I need to tell you. Sensing that the atmosphere was getting a bit awkward, Uncle Lu in his gray robe quickly changed the subject. What is it? Judging from his voice, Lu Bo was clearly not very interested. Uncle Lu in gray robes. It's like this. I just learned from Long Out Yin that Su-che has applied to the logistics department for trial resources. If nothing unexpected happens, Class 18 of Grade 11 will go to the Demon Cave for combat training in the next 2 days. What? Live fire training. Lu Bo's eyes suddenly lit up, and he immediately tensed up. Is this news reliable? Uncle Lu in the gray robe. It should be genuine. I did a quick check, and several people in the logistics department said it's true. Demon Cave combat training. Having received a definite answer, Lu Bo murmured to himself and immediately lowered his head, lost in thought. His eyes darted around faster, and his cheeks were visibly flushed, clearly indicating excitement. Just now, a very bold idea suddenly popped in his head. Gurgle. Unable to resist swallowing, Lu Bo suddenly looked up, his eyes fixed on Uncle Lu, a glint of something sinister in them. Uncle Lu, the man in the gray robe, seemed to realize something. Sure enough, the next second Lu Bo deliberately lowered his voice. Uncle Lu, I want Su-che to disappear completely. Uncle Lu in the gray robe's pupils dilated in shock. Young master, do you mean? That's right. Lu Bo's gaze turned sinister, and a strange smile curved his lips. Isn't Su-che going to the Demon Cave for combat training? The Demon Cave is teeming with ferocious beasts. It wouldn't be surprising if he accidentally encountered a high-level beast and died, would it? The Demon Cave is not a human society. It is filled with all sorts of ferocious beasts, making it extremely dangerous. Even just staying in the outer areas isn't 100% safe. Every year during the school's last month of practical training, someone gets into an accident. If Su-che died in the Demon Cave, no one would suspect anything. Uncle Lu in his gray robe hesitated. Young master, shouldn't we discuss this with the head of the family? Discuss what? Lu Bo's jaw throbbed with pain again as he got excited, and his expression became even more ferocious. Su-che has repeatedly stolen my opportunities, and this time I will absolutely not let him get away with it. If Su-che dies, won't the position of level 3 teacher be vacant? Once Su-che dies, won't the luxurious classroom on the first floor of the teaching building be empty? If Su-che dies, then Yi Shuangyue, Jiang Yueli, and Jiang Yueshi will have to become disciples again. In short, Su-che must die. Thinking of this, Lu Bo's voice grew cold. Uncle Lu, you should understand that the Lu family will be mine sooner or later. You are a smart man and should know how to choose. Uncle Lu in his gray robe lowered his head and remained silent for a long time. Lu Bo didn't urge him, and just stared at Uncle Lu without blinking. After a long silence, Uncle Lu in the gray robe sighed softly and clasped his hands in a fist salute. Young master, I will take action personally. If things are ultimately exposed, I will bear the consequences alone. Upon hearing this, Lu Bo's face slowly lit up with joy, and he took 2 steps forward, patting Uncle Lu in the gray robe heavily on the shoulder. Uncle Lu, you really are the person I trust the most. You've been working hard lately. Here's a few days off for you. Come back when you've had some rest. When Lu Bo mentioned that he had rested well, he emphasized the words. Thank you, young master. Uncle Lu in gray robes immediately turned and left. Watching Uncle Lu in the gray robe leave, Lu Bo suddenly frowned, and his right eyelid began to twitch faster for no apparent reason. A twitching left eyelid means good fortune. A twitching right eyelid means, Shaw, that's superstition. Although he said that, a vague sense of unease welled up inside him. But soon, Lu Bo shook his head vigorously, dismissing the idea. What are you thinking? Uncle Lu has accumulated years of experience at the 3rd rank, 9th level, while Su Che is only at the 3rd rank, 8th level. How could there be any accidents? Main base city, the Great Xia's #1 university for supernatural abilities. The 1st floor of a towering, pagoda-shaped building. Quiet room. Zhuangyan, Li Siwei, you two have just been promoted to grandmasters this year and have relatively few teachers under your command. Fortunately, Pengcheng and Yuqing have both produced qualified level 3 teachers, so you two will be responsible for the review. The figure was somewhat ethereal, and the voice of the white-robed old man who was sitting with his back to the 2 people came from behind. Upon hearing the name Pengcheng, Zhuang Yan's eyes lit up instantly, and he immediately said without hesitation, I'll go to Pengcheng. The white-robed elder's voice remained unchanged. If Zhuang Yan is go to Pengcheng, then Li Siwei, you can only go to Yuqing. No objections. Li Siwei touched his shiny bald head and said nonchalantly, I'm fine with anything. Okay, then it's decided. The white-robed elder waved his hand, and 2 beams of light shot into the intelligent quantum computers located on the shoulders of the 2 individuals. The message has been sent to you. Now set off. Chapter 95. Revisiting the pharmacy, Old Deng gets a lot of gold coins. Early the next morning. Classroom of grade 11, class 18. I'm going to buy a few meridian expansion pills. You all stay in the classroom to consolidate your cultivation and don't move around. After giving instructions to his 3 disciples, Su Che turned and left before they could react. With a clear objective, they headed straight for the pharmacy in the city center. The 4 expansion pills given by Elder Xia have all been consumed by Jiang Yueli and Jiang Yueshi, and the effects were immediate. In just 1 month, the 2 of them had already broken through to the 8th level of the 1st rank. The only problem is that I took the meridian expanding pill too quickly. 1 pill only lasts for half a month. Keep in mind that there are still 2 months until the martial arts exam. If we calculate 1 pill every half month, we will need at least 8 more. Therefore, before setting off for the 9 Peaks Mountain Demon Cave trial, Su Che had to visit his cheat master. Putting aside everything else, this cheat mechanic was really generous. As Su Che stepped out of the school gate and his gaze fell on the supermarket, he paused slightly in surprise. After hesitating for a few seconds, I immediately walked into the supermarket. A few minutes later, he came out again, this time with a flask of liquor in his hand. Although the master was recognized very hastily, the proper etiquette should still be observed. Yes, it's definitely not, because they're going to freeload. Hefting the liquor in his hand, Su Che quickly took the underground transportation to the pharmacy. Shortly after Su Che left, banners and colorful flags were quickly hung at the main entrance of the school. The banner read, A warm welcome to Professor Zhuang Yan of the Great Xia's #1 Superpower University. A few minutes later, a group of leaders, led by Lei Ming and Song Yi, arrived at the main gate of the school and stood in 2 rows. Standing between Lei Ming and Song Yi at this moment is Jiang Linyue, who has just broken through to the 4th level of the extraordinary realm. Compared to before, Jiang Linyue's aura was now completely restrained, showing no sharpness, but her eyes were full of confidence. All the leaders around her looked at Jiang Lianyue with envy. Everyone knew that Professor Zhuang Yin from the Great Xia's #1 Superpower University had come for Jiang Lianyue. As long as she passes Professor Zhuang Yan's review, Jiang Lianyue will be directly admitted to the Great Xia's #1 Superpower University and become a level 4 teacher in one fell swoop. Director Jiang, congratulations on finally reaching the 4th level of transcendence. Your advancement speed is much faster than I imagined. Lei Ming had a broad smile on his face, and he was genuinely happy. The fact that a teacher from Pengcheng's #1 Special Ability High School could directly enter Daxia's #1 Special Ability University made him, the vice principal, equally proud. Yes, Director Jiang, your progress has indeed exceeded everyone's expectations. Actually, I'm quite curious about what made you suddenly decide to go into seclusion. Song Yi was equally polite to Jiang Lianyue, who was a 4th-tier transcendent being. Upon hearing this question, Jiang Lianyue's lips moved slightly, and her gaze subconsciously turned towards the direction of Class 18, Grade 11 on the 1st floor of the teaching building, a glint of light flashing in her eyes. This question was indeed difficult for her to answer. She couldn't very well say that she was stimulated because Su Che was progressing too fast. Could she? Boom! Just as Jiang Lianyue was silent, the sound of an engine suddenly came from afar. The lowest cultivation level among those present was the 3rd rank, 9th level. Their hearing was astonishing. The moment the sound rang out, everyone immediately peeked out. A convoy was slowly approaching in the distance. In the center of the convoy was an extended minibus with a row of small print on its side, Pengcheng Education Department. The entire convoy was escorted by motorcycles on all sides, making for an impressive spectacle. At this moment, there were only 2 people sitting in the huge minibus. The man with a square face and dark skin was Zhuang Yin, who had come to examine Jiang Lianyue. The other person was wearing an executive jacket, and although there were wrinkles around his eyes, they still couldn't hide his scholarly air. This person is Chun Yuliang, the director of the Pengcheng Education Department. As they got closer to the school, Chun Yuliang turned around and smiled. Professor Zhuang, Pengcheng #1 High School for Supernatural Abilities is just ahead. Jiang Lianyue, whom you're going to meet, is a teacher at this school. I will introduce her to you in a moment. Zhuang Yin waved his hand. Director Yuliang is too kind. Just call me Brother Zhuang. Actually, I originally planned to come by myself. I already feel very embarrassed that you sent a car to pick me up. How could I trouble Director Yuliang any further? No trouble at all. The 1st Superpower University of Great Xia is my alma mater. How can I neglect someone from my alma mater? Chen Yuliang said with great enthusiasm. Brother Zhuang, Jiang Lianyue is a genius in Pengcheng. I think she will pass the review soon. So, after the review is over, I'll treat you to carp at Yunlong Lake. Zhuang Yin was about to agree, but then, as if suddenly remembering something, a hint of apology appeared on his face. I'm sorry, Director Yuliang. After the review, I'd like to see my master first, so? Master? Chun Yuliang paused for a moment, then suddenly realized. Right. We should go see Elder Xie first. I'm not in a hurry. You go ahead with your work. Sizzle. As the two were talking, a screeching sound of brakes rang out, and they arrived at Pengcheng #1 Special Ability High School. Brother Zhuang, we've arrived. Chun Yuliang's voice came. Call. Taking a deep breath, Zhuang Yin slowly stood up. All right, then I'll trouble Director Yuliang to lead the way. Pengcheng #1 High School for people with special abilities is not far from the city center. When Zhuang Yin arrived at the school gate, Su Che also happened to arrive at the pharmacy. The saying goes, practice makes perfect. This time, Su Che didn't linger on the 1st floor and quickly made his way to the 2nd floor. As soon as I got to the 2nd floor, I saw a familiar face, Old Mike. Upon seeing Su Che, Old Mike's eyes lit up instantly, and he immediately dropped what he was doing to greet him. Mr. Su Che, you've arrived. Elder Xie instructed that you can go up to the 3rd floor at any time as long as you come. I'll take you up. Old Mike didn't know that Xie Lao had taken Su Che as his apprentice, but Xie Lao's attitude towards Su Che was enough to make him take him seriously. Okay. Su Che smiled. not using a single word of the prepared remarks. 3 minutes later, old Xie is in his room. Just knock on the door. Call me if you need anything. After leading Su Che to the room door, old Mike tactfully left. Knock, knock, knock. Su Che knocked on the door. Do you have any alcohol? If not, don't bother me. The next moment, an impatient voice came from inside the room. There's wine. Su Che waved the liquor in his hand. Thump, thump, thump. Suddenly, the sound of feet stomping on the floor came from inside the room, followed by the door being suddenly pulled open and half a head popping out. Xie Deng first glanced at Su Che, then his gaze involuntarily fell on the liquor, his pupils shining. Good disciple. You even know to buy wine to see your master. I am very pleased that you have this thought in your heart. Don't worry, once you become my disciple, I can't guarantee anything else, but you'll definitely have plenty of pills. As soon as he finished speaking, Su Che nodded somewhat shyly. Could you give me 8 more, or 10 more meridian expanding pills? Chapter 96, Testing Talent. Huh, it's already over? The pharmacy is on the 3rd floor. Inside the room. Could you give me 8 more, or 10 more meridian expanding pills? Su Che appeared shy, but in reality, he was anything but polite. I was about to say it when I realized that 8 might not be enough, so I added 2 more at the last minute. 10 meridian expansion pills are enough to support Jiang Yueli and Jiang Yueshi in advancing to the 2nd stage. 10 meridian expanding pills? Shiden shook his beard vigorously, his expression slightly off. Su Che's eyes revealed a strong sense of anticipation. A hint of embarrassment flashed across Xie Deng's face. We really don't have any more meridian expanding pills in stock. Xie Deng felt a little embarrassed when he thought about how he had just confidently said that there would be plenty of pills. Kuomaidan is a functional medicine, and the demand for it has never been high. The 4 meridian expanding pills given to Su Che had been stored for more than 5 or 6 years. That's it. Su Che was completely dumbfounded, his head buzzing. If the meridian expanding pill is gone, what will happen to Jiang Yueli and Jiang Yueshi? And what about myself? Isn't this going to kill you out of nowhere? Yes, that's all. After a brief moment of awkwardness, Xie Deng asked in confusion. I remember I gave you 4 meridian expanding pills, right? That's enough for 4 people, isn't it? Enough for 4 people? Su Che's expression froze for a moment, then his pupils contracted slightly. Elder Xie, what do you mean? At that moment, he finally realized. It might not be because the meridian expanding pill is too strong, but because Jiang Yueli and Jiang Yueshi have such amazing physiques. That's right, the vascular expansion pill can cause drug resistance. When talking about the pills, Xie Deng's expression became much more serious. A normal person can usually only take 1 pill. The second one has no effect. Su Che's expression gradually became strange. Noticing Su Che's expression, Xie Deng's tone rose a few decibels. You didn't eat it all by yourself, did you? Consuming 4 expansion pills by 1 person is simply a waste of resources. No, that's not it. Su Che shook his head. Xie Deng's expression relaxed. But the next second, Su Che blurted out, I divided it equally between the 2 of us. Huh, this? Xie Deng's expression changed rapidly before he finally sighed. 2 pills per person is a waste. There's only 1 chance to expand your meridians. If you could expand your meridians without limit, the meridian expansion pill wouldn't be this price. It would be at least 10 times more expensive. But the 2 of them can keep expanding, Su Che muttered to himself. Huh? What did you say? Oh, it's nothing. Suke wisely shut up. He did not want to reveal the special characteristics of Jiang Yueli and Jiang Yueshi's physiques. Although the meridian expanding pills are all gone now, it's no use saying anything. Thinking of this, Su Che couldn't help but sigh deeply. You want more meridian expanding pills? Taking in Su Che's expression, Xie Deng tentatively asked. That's right. Su Che's eyes lit up briefly, then quickly dimmed again. It's a pity they're all gone. Shiden's eyes darted around, and the corners of his lips suddenly curved upwards into a slight smile. If you really want it, it's not impossible. What method? Su Che reacted extremely quickly. Ahem. Have you forgotten that I am the founder of the meridian expanding pill? Xie Deng picked up his filthy robe and tossed it aside, then puffed out his chest and said, If you want the meridian expansion pill, just refine another batch. Won't that solve the problem? Although the sound was not loud, it struck Su Che's ears like a thunderclap, instantly dispelling all the doubts in his heart. Yeah, why don't the founders just start refining it right here? Isn't fresh, hot medicine tastier than aged medicine? Su Che was excited, but his expression paused after scanning the messy room. This room doesn't look like a place for alchemy at all. What are you thinking about? The pharmacy isn't here. Come with me. Xiedeng waved and walked outside first. Okay. Suppressing his curiosity, Su Che quickly followed. After many twists and turns, Xiedeng finally arrived at a room and stood still. Unlike other rooms, the door to this room looks exactly like that of a hospital CT scan room. Above the main gate, in the most prominent position, hangs a sign that reads, Pharmaceutical Manufacturing Site. Strangers keep out. Beep. Identity verified. Initiating process. With an electronic sound, the door to the pharmaceutical manufacturing room slowly opened. Su Che looked around curiously, but saw nothing but a passageway that resembled an operating room. At the end of the passage, there is another gate, and on both sides are many airtight protective suits that look very high-end. This pharmaceutical room is worth more than the entire building. Xiedeng looked somewhat smug as he picked out a protective suit and handed it to Su Che. Put this on. Any slight change could cause the drug to fail. Good. Su Che took the protective suit and put it on skillfully, as he was quite familiar with the process. When I was a child, we had to wear protective suits to enter Su Dachuan's spiritual plant greenhouse, but they weren't as advanced as they are now. After the two changed their clothes, Xiedeng pressed a button again, and the gate at the end slowly opened. Snap! 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 The lights in the pharmaceutical manufacturing room gradually came on. Xiedeng and Su Che exchanged a glance, then walked into the pharmaceutical room one after the other. Hiss! When Su Che saw the entire pharmaceutical room, he couldn't help but gasp, his eyes filled with shock. There was none of the imagined alchemy furnace, firewood, dregs, herbs, etc. Instead, a series of tools such as test tubes, beakers, flasks, and evaporating dishes were used. Among them were even power hammers, electric saws, electric drills, angle grinders, and so on. The most eye-catching feature is a colossal structure in the center of the pharmaceutical room. If the nameplate in the upper right corner is correct, this should be an electric furnace. Su Che opened his mouth, only to feel a dryness in his throat. Good heavens, this is practically high-tech pharmaceutical manufacturing. Ancient alchemy and cyber pharmaceutical manufacturing. What? Surprised? Seeing Su Che's shocked expression, Xiedeng grinned. What era are we living in? You don't actually think medicine making and alchemy are still like in novels, do you? Really? Does this mean that pharmaceutical manufacturing and alchemy have become standardized and fully automated? Su Che asked doubtfully. Xiedeng shook his head regretfully. That won't work. The most crucial ratio requires experience. Otherwise, what's the point of having professional pharmacists? Su Che nodded. That made more sense. There's no time like the present. I'll take this opportunity to personally demonstrate the preparation of medicines before making a prescription. Please watch carefully. When the topic of formulating pharmaceuticals came up, Xiedeng's expression became serious, and his entire demeanor immediately changed. The reason he decided to refine the Meridian expansion pill on the spot was largely because he wanted to test Su Che's aptitude for pharmaceutical preparation. There is very little information about the medicine spirit body in the industry, and he also wants to know just how high Su Che's talent is as a medicine spirit body. Good. Su Che was also very curious about the formulation of medicines. Because he wanted to test Su Che's talent, Xiedeng acted extremely quickly. 10 minutes later, Xiedeng stopped what he was doing and looked at Su Che hopefully. So, how much of it do you understand? Su Che blinked, looking completely bewildered. Huh? It's already over. Chapter 97, A Second Blossom. Perhaps it's still because of talent. The pharmacy, the room where medicine is made. Su Che looked bewildered, even a little helpless. No, the movements were so fast that I didn't even have time to see clearly before it was over. Now you're asking yourself how much you understand? Isn't that ridiculous? In an instant, he recalled the scene from a 1986 TV series Journey to the West, where Ben Borbo was ordered by the nine-headed insect to go and eliminate Tang Sanzang and his disciples. What have I done to deserve this? Deng's eyebrows twitched rapidly, and his expression also seemed a bit off. Having taught pharmaceutical science for so many years, he was all too familiar with Su Che's gaze. His eyes were clear and transparent, subtly revealing a kind of foolishness that had never been touched by knowledge. To put it bluntly, he's stupid. If it were anyone else, he would have already spoken without any hesitation by now. You have no pharmaceutical qualifications whatsoever. You should just go home and play in the mud. But at this moment, facing Su Che, he was filled with inner turmoil, as if two little people were fighting in his head. The little red figure calmly comforted him. Why don't we take another look? Maybe this medicinal spirit is just slow to understand at first, and perhaps it's the type that accumulates knowledge and then unleashes its full potential. The little white figure, hands on hips, yelled, "What kind of bullshit spirit body is this? Look at his eyes. He clearly doesn't understand anything at all, let alone understand. I even doubt he saw anything clearly." The red figure's tone remained unchanged. "We can't jump to conclusions so hastily. There's too little information on the medicine spirit. My suggestion is to observe it further." The little white figure frantically banged its head against the ground, yelling, "Observe my ass. Listen to me. Throw him out, or I'll cut myself in half. Are you all right? Would you like to rest?" Noticing Deng's face turning pale and then red, Su Che's concerns seemed genuine. Sensing Su Che's sincere tone, Deng's face finally turned red, and he said, "I'm fine. I'll continue preparing the medicine. You can observe me more carefully." "No problem. I'm going to get serious this time." Su Che's tone was much more serious. Upon hearing this, a faint glimmer of hope flashed in Deng's eyes, and he nodded. "Okay, I'll try to slow down from now on." Su Che concentrated intently, his eyes fixed on the control panel. Having worked at Xieding Pharmaceutical for many years, he has experienced the dispensing process countless times and is extremely skilled in it. Despite trying to slow down, Su Che still felt dizzy. In the past, when I saw something particularly difficult, my brain would say I understood it, but my hands would say I was powerless to do it. But now they haven't even learned how to use their brains. They can't even understand what they see. In less than a minute, or more accurately, a little over half a minute, Su Che's eyes became glazed over. "I don't understand it. I really don't understand it." Su Che's performance naturally did not escape Deng's notice. Like I said, he's seen Su Che with that kind of expression far too often. Su Che's behavior was exactly the same as that of someone without any pharmaceutical qualifications. They were practically cut from the same mold. "Well," he allowed a soft sigh, and Deng's face gradually turned from red to white. Although his mind was racing, Deng's hands did not stop moving in the slightest. Over the years, he has prepared the formula for Kuomai Dan countless times. He could prepare it even with his eyes closed. At this point, the formulation has reached the most crucial stage, adding the main medicinal ingredients. The main ingredients for making the meridian expanding pill are Ganoderma lucidum, 9-leaf purple gold flower, and netherworld bloodvine leaf. The price of these three medicinal herbs alone would be around 100,000 xia coins. As for why the meridian expansion pill can sell for 2.5 million great xia coins, the reason is very simple. The price of raw materials is only a few 100,000. The cost of hiring a pharmacist is extremely high. In addition to pharmaceutical waste and failure rates, prices naturally rise gradually. Of course, if you take all these factors into account, selling it for over 1 million will definitely not result in a loss. The price of 2.5 million is purely due to Harbin Pharmaceutical Group's monopoly position. Without such high profits, how could Harbin Pharmaceutical Group have opened pharmacies all over the 5 major alliances? Swish, swish, swish. Deng moved extremely quickly, and petals of the 9-petaled purple gold flower were continuously incorporated into the embryo. Once the dosage of 9-leaf purple gold flower was sufficient, the Ganoderma lucidum was immediately added. Perhaps because Ganoderma lucidum is so precious, Deng's expression was very serious at this moment. He didn't even notice the fleeting glint in Su Che's eyes behind him. After the Ganoderma lucidum is fully integrated, the netherworld bloodvine leaves appear, 1 leaf, 2 leaves, 3 leaves. Just as Deng was about to continue working on the 4th piece, a thunderous roar suddenly rang out from the ground. "Wait!" Deng shuddered, almost dropping the netherworld bloodvine leaf from his hand. Is there a problem? Taking a few deep breaths, Xie Ding turned to look at Su Che, trying his best to remain calm. It was obvious that the thunderclap just now came from Su Che. If it had been someone else who spoke up instead of Su Che, he probably would have already been furious and angry. Even so, Shiden's expression was still not very good. As a pharmacist, what he hates most is others interfering with his prescriptions. There are indeed some problems. Seemingly oblivious to Xie Ding's somewhat unpleasant expression, Su Che blurted out, 3 leaves of netherworld bloodvine are enough. 4 leaves would reduce the effect. Shiden, at that moment, he almost wanted to dig into his ear to make sure he hadn't misheard. No, I'm asking you what your problem is, not what my problem is. You mean there's a problem with my prescription? Shiden's voice was full of disbelief. How did you know that 3 leaves of the netherworld bloodvine would be enough? As the founder of Culmaiden, a traditional Chinese medicine formula, this is the first time in all these years that someone has said there's a problem with his prescription. Su Che hesitated slightly, but still nodded gently. Based on my feeling. He said that, but in his heart he added, because I didn't close the door. Xie Ding's lips twitched, and he stared blankly at Su Che without saying a word. If Su Che gave any other reason, he would definitely scoff at it. But Su Che's statement about relying on intuition made him take it seriously. The scene of Su Che distinguishing the real from the fake Vajra pill with just his naked eye is still vivid in my mind. After a moment of thought, Xie Ding remained silent, and the embryo quickly formed. He really did not continue to release the netherworld bloodvine leaves. He decided to give it a try anyway, since it was just a batch of meridian-expanding pills, which he could afford to lose. Seeing that Xie Ding didn't press the matter further, Su Che was happy to accept it. If Shiden really wanted to ask in detail, then he could only follow the explanation shown in Breaking Illusions. The yin energy of the netherworld bloodvine leaf can balance the yang energy brought by other materials, but too much dosage will affect the effect of the meridian-expanding pill. After the medicine is prepared, it needs to be put into the furnace. Thanks to the ever-developing technology of Earth, alchemy no longer requires 49 days. It only takes a few 7s and 49 minutes. 2.5 hours later, the electric heater was turned on and 10 pulse-expanding pills were freshly produced. The moment the pill came out of the oven, Xie Ding immediately took out a pill, dug out half of it, and went to have it tested. 10 minutes later, Xie Ding's pupils suddenly dilated. The test results showed that although the improvement was not significant, the effect of this batch of meridian-expanding pills was indeed greater than before. Call. Taking a deep breath, Xie Ding stiffly turned to look at Su Che, his throat a little dry. How did you do that? Su Che smiled shyly. It's probably because of my talent. Chapter 98 My Closed Disciple is a medicine spirit body. It's probably because of talent. Inside the pharmaceutical manufacturing room, Xie Ding kept repeating this phrase to himself, his eyes slightly vacant. A few seconds later, my pupils slowly regained focus, but my heart was in turmoil. To be honest, he hadn't lost his composure like this in a very, very long time. Over the years, he has met many geniuses, but these so-called geniuses are far inferior to him. The only 2 people whose talents were very close to his had already been taken in as his personal disciples. His disciple Zhuang Yin is already a level 5 pharmacist, and his cultivation has been promoted to level 6 grandmaster, making him a professor at the Great Xia's No. 1 superpower university. Even so, he only said, not bad, which was far from being impressive. But at this moment, Su Che's performance greatly surprised him. You could even say that the more disappointed they were before, the more excited they are now. He was quite certain that Su Che knew absolutely nothing about medicine preparation. He was a complete novice. Even under such circumstances, Su Che was still able to very astutely point out the problems with the medication. This wasn't the most shocking thing for him. What shocked him most was that Su Che not only pointed out the problems, but also gave optimization suggestions. Although the final pill may only show a tiny improvement, the significance behind it is extremely important. If one pill increases the effect by a tiny bit, what about 2, 5, 10, or 100 pills? In the pharmaceutical industry, improving the effectiveness of elixirs, even slightly, is extremely difficult. Even many level 4 pharmacists can only make medicines according to fixed prescriptions given by others and have no ability to optimize them. Su Che, even before he had mastered the basics, was able to do things that many level 4 pharmacists couldn't. If this isn't considered talent, then probably no one in the entire Great Xia pharmaceutical industry would dare to claim they have talent. Is this the terrifying talent of the medicine spirit body? Shiden naturally attributed this incredible ability to the medicine spirit body. Did I overdo it? Seeing Xie Deng frozen in place, his face filled with shock, Su Che began to wonder. In fact, I was already being very conservative. The flaws in breaking through delusion are not limited to this one. There are at least 5 or 6. The one I mentioned is the simplest and most obvious one. Cough, cough. After waiting a few more seconds, Su Che coughed lightly, his gaze falling on the 9.5 meridian expansion pills on the table, his expression somewhat impatient. Having weathered many storms, Xie Deng immediately regained his composure with a flick of his eyelids. Not bad. You have quite the flair I had back in the day. Su Che's expression was slightly strange, and his lips twitched unconsciously, as if he was holding it in. But he was a professional, and in the end, he held it in. Xie Deng ignored Su Che's expression and waved his hand, and 9.5 meridian expansion pills floated in front of Su Che. Take them. Before he could even finish speaking, Su Che had already pocketed the prize. Xie Deng immediately laughed. Well then, since it's still early and the electric furnace is already running, I'll demonstrate the other pills a few more times on the spot. Take a close look and see if you can spot any problems. Shiden's expression remained normal, but his voice betrayed a hint of excitement. In his collection of pill formulas, the Meridian Expansion pill was only considered average. He had several other secret formulas. If the effects of these pills could be further enhanced, it would definitely attract attention within the industry, and the price of the pills would rise accordingly. Of course, he clearly cared more about reputation than money. No, I still need to take my students to practical training. Su Che glanced down at the time and shook his head in refusal. Although spending the night in the wilderness is unavoidable during the practical trial in the 9 Peaks Mountain Demon Cave, it is safer to enter during the day. All right then, you go ahead and do your thing. Shiden's voice sounded slightly disappointed, but he expressed understanding. Noticing Xie Deng's expression, Su Che's lips curved into a slight smile. I'll come over after my practical trial is over. A look of joy returned to Xie Deng's face. Okay, I'll wait for you. After watching Su Che leave, Xie Deng quickly returned to the pill room, took out a yellowed notebook, and began to write down notes. Medicine Spirit Body Talent 2. Able to intuitively identify and improve flaws in elixir formulations. Upper limit unknown, requires further observation. And just above this line of text is another line. Medicine Spirit Body Talent 1. Can identify problematic pills with the naked eye. Upper limit unknown, to be observed crossed out, too wasteful of pills, so will abandon the observation. The cover of this booklet prominently displays the words, My last disciple is Yao Lingti, the main entrance to the pharmacy. Take care, Mr. Su Che. Just come and find me next time. By the way, here is my contact number. Feel free to contact me anytime if you need anything. Old Mike personally escorted Su Che out of the lobby and handed him a business card, his face radiating genuine enthusiasm. Okay, I've got it. Su Che had a good impression of Old Mike and nodded very amicably. See you later. After saying that, he immediately turned and left. He had just turned around when he paused, his gaze involuntarily drawn to the burly man walking towards him. The man was tall and dark-skinned, but his square face exuded an air of authority, setting him apart from the other customers. Strong-willed, Su Che was immediately startled. Since his superpower evolved into the A-level Azure Peak Dragon, his perception has improved significantly. At this moment, the pressure exerted on him by the man far exceeded that of Lei Ming and Song Yi. Just then, the burly man seemed to sense something, turned his head, and quickly locked his gaze on Su Che, a slight smile curving his lips. Such a keen intuition. Su Che's pupils contracted, and he immediately looked away, his heart pounding faster than ever before. Without further hesitation, he vanished in a flash. An interesting little guy. Gazing in the direction where Su Che disappeared, Zhuang Yin smiled, but didn't pay any attention, and immediately stepped into the apothecary. After reviewing Jiang Linyue's case, he rushed to the pharmacy to see his teacher. Of course, besides meeting Master Xie, he also wanted to meet this genius junior brother he had never met before. Just as Zhuang Yin was about to step onto the floor of the first-floor hall of the apothecary, a ripple suddenly rose from the ground. Buzz! A spatial fluctuation occurred, and Zhuang Yin suddenly appeared in Xie Deng's pill-making room. Oh, isn't this Professor Zhuang Yin from the Great Xia's #1 Superpower University? What brings you back to this old man? Xie Deng carefully closed the yellowed notebook and locked it in the drawer, then glanced sideways at Zhuang Yin. Zhuang Yin grinned. Dear teacher, I've missed you so much. I came here especially to see you. At least you still have some conscience. Xie Deng's expression softened considerably. However, the next moment, Zhuang Yin rubbed his hands together and said, Master Xie, where is my junior brother? Please introduce him to me. Xie Deng's face darkened. Zhuang Yin remained completely calm. With a flick of his wrist, 2 bottles of 52% Baijiu, Chinese liquor, appeared in his hand. Xie Deng smiled again. What a coincidence. Your junior brother just left. If you had come earlier, you might have run into him. Huh? Zhuang Yin was taken aback. What's your junior brother's name? What does he look like? I'll go find him right now. Xie Deng rolled his eyes. It's too late. Your junior brother said he went to lead the disciples in a practical trial. Anyway, he's very handsome. Don't worry. You'll definitely see him if you stay here for a few days. Very handsome. Zhuang Yin keenly grasped this keyword and automatically ignored what followed. The next moment, the handsome young man she had just met at the entrance of the apothecary immediately came to mind. Even at the top superpower university in the Great Xia dynasty, that young man was quite handsome. However, Zhuang Yin quickly shook his head vigorously and chuckled softly. Ah, impossible. How could it be such a coincidence? Chapter 99 Arrival. Supply Base. 3 poles in the sun. The sun shines 3 feet above your head. Not far from the supply base of the 9 Peaks Mountain Demon Cave, 4 figures were slowly walking towards them. The young man at the front had sharp eyebrows and bright eyes, and his jawline was as sharp as if it had been carved by an axe. A tall, elegant young woman with long, waist-length hair followed closely behind the young man. The last of the 4 was 2 short-haired girls, one with a full head of purple hair and the other with a full head of white hair. What should have been an unconventional hair color actually became a plus when paired with the 2 people's good looks. Such an eye-catching combination would make them the center of attention wherever they go. But at that moment, the people around them were all hurrying along with their heads down, and no one paid much attention to them. The 4 were the entire class of grade 11, 18, led by Su Che. Can you hurry up? We've both fallen far behind. Realizing that they had fallen far behind, Jiang Yueli frowned and looked at Jiang Yueshi, the veins on her forehead throbbing. I want to walk faster, but I just can't. Jiang Yueshi looked miserable and pitiful. You didn't even help me with my bag. So far, Jiang Yueshi's words have all sounded very reasonable. But the next moment, Jiang Yueli showed no mercy. Jiang Yueshi? How dare you say that? Who told you to carry such a big bag? Turning our gaze to Jiang Yueshi's back, the mountain-sized military backpack was particularly eye-catching. Compared to the size of the backpack, Jiang Yueshi herself is negligible. Those who know it think it's a backpack, but those who don't might think it's a large vat being carried. Fortunately, Jiang Yueshi broke through to the 8th level of the first tier. Otherwise, she might not have been able to carry such a large backpack. Jiang Yueli's words immediately caught Su Che's attention. Stopping in his tracks and staring at Jiang Yueshi's extravagant backpack, Su Che sighed and rubbed his forehead in exasperation. We're here for combat training, not a vacation. What are you carrying? It's best not to bring anything useless. He was in such a hurry that he didn't have time to ask, but he was actually quite curious himself. How could it be useless? Everything I brought was useful. Jiang Yueshi immediately retorted without even thinking. Su Che didn't speak, just stared at Jiang Yueshi, as did Jiang Yueli and Yishuang Yue. The 3 of them practically had disbelief written all over their faces. Jiang Yueshi's eyes widened in surprise. You don't believe me? No one around made a sound. Jiang Yueli scoffed. Isn't it obvious? A hint of disappointment flashed across Jiang Yueshi's face. Fine, since you don't believe me, then I'll prove it to you. If it all works, then you'll have to apologize to me. As soon as she finished speaking, there was a thud as Jiang Yueshi's backpack hit the ground. As soon as he angrily unzipped his backpack, a plastic bottle immediately fell to the ground. Swish, swish, swish. All eyes immediately turned to the plastic bottle. You said everything you brought was useful. So what's this plastic bottle? Jiang Yue quickly grabbed the plastic bottle. The liquid inside was a pale blue color. Jiang Yueshi snatched it away and said matter-of-factly, "This is floral water. It's a foreign brand, 6 God. Think about it. There must be a lot of mosquitoes in the Nine Peaks Demon Cave at night. How can we sleep without spraying floral water?" This phrase seems to possess some kind of supernatural power, with an effect similar to a spell to immobilize someone. Within a very short time, Su Che, Jiang Yue, and even Yi Xuanyue all froze, their expressions all turning into expressions of shock. Yi Xuanyue lowered her head silently, her expression unreadable. Jiang Yue's eyebrows twitched faster, and her fists clenched involuntarily. Su Che's lips twitched, and his head was buzzing. He really didn't expect Jiang Yueshi to play such a trump card right from the start. They've come all the way to the Demon Cave for trials and are still thinking about that damn mosquito. They're really too carefree. Even a large iron pot would be more reliable than this. A large iron pot can even stew goose. Ahem, what else is inside? Suppressing his unusual emotions, Su Che decided to wait and see. And this too. Jiang Yueshi was completely absorbed in her own cleverness and didn't notice the strange expressions on the other people's faces. Instead, he became very excited and started taking things out of his backpack, clearly intending to show them off. Buzz! With a metallic clang, an iron pot suddenly appeared in Jiang Yueshi's hand. We can't go hungry in such a dangerous place as the trial, right? Cooking is definitely inseparable from this multifunctional iron pot. Don't let its unassuming appearance fool you. This iron pot is handmade and completely non-stick. I heard that our ancestors were from Zhangqiu, Jiang Yueshi introduced. Hiss! Su Che's pupils dilated as he gasped, his expression incredibly strange. Goodness, I was just complaining that floral water was not as good as a big iron pot, and it turns out there really is a big iron pot. This time he's really stumped. On the other hand, Jiang Yueshi seemed to be completely absorbed in the task, pulling out items with practiced ease. With an iron pot, you naturally need a fire source. This time I brought an enhanced portable gas stove, which heats up super fast. Don't worry, it won't explode, and even if it does, it won't kill anyone. These are hand warmers, steam eye masks, thermal blankets, and other heating equipment. It must be very cold at night in Judingshan Demon Cave, and low temperatures are bad for the body, especially for girls. Also, even if there's no chance to start fire and cook, it's not a big deal. I also brought self-heating pots, tomato, curry, black pepper, and Orleans flavors. Yes, I also brought some anti-diarrheal medication. You're bound to get diarrhea when surviving in the wild, so it's always good to be prepared. Jiang Yueshi spoke eloquently and became more and more excited as she talked. Jiang Yue's face, however, had long since turned as black as the bottom of a pot. Their positions instantly created a significant distance between them and Jiang Yueshi. If she could, she would really like to sew Jiang Yueshi's mouth shut right now. Stop. Su Che finally realized what was happening and quickly stopped him. What you said is very good, but don't say any more. Jiang Yueshi talked for a long time, but the backpack was only less than a third full. If we waited until she finished speaking, it would probably be dark by then. Call. Taking a deep breath, Su Che clenched and unclenched his fists, then made a decisive move. Little leaf, little purple hair, take little white hair into the supply base. Not including the backpack, Su Che added immediately. Yes. Upon hearing this, Jiang Yue and Yi Xuanyue's eyes lit up instantly. Jiang Yue, in particular, has already started to get the hang of it. Jiang Yueshi stared in disbelief. No, don't come any closer. However, she had absolutely no power to resist her senior sister and older sister. Even after being dragged into the supply base, Jiang Yueshi's shouts could still be heard. No, those are all my treasures. Just a few minutes after Su Che and his group entered the supply base, a figure in a gray robe followed closely behind. The figure's face was obscured by the large robe, which completely concealed the person's body and face. Inside the supply base, this attire was perfectly normal, so it didn't attract the attention of those around them. Occasionally, a gust of wind would lift his robe, revealing a face full of wrinkles. If this face appeared on campus, it would probably be recognized immediately. This person is clearly Uncle Liu in the gray robe, who often follows Liu Bo. His gaze, like that of a cold, venomous snake, was fixed firmly on Su Che. A chilling glint flashed in Uncle Liu's gray-robed eyes. Su Che, of all people to mess with, you had to provoke young Master Liu Bo. If young Master Liu Bo wants you dead, there's nothing I can do. Don't blame me when you get down there. Chapter 100. Entering the Nine Peaks Mountain Demon Cave. Judingshan Demon Cave Supply Base. Although it was already past 1 p.m., the flow of people entering and leaving the base was still considerable. As the most famous demon cave in Pengcheng, Judingshan Demon Cave attracts more than just Pengcheng's superpowered individuals. Many people with superpowers have come to adventure in the other 5 major cities and even the main base city. Yuqing, which borders Pengcheng, has a population that is almost as large as that of the local Pengcheng residents. Pengcheng naturally welcomed this endless stream of adventurers. This supply base, standing at the entrance to the Nine Peaks Mountain Demon Cave, was built by the Pengcheng government at its own expense. Of course, although this base belongs to the government, it is not a government monopoly. The forces within it are deeply intertwined and extremely complex. But the most influential forces, those that are universally acknowledged, are only 3. The strongest force was naturally the Pengcheng official military stronghold. It has become a tradition for the Great Xia Army, especially the officers and soldiers of Pengcheng, to train in the Demon Cave of Juding Mountain. The FE Alliance Mall is slightly weaker in terms of strength. The saying goes, even a powerful dragon can't suppress a local snake. Compared to the official Pengcheng army, the FE Alliance Mall's presence is indeed much weaker. However, the influence of FE Alliance Mall extends far beyond the Nine Peaks Mountain Demon Cave. Its reach extends throughout the Great Xia dynasty and even the 5 major alliances. Therefore, no one dares to underestimate the FE Alliance Mall. The Mercenary Alliance ranks 3rd in strength. It's not that mercenary alliances are weak, but rather that they have always been relatively loosely organized. Apart from these 3 forces, no one cared about the other small gangs and organizations. The 3 major forces each controlled a piece of the pie and kept to themselves. First of all, special demon caves like Juding Mountain are not free. Aside from the military, students or teachers under the education department receive free admission. Outsiders with supernatural abilities all need to get a ticket to enter the Nine Peaks Mountain Demon Cave. The ticket revenue alone is an astronomical figure every year. Due to its advantageous background, FE Alliance Mall has almost monopolized most of the recycling transactions. Almost 90% of these incidents occurred in the FE Alliance Mall. The so-called recycling transaction is where adventurers exchange points for ferocious beast materials to purchase what they need. Although FE Alliance Mall takes a relatively large cut, it offers a wide variety of products, and your funds are absolutely safe. As for the Mercenary Alliance, their business is rather mixed. Trading is possible within the Mercenary Alliance, but it can only be done through barter. The Mercenary Alliance is not responsible for the authenticity or quality of the items. It merely provides a platform. Secondly, mercenaries also undertake commission services. Once a commission is initiated on the Mercenary Alliance platform, all mercenaries can see the mission and accept the order. Want to explore the depths of the Nine Peaks Mountain Demon Cave as a Tier 1, Level 1 cultivator? Okay, a Tier 4 Transcendent will personally take you there. Want to get a tooth from a ferocious beast in the Nine Peaks Mountain Demon Cave? Fine, a 4th Tier Transcendent being will personally break it for you. Of course, this is on the premise that you can afford the price. It's no exaggeration to say that you can do almost anything if you can afford it. Besides these 2, the Mercenary Alliance has another very special and shady business: bounties. The so-called reward can be explained in a single sentence: hiring someone to commit murder. However, There are almost no people who dare to hire someone to kill someone at the Jidingshan Demon Cave Mercenary Alliance branch. Nobody's stupid enough to do this under the military's nose. They all go to the Mercenary Alliance headquarters. At this very moment, in front of the dome screen of the FE Alliance Mall. Tier 1 low-grade ferocious beast, steel-bristled boar, rare material, tusk, value, 10 points. Tier 1 low-grade ferocious beast, silver-horned rhinoceros, rare material, tusk, value 20 points. Tier 1 mid-grade ferocious beast, dark gold deer, rare material, deer antler, value 40 points. Tier 1 mid-grade ferocious beast, silver ringed lizard, rare material, poison lizard skin, value 40 points. Tier 1 superior ferocious beast, fiery lion, rare material, lion claw, value 90 points. Tier 1 superior ferocious beast, rock armor bear, rare material, bear paw, value 100 points. Wow, the point difference between low grade and high grade is huge. Looking at the reward points offered by the FE Mall, Su Che couldn't help but click his tongue. The reason for bringing Yi Xuanyue, Jiang Yueli, and Jiang Yueshi to Jioding Mountain for trials was, on the one hand, it was to cultivate the practical combat skills of the group, so that they would not become cowards when encountering ferocious beasts in the future. Almost every martial arts exam has seen participants injured or even killed by ferocious beasts. On the other hand, the plan is to obtain enough points through this trial and then exchange them for 4th-tier ferocious beast blood food in the FE Alliance Mall. A 4th-tier ferocious beast, when converted into a human, is equivalent to a 4th-tier transcendent being. Only well-funded players like those in the FE Alliance shop sell Pingqing products. However, when Su Che saw the minimum points required to exchange for 4th-tier ferocious beast blood, he subconsciously shuddered. I rubbed my eyes hard, thinking I must have seen wrong. I had to double-check several times before I realized I hadn't misread it. Ferocious Komodo dragon blood food, 100 kilograms. Rank 4 low-grade beast, required to exchange, 10,000 points. Is indeed 10,000 points. Hiss! Su Che immediately gasped, until a chilling sensation filled his entire chest. 10,000 points. If we take the 1st-tier superior ferocious beast rock armor bear as a reference, it is worth 100 of them. In other words, you need to kill 100 rock bears and obtain their paws before you can exchange them for 100 kilograms of Komodo dragon blood food. The problem is the Nine Peaks Mountain Demon Cave is so big. Where are we going to find 100 rock armor bears? It seems to be more difficult than I imagined. If all else fails, I'll have to come alone. Su Che narrowed his eyes and secretly made up his mind. At that moment, a commotion suddenly broke out in the crowd. Many people turned their heads to look at the 4 figures at the entrance of the supply base. The leading man was dressed in a fiery red robe, giving him an ethereal and otherworldly air. The man was followed by 3 muscular teenagers. The 3 boys were wearing matching combat uniforms, and their height, hairstyles, and face shapes were almost identical, making them look like triplets. The only difference is the words engraved on the 3 combat suits. One person has left tattooed on their chest, one person has right tattooed on their chest, and one person has front tattooed on their chest. Look, that red robe looks like Gao Huahua, the star teacher of level 3 in Yuqing. She just advanced to the extraordinary realm a few days ago. So it was him. I heard he has a good chance of being promoted to a teacher at the Great Xia's #1 superpower university this year. I've heard that his 3 disciples are also very powerful. They've all reached the 7th level of the 1st rank, which puts them among the top in the entire U City. Faced with the crowd's discussions and praises, Gao Huahua remained expressionless, but her head involuntarily tilted back, as if she were thoroughly enjoying it. Only after the praise subsided did he lead his 3 disciples into the Nine Peaks Mountain Demon Cave. Let's go. It's time for us to go in for the trial. Su Che casually withdrew his gaze, waved his hand dismissively, and immediately led Yi Xuanyue and the other 2 into the Nine Peaks Mountain Demon Cave. Just before Su Che and his 3 disciples stepped in the Nine Peaks Mountain Demon Cave, Uncle Lu in gray robes, who had been following closely behind, arrived. It didn't take long, about half an hour later. A terrifying surge of cultivation power suddenly appeared above the Nine Peaks Mountain Demon Cave supply base. The newcomer rode a strange horse covered in black scales and with two horns on its head. Its shiny forehead was extremely eye-catching. It was Li Siwei, one of the professors at the Great Xia's No. 1 Superpower University. Chapter 101 Battle. Jiang Yueli, who gets in the zone ahead of time. Above the supply base of the Nine Peaks Mountain Demon Cave. Damn it, this is exhausting. This Gao Huahua is really something else. Li Siwei touched his shiny forehead, which shone faintly in the sunlight, like a glowing hard-boiled egg. This year, he and Zhuang Yin were both promoted to professor and sent to the Acropolis to review geniuses. He didn't hesitate. Zhuang Yin chose Pengcheng, so he went to Yuqing. The genius teacher in Yuqing was none other than Gao Huahua. Just as he was rushing to Yuqing No. 9 Middle School to find Gao Huahua, he learned that Gao Huahua had already taken his apprentice to Pengcheng Jiuding Mountain Demon Cave for trials, and the exact return date was unknown. In order not to waste time, he had no choice but to travel from Yuqing to Pengcheng again. Unexpectedly, it was too late. Gao Huahua had already entered the Demon Cave. Nine Peaks Mountain Demon Cave. Looking down at the supply base below and sensing the faint fluctuations of the barrier, Li Siwei's gaze became slightly solemn. If it were any other demonic cave in Pengcheng, he could easily break through the barrier and enter without alerting anyone. But when faced with the Nine Peaks Mountain Demon Cave, he couldn't muster even a thought of forcing his way in. As a professor at the top superpower university in the Great Xia dynasty, he has the authority to access many secrets. Leaving aside the terrifying beings within the Nine Peaks Mountain Demon Cave, the supply base alone harbors many powerful auras, almost all of which are no weaker than his. Well, since we're already here, we might as well take this opportunity to observe Gao Huahua properly. Having made up his mind, Li Siwei slapped the little mare's upturned rump. Bai Shui, take me down. Uga! Snowy let out an excited roar, like a donkey's bray, and immediately swooped down to land. Just as the snow fell to the ground, Li Siwei's appearance changed drastically. Not only did he change his clothes to ordinary casual wear, but his facial features also changed significantly. The only thing that remained unchanged was his shiny forehead. Smack! Li Siwei slapped the little mare's pert buttocks again. Oi! You should be more discreet. Slurp slurp. Bai Shui shook her head, seemingly somewhat dissatisfied but not daring to get angry. Her two horns and scales quickly disappeared. Without its scales and horns, Snow White suddenly looked even more like a donkey. Sometimes I really wonder if your family bloodline has been ruined by something. Subconsciously rubbing his bald head, Li Siwei's figure blurred as he quickly followed the crowd into the supply base. At the same time, the outer perimeter of the Nine Peaks Mountain Demon Cave. Now we've officially entered the Nine Peaks Mountain Demon Cave. Although this is the outer perimeter and the ferocious beasts are of low level, we still can't let our guard down. Fighting ferocious beasts is completely different from fighting in the school arena. In the arena, only victory or defeat matters, not life or death. But when fighting ferocious beasts, it's either the beast that dies or you. Su Che spoke solemnly, his gaze passing over Yi Shuangyue and Jiang Yueli, finally settling on Jiang Yueshi. Did you understand? Understood, the three answered in unison. Yi Shuangyue's expression was calm, her eyes filled with confidence. Jiang Yueli looked very excited, as if she couldn't wait. Both of them appeared normal, except for Jiang Yueshi, whose voice sounded weak and even a little resentful. It was obvious that she still missed the whole bunch of treasure she had brought with her. Shush. Just then, several strange noises suddenly came from the surrounding bushes, as if something was approaching. They're here. Su Che's eyes lit up immediately. With his extraordinary perception, he instantly determined that the approaching creature was the iron-spiked ferocious boar, one of the most common ferocious beasts in the Nine Peaks Mountain Demon Cave. Cough, cough. Su Che coughed lightly and turned around. Everyone, don't panic. This is just one. Sizzle, sizzle, sizzle. Before he could finish speaking, he was interrupted by a sound of electricity surging. Go to hell. Jiang Yueli's eyes were frighteningly bright, her pupils reflecting a ball of lightning the size of a basketball. It happened in the blink of an eye. The moment the lightning ball took shape, it shot forward, its target clearly aimed at the bushes. It seemed like a missed shot, but at the very moment it hit the bushes and exploded, a ferocious boar covered in spikes emerged from the bushes. Oomph. The spiky boar roared twice, its reddened eyes instantly locking onto the humans in front of it. However, before it could make any move, a ball of lightning larger than its head appeared in front of it. Smack! A soft sound, like an electric spark, rang out. The next second, the spiky boar collapsed to the ground with a thud, its whole body convulsing and emitting white smoke. A faint aroma of meat wafted through the air in an instant. Blue Star has lost another senior brother. Yi Xuanyue sniffed the air and couldn't help but purse her lips. How painful that must be, Jiang Yueshi thought. This works? Suche paused, unsure of what to say. He had originally planned to use the iron-spiked ferocious boar to demonstrate the brutality within the demon cave, hoping that the group could quickly get into character. But to everyone's surprise, Jiang Yueli entered this state a little too quickly. Could this be the perfect place for her to train? Looking at Jiang Yueli, who was rubbing his hands together and looked like he still wanted more, Suche had this thought for no reason. Suche's gaze shifted to Yi Xuanyue and Jiang Yueshi, and he was startled again. Yi Xuanyue remained unaffected by the iron-spiked beast, not moving an inch. But Jiang Yueshi was different. Her expression was full of lingering fear, and she actually took several steps back. Jiang Yueli ignored everything and stepped forward to fight. Yi Xuanyue did not retreat an inch, while Jiang Yueshi took 2 steps back to protect everyone in front of her. One word. Absolutely amazing. Call. Taking a deep breath, Su Che silently cut off the iron-spiked boar tusks and put them in his backpack, then said softly, Let's go explore other places. A few minutes later, look, that's a golden-horned iron rhinoceros. Smack. Look, that's a Guangxi direwolf. Boom. Look, that's a silver-ringed lizard. Crackling and popping. The 2 sisters, Jiang Yueli and Jiang Yueshi, worked together very well. Upon discovering the ferocious beast, Jiang Yueshi would immediately let out a strange cry. Jiang Yueli silently rubbed the lightning ball, her cheeks slightly flushed with excitement. Yi Xuanyue also made a move with lightning speed, almost knocking the rock armor bear shit out with one punch. This is also the first tier 1 high-grade ferocious beast encountered in this area. It would be great if there were more tier 1 high-grade ferocious beasts in this area. Sukisaid Inwardli. It now seems that only a large group of first-tier high-grade ferocious beasts can serve as a test for Yi Xuanyue and her companions. However, he quickly gave a wry smile and shook his head. The 9 Peaks Mountain Demon Cave is too large, especially the low-level area where the team is located, which covers the largest area. To expect to encounter a large group of first-tier high-grade ferocious beasts is nothing short of a pipe dream. So, let's just see how things go. If it really comes down to it, we'll have to go into a more dangerous area. Suche silently made a decision in his heart. A few kilometers away from Suche's team, Uncle Lou in the gray robe followed closely behind, hanging on. Damn it, those guys are just lounging around on the outside the whole time. I can't make a move. Behind a towering tree, Uncle Lou in his gray robe had a cold and sharp gaze and a furrowed brow. Killing Su Che is not difficult. The difficulty lies in how to kill Su Che without exposing oneself to the Jiang sisters and Yi Xuanyue. What to do? Uncle Lou in his gray robe murmured to himself as he fell into deep thought. A dozen seconds later, Uncle Lou in the gray robe suddenly looked up, his eyes flashing with a sharp light. I've got it. If I attract dozens or even hundreds of first-tier high-grade ferocious beasts, they'll definitely be too busy to take care of themselves. Then I'll just have to Thinking of this, Uncle Lou in the gray robe couldn't help but lick his lips, and his figure quickly disappeared. Chapter 1, Otu Gao Huahua was dumbfounded. Where did all the first-tier high-grade ferocious beasts go? The outer perimeter of the 9 Peaks Mountain Demon Cave. Boom! With a thud, a rock bear, over 2 meters tall, collapsed helplessly into the bushes. Dark red blood slowly seeped from the corner of his mouth, and his life force rapidly dissipated. After the rock-armored bear fell to the ground, three burly figures, seemingly copied and pasted, immediately appeared behind it. The three combat uniforms each had the three brightly colored characters left, right, and front embroidered on them. These were the three brothers who had appeared in the supply hall earlier. Excellent. Not bad. Your teamwork is getting better and better. Behind the three brothers, Gautwa nodded with satisfaction and praised. The rock armor bear is already considered one of the best among the first-tier high-grade ferocious beasts. The fact that the three of you were able to defeat it together at the 7th level of the first tier shows that your strength is already exceptional among the martial arts examinees in Yuching. The champion of this year's martial arts examination in Yuching will definitely be one of the three of you, and of course, the runner-up in third place will also be one of you. The three brothers exchanged glances, a hint of joy flashing in each of their eyes. However, Gao Huahua quickly changed the subject. But the three of you shouldn't be too proud. There are always people better than you, and there are always mountains beyond mountains. Not to mention the main base city. Just take Pengcheng as an example. According to the information I have, during the second monthly test, a student at Pengcheng's number 1 special ability high school actually reached the 8th level of the first rank. First tier, 8th level? How was that possible? Yeah, really? This cultivation level is just too outrageous. Could it be an S-class talent that only appears once in a century? The three brothers' voices were filled with disbelief. Due to their special family bloodline, the three brothers trained with the family from a young age, and their physical fitness far exceeded that of ordinary people even before they awakened their powers. After awakening the A-level enhancement talent, I've been constantly given various elemental energy potions and special training. Even so, the three of them barely managed to break through to the 7th level of the first rank during the second monthly test. Hearing that someone had already reached the 8th level of the first rank during the second monthly test was hard for them to accept. Of course it's true. Would I lie to you? I didn't tell you before because I was afraid it would affect your mood. Gao Hua spoke eloquently. However, don't be discouraged. Cultivation level does not represent final combat strength. With your talent and my training methods, I guarantee that your combat ability will be further improved this time. When you combine it with your bloodline talent, it will not be a problem for you to defeat a level 8 first-tier cultivator with a level 7 first-tier cultivation. Hearing this, the three brothers' expressions improved considerably, their faces filled with hope. Understood. Very good. Gao Hua nodded in satisfaction. Today's goal is to kill 10-tier, 1 high-grade ferocious beasts without taking any damage. Let's do our best. After a pep talk, the three brothers were as energetic as Popeye after eating spinach. They wished they could slap even the hamsters and rabbits that passed by. 3 pairs of eyes, like light bulbs, constantly searched for traces of a first-tier high-grade ferocious beast. However, 3 minutes later, nothing was found. 10 minutes later, still nothing was found. Half an hour later, still nothing. Let alone killing 10 first-tier high-grade ferocious beasts without taking any damage. He didn't even see a single hair on a first-tier high-grade ferocious beast. Within half an hour, the highest level ferocious beast they had ever seen was only a mid-grade first-tier beast. In an instant, it seemed as if all the first-tier high-grade ferocious beasts in the area had mysteriously vanished. The three brothers' enthusiasm had long since been exhausted, and the excitement in their eyes had turned into confusion. For a full half hour, they didn't encounter a single high-grade, first-tier ferocious beast. Anyone would be in a state of shock. Even Gao Hua, who had already broken through to the 4th level of Transcendent, was no exception. Because he had been there more than once, Gao Hua was far more bewildered than the three brothers. Having taught for many years, he brings martial arts exam candidates to the Judingshan Demon Cave for practical training almost every year and is very familiar with the outer area of the Judingshan Demon Cave. The task he gave to kill 10 first-tier high-grade ferocious beasts without taking any damage wasn't given out randomly. Based on past experience, even with the worst luck, you should be able to encounter at least 1 or 2 high-grade tier 1 ferocious beasts within half an hour. This was the first time he had encountered a situation like today. Perhaps there's something special about today. Let's wait and see. Suppressing her inner doubts, Gao Hua continued to lead the way. Time passed by second. Another half-hour passed. Including the previous half-hour, a full hour has passed. However, within that hour, Gao Huahua and his group still hadn't found any trace of a Tier 1 high-grade ferocious beast. What on earth is going on? At this point, the three brothers calmed down, but Gao Huahua couldn't hold back anymore. There hasn't been a trace of a Tier 1 high-grade ferocious beast in an hour. There must be something wrong. But where exactly did the problem lie? He really couldn't figure it out. Could it be that all the top-tier, first-order ferocious beasts in the Nine Peaks Mountain Demon Cave are hibernating? No, it's summer. Gao Huahua's mind was filled with uncontrollable wild thoughts. Teacher, isn't it said that there are many ferocious beasts in the Nine Peaks Demon Cave? Why have we only encountered one after so long? The youngest of the three brothers scratched his head to the right and blurted out. Gao Huahua's lips twitched, and a black line immediately appeared on his forehead. He wanted to answer, but the key was that he didn't know why either. Boom! At that moment, a sudden ripple came from not far ahead. Based on the sound analysis, a battle is likely taking place in the distance, and it is likely to be very intense. Let's go take a look. Gao Huahua keenly sensed that something was amiss and immediately dashed toward the source of the sound. The three brothers exchanged glances and followed closely behind. The closer you are to the source of the sound wave, the more pronounced the wave will be. When the three brothers arrived, they immediately saw Gao Huahua standing there with a slightly dazed look in his eyes. Following the gaze, the three brothers stared at each other with wide eyes, feeling as if their eyeballs might pop out of their sockets at any moment. Its mouth slowly opened wide enough to fit a light bulb. What comes into view is a dense array of ferocious beasts of all kinds, including raging lions, rock-armored bears, and gibbons. Judging from the aura displayed by the ferocious beasts, none of them were below the first tier, superior grade. These ferocious beasts aren't gathered together for a meeting. They're attacking. The target of the attack was completely submerged by the ferocious beasts, making it impossible to see its true form. At this moment, they finally understood why they hadn't seen a single high-grade Tier 1 ferocious beast for a whole hour. So all the top-tier first-class ferocious beasts are here. So that's where all the top-tier first-order ferocious beasts went. They've all been lured here. No wonder we haven't encountered a single one. Teacher, who made the move? They are so powerful. They were able to hold out for so long against so many first-tier high-grade ferocious beasts. I get it now. It must be a second or third-tier ability user trying to blast fish. That's so rude. The three brothers whispered among themselves. No, it's not second order or third order. Gao Huahua shook his head, his eyes flashing. It's one first-tier 9th level and two first-tier 8th level. Chapter 103 Speechless. Who is the real ferocious beast? The outer area of the Nine Peaks Mountain Demon Cave. There is one first-tier 9th level and two first-tier 8th level. Gao Huahua said softly. Although the sound wasn't loud, it sounded like a thunderclap to the three brothers. Glug. The sound of swallowing saliva could be heard. Glug glug. The sound of swallowing saliva rang out repeatedly. The three brothers looked at each other, each seeing a deep sense of shock in the other's eyes. Such a display of power was actually caused by one first-tier 9th level cultivator and two first-tier 8th level cultivators. That's a bit too exaggerated, isn't it? Boom! Just as the three brothers were pondering their next move, the two rock-armored bears were blasted away, creating an opening in the pack of ferocious beasts. Looking through the gap, one can clearly see a girl with long hair reaching her waist. Although surrounded by ferocious beasts, the girl showed no sign of panic. Her gaze was calm, and her eyes were full of confidence. Awoo! It seems that being blasted away by humans made the two rock bears lose face. The two rock-armored bears, which had been sent flying backward, quickly opened their blood-red maws and roared as they charged towards the girl in front of them. They formed a pincer movement from the left and right, their eyes bloodshot, as if they wanted to tear everything in front of them to shreds. It may seem like a long time has passed, but it all happened in the blink of an eye. In the blink of an eye, the two mountain-like paws of the rock-armored bear were less than half a meter away from the girl's head. If it gets caught on camera, it will definitely end in a dramatic, tumultuous scene. Don't you? he exclaimed in surprise, immediately becoming anxious. Why didn't she dodge? Even the three brothers, with their formidable physiques, dared not confront the rock-armored giant bear known for its brute strength. But the long-haired girl in front of him showed no intention of backing down, and there could only be two reasons for that. One possibility is that the girl didn't react at all, and the other is that the girl planned to tough it out. The next second, under the horrified gaze of the girl to the left, the girl gave her answer. Just as the two bear paws, as large as palm leaves, were about to strike, they suddenly froze in mid-air in a strange way. As if under a spell, they remained motionless, unable to advance even an inch. Below the bear's paws, two slender arms were braced against it. Its arm was less than a tenth the thickness of a rock bear's, yet it withstood the attacks of two rock bears. Woo! The two rock-armored bears were completely enraged, and with a roar, they raised their other paw high again. However, this time, they were not so lucky. The girl switched from catching to grabbing with both hands, and quickly retreated while being pulled backward sharply. The two enormous rock-armored bears instantly lost their balance, and their bodies plummeted to the ground. At this moment, the girl had freed her hands and swiftly grabbed the heads of the two rock-armored bears on the left and right, her arms suddenly closing together. Click! A chilling sound of skulls shattering rang out, and the two rock-armored bears instantly collapsed, powerless. His head looked like a watermelon that had been split open, with bone fragments, flesh, and eyeballs scattered all over the ground, red and green. The girl strolled away leisurely without even glancing back, as if she had done something utterly ordinary. There wasn't even a trace of blood on his body. His left eye bulged like a copper bell, and he forced out a few words from his throat. Elegant. Absolutely elegant. His gaze instinctively fell to the two brothers beside him, only to find that their jaws were practically dropping to the floor. Bang, 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 bang. He pursed his lips to the left, about to say something, but his gaze was once again drawn to the other side. As far as the eye could see, one after another, the raging lions fell down without any warning. One after another, it spread rapidly like a poison, and nearly 10 heads fell in a very short time. Each of the fallen fiery lions exhibited remarkably similar symptoms: frantic convulsions and foaming at the mouth. If you look closely, you can even faintly see electric arcs flashing on its body. As the raging lions around them fell, a short-haired girl with purple hair was suddenly revealed in the center. Unlike the long-haired girl from before, this girl's expression was far from calm. But this restlessness wasn't due to fear or dread. Rather, it was an undisguised excitement. It's no exaggeration to say that its fighting spirit seems even stronger than that of the ferocious beasts around it. Nature type. Xiangzuo was startled, his pupils suddenly shrinking to slits. So fierce. So dangerous. Although the flaming lion lying on the ground was not dead, it instantly lost its fighting ability without exception, while her single target attack is inferior to that of the long-haired girl. But in terms of group attacks, they are far ahead. How exactly did they do that? After a brief moment of shock, a deep sense of doubt arose in Xiang's heart. Hee. The fiery lion is, after all, a first-tier high-grade ferocious beast, so its physical attributes are undoubtedly excellent. Despite having just vomited several ounces of white foam, they managed to recover one after another. At this moment, they were all shaking their heads as if they might stand up at any moment. Faced with this situation, the purple-haired girl remained completely calm, as if she had anticipated it. Amidst the flashing electric arcs, a dazzling ball of lightning had already condensed on his chest. Within seconds, the diameter of the lightning ball grew larger and larger. As the first fiery lion struggled to its feet, it was met only with a fresh ball of lightning. Zzz, a surge of electrical energy. The lightning ball did not dissipate after hitting the first fiery lion. Instead, it quickly split and spread out. Bang, 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 bang. The fiery lions that had stood up one after another suddenly convulsed and fell to the ground again like dominoes. This time, the fiery lion did not convulse or foam at the mouth. Instead, it lay quietly on the ground as if asleep, sleeping peacefully. Only white smoke kept emanating from his body. White smoke drifted around, carrying a faint aroma of roasted meat. So that's how it's done. His dry throat suddenly churned to the left, overwhelmed with immense shock. Prior to this, he considered himself to be in very good physical condition. But just now, after immersing himself in the flaming lion's body, he suddenly realized that he couldn't even withstand the first wave of lightning attacks. Both of them are incredibly strong. Xiang Zuo was startled, his eyes instinctively searching for the third figure. The first two are very strong, so the last one must be just as strong. Before they could find the third person to the left, unexpected events occurred. A raging lion that had been hiding in the back suddenly pounced on the purple-haired girl without warning. As everyone knows, nature-based ability users are most afraid of close-range attacks. At close range, natural-type ability users simply don't have time to unleash their combat techniques. However, the purple-haired girl remained completely calm in the face of such danger. He suddenly turned around and grabbed a short-haired girl with white hair from behind. Faced with the raging lion that was launching a sneak attack, the purple-haired girl's lips moved as if she were giving instructions to the white-haired girl. Although the sound was inaudible, the white-haired girl could be clearly seen shaking her head and looking resistant. The purple-haired girl remained unmoved, but the next second she threw the white-haired girl with all her might. The direction it was thrown was clearly the direction from which the fiery lion had launched its sneak attack. Ah! The white-haired girl screamed, crossed her arms in front of her chest, and a shield of ice crystals quickly condensed on her arms. Bang! The raging lion that was charging at high speed was instantly knocked away, turning into a beautiful parabola as it crashed heavily to the ground. Just as the fiery lion was swaying and trying to get up, a bolt of lightning pierced through his skull in an instant. Thump! The raging lion fell to the ground. He died. Chapter 104. Exploding Luck, Scooping Up Points. Silence is Cambridge tonight. I witnessed the purple-haired girl and the white-haired girl working together so skillfully. Left, right, forward, the three brothers fell into a long silence. Although the sounds of fighting continued and the air vibrated constantly, the atmosphere around them was somewhat tense. No one uttered a sound, but everyone's inner thoughts were exploding. A refined, long-haired girl strolling leisurely, untouched by a speck of dust. A purple-haired girl with a fighting spirit even stronger than that of ferocious beasts and ruthless in her attacks. And the girl who seemed reluctant but obediently condensed an ice shield. The appearance of each person has a huge impact on their values and worldview. In Yuqing, they were almost universally recognized as geniuses. But compared to the three people in front of them, the first two looked like greenhorns. This has nothing to do with cultivation level. Even if their cultivation levels also broke through to the 8th or 9th level of the first tier, they were certain that they could not achieve such combat power. The three Xiang brothers looked shocked, and Gao Huohuo's expression was equally unsettled. With his 4th level extraordinary cultivation, he saw things much more clearly than the Xiang brothers. He could tell at a glance that the long-haired girl's cultivation had reached the 9th level of the first rank, and that she hadn't used her full strength at all. Facing the siege of numerous first-tier high-grade ferocious beasts in front of him, he did not retreat an inch from beginning to end. No matter how tricky the beast's attack angle, it always ends the battle in one strike without any hesitation. There is no doubt that enormous energy is hidden beneath that petite body. It's fair to say that the long-haired girl's talent has far surpassed that of the three Xiang brothers. What shocked him even more was that the long-haired girl was not the only one with such talent. The girl with short purple hair was just as talented as the girl with long hair. With a mere first-tier, 8th level cultivation, he could temporarily incapacitate more than 10 first-tier high-grade ferocious beasts with a single strike. This indicates that the intensity of its lightning ability has reached an astonishing level. Aside from her combat prowess, Gao Huohuo was even more alarmed by the purple-haired girl's temperament. Facing ferocious beasts of a higher level than themselves, they not only showed no sign of retreat, but were full of fighting spirit. Most importantly, they were able to make the wisest choice in an instant. If the military sees this kind of talent, they will definitely give him special attention and promote him to a higher rank. If it continues to grow in this direction, Its future achievements will be limitless, provided it doesn't fail prematurely. There was also a white-haired girl. Although the white-haired girl's performance was mediocre, like she was just there for show. But Gao Huahua noticed a detail. That was the ice shield that the white-haired girl had hastily conjured. It not only withstood the pounce of the raging lion, but the entire ice shield remained completely undamaged. This is an ice shield, you know. The white-haired girl is clearly no ordinary person to be able to increase the hardness of the fragile ice shield to such a degree. His talent is only higher than that of the three Xiang brothers, not lower. Teacher, look, there seems to be another one over there. Just as Gao Huahua was carefully examining the three girls, someone nearby suddenly glanced to the left at another spot. Following the line of sight to the left, Gao Huahua's eyelids twitched. My attention was completely focused on the battle scene, and I didn't even notice that there was a figure not far away. The figure was not far from the three girls, following them not far behind. They were clearly a group. After looking at it for a few seconds, Gao Huahua's brows immediately furrowed into a deep frown. The figure's body kept bobbing up and down, and it was unclear what it was doing. It could only be vaguely identified as a man. Upon closer inspection, Gao Huahua's eyes flashed. It's actually a level 3 teacher. On the man, he even saw a third-class teacher's medal. The level 3 teacher medal is the highest rank for a high school teacher. Realizing this, Gao Huahua's pupils trembled slightly, as if she had suddenly thought of something. In other words, these three girls are very likely to be graduating martial arts students. 80, 100. Su Che, wielding a sharp blade, moved among the corpses of first-tier high-grade ferocious beasts. Each time a bear paw or lion claw is cut off, a slogan is shouted with great enthusiasm. His upturned lips almost reached the back of his head. There was no way around it. He was just too excited. Half an hour ago, Su Che was thinking that it would be great if more first-tier high-grade ferocious beasts could come. In this way, Yi Shuangyue, Jiang Yueli, and Jiang Yueshi can all get some training. Perhaps it's because I've been doing so many good deeds lately that my luck has improved dramatically. Within minutes, a massive horde of first-tier high-grade ferocious beasts encountered them. Since we've run into this, there's not much to say, just do it. Su Che was initially a little worried, concerned that the others might get hurt, so he stayed by their side to keep watch. But after watching for only a few minutes, he realized that his worries were completely unnecessary. The group could handle it themselves, except for Jiang Yueshi, of course. The moment Jiang Yueshi spotted the pack of ferocious beasts, she hid behind Jiang Yueli. However, Jiang Yueshi has a good older sister. Whenever there's a gap in releasing his powers or he's not in time, he'll throw her out for some serious training. In a sense, it can be considered as a profound participation in the trial. Since he didn't need to worry about it, Su Che was naturally happy to be free, so he started following behind and collecting points, in the truest sense of the word. Don't be fooled by the fact that this Tier 1 high-grade ferocious beast doesn't give many points, only 80 or 100. But the sheer number of them is overwhelming. Moreover, there's Jiang Yueli, a powerful weapon for group attacks, who can take down at least 5 or 6 enemies with a single strike. In just half an hour, a rough calculation showed that the points had exceeded 5,000. More than half of the points needed to exchange for 4th-tier ferocious beast blood were instantly obtained. The speed at which you accumulate points is like riding a rocket. TSK, this is a new discovery. To actually run into a beast tide composed of first-tier high-grade ferocious beasts, my luck is just too good. Looking at the corpses of ferocious beasts scattered all over the ground, Su Che couldn't help but feel a sense of emotion. After a pause, Su Che added in a low voice, "It was so good that I thought someone was deliberately luring monsters for me." At the same time, on a towering tree a few kilometers away from Su Che, Uncle Lu in the gray robe stared intently at Su Che, his face alternating between pale and flushed. His chewing muscles bulged violently, veins on his arms and forehead were visible, and his expression was extremely unsettled. Seeing Su Che tirelessly extracting materials from the ferocious beast, he felt like his lungs were about to explode with anger. The area surrounding the Nine Peaks Mountain Demon Cave is so vast. Heaven knows how much effort he put in to gather this wave of beasts. But the current result is that the beast tide not only failed to achieve any effect, but it seems to have benefited Su Che instead. Even if he wanted to act recklessly at this moment, he wouldn't have the chance because there were other teams around Su Che. How can these three from Class 18 be so strong? The gray-robed Uncle Lu's cold eyes swept over Yi Shuangyue and the other two, finally landing on Su Che, his eyes flashing with icy intent. You can run away now, but you can't hide forever. I'll be keeping an eye on you. What Uncle Lu in the gray robe didn't notice at that moment was, less than 100 meters behind him, a bald middle-aged man was riding a donkey, floating in midair. Despite being so close, Uncle Lu in the gray robe didn't notice anything at all. The bald man was none other than Li Siwei in disguise, along with the mare by Shui. Li Siwei's gaze swept directly past the gray-robed figure and landed on Yi Shuangyue and the other two who were engaged in battle. His eyes lit up. Interesting. I didn't expect Peng Cheng to have such a genius. Chapter 105, I will never change my name or surname. Just call me Lu Bo. The outer area of a 9 Peaks mountain demon cave. Compared to the first-tier high-grade ferocious beast tide, Yi Shuangyue and Jiang Yueli were clearly much more ferocious. This massive beast tide didn't last long. Without any new ferocious beasts to replenish it, it was quickly slaughtered by the two. Behind Yi Shuangyue, the carcass of the ferocious beast was covered in brain matter, and severed limbs and broken legs were scattered everywhere. Behind Jiang Yueli, the corpses of the ferocious beasts lay neatly arranged, their passing peaceful, and a gentle breeze carried the aroma of roasted meat. Moreover, among the numerous ferocious beast corpses behind Jiang Yueli, one could occasionally see corpses with their foreheads sunken, all caused by Jiang Yueshi striking them with her ice crystal shield. Even in such a perilous battle, Jiang Yueshi still adhered to the principle that defense is the best form of attack. After a thoroughly enjoyable battle, he was almost completely unharmed. The only injury was the bruise caused when Jiang Yueli grabbed him tightly and threw him away. What a pity! It would be great if we could have another wave. Su Che muttered to himself, unable to hide the regret on his face. This wave of beasts is roughly estimated to bring in at least 5 or 6,000 points. If another wave comes, then we can collect the 10,000 points needed to buy 4th-tier ferocious beast blood food. Of course, feelings are feelings. While expressing his feelings, he didn't stop collecting the spoils of war. 80, 80, 80 for the big hammer. Humming a strange little tune, Su Che's backpack was getting smaller and smaller. Cough, cough. Just as Su Che was engrossed in collecting his spoils, a cough suddenly reached his ears clearly. Su Che paused and looked up, where a young man in a fiery red robe came into view in the distance. Behind the young man in the red robe were 3 burly boys, their faces looking like they had been copied and pasted. Gao Huahua. Upon seeing the iconic flamboyant red robe and the triplets behind him, Su Che immediately thought of the other person's name. Gao Huahua was just too eye-catching in the supply hall. It was impossible not to notice him. Almost instinctively, Su Che immediately hid the backpack containing his spoils behind him, his voice wary. Something wrong? Although the 9 Peaks Mountain Demon Cave forbids superpowered individuals from killing each other, violators will be recorded by the authorities and wanted, and those caught will face very severe trials. However, given the vastness of the Judingshan forest and the absence of surveillance cameras, this regulation is far less effective in deterring people. Noticing the young man's movements, Gao Huahua raised an eyebrow and almost fainted. For a moment, he felt as if the other party was afraid that he would take the spoils. Please, I'm a 4th-tier transcendent being. Is it really necessary for me to snatch these 1st-tier high-grade ferocious beast parts? They're only worth a few points. Her lips moved, and Gao Huahua slightly raised her chin. You don't recognize me? As Gao Huahua said this, his voice was filled with undisguised pride. No. Su Che nodded first, then pointed to the few remaining ferocious beast corpses behind him. But these are all mine. Gao Huahua's lips twitched slightly, and he was immediately choked and speechless, his inner emotions churning. Good grief, you're a 4th-tier transcendent. Don't underestimate a 4th-tier transcendent. Why would a fourth-tier transcendent being risk ruining his reputation for such a small amount of points? Call. After calming herself down a bit, Gao Huahua didn't dwell on the issue and went straight to the point. Well, I notice you're wearing a third-class teacher's medal, so I'd like to ask which high school in Pengcheng you work at? Suche looked wary and did not answer. Subconsciously, he didn't want to reveal too much about himself. Gao Huahua didn't mind, and smiled as she turned to the three girls who were resting on the spot. Are these 3 your students? That's right. This time, Suche didn't deny it. Upon hearing the other party's admission, Gao Huahua nodded in praise with a calm expression. Your 3 disciples are very capable. Are they graduating students for this year's martial arts exam? The first half of the sentence is relatively normal, but the purpose of the second half is quite obvious. So, it is. After slowly uttering 2 words, Suche turned around and continued collecting his spoils. Is that so? Upon hearing this answer, Gao Huahua felt her mind go blank. He understood whether it was true or not, but what did it mean? While Gao Huahua was still thinking, Suche had already quickly dealt with the remaining spoils of war. He tightened his backpack and immediately turned and left without hesitation. Since you don't want to say more, I won't force you, but you can at least tell me your name. Seeing the young man in front of him turn and leave, Gao Huahua asked loudly. The young man paused slightly, then continued walking away, but this time a light, airy voice drifted back. I am Lu Bo, and I will not change my name or surname. Aki. As soon as Suche finished speaking, Lu Bo, who was far away at Pengcheng No. 1 Special Ability High School, suddenly sneezed. Who's thinking of me? Lu Bo shook his head, not paying much attention, and quickly continued his cultivation. Lu Bo. Gao Huahua's pupils narrowed slightly. The smile in his eyes slowly faded, and his expression became somewhat serious. Although the teacher named Lu Bo did not answer, he could still tell from the girls' reactions that they were probably martial arts exam candidates. This teacher, Lu Bo, posed no threat to him. However, these 3 girls posed a great threat to the 3 Xiong brothers. Gao Huahua had very high expectations for the 3 Xiong brothers. The goal isn't even to become the top scholar in Yuqing, but to break into the top 50 of the martial arts exam's top 100 list. The appearance of Lu Bo's 3 apprentices has made him feel a great sense of crisis. It's one thing if he can't beat the geniuses in a main base city, but among the 5 cities of David, his disciple must be ranked first among the geniuses of the 6 cities of David. Bengheng Lu Bo. As he kept muttering the name, a glint quickly flashed in Gao Huahua's eyes. It seems we have no choice but to use our connections in Pengcheng to suppress Lu Bo. Just after Suche's team and Gao Huahua's team separated and went their separate ways. Uncle Lu, who had been hanging tightly for several kilometers, suddenly had a bright look in his eyes. He pulled his hood down further, looked around carefully, and then immediately concealed himself and followed closely behind. Although Uncle Lu in gray robes observed very carefully, he still failed to spot Li Siwei in midair behind him. It was as if Li Siwei didn't belong to this space at all. Fisk, looking to the left in the direction Suche and the gray-robed man had left, and then to the right in the direction Gao Huahua had disappeared. Li Siwei suddenly azitata. Logically, he should have followed Gao Huahua without hesitation, since the purpose of this trip was to audit Gao Huahua. But the appearance of these 3 genius girls made him waver. After hesitating for about 2 or 3 minutes, what's there to worry about? The review can be done anytime, but geniuses like this are rare. And the teachers who can produce such geniuses must be even more extraordinary. Once he had an idea in mind, Li Siwei no longer hesitated. With a sharp smack, a hand slapped the little mare's upturned rump. Whoosh! Let's go. Ugh! Bai Shui let out a strange cry of dissatisfaction, pawed at the ground with both hooves, and instantly transformed into a streak of light, flying off to the left. Chapter 106, A Special Training Method. Li Siwei's attention. After the sun set, the sky remained a deep blue for quite some time before being replaced by night. As night fell, the 9 Peaks Mountain Demon Cave was immediately plunged into complete darkness. Looking down from the sky, the 9 Peaks Mountain Demon Cave was pitch black, looking like a ferocious beast ready to devour its prey. Although the entire Jiuding Mountain was shrouded in darkness. Scattered points of light could still be seen in various places. Most of these light spots are concentrated in the outer area, and the number of light spots decreases as you go further in. As for the deepest part of the Nine Peaks Mountain Demon Cave, it was truly a place where the sun and moon were obscured like a black hole. These points of light are actually the source of fire. Generally speaking, each fire source represents a team venturing into the Nine Peaks Mountain Demon Cave. At this very moment, at a certain location in the center of the outer area, there is a source of fire. Give it your all, little purple fur. This meal depends entirely on you. The firewood is too wet to cook properly. It's all up to you. Suche kept giving Jiang Yuli a thumbs up to cheer her on, a barely perceptible smile curving his lips upward. Ever since he smelled the aroma of meat while harvesting his spoils during the day, he had been thinking about whether he could develop his lightning-based superpowers. I can't believe it actually works. As long as Jiang Yuli can control the intensity of his lightning power just right, he can cook raw meat instantly without burning it. The meat is firm and tender, and its taste is just as good as grilled meat. Of course, this method also has its drawbacks, namely that it can easily turn food into charcoal. Moreover, the probability of food turning black is directly related to Jiang Yuli's mood. For example, at this moment, with Jiang Yuli somewhat impatient and exasperated, several portions of meat even charred. Little purple hair, are you even capable? You've done this job so sloppily. I feel like even Jiang Yueshi could do it better than you. Suche raised an eyebrow, his voice twitching. Slap, 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 slap. Jiang Yuli remained silent, only unleashing lightning. However, the overall situation improved significantly immediately, and soon the mixture was reduced from 1 portion of paste to 1 portion of paste, 3 portions per serving. Then it changed from 3 portions of paste to 1 portion, then to 5 portions of paste to 1 portion, and finally to 10 portions of paste to 1 portion. Noticing this, Suche nodded in satisfaction. Although eating is important, his request for Jiang Yuli to use lightning to cook meat was not just for the sake of eating, but also for training. Through his observations during the day, he discovered that although Jiang Yuli had a strong desire to fight, he was not very good at controlling his superpowers, especially when releasing combat techniques. He would waste a lot of energy. While 1 or 2 attacks may not have a significant impact, they will be a major disadvantage in a prolonged battle. This move can train Jiang Yuli's self-control while also allowing him to eat meat, which can be described as killing 2 birds with 1 stone. Okay, you can stop now. Realizing that Jiang Yuli could almost always get a perfect score, Suche immediately waved his hand to stop. Hee. Jiang Yuli was panting heavily, but her eyes were getting brighter and brighter. As she felt herself becoming more and more adept at controlling her superpowers, she instantly understood teacher Suche's intention. Yay, let's eat meat. Jiang Yueshi quickly grabbed the sizzling, oily pig's leg, her mouth practically watering. He took a small bite, and his handsome brows immediately furrowed. Although the meat was very firm, it felt like something was missing. However, this was no challenge for Jiang Yueshi. After putting down the fierce pig's leg, she immediately began to search her pockets. He quickly pulled out 3 or 4 thumb-sized glass bottles amidst the strange looks from Suche and the others. The glass bottle contained powders and solids of various colors, and even an unknown liquid. Pop! It wasn't until Jiang Yueshi opened the glass bottle and started sprinkling the liquid onto the pig's leg that Suche and the others realized what was happening. Isn't this just seasoning? Cumin, chili powder, oyster sauce, soy sauce, wasabi, crushed peanuts, meat sauce, chopped green onions. Is this a condiment station from a barbecue restaurant? Gurgle. Yi Xuanyu couldn't help but swallow, her stomach rumbling in protest. Jiang Yuli held his forehead with one hand, looking helpless, with veins throbbing on his forehead. Suche only noticed at this moment that Jiang Yueshi's figure was somewhat plump. Noticing the intense gazes of the group, Jiang Yueshi said warily, "Don't worry, there really isn't any." The words fell. With a crash, another glass bottle fell to the ground, revealing dried radish inside. Hiss! Suche closed his eyes and took a deep breath until the cool air filled his entire chest. A few seconds later, she spoke slowly. "Jiang Yueshi, I have a task for you. You can eat after you finish it. Huh? What task? Can't we do it after we finish eating? Jiang Yueshi's lips curved into an arch, her eyes never leaving the fierce pig's legs. Having been used as a human punching bag for half a day, she now feels like she could swallow a cow whole. It's very simple. Su Che smiled faintly, pointed to the water bag behind him, and the corners of his mouth continued to widen upwards. It's so hot. How can we not drink something cold? Go. Freeze these 3 bags of water to 0 degrees Celsius. Remember, not a degree more or less. It has to be 0 degrees. Upon hearing this, Jiang Yueshi swayed, her face immediately contorting into a bitter expression. Meanwhile, a few kilometers away in midair from Su Che's team. As expected, this level 3 teacher is quite something to be able to produce such a talented student. Having observed Su Che's methods of training his 2 apprentices, Li Siwei nodded slightly, his eyes showing appreciation. The reason I came along was partly for the 3 genius girls and partly for the 3 teachers. Although the 3 girls were very talented, their cultivation level was only at the 1st level, which was far below his own cultivation level. Moreover, he has just been promoted to professor, and what he really lacks under his command is not talented students, but talented teachers. Compared to Gao Huahua, he was clearly more curious about the young 3rd-level teacher in front of him. If the other party's performance satisfies him, he might consider bringing them into the Great Xia's #1 superpower university. Even if I can't become a teacher now, it's okay. I can work as a teaching assistant first. Oh, just then, Li Siwei suddenly let out a soft sound of doubt, his gaze immediately locking onto the gray-robed man not far ahead. He had actually noticed the gray-robed man long ago, but he hadn't paid any attention to it. The other party had been following the young teacher's team from a distance without making any other moves. But at that moment, the gray-robed man suddenly and without warning began to slowly approach the group of young teachers. Acting suspiciously doesn't seem like a good person. Li Siwei frowned and was about to make a move, but then suddenly slapped his forehead as if he had just thought of something. I can't make a move myself, at least not now. Isn't this a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity for observation? We certainly can't miss it. That's decided. With an idea in mind, Li Siwei crossed his legs and grinned. Come on, Bai Shui. Keep an eye on him. Wah. Bai Shui was about to shout when Li Siwei covered her mouth. What are you doing? Are you following someone? Shut up. Bai Shui gave Li Siwei a resentful look, then her figure flashed, and she swooped down. Soon, the man and the horse were clinging tightly to Uncle Lu in his gray robe. At this moment, Uncle Lu in gray robes was completely unaware of this. Chapter 107 Sneak Attack. Assassination. Vacuum Blade. The outer area of the 9 Peaks Mountain Demon Cave. It was already past midnight, and the surrounding temperature was dropping rapidly. Fortunately, everyone in Su Che's class was at least at the 8th level of the 1st rank, and with the help of the campfire and sleeping bags, they could barely fall asleep. Click. Su Che silently added a few more pieces of firewood to the fire. Looking at Jiang Yueshi, who was clinging to Jiang Yueli like a gecko, and then at Yi Shuangya, who was resting alone on a tree branch, he couldn't help but smile gently. The 3 of them were really exhausted after a whole day. After eating the barbecue and drinking ice water, they quickly fell asleep. Go to sleep, get some good sleep, and earn another 3 or 4,000 points tomorrow. Su Che's gentle lips curled up repeatedly, clearly indicating that he already regarded the 3 of them as servants. The 9 Peaks Mountain Demon Cave was unusually quiet in the dead of night. At this moment, apart from the crackling sound of burning firewood, there was nothing else, not even a bird chirping. Several hours passed in this manner, and Su Che couldn't help but yawn repeatedly. It's not that I was really sleepy, it's just that I was quite tired from keeping watch all night. Slowly, Su Che closed his eyes as if he were resting or perhaps meditating. Call. Just then, a gust of wind suddenly blew up nearby. A gentle breeze swept across the ground, scattering fallen leaves. A gentle breeze blew across the fire, causing the flames to flicker and the light and shadow to constantly change. A gentle breeze rustled through the bushes. A gentle breeze brushed against Su Che's cheek, bringing a slight coolness. The next moment, Su Che quietly opened his eyes, a hint of doubt flashing between his brows, which quickly turned into vigilance. For some reason, he felt that the wind was a bit strange, but he couldn't quite put his finger on what was wrong with it. Call. Then another breeze blew by, seemingly no different from before. Maybe I'm being too sensitive. Suche muttered something under his breath and silently closed his eyes. The next second after closing his eyes, Suche's eyes suddenly snapped open. Something's wrong. The wind is silent this time. In an instant, Suche's muscles tensed up and his scalp tingled. A strong sense of crisis rushed from the soles of his feet to the top of his head. Without hesitation, he immediately lunged to the side at top speed. A strong intuition told him he had to get out of there. Buzzing. Almost at the same time that Suche left the spot. The original location was instantly blasted into a crater with a diameter of 1 meter and a depth of about half a meter. The force of the spurting soil hit Suche's back, causing a sharp pain, as if he had been shot with a slingshot. Someone ambushed me. They tried to kill me. Suche lay prone on the ground, his eyes fixed on the deep pit, veins bulging on his forehead, and cold sweat instantly seeping from his back. If I hadn't been resting with my eyes closed and hadn't had a strong sense of perception, I might not have been able to dodge that attack. Judging from the extent to which the ground was blasted open, even someone with high physical defense would likely suffer severe injuries if hit. Damn it, who is this guy? What kind of attack is this? Suche immediately scanned his surroundings, his supernatural abilities surging and blue patterns appearing all over his body, his defenses rising to the limit, and his focus also reaching its peak. Buzzing. Suche's ears twitched slightly, and he instantly turned his head to look behind him, his pupils shrinking to slits. This time he finally figured out the enemy's attack method. The culprit that blasted the ground into a huge crater was actually a vacuum blade. At this moment, the vacuum blade transformed into a sharp blade and shot out. The so-called buzzing sound was actually the sound of air being compressed. No wonder there was almost no sound. Just as Suche discovered the vacuum blade, this cunning blade was already very close to him. Although it looked even more dangerous than before, Suche felt a slight sense of relief. The fear of the unknown is the most terrifying. Now that we know the other party's methods, things become much simpler. For example, right now, there's only one thing to consider: blocking that damned vacuum blade. It seems like a lot has happened at this moment, but only a short second has passed since Suche left the spot. Looking at the vacuum blade that was continuously approaching him, Suche opened his arms in a gesture of opening and closing, and then suddenly closed them with force. The two large hands actually clamped the vacuum blade firmly, an advanced version of disarming an opponent with bare hands. Catching a vacuum blade with bare hands. Sizzle, sizzle, sizzle. Firmly controlled by Suche's large hand, the vacuum blade immediately became extremely violent, its sharp aura constantly radiating outwards. Normally, a vacuum blade is capable of tearing through metal. Defending against it with bare hands would only result in bloodshed. But at this moment, the vacuum blade was unable to break free from Suche's large hands, and its powerful aura was rapidly dissipating. It came and went quickly, taking less than 3 seconds before the vacuum blade vanished completely with a pop. In contrast, Suche's hands were completely unmarked. Teacher 3. At this moment, Yi Shuangyue and the Jiang sisters were awakened by the battle and exclaimed in surprise upon seeing this scene. Teacher, are you all right? Quickly, hide behind the shield. Jiang Yueshi let out a strange cry, and an ice crystal shield instantly condensed in front of her arm. Yi Shuangyue leaped up and immediately stood in front of Suche. Although she did not say anything, her meaning was very clear. Enemy attack. I'm going to take them out. Jiang Yueli's expression turned solemn, and his body crackled with electricity as he rushed outwards. Come back. They're after me. Suche's voice boomed like a great bell. Jiang Yueli paused and turned her head, and Yi Shuangyue and Jiang Yueshi also looked over. You three stay put. It's not my place to be protected by you little brats. Suche's eyes blazed with fighting spirit. Watch closely. This is the first practical lesson I'm going to give you, and it's called. The voice paused slightly, then resounded like thunder. A battle to the death. The outcome was already decided the moment the opponent made their move. In any case, One side must die here today. It's either you die or I die. Clear. Faced with Su Che's decision, Yi Shuangyue and the Jiang sisters nodded subconsciously. This was the first time they had ever seen such violent emotions in Su Che's eyes. Call. Su Che closed his eyes and took a deep breath until the icy feeling filled his entire chest before quietly opening his eyes. His eyes had strangely turned into vertical pupils. A cold, brutal, and bloodthirsty aura quietly emerges. Whoosh! The next moment, Su Che suddenly turned his head to look at the dark jungle not far behind him, his voice calm, but containing a hint of coldness. Stop hiding. I see you. 1 second. 2 seconds. 3 seconds. 3 seconds later, there was no response from deep within the jungle. A gentle breeze rustled the leaves, making it seem as if no one was there. Oh! A cold glint flashed in Su Che's eyes, and then he said in a low voice, If you're not coming out, then I'll have to go over there. Having said that, he moved without warning and ran into the jungle. Chapter 108 Revealing Strength. Did I ask you? In a corner of the jungle, behind a towering tree. He wasn't bluffing. He really did find me. Seeing Su Che rushing towards him at top speed, Uncle Lu in the gray robe exclaimed in disbelief, Impossible. How'd he find me? This is impossible. Uncle Lu in the gray robe had a stiff expression, his pupils dilated uncontrollably, and a look of astonishment spread across his entire face. Strictly speaking, this was the second time tonight that he had been shocked by Su Che. Just moments ago, Uncle Lu in the gray robe was still in shock at how Su Che was able to dodge his vacuum blade without taking any damage. Although his vacuum blade is only a C-rank ability, it is one of the more powerful C-rank nature-based abilities. Furthermore, the vacuum blade has another characteristic. It is highly concealed and makes no sound at all when not at full speed. Only at the moment of accelerated attack will a slight air fluctuation be generated. Although this move would weaken the vacuum blade considerably, based on his experience, it wouldn't be difficult to severely injure a third-tier 8th-level opponent even so. Unexpectedly, Su Che not only dodged the first vacuum blade, but also caught the second vacuum blade with his bare hands. This moment caused a huge fluctuation in his state of mind. Even he himself wouldn't dare to catch the vacuum blade with his bare hands. It's something that can tear steel plates apart. After 2 unsuccessful attacks, just as Uncle Lu in gray robes was pondering what to do next, Su Che instantly spotted his hiding place. He initially thought Su Che was bluffing, but he quickly realized he was wrong. Because at that moment, Su Che really came charging in. Knock, knock, knock. The sound of his feet stomping on the ground was as rapid as the beat of a drum, immediately making Uncle Lu in his gray robe tense. As a natural type ability user, even though he believed his strength surpassed Su Che's, he still refused to let the other party get close. The scene of Su Che annihilating the vacuum blade with his bare hands was still fresh in his mind, and he did not want to get entangled with Su Che in close combat. But it seems too late now. Because the attack range of superpowers is limited, the distance between Uncle Lu in gray robes and Su Che is not far. The distance is less than 50 meters, which would take even the top athletes on Earth before the rampage of the ferocious beast to cover in just 5.6 seconds. For a Tier 3, Level 9 enhancement type ability user, the answer is less than a second. Go to hell. Just as Uncle Lu in his gray robes was about to retreat, Su Che's voice rang out. Looking up, Uncle Lu in his gray robe immediately saw Su Che leaping into the air, wielding his sharp fists as he attacked. Breaking Army Fist Technique. As Lu Bo's teaching assistant, he was quite familiar with the combat techniques of Pengxing No. 1 Special Ability High School. He recognized Su Che instantly by the light flowing from his fist. Ziwei Do Shu, Purple Star Astrology, believes that the Pajun star destroys first and then establishes, and the characteristics of the Pajun boxing style are also like this. All moves are designed for high-intensity bursts, excelling at concentrating power to break through the opponent's defense in a short period of time. However, the Pajun fist technique also has a fatal flaw. While this set of boxing techniques has strong explosive power, it is somewhat lacking in endurance. A series of bursts of energy can easily deplete one's stamina quickly, making it difficult to sustain combat for an extended period. Realizing this, Uncle Lou in the gray robe narrowed his eyes and immediately made a decision. We must not confront them head-on, but rather exhaust their strength. With his own third-tier, 9th-level ability reserves, consuming a third-tier, 8th-level being would be a piece of cake. With this thought in mind, Uncle Lou in the gray robe did not pause his movements at all. Faced with the unstoppable Su-Che, he retreated without hesitation and hid behind the nearest tree. Bang! Su-Che's punch missed its mark and struck the tree trunk, instantly piercing through the thick tree that was as thick as two adults holding hands. Wood chips flew everywhere, as if hit by cannonball. With only half of the trunk remaining, the giant tree could no longer support itself and immediately collapsed at a visible speed, crashing to the ground with a loud thud. Weren't you going to kill me? Why are you running away? Su-Che's eyes were cold and devoid of any emotion, his gaze fixed firmly on the gray-robed man in front of him. He could tell from the first move that the opponent was not a fourth-tier transcendent being. Since it's not a fourth-order transcendent being, things become much simpler. As he spoke, Su-Che pressed forward again. Snort. Uncle Lou in the gray robe gave a soft snort without answering, and while maintaining a safe distance from Su-Che, he raised his hand and waved. In an instant, countless miniature vacuum blades appeared simultaneously, shooting towards Su-Che at lightning speed like magnetic needles encountering a magnet. After doing all this, he immediately turned around and retreated rapidly, but always kept the distance within about 50 meters. He didn't expect these attacks to hurt Su-Che. He just wanted to slow down the opponent. If Su-Che shows even the slightest sign of fatigue or intention to retreat, he will not hesitate to take action. Clang, 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 clang. Faced with a vacuum blade the size of a thumb, Su-Che didn't even bother to dodge. A bluish light appeared as he raised his hand, and the vacuum blade could no longer advance an inch upon contact with the skin. In the short time it took for the two sides to come back and forth, the distance between them was now less than 50 meters. Is it wearing a tortoise shell? How can its defense be so insane? Noticing that his attack had no effect and that the two were getting closer and closer, Uncle Lou in gray robes looked grim. He was somewhat confused as to why Su-Che's defensive capabilities were so outrageous. We can only consume it. Uncle Lou in the gray robe clenched his teeth and activated his supernatural power. His speed increased again, and the distance between the two sides increased to 50 meters. Phew, that should work. Uncle Lou in the gray robe breathed a sigh of relief and looked back again, only to be instantly terrified. Su-Che's large face was right behind him. You don't think I can't catch up with you, do you? Behind Uncle Lou in his gray robe, Su-Che spoke softly. You're not at the 8th level of the 3rd tier. You're at the 9th level of the 3rd tier. Uncle Lou in his gray robe was filled with shock. Although he wasn't there for the second monthly test, the battle between young Master Lubo and Su-Che was the talk of the school. Among all the people, Su-Che is at the 3rd level, 8th stage. But only a few days later, Su-Che actually reached the 9th level of the 3rd rank. This is unbelievable. Congratulations, you guessed right, but unfortunately you found out a little too late. Su-Che grinned, and his 3rd tier, 9th level cultivation suddenly erupted. Snap! With a crisp cracking sound, Uncle Lou in his gray robe instantly bent over like a shrimp. His face quickly changed from red to purple and then to white, before he finally coughed up a mouthful of blood with a loud whoosh. Su-Che withdrew his fist, and Uncle Lou in the gray robe immediately knelt down, the whites of his eyes slowly filling his pupils. Su-Che grabbed his collar with one hand and ripped off his gray robe with the other. The moment he saw her face, his pupils shrank to pinpoints. You're Lubo's man. Lubo sent you. In an instant, Su-Che understood everything, and there were no more questions in his mind. Ahem, Su-Che, I didn't expect you to be at the 9th level of the 3rd rank. It seems I really underestimated you. Hee hee, but I won't say anything. Despite being restrained by Su-Che, Uncle Lou in the gray robe still spoke with a firm tone. Although he was shocked by Su-Che's cultivation level, he was certain that Su-Che would not dare to do anything to him. Laugh! Su-Che let out a sneer, his voice calm. Did I ask you? Uncle Lou in the gray robe was speechless. He looked up blankly and immediately saw Su Che's sinister eyes and the gleaming light emanating from his fist. The next second, bang! Chapter 109, you don't know you're wrong. You know you're about to die. Bang! Without a moment's hesitation, Su Che swiftly threw a punch straight at Uncle Lu in the gray robe's face. It was so fast that it left after images, and even the surrounding air made a whooshing sound. At such close range, even a third-tier, 9th-level enhanced ability user might not be able to dodge it. Not to mention a naturalist, plus Uncle Lu in gray robes whose vital energy is gradually declining. The outcome was obvious. Uncle Lu in gray robes took the punch head-on with his face. In an instant, his nose was smashed open. The bone fragments were exposed and blood gushed out. His face was instantly a bloody mess. Struck by such an explosive punch, Uncle Lu in gray robes should have been sent flying backwards, crashing through several large trees before collapsing powerless. However, because Su Che had grabbed her collar, although she was about to fly backward, Su Che abruptly stopped her. Without the process of releasing the force, the pain increases by at least 20%. Oh, my nose, you vile little thief. How dare you? How dare you lay a hand on me? Have you gone mad? Uncle Lu in the gray robe let out an extremely shrill scream, his eyes instantly turning red like a maddened beast. Compared to the physical pain on his face, the humiliation he suffered was even more infuriating. Although he was merely dependent on the Lu family, to put it nicely, he was a retainer. To put it bluntly, he was a servant. But over the years, he has come to regard himself as half a member of the Lu family, and he has become somewhat proud of himself. It was precisely because of this that he was certain that Su Che would not dare to do anything to him. But to his utter surprise, Su Che once again surprised him. 3rd tier, 9th level cultivation. He withstood the vacuum blade barehanded without sustaining any injury. They acted decisively and without hesitation. Every decision Su Che made today has broadened his understanding. Since you don't want to be dignified, then I'll help you be dignified. Su Che twisted his neck, his fists clenched so tightly that the veins on his arms appeared like ants. Whoosh! He bent his body slightly, raised his elbows, and tucked in his abdomen, his back slightly arched, and his fist shot out like an arrow. This time, Uncle Lu in the gray robe saw it clearly, but there's a world of difference between seeing clearly and reacting. Bang! In a fraction of a second, Uncle Lu's face in the gray robe looked like dough that had been struck with great force. The skin that came into contact with the fist immediately clenched up, and the force spread outward rapidly in ripples. Puff! As the spray of blood mist erupted, several blood-stained white teeth were spat out. Similarly, Uncle Lu in gray robes, whose body was almost sent flying backward, was once again restrained by his collar. The bright red bloodstains on her neck became even clearer. After this attack, Uncle Lu in gray robes began to lose his senses, and blood gradually clouded his vision. He had realized that Su Che seemed completely unconcerned about his identity. Even realizing this, he still stubbornly insisted on his position, considering himself a member of the Lu family. Su Che punched me twice. That's enough for you. I only hit you, and you weren't hurt. Let me go, and I'll pretend I never saw you otherwise. Before Uncle Lu in the gray robe could finish speaking, there was another bang, and Su Che punched Uncle Lu in the mouth again. Uncle Lu in the gray robe frantically covered his mouth, unable to utter a single word. You! What do you mean? What do you mean? Su Che swung his fist again. What do you mean? What do you mean? Su Che asked, attacking from both sides. I'll talk. What are you saying? Don't. I told you not to. I told you not to. Su Che's arm transformed into a pile driver, using Uncle Lu's face in the gray robe as a foundation. Don't hit me. I'll tell you everything. At this moment, Uncle Lu in gray robes was already in a daze and no longer cared about saving face. He was completely terrified of being beaten. However, Su Che seemed not to hear, remaining silent and only throwing punches. Only when his arm began to ache slightly did he shake it and flick his wrist, causing dark red blood to slowly drip down, adding an eerie aura to Su Che's entire being. Hee. Uncle Lu in his gray robe gasped for breath, his chest heaving violently, making a sound like an old bellows. The face was contorted to the limits of human endurance, and fresh bloodstains even covered the original bloodstains. The situation is so dire that even his own mother probably wouldn't recognize him. Let me go and I'll tell you everything. Uncle Lou in his gray robes had his pride finally shattered. Oh, Suche's voice trailed off, and he shook his head coldly. I don't need it. Suppressing organized crime requires evidence, but quelling rebellions only requires a list. The moment he saw Uncle Lou in his gray robe, he was convinced that this matter was inextricably linked to Liu Bo. All we need to do is figure out who the enemy is. Nothing else matters. You. In an instant, Uncle Lou in the gray robe felt the hairs on the back of his head stand on end, as if he were being pierced by fine needles. The fear in my heart exploded with a boom, and I felt a slow shiver, like being naked in the dead of winter. Oh no, this is going to be bad. Only then did Uncle Lou in the gray robe realize that something terrible was about to happen. It turns out that from the very beginning, Suche never intended to get any information from him. A brute. Enhancement-type ability users are all just crude brutes. As Uncle Lou in his gray robes thought this, his blood-stained lips managed to twitch upwards with difficulty, as if forcing a smile. Suche, I admit defeat this time. Let me go, and I swear I will never cause you any more trouble. As he said this, a hint of sincerity flashed in Uncle Lou's swollen eyes. But the moment he lowered his head, a ruthless glint flashed in his eyes. He secretly vowed that as long as he returned, he would gather experts to crush every bone in Suche's body, inch by inch. Only in this way can we resolve the hatred of today. Although he didn't expect Suche to dare to attack him, he believed that Suche would never dare to kill him. However, the next second, you don't know you're wrong. You just know you're about to die. Suche shook his head slightly, his voice very calm. Although Suche remained calm, Uncle Lou in the gray robe sensed a strong sense of tyranny. He had no doubt that Suche would really kill him. I was really wrong. Let me go. Yes, I have money. All my money is on the dark web. No one will be able to find it. Just let me go. I'll give it all to you. Ignoring the burning pain in his chest, Uncle Lou in the gray robe had only one thought at that moment, to save his own life. Oh, the dark web. Suche's eyes flickered. How much? 5 million. A full 5 million. Uncle Lou in the gray robe said excitedly. As long as you let me go, all 5 million is yours. 5 million? That's only enough to buy 2 meridian expanding pills. Upon hearing the number, Suche muttered to himself, his eyes revealing undisguised disappointment. What did you say? Suche shook his head, his voice like a vengeful ghost. You don't need to know. Whoosh. Uncle Lou in the gray robe was startled, and then a chill suddenly ran through his chest. A sharp, piercing sound filled my ears. The next moment, he felt a sharp pain in his chest, as if something had pierced through him. In his last blurry vision, a severed arm was plunged deep into his heart. How dare you? Dark red blood gushed from his throat. With a thud, Uncle Lou in gray robes fell to the ground and died. Chapter 1, 10 Genius. Possessing special characteristics at the 3rd tier, 9th level. Late at night, the Nine Peaks Mountain Demon Cave was pitch black and deathly silent. However, strange tremors occurred in a certain area on the periphery. Of course, for the Nine Peaks Demon Cave, this commotion was like a tickle and did not attract the attention of the various adventure teams. But one gaze followed the strange vibration closely as it moved, and that gaze came from Li Siwei. After deciding to observe the 3 gifted girls and the teacher, he stayed behind the middle-aged man in the gray robe. From the gray-robed middle-aged man's sneak attack on the young teacher, to the young teacher's perfect evasion and counterattack, to the 2 switching roles, until the young teacher finally kills the gray-robed middle-aged man. He saw everything without missing a single detail. That is why Li Siwei's expression was so varied at this moment. Highly vigilant and with keen senses, he can perfectly evade sneak attacks. He has a calm mind and strong judgment, and can locate the attacker instantly. Decisive and ruthless in killing, showing no mercy to the enemy. Although the battle lasted less than 10 minutes, but he already greatly admired the qualities displayed by the young teacher in front of him. To have achieved this at such a young age, as long as he doesn't fall from grace, he will definitely have a bright future. In an instant, Li Siwei's desire to bring the young teacher in front of him into the Great Xia's #1 superpower university reached its peak. Even the importance placed on young teachers in his mind has far exceeded that placed on Gao Huahua. Even if the young man in front of him was only at the 3rd level of the 9th stage, he was willing. Li Siwei's high regard for young teachers is certainly not solely due to these reasons. Besides these characteristics and teaching abilities, what Li Siwei values most is actually one thing: special ability. This person is at the 9th level of the 3rd tier and already possesses a special ability, and it seems to be extremely powerful. Less than 100 meters above the center of the battle between Su Che and the gray-robed Uncle Lu, Li Siwei's heartbeat gradually quickened, and his admiration was undisguised. The so-called special characteristics are exclusive to those who have reached the 4th level of transcendence in cultivation. This is the main reason why the 4th order transcendent is considered a watershed moment. The word characteristics sounds simple, but it encompasses a very, very broad range. Some natural type ability, users will form a unique amplification field around them when they break through to the 4th level of transcendence. This is their special ability. Some psychic ability, users experience a sudden and explosive increase in a particular ability when they break through to the 4th level of transcendence. This is also a characteristic. Some enhanced ability, users experience significant improvements in certain parts of their bodies when they break through to the 4th level of transcendence. This is also a characteristic. In general, special characteristics are the key to determining the future development direction of those with special abilities. Generally speaking, most people will gain special characteristics when they break through to the 4th level of transcendence. But there are always exceptions. If a 4th-tier transcendent being is created through rare and precious treasures and secret medicines, they may not possess any special characteristics. Conversely, exceptionally talented individuals may possess special abilities even before breaking through to the 4th level of transcendence. Of course, such geniuses with superpowers are extremely rare. Among the many teachers at the Great Xia Superpower University, very few are able to possess special abilities at the 3rd tier, 9th level. At this moment, Li Siwei was unaware of what was happening. Su Che didn't actually possess this trait at the 9th level of the 3rd tier, but rather at the 7th level of the 3rd tier. If we can successfully invite such a genius to join us, our department's strength within the school will definitely far surpass that of Zhuang Yin and his group. Thinking of this, Li Siwei couldn't help but feel a little tempted. He and Zhuang Yin were actually old acquaintances. The two came to teach at the first superpower university of Great Xia in the same year, so they were classmates. Among their cohort of teachers, the two had the most outstanding academic achievements and the most compatible temperaments, so they quickly became good friends. Of course, friends are friends, and work is work. The two don't go hand in hand. In their work, the two competed fiercely, and this competition lasted for many years. Even though both of them now hold professorships, they still secretly want to compete with each other. If Zhuang Yin knew that I was a genius teacher he abducted from Pengcheng, which he chose, wouldn't he be furious? Thinking of a certain possibility, Li Siwei's mind was stirred, and his cultivation level quickly showed a slight, imperceptible fluctuation. At the same time, Su Che is diligently digging a hole. Those who frequently commit murder know that killing is easy, but disposing of the body is difficult. Although you could simply leave Uncle Lu's gray-robed corpse on the ground, it would surely be devoured by the ferocious beasts within a day. However, there is still a risk in doing this. What if a passing superhuman discovers it? The so-called strategy is to despise the enemy strategically, but take the enemy seriously tactically. To him, Lu Bo is now nothing more than a clown who can be easily eliminated. The real problem lies with the Lu family. After all, they're one of the 6 great families of Pengcheng. Before becoming a 4th-tier transcendent, hiding oneself and keeping oneself in the shadows is the best option. Just then, Su Che suddenly froze. His pupils contracted violently as if struck by a bright light. His face stiffened like a stone sculpture, and his mind went blank as if he had been hit. At that moment, a tremendous sense of crisis welled up in his heart, Every hair on his body stood on end, and every nerve was sending out danger signals. Just now, he suddenly sensed an incredibly powerful aura. Although it was only for a very brief moment, he still felt it clearly. Compared to him, the aura displayed by Uncle Lu in his gray robe was like a firefly compared to the bright moon. He was even many times stronger than Lei Ming and Song Yi, who were also fourth-order extraordinary beings. What alarmed Su Che the most was that the location of this fleeting aura was less than 100 meters away from him. At such close range, I hadn't even noticed. In other words, this being may have witnessed the entire act of killing someone. Who's there? Su Che's pupils dilated violently as he instantly looked up at the dark jungle above him. His gaze fell upon the direction where Li Siwei was. Although his fists were already clenched, his face was not good, and he was even unaware that his nails were digging into his flesh. But Su Che's voice sounded relatively calm. He knew that if the other party wanted to make a move, they probably would have done so long ago, and wouldn't have waited until now. Just 1 second later. Not bad. Not bad. You can actually sense my presence. You're really making me more and more curious. Li Siwei's figure, riding on a white snow-covered horse, slowly emerged, a faint smile on his face. He never expected that the young teacher in front of him would be able to detect him instantly just because he had slightly lost control and let out a trace of his aura. From this perspective, the young teacher in front of me has a much stronger sense of perception than I had imagined. Upon seeing Li Siwei and the white snow beneath him, Su Che's gaze was involuntarily drawn, and he immediately blurted out, "Is that a donkey?" Chapter 111. Li Siwei is numb. I didn't even blink. Is that a donkey? For some reason, Su Che's gaze was instantly drawn to the strange-looking animal in front of him, and he even ignored the shiny forehead of the person who spoke. The animal in front of me was so eye-catching that I couldn't help but notice it. It could be described in one sentence: overbearing and domineering. Despite being a mount, it held its head high with disdain in its eyes, giving off an air of arrogance. In comparison, the bald man straddling him seemed unremarkable, his smooth, unassuming body making him appear more like a servant than a master. At this moment, the bald man raised an eyebrow, his expression slowly freezing like a still painting. Within a fraction of a second, his expression shifted from stiff to bewildered, and then to shocked. It was even more exaggerated than when they saw Su Che, who was at the 3rd tier and 9th level, already possessing special abilities. Thump! 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 Stiffly turning his head to look at the snow-white figure beneath him, Li Siwei's heart began to race. Oh no! Bai Shui belongs to the Xuanhe Wuzhuai clan, and legend has it that the Wuzhuai clan retains a trace of the bloodline of the ancient sacred beast Xixian. Whether it truly possesses the bloodline of a sacred beast is impossible to verify, but its 4 knot-like characteristics have been preserved. As one of the best among the black steeds, Bai Shui is no exception, with a rather strange appearance. Now that it has shed its black scales and horns, it does indeed bear some resemblance to a donkey. Therefore, Snow White is extremely averse to people saying that she looks like a donkey. So much so that it would immediately fly into a rage and go crazy if anyone mentioned the word donkey in its presence. Even Li Siwei, the owner, dared not try it lightly. It's not that I can't beat them, but it's extremely difficult to successfully appease them without harming them. Hiss. As expected, when she heard the word donkey from the human in front of her, Bai Shui was stunned for a moment, and her eyes immediately reddened. Its hooves pawed at the ground, its nostrils spewing out hot breath, and its entire body instantly turned red. Anger instantly overwhelmed the high ground that was originally occupied by intelligence. Intelligence minus 100%, strength plus 100%. Calm down, Bai Shui, must calm down. Noticing Bai Shui's unusual behavior, Li Siwei felt a headache coming on. His worst fears had finally come true. Snow White was finally provoked. Ugh! White Snow stomped its forelegs in midair, raised its hooves high, and let out a roar. His muscular neck arched backward like a bowstring, instantly flinging Li Siwei away. Almost at the same time as shaking off Li Siwei, its figure transformed into a streak of light, raising its front hooves and flying towards Su Che. Judging from this stance, it seems they're going to kick Su Che flat on his back. At this moment, Bai Shui's true strength was finally fully revealed. Fourth tier strength. By analogy, this is equivalent to the fourth level of extraordinary cultivation in humans. Unlike humans, mythical beasts have no special characteristics, only innate supernatural abilities. Bai Shui's innate supernatural ability is speed. Even Li Siwei, a grandmaster, found it extremely difficult to keep up with the full force of the attack. This is the terror of innate supernatural powers. Bai Shui, come back. Someone will die. Li Siwei, who had been sent flying backward, steadied himself immediately and shouted anxiously. Although Snow White is very intelligent, she is not human after all and has no idea what it means to hold back. This attack was almost equivalent to a full-force strike from a mid-stage, fourth-tier, transcendent being. If hit head-on, the young teacher in front of him would probably be in danger. Even with defensive capabilities, under ideal circumstances, one would still need to lie in the hospital for 2 months. However, in her rage, Bai Shui completely ignored Li Siwei's words and showed no intention of slowing down. It may seem like a lot is happening right now, but in reality, it all happens in a very short period of time. In the blink of an eye, Bai Shui was about to collide with Su Che. This is terrible. Li Siwei felt a chill run down his spine. He tapped his toes, and the vibration of his supernatural power created ripples. He instantly turned into a blur and disappeared. When it reappeared, it was already not far behind Snow White. Snow White, come back. As soon as Li Siwei reached out, the illusory giant hand immediately tried to restrain Bai Shui. Ugh! Bai Shui let out a piercing scream as her throat tightened, and her already extremely fast speed increased even further. It was this slight increase in speed that allowed it to barely dodge Li Siwei's empty palm. Li Siwei's expression froze, and he didn't continue to attack, but instead fell into deep thought. He understood that the only way to stop Bai Shui now was for him to go all out. Either Bai Shui is injured, or the young teacher in front of her is injured. On one side was the exotic beast he had painstakingly contracted, and on the other was the level 3 teacher he valued highly. After much internal struggle, Li Siwei finally sighed softly. Bai Shui, I'm sorry. Ultimately, the young teacher in front of him weighed more heavily on the scales in his heart. Call. Exhaling a deep breath, Li Siwei unleashed his full power as a 6th-level grandmaster. A pair of void handprints, several times more powerful than before, quickly condensed behind him. With a whoosh, the giant handprint in the void, carrying spatial fluctuations, rapidly chased after Bai Shui, at a speed more than twice that of Bai Shui. He may not be as fast as Bai Shui in terms of physical speed, but when it comes to attack speed, that is his forte. Just as Bai Shui's raised hoof was about to stomp on Su Che, just as the void handprint was about to restrain Bai Shui, the scene suddenly seemed to be paused, and everything around seemed to stand still. Snow White stood upright, her hoof poised to strike, but it froze in midair. Incidentally, the 2 giant handprints in the void also froze in midair. What's going on? Li Siwei's expression suddenly froze. His pupils dilated uncontrollably, and his eyes were filled with disbelief. His eyebrows twitched rapidly, and the void handprint formed by his supernatural power trembled twice. He really couldn't understand why Bai Shui, who had been so angry just moments before, would suddenly stop. But soon, Li Siwei's brows furrowed into a deep frown. Now that Bai Shui has stopped, should I still make a move? If I do, Bai Shui will definitely get hurt. But what if Snow White suddenly goes crazy again if we don't take action? Just as Li Siwei was in a state of extreme inner turmoil, his expression froze again, like a painting frozen in time. After rubbing his eyes hard to make sure he wasn't seeing things, his pupils instantly shrank to pinpoints. The already somewhat unstable void handprint quickly disintegrated into fragments and vanished. Hiss! He immediately gasped for breath, and only when the icy feeling filled his chest did he feel a little more awake. But his gaze seemed somewhat vacant. Bai Shui was looking down as the young teacher stroked her head and mane, her expression one of extreme enjoyment, her tail held high. She looked nothing like the furious woman from before. She was now a completely docile little mare. His cheeks twitched violently, and Li Siwei's dry, throat suddenly bobbed. No, I didn't blink. Chapter 112, an invitation from Li Siwei. Chaos. Li Siwei was in a state of great turmoil. It felt as if 1,000 horses were roaring and galloping through my heart. After discovering that Bai Shui had lost her temper, he imagined many possibilities. For example, she lost control of Bai Shui, causing Bai Shui to injure the young teacher in front of her. For example, you might successfully control Snow White, but end up hurting her. She even thought that the young teacher in front of her might be able to successfully dodge the snow attack. In short, I had thought of everything I could think of, but I never expected it to end like this. Snow White, who was enraged after her anger was aroused, suddenly turned into a docile little lamb, and she even had an expression of enjoyment on her face. This doesn't make sense. If Li Siwei hadn't been confident in his abilities, he would have even suspected that he was under the spell of a psychic. You should know that Snow White is a 4th-tier exotic beast, and she is very proud. Normally, no one other than oneself would allow them to touch them, let alone intimate actions such as touching their head or mane. He remembers it very, very clearly. It took me a whole month to get to this point. This achievement would have placed him among the top performers in the school's beast taming hall at the time. But this young man in front of me has probably been here for less than a minute, right? Compared to this, my own achievements are utterly shameful. With a flicker of his eyes, Li Siwei's curiosity had reached its peak. With a thought, he vanished from his spot and reappeared behind Bai Shui. He was extremely curious about how this young teacher in front of him had managed to do it. Wow, those hooves with their distinct joints yet still fleshy texture. And that Achilles tendon. Even the most skilled sculptor couldn't sculpt something this perfect, could they? That mane, that color scheme, that fluffiness. TSK. I'm afraid you can't find another one in the entire Great Xia that can compare to it. That tail, that curve. If she stood there, wouldn't she charm a whole bunch of males? Look at those pupils. They're more dazzling than any of the stars in the sky. As soon as Li Siwei appeared, before he had even heard a few words, he almost stumbled and fell to the ground. I almost had to dig into my ears to check if there was something wrong with my hearing. His gaze unconsciously fell on the slightly plump hooves and Achilles tendons of the snow, then looked at the weak tail and the unremarkable pupils. His lips twitched violently, and his expression became extremely strange. No, that's utterly heartless. How can someone praise Bai Shui like that, given her current state? How can anyone believe such a claim? Okay, at least Snow White believed it. Noticing Bai Shui's contented posture, Li Siwei fell silent. Bai Shui had clearly also noticed her master, Li Siwei. However, it only glanced at Li Siwei briefly before looking away, and then snuggled its head back into Su Che's arms. It felt that the person in front of it understood it best. He's handsome and has a nice voice, and it loves him. Unlike that old geezer Li Siwei, whose words are never pleasant to hear. On the other side, Su Che immediately took a step back, looking at the suddenly appearing bald middle-aged man with a sense of vigilance. Who are you? Although he was constantly communicating with the strange beasts, his attention was always closely watching his surroundings. Even so, they still couldn't figure out how the bald middle-aged man in front of them had appeared. Hello, my name is Li Siwei, and I am a teacher from the first superpower university of Great Xia. Li Siwei's gaze fell on the level 3 teacher's medal on Su Che's chest with a complicated expression. You must be a teacher too, right? I will not change my name or surname. Su Che was about to say Lu Bo's name, but he changed his mind and said, my name is Su Che. The person in front of me is far more powerful than I am, so lying would be pointless. More importantly, the other party is a teacher at the top superpower university in the Great Xia dynasty. Xuke, Li Siwei muttered to himself, then shook his head. Sorry, this Bai Shui is my tame beast. It lost control a bit just now, but luckily it didn't hurt you. As he said this, Li Siwei pointed at Bai Shui's worthless appearance and asked in a strange voice, how did you do that? Before this, he had never imagined that he could make a 4th-tier alien beast willingly submit with just flattery. I don't know either, I just go by feeling, maybe that's talent. Upon hearing how you did it, Su Che didn't know why, but he answered reflexively. Actually, it was quite a close call just now. Faced with the oncoming snow, his first thought was to dodge, but but he soon realized that he couldn't avoid it. In a moment of desperation, he had a flash of inspiration and used insight on Bai Shui, immediately learning her weakness. Bai Shui, a member of the Xuanhe Wuzhui clan, possesses a strength at the mid-level of the 4th rank. Their biggest weakness is that they love to hear praise and have absolutely no resistance to it. Of course, the praise must be accurate and relevant. And that's how the scene just now came about. Li Siwei's expression suddenly froze. He squinted at Su Che, his expression seemingly normal, but his thoughts were churning inside. Could it be that besides his teaching skills and personal strength, Su Che is also a once-in-a-century beast-taming prodigy? For some reason, this thought suddenly flashed through Li Siwei's mind. The thought, once it appeared, quickly amplified and swirled in my mind, eventually taking over my entire consciousness. As he pondered this, the light in Li Siwei's eyes grew brighter and brighter, and Su Che's importance in his heart rose once again. If Su Che was valued at the gold level just now, he is now valued at the diamond level. All university teachers who want to be promoted must, in addition to their own abilities, study one of the 6 arts of extraordinary abilities. The so-called 6 arts of extraordinary abilities refer to 6 auxiliary professions: plant master, medicine maker, blacksmith, array master, talisman master, and beast tamer. Don't underestimate these 6 supernatural arts just because they are only auxiliary professions. They are very important to the operation of the entire Great Xia dynasty and even the 5 major alliances. Needless to say, plant masters cultivate all the plants used for alchemy and medicine, except for top-grade natural treasures. Pharmacists, also known as pharmacists, are responsible for all the medicines, potions, and pills on the market. The profession of blacksmith is very common. The elemental battle armor and weapons worn in battles against alien beasts are all made by blacksmiths. As for array masters and talisman masters, the entry threshold is too high and they are very mysterious. Their status is even higher than that of ordinary combat-type ability users. The final Beastmaster is the support profession that Li Siwei is currently studying. Li Siwei was able to be promoted to professor not only because of his own cultivation level, but also because of his rank as a beast tamer. The same applies to Zhuang Yan. He relied on his position as a pharmacist. Having a strong talent in one of the 6 supernatural arts means a smoother career path ahead, giving you a significant advantage over your peers. If we can bring Su Che into our department, we might be able to produce an expert-level teacher or even a professor-level teacher in just a few years. Thinking of this, Li Siwei let out a short, spasmodic breath, his tone solemn. Professor Su Che, would you be interested in developing your career at the Great Xia's #1 Superpower University? Chapter 1:13, Token +1. The door is always open. A dark and windy night, a night for murder. In an area outside the 9 Peaks Mountain Demon Cave, towering trees were broken and the scene was a mess, as if a battle had just taken place. And right at the very center of the battle scars stood 2 people, and yes, a donkey-like beast. The #1 Superpower University in the Great Xia Dynasty. Su Che was startled, and his heart began to beat slightly faster. This was the second time he had heard the name of the Great Xia First Superpower University from Li Siwei. But unlike the first time, this time, he could no longer maintain a calm expression. The First Superpower University of Great Xia is one of the most prestigious universities in Great Xia, and it is the object of aspiration for countless talented students. Of course, it is also a place that countless teachers at all 3 levels yearn for. The saying goes, a soldier who doesn't want to be an officer isn't a good cook, and no teacher could refuse to teach at the Great Xia's #1 Superpower University. After a few seconds of excitement, Su Che suddenly calmed down and his expression froze. As far as he knew, to get a teaching position at the top superpower university in the Great Xia Dynasty, a 4th-level extraordinary strength, and a high enrollment rate were the hard requirements, and there was no room for manipulation in these 2 aspects. Let's set aside whether Li Siwei is truly a teacher at the Great Xia's #1 Superpower University. With my current cultivation level and 0% college entrance rate, even if I entered the top superpower university in the Great Xia Dynasty, I still wouldn't be able to become a teacher. Can you be a teacher? Su Che asked directly. This. A fleeting hint of embarrassment crossed Li Siwei's face, as if he hadn't expected Su Che to be so direct. After a moment's thought, his expression turned serious. To be honest, it's not possible for now. There are two ways to become a teacher at the #1 university in Great Xia. One is to meet the requirements of a 4th-level extraordinary cultivation level plus the college entrance examination pass rate and apply for review normally. The other is to be invited in person by a professor at the university. In this case, the college entrance examination pass rate requirement can be waived, but the invited person can only teach in the professor's department. The voice paused for a moment before reappearing. However, this method still requires a 4th-level transcendent cultivation level. So if you agree, you can start as a teaching assistant. Teaching assistant? Su Che suddenly realized, his expression not surprised as if he had expected it, but there was still a trace of disappointment hidden deep in his eyes. The difference in status and position between teaching assistants and teachers is quite significant. Simply put, it's similar to the difference between a permanent employee and a contract worker. However, he still keenly noticed a detail in Li Siwei's words. Since Li Siwei was able to invite me, he should at the very least be a professor at the top supernatural university in Great Xia. But don't worry, as soon as you become a 4th-tier transcendent, I will immediately apply for a 4th-level teacher rank for you. What do you think? Su Che's disappointment did not escape Li Siwei's notice, and he immediately patted his chest and made a promise. He rarely shows this much patience, so this is, strictly speaking, the first time. Su Che has given him such a pleasant surprise. Judging from the talent he has shown so far, his future prospects are limitless. Su Che fell into deep thought, his brows furrowing unconsciously. But after hesitating for only a few seconds, he made a decision and firmly shook his head. Thank you for your appreciation, Professor Li, but I think I'll pass. Why? Don't you want to get into the #1 superpower university in Great Xia? That's what so many teachers dream of getting into. Li Siwei's tone immediately rose several degrees, his surprise undisguised. Upon hearing this, Su Che's gaze gradually hardened, and his voice, though calm, was firm and resolute. My goal has always been to become the #1 superpower university in the Great Xia dynasty, but I would rather become a teacher than a teaching assistant. A simple sentence, yet the attitude it expresses is already very clear. Upon hearing this, Li Siwei's eyes flickered, and he carefully looked Su Che up and down before saying, "Okay, I understand." Although Su Che rejected him, he felt that he admired Su Che even more. After a moment of contemplation, Li Siwei immediately took out a pale gold token from his pocket and tossed it to Su Che. Although you rejected me, the gates of the Great Xia's #1 superpower university are still open to you. Taking the token, Su Che immediately asked curiously, "What's this?" The token felt cold to the touch, and the dim light made it impossible to read what was written on it. It looks quite ordinary. This is my personal token. With this token, I can go to the first superpower university of Great Xia at any time to register and become a teaching assistant in my department. Li Siwei smiled kindly. Of course, if you become a 4th-order transcendent, you can immediately become a formal teacher in our department with this token. A sharp glint immediately flashed in Su Che's eyes. The pale gold token in front of me suddenly seemed to have changed. What an interesting little guy. Noticing Su Che's change in expression, Li Siwei laughed heartily. See you again someday. I have a feeling we'll meet again at the Great Xia's #1 superpower university soon. After saying that, Li Siwei turned around gracefully and waved his hand. Bai Shui, let's go. The entire set of movements was performed in one go, with a touch of otherworldly grace. However, 1 second, 2 seconds, several seconds passed in the blink of an eye, but Bai Shui was still nowhere to be seen beside Li Siwei. Li Siwei, who had turned his back, slowly froze. He stiffly turned his neck and immediately saw Su Che, who looked embarrassed, and Bai Shui, who looked blissful. Professor Li, your snow is so warm and welcoming. Su Che's expression was strange, and he tried his best to suppress the upward curve of his lips. Bai Shui kept nuzzling against Su Che, ignoring the gazes directed at her by Li Siwei. Li Siwei's face turned noticeably greener in an instant, Veins bulged on his forehead, and his temples throbbed. He wanted to leave Su Che with a dashing departing image, but things went wrong. Snow White, come back. Li Siwei shouted again. Ugh! Seemingly disturbed, Bai Shui immediately glared at Li Siwei with displeasure and snorted hot breath. Li Siwei's face turned even greener instantly. After several years of getting to know each other, he could completely understand what Bai Shui was trying to say. What Bai Shui just expressed was very simple, which can be summarized in 4 words: don't touch me. Boom! It was like being struck by lightning. Li Siwei felt his head buzzing. Good heavens! The beast I've nurtured for years has been kidnapped? Thinking of this, Li Siwei's gaze involuntarily fell on Su Che, his eyes carrying a hint of resentment. Cough, cough. Su Che felt a little embarrassed when he realized he had just taken someone else's token. He immediately patted Bai Shui's pert buttocks. All right, the ultimate, invincible, and handsome Bai Shui. It's time to say goodbye. I'll come find you when I get into the number 1 superpower university in Great Xia. Awoo. Bai Shui sobbed a few times before reluctantly returning to Li Siwei's side, turning back every few steps. She glared at Li Siwei, and then transformed into a streak of light and flew away. Li Siwei, who was about to straddle him, was jolted. Li Siwei's lips twitched violently, and he looked at Su Che again, his eyes filled with resentment. Whoosh! Su Che turned his head and whistled, pretending not to see. Li Siwei silently withdrew his gaze and disappeared from the spot without saying a word. Almost the instant Li Siwei left, several shouts rang out. Teacher 3. Chapter 114, Cooperative Battle. Objective accomplished. Teacher 3. 3 voices, each with a different tone, but all equally anxious, followed. Yi Shuang Yue, Jiang Yueli, and Jiang Yueshi quickly emerged from the nearby jungle. Why are you here? Noticing the 3 disciples' somewhat flustered expressions, Su Che frowned subconsciously. Didn't I tell you to stay where you are and not move? I'm sorry, teacher. We were all very worried about you because you haven't come back for so long. Seeing that Su Che was unharmed, Yi Shuangyue's expression visibly relaxed, and she turned to look at Jiang Yueli and Jiang Yueshi. They are the same. After confirming that Su Che was all right, Jiang Yueli couldn't help but roll her eyes. Yes, teacher, the commotion was really loud just now. I'm so glad you're all right. Jiang Yueshi nodded repeatedly, her eyes flashing as she fell on the pale gold token in Su Che's hand. She immediately asked curiously, Teacher, what is this? Oh, it's nothing. Su Che casually put the token in his pocket and looked at his 3 disciples, feeling a warm feeling in his heart. It seems that my 4 or 5 months of teaching have not been in vain. The 3 of them still care about me a lot. Thinking of this, Su Che's smile slowly crept up. All right, this matter is over. Let's go back and rest. After saying that, he waved his hand and was about to leave first. However, Yi Shuangyue and the Jiang sisters exchanged a glance, their expressions slightly strange. They're leaving already? It seems like they forgot something, didn't they? What happened to the promised practical training? What happened to the life-or-death battle? Teacher, who was the gray-clad man who attacked you just now? Why did he attack you? Yi Shuangyue finally couldn't resist her curiosity and asked. Where's the man in gray now? If he escapes, there might be more trouble later, Jiang Yueli said succinctly. Teacher, this 9 Peaks Mountain Demon Cave is too terrifying. There are dangers everywhere. I think we should wait until dawn and then retreat. Jiang Yueshi looked terrified. Upon hearing this, Su Che stopped in his tracks. Instead of directly answering their questions, he turned back and smiled faintly. Don't worry, it's completely dead. The night before dawn is the most solemn. But when the sun rises at dawn, everything changes. The pale yellow dawn light shone on the surrounding rocks and trees, instantly bringing the deathly silent Jioding Mountain Demon Cave to life and giving it a unique vitality. At this moment, Jioding Mountain Demon Cave doesn't seem like a dangerous place inhabited by ferocious beasts at all. It's more like a tourist attraction. But the team of superhumans adventuring in the 9 Peaks Demon Cave all understood that it was all just an illusion, not real. Behind the trees that appear to be edged with gold by the morning sun, there may be a man-eating beast lurking. Beneath seemingly ordinary rocks may lie deadly poisons. Anyone who is deceived by the appearance of the Nine Peaks Mountain Demon Cave at this moment will surely pay a heavy price. As the sun rose high in the sky, its rays filtered through the dense canopy and dappled the forest floor, completely waking the entire Nine Peaks Mountain Demon Cave. The roars of ferocious beasts could be heard everywhere in the outer area, and such background noise immediately put all the adventure teams on edge. Of course, there are exceptions. For example, the team led by Su Che, consisting of all members of Class 18, had no tense atmosphere, only passionate spirit. Be careful. This crimson scale jackal is one of the best among the second-tier low-grade ferocious beasts. Do not touch the red scales on its back, or it will explode immediately. Little Leaf, don't confront these red-scaled jackals head-on. Their scales are extremely hard and can even burrow through mountains. Just keep them occupied. Little Purple Hair, it's your turn to shine. The crimson scale jackal has high physical resistance, but low magic resistance. So try to use ball lightning and don't hold back. Jiang Yueshi, your older sister's safety is entirely in your hands. If your shield fails to block the exploding scales of the crimson scale jackal, then your older sister will be in danger. At this moment, in the outer area of the Nine Peaks Demon Cave, slightly closer to the center, Su Che was leisurely reclining on the branch of a towering tree, eloquently instructing his 3 disciples on how to cooperate in battle. After discovering yesterday that first-tier ferocious beasts were no longer effective training for the 3 disciples, he decided to have his 3 disciples fight against second-tier ferocious beasts. This idea proved to be excellent. It not only greatly improved the teamwork and combat skills of the 3 members, but also earned them more points. Although the speed was not as fast as yesterday's kill of the first-tier beast tide, the progress was still quite good. At the current rate, it will only take less than a day to earn enough points to exchange for 4th-tier ferocious beast blood. It seems like you can earn points just by lying down, as if it's so easy. But it's actually not that difficult. With the existence of discernment, one can clearly see the location of the ferocious beast's hemorrhoids, not to mention its flaws. Although the battle was intense, it was not actually very dangerous and was completely within a controllable range. And so, time passed by second. The sun goes from rising to midday, and then from midday it moves westward. Attention! This is a shadow tiger moth. Pay special attention to its abdomen. When its abdomen swells, retreat immediately. If you're hit by its phantom powder, you'll feel weak all over at best and lose the ability to move at worst. However, this shadow tiger moth also has its weaknesses, namely its low defense. There's not much to say about that. The 3 of you can go together. Oh, and let Jiang Yueshi be at the very front. Force her to go. Su Che continued to output damage while reaping the spoils of war, his eyes growing brighter and brighter. 150, 180, 200. As you accumulate more points, you get closer and closer to your target score. Looking up at the sky and then at the scattered corpses of second-tier ferocious beasts on the ground, Su Che's expression was slightly excited. I will definitely be able to gather 10,000 points before sunset. At the same time, the Xiadangdan Pharmacy is located on the 3rd floor of the city's pharmacy. Zhuang Yin jumped up high, his eyes wide open, as if he had heard something unbelievable. Master, are you saying that Junior Brother can intuitively find the flaws in the proportions of elixirs and improve them? And another thing, Junior Brother can identify problematic pills with the naked eye? Is this for real? You're not kidding me, are you? Zhuang Yan's dark face was filled with unparalleled shock. As a professor majoring in pharmacists at the top superpower university in Great Xia, he understood all too well the terrifying nature of these 2 abilities. Simply put, the junior brother with these 2 abilities is practically a born pharmacist. It is even comparable to the legendary medicine spirit body. In ancient cultivation sects depicted in novels, one could become a saint-like figure. Of course, why would I lie to you? Shiden said indifferently. Then why didn't you say so sooner? Zhuang Yan's voice was somewhat agitated. You didn't ask before. Shiden rolled his eyes. Besides, there's a lot you don't know. What else? Zhuang Yan asked anxiously. For example, Xiadeng clicked his tongue. Based on my verification, your junior brother is highly likely to be a medicine spirit body. Chapter 1:15 A Second Blossom. The second token, a medicinal spirit body. Upon hearing this keyword, Zhuang Yan's voice unusually twitched. It was like lightning cleaving through the fog in my mind, and I instantly understood everything. Junior brother, you're not inferior to the medicine spirit body at all. You're practically a medicine spirit body. Call. Zhuang Yan took a deep breath, his heart pounding. If junior brother is a medicine spirit body, wouldn't that mean his abilities are far more than that? In cultivation novels, this kind of physique would make someone not only a holy son, but at the very least one of the best among holy sons. It's pretty much the same in real life. Medicine spirits are extremely rare in the world of pharmacists, and there are countless legends about them. At this moment, he finally understood why Master Xie was willing to break his promise to accept his junior brother as his last disciple. Judging from the abilities shown by the junior brother, only the medicine spirit body can explain all of this. Any pharmacist would probably be unable to refuse a disciple with a medicinal spirit body. Teacher, why? Why didn't you tell me sooner? After a brief moment of shock, Zhuang Yan's expression was full of resentment. If he had known earlier that his junior brother was a medicinal spirit, he definitely wouldn't have gone to Pengcheng's #1 superpower high school for verification first. You didn't ask. Shiden repeated the same thing, his expression unchanged. Zhuang Yan's dark face immediately turned even darker. All right, stop looking so sad. Your junior brother is just going for a practical trial. He'll come over after it's over, and then you'll see him. Xie Deng waved his hand. I reckon it'll be in the next day or two. Let's wait and see. Zhuang Yan nodded, his expression much better. Suddenly, as if he had just thought of something, his eyes lit up. Master Xie, you just said that junior brother went to the demon cave for practical training, and you also said before that junior brother is a teacher, which means that junior brother is a teacher of the martial arts exam graduating class, right? Probably anyway, I didn't ask, so it doesn't make any difference to me. Shiden said nonchalantly. Zhuang Yan's face fell. Oh dear, it makes no difference to you, but it makes a difference to me. Think about it again. Is junior brother really my teacher? I was just promoted to professor this year, and I'm currently short of assistants. Although Jiang Lin Yue, who was reviewed earlier, was not bad, it was still far from enough. If we could invite a genius like our junior brother to our department, his talent in potion making would definitely put him far ahead of everyone else. If you add your own teaching, maybe in a few years, an expert-level teacher or even a professor-level teacher will emerge in the department. You are indeed a teacher. The meridian-expanding pills I practiced before were given to my disciples by your junior brother. That's great. Having gotten the answer he wanted, a hint of excitement flashed across Zhuang Yan's face. If my junior brother is a teacher, then things will be much easier. As a professor, he could easily have brought his junior brother into the top superpower university in the Great Xia dynasty ahead of time. Once my junior brother breaks through to the 4th level of Transcendent, he will definitely be a formidable general. By then, I will definitely be far ahead of Li Siwei. If Li Siwei knew that I came to Pengcheng to review geniuses and also obtained a once-in-a-century medicinal spirit body, he would definitely be so angry that he would jump up and down and regret it to death, right? As a certain possibility came to mind, Zhuang Yan couldn't help but feel a strong sense of anticipation. Buzzing. Just then, Zhuang Yan's watch suddenly vibrated. Zhuang Yan glanced at the call request, and his expression immediately became much more serious. With a swift movement, he instantly flashed outside, and with a flick of his finger, a phantom light screen appeared in front of him. The moment the light screen appeared, the figure of an old man in white robes sitting with his back turned was revealed. Martial arts school. Zhuang Yan's expression was serious. Zhuang Yan, how is the review process for the 3rd-level teachers in Pengcheng progressing? The voice from the martial arts school drifted by. Zhuang Yan respectfully replied, back to the martial arts school. The review has been completed, and they meet the requirements and can be accepted. Very good. Then congratulations. The martial arts school's voice remained unchanged, but quickly changed. Breaking news. A level 2 beast tide has suddenly broken out in Qingcheng. All forces in the Great Xia are rushing to provide support. Among the top supernatural universities in the Great Xia, only you and Li Siwei are closest to Qingcheng. I've already notified Li Siwei that you two should meet up and head to Qingcheng immediately. What? A level 2 beast tide. This. Zhuang Yan's pupils suddenly contracted, and his expression changed. There hadn't been a level 2 beast tide in the entire Great Xia dynasty for many years, so why did it suddenly appear now? But soon, a look of struggle flashed across his face. What? Is there a problem? A voice from the martial arts school drifted over. Zhuang Yan shook his head, his expression firm. No problem. I'll set off immediately. He knew which was more important. Although he really wanted to see his junior brother, the beast tide was clearly more important to him. All right, I will send your information to Commander Qingqing later. Although the level 2 beast tide is terrifying, it is still within a controllable range. However, you two should still pay attention to safety. Also, remember to gather more information. I have a feeling that this level 2 beast tide is not as simple as it seems on the surface. I have a meeting later, so I'll leave now. Time is limited, so you can set off after you meet up with Li Siwei. Yes, received. As soon as Zhuang Yin finished speaking, the light screen quickly cut off. Qingchang beast tide. Junior brother. After muttering a few words to himself, Zhuang Yin quickly made a decision. With a swift movement, he flashed back into the house, meeting Xie Shi's gaze. Just as he was about to speak, he was interrupted. All right, I understand. Since you have something to do, you can go now. After saying that, Xie Deng waved his hand, and 2 brocade boxes floated in front of Zhuang Yin. I don't have anything to give you, so please take these 2 pills. When you're out and about, don't tarnish the reputation of a pharmacist. What is this? Zhuang Yin asked curiously. It's nothing, just a pill that can instantly replenish the body's qi and blood and energy. It's a little gadget I just researched, nothing to mention. Shiden's voice was calm, but he couldn't hide the smugness in his eyes. When Zhuang Yin thanked his teacher, he was taken aback, and a touch of emotion immediately welled up in his eyes. How precious are pills that can instantly replenish the body's qi and blood and energy. This is probably the most precious pill that Master Xie possesses. All right, get lost. Shiden waved his hand vigorously. Thank you, teacher. Come on, stop dawdling. Thank you, teacher. Zhuang Yin spoke again, his voice hesitant, as if he wanted to say something, but then stopped. Didn't I tell you to leave? Why aren't you leaving? It's just 2 small pills. No need to thank me. Xie Deng glared at him. Thank you, master, but I don't mean to thank you. Zhuang Yan's expression was strange, as he slowly pulled a pale gold token from his pocket and rubbed his hands together. This is my personal token. Please give it to my junior brother when you see him. Tell him that with this token, he can go to the Great Xia's #1 superpower university at any time to report and become a teaching assistant in my department. Don't forget. Zhuang Yin added again. Xie Deng's expression froze. After a few seconds, his lips moved, and he forced out a single word. Get out. Chapter 116, What a Coincidence. I also met a genius. 2 figures whizzed past one after the other in the sky, above Pengcheng. One of them had a square face and dark skin, while the other had a shiny forehead and rode a strange beast. The 2 were none other than Zhuang Yin and Li Siwei, who had traveled from Pengcheng to Qingchang to provide support. Li Siwei, how come you're so fast? Principal Wu just notified me, and you've already arrived. Even if you have by Shui, it would still take some time to get from Yuqing to Pengcheng, wouldn't it? Zhuang Yin looked at Li Siwei with curiosity, feeling that something was wrong, but he couldn't quite put his finger on it. I felt really strange. Hey, I already finished the review process. I was just thinking of going back with you, but who knew that the martial arts school would let us go to Qingchang together? Li Siwei's lips curled into a barely perceptible smile. By the way, how did you vet the geniuses from Pengcheng? Did they pass? Not bad. Even among the new teachers in previous years, this is an excellent one. A smile crept on his Zhuang Yan's face. How about over there? My luck isn't as good as yours. Li Siwei sighed softly. He is qualified, but he can only be considered average among all the newly promoted teachers in the past. Hearing this, Zhuang Yan's smile deepened, and his voice couldn't help but carry a hint of schadenfreude. Average is not bad. It's better than the worst. After all, this is Weicheng. Where would we find so many geniuses? After saying this, Zhuang Yin subconsciously prepared himself to face Li Siwei's relentless attacks. Based on past experience, Li Siwei should be close to the red temperature state by now. To his utter surprise, Li Siwei was not angry at all. Instead, he wore a sly smile. Zhuang Yin immediately sensed that something was wrong. His intuition told him that Li Siwei was definitely hiding something from him. As expected, the next second, Li Siwei touched his bald head with a look of emotion. Yes, after all, it's Wei Cheng, where we find so many geniuses. But I actually met a true genius. Thump! Thump! Zhuang Yan's heart skipped a beat, and his spirits sank immediately. What do you mean? What real genius? Oh dear, look at my mouth. I accidentally let it slip. Noticing Zhuang Yan's expression, Li Siwei felt as sweet as if he had eaten honey. All right. Since you already know, I won't hide it from you either. When I was reviewing the third-level teachers in Yuqing, which is next to Pengcheng, I happened to meet a promising talent with exceptional talent in beast taming. Beast taming? Zhuang Yan's heart stirred. How high is his talent? Actually, it's not that high, it's just okay. Despite saying that, Li Siwei couldn't hide his smugness. It only takes a few hours to gain Bai Xue's trust. Hiss! Zhuang Yan gasped, his gaze falling on the haughty Bai Xue, and his voice rose several octaves. This is too much. He knew Bai Xue's temper all too well. Li Siwei knew better than anyone how much effort he had put in to gain Bai Xue's trust. Gaining Snow White's trust in just a few hours? Is that what you call talent? It's absolutely incredible. If he didn't know Li Siwei very well, he really wouldn't believe that such a genius had emerged from Yuqing. That's about it, just slightly better than my talent. Li Siwei waved his hand, his eyelids crinkling into a deep wrinkle. Seeing Zhuang Yan's shocked and distressed expression, he felt incredibly relieved. Neither of them noticed that Bai Xue's eyes were practically rolling to the sky. Oh right. Li Siwei patted the bald head and suddenly remembered something, a wicked smile appearing on his lips. I forgot to mention earlier, this promising talent cultivation is only at the 3rd level, 9th stage, but he already possesses special characteristics. These words seem to possess some kind of supernatural power, instantly freezing Zhuang Yan's expression inch by inch. 3rd tier, 9th level, special characteristics. Muttering to himself, Zhuang Yan's expression completely changed. A superhuman who possesses special abilities at the 3rd tier, 9th level, is a genius among geniuses, even in the main base city. High talent in cultivation plus high talent in beast taming. If this doesn't qualify as genius, then what does? Thinking of this, Zhuang Yin fell silent. Hee, brother Zhuang Yin, you don't need to worry too much. After all, this promising student's cultivation is only at the 3rd level, 9th stage. It will be some time before he becomes a formal teacher. You are not without a chance. At this point, Li Siwei paused slightly. Perhaps you can find similar talented individuals during this period. Wouldn't you agree? When Li Siwei said this, he was purely trying to infuriate people. To be honest, he was already prepared to face Zhuang Yan's raging fury. However, things did not develop as he had expected. After a moment of silence, Zhuang Yan not only didn't explode, but instead smiled, with a particularly noticeable curve at the corners of his lips. What are you laughing at? Li Siwei was completely bewildered by Zhuang Yan's actions. Did I go too far and upset the other person? Just as Li Siwei was pondering these thoughts, he heard Zhuang Yan's voice. Then I really have to thank you for your kind words. Li Siwei expressed his doubt with a nasal tone, his face becoming even more confused. Thank yourself for your kind words? I didn't even say anything. Zhuang Yin continued with a smile. It's quite a coincidence that when I was reviewing level 3 teachers in Pengcheng, I also happened to meet a promising talent in pharmacy. In terms of potions, Li Siwei's eyes widened. How high is your talent? Actually, it's not that high, it's just okay. Zhuang Yin deliberately mimicked Li Siwei's tone and expression. It's about 1 in 10,000, not much worse than the medicine spirit body. Because it hadn't been confirmed yet, he didn't reveal the full details about the medicinal spirit. However, these words still startled Li Siwei. Hiss! Li Siwei immediately gasped, his voice stammering in disbelief. It's almost as good as the medicine spirit body, this. Despite his minor in beast taming, as a professor at the top supernatural university in the Great Xia dynasty, he has a very deep understanding of the other 6 arts of supernatural abilities. In the world of pharmacists, the potion spirit is a legendary existence. To be comparable to a medicinal spirit, just how terrifying must that talent be? Without a doubt, this is an absolutely one-in-a-million genius. In comparison, even Su Che, whom I've encountered, is probably still some distance from such a genius. Thinking of this, Li Siwei's mood suddenly turned sour. After a moment's thought, Li Siwei clicked his tongue and his eyes flickered. I wonder what the name of the genius you met was? Upon hearing this, Zhuang Yin did not answer, but looked at Li Siwei with a half-smile. You go first. You go first. You go first. You go first. They looked at each other several times, but neither of them spoke. Old fox. Li Siwei snorted and turned his head, slapping Bai Shue's shapely buttocks. Bai Shue, speed up. Ugh. The next moment, the snow increased in speed and disappeared rapidly. TCH, trying to bully a pharmacist? Watching the direction Li Siwei had left in, Zhuang Yin flipped his hands and swallowed a pill. In just a few seconds, his blood and qi surged, and he shot away in a flash. His speed suddenly increased to twice its normal speed. Chapter 117, Obtaining the Blood Feast of a Fourth-Order Ferocious Beast. Yi Shuangyue breaks through to the Second Order. The Demon Cave of Jiuding Mountain. As the sun sets, the arc of the setting sun gradually becomes blurred. A rumbling sound could be heard continuously from the outer area, slightly closer to the center. Accompanying the rumbling sound were flashes of lightning. Men, we have enough points. I hereby declare the trial over. Su Che, carrying 2 tactical backpacks that were taller than a person, stood on a towering tree trunk and spoke loudly. His voice was so clear that it reached Yi Shuangyue and the Jiang sisters, who were engaged in battle. Upon hearing Su Che's words, Jiang Yueshi couldn't help but beam with joy and immediately withdrew her ice shield and retreated. Yi Shuangyue was engaged in close combat at the moment. Upon hearing this, her expression did not change at all. Only after she smashed the triangular head of the Xian steel mantis in front of her with her fist did she withdraw and retreat. As for Jiang Yueli, she seemed to have completely ignored it. Arcs of electricity coursed through his body, and his purple hair swayed without wind due to electromagnetic forces, adding a touch of madness and fervor to his fiery eyes. The nearly 2-day training session made her more adept at controlling her superpowers. The ferocious beast's corpse behind them had slowly turned from charred to blackened until no trace of it remained. Those in the know understand that this signifies that the application of supernatural abilities has reached a high level, achieving a preliminary stage where they are not easily dissipated. Such a strong fighting spirit. Perhaps this is where she improves the most. Taking in this scene, Su Che sighed inwardly. In just 2 days, this was the second time the idea had popped into his mind. Shaking his head to clear his mind, Su Che called out again, Jiang Yueli, the trial is over. This time the sound wasn't loud, but to Jiang Yueli's ears it sounded like rolling thunder. Jiang Yueli's eyes instantly regained their clarity, and her delicate brows unconsciously furrowed into a deep frown. Looking at the dying phosphorus fox in front of him, a hint of reluctance appeared in his eyes. But after hesitating for a few seconds, he finally turned around and left. The instant it turned around, a pale, purple arc of electricity appeared out of thin air and struck the phosphorus firefox's head with the force of thunder. Boom! The phosphorescent fox's head exploded instantly, but the rest of its body remained intact. Oh dear, this spendthrift apprentice, these are all points. Seeing the phosphorus firefox's most valuable molar turn into charcoal, Su Che felt heartbroken. But feeling the substantial rewards behind it, my mood suddenly improved. Let's go. Our Class A team's trial at the Nine Peaks Demon Cave was a great success. Let's go home. Seeing that everyone had arrived, Su Che waved his hand and was about to lead the team away. However, after taking only a few steps, he noticed something was wrong. He frowned slightly and looked at Jiang Yueli, who was lagging behind at the back of the group, motionless. What's wrong? Is something the matter? Jiang Yueli's expression was slightly complicated, and she opened her mouth as if she wanted to say something, but then stopped. A few seconds later, her eyes flickered and she revealed the truth. Teacher, are you really leaving now? Can I stay behind alone for a while? These words caused a moment of silence, yet were as startling as a thunderclap. Huh? Sis, are you crazy? This is a den of demons. Are you out of your mind? Jiang Yueshi immediately let out a strange cry and stepped forward, reaching out to touch Jiang Yueli's forehead, but was slapped away by Jiang Yueli. A deep sense of confusion flashed in Yi Xuanyue's eyes. Leaving you here alone? What? Su Che's tone wasn't surprised, as if he had vaguely guessed something. Jiang Yueli frankly stated in a short, strong voice, I feel that this place suits me better, and I can improve faster here. After a pause, Jiang Yueli continued, moreover, I have a very strong feeling that I might break through at any moment. As expected, Su Che's face showed an expression of I knew it. After getting a new batch of Meridian expanding pills for free from Master C at the pharmacy, he immediately gave 2 pills each to Jiang Yueli and Jiang Yueshi. Based on the previous cultivation speed, it would take about a month to cultivate from the 7th level of the 1st rank to the 8th level of the 1st rank. Similarly, the ideal time to cultivate from the 8th level of the 1st rank to the 9th level of the 1st rank is about 1.5 months. If what Jiang Yueli said at this moment is true, then the cultivation speed has increased by more than tenfold. The saying, real combat is the best training, is becoming increasingly valuable. Cough, cough. Su Che coughed twice, but did not respond directly. Instead, he asked, this is the 9 Peaks Mountain Demon Cave. The danger level is extremely high. There is a risk of death at any time. Are you sure you want to stay here alone? I'm sure, Jiang Yueli said firmly. Teacher. Just then, Jiang Yueshi, who was standing to the side, suddenly hesitated and raised her hand. If my older sister is staying here, then I'll stay here too. As if making a very difficult decision, Jiang Yueshi stammered as she spoke. Swish, swish, swish. These words immediately drew everyone's attention. Everyone, including Jiang Yueli, looked at it with disbelief. Jiang Yueshi was the one who most wanted to leave the 9 Peaks Mountain Demon Cave, but now she is willing to stay on her own initiative? If I hadn't heard it with my own ears, I doubt anyone would have believed it. What? Superpowers. Because Jiang Yueshi glanced at Jiang Yueli subconsciously, muttering to herself, her defenses are so weak. If I'm not around, she'll just be a sitting duck here. After saying that, Jiang Yueshi quickly added, actually, the main reason is that I don't want to be surpassed by her by too much. Oh, I see. Suki said sarcastically. Really? I mean it. Jiang Yueshi clenched her fists. Okay, I believe you. Su Che nodded repeatedly, then looked at Yi Xuanyue. Do you believe me? Yi Xuanyue pour cette herlips. Jiang Yueshi was in a huge embarrassment. Teacher, I don't need Jiang Yueshi to accompany me. I can do it on my own. Jiang Yueli shook her head in refusal, her gaze towards Jiang Yueshi unusually filled with a hint of doting affection. Okay, you understand. Su Che waved his hand and said, how could I let you venture into the 9 Peaks Mountain Demon Cave alone? Here's what we'll do. Let's go back to the supply base together first to exchange the points to avoid any unforeseen problems. Then I'll personally bring you here. Jiang Yueli wanted to say something, but Su Che interrupted her. All right, it's settled then. Let's go. 2 hours later. 9 Peaks Mountain Demon Cave Supply Base, Training Room. As an official supply base, you could get a decent decorated training room by paying a small amount of great Xia coins. After all, it's quite common for people to need to go into seclusion after gaining insights during trials. After exchanging the blood of the 4th-tier ferocious beast Komodo for Yi Xuanyue and arranging for the 3 of them to meditate, Su Che also entered the cultivation room. As his 3 disciples' cultivation improved, his own cultivation also increased, so he took this opportunity to consolidate it. Just then, a system notification sounded in my ear. Ding Yi Xuanyue's B-level ability, Raging Blood Lion, has successfully evolved into the A-level ability, Fierce Earth Dragon. Ding! Your disciple, Yi Xuanyue, has broken through from the 9th level of the 1st tier to the 1st level of the 2nd tier. Cultivation bonus triggered. Drawing multipliers in progress. Ding! Congratulations, host, you have drawn a 60x return. Cultivation points are being returned. Ding! Yi Xuanyue's trust level with the host has exceeded 80. Attribute extraction in progress. Ding! Congratulations, host, you have drawn the trait. Devour. Chapter 1, 18 Trust level increased. New feature Devour. Judingshan Demon Cave Supply Base. in a quiet meditation room. I've finally reached level 2. Yi Shuangyue gracefully took out a handkerchief and wiped the corner of her mouth, her excitement in her eyes undisguised. In front of it were neatly cut pieces of Komodo dragon blood. Although the Komodo beast is at the bottom of the 4th-tier low-grade beasts. However, it is far superior to a 3rd-tier high-grade blood food. The two are not even in the same league. If I continue to consume high-grade 3rd-tier blood food, it will probably take at least another month or 2 to break through to the 2nd tier. But with the blessing of Komodo beast blood, he broke through instantly after only a few bites, which makes absolutely no sense. Is this the power of a 2nd-tier ability user? With a thought, Yi Shuangyue's supernatural abilities surged. Feeling a power at least twice as strong as before, Yi Shuangyue was deeply moved. Before this, she had never imagined that she could break through to the 2nd level before the martial arts exam. At this rate of cultivation, the chances of breaking through to the 4th level of Transcendental Realm before the decline of one's vital energy and blood are very high. The realm I once dreamed of now seems attainable with just a little effort. It's not just strength, it seems like my superpowers have gotten stronger too. As she clenched her fists and sensed the change in energy, Yi Shuangyue's eyes gleamed. She was very familiar with this feeling, because she had experienced it more than once. This is the feeling I had when I evolved from the F-level ability, Gluttonous Mole, to the C-level ability, Bloodthirsty Bear. The same feeling applies to evolving from a C-level ability, Bloodthirsty Bear, to a B-level ability, Raging Bloodlion. So, if nothing unexpected happens, my superpower is no longer B-level, but A-level. Realizing this, Yi Shuangyue subconsciously looked towards the meditation room next door, her expression clearly showing a hint of gratitude and admiration. The meditation room next door is Teacher Su Che's room. She knew that all of this was thanks to Teacher Su Che. Without Teacher Su Che, I would probably have faded into obscurity by now. Even if he possesses the so-called SSS-level devouring gluttonous bloodline, without Teacher Su Che, he probably would never be able to activate it in his entire life. After a moment, Yi Shuangyue suddenly smiled. If Teacher knew that I had successfully broken through to the 2nd level, I wonder what his reaction would be. He would definitely be very happy. At this moment, Yi Shuangyue was unaware that Su Che had known about her breakthrough from the very beginning. Not only did they know, but they also reacted extremely strongly. Yes, it's exactly as intense as the literal meaning. At the same time, Su Che was in his meditation room. Su Che clenched his teeth, the veins on his forehead and arms bulging like earthworms, and his face even turned from red to purple. It looked as if every single cell in his body was working hard. After a long time, he finally experienced the feeling of being filled with violent energy from the top of his head again. If we compare the energy he needs to break through to the 4th level of transcendence to a large vat. The energy returned by Yi Shuangyue after breaking through to the 2nd tier was equivalent to instantly filling the large vat with more than a third of its contents. If I can do it 2 more times, breaking through to the 4th tier transcendent level will not be a problem. At this moment, Su Che's feelings can be perfectly described in one sentence. Pain and pleasure at the same time. The body doesn't lie. The more intense the pain in your meridians now, the greater your cultivation will be later. To be honest, if his body could handle it, he would have preferred the pain to be even more intense. This time the pain was far greater than any before, both in terms of intensity and duration. A few minutes later, the pain of the torn meridians gradually subsided. Su Che, now back to normal, didn't rush to feel the improvement in his cultivation level. Instead, he eagerly used Breaking Illusion on himself. Name, Suke. Level, 3rd tier, 9th level. Special ability, enhancement type, a rank special ability, Azure Peak Dragon. Technique, Galaxy Breathing Method. Combat skill, Breaking Army Fist Technique. Characteristic, Dragon Pattern, greatly enhances the host's physical defense. The enhancement increases with the host's cultivation level, currently up to 400%. Characteristic, Devour. Each time the host's limbs touch the enemy during an attack, there is a 10% chance to absorb a portion of the enemy's energy and convert it into their own. The probability increases with the host's cultivation level. His gaze quickly went downwards, stopping abruptly when he saw the two newly added characteristics. Dragon pattern devouring. Muttering to himself, Su Che was getting impatient. The first characteristic, Jiawen, goes without saying. It must be the pale blue visible markings on one's body. No, to be precise, it can no longer be considered light blue. Since taking the Vidrop pill last time, the color of the pattern has started to change from light blue to light gold. The second characteristic, Devour, is clearly a reward Yi Shuangyue received for having a trust level of over 80 when she drew the item. Is there a 10% probability of absorbing and converting energy? After carefully reading the introduction to Devour, Su Che's eyes flickered as he fell into thought. About 10 seconds later, his eyes suddenly lit up. At first glance, this feature seems to have a low probability of being triggered, making it seem rather useless. But upon closer examination, it becomes clear that this probability is already quite high, even somewhat outrageous. The key point lies in a word every time. Enhanced ability, users primarily rely on physical combat, and throwing hundreds or thousands of punches when fighting enemies is commonplace for them. There's a 10% chance of triggering a certain event if you swing your fist once. What about if you swing it 100 times? Or 1,000 times? Whether it's truly random or pseudo-random, the number of times it triggers will definitely not be low. This feature is amazing. Suki exclaimed inwardly. The Devour trait is perfect for enhancement-type ability users. Most importantly, the chance of triggering the Devour trait can actually increase as one's cultivation level improves. This shows that the potential of the Devour property is far from limited to this. Once the odds are high enough, the enemy's energy might be completely drained before a winner is decided. Call. Taking a deep breath, Su Che still felt a bit thirsty, and a faint urge to fight arose in his heart. The Dragon pattern trait enhances defense, while the Devour trait enhances attack. Right now, his confidence is about to explode. If it weren't so late at night, I probably would have gone to the outskirts of the Nine Peaks Mountain Demon cave to have some fun. After another 2 or 3 minutes, Su Che finally managed to calm down. But before he could even calm down for 2 seconds, he suddenly paused, as if he had just thought of something. Then a sharp glint flashed deep in his eyes, and his gaze became somewhat intense. Just now, he suddenly realized something. After Yi Shuangyue's self-confidence level exceeded 80, she successfully extracted the trait Devour. When Jiang Yueli and Jiang Yueshi's trust level with themselves exceeds 80, what traits will they draw? Thump, thump, thump. Thinking of this, Su Che's heart couldn't help but race, filled with anticipation. The next moment, ding, your disciple, Jiang Yueli, has broken through from the 8th level of the first tier to the 9th level of the first tier. Cultivation bonus 3 gret. Drawing multipliers in progress. Ding. Congratulations, host. You have drawn a 30x return. Cultivation points are being returned. Chapter 119 First Rank, 9th level. The Jiang sisters both break through. No way. He broke through so easily? Upon hearing the system notification in his ear, a hint of surprise flashed in Su Che's eyes. He couldn't help but recall what Jiang Yueli had said just that evening. I had just said that a breakthrough was possible at any time, and then it happened that very night. This is all happening a bit too fast, and the breakthrough is happening too quickly. He had just broken through to the 8th level of the first rank 2 or 3 days ago. He advanced to the 9th level of the first tier in just a few days, a speed that is even faster than cheating. Indeed, real combat is the most suitable training method for her. Having witnessed Jiang Yueli's breakthrough in just a few days, Su Che had no more doubts. At the same time, his idea of accompanying the Jiang sisters to cultivate in the demon cave of Juding Mountain became even more firm. It's a pity I didn't manage to get the special ability this time. Su Che felt a little regretful, but quickly recovered. Based on Jiang Yueli's current cultivation speed, she will definitely be able to advance to the 2nd rank before the martial arts exam. Although Jiang Yueshi was slightly inferior, a little over a month was enough for her to advance to the 2nd tier. In other words, before the martial arts exam, I have a high probability of breaking through to the 4th level of extraordinary and gaining 2 additional traits. Thinking of this, Su Che's lips slowly curved upwards into a distinct smile. It's not unreasonable for a fourth-tier, transcendent being to possess 4 different characteristics. Is it? Special ability, special ability, special ability. Damn it. Why can't I at the 3rd tier, 8th level, sense any special ability at all? Even just a trace of it would be great. At the foot of Yunlong Mountain, in the Liu family villa, inside a luxurious cultivation room, Liu Bo clenched his fist so tightly that his fingers turned slightly white from the force, and his face was full of resentment. Recently, Jiang Linyue not only successfully broke through to the 4th level of the extraordinary realm, but also successfully passed the review by the professor from the first supernatural university in the Great Xia dynasty. It's almost fair to say that he's already halfway into the top superpower university in the Great Xia. Once the martial arts exams and university admissions are over, you can head to the main base city to take up your post. As a genius in the eyes of his family, Liu Bo always regarded himself as a genius on the same level as Jiang Linyue. Although Jiang Linyue was already at the 3rd level of the 9th stage, he still believed that the gap between the two was not that big. It wasn't until this news came out that he suddenly realized the gap between them had become unimaginably large. However, he found this result extremely difficult to accept. That's why he was so eager to find evidence that he was a genius. But the result was obvious. He didn't fit any of the characteristics of a genius. It's normal that I can't comprehend the 8th level of the 3rd tier. It doesn't mean anything. When I reach the 9th level of the 3rd tier, I will definitely have the special ability. Yes, I definitely will. After comforting himself with this thought, Liu Bo's complexion regained its rosy hue and looked much better. After a moment of calm, Liu Bo looked out the window at the twinkling stars, his gaze suddenly turning much colder. 2 whole days have passed. If nothing unexpected happens, Su Che should be in line to be reincarnated by now. With this thought in mind, Liu Bo slowly turned on the communicator, and his expression hesitated slightly after seeing Uncle Liu's name. In Daxia, the crime of ordering someone to kill a teacher registered with the Department of Education is very serious. Since instructing Uncle Liu to kill Su Che, he has never contacted him again, just in case. If Uncle Liu's mission fails, or he is exposed, the authorities will not be able to trace him back to him, even if the probability of mission failure and exposure is very, very low. Yeah, it feels a bit strange if we deliberately avoid contact. Unable to suppress his curiosity, Liu Bo decided to contact Uncle Liu. Beep, beep, beep. I made a call request, but the other party was always busy. The same thing happened when I dialed again after the interruption. After repeating this several times, Liu Bo's brows furrowed unconsciously. Uncle Liu usually answers his call requests instantly, and at the very least, within 3 seconds. This is the first time in all these years that I've experienced such a long delay in getting through. Did he fall asleep? Or was he held up by something? Or perhaps, as if suddenly remembering something, Liu Bo's face stiffened, and his cheeks twitched twice without warning. At the same time, my right eyelid suddenly started twitching faster for no apparent reason, even faster than before. Call. Liu Bo let out a brief, spasmodic breath, his heart pounding, a sudden, inexplicable sense of dread washing over him. Hee, superstition, this is all superstition. Liu Bo pinched his right eyelid with one hand until it stopped twitching, and only then did his mood gradually calm down. There can't be any accidents. How could there be? Subconsciously pursing his lips, Liu Bo quickly banished the terrible thoughts from his mind. He admitted that Su Che's cultivation level was somewhat strange, and his defensive power was indeed astonishing. Even so, he was only at the 3rd level, 8th stage of cultivation. Is it possible to break through to the 3rd rank, 9th level, in just over a month? Even if Su Che were to break through to the 3rd rank, 9th level, he wouldn't be able to cause any significant trouble. Uncle Liu was already at the 3rd level of the 9th rank when he was a child, making him a senior 4th rank extraordinary goalkeeper. With his highly concealed vacuum blade, he has eliminated countless competitors for his family over the years. Although he is now declining in health and vitality, he is not someone Su Che can easily take advantage of. There must be some reason why they can't respond. That must be it. Liu Bo murmured softly, as if explaining for the other person, or perhaps comforting himself. But he couldn't hold out for more than a few seconds before his face became extremely ferocious. His hands moved uncontrollably as he sent another call request, his voice low and laced with a hint of coldness. Damn it! Answer it! Answer it now! However, things did not go as planned. The call request remained as unresponsive as a pebble thrown into the sea. At the same time, the Judingshan Demon Cave, located over 100 kilometers away from Yunlong Mountain. In a dense thicket somewhere on the outskirts of the Demon Cave, a square communicator was flashing. 3 days later, the outer area of the Nine Peaks Mountain Demon Cave. Jiang Yueshi, your older sister advanced to the 9th level of the first rank just 3 days ago. You're lagging behind quite a bit. TSK, if I were you, I'd probably be too ashamed to even go out right now. I don't think you can handle this Ghostfire Lynx. I reckon your ice shield will melt away soon. Why don't you call your older sister? She'll definitely be able to handle it. High up in the tree, Su Che was giving Jiang Yueshi targeted training. With a concentrated output object, the effect is naturally very obvious. Jiang Yueshi's expression finally stopped laughing and became unusually serious. Sizzle, sizzle, sizzle. Each attack from the Ghostfire Lynx melted a fraction of the ice shield on Jiang Yueshi's right arm. At this rate, it will probably dissipate completely after a few more hits. Bang! 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 The ghostly lynx transformed into phosphorescent fireballs and continued to hurl them at the ice shield. After the final blow, the ice shield shattered, leaving Jiang Yueshi's face completely exposed. At this critical moment, Jiang Yueshi raised her left arm and swiftly swept it away. Sizzle. With a spray of blood, the corpse of the ghostly lynx fell heavily to the ground. It turned out that Jiang Yueshi's left arm had somehow formed an ice shield again. Unlike the ice shield on the right hand, the ice shield on the left hand has an edge that is extremely sharp. An offensive ice shield? Su Che's eyes widened immediately. Boom! Right after killing the Netherfire Lynx, Jiang Yueshi paused for a moment and then suddenly unleashed her power. At the same time, Su Che heard a system notification. Ding! Your disciple, Jiang Yueshi, has broken through from the 8th level of the first tier to the 9th level of the first tier. Cultivation bonus triggered. Drawing multipliers in progress. Ding! Congratulations, host, you have drawn a 50x return. Cultivation points are being returned. It's finally done. Su Che's face lit up with joy, and he immediately jumped down from the tree branch, clapped his hands, and said, The cultivation is completely over. Everyone go home and find your mothers. Chapter 120, another plaque from the first superpower university of Great Xia. The pharmacy is located on the 3rd floor of the city center of Pengcheng, inside the pharmaceutical manufacturing room. Good disciple, I'm here to test you today. Can you see the problem with the proportions of this Yuan energy pill? Although there was a thick protective suit between them, they could still faintly see Shiden's burning gaze through the glass cover. Su Che opened his mouth, a hint of helplessness and even a trace of resentment flashing in his eyes. He now deeply regrets agreeing to come over after Shiden's trial. Good heavens! The moment he stepped into the first floor of the apothecary hall, the instant his heels touched the ground, he felt a blur before his eyes. Once their vision returned, they were already dressed in their gear and appeared in the pharmaceutical room. It took only 3 seconds from entering the room to appearing in the pharmacy. It was truly a fully automated operation. But that wasn't the end of it. Before they could even figure everything out, Shiden's so-called test was about to begin. I might need to observe this for a while longer. Su Che pretended not to see Xie Deng's burning gaze, his interest clearly waning. Once this Yuan energy pill is refined, it will be yours. Noticing Su Che's expression, Xie Deng remained calm and composed, even displaying the composure of an old artist. I see. Su Che raised an eyebrow, and his pupils immediately shone with a dazzling light. His voice instantly regained its strength, and his energy returned. His eyes gleamed as he looked at the Yuan energy pill on the control panel, which was in mixing stage, and he spoke eloquently. While this formula of Yuan Nung Dan appears to be of good quality, it leads to uneven distribution of its internal medicinal power, making it difficult to maximize the efficacy of the Julin fruit. I suggest adding a few more dragon beard grasses to balance it out. Also, half a minute later, Su Che smiled and said, Teacher Xie, I wonder if I am right? Shiden did not answer. His brow furrowed, as if he were deep in thought. Thank you, Master. Thank you, Master. Oh, go ahead, go ahead. I asked if the student's point was correct, Suche repeated. Although the temperature inside the pharmaceutical room wasn't high, Xie Deng instinctively wiped away his sweat first, then nodded as usual. Not bad. Your analysis makes a lot of sense, and it's pretty much what I was thinking. When he said this, Xie Deng's voice was noticeably less confident. That's good, that's good. A sly glint appeared in Suche's eyes. Cough, cough. Xie Deng coughed twice to cover his embarrassment and adjusted his hand movements strictly according to what Suche had just said. From adjusting the proportions to feeding it into the electric furnace, the process is seamless and efficient, almost like creating a work of art. After finishing all that, Xie Deng didn't stop. Instead, he kept taking out herbs and spiritual plants from the temperature control medicine box and began to mix them. After a minute or two, Shiden raised his head again and grinned. Good disciple, let me test you again. Can you see the problem with the proportions of this essence-boosting pill? The room fell silent immediately after he said that. Seriously? You're coming again? Suche rolled his eyes, vaguely feeling as if he had stumbled into a den of thieves. As usual, this essence-boosting pill is still yours once it's made. Xie Deng didn't care about Suche's expression at all, and just kept making promises. Okay, if I'm not mistaken, the formula for the I Ching pill contains ambergris. As far as I know, ambergris is not cheap, so using it here is a complete waste of its potential. Suche quickly got into the zone. Therefore, I think that we can completely replace ambergris with an equal weight of spirit deer antler. This way, the cost of the pill will be reduced by more than half, but the efficacy will not be reduced by much. At first, Shiden was able to remain calm, but as they listened, they started nodding from time to time, and eventually it became nodding frequently. It's obvious that I completely agree with Suche's statement. This time, without even adjusting the proportions of the I Ching pill and putting it into the electric furnace, he found a few more medicinal herbs, fiddled with them, and looked at Suche expectantly, his voice slightly excited. Good apprentice, can you see the problem with the proportions of this 13-ingredient elixir? As usual, I'll give you one pill from this batch of pills once it's finished. Xie Deng continued to promise before Suche could react. Okay. A glint of light flashed in Suche's eyes. The proportions of this 13-ingredient Di Bao Dan seem to be fine, and the properties of the herbs are fairly consistent. The combination of deer antler, epimedium, euchomia, morinda root, cinnamon, aconite, wolfberry, rehmannia root, and cornus fruit is quite good, but the privet fruit. Wait. Di Bao done. Halfway through his sentence, Suche seemed to suddenly realize something. His pupils dilated slightly, and he looked at Xie Deng with a suspicious expression. Master Xie, this can't be an ordinary elixir, can it? Xie Deng waved his hand without changing his expression. Hey, they're all the same, just little gadgets to replenish qi and blood. Suke fell silent. Can it be improved? Shiden asked, his expression revealing a hint of impatience. Yes, it can increase the efficacy by at least 20%. Suche nodded, then changed the subject, but I have to take 90% of it after it's done. No. Xie Deng glared at him and shook his head without even thinking, refusing. 90% is too much. No way, absolutely not. Then give me half. Suche cut off almost half of it. Xie Deng was stunned, feeling like he had been tricked but having no evidence. After hesitating for a moment, he had no choice but to nod in agreement. All right, half it is. After saying that, he muttered to himself, I don't know why someone so young needs this treasure. Suche put his hands in his pockets and pretended not to hear. According to the latest research, men should start taking care of themselves after the age of 20. Having received the promise, Suche didn't hesitate and immediately used Breaking Illusion again to optimize the 13 flavors Brother Treasure pill. After hearing the optimization plan, Xie Deng started working on it without stopping, his hands almost smoking from all the spinning. Several hours later, Xie Deng and Suche both walked out of the pharmacy room with satisfied expressions and excited faces. Suche was thrilled to have once again obtained Yuan Nung Dan, I Ching Dan, and even the 13 flavors Brother Treasure Dan for free. Xie Ding was excited to have obtained the optimized plans for Yuan Nung Dan and Yi Jing Dan. But what excited him most was the half bottle of 13-flavored D Bao Dan in his arms. Thank you, teacher. If there's nothing else, I'll be leaving now. Su Che was already quite adept at taking advantage of others and leaving without trace. Okay, go ahead, and be sure to come back when you have time. Shi Din waved his hand, his face beaming. Definitely. A smile spread across her eyes, and she turned to leave. However, she had only taken a few steps when Shi Din called out to her, wait. Su Che turned around and asked in a nasal voice. I almost forgot about this. Xie Ding casually pulled out a light gold token from his pocket and tossed it to Su Che. Take this, your senior brother asked me to give it to you. Upon receiving the token, Su Che gasped in shock. Isn't this the sign of the Great Xia's number 1 superpower university? Chapter 121, Jiang Yueshi. This token looks so familiar. Isn't this the sign of the Great Xia's number 1 superpower university? Su Che examined it carefully, turning it over and over, and found it becoming more and more familiar. Isn't this exactly the same as the token Li Siwei gave him? It's practically identical. Oh, you know that. Xie Ding looked at Su Che with considerable surprise. You're right, this is indeed the sign of the first superpower university of Great Xia. So that means my senior brother. Su Che slowly raised his head, his pupils shining. Could it be a professor from the number 1 supernatural ability university in Great Xia? That's right, your senior brother's name is Zhuang Yan, and he is now a professor at the number 1 superpower university in Great Xia. Xie Ding answered truthfully, adding at the end, although I was just promoted this year. Professor Zhuang Yan. Weighing the heavy token in his hand, Su Che secretly marveled at how many coincidences there were in this world. He led his 3 disciples to the 9 Peaks Mountain Demon Cave with the intention of undergoing a proper trial, but they unexpectedly received a token from Professor Li Siwei. He had just returned from the 9 Peaks Mountain Demon Cave not long ago, and then he received another token from his senior brother Zhuang Yan. The key point is that both of these tokens came from the Great Xia's number 1 superpower university. It seems I'm truly destined to be associated with the number 1 superpower university in the Great Xia dynasty, Su Che murmured to himself. By the way, your senior brother said that with this token, you can go to the Great Xia's number 1 superpower university at any time to become a teaching assistant. Only then did Shi Din belatedly explain the token's purpose, but his expression was one of utter disdain. But what's so great about being a teaching assistant? If you ask me, you might as well just join Harbin Pharmaceutical Group. Although Harbin Pharmaceutical Group's main business is pharmaceuticals, it doesn't mean it doesn't have combat capabilities. Although the Great Xia elite training camp under Harbin Pharmaceutical Group can't compare to the Great Xia's number 1 superpower university, it's not much worse. Don't worry. As long as you agree to join Harbin Pharmaceutical Group with my connections, I can definitely get you the highest level of treatment in the elite training camp. Once you break through to the 4th level of extraordinary, you can even stay on as a staff member at the main base city headquarters. How about it? Want to consider it? Shi Din spoke from the heart. The meaning behind their words was the same. Being a teaching assistant at the top superpower university in the Great Xia dynasty isn't a good job. It's better to get a job at Harbin Pharmaceutical Group through connections. I'll protect you. Good heavens, is this the treatment for those with connections? Su Che was both amused and exasperated. As a conglomerate with influence spanning 5 major alliances, Harbin Pharmaceutical Group naturally possesses a strong armed force. Its elite training camps are naturally quite strong, having produced many renowned experts. Putting everything else aside, just the fact that they can receive the highest level of treatment in the elite training camp is probably far superior to that of the teaching assistants at the Great Xia's number 1 superpower university. No, I still prefer being a teacher. After thinking for only a few seconds, Su Che shook his head and refused. Just kidding. Even if the training camp has the best resources, you still have to train hard on your own, right? Nothing beats being a teacher. For someone like me who possesses the master teacher system, it's clearly the most cost-effective way to guide students. All right. Seeing that Su Che indeed refused, Xie Ding wisely refrained from further persuasion, his gaze falling on the pale gold token, with a slightly complicated expression. So, when do you plan to take the token? Where to? Of course, I'd go to the Great Xia's number 1 superpower university and become a teaching assistant. No, I didn't say I was going. Su Che smiled faintly. I don't want to be a teaching assistant. I want to be a teacher. I not only want to be a teacher, but a star teacher, so... The voice paused slightly before reappearing, its tone even more resolute. I will break through to the extraordinary realm. I will participate in the martial arts examination. I will become a teacher at the Great Xia's number 1 supernatural university, under the spotlight of everyone. The afterglow of the setting sun spilled onto the surface of Yunlong Lake, shimmering in the sunlight as dusk deepened. On the north bank of Hubei, at the Jiang family villa, the atmosphere was vibrant, with everyone's face beaming with joy. The reason is that the Jiang family has recently had 2 very happy events. The first great joy was that Jiang Lianyue broke through to the 4th level of the extraordinary realm and passed the review of the Great Xia's number 1 superpower university, thus fulfilling her wish to become a teacher at the Great Xia's number 1 superpower university. The second piece of good news is closely related to Jiang Yueli and Jiang Yueshi. To everyone's surprise, after returning safely from the 9 Peaks Mountain Demon Cave, both of their cultivation levels had broken through to the 9th level of the 1st rank. Our ancestral graves are emitting auspicious smoke. My Jiang family is about to rise completely. On the sofa, Jiang Tianyang laughed heartily, his expression extremely cheerful. His face flushed red, as if he had been painted with red paint. It was excitement. There was no way he could control his emotions. With 2 happy events happening at once, he simply couldn't. Although his younger sister Jiang Lianyue had passed the review a few days ago, he was still very excited. While being extraordinary may seem glamorous, the gap between reality and expectations is actually quite large. Although the heads of the 6 great families of Pengcheng are all extraordinary, most of them are very old, and it is almost impossible for them to break through. However, those who can become teachers at the top superpower university in the Great Xia dynasty are undoubtedly superpowers with great potential, and their minimum level is generally a 5th level master. It can be said that since Jiang Lianyue successfully passed the review, the status of the Jiang family among the 6 great families of Pengcheng has risen to a higher level. Of course, the reason I'm so excited today is not only because of Jiang Lianyue, but also because of Jiang Yueli and Jiang Yueshi. Before this, he had never imagined that the 2 of them could break through to the 9th level of the 1st rank so quickly. At their current cultivation speed, I believe that before long, the 2 of them will become the 2nd or even the 3rd Jiang Lianyue. By then, the Jiang family's position will be even more unshakable. Inside the living room, Jiang Tianyang's laughter continued unabated. However, the 3 women inside the house ignored this and did nothing to pay attention. Auntie, when are you leaving for the Great Xia's number 1 superpower university? Jiang Yueli suddenly asked, a hint of reluctance in her eyes. Auntie, if you go to the number 1 superpower university in Great Xia, will we not be able to see you every day? Jiang Yueli's beautiful lips curved into an arch. For so many years, the 2 sisters had lived with Jiang Lianyue. When they suddenly heard that their aunt was going to the main base city, they were both very unaccustomed to it. Don't worry, I'll wait until the martial arts exam is over and the school's admissions are finished before I leave. Jiang Lianyue parted her red lips slightly. Besides, who said you wouldn't be able to see me if I went to the number 1 superpower university in Great Xia? With your current strength, getting into the number 1 superpower university in Great Xia is not a problem at all. When the 2's strength was mentioned, Jiang Lianyue's expression became somewhat complicated. In less than 5 months, he advanced from the 2nd level of the 1st rank to the 9th level of the 1st rank. This speed of promotion is even faster than when I was young. As soon as the words were spoken, Jiang Yueli and Jiang Yueshi's eyes lit up instantly. That's right, I'm already at the 9th level of the 1st rank, so getting into the number 1 superpower university in the Great Xia is a sure thing. Thinking of this, the 2 of them suddenly felt less upset. By the way, Annie, didn't you just say that the university professor gave you a token after your application was approved? Can I see it? I've never seen it before. Jiang Yueshi has big, sparkling eyes. Of course, no problem. Jiang Lian smiled indulgently, and with a flick of her wrists, a pale gold token appeared in her palms. The moment Jiang Yueshi saw the token, her eyelashes fluttered and she immediately covered her mouth in surprise. This token looks familiar. I think I've seen it before. Chapter 1:22 Uncle Lu is dead, but Suche is safe and sound. Jiang family villa. Staring at the pale gold token in her aunt's hand, Jiang Yueshi blinked repeatedly, a very strong feeling suddenly rising in her heart. I'm sure I've seen this token somewhere before, and it must have been recently, but I can't quite remember where I saw it before. Following Jiang Yueshi's gaze, Jiang Yueli's brows also furrowed slightly. Reminded by Jiang Yueshi, she also felt that the pale gold token in front of her was somewhat familiar. Jiang Lianyue smiled and shook her head. You've seen it? You must be mistaken. This is a token that only professors at the Great Xia's number 1 superpower university can possess. No. Aunt, you have to believe me. I must have seen it somewhere before. Jiang Yueshi shook her head vigorously, her eyes fixed on the pale gold token. Okay, I've met you before. Although Jiang Lianyue said this, she didn't really take it seriously. Really, if you don't believe me, ask my older sister. She's definitely seen it too. Jiang Yueshi was still not to be outdone. Swish! 2 pairs of eyes immediately focused on Jiang Yueli's face. Jiang Yueli remained silent, her brows furrowing even deeper. See? I told you you were mistaken. Jiang Lianyue patted Jiang Yueshi's head and casually put the token into her pocket. It was this action that made Jiang Yueli blink hard. It was like lightning piercing through the thick fog in my mind, instantly bringing back everything. I remember now. I remember everything. Jiang Yueshi stood up straight. I saw this token on teacher Su Che on the night of the trial in the Nine Peaks Mountain Demon Cave. These words seemed to possess some kind of immobilizing power, causing both Jiang Lianyue and Jiang Yueli to freeze in shock. But just half a second later, Jiang Lianyue shook her head again. Impossible, you must be. Little aunt. However, before he could finish speaking, he was interrupted by Jiang Yueli's voice. Jiang Lianyue asked in a nasal voice. Aunt, Yueshi seems to be right. I saw it too, Jiang Yueli said softly. Upon hearing this, the room fell silent, and the atmosphere seemed to freeze. Although the sound wasn't loud, the effect was explosive, especially for Jiang Lianyue. I wouldn't believe Jiang Yueshi if she said she'd seen her alone, but if Jiang Yueli was added to the list, it would be a different story. Real. Seemingly finding the matter too unbelievable, Jiang Lianyue subconsciously pressed for more information. The tokens are indeed 80% similar. Jiang Yueli nodded emphatically. See? I told you I'd seen it before. Jiang Yueshi looked very smug, completely unaware of Jiang Lianyue's incredulous gaze. How is this possible? How could Suche have a token? At this moment, Jiang Lianyue finally lost all composure. Her temples throbbed, and her head was buzzing. The image of Suche, which had gradually faded from her mind after he advanced to the Fourth Order Transcendent, became clearer and clearer until it occupied her entire mind. Even when I learned that Suche had reached the 9th level of the 3rd rank some time ago, I was not as moved as I am now. This is a token that only professors at the Great Xia's number 1 superpower university can possess and be granted. This is not just a token. It is a certificate for registering at the first superpower university of Great Xia. I was awarded the token because I passed Professor Zhuang Yan's assessment. But here's the question. Where did Su Che get the token? Do you know where your teacher, Su Che, got his token from? Her dry throat bobbed as she suppressed the pounding emotions in her heart and pressed for an answer. I don't know. Jiang Yueshi answered truthfully. It was already late at night, and when we arrived, only teacher Su Che was left at the scene. Jiang Lianyue looked puzzled. That night, teacher Su Che was ambushed. When we arrived, we didn't see anything except this token, Jiang Yueli explained succinctly. Teacher Su Che was ambushed. What happened? Jiang Lianyue's pupils suddenly contracted, and her voice subconsciously rose 8 octaves. What? Teacher Su Che was attacked. Who did it? Upon hearing the keyword Su Che, Jiang Tianyang, who was standing nearby, suddenly looked over reflexively. Let me speak. Jiang Yueshi raised her hand and volunteered. So, on the very night we arrived at the Nine Peaks Mountain Demon Cave for the trial, we went to bed early because we were very tired from the day. Just as we were fast asleep, we suddenly heard the sound of fighting. He spoke for more than 3 minutes straight, explaining almost every detail clearly. The man in gray, a naturalist. His cultivation level should be at the 3rd rank, 9th level. After listening to Jiang Yueshi's account, Jiang Tianyang unconsciously repeated the words, his pupils gradually narrowing. Having analyzed this far, the truth doesn't seem too hard to guess. Turning to look at Jiang Lianyue, their eyes met, and both confirmed their guesses from the other's eyes. It is quite clear who the person who has a grudge against Su Che and is capable of sending a 3rd tier, 9th level natural type ability user is. After a moment of contemplation, Jiang Tianyang's eyes flickered, and he quickly dialed a number. Check the recent activities of all 3rd tier, 9th level members of the Liu family, especially those who have had contact with Liu Bo. Now, immediately, investigate right now. Tell me as soon as you find out anything. By the way, also spread the word that Su Che is an important guest of the Jiang family. Anyone who touches Su Che is going against the Jiang family. At the same time, the Liu family villa is located no more than 5 kilometers away from the Jiang family villa in a straight line. Inside the quaint study, Liu Bo and Liu Lin were sitting facing each other, and no one spoke at the moment, creating a slightly oppressive atmosphere. Liu Bo remained silent with his head down, while Liu Lin tapped his fingers on the table with a deep expression. A moment later, Liu Lin snorted coldly. If I hadn't asked where Uncle Liu went, would you still have kept it from me? Liu Bo remained silent, but lowered his head even further. Seeing that Liu Bo wouldn't utter a sound despite 3 blows, Liu Lin's anger surged, and he slammed his fist on the table and stood up. It's been almost a week since I've been able to contact Uncle Liu. Don't you realize something's wrong? Sometimes I really wonder what's going on in your head. Even a pig could tell that if we haven't been able to get in touch for so long, something must be wrong. Liu Lin's face was full of disappointment and frustration. Liu Bo remained silent, his head almost buried in his neck. Buzz. At that very moment, the communicator that Liu Lin had placed on the table vibrated. Explain. Liu Lin answered the call the moment the vibration started. As he listened, Liu Lin's expression grew increasingly grim, eventually turning almost ashen. Dad, is there any news? Liu Bo asked, forcing himself to speak. Liu Lin glanced at Liu Bo indifferently, leaned back, and sighed softly. Breaking news. Uncle Liu's communicator has been found, but he himself has not been found. If nothing unexpected happens, he is most likely dead in the Nine Peaks Mountain Demon Cave. Liu Bo's expression changed slightly, and he clenched his fists and then opened them again. What about Su Che? Liu Lin gave Liu Bo a deep look, then spoke calmly and softly. Su Che is safe and sound. Chapter 123, The Mysterious Black Envelope, to be opened by Su Dachuan, The Liu Family Study. Su Che is safe and sound. Liu Lin's voice wasn't loud, but it sounded like a thunderclap to Liu Bo's ears. A tremendous shock and astonishment burst forth on his face without any attempt to conceal it, making his expression incredibly complex. How could this be? Uncle Liu is dead, so why is he all right? Liu Bo's speech involuntarily quickened, and his complexion visibly worsened than if he were constipated. He arranged for Uncle Liu to kill Su Che, but Su Che was unharmed while Uncle Liu died. It should be noted that Uncle Liu's combat strength is among the top in the family's guards. This is even worse than losing both your wife and your army. No, to be precise, losing both wife and army is not even 1/10 of the reason. In that instant, Liu Bo recalled the scene of his right eyelid twitching wildly and felt a chill run down his spine. It turns out that the saying passed down from the ancients was not superstition. You're asking me? How would I know? Liu Lin braced himself on the table and stood up abruptly, staring at Liu Bo until the latter's gaze shifted away before speaking. This time you have greatly disappointed me. Liu Bo lowered his eyes and slumped down. Dad, I was wrong. What did you go wrong? Liu Lin's voice was authoritative without being angry. I shouldn't have sent Uncle Liu to kill Su Che, otherwise Uncle Liu wouldn't have met with this accident. Liu Bo's hands were bulging with veins. Wrong. Killing Su Che who has no background, is nothing. Lu Lin's eyes flickered, his voice low and deep. Your mistake was being too arrogant. Your mistake was sending only Uncle Lu to kill Su-Che. Even a lion uses its full strength to hunt a rabbit, let alone kill someone. If it were me, I wouldn't just send Uncle Lu. I would also send 2 additional third-tier, 9th-level experts to oversee the mission. That way, I could ensure that no unexpected situations arise. And even if unexpected situations do occur, we wouldn't be as passive as we are now, completely unaware of the situation. Boom! These words struck Lu Bo like a thunderbolt, his brain feeling as if it had been electrified. In an instant, it felt as if a tsunami had swept through his heart, and he was unable to calm down for a long time. It was like a switch had been flipped, and my whole being was elevated as a result. Only now do I realize how stupid I've been. It turns out there's so much to learn about murder. You were wrong not only because you were arrogant, but also because you had no sense of risk at all. Did you think that by giving Uncle Lu a few days off and deliberately not contacting him, no one would be able to find out? Lu Lin sneered. If it were me, putting aside the 2 of you who are hidden at the 3rd level of the 9th realm, I would find an excuse to publicly drive Uncle Lu out of the Lu family, so that even if something happens, it will have nothing to do with my Lu family. Lu Bo's eyes widened as if he had opened the door to a new world, greedily absorbing the knowledge. Taking in Lu Bo's expression, Lu Lin's complexion improved slightly. All right, that's the end of this matter. I will announce to the public that Uncle Lu is missing and report it to the police. Remember that. No. Lu Bo hesitated before agreeing, but his expression suggested he wanted to say something more. Speak your mind, or shut up. Lu Bo gritted his teeth. Dad, do you think Uncle Lu's death might be related to Su-Che? Is it possible that Su-Che killed Uncle Lu? Although this speculation was extremely far-fetched, his repeated attempt to target Su-Che had yielded no results, which led him to consider this idea. Laugh! Lu Lin immediately sneered. There's no way he can kill Uncle Lu, unless he's a genius who has special abilities before even advancing to the 4th level of transcendence. Hearing this, Lu Bo's expression softened considerably, but he still asked with unease, what if Su-Che really is him? Really? Lu Lin paused, seemingly seriously considering the question, and after a few seconds spoke softly. If Su-Che is truly a genius of this caliber, as long as he doesn't perish, our Lu family will be finished sooner or later. After saying that, Lu Lin laughed first. There are only a few geniuses like this in the main base city, let alone in our Pengcheng. Don't think too much about it. That's enough. I am tired. You can leave now. Upon hearing this, Lu Bo remained motionless. Is there anything else? Lu Bo gritted his teeth. Dad, I want Su-Che dead. I can't live without Su-Che dead. All that buildup was for this one sentence. It would have been fine if he hadn't intended to kill Su-Che before. But the result of his murderous intent was that Uncle Lu died, but Su-Che was still alive. He couldn't swallow this insult. Have you thought this through? Do you really want to kill Su-Che? Lu Lin didn't seem surprised by Lu Bo's request. I'm sure. Lu Bo's voice was without the slightest hesitation. After giving Lu Bo a deep look, Lu Lin suddenly grinned and said, Okay, I agree. Dad. Lu Bo was taken aback, seemingly not expecting his father to agree so quickly. Just a teacher with no power or influence. Killing him is fine. Lu Lin waved his hand, his tone extremely domineering. Thank you, Dad. Lu Bo's eyes burned with fervor, and hope rekindled in his heart. He believed that as long as his father took action personally, Su-Che would definitely not survive. Buzzing. At that moment, the communicator on the table rang again. What is it? Upon seeing the number, Lu Lin turned on the speakerphone. Master, I just received news that the Jiang family is using all their connections to investigate our Lu family. A slightly hoarse voice came from the other end of the communicator. What? Lu Lin's expression suddenly changed. The Jiang family? Has Jiang Tianyang gone mad? What are they investigating? Master, the Jiang family is investigating the movements of all 3rd-tier, 9th-level members of our Lu family over the past week. Upon hearing this, Lu Lin and Lu Bo exchanged a glance, both seeing a hint of understanding in each other's eyes. The Jiang family is after Uncle Lu. Understand. Is there any other news? He couldn't help but purse his lips, but Lu Lin's tone remained completely normal. Master, the Jiang family has also spread the word that Su Che is an important guest of the Jiang family, and anyone who touches Su Che is going against the Jiang family. Lu Lin's pupils dilated sharply, and he stood up straight from his seat with a whoosh, his expression extremely solemn. As the head of the family, he knew better than anyone the significance of those words. This is practically no different from publicly announcing that Su Che is a member of the Jiang family. Dad, you just promised. Lu Bo wasn't stupid. He had already sensed that something was wrong. Lu Lin completely ignored this, his voice low and urgent. This is troublesome. I need to contact you, Master Song, immediately to discuss this further. Unit 1, Building 13, Tien Tanjuan Community. Su Che stood alone in front of the door. Because it was already late, he didn't inform Su Dachuan this time, and only planned to go home and get a good night's sleep. He was exhausted after those few days in the Nine Peaks Mountain Demon Cave. With a click, the door opened. The moment the door was opened, an envelope that had been tucked under the door suddenly fell to the ground. Noticing the envelope at his feet, Su Che let out a soft sound of doubt. The envelope at my feet was completely black with no writing on it, except for a simplified Chinese character stamped on it with red sealing wax. Who sent it? Picking up the envelope, it felt heavy and of good quality. Turning it over, Su Che's pupils suddenly contracted. The back of the envelope was prominently engraved with a line of small gold characters. To be opened by Su Dachuan. Chapter 124, The Jiang Sisters Advance to the Second Tier. Their traits are paralysis and slowness. At home, Su Che sat upright at the dining table, his fingers constantly stroking the surface of the black envelope, as if he was seriously thinking about something. To open or not to open? Su Che's gaze fell once again on the small characters personally addressed to Su Dachuan. He paused in his work, already having made up his mind. When a person is hesitant, it is often best to follow the first thought that comes to mind. Su Che's first thought was to take it apart. The character Su on the sealing wax stamp reminded him of the Su family in the main base city. He would never let go of any news about the Su family in the main base city. Dad shouldn't blame me. Even if he does, he wouldn't be able to bring himself to hit me. Yeah, that's it. Making a quick decision in his mind, Su Che pinched the envelope with both hands and gently rubbed it, causing the sealing wax to burst open instantly. Half a piece of white letter paper quietly peeked out from the black envelope, and densely packed small characters could be faintly seen through the light. Call. Taking a deep breath to calm himself down, Su Che slowly pulled out the letter and carefully unfolded it. The moment the letter was unfolded, densely packed, delicate handwriting came into view. The very first sentence caused Su Che's pupils to dilate uncontrollably. Brother, this is your younger sister, Wanjun. I've lost count of how many years I've written to you this year, but I'm not even sure if you'll ever see this message. Big brother? Could this be? Successe eyebrows twitched involuntarily. Owned. Calling Su Dachuan Big Brother makes him his aunt. I actually have a younger aunt. Then why didn't father mention it last time? Successe eyebrows furrowed slightly. From his father Su Dachuan's monologue that day, he learned that he had two uncles in the main base city. But almost nothing was mentioned about her aunt. Never mind, I'll watch it first. Shaking his head, Su Che continued to look downwards. Brother, although I'm not sure you'll read this letter this year, I still want to tell you what's on my mind. Since you left home, I've rarely been back, and I feel like the whole family has changed. My second and third brothers are no longer as harmonious as before. They seem like enemies. I am powerless to do anything about it. Sometimes I wish you could come back, but I know that my thoughts are a bit too selfish. I've been investigating Yinchio's case for years, but I always feel like there's a layer of mystery preventing me from getting close to the truth. Although you might not believe it, Big Brother, according to my investigation, second and third brothers aren't really involved in this matter. Also, although I haven't found out the truth, I already have some guesses about what happened to Sister Yinchio. Whoosh! Upon seeing this, Su Che's heart skipped a beat, and his hands trembled violently. The truth. Su Che narrowed his eyes as he repeatedly read the last paragraph. It seems my aunt has clearly found out something. Suppressing his thoughts, Su Che continued reading. Brother, father's old injury flared up again this year, and his condition is very bad. He has spent almost half the year in bed. This summer may be Father's last birthday celebration, still on August 28th. If possible, I would really like you to come. My current address is Best Wishes, Wanjun. Grand birthday, August 28th. Suche's gaze remained fixed on the letter, but his thoughts had already drifted away as he murmured to himself. I gently folded the letter and put it into the envelope, wanting to put it down, but my hands remained tightly clenched. The contents of the envelope kept replaying in my mind until they filled my entire brain. After a long while, Suche picked up the envelope again and put it in his pocket, having already made a decision in his heart. I must attend this birthday banquet. First of all, I was with the Su family in the main Bay City sooner or later anyway. In the letter, my aunt said she had some guesses about the truth, which gave me another reason to go. Secondly, August 28th is an absolutely perfect date, because August 28th is just a few days before the start of the new semester for most universities. And the location of the Great Xia's #1 superpower university happens to be in the main Bay City. After breaking through to the 4th level of the extraordinary realm, I will definitely have to go to the first superpower university in the Great Xia dynasty to register. It won't be difficult to attend a birthday banquet on the way to register. However, all of this is predicated on breaking through to the 4th level of transcendence. Looks like we need to speed things up. Thinking of this, Suche slowly stood up and walked towards the room without saying a word. Swish, swish, swish. Outside the window, the night sky is dotted with stars. Inside, Suche writes with sweat pouring down his face. Half an hour later, a superlimit improvement plan for Jiang Yueli and Jiang Yueshi was freshly released. Perfect. After finishing writing the training plan, Suche carefully checked it again and nodded in satisfaction, a slight smile slowly curving upwards at the corners of his mouth. At the same time, Jiang Yueli and Jiang Yueshi, who were fast asleep, suddenly trembled for no apparent reason. The next morning, just as dawn was breaking, while Yi Shuangyue, Jiang Yueli, and Jiang Yueshi were still fast asleep, they all received a message from Suche. The message was simple, so simple that it consisted of only one sentence, but every word carried immense weight. Plans have changed, vacation is canceled, head to the Nine Peaks Mountain Demon Cave immediately. Upon seeing this message, Yi Shuangyue immediately began packing without hesitation. But when Jiang Yueshi saw the news, she was stunned and almost burst into tears. However, before she could even cry out, she was grabbed by the excited Jiang Yueli. As the sun and moon revolved, more than half a month passed in the blink of an eye. Suche led Class 18 into the Jioding Mountain Demon Cave and never came out again. It was a comprehensive trial, more than 10 times more intense than before. But the effect was also very obvious, with the strength of the three of them improving rapidly at a visible speed. Click! The gears of time seemed to be stuck at the right point. This day happened to be 1 month before the martial arts exam. It was on this very day. Ding Jiangyu Li's B-level ability, Purple Flame Thunder, has successfully evolved into an A-level ability, Purple Fiend Thunder. Ding! Your disciple, Jiang Yueli, has broken through from the 9th level of the 1st tier to the 1st level of the 2nd tier. Cultivation bonus 3 gret. Drawing multipliers in progress. Ding! Congratulations, host, you have drawn a 50x return. Cultivation points are being returned. Ding! Detection indicates Jiang Yueli's trust level with the host has exceeded 80. Attribute extraction in progress. Ding! Congratulations, host, you have drawn the trait. Paralysis. Ding! Jiang Yueshi's B-level ability, Ice Soul Crystal, has successfully evolved into an A-level ability, Ice Prison Crystal. Ding! Your disciple, Jiang Yueshi, has broken through from the 9th level of the 1st tier to the 1st level of the 2nd tier. Cultivation bonus 3 gret. Drawing multipliers in progress. Ding! Congratulations, host, you have drawn a 50x return. Cultivation points are being returned. Ding! Detection indicates Jiang Yueshi's trust level with the host has exceeded 80. Attribute extraction in progress. Ding! Congratulations, host, you have drawn the trait. Slowness. The moment the notification tone ended, Suche abruptly opened his eyes, his voice trembling with suppressed excitement. This day has finally come. Boom! Boom! The next moment, two powerful energies instantly poured into his body. The situation at Judingshan Demon Cave has changed dramatically. Chapter 125 Breakthrough and Advancement. Fourth Order Transcendent Realm. Judingshan Demon Cave is the premier high-level demon cave in Pengcheng. The atmosphere inside the demon cave is usually very oppressive. There isn't even a bird chirping. Because there are no normal birds in the demon cave anymore, only flying ferocious beasts. Thanks to their altitude advantage, these flying beasts are usually quite calm, as the aftershocks of the battle below do not affect them at all. Unless the large tree it inhabits is cut in half, it won't budge an inch. But today, at this very moment, in the center of the outer area of the Nine Peaks Mountain Demon Cave, countless flying ferocious beasts swept across the sky, fleeing in all directions from the center, looking like a refugee. After the fastest flying beast passed, a large number of ground beasts surged out in unison. The number of ferocious beasts was astonishing, and their species were incredibly diverse, ranging from high-grade third tier to low-grade first tier. These ferocious beasts all share one common characteristic. That is, they all fled in panic as if they had encountered an enemy more terrifying than their natural enemy. The once flat bushes and ground were instantly trampled into pieces and turned into a muddy mess. Among the ferocious beasts, one could even see the dark gold deer and the blazing lion ice, which are at opposite ends of the food chain, running side by side without even glancing at each other. This is enough to prove how terrifying the being behind us is. Not far behind a large number of ferocious beasts, energy ripples that were almost tangible were rapidly spreading outwards. This is the source of fear for all the ferocious beasts. Boom! The once calm area surrounding Jioding Mountain was now thrown into complete chaos by the massive earthquake. This strange tremor quickly attracted the attention of the adventurer teams on the outskirts. The moment they saw the source of the tremor, every single member of the team gasped in unison. Oh no, it's a beast tide. Run. Damn it, what kind of beast tide is this? How come there are beasts ranging from Tier 1 to Tier 3? This doesn't make sense. Are you fucking crazy? Why do you care so much? Just run. Within a very short time, all the adventurer teams in the outer area retreated towards the exit in perfect unison. At this moment, only one team remained in the entire outer area. Due to the team led by Su Che from Class 18 of Grade 11. Whether it's Yi Shuang Yue, who's a bit further away, or Jiang Yueli and Jiang Yueshi, who's sticking together. Their expressions were no different from those of the outer adventurer teams, and perhaps even more shocked, because they witnessed firsthand the energy ripples spreading outwards from Su Che's body. They understood that all these strange phenomena were caused by teacher Su Che. Such powerful cultivation fluctuations. Is teacher Su Che about a breakthrough again? Sensing an energy many times stronger than herself, Yi Shuangyue's eyes lit up, and she slowly uttered 4 words. Fourth Order Transcendent. That's right, this aura, far surpassing the previous ones, is definitely the kind of power that only a 4th-tier transcendent being can possess. Yi Shuangyue's gaze fell on Su Che, and a hint of joy and admiration flashed in her eyes. She was genuinely happy for him. Another breakthrough? Jiang Yueshi's mouth opened and closed, and she stammered as if she had suffered a great shock. He stiffly turned his neck to look at his older sister, Jiang Yueli. His expression extremely varied. Yes, it should be. Jiang Yueli nodded slightly, but her expression remained unsettled. The next moment, the two sisters looked at each other and saw a deep sense of helplessness in each other's eyes. Here we go again. This familiar scene is happening again. The two were all too familiar with this scene before them. There have been many times before where the two of them had just broken through, and then teacher Su Che broke through as well the next second. The same applies this time. During their battle with the ferocious beast, the two of them sensed something and finally broke through to the 2nd tier. However, before the two could even celebrate, they were once again captivated by Su Che's astonishing breakthrough momentum. Compared to Su Che's breakthrough, the breakthroughs of the two are like fireflies compared to the bright moon, tasteless to eat but a pity to throw away. With this level of breakthrough momentum, the outcome is obvious. Teacher Su Che is about to break through to the 4th level of the extraordinary realm. On the other side, at the center of the energy ripples, Su Che was sitting cross-legged on the ground with his eyes closed. His jaw clenched so tightly that his cheeks twitched, and his expression was one of extreme pain. His complexion was first brownish-red, then reddish-purple, and finally as pale as white paper. His muscles were bulging and veins were prominent all over his body, and his not-so-sharp fingernails had dug deep into his palms, yet he felt nothing. Because compared to the pain of having all the meridians in your body torn apart, these are nothing at all. At this moment, Su Che couldn't even roar. His chest heaved violently, making a broken bellows sound. The energy gained from Yi Shuangyue's breakthrough to the next level was already astonishing. This time, both Jiang Yueli and Jiang Yueshi broke through to the second stage at the same time, and their energy was twice that of before. But the pain is more than doubled. Buzzing. With each breath Su Che took, terrifying fluctuations continuously emanated from his body and spread outwards. At the same time, the pale golden dragon patterns on its body surface slowly turned golden with each breath. After more than 10 minutes, Su Che's expression gradually returned to calm. The energy that was constantly spreading outward gradually weakened until all the cultivation was contained within and could no longer be seen. 3 seconds later, Su Che suddenly opened his eyes, and his blue vertical pupils turned gold. With each breath, the dragon-like patterns on his body reappeared, and unsurprisingly, they turned golden as well. At the same time, a phantom golden dragon slowly appeared behind him, except that the dragon's head seemed to have 2 horns growing from its head. These changes instantly transformed his originally tyrannical demeanor into one of greater authority. I have finally broken through to the 4th level of transcendent. Su Che's pupils returned to normal, and he clenched his fists, his heart pounding with excitement, his voice filled with barely suppressed emotion. 5 months, the entire 5 months. He advanced from the 3rd level, first stage, to the 4th level of transcendence in just 5 months, all thanks to his own hard work. How could he not be excited? Su Che glanced subconsciously at the golden patterns on his skin, and his mind stirred. Before he could even sense the strength of his own cultivation, he immediately used breaking illusion on himself. The next moment. Name, Suke. Level, Tier 4, Level 1. Special ability, Enhancement Type S-Rank Special Ability, Great Sun Dragon. Technique, Galaxy Breathing Method. Combat Skill, Breaking Army Fist Technique. Characteristic, Dragon Pattern. Greatly enhances the host's physical defense. The enhancement increases with the host cultivation level, currently up to 800%. Characteristic, Devour. Each time the host's limbs touch an enemy during an attack, there is a 20% chance to absorb a portion of the enemy's energy and convert it into their own. The probability increases with the host cultivation level. Characteristic, Paralysis. Each time the host's limbs touch the enemy during an attack, there is a 10% chance to paralyze the enemy's entire body for 0.5 seconds. The probability and duration of paralysis increase with the host cultivation level. Characteristic, Slow. Each time the host's limbs touch the enemy during an attack, there is a 10% chance that the enemy's speed will decrease by 20% for 10 seconds. The probability and duration of the slow increase with the host cultivation level. Chapter 126, S-Rank Superpower. Great Sun Radiant Dragon. Great Sun Radiant Dragon. Upon seeing the level of his superpower, Su Che even heard his heart pound twice. Then his breathing became rapid and his heart raced. Immediately afterwards, an indescribable tingling sensation surged up from the soles of my feet to the top of my head. It's actually an S-Rank talent. This is an S-Rank talent. Su Che spread his hands and examined the golden lines on his arms repeatedly, his dry throat suddenly bobbing. When his superpower evolved from C-Rank Thorn Serpent to B-Rank Rugged Python, he didn't think much of it. But when the B-grade Zhengrong Python evolved into the A-grade Qingfeng Jiao, he had another suspicion. This speculation suggests that the A-level ability Azure Peak Dragon might evolve into a dragon during the next evolution. However, speculation is just speculation, and it cannot be taken seriously until the final reveal. Unexpectedly, the Azure Peak Dragon actually transformed into a dragon, and a Great Sun Radiant Dragon at that. A golden carp is no ordinary fish in a pond. It will transform into a dragon once it encounters wind and clouds. For some reason, this sentence suddenly popped into Suche's mind. Thump, thump, thump. Even though several minutes had passed, Suche's emotions were still difficult to calm down. After all, this is an S-class talent. The reason why S-level talents are said to be one in 100 years is naturally because S-level talents are extremely rare. In a great Xia dynasty, A-level talents are extremely rare. Once they develop, they are sure to hold important positions in key departments of the great Xia dynasty. If A-level talents are like this, then S-level talents are even more so. Once they grow up, they will definitely be a force to be reckoned with influencing the league's dynamics. The reason why Great Xia has the highest status among the Five Nations Alliance is because it has more S-level talent ability users than other alliances. It can be said that almost every S-class gifted superhuman is the most valuable asset of the Great Xia dynasty. It's no exaggeration to say that they treat it with utmost care, afraid it might melt in their mouths or break in their hands. Having an S-level talent is almost equivalent to having a smooth road ahead. Once revealed, it will surely bring unimaginable preferential treatment. I must not expose myself unless absolutely necessary, Suche silently decided. S-class talent users are very strong, but only after they have grown up and developed their abilities. Exposing oneself before one has matured is almost equivalent to a beacon in the darkness. Because S-class gifted superhumans have such a significant impact on the situation, many people are unwilling to allow them to grow stronger. The assassination of an S-class talent among the 5 major alliances is not an isolated case. Therefore, in recent years, official news has never announced the existence of S-class talent ability users. Call. Exhaling a deep breath, suppressing the pounding in his heart, Suche continued to look downwards. He was already eager to see the 2 newly extracted properties. TSK, the dragon pattern has turned into a dragon pattern. With just one glance, Suche noticed the change in the first characteristic. Of course, the transformation of the dragon pattern from a jiao pattern to a long pattern is not only reflected in the name, but also in the data. An 800% increase? That's double the previous level. If I remember correctly, the original increase was 400%, and now it's 800%, which is a full doubling. Clang! Clang! The metallic vibrato from the crossed arms was noticeable, and seemed even clearer than before. His gaze shifted from his arm to his lower abdomen, and Suche muttered to himself, I won't die if I get appendicitis, will I? What are you thinking? Shaking his head to clear his jumbled thoughts, Suche was once again drawn to the Devour trait. The name of the trait, Devour, remains unchanged, but the probability has increased from 10% to 20%, which is a full doubling. Reliable. Suche silently gave his assessment in his mind, his gaze continuing downwards, his eyes full of anticipation. The next 2 characteristics are brought about by Jiang Yueli and Jiang Yueshi. The paralysis trait has a 10% chance to paralyze the enemy's entire body for 0.5 seconds. After carefully reading the description of the paralysis trait, Suche immediately fell into deep thought, and a different kind of light quickly shone in his eyes. The ability paralysis is no weaker than the ability devour, and may even be stronger. Although the 10% chance is not as good as devour, the key point is the final 0.5 seconds of paralysis. Don't be fooled by the fact that it only lasts 0.5 seconds, which seems short and insignificant. But in a battle between experts, that half second is enough to decide the outcome. Imagine 2 enhanced ability users exchanging blows, averaging more than 10 punches per second. If someone suddenly freezes for half a second, it means they'll have to take 5 or 6 more punches from the other person. Unless the 2 sides are vastly different in strength, it will definitely be a tough fight. Jiang Yueli is really strong. Suche nodded in satisfaction. It was clear that this was an extraction of some characteristic from the Purple Heaven Divine Thunder. Not bad. Jiang Yueshi is not bad either. Suche's smile widened as his gaze fell on the trait slow. Coincidentally, the slow trait is also clearly affected by the ice barrier. If the devour trait is like cutting through a mess with a swift knife, then this slow trait is like cutting flesh with a soft knife. There's a 10% chance to reduce the enemy's speed by 20% for 10 seconds. This is equivalent to giving the enemy a continuous, slowing debuff. Who can stand that? This is not only physical torture, but also psychological torture. Two equally powerful enhanced ability users are fighting. One of them, who used to be able to throw 10 punches per second, is now only able to throw 8 punches per second, which is a huge disadvantage for him. Of course, the slow trait is clearly more suitable for dealing with nature-based ability users. The primary task for natural type ability users in battles against enhanced ability users is to maintain distance. However, due to the slow trait, flying a kite won't be so easy. If you make good use of this move will definitely become a nightmare for natural type ability users. Just as Su-che was carefully studying the characteristics, a piercing shriek suddenly came from the depths of the jungle, growing louder as it approached. Knock, knock, knock. With a loud tremor, a hideous creature about 10 meters long, with a turtle-headed lizard body covered in scales, crashed through a tree and revealed itself. My God, it's a Tier 4 low-grade abyssal dragon lizard. Jiang Yueshi covered her mouth and exclaimed, "The abyssal dragon lizard has a very strong sense of territory. It must be teacher Su-che's aura that attracted it. This is troublesome," Jiang Yueli said solemnly. Although the abyssal dragon lizard is a low-grade 4th-order lizard, teacher Su-che has only just broken through. Roar! The abyssal dragon lizard's narrow eyes locked on Su-che instantly, and without the slightest hesitation, it roared and charged towards Su-che. You've come at the perfect time. Seeing the abyssal dragon lizard charging towards him with its bloodshot eyes, Su-che remained calm and instead assumed a fighting stance, revealing his fighting spirit. The abyssal dragon lizard arrived just in time. He had long wanted to test his current combat strength. Just as the abyssal dragon lizard was about to approach, Su-che made a move. Boom! The scene was first rippled, and then a loud bang was heard. Su-che's fist struck the abyssal dragon lizard's head squarely. This punch seemed to contain immense force, causing the abyssal dragon lizard's entire body to fly backward like a kite with a broken string. It traced a graceful arc in the air before crashing heavily to the ground, raising a cloud of dust. Just as the abyssal dragon lizard was sent flying backward, Su-che heard a notification in his ear. The trait, paralysis, has taken effect. That was amazing. One shot and I got it. Not missing this opportunity, Su-che pressed forward again without hesitation. The abyssal dragon lizard wanted to react, but couldn't move its entire body and could only watch helplessly as Su-che appeared in front of it and raised his fist. This punch was like a meteorite falling, crashing down with unparalleled force. It slammed the abyssal dragon lizard's head deep into the ground. The abyssal dragon lizard twitched a few times, blood gushing from its eyes, nose, and ears. After a few habitual twists, its head tilted to the side. He died. Chapter 127, The Power of Special Characteristics Manifests. Complete repair of the cultivation technique. The outer central area of the 9 Peaks Mountain Demon Cave. The features are absolutely amazing. Looking down at the abyssal dragon lizard that had completely died at his feet, Su-che's eyes crinkled with a smile. My evaluation of the paralysis trait has risen to a new level. The moment he collided with the abyssal dragon lizard, he knew he was certain of victory. They were even very confident that they could end the battle within a minute. However, the appearance of paralysis shortened the 1-minute fight to the time of 2 punches. 1 punch sent him flying, 2 punches shattered his skull. The abyssal dragon lizard probably never understood why it suddenly became unable to move its entire body, even until its death. Tisk, it's a pity it ended too quickly. I didn't get to test the effects of devour and slow. Su-che's lips curved slightly, a sense of her sigh in his heart. Teachers X3. Accompanied by shouts, Yi Shuangyue and the Jiang sisters rushed over at top speed. Congratulations on your breakthrough to the 2nd tier, sisters. Su-che's gaze fell on Jiang Yueli and Jiang Yueshi, a smile playing at the corners of his eyes. Hey, that's easy. It's a piece of cake. Anyone with hands can do it. Jiang Yueshi looked up at the sky at a 45-degree angle, her chin slightly raised, exuding the lonely air of a master. The next second, Jiang Yueli's voice came softly. "Oh, then shall we practice?" Upon hearing the familiar voice, Jiang Yueshi's face stiffened inch by inch, and she shook her head vigorously like a rattle. No, I know I was wrong." He immediately lowered his chin, buried his head, and silently picked at his fingers. "The person has already behaved themselves. Please let them go. JPG. Su Che continued, "With your current abilities, getting into any university in the Great Xia dynasty wouldn't be a problem. Do you have a preferred university?" "Of course, it's the #1 superpower university in Great Xia." Jiang Yueshi raised her hand in response without even thinking. Jiang Yueli nodded. "That's right, we want to go to the #1 superpower university in Great Xia. Because my aunt is there. We need to go find her." Jiang Yueshi blinked and added, Su Che nodded, his expression not surprised. Jiang Lianyue has passed the review and will officially become a teacher at the Great Xia's #1 superpower university in September. It's perfectly normal for the Jiang sisters to want to go to the top superpower university in Daxia. Even without this connection, he wouldn't be surprised. As the top-ranked university in terms of comprehensive strength within the Great Xia dynasty, it is no exaggeration to say that it is the ultimate dream for all martial arts students. "Little Leaf, what about you?" Su Che continued to look at Yishuang Yue. Little Leaf. Seeing no response, Su Che repeated himself. "Oh, I'm here." Yishuang Yue forcefully pulled her eyes away from the massive body of the abyssal dragon lizard and softly replied, "My dream has always been the #1 superpower university in Great Xia." "Great. This way the three of you can keep each other company in college, but..." Su Che quickly changed the subject. "There are different levels for getting into the top superpower university in Great Xia. The difference between getting in as an ordinary person and getting in as one of the top 100 in the Great Xia martial arts examination is huge. Your goal now is far more than simply getting into the top superpower university in Great Xia. It's to break into the top 10 of the Great Xia martial arts examination's top 100 list. No, the top 3. Top 100 list of martial arts exams in the Great Xia dynasty. As the name suggests, it involves selecting the top 100 students in the annual martial arts examination of the Great Xia dynasty. These 100 students are almost equivalent to the 100 strongest martial arts examinees in this year's examination. Therefore, the competition for the top 100 list of the Great Xia martial arts examination is extremely fierce every year. Of the 100 spots, the top 50 were almost entirely occupied by high schools in the main base city. While some high schools under the jurisdiction of Weicheng, such as Pengqing, Yuqing, and Qincheng, occasionally manage to break into the top 50, their numbers are far too few. In each of the major cities, if a student breaks into the top 50, the local education department will provide the student's high school with generous resource rewards. However, after so many years, not many of the major military cities have been able to break into the top 50 of the martial arts exam. As for breaking into the top 10, top 5, or even top 3 of the martial arts exam's top 100 list, they've never even appeared once. Clear. Yishuang Yue, Jiang Yueli, and Jiang Yueshi all spoke in unison. A soldier who doesn't want to be a general isn't a good cook. How can someone succeed if they don't even dare to dream of it? Very good. There's still 1 month until the martial arts exam. I believe in you all. Su Che nodded in satisfaction, then seemed to suddenly remember something. By the way, the three of you, each of you, demonstrate your combat skills and techniques, and I'll continue to help you optimize them. Now that my cultivation has broken through to the 4th level of the extraordinary realm, it's time to optimize the flaws in my cultivation techniques and combat skills. Upon hearing this, Yishuang Yue and the other two's eyes lit up, and they did so without any hesitation. Because every time teacher Su Che finishes optimizing, they can clearly feel the improvement. Let's optimize this extreme compression breathing technique first. I just don't know if it will be able to advance to the Earth rank after optimization. Looking at his 3 disciples sitting cross-legged, Su Che muttered to himself. This extreme compression breathing technique was originally only a low-grade Xian-level technique, but after several optimizations, it has long since become a high-grade Xian-level technique, but it is still 1 step away from the low-grade D-level technique. With Su Che's current strength, It only took him less than 3 minutes to optimize the final flaw, a qualitative improvement in his strength compared to before. Unfortunately, the extreme compression breathing technique did not advance to the Earth rank as a result. Just as I expected, although Su Che was somewhat disappointed by this, he could accept it completely. After all, the gap between Xian rank and D rank cultivation techniques is too huge. It's no exaggeration to say that there's an insurmountable chasm between them. If one could advance to the Earth rank simply by optimizing flaws, that would be too absurd. To give an analogy, the material of extreme compression breathing itself is like a sharp sword made of a wooden board. No matter how you manipulate it, it is essentially a wooden sword. Optimization can only make the wooden sword sharper, but it cannot magically transform the wooden sword into an iron sword. It seems the other scenarios should be similar. Shaking his head to clear his mind, Su Che continued to optimize his cultivation technique, and the result was as expected. The techniques include Starry Sky Rending Fist, Lightning Ball, and Profound Ice Technique, as well as the Breaking Army Fist. After fixing the last flaw that could be improved, he was still stuck at the upper-level Xian rank and failed to break through to the D rank. Alright, you three give it a try. After teaching the three the optimized extreme compression breathing technique and their respective combat skills, Su Che immediately fell into deep thought. It seems that to obtain a high-grade Earth rank cultivation technique, one must first obtain a low-grade Earth rank cultivation technique as a catalyst. Pengqing should have low-grade Earth rank cultivation techniques, but it's impossible to get them for free. Even a high-grade Xian-level cultivation technique would be a family heirloom in the 6 great families, let alone an Earth-level one. After much thought, there is currently only one place where I can learn a low-grade Earth-level cultivation technique for free. Thinking of this, Su Che's eyes flashed. The number 1 superpower university in Great Xia. Just then, a system notification sounded in my ear. Ding! The host cultivation level has been detected to have reached the 4th level. The number of personal disciple binding slots has been increased by 2. Chapter 128, A Pillow for a Sleepyhead. 2 more disciples' seats. Wow, it's like a pillow being delivered just when you're about to fall asleep. How thoughtful. Su Che couldn't suppress the joy that bloomed on his lips. This was like knowing I was under the Great Xia's number 1 superpower university and offering timely help. It came at the perfect time. If you bind 2 more personal disciples, the cultivation reward each night will become 5 times higher. The difference between triple and 5 times the return may not be noticeable in the first day or 2, but the difference becomes quite significant over time. The day all 5 personal disciples are bound together, breaking through to the 5th-tier master will be a piece of cake, won't it? Su Che's smile widened, but he quickly twitched twice. In just a short while, the corners of his mouth were starting to stiffen from smiling. At the same time, Yi Shuangyue, Jiang Yueli, and Jiang Yueshi all opened their eyes, a hint of joy flashing in their eyes. The 3 could clearly feel that, after teacher Su Che's optimization, the power of the techniques and combat skills had increased significantly. Compared to the beginning, the power of the current cultivation techniques and combat skills has increased by at least 200%, which is simply amazing. It seems you've all had quite a good harvest. Su Che smiled at the group and said, "All right, now that we've finished our training, let's move on to the next task." The next task? As always, the most impatient Jiang Yueshi was the first to ask in confusion. What mission is it? Shouldn't we be going to the city to have a feast to celebrate my teacher's breakthrough to the 4th level of Transcendent? Su Che didn't answer directly, but his voice trailed off, more or less. Jiang Yueshi's eyes were full of confusion, and Jiang Yueli also turned to look over. Speaking of which, this matter really wouldn't have been possible without your help. Su Che chuckled and pointed to the massive carcass of the abyss dragon lizard. This is a 4th-tier ferocious beast. After removing the internal organs and other inedible parts, we can get at least several hundred kilograms of blood food, which translates to tens of thousands of points. We can't waste it. Jiang Yueli's eyebrows twitched instantly, her voice slightly dry. So it's time for you to step in, Su Che said succinctly. Jiang Yueli immediately lowered her head and remained silent, her fist hardening beneath her sleeve. Cough, cough. Su Che coughed a few times, his face serious. This is also a kind of training for your superpowers. As soon as she finished speaking, Jiang Yueli's eyes lit up. No problem. I'll do it. Very good. This time, Su Che's smile completely froze. Jiang Yueshi covered her mouth and chuckled to herself, looking smug. However, before he could gloat for more than 3 seconds, Su Che's voice came softly. Yueshi, your mission is also very important. Huh, I have a mission. Jiang Yueshi's expression froze, and her smile gradually faded. Certainly. Su Che seemed to have prepared his answer beforehand, blurting out, in this hot weather, wouldn't uneaten beast blood spoil easily? That's normal, isn't it? That's normal. Jiang Yueshi nodded. To keep the blood and flesh of ferocious beasts fresh, wouldn't freezing be necessary? That makes perfect sense, doesn't it? That makes perfect sense. Jiang Yueshi nodded again. So, we need you to step in, is that alright? No problem. Jiang Yueshi's lips twitched, and she immediately stopped laughing. A few minutes later, the scene was filled with lightning and smoke. But if you smell carefully, you could detect a strong aroma of meat. Little Leaf, come here, you eat first. When the blood food was about half cooked, Su Che immediately called to Yi Xuanyue. Teacher, you guys eat first. Actually, I'm not that hungry. Grunts. Yi Xuanyue was a little embarrassed, but before she could finish speaking, her stomach started churning. The insults were extremely offensive. A blush immediately appeared on Yi Xuanyue's fair neck. You go first. This was specially prepared for you. He valued Yi Xuanyue, his eldest disciple, highly. Oh well. Yi Xuanyue smiled shyly, slowly took out a handkerchief from her breast pocket, folded it, and placed it around her neck with extremely elegant movements. Then I'll begin. Okay, no problem. Su Che was about to answer, but he swallowed the rest of his words. Because Yi Xuanyue was no longer in sight. At the foot of Yunlong Mountain, there's the Liu family villa. Sizzle. With a sharp screech of brakes, a silver-white sedan slowly came to a stop in the yard. Liu Bo, who was in the passenger seat, got out of the car first, quickly walked around to the back of the car, bowed, opened the door, and gestured for the passenger to enter. Soon, a figure completely obscured stepped out of the car. The figure slightly raised his head and quickly glanced at the surrounding environment before walking into the villa with practiced ease, with Liu Bo following closely behind. A few minutes later, in the third-floor study, Brother Song, everyone in Pengcheng's high society knows about the relationship between our two families. Do you really need to be so careful when you come to our house? It's one thing to not let Xiaobo pick you up, but you're also completely covered up. I almost didn't recognize you when you came in. Looking at Song Yi, who was constantly shedding his disguise, Lu Lin's tone was slightly impatient. Song Yi's actions made it seem as if his visit to the Liu family was something shameful. Sensing Lu Lin's dissatisfaction, Song Yi sighed softly. Sigh, Brother Lu Lin, you don't know, even though my position isn't high, countless eyes are watching me every day. There's nothing I can do about it. In short, it's always better to be careful. Hearing this, Lu Lin's expression softened considerably. That's right, better safe than sorry. It's always better to be careful. After a pause, Lu Lin's eyes darted around as he glared at Liu Bo. What are you standing there for? Aren't you going to serve your master Song some tea? They're here. They're here. Liu Bo had been waiting with a teapot in hand, and upon hearing this, he eagerly stepped forward to pour the tea. His gaze naturally fell on Liu Bo, and Song Yi understood immediately, so he got straight to the point. Brother Lu Lin, we're all family, so just say what you have to say. I'll definitely help if I can. Brother Song is so straightforward, then I'll just get straight to the point. Lu Lin picked up the scalding hot tea and took a sip. Whether it was from the heat or something he was thinking about, his expression became slightly ferocious. I admit that Xiao Bo's decision to send someone to kill Su Che was somewhat impulsive, but there were indeed reasons for it. And in the end it didn't succeed, did it? Not only did it fail, but it also resulted in the loss of a master. But who would have thought that the Jiang family would be willing to stand up for Su Che and even openly investigate our Liu family and issue warnings? It's simply outrageous. Leaving aside the Jiang family for now, Su Che simply can't save face for my Liu family. I'm thinking that Su Che is, after all, from Pengcheng's top high school for special abilities, so? At this point, Lu Lin gestured with his eyes to Liu Bo, who had been waiting nearby. Lu Bo instantly understood. His face contorted in pain, and his voice immediately trembled with tears. Master Song, Su Che has repeatedly stolen my opportunities, which is outrageous. I cannot accept his death. Please help me, Master Song. After listening silently to the father and son, Song Yi did not give a direct answer. Instead, he slowly picked up the teacup, swirled it around, and stared thoughtfully at the tea. For a moment, the study was silent, and the atmosphere was somewhat oppressive. After a full half-minute, Song Yi finally stopped swirling the teacup, drank the tea in one gulp, and spoke calmly. I can't kill Su Che. As for the rest. The voice paused slightly before reappearing, each word carrying immense weight. Anything is fine. Chapter 129 Song Yi's Decision. Recruit people from Qingsheng. The Lu family study. Although Song Yi's voice was very calm, it made Lu Bo and Lu Lin's pupils shrink simultaneously. Lu Bo immediately panicked upon hearing this. Master Song, I just want him dead. This was clearly not the answer he wanted. He had only one thought in his mind, to kill Su Che. Shut up. As soon as Lu Bo finished speaking, Lu Lin shouted at him. What do you know? Get out of here. You have no right to speak. Unlike his earlier reprimand, Lu Lin was clearly genuinely angry this time. Lu Bo's lips moved stubbornly, but in the end he lowered his head and remained silent. Lu Lin glared fiercely at Lu Bo, then put on a smile again. I'll do whatever Brother Song says. We're all old foxes, why bother with ghost stories? In fact, before inviting Song Yi, he had already roughly figured out the other party's bottom line. The reason I followed Lu Bo's nonsense before was simply to try and get more. As it turned out, it did have an effect, and he was very satisfied with Song Yi's promise. Despite his disdain for the Jiang family, he actually dared not provoke them, especially the Jiang family that had just produced a teacher at the Great Xia's #1 supernatural university. Since they dared not provoke the Jiang family, they naturally could not bring themselves to kill Su Che. However, not going all out doesn't mean letting Su Che go. With Vice Principal Song Yi's guarantee, making Su Che wish he were dead is a piece of cake. Upon hearing this, Song Yi's expression visibly relaxed. If Lu Lin insists on Su Che's death, then he will also be in a difficult position. No, didn't you see your teacup is empty, Master Song? Look at the tea. Noticing Lu Bo, who had retreated to a corner, a hint of helplessness flashed in Lu Lin's eyes. My son is good in every way, except that he's impulsive and impatient when things happen. Especially when they suffer a loss, their IQ drops drastically. Upon hearing this, a hint of grievance flashed across Lu Bo's face, thinking to himself, isn't it you who told me to go away? But he dared not say this aloud, and could only obediently step forward to inspect the tea. After taking a sip of the tea, Song Yi asked, Xiaobo, what are your plans for dealing with Su Che? A shadow of gloom flashed across Lu Bo's eyes, and without hesitation, he blurted out, I want Su Che. He noticed Lu Lin's unfriendly gaze halfway through his sentence and immediately reorganized his words. I will beat Su Che. I will reclaim the level 3 teacher position. I will crush Su Che under my feet in the martial arts exam. Since we can't kill Su Che now, this is the only way to appease him a little. Song Yi nodded slightly, but did not answer immediately. His expression narrowed, as if he was deep in thought. Soon, the study fell into absolute silence once again. But this time, Song Yi quickly gave his answer. There's only one position for a level 3 teacher per year. I can only arrange one for you next year, however. Lu Bo immediately showed disappointment, but when he heard the last part, a glimmer of hope flashed in his eyes. However, your other 2 requests may be fulfilled. Real. Lu Bo's eyes suddenly lit up, but quickly dimmed again. No, Zhangqi, Zhao Jun, and Feng Mingyuan's cultivation will only reach the 7th level of the 1st rank when they take the martial arts exam. They are no match for the Jiang sisters, let alone Yi Shuangyue. Yes, Brother Song Yi. Lu Lin chimed in. Although I'm reluctant to admit it, Su Che's disciples are indeed quite strangely strong. Xiao Bo has no chance of winning at all. During the 2nd monthly test, the Jiang sisters were already at the 7th level of the 1st rank, and Yi Shuangyue was even at the 8th level of the 1st rank. More than 2 months have passed, and the opponent's strength has increased by who knows how much. He couldn't think of any reason why Lu Bo's class could beat the other side. Faced with Lu Lin's questioning, Song Yi remained calm and did not answer directly, but instead asked in return, "Do you know what just happened in Qingsheng?" Qingsheng. Lu Lin was taken aback, seemingly not expecting Song Yi to ask such a question, but still answered truthfully, "I know. I heard that a level 2 beast tide has occurred, and the Pengqing government has even formed a rescue team to rush to the aid." Song Yi shook his head. "It's not a level 2 beast tide. The latest news is that the level 2 beast tide was just a disguise. This time it's actually a level 1 beast tide. Qingsheng has already entered a state of high alert." "What? A level 1 beast tide? My God, it's been so many years since a level 1 beast tide has occurred." Lu Lin's expression changed drastically, filled with disbelief. But Lu Lin quickly came to his senses, his face still full of doubt. "This doesn't seem to have anything to do with what we were just talking about, does it?" "No, it's not just related. It's extremely related." A slight smile slowly curved upwards at the corners of Song Yi's lips. "You should know very well what level 1 alertness means, right?" "Understood. Cease all production activities, follow official instructions, and orderly enter the air raid shelters for refuge, etc." At this point, Lu Lin seemed to suddenly realize something, his eyes flashing with an extremely bright light, and his lips moved. "Under level 1 alert, wouldn't the martial arts exam in Qingsheng be?" "That's right." A glint flashed in Song Yi's eyes. The Qingsheng Education Department just announced that due to force majeure, this year's Qingsheng will be absent from the Unified Martial Arts Examination, and all graduating students will have to postpone their participation for 1 year. Upon hearing this, Lu Bo seemed to realize something, and his breathing became slightly rapid. Zhang Qi, Zhao Jun, and Feng Mingyuan naturally have no chance of defeating Yishuang Yue and the Jiang sisters, but the geniuses of Qingsheng may be a different story. Before Lu Bo could wait long, Song Yi quickly revealed the whole story. "One of my senior classmates from university is the principal of Qingsheng No. 1 Experimental Middle School. This year, their school produced 3 peerless geniuses with A-level talent, who just broke through to the 8th level of the first rank a few days ago. They were hoping to finally make it into the top 50 of the Great Siam Martial Arts Examination's top 100 list, but unexpectedly encountered a level 1 alert. My senior asked me what to do, and my suggestion was..." After a pause, Song Yi's voice came out. "Since we can't participate in the martial arts exam in Qingsheng, then participating in Pengqing is just as good." Lu Bo's pupils immediately contracted into slits. With his gaze fixed on Lu Bo, Song Yi continued, "I plan to transfer these 3 geniuses to your class. With these 3 geniuses, your class 1 will be no different from class 18. In addition, half of the teachers in the entire martial arts exam preparation class are my people. I can get them to cooperate with you and use a 2-pronged approach. Winning against Su Che's class shouldn't be a problem. Once you defeat Su Che, I'll find a pretext to transfer Su Che out of the martial arts exam graduating class, so he'll never have a chance to become a university teacher." Gurgle. Lu Bo's dry throat suddenly bobbed, his voice slightly hoarse. "Master Song, is it really possible? Are the rules really allowing it?" "Rule?" Song Yi smiled coldly. "The rules only apply to ordinary people. The strong can ignore the rules." Yes, that's it." Lu Lin excitedly picked up the teapot and gulped down a large mouthful, still very excited. This is wonderful. This is wonderful. By the way, what if Su Che goes crazy and seeks help from the Jiang family if we target him like this?" Lu Lin frowned. "We're not afraid, but we're afraid they'll target you, given your position." "The Jiang family?" Song Yi shook his head dismissively. "Although I can't do anything to the Jiang family, the Jiang family can't do anything to me either. I haven't been wasting my years in the education system. Unless what? Nothing." Song Yi waved his hand dismissively. "Unless Su Che can directly contact the director of the education department of Pengqing." At this point, Song Yi almost burst out laughing. But as for him, you're right. How could that kid Su Che possibly have any contact with Director Yu Yang?" Lu Lin burst into laughter. "Ha!" Lu Bo followed with a loud laugh. The Lu family study was immediately filled with laughter and cheerful conversation. Chapter 130, Shocking New Rules for Martial Arts Examinations. Shocking all sides. Pengqing, the first special ability senior high school. With only a month left until the martial arts exam, the atmosphere of the school has become surprisingly relaxed. There are no longer any students rushing to pack their meals in the cafeteria, and no classrooms have their lights on late at night. The reason for this is not because the teachers of the martial arts exam preparation classes have changed their minds, but because the vast majority of martial arts exam preparation classes are not held in schools. The last month before the martial arts exam is the annual practical training period for the exam. At this moment, most of the martial arts exam preparation classes are in various demonic caves undergoing trials. This is true not only for Pengcheng No. 1 High School with superpowers, but also for other high schools in Pengcheng, as well as for major high schools in Yuqing, Liangsheng, Yinxing, and Lansheng. The format of the martial arts exam may vary each year, but it always involves face-to-face battles with ferocious beasts. Therefore, high schools attach great importance to this final month of practical training before the martial arts exam. All the students in the martial arts exam graduating class are doing their best to improve their skills. For most ordinary families, the martial arts exam may be the only chance to change their fate. If you work a little harder now, your final ranking in the martial arts exam could surpass tens of thousands of people. This number is by no means an exaggeration. Pengcheng has a permanent population of 200 million. The other 5 major cities of Yuqing, Qingcheng, Liangsheng, Yinxing, and Lansheng have a similar population, which adds up to about 1.2 billion people. If you also include the population of the main base city, 1.5 billion is simply not enough. The total number of graduating students taking the martial arts exam in Dashio each year is almost 10 million. With such a large population base, a slight surge could easily gain tens of thousands of people. Despite the large number of people taking the martial arts exam, the undergraduate admission rate is only a pitiful 40% each year. This means that only 4 out of 10 martial arts exam takers will have the opportunity to go to university. If we calculate the college entrance rates separately, it's a paltry 6%. That means that only about 1 out of 17 martial arts exam takers can get into a top-tier university. As for the top universities, their enrollment rates are even lower, but the lowest is undoubtedly the Great Xia's No. 1 superpower university. Last year, the college entrance rate of the first superpower university of Daxia was a paltry 0.057%. This means that only 1 out of 10,000 martial arts exam candidates can be admitted to the top superpower university in the Great Xia dynasty. In today's Great Xia, getting into the Great Xia's No. 1 superpower university is about as prestigious as a carp leaping over the Dragon Gate. Even if you don't get into the top superpower university in the Great Xia dynasty, just getting into an undergraduate program is a life-changing experience. Once you successfully obtain your bachelor's degree, you will receive relatively good treatment, whether you join the military or government departments, or whether you join the FE Alliance or a mercenary group. And so, the days pass one by one. With less than a week left before this year's martial arts exam, the peaceful atmosphere was suddenly broken. On this day, the General Education Department of the Great Xia suddenly announced a shocking piece of news. That means this year's martial arts exam will undergo a major reform. Although all the major cities in previous martial arts examinations used the same virtual map and rules, their opponents were other candidates in the current city. But this year is different. This year, all 6 major cities, including the main base city, will take the test on a virtual map. In addition, this year's martial arts exam will be the first to use a 1,000 square kilometer panoramic virtual map, and the realism will be increased from the original 60% to a terrifying 100%. This news was like a bombshell dropped into a calm lake. It completely blew up all the martial arts exam candidates, including the teachers, leaving them scrambling and disoriented. This news is absolutely explosive. Almost every one of them is severely impacting the values of martial arts exam takers and even teachers. Gathering all candidates from the main base city and the 6 major satellite cities together for the exam, that would more than double the difficulty. It is well known that the educational resources of the main base city are inherently stronger than those of the 6 major satellite cities. Before, when we weren't in the same examination hall, there were very few students from Weicheng in the top 50 of the martial arts exam's top 100 list. Putting them together for the exam now, isn't that just making things worse? Moreover, Even among the 6 major cities, educational resources are not evenly distributed. Inland cities like Pengcheng, Yucheng, and Qingcheng are relatively better off, but cities like Yincheng, Lancheng, and Liangcheng, due to their geographical location, have poorer educational resources. Now all the acropolises and main base cities are being combined into one exam. For Yincheng, Lancheng, and Liangcheng, isn't this equivalent to going straight to the boss after leaving the newbie village? Furthermore, virtual maps used to be limited to a maximum of 10 square kilometers, but this time they have been expanded 100-fold. While the number of test takers on the virtual map has increased, the area has increased far too much. How can anyone take the exam like this? Putting those 2 points aside, the last change is also quite revolutionary. A 60% simulation level is already realistic enough. Every year, some candidates in the martial arts exam develop psychological problems because of it. 100% simulation? That means if you die in a virtual network, it will be no different from a real death. It's easy to imagine that this single change would scare away many martial arts exam candidates. Even if a student who hasn't yet taken a break from their studies has a high level of cultivation, their psychological resilience is far inferior to that of a soldier on the front lines of the border. For a time, almost the entire internet was discussing the new rules for the martial arts exam. It's over, it's all over. Taking the exam with people from the main base city? This is hopeless. Isn't this going to kill us? This year, our school spent a lot of time predicting many questions based on past martial arts exam questions. If the rules for the martial arts exam app are changed, it'll all be useless. Yeah, the key thing is that this news came out so suddenly. The martial arts exam is only a week away, and it's only being announced now? It seems really weird, like it was decided at the last minute. Have you guys looked at the dark web? I heard that the reform of this martial arts exam is related to the first level beast tide in Qingqing. Stop talking nonsense. What does this have to do with the beast tide? Believe it or not, my dad is a formation master. Recently, all of his fellow disciples disappeared. I heard they went to some new ruins. I have a feeling that the changes in this martial arts exam might be related to the ruins. The internet is filled with messages of widespread panic. However, some people remain quite calm. Qingcheng, the first experimental middle school underground air defense base. Bushui, Wuzhongliang, Jiazhangji, it's almost time. Take my letter to the school gate, and a car will take you to Pengcheng. Someone will pick you up when you arrive in Pengcheng. A middle-aged man with a goatee looked at the 3 sunny and cheerful boys in front of him with a sigh. It's a pity that the 3 of you can't represent our first experimental middle school in a martial arts exam. But it's okay. Gold shines wherever it is. I believe you will definitely be able to break into the top 50 of the top 100 in this martial arts exam. Good luck. We definitely will, the 3 said in unison. Very good, go ahead. Yes. The 3 nodded and said goodbye before leaving. Once they reached a place where the principal couldn't see them, their sunny and cheerful expressions vanished instantly. Bushui, that old man is so annoying. Who wants to represent the first experimental high school? Wu Zhongliang. Luckily, they sent a car to take us, otherwise I really would have reported him. Jiazhengji. Seeing his righteous look makes me feel really annoyed. Yucheng. Inside a high-level demon cave. Boom! With a loud bang, the second-tier low-grade ferocious beast, the poisonous swamp python, collapsed powerlessly, kicking up a cloud of dust. As the dust settled, 3 burly figures were revealed. It refers to the 3 brothers, left, right, and forward. Gao Hua's gaze swept over them. Very good. The 3 of you were able to defeat the poisonous swamp python with your first level 8-stage strength. Your strength has improved even more than before. I believe you will definitely achieve good results in this martial arts exam. My expectation for you is to break into the top 50 of the martial arts exam's top 100 list. Do you have confidence? Yes, the 3 brothers exclaimed in unison. Okay, I believe you. Gao Huahua nodded with a smile. But when he turned his head, the smile on his face became much more serious, and his pupils narrowed as he turned his gaze toward Pengcheng. Pengcheng Lu Bo, I'm sorry, but I have to target you for the sake of rankings. Chapter 131, Everyone Breaks Through. 1,000-fold return. Main base city. The affiliated high school of the first superpower university of Daxia. The name itself suggests that the affiliated high school of the first superpower university of Great Xia has a close relationship with the first superpower university of Great Xia. That is indeed the case. The affiliated high school of the first superpower university of Great Xia is a high school run by the first superpower university of Great Xia. As a subordinate unit, the affiliated middle school of the first supernatural ability university of Daxia naturally had the advantage of being close to the source. Every year, there are many special admission slots for direct admission to the top superpower university in Daxia. There's a saying that's been circulating within the main base. Getting into the affiliated high school of the number 1 superpower university of Daxia is practically a step into the number 1 superpower university of Daxia. Even compared to other high schools in the main city, the school's teaching staff and facilities are top-notch. In particular, the teaching facilities of the martial arts exam preparation class are among the best in the industry. The first-order gravity chamber, which is considered precious and only available for limited time at Weiqing High School, is just standard equipment here. If it's an elite class, it's not unusual for a classroom to have 2 or 3 computers. The first class of the martial arts exam preparation course has 3 first-stage gravity chambers. Right now, in the classroom of Class 1, martial arts exam preparation class, a tall, elegantly dressed man with handsome features that were almost effeminate stood silently. Although it's not obvious, her eyebrows and eyes do resemble Su Che's. To be precise, he is quite similar in appearance to Su Dachuan. The man's gaze fell upon the 3 first-level gravity chambers arranged side by side in the classroom, and the corners of his mouth slowly curved upwards. The energy fluctuations around the 3 gravity chambers were very noticeable, but gradually returned to calm after about 10 minutes. Buzz! With the sound of the hatch opening, 3 blurry figures slowly emerged from the gravity chamber. The young man on the far left has blonde hair, blue eyes, and a high nose. He wears a cross around his neck and always has a smile on his face. He's clearly not from Great Xia. On the right are 2 beautiful young women with long hair who are very similar in appearance and build. The only difference between them is their hair color. One was a dazzling fiery red, and the other was a light blue. The 2 stood out conspicuously together. Besides their hair color, the 2 also have completely different temperaments. The red-haired girl's eyes burned with fury, and the surrounding air seemed to distort as the temperature rose. The blue-haired girl's expression was as gentle as water, and the surrounding air returned to normal when it touched her. The moment the 3 walked out, there was a noticeable fluctuation in the second-level cultivation level inside the classroom. Upon seeing the effeminate man, the 3 bowed and clasped their hands in unison, saying, "Teacher." "Very good." The effeminate man nodded in satisfaction, his gaze sweeping over the 3 men in succession. "William, Xiaoyan, Xiaomiao, congratulations on finally breaking through to the 2nd tier. Thank you for your guidance, teacher," the 3 said in unison. The man smiled slyly and did not continue the topic. Although the 3 of you have already obtained a quota to directly enter the number 1 superpower university in Daxia, this martial arts exam is very special. You must participate. Not only must you participate, but you must also get into the top 3 of the martial arts exam's top 100 list. I believe that with your strength, it is not difficult for you to do so. Amen. William gripped the cross in his hand and prayed, "Teacher Su, we can do it." Xia Yin and Xia Miao didn't speak, but nodded in agreement. After exchanging a few more words, the 3 of them quickly left one after another. Young Master Su Tian. Just after William and the other 2 left, a deep voice suddenly rang out. "What's wrong, Uncle Fu? Your grandfather's birthday celebration has been scheduled, and the master asked me to inform you that you need to prepare a good gift this time. It's very important." "Oh, a gift? I've already prepared one." "Young master, you mean?" Su Tian grinned, his 4th tier extraordinary cultivation subtly revealed. Naturally, it's the title of the top tutor of the martial arts exam's top 100 list. At the same time, classroom of Class 18, Pengqing number 1 high school for people with supernatural abilities. Compared to the classrooms of the affiliated high school of the first superpower university of Daxia, even the best classroom at Pengqing First Superpower High School seemed ordinary. There is no separate first-level gravity chamber here. There are only ordinary training rooms. But the energy fluctuations emanating from the classroom at this moment were astonishing. The source of the energy fluctuations was the 3 cultivation rooms in front of them. The energy fluctuations were greatest in the leftmost cultivation room, and this cultivation room belonged to Yi Xuanyue. Click. Sensing the energy fluctuations, Su Che pushed open the door to his private training room with a joyful expression. Is he about to break through again? Su Che glanced briefly at the door of Jiang Yueli and Jiang Yueshi's training room, then focused his attention on the door in front of Yi Xuanyue's room. He wasn't surprised that Jiang Yueli and Jiang Yueshi broke through at this moment. After all, it had been almost a month since the two of them advanced to the second level. With the combined benefits of the Meridian Expanding Pill and combat training, this progress is quite normal. But Yi Xuanyue is different. This is Yi Xuanyue's second breakthrough since advancing to the second tier. Even with the added benefit of the Abyssal Dragon Lizard meat, this speed is still somewhat exaggerated. It seems that the energy contained in fresh beast blood is far greater than that in frozen meat. After much thought, Su Che could only attribute the reason to this. Energy fluctuations come and go quickly. In just a few minutes, the energy in the leftmost training room gradually returned to calm. The next moment, the familiar system notification sound rang out. Ding! Your disciple, Yi Xuanyue, has broken through from the second level of the second tier to the third level of the second tier. Cultivation bonus 3 gret. Drawing multipliers in progress. Ding! Congratulations, host. You have drawn a 1000x return. Cultivation points are being returned. Having only heard the first half, Su Che excitedly slapped his thigh. It's done. But when he heard the return multiplier, his whole body froze. His eyebrows twitched uncontrollably, his face filled with disbelief. 1000-fold return. If I remember correctly, the highest cultivation level I ever achieved was only 100-fold, which was when Yi Xuanyue's cultivation level broke through from the 4th level of the first rank to the 5th level of the first rank. Although there is a difference of hundreds of times between first-order energy and third-order energy, I still immediately raised myself by 1 level. Although he is now an extraordinary being, the energy required to improve his cultivation is almost 1,000 times that of the second rank. But coincidentally, it is also 1,000 times. If nothing unexpected happens. Boom! The next moment, a force powerful enough to split mountains and shatter rocks instantly surged into Su Che's limbs and bones, causing his entire body to crackle like popping beans. Since my meridians had been expanded when I broke through to the 4th level of the Transcendent Realm, I did not feel any pain this time. He actually broke through to the 2nd level of the 4th tier. Clenching his fists and sensing the changes in his cultivation, Su Che's eyes flashed with a sharp light. Just then, the energy fluctuations in Jiang Yueli and Jiang Yueshi's cultivation room gradually subsided. As if suddenly remembering something, Su Che muttered to himself, "What if I get to draw 1,000 times the reward twice more?" However, the next second, ding! Your disciple, Jiang Yueli, has broken through from the 1st level of the 2nd tier to the 2nd level of the 2nd tier. Cultivation bonus 3 gret. Drawing multipliers in progress. Ding! Congratulations, host. You have drawn a 1000x return. Cultivation points are being returned. Ding! Your disciple, Jiang Yueshi, has broken through from the 1st level of the 2nd tier to the 2nd level of the 2nd tier. Cultivation bonus 3 gret. Drawing multipliers in progress. Ding! Congratulations, host. You have drawn a 1000x return. Cultivation points are being returned. Chapter 132 4th tier, 4th level. Plans changed. Time to win the championship. Pingching, the number 1 high school for people with supernatural abilities. 18, classroom. Yay! You finally broke through. Jiang Yueshi, you're the best. After successfully breaking through to the 2nd level of the 2nd tier, Jiang Yueshi's eyes were almost overflowing with excitement. Because a breakthrough means an enhancement of one's superpowers, and an enhancement of superpowers means an increase in defensive capabilities. Increased defense makes it harder for enemies to break through your defenses, and if they can't break through your defenses, you won't feel any pain. It's practically a perfect closed loop. But soon, Jiang Yueshi, who was excited, froze as if she had suddenly thought of something. Could it be that teacher Su Che has also broken through this time? It wasn't that she was overthinking things. This kind of thing had happened far too many times before. The thought, once it appeared, quickly amplified and swirled in my mind, eventually taking over my entire consciousness. It can't be such a coincidence every time, can it? Jiang Yueshi muttered to herself as her big, dark eyes darted around twice. With this question in mind, she carefully pushed open the door to the cultivation room. The moment the door opened, his pupils constricted and he froze on the spot. What's meant to come will come. If she wasn't mistaken, it seemed that teacher Su Che was making another breakthrough. As if sensing something, Jiang Yueshi subconsciously stiffened and turned her head to her left, where she met Jiang Yueli's gaze. The next moment, the two sisters locked eyes. We looked at each other, and both saw the shock and deep helplessness in each other's eyes. Here we go again. Almost every time the two sisters broke through to a higher level, teacher Su Che would also break through to a higher level. This made the two sisters question the meaning of life. In order to break through from the first level of the second tier to the second level of the second tier, they have been cultivating day and night for the past month. Even so, he barely managed to break through before the martial arts exam with the help of the Meridian Expansion Pill. If breaking through from the first level of the second tier to the second level of the second tier is already so difficult, then breaking through from the first level of the fourth tier to the second level of the fourth tier must be 100 times more difficult. Even so, teacher Su Che was still able to keep pace with their breakthroughs, which is terrifying. The key point is that they have never seen teacher Su Che cultivate during the day. How is that possible? I suspect that teacher Su Che secretly cultivates every night without sleeping. Jiang Yueli's voice was a little dry. Jiang Yueshi nodded emphatically, wanting to say something, but after opening her mouth for a long time, she could only manage to utter, "That's what I think too." Click. Just then, Yi Shuangya, who was in the leftmost training room, pushed open the door and walked out. First, she smiled at Jiang Yueli and Jiang Yueshi. Then her gaze fell on Su Che, her eyes filled with admiration. And so, all three pairs of eyes focused on Su Che, who was breaking through to the next level. As if sensing something, Su Che's eyelashes trembled slightly, and he quickly opened his eyes, a flash of golden light passing through them. Fourth rank, fourth level. Clearly sensing his own cultivation level, Su Che's heart suddenly began to pound rapidly, and his breathing became heavier. For a moment, he even thought he was dreaming. 10 minutes ago, he had just broken through to the first level of the fourth tier of the extraordinary realm. But in the blink of an eye, he had already broken through to the fourth level of the fourth rank. To be honest, even he himself felt a little embarrassed about how much he had cheated. At this rate, his cultivation level might surpass that of Song Yi and Lu Lin in less than a year. That's the meaning of hard work. Suppressing the turbulent emotions within him, Su Che sighed inwardly. Teacher. Just then, Yi Shuanyue came up to greet them with Jiang Yueli and Jiang Yueshi. Congratulations on your breakthrough again before the martial arts exam. Su Che smiled and offered his blessings to the three of them, but then abruptly changed his tone. But the plan has changed now. Yi Shuanyue and the other two were clearly confused. Su Che's lips curled up. The plan has changed. We're preparing to win the championship. Snap. The gears of time seemed to be stuck at a certain correct point. With a crisp click, the date arrived at June 7th. Today is the annual martial arts examination day. On this day, the most precious animal is the martial arts exam candidate. On this day, almost everyone has to make way for the martial arts exam. Even before dawn, major transportation hubs were filled with personnel on duty. Large numbers of parents gathered around each high school, all eagerly waiting to see their children off. Although the martial arts exam is conducted in a virtual network. However, in order to ensure unified management and prevent unexpected situations, all candidates must be sent to a location designated by the General Education Department to connect to the virtual network. As the first rays of sunlight pierced through the clouds and fell upon the earth, high school martial arts students set off one after another. The designated location for the martial arts exam in Pengcheng is in the Eastern District, which was specially built by the Education Department for the purpose of the exam. Based on a space of 3 cubic meters per person, it could easily accommodate 2 to 3 million people. The population density here is much lower than in the old town, so there are few people to disturb the area, making it the best place to take the martial arts exam. Although the unified martial arts exam doesn't start until 10 a.m., all schools arrive quite early. It was not even 9 o'clock yet, and most of the martial arts exam candidates had already arrived. Before the martial arts exams began, the martial arts candidates from various high schools started to size each other up. But most eyes were on Class 18, led by Su Che. After all, the strength of Class 18 had already become widely known in Pengcheng. Look, that looks like Yi Xuanyue from the first superpower high school. I heard she was already at the 8th level of the first tier during the second monthly test, and winning the top spot in Pengcheng is practically a sure thing. The Jiang sisters are also very strong. They were already at the 7th level of the first tier during the second monthly test. The key is that they are both natural type. They will have no problem getting into a good university. That's not the scariest thing. The scariest thing is that the Jiang sisters and Yi Xuanyue are in the same class. It's possible that the 3 of them will sweep the top 3 spots in Pengcheng. Amid the murmurs, 3 pairs of eyes were coldly fixed on Yi Xuanyue and the Jiang sisters. These 3 gazes did not come from other schools, but rather from Pengcheng's number 1 special ability high school. The 3 were Bu Shuyi, Wu Zhongliang, and Jia Zhangji, who had only been in Pengcheng for a few days. So, are you confident you can beat them? Noticing the 3 people's gazes, Lu Bo's face lit up with hope. He held great hope in the genius that Song he had found in Qingqing. Bu Shuyi said calmly, "Only the Jiang sisters from the natural system are troublesome. If I catch Yi Xuanyue alone, I can defeat her with 1 punch." Wu Zhongliang said calmly, "Leave Jiang Yueli to me. I'll make her understand what a difference there is." Jia Jingji's face was full of confidence. "Then leave Jiang Yueshi to me. Isn't she good at ice shields? I'll show her what the hardest spear is." Excellent. As expected of Qingqing's most outstanding genius, I await your good news. Lu Bo's face lit up with joy. "If you can defeat the 3 of them, I will reward each of you with 1 million great xia coins." Upon hearing this, Bu Shuyi, Wu Zhongliang, and Jia Zhangji smiled and thanked him, but inwardly they were cursing. Bu Shuyi, "You poor wretch, what are you pretending for?" Wu Zhongliang, "What are you pretending for?" Jia Zhangji, "Trash." Lu Bo had no idea what the 3 of them were thinking. At that moment, he stared at Su Che's retreating figure and sneered inwardly. "Su Che, I'll make you regret this." Chapter 133, An Amazing Reward from the Pengcheng Education Bureau. Pengcheng, Wukao Factory. Everyone, please be quiet. Just as countless martial arts exam teachers and students in Pengcheng were exchanging information and discussing with each other, a voice as loud as a great bell suddenly echoed throughout the entire venue. The sound seemed to possess some kind of magic, and the slightly noisy scene quickly quieted down. Following the sound, a middle-aged man with wrinkles around his eyes but an outstanding demeanor appeared on the stage, wearing an executive jacket. While most martial arts students were still wondering who was on stage, teachers from various universities recognized him almost immediately. On the stage is Chun Yuliang, director of the Education Department of Pengcheng. Let me introduce myself. My name is Chun Yuliang. I am the director of the Education Department of Pengcheng and also the chief examiner of the Pengcheng Martial Arts Examination for this year's Great Xia Martial Arts Examination. Chun Yuliang's expression was calm, but his sharp eyes swept across the entire area. First of all, I wish all the candidates here the best of luck in achieving satisfactory results and getting into their desired universities. The voice paused for a moment before resuming. Secondly, in order to further motivate everyone, I will now announce a few decisions. First, all candidates who rank among the top 100 in Pengcheng in this martial arts exam will receive a scholarship of 100,000 yuan provided by the Pengcheng Education Bureau. Secondly, the top 10 candidates in Pengcheng in the martial arts exam will receive a 1 million yuan scholarship provided by the Pengcheng Education Bureau. Third, the top 3 candidates in Pengcheng in the martial arts exam will receive a scholarship of 5 million yuan provided by the Pengcheng Education Bureau. In addition to the prize money, The top scorer in this year's Pengcheng martial arts examination will also receive 3 yuan energy pills. The second place scorer will receive 2, and the third place scorer will receive 1. These words immediately turned a previously calm scene into a noisy one. The martial arts examinees stared wide-eyed at each other, clearly deeply shocked by the reward. My God, just making into the top 10 in Pengcheng guarantees $1 million scholarship. This is just too extravagant. Aren't they living beyond their means? A 100,000 yuan bonus just for making it into the top 100? That adds up to 10 million. Why are they being so generous this year? I'm not even thinking about 5 million or 1 million, but I can definitely aim for the top 100. If I can make it into the top 100, then I won't have to worry about university tuition. Not only the test takers, but even the teachers in the martial arts exam preparation classes were shocked by this news. What's going on this year? Why is the education department being so generous? The bonuses are several times higher than in previous years. It's one thing that the bonus is so much higher than in previous years, but what I didn't expect was that the education department would actually be willing to give away extra yuan energy pills. And 6 of them at once? These 6 pills must be worth several million on the market, right? It seems that the news on the internet is not all unfounded. This martial arts exam may really be extraordinary. There must be some secrets we don't know about. Taking in the reactions of the teachers and students below the stage, Chen Yuliang smiled silently. When the discussion below had subsided, he spoke again. Everyone, please be quiet. I haven't finished speaking yet. This is just a reward for the internal ranking in Pengcheng. Swish, swish, swish. Countless surging gazes instantly turned to Chen Yuliang once again. Facing the intense gazes of the crowd, Chen Yuliang remained calm and composed. All candidates present who are able to break into the top 100 of the Great Xia Martial Arts Examination will unconditionally receive a scholarship of 5 million plus 3 yuan energy pills. Those who can break into the top 50 of the Great Xia Top 100 list will unconditionally receive a scholarship of 10 million plus 5 yuan energy pills. If you can break into the top 10 of the Great Xia Top 100 list, you will receive a scholarship of 20 million yuan and a golden pill without any conditions. At this point, Chen Yuliang glanced meaningfully at all the teachers in the room and spoke calmly. If any candidate receives one of the rewards listed in the top 100 martial arts exams, their instructor will also receive the same reward, with no upper limit on the reward. Boom! There was a moment of silence. Then it erupted into chaos, a complete uproar. The scene was utterly chaotic. He became famous. All the teachers in the martial arts exam preparation class had tears in their eyes. No limit to rewards? Does that mean if I have 10 students who make it into the top 100 of the martial arts exam, I'll get 50 million plus 30 yuan energy pills? That makes sense, but then again, whoever pees yellow, wake them up. 10 of them? You think you can just fly to the moon? I wonder if it's too late to motivate the students now. I don't ask for much. Just one person breaking into the top 100 on the list would be enough. Su Che, who had been dozing off with his eyes closed because he had gotten up too early, suddenly opened his eyes wide and was no longer sleepy. Diamond elixir. At this moment, his mind was completely occupied by these 3 words. Back then, a single incomplete Vajra pill greatly increased his overall defense. If it were a complete one, wouldn't the effect be doubled? If Yi Shuang Yue, Jiang Yueli, and Jiang Yueshi all make it into the top 10, he will receive a total of 3 Vajra pills. Thump! Thump! Thinking of this, Su Che's heart raced, and he subconsciously turned his head to look behind him. As if by telepathy, Yi Shuang Yue and the Jiang sisters also looked over at that moment. Don't worry, teacher, I will definitely win you 20 million plus the diamond pill. Yi Shuang Yue's voice was full of confidence. It's wrapped up, Jiang Yueli said succinctly. Jiang Yueshi nodded vigorously. Me too. Before Su Che could speak, the 3 of them had already finished answering. Good, good, good. Su Che said good 3 times in a row, his face beaming with joy. Director Yuliang, what if someone breaks into the top 3 of the top 100 list, or even becomes the champion? Just then, a teacher from some school in the crowd suddenly shouted, Top 3? Champion? Chen Yuliang repeated these 2 words to himself, his face full of strange expressions. He said he was forced to say he was making it into the top 10 of the top 100 list, but what about the top 3 and the champion? To be honest, he had never even considered it. However, he would never say anything that would demoralize the troops. After a moment's thought, Chun Yuliang quickly made a decision. If someone can break into the top 3 of the top 100, the reward will be double that of the top 10. Similarly, if someone can break into the top 2 of the top 100, the reward will be double that of the third-place winner. If someone wins the top spot on the list, the reward will go to the second-place winner. The voice paused slightly, then reappeared with earth-shattering force, 10 times. Buzz. The atmosphere at the scene was like boiling water, already boiling over. Seeing the teachers eager to participate and the excited candidates, Chun Yuliang nodded in satisfaction. Judging from the results, morale has been fully mobilized. But soon, Chun Yuliang felt a sudden jolt in his heart, as if he had just thought of something. Could someone from Pengcheng really have made it into the top 3 of the top 100 list? But soon, Chun Yuliang laughed and dismissed the idea. Hey, what are you thinking? Based on Pengcheng's past performance, it would be good if anyone could even make it into the top 50. Top 3? Impossible. Absolutely impossible. Chapter 134. The name of the martial arts exam. Desperate survival. The martial arts exam will begin promptly in half an hour. All candidates are requested to enter the examination room in turn to connect to the virtual network. It was 9:30. Electronic synthesized sounds played continuously above the Wukow factory, giving it a distinctly AI-like feel. However, most of the martial arts examinees had no time to pay attention to these things, and they all lowered their heads and hurried to their respective examination rooms, their expressions very solemn. After more than 10 years of hard work, this is the day everyone is working hard for. No one can help but be nervous. After this day, even the closest classmates may never see each other again in their entire lives. Students from seemingly similar family backgrounds may have drastically different fates in the future. This is the martial arts exam. All instructors of the martial arts exam class, please proceed to the central virtual network hall immediately. After most of the martial arts examinees entered their respective numbered examination rooms, a broadcast came over the factory again. Keep it up. I'm waiting for your good news outside. Su Che personally escorted Yi Xuanyue, Jiang Yueli, and Jiang Yueshi into the examination hall, then turned and followed the directions to the central virtual network hall. Wow! The moment Su Che stepped into the virtual network hall, he let out a sigh. This was his first time in the virtual network lobby, and he was shocked by what he saw. It's called a virtual network lobby, but the lobby shape is more like a sphere with its bottom cut off. Standing in the center of the hall, all around you, in front, behind, left, right, and even above, are densely packed virtual projections. At this moment, all the projections perfectly combine to form a picture of blue sky and white clouds, making it feel as if you are actually there. If you don't look at the ground, you might even feel like you're having a meeting in heaven. It's somewhat similar to the giant sphere in Las Vegas, USA, but it's many times larger, many times more real. Country bumpkin. Just as Su Che was marveling at the situation, an untimely comment rang out from behind him. Su Che raised an eyebrow and turned his head. Lu Bo, his face beaming with renewed confidence, walked slowly forward, followed by 5 or 6 teachers from the martial arts exam preparation class. The one leading the way was also a familiar face. It was none other than Long Outyin, whom we hadn't seen in a long time. Oh, Su Che couldn't help but smile jokingly. Look, isn't this Mr. Lu Bo, one of the best level 2 teachers at Pengcheng's #1 special ability high school? When he mentioned the words level 2 teacher, Su Che deliberately slowed down his speech and emphasized his voice. It's not just about killing someone, it's about destroying their spirit. Lu Bo's expression changed instantly, his confidence turning into anger in a flash. Su Che, you're asking for death. Su Che, don't be too arrogant. You'll definitely regret it today. Long Outyin followed up with harsh words, but he remained firmly behind Lu Bo. Oh, isn't this teacher Long Outyin? What brings you here today? Have you finished paying off your loan? I heard you insisted on repaying teacher Lu Bo's 600,000 yuan loan. When the word proactive was mentioned, Su Che emphasized it again. Long Out-Yin's expression also changed instantly, his face turning slightly green. Proactively pay it back? What nonsense! It was Lu Bo who specifically asked him to pay it back. Otherwise, how would he have gotten a loan? Su Che's words were like a thorn in his side. Lu Bo, standing to the side, immediately lost his composure and took 2 steps forward, staring intently at Su Che. But a few seconds later, a smug look suddenly appeared on his face. Su Che, Lu Bo, am determined to beat you today. This year's martial arts exam champion in Pengcheng will definitely be from our Class 1. With a bunch of rotten fish and shrimps behind you? Su Che glanced at Long Out-Yin and the others with a disdainful look on his face. Su Che, who are you calling a piece of trash? This is outrageous. So what if your Class 18 is strong? We can still be just as good as you if we join forces. Kid, don't talk too big of a deal. Seemingly feeling insulted, several martial arts exam teachers instantly lost their temper and started cursing. Su Che rolled his eyes, too lazy to pay attention. Although he didn't know how Lu Bo had united these old men, he didn't care at all, let alone Yi Shuang Yue and Jiang Yueli. Even Jiang Yueshi could be swept aside. Su Che, don't get too cocky. Lu Bo's cold eyes flashed. Since we've come this far, I'll mercifully tell you that just a few days ago, 3 students transferred to my Class 1, and these 3 students are the top 3 geniuses in Qingcheng. At this point, Lu Bo couldn't help but purse his lips. And he's a genius who recently broke through to the 8th level of the 1st rank. After saying that, Lu Bo squinted and scrutinized Su Che, seemingly trying to see panic in the other's eyes. To his disappointment, Su Che's expression remained unchanged. Why didn't he react at all? Lu Bo's brows furrowed instantly, completely oblivious to Su Che's expression as if he were looking an idiot. Are you alright? Tier 1, level 8? That's past the current version. Even a level 8 first-tier cultivator wouldn't last a single round against Jiang Yueshi. One shield strike would knock them unconscious. After a moment of silence, Su Che suddenly laughed. Since you've told me a secret, I might as well tell you one too. Slowly leaning closer to Lu Bo's ear, Su Che spoke in a voice only the 2 of them could hear. Uncle Lu's vacuum blade has a high attack power, but its defense is too poor. He died after only a few punches. After saying that, Su Che immediately turned around and went to find a seat without looking back. Lu Bo was left standing there, his eyes glazed over, his lips trembling irregularly. As you get closer, you can hear him muttering to himself, "It can't be him. How could it be him?" 950. In each examination hall, rows of virtual pods stood neatly side by side, each containing a martial arts examinee. At this moment, all the martial arts examinees had their eyes closed, looking as if they were asleep. But in reality, their consciousness had already appeared in the virtual network. At the same moment, in the virtual network, under a gray sky, on a secluded island surrounded by the sea. In the center of the island are dilapidated factory buildings with mottled walls, and the occasional calls of birds add to the island's solitude. Swish, swish, swish. Countless figures appeared one after another. In a very short time, the island was filled with densely packed martial arts exam candidates. Many martial arts exam candidates, upon arriving, immediately raised their hands to examine themselves or their surroundings, their eyes filled with astonishment. Damn it, wasn't I taking a martial arts exam? Where the hell did I end up here? It's a 100% simulation. The senses of touch, smell, and even pain are indistinguishable from reality. My strength hasn't changed either. I'm still at the 7th level of the 1st tier. And what's it on my arm? It looks a bit like a GPS watch. As the test takers discussed the matter, a virtual image of an old man slowly appeared in the sky above the island. The old man had white hair and beard, and his clothes fluttered in the wind. He had an air of otherworldly elegance, just like a legendary immortal. But a closer look reveals a hint of liveliness and cunning in the old man's eyes. Cough, cough. The virtual old man coughed lightly and subconsciously wanted to lick his palm, but his movement froze and he put his hands back behind his back. His voice was as loud as thunder. Little ones, welcome to the starting island. I am the virtual chief examiner for this martial arts trial. You can call me Lady Kagura. I will answer all your questions. The martial arts examinees present believed Kagura's explanation without a doubt. Lord Kagura, has the martial arts exam begun? Where are we? Lord Kagura, what exactly are the rules for the martial arts exam? Someone immediately asked loudly. Upon hearing the words, Lord Kagura, Kagura was clearly pleased, and something seemed to be swaying behind her robe. The martial arts exam has not officially started yet. You're currently on the third initial island. There are 7 such islands in total. Before announcing the martial arts exam rules, please allow me to introduce another name for this martial arts exam. Kagura's long robes fluttered even without wind, and her voice was incredibly magnetic. Desperate survival. Chapter 135 Battle Royale Rules. Target, Pochinki, Pingcheng, Wukao Factory. Central Virtual Network Hall. Just as the consciousness of all the Pingcheng examinees descended upon the third initial island. Little did they know, their view was being transmitted 1:1 to the virtual light screen in the lobby. Beneath the virtual light screen are thousands of seats. Sitting in the center of the first row was Chun Yuliang, director of the education department of Pingcheng, and a group of high-ranking officials. On either side are the leadership teams of various universities. Wu Daoan, the principal of Pingcheng No. 1 High School for Supernatural Abilities, along with vice principals Lei Ming, Song Yi, and Jiang Linyue, were sitting here. It can be said that the entire first row consisted of important figures who were prominent within the Pingcheng system. The second row was occupied by important figures from all walks of life in Pingcheng who had come to watch the battle. For example, almost all of the 6 great families of the Acropolis sent people to watch the battle today. Of course, Jiang Tianyang and Lu Lin came in person. The teachers leading the regular martial arts exam classes for various universities are located in the third row and further back. Su Che, who holds the title of a third-level teacher, was naturally assigned to the center position in the third row, which was much better than Lu Bo's awkward corner position. However, at this moment, neither Su Che nor Lu Bo had time to care about the seating arrangement. Their eyes were fixed on the scene on the virtual screen in front of them, filled with amazement. This environment is so realistic, and the virtual chief examiner for the martial arts exam is so intelligent. It feels no different from a real person. From the moment the image started transmitting, Su Che's eyes never left the screen. The martial arts exam has been conducted in a virtual network for more than 10 years, but this is the first time that the virtuality has been raised to 100%. Not only that, but in the past, there was no virtual chief examiner for the martial arts exams. Each person just needed an earphone and AI to explain the rules. Actually, it doesn't matter if the rules aren't explained, because the core of the rules has been pretty much the same every year. Simply put, you get points by killing ferocious beasts. Unlike now, where there are people explaining things to you personally. A desperate battle royale. Upon hearing the name Kagura utter in the video, a hint of doubt flashed in Su Che's eyes. This was the first time he had ever heard that Wu Kao had other names. Before Su Che could remain puzzled for long, Kagura in the scene quickly began to explain the rules in detail. In a virtual network, Kagura's robes continued to flutter in the wind, her voice calm and unhurried. Kids, the reason this martial arts exam is called the Battle Royale is because this exam will adopt a brand new rule, the poison circle mechanism. Swish! At this point, Kagura waved her hand, and a map immediately appeared behind her. At the center of the map are 2 islands surrounded by the sea. The 2 islands are of different sizes, with the island above being at least 5 or 6 times the size of the island below. The 2 islands are connected by 2 long bridges, and a river runs between them. The 2 islands present a complex landscape that is both desolate and full of life. If you look closely, you can vaguely see vast plains and grasslands, as well as hills of varying heights. In the heart of these plains and grasslands, you can also see small towns made up of high-rise buildings. In addition to these, you can even see some abandoned factory buildings and tall chimneys. Behind me is the map that will be used in this martial arts exam. The map covers an area of about 1,000 square kilometers, which is enough to accommodate all the candidates in the Great Xia. The so-called poison circle mechanism is based on this map. When it came to the rules, Kagura's expression became much more serious. The map will shrink every 60 minutes, and the area will be randomly generated. There will be neurotoxins outside the circle, and points will be continuously deducted outside the poison circle. 1 point is deducted per second for each layer of poison circle, and then the deduction will double. Those who reach 0 points will be eliminated directly. The first shrinkage will reduce the area from 1,000 square kilometers to 500 square kilometers. The second shrinkage will reduce it from 500 square kilometers to 100 square kilometers. The third shrinkage will reduce it from 100 square kilometers to 10 square kilometers. And the final shrinkage will reduce it to 100 square meters. Buzzing. Upon hearing this, the candidates on the island erupted in an uproar. The rules for this year's martial arts exam are vastly different from those of previous years. A map that big is 1,000 square kilometers. Just getting into the designated area must be exhausting. Putting everything else aside, it's extremely difficult to even make it to the final shrinking circle. Lord Kagura, how do I obtain points? Is it still the same as before, by defeating ferocious beasts? Lord Kagura, how will the winner be determined after the final shrinking of the circle? What criteria will be used to determine the winner? After a brief moment of shock, some of the more quick-thinking test-takers soon raise questions. Don't rush, take it one at a time. Kagura smiled and held up 5 fingers. There are 5 ways to earn points. The first one is the simplest, which is survival points. You can earn 50 points for every 60 minutes you survive. The second type is probably familiar to you as well. There are all kinds of ferocious beasts on the island. You can get corresponding points by killing different ferocious beasts. As for the third method, it's kill points. You get all the points for each other examinee you kill. After explaining these 3 methods, Kagura fell silent. Lord Kagura, are there 2 other ways to earn points? Kagura shook her head mysteriously. It's too early to talk about the other 2 ways to obtain points now. You'll know when you've persevered to that point. Time is limited, so I'll answer the next question now. The final ranking is determined by points. The final shrinking of the circle will reduce it to 100 square meters. This 100-meter diameter area is called the death zone. At this point, killing other candidates will earn double points, which is enough to determine the winner. All right, I almost forgot something. Kagura subconsciously wanted to lick her palm again, but stopped herself as soon as her right hand was near her mouth and instead stroked her beard. You can't fight before the first round of shrinking circles. You can only kill ferocious beasts to get points. Anyone who violates this rule will be eliminated. You can only kill other examinees after the first round of shrinking circles is completed. This is very important. Kagura glanced around and asked again, "Little ones, do you have any more questions?" Lord Kagura, when a martial arts exam begins, are we randomly assigned to an island map? Or can we choose where we are? That's a good question. Kagura pointed to the candidate's watch. Open your watch, and you can see the entire island map. Zoom in and mark any location. Once the mark is successful, that will be your spawn point. Remember, never choose the sea as your spawn point, as there are neurotoxins in the sea as well. As soon as he finished speaking, countless martial arts examinees below simultaneously turned on their wristwatches, and virtual island maps immediately appeared. At the same time, in the center of the island. "Sis, I didn't expect we could choose our spawn point. Where should we choose?" Jiang Yueshi looked at Jiang Yueli with an excited expression. Jiang Yueli did not answer directly, but turned to look at Yi Shuangyue. Looking up and down at the virtual island map in front of her, Yi Shuangyue fell into deep thought. 10 seconds later, Yi Shuangyue pointed to the center of the map. "Let's go here, P City." The 3 of them were completely unaware at that moment. Not far behind them, Bu Shuyi, Wu Zhongliang, and Jia Zhangji witnessed the 3 choosing their spawn points. About 2 or 3 minutes later, Kagura's voice resounded throughout the entire island. "All right, kids, time's up. The martial arts exam will begin in 10 seconds. 10, 9, 3, 2, 1. Swish, swish, swish." The moment the countdown ended, all the test takers on the spawn island vanished instantly. Chapter 136, the top 100 list of the Great Siam Martial Arts Examination, is released. With a command from the virtual chief examiner Kagura, the martial arts exam officially began. Meanwhile, the atmosphere inside the central virtual network hall became noisy. The rules of this exam, titled Battle Royale, deeply shocked everyone present. Even high-ranking officials, including Chun Yuliang, The director of the Pingcheng Education Bureau were no exception. Because prior to this, no one in Pingcheng knew the rules of this year's martial arts exam. The name Battle Royale, is truly fitting. It really is a battle royale in the physical sense. This map is hundreds of times larger than the maps from previous martial arts exams, isn't it? These rules are simply too cruel. They use the so-called poison circle to drive all the candidates to one place, and the rules even encourage them to kill each other. Isn't this like raising poisonous insects? Compared to these rules, the previous martial arts exams were like playing house. That's for sure. The first hour was alright, but after that, it became hellish. Not only did you have to face the ferocious beasts on the island, but you also had to be wary of attacks from other examinees. And that's not all. If you were unlucky, you might even have to rush into the safe zone. You only get 50 survival points in an hour, and you can't even last a minute in the first poison circle, let alone the second or third poison circles. All the teachers present had participated in martial arts exams, but they were equally baffled by this rule. If they had participated in such a martial arts exam back then, I believe many of them would not have achieved the results they did. That's really ruthless. As Su Che continued to process the martial arts exam rules in his mind, he couldn't help but sigh. He figured out, the person who designed the martial arts exam rules must be a warmonger. All the rules are designed to pit test takers against each other. It's no exaggeration to call it a breeding ground for treacherous opponents. Not only that, Su Che even had a faint feeling in his heart. He felt that the rules for this martial arts exam were far more complicated than they seemed, and he didn't know what unexpected problems might arise later. There must be something seriously wrong with the 2 ways Kagura didn't mention to earn points. Just as Su Che was deep in thought, the panoramic light screen suddenly displayed a panoramic view of the island. At a glance, the entire island is covered with countless red dots. Each red dot represents a martial arts exam candidate. From the mountaintop ruins in the northeast to the southern shore of the military base island, almost every area has red dots. Surprisingly, previously, most people thought that the number of people in Central P City would be very large, but the number of red dots is not many. On the contrary, there are many red dots in remote locations, such as nuclear power plants and fishing villages. Clearly, many intelligent people have come to the same conclusion. After the panoramic view appeared, it did not immediately zoom in. Instead, a list radiating dazzling light suddenly appeared on the left side of the screen. Above the list, several large, golden characters gleamed brightly. This is the list of the top 100 martial arts examiners of the Great Xia dynasty. Buzz. Accompanied by a dazzling light, the top 100 list was quickly updated. First place, William. Points, 50, affiliated school. Affiliated high school of the first superpower university of Daxia. Instructor, Su Tian. Second place, Zhang Yue. Points, 45, affiliated school. Affiliated high school of the fourth supernatural university of Daxia. Instructor, Zhang Wanson. Third place, Chun Lang. Points, 40, affiliated school. Daxia 101 senior high school. Instructor, Qin Haomiao. Fourth place, Xia Yin. Points, 35. Affiliated school. Affiliated high school of the first superpower university of Daxia. Instructor, Su Tian. Fifth place, Xia Miao. Points, 35. Affiliated school. Affiliated high school of the first superpower university of Daxia. Instructor, Su Tian. 98th place, Xiang Zhua. Points, 10. Affiliated school. Yuqing Qingshan Experimental Middle School. Instructor, Gao Huahua. 99th place, Xiang Yu. Points, 10. Affiliated school. Yuqing Qingshan Experimental Middle School. Instructor, Gao Huahua. 100th place, Xiang Qian. Points, 10. Affiliated school. Yuqing Qingshan Experimental Middle School. Instructor, Gao Huahua. I will add the 300-plus words for the ranking. It's really not intentional padding. The names quickly appeared on the list of the top 100. The first name is the brightest, and it is adorned with a golden crown. The second and third place winners were slightly less impressive, and the crowns in front of their names were changed to silver and bronze. From 4th to 100th place, there are no blank spaces in front of names. Even so, it still attracted countless surging gazes from those present. After all, These represent the top 100 martial arts examinees in the entire Great Xia dynasty. This is the top 100 list. I didn't expect the top 100 list to be updated so quickly. 50 points at the very beginning of the match, and we can't kill anyone for the first hour. How many ferocious beasts must we have killed? As expected, the top 50 are almost all schools from the main base city. Look, the first, fourth, and fifth place winners are all students from the affiliated high school of the Great Xia University of Supernatural Abilities, and they even have the same instructor. Who exactly is this Su Tian? He's amazing. His gaze was involuntarily drawn to the top 100 list, and Su Che murmured softly, Su Tian. Because they shared the same surname, Su, he immediately noticed the name. He only glanced at it a couple of times before quickly looking away to find his own name. With Yi Shuang Yue and the Jiang sisters' abilities, they should at least break into the top 10 if nothing unexpected happens. As Su Che glanced at the top 10, his brows furrowed involuntarily. His name wasn't among them. As Su Che continued scanning the top 20, his brows furrowed even more. His name was still nowhere to be found. Then I scanned the top 50, but still nothing. I scanned the top 100, still nothing. There must be some unexpected situation. After confirming that neither Yi Shuang Yue nor the Jiang sisters were on the top 100 list, Su Che calmed down. He was extremely confident in the abilities of his three disciples. If they put in even a little effort, they would surely make it into the top 100. Forget it, there's still plenty of time. Rankings are meaningless before we break through the lap times. Let's take it slow. Having made up his mind, Su Che quickly stopped thinking about it. Su Che may not think much about it, but that doesn't mean others don't. At the same time, not far to Su Che's right, in a secluded corner, Lu Bo's cheeks twitched slightly, and his expression was rather unpleasant, because he didn't see his name on the list of the top 100. Why? Why didn't Bushui, Wu Zhongliang, and Jia Zhangji make it into the top 100? This shouldn't be happening. Lu Bo scanned the top 100 list up and down, but he couldn't find the names of the three people, which immediately cast a shadow over his heart. Something must have been holding us back. It must be, no rush, it's only just begun. After constantly reassuring himself, Lu Bo gradually calmed down. At the same time, Yuqing, inside the spectator hall. Great. Keep this momentum going and steadily push into the top 50. Keep it up. Seeing his three disciples barely making it into the top 100, Gao Huahua was very satisfied. After all, this is just the beginning. He believes that with the strength of his three disciples, they will definitely be able to reach even greater heights step by step. Strange, why isn't Lu Bo's name mentioned? As if suddenly remembering something, Gao Huahua couldn't help but show a puzzled expression. Although he didn't know the names of the three girls he met in the Nine Peaks Demon Cave that day, he did know Lu Bo's name. With the strength of the three girls from the Nine Peaks Mountain Demon Cave, how could they possibly fail to break into the top 100? Could Lu Bo be lying to me? Is his real name not Lu Bo? The idea took hold of my mind with lightning speed as soon as it appeared. Thinking of this, Gao Huahua felt her throat go dry. It shouldn't be that bad. There's at least that much trust between people, right? Main base city. Spectator hall. The conditions here are far, far better than those in the Acropolis. The event was more like a banquet, with red wine and snacks served while people watched the martial arts exam. Congratulations, teacher Su Tian. 3 of the top 5 students on the list are your students. You've really made a name for yourself this time. As expected of the most outstanding genius of the younger generation of the Su family, not only is your own talent strong, but your teaching is also so strong. Once you win the martial arts exam this year, you certainly won't refuse to teach at the #1 superpower university in Great Xia, right? William has been firmly in first place, so winning the martial arts exam shouldn't be a problem. It seems the title of champion team is definitely yours. People at the scene kept congratulating Su Tian. Su Tianjun responded with a smile, but inwardly he scoffed. Championship? I don't just want to win the championship. I want the runner-up in 3rd place too. Chapter 137 Clash in P City. A sniper shot from Bu Shui. Martial arts exam. Virtual online battle royale map. P City. As the central city of the island map, P City has a natural advantage in terms of transportation due to its convenient access. making it the instinctive choice for almost all martial arts students. However, this is both an advantage and a disadvantage. Easy relocation also means fierce competition. This is why not many martial arts students choose P-City as their starting point. Even so, with such a large number of martial arts candidates, many people still flocked to P-City and its surrounding areas as soon as the martial arts exam began. At this very moment, in a 3-story building located near a wheat field in the eastern part of P-City, on the second and a half floor, 2 slender figures were crouching down, looking towards the road to the west. One of them had mysterious purple hair, while the other had pure white hair. The two were none other than the Jiang sisters, Jiang Yueli and Jiang Yueshi. More than 10 wildebeest were heading north along the roadside. The lead hurricane wildebeest was very cautious, stopping every now and then to look around. It's certain that it will flee immediately at the slightest disturbance. "Sis, should we lend a hand?" Jiang Yueshi deliberately lowered her voice and pointed to the dozen or so hurricane wildebeest beneath her. "Wait a little longer, they're not fully within my attack range yet." Jiang Yueli spoke softly, her eyes fixed on the front, purple arcs of electricity flashing around her, ready to strike at any moment. Top top. The wildebeests, completely unaware of any danger, quickly entered the attack range one after another. 1 head, 2 heads, 3 heads. The moment the 10th hurricane wildebeest entered the attack range, Jiang Yueli's eyes suddenly lit up. Without any hesitation, he suddenly stood up and immediately conjured a ball of lightning at top speed. Lightning Ball, the god of AoE. With Jiang Yueli's current cultivation level, it took less than 3 seconds from getting up to creating the lightning ball. The moment the lightning orb appeared, the dozen or so hurricane wildebeest were completely unaware. If nothing unexpected happens, the lightning ball will explode amidst the surging wildebeest herd in the next second. But at that moment, hey, a deep and penetrating sound suddenly rang out. Although the sound had no offensive power, it was like a thunderbolt to the timid hurricane wildebeest. La la la. With a roar from the lead hurricane wildebeest, the rest of the herd scattered like birds and beasts. Pop. The lightning ball, which was originally guaranteed to hit its target, struck the concrete ground, flashed a few times like static electricity, and then disappeared completely into the ground. As we all know, concrete does not conduct electricity. Stop them. Jiang Yueli's expression changed drastically as she looked at Jiang Yueshi, then cried out to the wall below, "Sister Xuanyue, it's too late. They're going to escape." Almost as soon as Jiang Yueli finished speaking, Yi Xuanyue's lightning-fast figure swiftly attacked the nearest hurricane wildebeest from the wall. Bang! With a single punch, the hurricane wildebeest's head was smashed open, and bright red, viscous brain matter gushed out. Without pausing after her success, Yi Xuanyue used the recoil to attack the second hurricane wildebeest. Click! Due to the angle, the punch only hit the neck, but it still broke the neck of the hurricane wildebeest, causing it to fall to the ground powerless. From the moment Yi Xuanyue made her move until now, it seems like a long time has passed, but in reality, it has all taken less than 3 seconds. 2 hurricane wildebeests were killed in 3 seconds. Their attack power is incredibly strong. Even the strongest melee attacks have limitations. After killing the second hurricane wildebeest, the remaining hurricane wildebeest had already run very far away. "Senior sister, look over there." Jiang Yueshi's urgent voice rang out. Following the sound, Yi Xuanyue's eyes lit up. Not far away, a hurricane wildebeest trying to escape by taking a shortcut crashed headfirst into an ice wall that appeared out of nowhere. The ice wall, less than the thickness of a thumb, bounced the wildebeest running at high speed several meters away. Yi Xuanyue naturally wouldn't let such an opportunity slip by. Seizing the opportunity, he lunged forward and delivered a simple, powerful kick to shatter the head of the hurricane wildebeest. The moment the kill was completed, the other hurricane wildebeests had already vanished without a trace. Candidate Yi Xuanyue killed hurricane wildebeest 3 and gained 15 points. The next second, an electronic notification sound came from Yi Xuanyue's wristwatch. "Sister Xuanyue." Jiang Yueli and Jiang Yueshi quickly jumped off the second and a half floor balcony. "Damn it, it's them again." Jiang Yueli's gaze immediately locked onto the top of the church bell tower. More than a dozen figures can be vaguely seen on the top of the clock tower and the roof. Apart from the 3 leaders, the rest are all students from our school's martial arts exam class. Yet they have repeatedly targeted us. How could I do this? It's too much. Jiang Yueshi's eyes flashed with anger, clearly indicating that she was truly enraged. The 3 of them had already made a plan when they chose Peace City. Since candidates are not allowed to fight each other in the first round, their main goal is naturally to kill as many ferocious beasts as possible to gain points. Regardless of how things develop, points will definitely be the most important thing. With Jiang Yueli, the Thunder King, around, the fastest way to gain points is naturally to kill the ferocious beast horde. After a quick reconnaissance of a few locations and a brief discussion, a perfect ambush plan was devised. Unexpectedly, just as they were about to succeed, their efforts were suddenly thwarted. At first, they thought it was just an accident and didn't make a fuss about it since they were all classmates from the same school. But soon, things started to look increasingly wrong. These students, seemingly led by 3 unfamiliar faces, repeatedly and deliberately sabotaged their plans. So much so that after more than 10 minutes of the martial arts exam, the 3 of them had very few points, which was hardly enough to be considered. I see. Yi Xuanyue's voice was calm, but one could clearly sense a chill in it. Oh dear, I'm so sorry. You 3? I really didn't mean to. I just couldn't help but sneeze. I hope you 3 won't mind. As the group was talking, figures on the top of the church walked quickly towards them, accompanied by a strange, sarcastic voice. The voice came from Bushui. Bushui, Wu Zhongliang, and Jia Zhangji led more than 10 people to the front, facing Yi Xuanyue and her 2 companions across the road. Their eyes met, the atmosphere became tense, and even the temperature seemed to drop a few degrees. You're asking for it. Seeing that the other party still dared to shamelessly come looking for him, Jiang Yueli's aura surged, and he was about to make a move. Calm down. Now is exactly what they want to do. Yi Xuanyue reached out to stop Jiang Yueli. No fighting is allowed before the first round of shrinking circles. Violators will be eliminated. Jiang Yueshi hurriedly repeated. Upon hearing this, Jiang Yueli gave up, but her eyes remained fixed on the 3 people in front of her, clearly having memorized them deeply. Seeing that Jiang Yueli did not make a move, Bushui's expression showed a slight regret, but he still chuckled. Let me introduce myself. I am Bushui from Qingsheng, or rather, from Pengqing No. 1 Special Ability High School. Wu Zhongliang. Jia is upright. Wu Zhongliang and Jia Zhangji smiled, their expressions suggesting they were confident of victory. All right. After his eyes darted around twice, Bushui said quietly, I forgot to mention, the 3 of us are all from teacher Lu Bo's martial arts exam preparation class 1. As soon as the words were spoken, Yi Xuanyue, Jiang Yueli, and Jiang Yueshi's pupils widened in shock. Chapter 138 Murder and Robbery. An eye for an eye. Peace City. The moment Yi Xuanyue heard the name Lu Bo, she understood everything. It turns out that the root of all the problems lies with Lu Bo. Although it's unclear how Lu Bo managed to arrange transfer students before the martial arts exam, it's no longer important. The reality is that these 3 people will definitely continue to target our team. After a moment's thought, Yi Xuanyue gave Bushui, Wu Zhongliang, and Jia Zhangji a deep look, then turned and left without looking back. Let's go. Jiang Yueli and Jiang Yueshi immediately exchanged a surprised glance, somewhat puzzled by Yi Xuanyue's actions. Even though they didn't understand, the 2 of them immediately followed. On the one hand, it's because Yi Xuanyue is their senior sister, and on the other hand, it's because Yi Xuanyue rarely makes decisions, and once she does, she will never easily change them. What's going on? You're leaving already. What's going on? Are you scared? The departure of Yi Xuanyue and the Jiang sisters immediately left Bushui, Wu Zhongliang, and Jia Zhangji completely bewildered. Shouldn't the other party be enraged right now? Why did they leave without saying a word? They had all prepared a lot of things to provoke the other party, so wasn't it all for nothing? This is like a well-prepared main tank throwing a taunt at the boss, only to have the boss turn around and leave without even glancing at you, leaving you feeling panicked. Yi Xuanyue is nothing special. Staring at Yi Xuanyue's departing figure, Bushui spoke disdainfully. Despite saying this, Bushui still looked at Wu Zhongliang and Jia Zhengji and asked, "Did you see Xuanyue's move just now? Could you tell her cultivation level?" As she advanced to the 9th level of the first rank. It was too far away to see clearly, but judging from the signs of battle underfoot, it shouldn't have happened yet. Wu Zhongliang looked down at the hurricane wildebeest whose brains were almost completely drained and replied. Jia Zhengji nodded in agreement. The threat of the hurricane wildebeest is too low to be discernible, but it is at most a first-tier, 9th level. First-tier, 9th level? Bushui squinted at the battle scene beneath his feet, then quickly sneered. So what if you're at the 9th level of the first rank? If that's all you've got, you pose no threat to me whatsoever. They'll be eliminated immediately after the circle shrinks in an hour, Wu Zhongliang added with a sneer. Jia Zhengji licked his lips. To be honest, I can't wait. Bushui continued with a laugh. It's boring. I didn't expect Yi Xuanyue to be such a coward. It's made me lose interest. After saying that, he turned around and pointed to the 3 people, instructing them, "Go." The 3 of you continue to follow Yi Xuanyue's group. As soon as they kill the ferocious beast, you must immediately sabotage it. Do you understand? Clear. The 3 chosen individuals had clearly been promised something in advance, and upon hearing this, they followed almost without hesitation. Very good. Bushui nodded in satisfaction, then looked at the remaining 8 or 9 people and waved his hand. All of you, spread out immediately and help the 3 of us lure monsters. It's time to push for the rankings. On the other side, Yi Xuanyue was leading Jiang Yueli and Jiang Yueshi toward the north of P-City. Sister Xuanyue, are we just going to leave without saying a word? That would be too frustrating, wouldn't it? To Yi Xuanyue's left rear, Jiang Yueli spoke angrily. Sister Xuanyue, that group has sent more people to follow us, but this time there are only 3 of them. Jiang Yueshi kept looking back to observe and report the situation simultaneously. Sure enough, they are determined to target us. I never imagined Liu Bo was this kind of person. He's despicable. Luckily, my aunt doesn't like him. Seemingly still angry, Jiang Yueshi muttered a string of complaints under her breath. Are you sure there are only 3 people? Upon hearing Jiang Yueshi's words, Yi Xuanyue's eyes suddenly lit up, and she stopped in her tracks. There really are only 3. Jiang Yueshi repeated subconsciously. Yi Xuanyue immediately turned around and looked back. After confirming that there were only 3 people not far behind her, her eyes brightened even more. Sister Xuanyue, Jiang Yueli instantly realized something. Come on, let's go inside and talk. Yi Xuanyue pushed open the door to a 2-story kitchen and went inside first. Jiang Yueli and Jiang Yueshi quickly followed. Sister Xuanyue, do you have something on your mind? Jiang Yueli asked impatiently as soon as she entered the room. Jiang Yueshi didn't say anything, but her eyes were full of hope as she looked over. Although she has a good temper, being targeted like this repeatedly has made her somewhat angry. That's right. Yi Xuanyue cut to the chase. Since they are determined not to let us kill the ferocious beast, then we will not kill it. Jiang Yueshi, her face full of hope, slowly opened her mouth wide, and a big question mark immediately flashed above her head. She thought it was a retaliatory idea, but it turned out to be a surrender. Jiang Yueli expressed her doubt with a nasal tone, her expression full of confusion. Sister Xuanyue, are you serious? Wouldn't we be at a huge disadvantage? I absolutely cannot accept this. Yes, Sister Xuanyue, isn't this a bit too frustrating? You become a ninja turtle, Jiang Yueshi chimed in. Facing the questioning gazes of Jiang Yueli and Jiang Yueshi, Yi Xuanyue smiled slightly. Don't be in a hurry. Listen to me slowly. Why are we killing the ferocious beast now? Of course it's for the points, Jiang Yueshi answered quickly. Jiang Yueli, also for the rankings. That's right, killing the ferocious beast is for the points ranking. But the current situation is that we can't efficiently harvest the ferocious beasts in P-City. These people behind us will definitely continue to sabotage our operations. In that case, we might as well change our approach. Yi Xuanyue reasoned clearly. The other side originally had more than 10 people, but now they have only sent 3. If I am not mistaken, the rest must have started killing ferocious beasts to climb the rankings. In that case, We can give them a taste of their own medicine. I see. Jiang Yueshi blinked hard, her voice excited. Does that mean we should turn back now and disrupt their hunting operation as well? Well, Yi Xuanyue's expression stiffened, and she shook her head slightly embarrassedly. No, that's not it. Jiang Yueshi was stunned. Huh? Then how do we give them a taste of their own medicine? Treat others as they treat you. Jiang Yueli kept repeating this sentence in her mind, feeling as if she had vaguely grasped something. Within seconds, a sudden flash of insight struck him, and he instantly understood everything. Sister Xuanyue, your target isn't actually the ferocious beast, but the human. Isn't that right? Yi Xuanyue smiled and said, That's right. Instead of painstakingly searching for ferocious beasts to kill and gain points, it's better to wait patiently. Sometimes, choice is far more important than effort. After saying this, the two looked at each other and smiled, their understanding unspoken. Sister Xuanyue, sister, what kind of riddle are you two playing? What are we supposed to do? Tell me quickly. Seeing the two of them looking like they knew everything, Jiang Yueshi immediately scratched her head in frustration, like a badger that loves to steal melons. Upon hearing this, a chilling glint flashed in Jiang Yueli's eyes. It's simple murder and robbery. Chapter 139 New Mechanism. Crimson Pursuit Order. P-City, Central Urban Area. Bu Shuyi, Wu Zhongliang, and Jia Zhengji stood in a circle with their backs to the watchtower, their faces beaming with confident smiles. From all directions, companions kept driving all sorts of ferocious beasts towards them. Faced with the relentless onslaught of ferocious beasts, the three used different methods, much like the 8 immortals crossing the sea, each displaying their unique abilities. Bu Shuyi's arms are muscular, well-defined, and exude power. With each exertion, the muscles tense like springs. With each swing, the muscles undulate under the skin like compressed springs, releasing their tension in an instant. No matter how large the ferocious beast in front of him was, it was invariably knocked away. Extremely violent. Wu Zhongliang's fighting style is very special. Yellow lightning flickers in his right hand, as if he is holding something. With a wave of his hand, a long whip made of electric current was lashed out, and any ferocious beast touched by the electric whip was immediately cut in two, as if by space itself. Faced with this bloody scene, Wu Zhongliang not only did not feel uncomfortable at all, but his eyes even showed a hint of excitement. Jia Zhengji's expression was indifferent. As he looked up, a rock spike would emerge from the ground, often piercing through a ferocious beast before it could even get close. Even if a smaller ferocious beast manages to sneak through layers of obstacles to attack, Wu Zhongliang's dignity will quickly reveal a rock wall of the corresponding size. From the moment the beast was first killed until now, Wu Zhongliang has barely moved an inch, remaining as still as a movable king. Although they are all low-level ferocious beasts such as fanged hyenas, blood hyenas, and rattlesnakes, their sheer numbers make up for it. Therefore, in a very short period of time, the scores of Bu Shuyi and the other two increased at a speed visible to the naked eye. Of course, all of this is based on the self-sacrifice of the remaining 8 or 9 companions. Without their companions using their bodies to lure the ferocious beast, the 3 of them would not have been nearly as efficient. However, Bu Shuyi and his 2 companions clearly did not appreciate it, and instead became impatient and urged them on. What's going on? Why is the density of ferocious beasts getting lower and lower? Are you guys slacking off? What? There are fewer ferocious beasts around. What can I do? Sometimes I need to look for the reasons within myself. Why hasn't my efficiency improved for so long? Have I even taken a mission seriously? That's right. That's right. That's how the mission is. You just need to do your best to lure the monsters, while we have to think about a lot more. At this moment, the 3 men, including the sarcastic Bu Shuyi, didn't even notice. On a rooftop not far away, 3 pairs of eyes were fixed on them. Without a doubt, it was Yi Xuanyue and the 3 Jiang sisters. Senior sister, those 3 are following us again. After about 2 or 3 minutes, Jiang Yueshi gave a quiet reminder. This was the umpteenth time she had reminded them since they decided to fight back. Sister Xuanyue, should we shake them off completely? A hint of impatience flashed in Jiang Yueli's eyes. The 3 people behind them were like little shadows, making them have to change locations every few minutes. No need. If we shake them off, how will these guys concentrate on grinding monsters and earning points? Yishuang glanced down at her watch, then her eyes lit up. Her gaze swept around and quickly settled on a rooftop. Let's go over there. We're getting closer and closer to the first round of shrinking circles. It'll be our turn to make our move soon. Pingsheng, Central Virtual Spectator Hall. The panoramic light screen is divided into smaller light screens, and the images on each small light screen are from the third-party perspective of the martial arts examinees. Even with so many light screens, it's clearly unrealistic to see the situation of every martial arts examinee. Most of the images on the screen are random, and almost no candidate's image will last more than 10 seconds. But not all light screens are like this. In the very center of the densely packed, small light screens, there are 10 light screens that are significantly larger than the others. Unlike other small light screens, the images displayed on these light screens are all highly representative. For example, there are images of candidates who are ranked at the top of the list and images of candidates who are about to be eliminated. Overall, the 10 large light screens on the central screen received more attention. This first stage seems pretty easy. The ferocious beasts aren't high level. As long as your cultivation level exceeds the 4th level of the first rank, you won't be eliminated by the ferocious beasts. Yeah, I thought the ferocious beasts would be much stronger, but they're just like this. The first stage is almost over, and they haven't eliminated that many people yet. It seems to be no different from previous martial arts exams so far. It's just a matter of killing ferocious beasts to earn points. I just don't know what will happen after the circle shrinks. The first phase of the exam was unremarkable, failing to pique the interest of the teachers, some of whom were even on the verge of falling asleep. For a moment, the atmosphere in the entire central virtual viewing hall became somewhat gloomy. Tick-tock, tick-tock. Time passed by second, buzzing. Just then, all the images on the panoramic light screen disappeared at once, and then slowly coalesced into the ethereal and otherworldly image of Kagura. However, Kagura's expression clearly lacked liveliness at this moment, and her voice was much more mechanical. 60 minutes have passed. The first phase of the exam has ended. All surviving candidates have gained 50 survival points. The safe zone has been updated. The first round of shrinking will begin in 1 minute. The poison circle will shrink within 10 minutes. All test takers, please proceed to the safe zone as soon as possible. After the first round of shrinking the circle, candidates are allowed to attack each other. Each time a candidate is killed, the candidate will receive all of their points. Good luck to everyone. As soon as she finished speaking, Kagura's figure vanished, and a panoramic island map appeared. Unlike before, a large white circle has appeared on the island map. The white circle is only half the size of the original island map and appears in the lower center of the island map. From a military base down to the edge of Peace City up, in the center is a place where 2 bridges connect to the sea. At the same time, the top 100 list on the left side of the island shone brightly and was refreshed once again. First place, William, points, 300, affiliated school. Affiliated high school of the first superpower University of Daxia. Instructor, Su Tian. Second place, Zhang Yue, points, 230, affiliated school. Affiliated high school of the fourth superpower University of Daxia. Instructor, Zhang Wanson. Third place, Xia Yin, points, 225, affiliated school. Affiliated high school of the first superpower University of Daxia. Instructor, Su Tian. Fourth place, Xia Miao, points, 220, affiliated school. Affiliated high school of the first superpower University of Daxia. Instructor, Su Tian. Fifth place, Chun Lang, points, 220, affiliated school. Daxia 101 Senior High School. Instructor, Qin Haomiao. 48th place, Bu Shuyi, points, 185, affiliated school. Pingxing number 1 Special Ability High School. Instructor, Lu Bo. 49th place, Wu Zhongliang, points, 185, affiliated school. Pingxing number 1 Extraordinary Ability High School. Instructor, Lu Bo. 50th place, Jia Zhengji, points, 180, affiliated school. Pingxing number 1 Extraordinary Ability High School. Instructor, Lu Bo. 51st place, left, points, 135, affiliated school. Yuqing Qingshan Experimental Middle School. Instructor, Gao Huahua. 52nd place, Xiangyu, points, 130, affiliated school. Yuqing Qingshan Experimental Middle School. Instructor, Gao Huahua. 53rd place, Xiangqian, points, 130, affiliated school. Yuqing Qingshan Experimental Middle School. Instructor, Gao Huahua. As usual, the word count will be increased. Top 50. Top 50. My student has made it into the top 50. Almost immediately after the top 100 list was updated, Lu Bo saw his name and exclaimed in surprise. This move immediately attracted a lot of attention. For Peng Cheng, breaking into the top 50 of the top 100 list is already quite an achievement. In previous years, it would have been almost a sure thing to be Peng Cheng's champion. With such achievements, it's impossible not to attract attention. Goodness, 48, 49, 50. They really are in the top 50. And they are all students from Peng Cheng's number 1 Special Ability High School. These are the only 3 students from Peng Cheng to break into the top 50, right? Lu Bo. It's him. I've heard of him. He's a star teacher at Peng Cheng number 1 High School for people with special abilities. 3 of his students made it into the top 50. He must be raking in rewards. Peng Cheng number 1 Special Abilities High School. Isn't Yi Shuangyue the most powerful student at Peng Cheng number 1 Special Abilities High School? Who are Bu Shuyi, Wu Zhongliang, and Jia Jingji? Why have I never heard of them before? Hearing the praise from those around him, Lu Bo couldn't hide his joy. However, before he could even feel happy for 2 seconds, Kagura's image on the screen replaced the panoramic map of the island once again. Compared to before, Kagura's eyes now held a hint of cunning and liveliness. Ahem, by the way, while we're browsing the lap times, I'd like to introduce a new mechanism to everyone. The mechanism is called the Crimson Pursuit Order. Chapter 140. Don't move. You're all surrounded by me. Central Virtual Spectator Hall. A Crimson Pursuit Order? Upon hearing this name, everyone present was taken aback. Judging from the name, this mechanism is not simple. Although Kagura's voice and image were simultaneously transmitted to the spectator hall, her appearance was shown above the island map, causing all the examinees to prick up their ears. Without wasting any time, Kagura stroked his beard and explained. The so-called Blood Pursuit Order is actually very simple. It means that every 60 minutes, that is, every time the poison circle refreshes, the real-time coordinates of the top 100 candidates, in terms of points, will be continuously marked for 10 minutes. Within these 10 minutes, killing a marked candidate will not only grant you all of their points, but also an additional 50% bonus points. Of course, if the marked candidate successfully survives the marking period, they will also receive an additional survival points bonus equal to 20% of their current score. After Kagura finished her introduction, the examinees on the island were unaware of what was happening, but the viewing hall was in an uproar. This rule is absolutely vicious and extremely unfair to the candidates on the top 100 list. You only get 20% of the current points reward if you successfully survive until the end of the marker, but if you don't survive, you will be eliminated. Under this rule, every candidate who makes it onto the list of the top 100 in the martial arts exam will become a walking treasure chest of points within 10 minutes. It still automatically sends a points chest with real-time coordinates to all test takers. It's easy to imagine that many test takers will take the risk and target them. After all, it's a 150% bonus in points. If you kill a candidate in the top 100 with 100 points, the killer will receive 100 points from the opponent plus a 50-point bonus, which is a full 150%. A generous reward will surely attract brave men. Besides, the rules don't specify that it can only be a one-on-one fight. If one person can't beat 10, can't they at least beat them? What about 20? What about 30? Without a doubt, the danger faced by candidates on the top 100 list will increase dramatically in these 10 minutes. I told you this martial arts exam wouldn't be so simple. With this new mechanism, the prestige of the top 100 will skyrocket. Anyone who can consistently maintain their position on the leaderboard under these rules must have absolute strength. It will be fine if this blood pursuit order only came once, but the problem is that it appears every time the circle shrinks, giving us no chance to catch our breath at all. I was just saying that the first stage was pretty ordinary, but I was proven wrong immediately. With the release of the Crimson Pursuit Order, the second round is now a seamless transition into hell difficulty. Everyone was lamenting the cruelty of the Blood Pursuit Order's rules, but one person's expression was unusually grim. This person was Lu Bo. Visibly, the smile on his face gradually stiffened and disappeared, and his lips twitched violently a few times. My previously blissful mood plummeted to rock bottom. What kind of bullshit Blood Pursuit Order is this? Lu Bo's masticatory muscles bulged, indicating his extreme dissatisfaction with this new mechanism. Without this mechanism, Bu Shuyi, Wu Zhongliang, and Jia Zhengji could likely maintain their positions in the top 50 if they played it safe and were careful. But once this mechanism is implemented, the outcome may be uncertain. Just because you don't cause trouble for others doesn't mean others won't cause trouble for you. If I accidentally get defeated and eliminated later, forget about ranking in the top 50, I won't even be able to rank in the top 1,000. Lu Bo clenched his fist and then relaxed it, silently comforting himself. They should be fine. The three of them, along with several other students from other classes, are a considerable force. As long as they don't encounter any of the top-ranked students, they should be all right. Yes, it'll definitely be fine, definitely. Lu Bo kept repeating. Bloody Pursuit Order. Suche, positioned to Lu Bo's left center, clicked his tongue, his gaze thoughtful. Just as he had guessed, the rules of the martial arts exam were indeed not so simple, and unexpected problems arose very quickly. Originally, the elimination rate of candidates would have skyrocketed after the second phase allowed mutual attacks. With the introduction of this Blood Pursuit Order mechanism, the number of candidates eliminated in the second stage has at least doubled, which is truly cruel. But soon, Su Che's suspicious gaze fell on the list of the top 100 martial arts test takers, and a smile involuntarily appeared on his face. Such a good opportunity. Shouldn't it be time for you to make your move? At the same time, Island Map. Just after Kagura finished explaining the Blood Pursuit Order mechanism, a huge leaderboard suddenly appeared in the sky. It is simply an enlarged version of the Great Siam Martial Arts Examination Top 100 list, with the rankings remaining unchanged from those outside. The only difference from the outside world is that there is a countdown at the top of this list that is suspended in the sky. The moment the countdown reaches 0, it means the shrinking of the circle is complete and the Blood Pursuit Order is in effect. The list immediately attracted the attention of most of the martial arts exam candidates. Because since the exam started, no one has known their ranking yet. As for why it wasn't all the test takers, it's because the other half of the test takers were all sprinting into the circle. The safe zone refreshed in the P-City area, so there was naturally no pressure for test takers near the P-City area. But for candidates born in a remote corner of the northern part of the island who had never moved, it was nothing short of a disaster. Unless you head towards the central area of the island from the start, you're destined to be stuck in this poison circle. If you were to look at it from the panoramic light screen of the island from the outside at this moment, it is clear that at least 40% of the candidates are far from the circle. This means that in the first stage, which didn't eliminate many people in the entire hour, at least 40% of them will be eliminated within the 10 minutes of the circle being filled. It's cruel, but there's nothing we can do. That's the rule. Peace City. 2-story watchtower. Bu Shui withdrew his gaze from the floating leaderboard in the sky and subconsciously looked at Wu Zhongliang and Jia Zhengji. Just then, the other person also looked over. The next second, the three locked eyes, each seeing a hint of helplessness, wariness, and a barely perceptible greed in the other's eyes. The good news is that the three of them finally achieved their goal of breaking into the top 50 of the martial arts exam. The bad news is that the moment the countdown ends, the coordinates of the three people will be marked and visible to all test takers. For a moment, all three fell silent. The current situation is very unfavorable for us. Our position will be exposed after the countdown ends. To be on the safe side, the three of us must stay together from now on to maximize our chances of not being eliminated. A few seconds later, Bu Shi spoke first. The three of us, plus the people downstairs, should be able to protect ourselves. What do you think? I agree. Wu Zhongliang and Jia Zhengji nodded in succession. Currently, there is no better option than this method. Okay, let's do it that way. Bu Shui made a quick decision. Top, top, top. Just then, the sound of footsteps on the concrete floor rang out. Boo! Bu Shui shouted loudly, his gaze instantly locking onto the direction from which the sound came from. Swish, swish, swish. More than 10 pairs of eyes turned to look at it. 3 slender figures were swaggering closer in their line of sight. Yi Shuang Yue, Jiang Yueli, Jiang Yueshi, how dare you come here? Bu Shui's pupils contracted, his eyes filled with disbelief. Yi Shuang Yue and the other two ignored Bu Shui's questioning and continued to approach with expressionless faces. Soon, the 3 of them surrounded the watchtower, forming a pincer movement. Clang! Jiang Yueshi's arms simultaneously formed ice shields. The ice shield on his right arm was thick and solid, while the edge of the ice shield on his left arm was extremely sharp. Jiang Yueshi took a step back, crossed her right arm across her chest, and grinned. Don't move. You're all surrounded by me. At the same time, the countdown in the sky reached 0. Chapter 141, Fierce Battle. Jia Zhengji launches a sneak attack. Don't move. You're all surrounded by me. As Jiang Yueshi said this, the countdown in the sky reached 0. The moment it reset to 0, the top 100 list floating in the sky immediately changed. The names that were originally golden have all turned into a chilling blood red. At the same time, all candidates' wristwatches on the island map emitted 2 beep sounds and then automatically unfolded a panoramic map of the island. On the map, you can clearly see the real-time locations of 100 red dots, each corresponding perfectly to the blood red list in the sky. Clicking on it will even allow you to view the candidate information corresponding to each red dot. At this moment, the martial arts exam officially enters its second stage. Almost instantly, the mindset of all the candidates underwent a tremendous change. Previously, everyone's only enemy was the ferocious beast, but now, everyone except themselves is a potential enemy. But the one whose mindset changed the most was undoubtedly the one who made it into the top 100 of the Blood Pursuit Order Martial Arts test list. For them, the enemy is everywhere. Bu Shui, Wu Zhongliang, and Jia Zhengji were among them. Damn it! Bu Shui angrily closed the map. We can't stay here, or we'll be attacked soon. Clear. Wu Zhongliang nodded. Then a cold smile appeared on his lips. But right now, there are people who don't want us to leave. Jia Zhengji's gaze was icy. There's nothing to say, just kill them. Bu Shui stepped forward and looked at Jiang Yueshi with a mocking expression. You're really like someone who refuses to take the path to heaven and insists on coming to hell when there's no way out. Before we even had a chance to look for you, you came looking for yourselves? I really wonder who gave you the courage. After saying that, he narrowed his eyes and immediately pointed at Yi Shuangyu. If I'm not mistaken, it's her, right? You don't think that someone at the 9th level of the 1st rank can take us down, do you? No way. No way. Yi Shuangyu, who was being pointed at, remained expressionless, her gaze lingering briefly on Bu Shui's outstretched right hand. Stop wasting time talking to them. We shouldn't turn down free points. Leave that little purple-haired guy to me. Electricity crackled in Wu Zhongliang's palms, and his expression clearly showed impatience. Upon hearing the words little purple hair, Jiang Yueli's expression froze, and his face turned visibly as black as the bottom of a pot. Within seconds, purple lightning surged around him, and a chilling aura uncontrollably appeared. She wouldn't say anything if Su Che called her little purple hair, because Su Che was her master. But if it's someone else? Oh, you're angry? Interesting. I hope you won't disappoint me. Wu Zhongliang looked eager to try. They didn't even notice the looks Yi Shuangyu and Jiang Yueshi were giving them, as if they were looking at an idiot. A major battle is imminent, etc. Jia Zhengji's voice interrupted everything. No rush. Let's find out what they're capable of first. After saying that, he looked at his 8 or 9 companions at his feet and ordered, Go, take down those 3. Upon hearing this, the people downstairs hesitated. Although they had been asked to do their best to assist Bu Shui, Wu Zhongliang, and Jia Zhengji, they were facing Yi Shuangyu and the Jiang sisters. The performances of the 3 in the 1st and 2nd monthly tests are still vivid in my mind. How could they possibly compete? Hurry up. If we keep wasting time and wait for other candidates to arrive, can you afford to take the blame? Jia Zhengji urged. These words became the final straw that broke the camel's back. The group looked at each other and finally sighed helplessly. They gritted their teeth and immediately split into 3 groups to pounce on Yi Shuangyue and the Jiang sisters. Although all of them were at the 5th level of the first rank, their combined strength was not to be underestimated. Unfortunately, standing in front of them were Yi Shuangyue, a 2nd-tier 3rd-level cultivator, and the Jiang sisters, a 2nd-tier 2nd-level cultivator. Facing the 4 1st-tier, 5th-level enhancement-type attackers who were surrounding her, Yi Shuangyue remained completely still. Only when the 4 men were close enough that their fists and feet were about to land on her did Yi Shuangyue's body change slightly. With a slight sidestep, he dodged a claw. With a slight ducking of his head, he dodged a cannonball punch. He bent down again, narrowly avoiding the extremely fierce, sweeping motion, and then took a half-step back to dodge the flying knee from below. His movements were so fluid and seamless that the 4 people in front of him didn't even get a touch on the hem of their clothes. What kind of movement technique is that? This is bad. Retreat quickly. Exclamations quickly rang out, and the 4 people who had realized what was happening immediately tried to retreat. But it was all too late. Bang! The 2 figures were instantly thrown back, as if hit by a truck, crashing into a wall half a meter away. The wall collapsed with a loud crash, scattering bricks and stones all over the ground. Before the 2 figures could even scream, they vanished in a flash of white light. We were wrong. We're all classmates. Please forgive us. Yes, we're from the same school. Let me go, and we promise to stay far away from you. Seeing their companion's miserable state, the remaining 2 were filled with rage. This is only the 2nd stage. They don't want to be eliminated so quickly. Most importantly, this is a 100% simulation, and the pain is 100% real. Just thinking about it makes me cringe. However, all they received in response were 2 hands that quickly reached out. Grabbing each of them by the collar, Yi Shuangyue suddenly closed her arms around them as if dealing with a ferocious beast. Click! The 2 men's heads collided violently with the ground, and the silver bottle shattered, spewing water everywhere. However, before the red and white pieces could even spill onto the ground, 2 white lights flashed by, and both of them were eliminated. He killed 4 people in less than a minute. His speed was terrifying. But this speed wasn't the fastest. Jiang Yueli was even faster. Almost at the same time, Yi Shuangyue blasted the 2 of them away and smashed through the wall for the first time. The 3 who rushed towards Jiang Yueli, intending to engage in close combat, had only just stepped within 5 meters of Jiang Yueli. Just as the 3 of them stepped within 5 meters and their heels had not yet touched the ground, their bodies instantly stiffened, and they fell straight to the ground face down. Upon falling to the ground, it immediately transforms into a white light and is eliminated. There were no screams, no signs of a struggle. Everything was so natural. Even though Jiang Yueli was right in front of them, the 5-meter radius felt like an insurmountable chasm. At this moment, Jiang Yueshi is the only one who has not yet defeated her opponent. Of course, the 2 people in front of them couldn't do anything about Jiang Yueshi for a long time. No matter what kind of attack they launched, it was easily blocked by Jiang Yueshi's right-hand ice shield, which couldn't break through her defense at all. Not only can they not break through the defense, but whenever their attacks are blocked by the ice shield, they will even suffer a considerable recoil. They seemed to be in control and kept attacking, but they were the ones who got hurt. Noticing this, a cold glint flashed in Jia Zhengji's eyes, and he suddenly swung his right hand behind his back. In an instant, a rock spike suddenly emerged from the ground behind Jiang Yueli. Its target aimed directly at Jiang Yueshi's heart. The speed of the rock spikes is astonishing. If you get hit, you'll likely be eliminated immediately. It's over. It's over. It's over. Sis, save me. I can't hold him off. Jiang Yueshi screamed in fear, but her hands moved swiftly, turning around immediately to protect her chest with an ice shield. Clang! A piercing collision sound rang out immediately, and Jiang Yueshi froze. It's done. Jia Zhengji's eyes lit up. However, 3 seconds later. Phew! Thankfully it blocked it. Jiang Yueshi suddenly patted her chest, still shaken, her right hand's ice shield smooth and undamaged. Jia Zhengji's pupils suddenly contracted. How is this possible? Chapter 142. This is my strongest punch, I don't know if you can withstand it. How is this possible? Jia Zhengji's eyes almost popped out of their sockets. He rubbed his eyes hard and checked repeatedly, his face suddenly turning extremely pale. Although it's very hard to admit, the fact is that Jiang Yuexi's ice shield was completely intact, without even a single ice shard falling off. My rock spike is an A-level ability. How could it not pierce through an ice shield? Is it a difference in cultivation level or a difference in ability level? His cheeks twitched violently twice, and Jia Zhengji completely lost his composure. He has always been extremely confident in the single target penetrating power of his superpower. Among the martial arts examinees of this year at Qingxi No. 1 Experimental Middle School, his rock spike has broken through countless supernatural abilities that are said to have extremely strong defense. Things like surface hardening of the body couldn't even last a single round against him. But today, his rock spike not only failed to break through the opponent's defense, but also broke through his own defense. Even with a sneak attack, he couldn't break through Jiang Yuexi's ice shield, which made his face burn with embarrassment. How despicable. They actually launched a sneak attack. I'm getting angry. Jiang Yuexi turned her head and instantly locked onto Jia Zhengji, her body posture subtly shifting. Originally, he had his right ice shield in front of him, but now he had his left ice shield in front of him, and even his expression was much colder. So what? You're going to die sooner or later anyway. Jia Zhengji showed no shame in his sneak attack, his expression nonchalant. Court death. Before Jiang Yuexi could respond, Jiang Yueli immediately roared and attacked. Despite her harsh and often abusive treatment of Jiang Yuexi, she still deeply loves Jiang Yuexi deep down. Attacking Jiang Yuexi in front of her has already touched her sore spot. Although he was quite far from Jia Zhengji at that moment, he was still activating his supernatural powers, and a bolt of purple lightning suddenly struck Jia Zhengji's face. Not good. Jia Zhengji felt a chill run down his spine and immediately retreated. But how could a human speed compare to lightning? Just as he was about to be struck, Jia Zhengji cried out, "Zhongliang, save me!" Sizzle. Just a second before the lightning was about to strike Jia Zhengji, a long whip made of electricity instantly blocked Jia Zhengji's path. Buzzing. The purple lightning immediately surged along the direction of the electric whip, instantly turning the entire whip purple. Such powerful energy. Wu Zhongliang's expression changed slightly, and his brows furrowed into a deep frown. In less than a second, the whip had turned nearly 90% of its length into a dazzling purple. Oomph. Do you think I'm someone to be trifled with? Wu Zhongliang immediately snorted coldly, and lightning began to surge from the palm of his hand holding the whip. With this boost, the yellow creature, which had been cornered, immediately burst into a burst of electric light. 20%, 40%, 60%, 80%. In just half a second, the purple lightning completely dissipated, and the whip turned yellow again. Your superpowers are nothing special. Seeing this, Wu Zhongliang's face became more confident. He leaped down from the watchtower and slowly walked up to Jiang Yueli, standing there. Don't get it wrong. Your opponent is me. Thump. The moment Wu Zhongliang jumped off the watchtower, a muffled thud came from the ground. Bu Shui slowly stood up, his body just in time to block Yishuang Yue, who also wanted to attack Jia Zhengji. He suddenly clasped his hands together, unleashing his first level, 8-stage cultivation without reservation. Twisting his neck, Bu Shui pointed at Yishuang Yue again, his chin slightly raised. Your opponent is me. Yishuang Yue didn't say much, her gaze once again fixed on Bu Shui's right hand. Seeing that Yishuang Yue and Jiang Yueli were both stopped, Jia Zhengji's eyes lit up, and he also jumped down from the watchtower, landing right in front of Jiang Yuexi, grinning. It's obvious that your opponent is me, but now there's no one to help you. Suddenly, the previously chaotic situation became clear. Bu Shui se Yishuang Yue, Wu Zhongliang s Jiang Yueli, Jia Zhengji and Jiang Yuexi. It appears to be a fair 11-on-1 duel, but everyone knows that whichever side is eliminated first will inevitably lose. Judging from your words, you think you've got me figured out? Jiang Yuexi looked calmly at Jia Zhengji in front of her, a hint of coldness appearing deep in her eyes. Jia Zhengji sneered, hands behind his back. Don't be so smug. It's nothing to be able to block one of my attacks. I don't believe you can keep blocking them forever. As he spoke, Jia Zhengji's eyes darted around, and he suddenly raised his hand from behind his back. Whoosh whoosh. Two sharp rock spikes, each as thick as a tree branch, shot out from the ground in the blind spot behind Jiang Yueli. Another sneak attack. I was prepared for this. Jiang Yueshi lightly touched the ground with her toes, and instead of retreating, she advanced, dodging the rock spikes while rushing towards Jia Zhengji. The two rock spikes immediately pierced two holes in the ground. Although the sounds weren't loud, the two sounds were like the sounding of battle horns between two armies. Battle is about to break out. Come on, I've heard your fists are tough. Today, Ibu, we'll see whose fists are tougher. Bu Shui ripped off his right arm combat uniform, revealing a muscular physique resembling a coiled dragon. The muscles were visibly tense like springs, and the skin quickly turned red, looking as if it were congested with blood. In just a few seconds, his right arm swelled to twice its previous size. Although it looks extremely incongruous, the energy fluctuations are unusually obvious. This is my strongest punch. I wonder if you can take it. With confidence on his face, Bu Shui sprinted forward, swinging his right arm as he charged toward Yi Shuangyue with unstoppable momentum. Knock, knock, knock. Each step landed with a dull thud. Facing the imposing Bu Shui charging towards her, Yi Shuangyue remained unmoved and showed no sign of panic. As Bu Shui's fist approached, he calmly and casually extended his right fist. If you look closely, you can see that Yi Shuangyue's eyes are full of disdain at this moment. Boom! The moment their fists collided, the surrounding space seemed to tremble. The surrounding air was instantly compressed and distorted, and visible ripples spread rapidly outward from the two people. The ripples were like boulders crashing into a lake, creating waves, or like wheat fields battered by a raging storm, layer upon layer, carrying an invisible yet powerful sense of oppression that swept across the surroundings in an instant. The surrounding dilapidated doors were instantly smashed to pieces by the impact. Within a fraction of a second, a chilling click-clack sound suddenly rang out. First rank, 9th level, nothing more. Before Bu Shui could finish speaking, his voice suddenly stopped, and his face turned pale inch by inch, with cold sweat pouring down his forehead. As he looked down, he saw his own arm breaking, with the sharp bone fragments clearly visible. The next moment, a tearing pain swept through his body, causing him to let out an extremely piercing scream. An irresistible force instantly spread from his right arm throughout his body, causing his body to fly backward uncontrollably. After tracing a graceful arc in the air, it crashed heavily against the bunker wall, gradually revealing cracks. Puff! Bu Shui immediately spat out a mouthful of blood, leaned against the wall, and slowly slid down, kneeling heavily on the ground. Chapter 143, Keep Pushing. Didn't you eat? While Bu Shui was fighting Yi Shuangyue, Wu Zhongliang and Jiang Yueli were also busy. Smack! With a wave of his hand, Wu Zhongliang unleashed a long whip made of electric current that struck the ground, leaving a clear and shocking scorch mark. Come on, little purple-haired guy. Let me see your limits. Wu Zhongliang stared directly at Jiang Yueli, licked his lips, and a fighting spirit surged in his eyes. As a fanatical warmonger, he had been waiting for this moment for a very long time. Jiang Yueli remained silent, but the surrounding air seemed even thinner under the surge of lightning arcs. Hey, take this 5-hit lightning whip strike. Without warning, Wu Zhongliang made a sudden and powerful move, which was his strongest killing blow. The lightning whip seemed to have its own consciousness, swinging left and right, up and down, its trajectory unpredictable, making it impossible to discern any pattern. Despite his apparent indifference towards Jiang Yueli, he was actually very cautious and prudent. Even at such a distance, Jiang Yueli's purple lightning possessed considerable strength. It would undoubtedly be even stronger at close range. To win in this situation, the key is speed, accuracy, and ruthlessness. The essence of speed is to strike unexpectedly and catch the enemy off guard, and he achieved that. The word accurate means precise, and he achieved that as well. The lightning 5-strike whip can attack 5 vital points of the enemy simultaneously, leaving them with no way to avoid it. The word ruthless means vicious. He also achieved that. His strongest killing move is the lightning 5-strike whip. If this move hits the opponent, they will lose their ability to fight instantly, even if they are not eliminated immediately. Sizzle, sizzle, sizzle. The lightning fast 5-whip strike was incredibly fast, reaching Jiang Yueli almost as soon as Wu Zhongliang finished speaking. As it approached Jiang Yueli, the head of the whip instantly split into 5, each striking Jiang Yueli's vital points such as his neck, temples, and chest. It's done. I don't believe you can block it all. Wu Zhongliang revealed a triumphant smile. However, it happened in the blink of an eye. Smack! The moment the whip split into 5, Jiang Yueli flashed forward and grabbed the whip, his right hand crackling with purple lightning. In an instant, the 5 thin, long whips that had split off quickly disappeared. What? Is this even allowed? Wu Zhongliang's smile gradually froze, and his eyes immediately widened. To be honest, this was the first time he had seen something like this since he awakened his superpowers. In previous battles, no matter who it was, their first reaction to this 5-strike lightning whip was to dodge. No matter how fast a person's reaction speed is, how can it be faster than lightning? The result is that the more you try to dodge, the more disadvantaged you become. And even if you successfully dodge, you have to pay a considerable price. Who would have thought that Jiang Yueli would act so unpredictably, actually taking the long whip with her bare hands? The key point is that the other side not only successfully captured the target, but also instantly cut off the energy supply. Even the 5 consecutive lightning whips were rendered useless, as if the opponent had been struck at the vital point. Damn it! Just what level is her superpower? A shadow immediately fell over Wu Zhongliang's heart. He snorted coldly and immediately tried to forcefully pull back the long whip. No matter how hard he tried, the whip remained perfectly still, as steady as Mount Tai. Keep pushing. How about you, Eaton? Jiang Yueli gripped the long whip with her right hand, her voice showing no sign of strain. I refuse to believe that I'm weaker than a woman. Wu Zhongliang's face darkened as he tried again, his chewing muscles bulging and his teeth clenched, every muscle in his body straining. After several attempts, Wu Zhongliang's complexion finally changed from black to green, because he realized that he really couldn't win against a woman. Fine, you won't let go, huh? Then don't let go. Wu Zhongliang's expression hardened, and he frantically poured all his energy into his right palm. In the blink of an eye, energy surged from his palm, and a dazzling electric current immediately rushed towards Jiang Yueli along the whip. If the original electric whip was likened to fluorescent light, then the whip at this moment is like the bright moon. Feeling the suction force coming from the palm of his right hand, Jiang Yueli frowned slightly. Thanks to you for not letting go, otherwise I wouldn't have been able to seize the opportunity. A hint of triumph flickered in Wu Zhongliang's eyes. The electric whip he poured his full power into was in no way weaker than the 5-strike lightning whip. If you were hit like that, your whole body would be covered in bruises. Upon hearing this, Jiang Yueli's lips curved upwards, and she slowly extended her left hand to grasp the long whip as well. Little purple-haired guy, what are you doing? Wu Zhongliang's eye twitched, and a bad premonition suddenly welled up in his heart. Jiang Yueli ignored him, her hands crackling with purple lightning as she frantically lashed out at the long whip. Buzzing, with almost no resistance, the long whip formed from lightning in front of him quickly turned purple and surged towards Wu Zhongliang with overwhelming force. The dazzling electric light that Wu Zhongliang's entire body energy transformed into was instantly dispersed before he could even make a move to resist. They didn't even try to resist. They just avoided it like a mouse encountering a cat. A-level ability. This is definitely an A-level ability. Feeling the intensity of the purple lightning up close, Wu Zhongliang's heart pounded wildly, and he instinctively tried to lash out with his whip. However, to his horror, he discovered that he couldn't shake them off at all. The long whip was firmly attached to my palm like a suction cup, as if it had been welded on. No. Wu Zhongliang's dry throat suddenly churned, and his heart nearly leaped into his throat. He could only watch helplessly as the terrifying purple lightning surged toward him in an instant. Boom! In an instant, Wu Zhongliang seemed to be frozen in time, his body stiffening instantly amidst the deafening roar unable to move. Within a fraction of a second, countless purple arcs of light surged wildly into his limbs and bones, causing his body to make a popping sound like popping beans. His muscles were throbbing violently under his skin, as if an invisible force was rampaging through his body. A fraction of a second later, Wu Zhongliang's body was charred black, and he was blasted away by that violent force in an extremely twisted and bizarre posture. Whether by coincidence or design, Wu Zhongliang's landing point was also a watchtower. On the other side, cough cough. After a brief respite, Bushui coughed heavily twice, and bright red blood kept seeping from the corner of his mouth. Hiss! Just as he tried to use his right hand to support himself, as he got up, the excruciating pain made him gasp. It can be confirmed with 100% certainty that the right arm is completely severed. Suppressing the pain, he braced himself against the wall with his left hand. Just as he shakily stood up and looked up, he saw a dark figure rapidly approaching him. This is... Bushui froze instantly, his eyes vacant and blank, and he didn't react for a moment. He only snapped back to his senses when the dark figure was almost within reach. That's Wu Zhongliang. No, no. He strained to squeeze out a few words from the depths of his throat, but as soon as he finished speaking, everything went black before his eyes. At the same time, the walls of the watchtower, which were already covered with cracks, finally gave way under the strain. With a loud crash, it shattered. Chapter 144, Elimination. Who says an ice shield can't kill someone? Peace City. Central area. Although Yi Shuangyue and Jiang Yueli have not yet eliminated their opponents. But Bushui and Wu Zhongliang were already at their limit and posed no threat whatsoever. The only match on the field that is still undecided is the battle between Jiang Yueshi and Jia Jingji. The reason why the battle between the two was so intense was not because Jiang Yueshi only knew how to defend, as one might imagine. At this moment, it is not Jiang Yueshi who can only defend, but Jia Jingji. Thump thump thump. Jiang Yueshi sprinted forward, shield in both hands, her target clear and unambiguous. Jia Jingji. Beneath its feet, sharp rock spikes constantly burst forth from the earth, each spike attacking from an extremely tricky angle. However, Jiang Yueshi showed no sign of panic, and her speed did not decrease as a result. The ice shields in both hands seemed to have a third eye, always able to block accurately and precisely in the first instance. Not only did he successfully block the attack, but he also repeatedly used the recoil to increase his speed. In a sense, these rock spikes are less like an attack and more like an aid to her. Wasn't she supposed to only know how to defend? Why is everything different when it comes to me? Jia Zhengji's face was not ashen. Upon closer inspection, one could even see a hint of paleness. While rock spikes are powerful enough, they also have a drawback. Due to their physical nature, they consume a lot of energy. If you're in control normally, you can at least have enough time to catch your breath. But now, facing Jiang Yueshi, who was determined to get close to him, he dare not stop for even a moment. How frustrating. Even if the other party were a power-enhancing ability user with physical strength exceeding Jiang Yueshi's, he wouldn't feel so frustrated right now. Enhanced ability users have strong physical attributes and high speed, but they still need to be careful and consider how to avoid rock spikes, as their speed cannot be increased at all. But Jiang Yueshi, relying on her high ice shield defense, didn't dodge at all and just went head-to-head with it. The key point is that after blocking so many rock spikes, there wasn't even a sliver of ice left. That's simply insane. This isn't even an ice shield anymore. It should be called a diamond shield. I must not let her get any closer to me. As Jiang Yueshi drew closer and closer, the hairs on the back of Jia Zhengji's neck stood on end, and a bad feeling welled up in his heart. If this continues, I will eventually be worn down and killed. What to do? What to do? Jia Zhengji's mind raced, and the veins on his temples and forehead throbbed. Within seconds, countless solutions flashed through my mind. No, my attacks can't break through her defenses at all. Soon, he rejected all of these proposals one by one. Clang! The sound of the impact, so close at hand, immediately interrupted his thoughts. He looked up, and his pupils instantly shrank to pinpoints. Within sight, Jiang Yueshi actually used the force of the rock spikes to leap high into the air. Her slender figure instantly blocked out the sunlight, creating a feeling of being able to cover the sky. The ice shield on his left hand refracted a magnificent rainbow under the light. A beautiful rainbow, yet exudes an extremely dangerous aura. At this moment, time seemed to stand still. It's too late. The thought quickly took over my mind as soon as it appeared. Realizing this, Jia Zhengji calmed down a little. If I can't break through your defenses, you can't break through mine either. With a sudden grit of his teeth, a thick layer of rock quickly appeared on Jia Zhengji's entire body. This scene made him look like a terracotta warrior. Although it looks comical, it has extremely strong defensive capabilities. Just as her entire body was completely transformed into a terracotta warrior, Jiang Yuexi's attack finally arrived. Whoosh! Jiang Yuexi's left hand, wrapped in an ice shield, carried a sharp, piercing force as it aimed directly at Jia Zhengji's neck. Although Jia Zhengji was completely transformed into a terracotta warrior, he did not lose his sight. Realizing Jiang Yuexi's target area, he quickly focused the rest of his body against the rock face towards his neck. In an instant, the defense at the neck level increased several levels again. This time it's a sure thing, Jia Zhengji thought to himself. However, the next second, puff! With a muffled thud, the ice shield sliced through the rock wall without any resistance, easily slicing across Jia Zhengji's neck. You. Jia Zhengji felt a chill on his neck and instinctively covered it. He turned around and stared intently at the ice shield in Jiang Yuexi's left hand. Tick-tock, tick-tock. The ice shield on his left hand drooped, and a line of blood slowly dripped down. Jiang Yuexi turned around and smiled. Who said an ice shield can't kill someone? Hee. Jia Zhengji opened his mouth as if to say something, but blood gushed from the throat he was tightly covering. A few seconds later, his body went limp and he collapsed to the ground with a thud, turning into white light and disappearing. Jia Zhengji is the first to be eliminated. The instant Jia Zhengji was killed, an electronic voice immediately rang out from Jiang Yuexi's wristwatch. Congratulations on killing a marked candidate during the blood pursuit order. You will receive all of the candidate's current points, plus an additional 50% bonus points. A gentle breeze blew by, and the scene was deathly silent. Beside the watchtower, Bu Shui, whose right arm was broken and exposed, and Wu Zhongliang, whose body was charred and whose breath was weak, slowly helped each other to their feet. Before I could even stand up straight, I heard an incredibly clear electronic voice. Although the electronic sound wasn't loud, it sounded like a thunderclap to the two of them. Swish! The two instantly locked their gazes in the direction of the source. Only Jiang Yuexi remained at the scene, while Jia Zhengji had vanished. Glug! Wu Shui swallow it. Glug glug. The sound of swallowing saliva rang out one after another. They stiffly turned their heads and met each other's gazes. The two looked at each other, both seeing a deep sense of astonishment in each other's eyes. Is Jia Zhengji dead, or was he killed by Jiang Yuexi, who only knew how to defend with ice shields? Although the two of them didn't want to believe it from the bottom of their hearts, the facts were right in front of them, and they had no choice but to believe it. What should we do now? Wu Zhongliang's voice was stammering at this moment, and his regret had reached its peak. It wasn't just because Jia Zhengji was eliminated, but also because of Jiang Yueli. If he had known Jiang Yueli was this strong, he would have stayed far away and never gotten involved. The most terrifying thing is that, even now, he still can't figure out Jiang Yueli's true skill level. Spit! Bu Shui spat out a mouthful of bloody saliva, a ruthless look appearing on his face. What else can we do? Jia Zhengji has already been eliminated, and they will definitely not let us go. There's no way to escape now. We can only fight for our lives. Only by fighting for our lives can we have a glimmer of hope. Wu Zhongliang was startled, then nodded emphatically, a resolute look appearing in his eyes. He understood that this was the only way at the moment. Cough, cough. Bu Shui coughed heavily twice, a glint of malice flashing in his eyes. Although we don't know how Jiang Yuexi killed Jia Zhengji, there's no doubt that Jiang Yuexi is the weakest of the three. Listen to my command, and after the countdown ends, we'll attack Jiang Yuexi together. This is our only chance. Understood. Wu Zhongliang forced himself to remain calm. 3, 2, 1. Superior. As Bushui finished speaking, Wu Zhongliang immediately unleashed his remaining energy and charged towards Jiang Yueshi. However, before they had gone very far, they felt something was wrong. Looking back, he froze on the spot, his face instantly turning even more pale than someone suffering from constipation. Bushui was nowhere to be seen behind them. The other party had simply turned and fled. Watching Bushui's figure disappear rapidly, Wu Zhongliang opened his mouth silently. A few seconds later, a piercing scream echoed through Pochinki. "You son of a bitch, Bushui, you're a traitor." Chapter 145, I'll form the head charge. Peace City. "You son of a bitch, Bushui, you're a traitor." After a blood-curdling scream, Wu Zhongliang collapsed to the ground as if all his strength had been drained away. The initial surge of anger dissipated completely, replaced by a wave of sorrow. He knew that his martial arts exam was completely over. If they are eliminated in the second stage, there is no chance of them even making it into the top 100 of the Great Siam Martial Arts Examination ranking, let alone the top 1,000 or 10,000. However, he did not want to give up at this moment. He stiffly turned his neck, forcing out an extremely awkward smile. "Well, I was just joking before." Before he could finish speaking, his voice abruptly stopped. Therefore, at that very moment, a beam of purple lightning pierced directly through his head. It made him tremble violently, as if he had Parkinson's disease, and even the bones supporting his body were clearly visible. 3 seconds later, wisps of white smoke rose from Wu Zhongliang's head and body, carrying a faint aroma of burning. With a thud, his face slammed to the ground, then vanished in a flash of white light. Wu Zhongliang is out. The moment Wu Zhongliang was eliminated, an electronic voice sounded from Jiang Yueli's wristwatch. "Congratulations on killing a marked candidate during the blood pursuit order. You will receive all of the candidate's current points, plus an additional 50% bonus points." Having done all this, Jiang Yueli didn't hesitate and took off to chase after them. The purpose was extremely clear and specific. It was precisely the direction in which Bushui disappeared. Etc. Yi Shuangyue's voice rang out. Jiang Yueli stopped and turned around. "If we wait until the 10 minutes are over, we won't be able to catch up." Yi Shuanyue shook her head. "Don't chase him. Bushui is fleeing towards the northern edge of the circle. Chasing him is a waste of time. What we need to do now is head towards the south side of the island, getting as close to the center of the circle as possible. That way, we won't be caught off guard when the circle shrinks again. Besides," at this point, Yi Shuanyue opened the island map and pointed to the 2 bridges between the 2 small islands. "If the next safe zone refreshes at the military base, these 2 bridges will be extremely dangerous, and we must prepare in advance." Jiang Yueli's pupils dilated slightly. After considering it carefully for a few seconds, she nodded emphatically. "I understand." Yi Shuanyue continued to look at Jiang Yueshi. Jiang Yueshi nodded vigorously. Yes, that's what I think too." After reaching a consensus, the 3 immediately headed south. Plain north of Peace City. A shield made of energy can be clearly seen in the center of the plain. The south side of the protective barrier is calm and peaceful. However, the northern part of the shield is filled with visible poisonous miasma. At this moment, 3 burly figures were panting heavily on the south side of the protective barrier. Hee. Xiang Yu was panting heavily, his voice filled with lingering fear. "Goodness, luckily we got a lot of points, otherwise we really wouldn't have been able to withstand this poison circle. If we had been eliminated in the poison circle, wouldn't that have been incredibly embarrassing?" Xiang Qian rolled his eyes in annoyance. "Isn't it because you chose that godforsaken place as your spawn point? Otherwise, would we be in such a sorry state?" The one on the right retorted, "Why didn't you say anything when I was making my choice?" "Shut up." He glared at the 2 to the left, stopping their bickering. "Save your energy. Learn from your mistakes. We need to get to the center of the circle as soon as possible for the second phase. I'll start thinking about it now." After saying that, he touched his wristwatch to the left to open the island map in order to confirm the route. As soon as the island map unfolded, Xiang's pupils contracted sharply, and he exclaimed urgently, "There are marked examinees rapidly approaching us." A red that could be clearly seen moving north, and its trajectory indicated it was heading straight for them. "You dared to come alone?" No, you must have someone with you. Quick, see who it is. The two people leaned forward and to the right. With a serious expression, he quickly clicked the red dot to the left, and a line of information immediately appeared. Bushui. His mentor is Lu Bo. Lu Bo. Peng Chung. He's the teacher we met in the Nine Peaks Mountain Demon Cave. Could this Bushui be one of the three girls we saw that day? If so, wouldn't we be in danger? No, this name doesn't sound like a girl's name. The two people, looking to the right and forward, appeared puzzled. At this moment, he closed the map to the left and instructed, "It's too late. We're about to run into them. Prepare for battle." Yes. Seeing that their elder brother had spoken, the two men, Xiang Yo and Xiang Qian, dared not delay and immediately adjusted their breathing and assumed their stances. Two people, one to the left and one to the right, spread out in a triangular formation, their energy intertwined, their gaze fixed ahead with an imposing presence. On the other side, damn it, damn it, damn it, Bushui cursed incessantly as he ran wildly, not daring to stop or even look back. The reason he could run so fast despite being seriously injured was entirely due to overdrawing his life force. But it was clear that his life force was almost exhausted and his speed was gradually decreasing. Only then did Bushui turn around and glance back. He breathed a sigh of relief when he realized that there was no one chasing him and that there was no one behind him. Although this escape came at a great cost, it was all worth it, as long as he survived. It's just a pity for Wu Zhongliang. Next time, there won't be anyone to take the fall for him. Thinking of this, Bushui couldn't help but feel a little regretful. Just as he turned around to formulate his next plan, he suddenly froze, his pupils contracting violently, as if they had been hit by a bright light. My heart felt like it skipped a few beats, my scalp tingled instantly, and goosebumps appeared all over my body. Not far in front of them stood triplets, all of similar height, build, and appearance. Furthermore, judging from the cultivation fluctuations emanating from their entire bodies, each of them was no weaker than themselves in their prime. Upon opening the island map, Bushui felt a chill run down his spine. The three people in front of me were indeed marked as candidates, which meant that they were all among the top 100 on the martial arts exam list. Yuqing left, right, forward. After confirming the three people's information, Bushui immediately showed a kind smile. The three of you, I didn't mean to get close to you. We all worked so hard to get into the top 100. It's not worth fighting each other. How about we just pretend we've never met? After saying this, the three people in front of him kept retreating. Wait, his gaze flickered to the left. I'm asking you, are there three girls in your class? Where are they now? Why aren't they on the list? Three girls. Bushui was taken aback, completely not understanding why the other party asked such a question, but forced by the situation, he still answered truthfully. You must have mistaken me. There are no girls in our class at all. Although he had only been in Lu Bo's class for a few days, he was already aware of this. The atmosphere on the field changed instantly after these words were spoken. Big brother, he tricked us. Yes, brother, he actually said no. Liar. Anger rose on the faces of the two men, who were moving to the right and forward. Xiangzhu didn't speak, but his expression suddenly darkened. Without a second thought, he roared, "Charge! I'll form the head charge." The next moment, the three Xiang brothers charged straight at Bushui. With its imposing presence, it looked from a distance like a speeding, self-unloading king. No, don't. Bushui looked terrified. He wanted to dodge, but his body couldn't react at all. Boom! With a muffled thud, Bushui's body flew out at an angle as if hit by a self-unloading king and immediately turned into white light and dissipated. At the same time, Kagura's voice resounded throughout the entire map. The blood pursuit order has ended. The top 100 list will be updated soon. I wish you all a pleasant exam. Chapter 146, the blood pursuit order ends. The top 100 ranking is updated. Pengcheng, Central Virtual Network Hall. Since the blood pursuit order was activated, the atmosphere in the hall suddenly became lively, with various exclamations and discussions filling the air. Compared to the first phase's seemingly mundane and uninspiring atmosphere, the blood pursuit order was a complete game changer, firmly capturing everyone's attention. The various exciting battles and dramatic comebacks are thrilling to watch. That's too exciting. 20 or 30 people are chasing after a marked examinee on a plane. There's no way he can survive. Even if each of them just spat on him, they would drown him. In this situation, the only way to survive is to enter the city and take advantage of the terrain. Not all the marked candidates are in such a bad situation. Didn't you see? The top 10 candidates weren't attacked at all. They should be grateful that they don't cause trouble for others. Anyone with a sound mind wouldn't easily provoke them. Not only are the marked candidates in danger, but all candidates are in danger in the second stage. In these few minutes, the number of candidates eliminated is almost 10 times that of the previous ones. The teachers all sighed with emotion, but their words revealed their excitement. At this moment, in the second row of the hall, Old Wu, your Pengqing number 1 special ability high school has really made it big this time. You produced 3 students in the top 50 of the top 100 list in a row. We're so envious. Exactly. You were so modest during the meeting earlier, but it turns out you were hiding something. No, 3 things. Old Wu, our 2 schools are close to each other, so we should keep in touch, especially our outstanding teachers. Don't keep things to yourselves. All the principals smiled and complimented Wu Daoan. Regardless of what they were thinking, the envy on their faces was absolutely genuine. If any student can break into the top 50 of the top 100 list, the resources for the following year will double, let alone 3 students. Oh, not at all. I didn't expect the students to achieve such excellent results. It's all thanks to the excellent teaching of the teachers below. It has nothing to do with me. Wu Daoan, with his goatee, was gentle and refined in his conversation, and looked even younger than Lei Ming and Song Yi. After exchanging a few jokes with his colleagues, Wu Daoan turned his gaze to Song. Principal Song, if I remember correctly, you and teacher Liu Bo have quite a close relationship, right? That's right, the Liu family does have some connection with my Song family. Song Yi couldn't suppress a hint of joy on his lips. Liu Bo has always been quite promising, consistently ranking among the top teachers in the school. He is definitely a rare talent, and given time, he will surely be able to advance to a university and become a teacher. Teacher Liu Bo's teaching is good. Lei Ming glanced at Song Yi indifferently, his voice not loud, but every word piercing. But it's a pity that the 3 candidates who made it into the top 50 were all transfer students. Song Yi's eyebrows twitched rapidly, and he glared fiercely at Lei Ming. What do you mean? Lei Ming's tone remained unchanged. It doesn't mean anything. I'm just stating the facts. Thunder. All right, you 2 stop arguing. Wu Daoan waved his hand to stop the 2. From now on, Pengqing's number 1 special ability high school will have to rely on you. Lei Ming and Song Yi both looked puzzled. Fine, I might as well take this opportunity to tell you in advance. Wu Daoan said calmly. I'm not far from breaking through. As soon as he finished speaking, Lei Ming and Song Yi both changed color. Wu Daoan is currently a 4th level transcendent, and after breaking through, he will become a 5th level master, which means he will definitely be promoted. Before the 2 could speak, Wu Daoan continued, I have only a few years left in my term, so I decided to apply for resignation early. In other words, I will leave the school after the martial arts exam. But don't worry, I have recommended the 2 of you to the education department. If nothing unexpected happens, the new principal of Pengqing number 1 special ability high school will be chosen from the 2 of you. I can't control how the education department ultimately chooses. You can only wait for further notice. The voice paused slightly before resuming. Whoever has the support of the top scholar from Pengqing will undoubtedly have a significant advantage. After saying this, Wu Daoan immediately closed his eyes to rest and said no more. His words seemed to possess some kind of supernatural power, immediately causing Lei Ming and Song Yi to be greatly shocked. Although the vice principal and the principal are only 1 character apart in name, their treatment and benefits are not at all on the same level. What's more, this is a chance for a deputy from the same hometown to be promoted to the head of the unit, which is an opportunity that is absolutely once in a lifetime. After a long while, the 2 of them finally came to their senses. Fortunately, I transferred the Qing genius here in advance. Song Yi was thrilled. Liu Bo will definitely be the top scholar in Pengqing. Pengqing top scholar. Lei Ming silently murmured the name to himself, a thought suddenly surfacing in his mind. If only it were Su Che. Buzz. Suddenly, The list of the top 100 martial arts exam takers shone brightly and was refreshed once again. First place, William, points, 400, affiliated school. Affiliated high school of the first superpower university of Dacia. Instructor, Su Tian. Second place, Xiaoyan, points, 375, affiliated school. Affiliated high school of the first superpower university of Dacia. Instructor, Su Tian. Third place, Xiaomiao, points, 375, affiliated school. Affiliated high school of the first superpower university of Dacia. Instructor, Su Tian. 43rd place, Xiangzhua, points, 315, affiliated school. Yuqing Qingshan Experimental Middle School. Instructor, Gao Huohua. 44th place, Jiang Yuli, points, 310, affiliated school. Pengqing No. 1 Superpower High School. Instructor, Su Che. 45th place, Jiang Yueshi, points, 310, affiliated school. Pengqing No. 1 Special Ability High School. Instructor, Su Che. 46th place, Xiang Yu, points, 300, affiliated school. Yuqing Qingshan Experimental Middle School. Instructor, Gao Huohua. 47th place, Xiang Qian, points, 295, affiliated school. Yuqing Qingshan Experimental Middle School. Instructor, Gao Huohua. Will be added later. The moment the leaderboard refreshed, the slightly noisy spectator hall fell silent. Swish, swish, swish. In an instant, almost everyone's attention was focused on the top 100 list. Among these people, Lu Bo was undoubtedly the fastest. It should be fine. Lu Bo's gaze instantly locked onto around 50 people, but after scanning up and down, he didn't see his own name. His expression remained unchanged as he continued scanning upwards, when suddenly his eyes twitched rapidly and uncontrollably. He looked at her back and forth, his brows furrowed into a deep frown, and his face immediately fell. The reason was simple. He saw Su Che's name. Jiang Yueshi Jiang Yu Carp. As Lu Bo's gaze swept from right to left, his mood immediately plummeted. The emergence of Su Che's two apprentices made him very unhappy, and at the same time, it cast a shadow over his heart. Shaking his head to clear his jumbled thoughts, Lu Bo continued searching for his name. As expected, his name did not appear in the top 50. Seeing this, Lu Bo's expression turned extremely ugly. The shadow in my heart was growing infinitely larger, and a feeling of unease rushed into my heart without warning. No, it should just be a drop in ranking. As long as it's still in the top 100, it's fine. Taking a deep breath, Lu Bo mustered his courage and looked down from the 50th position. The first 60 did not have their own names. There were none in the first 70. The top 80 are still not included. Still none in the top 90 or top 100. Boom! At that moment, Lu Bo felt as if he had been struck by lightning. His mind gradually went blank, and he lost all thoughts and even the ability to control his facial expressions. Although it's very hard to admit, that's the truth. The current number 1 on the martial arts exam top 100 list has exactly 180 points. But Bu Shuyi, Wu Zhongliang, and Jia Zhengji had already scored over 180 points. There's only one possibility for the significant drop in the scores of the three players. That means it's already been eliminated. Clang! Lu Bo leaned back abruptly in his chair, cold sweat streaming down his forehead. At the same time, everyone present finally discovered that Jiang Yueli and Jiang Yueshi had broken into the top 50. In an instant, the scene erupted in chaos, with shouts of surprise and disbelief filling the air. From chapter 147 onwards, we'll each stick to our own roles. You call me brother, and I'll call him brother-in-law. Central Virtual Network Hall. The refresh of the Great Xiao Martial Arts Examination Top 100 list was like a boulder crashing into a crowd, immediately causing a great uproar. To everyone's surprise, Pengqing University once again appeared in the top 50 of the list of the top 100 universities. The name remains the same. Pengqing No. 1 Special Ability High School. This is insane. It's students from Pengqing No. 1 Special Ability High School again. Did all the students at this school take performance-enhancing drugs today? How can they be so fierce? Urine test. I hereby formally request that all students at Pengqing No. 1 Special Ability High School undergo urine tests, and that none be missed. Aren't Jiang Yueli and Jiang Yueshi the twins of the Jiang family? And didn't their aunt Jiang Lianyue just advance to the transcendent realm? Could it be that the Jiang family will one day produce 4 transcendent realm members? I've heard of the Jiang sisters, but who is this Su Che? How could he possibly teach 2 people who are ranked in the top 50 of the martial arts exam? Why have I never heard of him before? You're ignorant, aren't you? Su Che is a teacher who has risen to prominence in the last 6 months. You know Lu Bo, right? Su Che is the one who was promoted to level 3 teacher because his teaching performance surpassed Lu Bo's. Amidst the gasps and discussions, news about Su Che spread rapidly throughout the hall. When Su Che is mentioned, his conflict with Lu Bo is naturally an unavoidable topic. In a very short time, the story of Su Che winning 1.2 million yuan from Lu Bo and snatching the 3rd-level teacher's position from the jaws of death spread like wildfire. Previously, the conflict between the two was limited to Pengqing No. 1 Special Ability High School, and at most spread to 2 or 3 nearby schools. But under these once-in-a-lifetime circumstances, the news spread to everyone present in an instant. In an instant, countless pairs of intense gazes were focused on Su Che and Lu Bo. At this moment, most people looked at Lu Bo with a strange gaze mixed with a hint of pity. What a pity! If it weren't for Su Che, Lu Bo would definitely be the most dazzling martial arts exam teacher in Pengqing today. It's truly a case of, why did heaven create both Zhou Yu and Zhuge Liang? It's strange, but as soon as Su Che's student appeared on the list, Lu Bo's student immediately disappeared from the top 100 list. It's like he's a nemesis to Su Che. Yeah, dropping from the top 50 to the top 100 in one fell swoop. It's likely they won't survive the Crimson Pursuit order. That's incredibly bad luck. There were many people talking at once, and no attempt was made to conceal their true intentions. These sounds naturally and clearly reached Lu Bo's ears. These words were like sharp thorns piercing Lu Bo's heart, causing him so much pain that he could hardly breathe. The pitying gazes around him were like blades, making him feel like a rat in a sewer exposed to the sun, his whole body burning. If there were a crack in the ground right now, he would definitely crawl into it without hesitation in a second. Beep, beep, beep. Just then, Lu Bo's silent communicator vibrated a few times. There were 3 text messages. After opening the 3 text messages in succession, Lu Bo's face changed strangely, alternating between red and white. Bu Shui. Damn it, Lu Bo, didn't you swear that Yi Shuangyue's highest level was only Tier 1, 9th level? This is clearly Tier 2. And why did you hide the fact that there are 3 girls in your class from me? LOL. Wu Zhongliang. You're saying Jiang Yueli's highest level of superpower is only B grade? I actually believed your nonsense. Trash. Jia Zhengji. Didn't you say Jiang Yueshi only knew how to defend? I was eliminated entirely because of you. You damn bastard. Thump. Thump. After reading the text message, Lu Bo's heart started pounding and his blood pressure immediately spiked to 180. How dare you do this? How dare you do this? Lu Bo's eyes twitched, his whole body trembled uncontrollably, and the veins on his hands gripping the communicator bulged. He never expected that Bu Shui and the other 2, who had been so respectful to him just a few days ago, would change their attitude so swiftly after being eliminated. It's one thing to insult someone, but the insults they used were so vile. I gritted my teeth and dialed back, but unsurprisingly, none of the calls went through. In an instant, boundless anger surged from his body, causing Lu Bo's face to quickly turn purplish-brown. It's not hard to tell from the words of Shui and the other 2 that Yi Shuangyue and the Jiang sisters eliminated them. Yi Shuangyue and the Jiang sisters are both Su Che's apprentices, which means that Su Che is the instigator. Thinking of this, Lu Bo forced himself to take a deep breath, despite feeling uncomfortable. Suke. The next second, Lu Bo suddenly jumped up from his seat, his hysterical voice booming in the hall, immediately attracting the attention of many people around him. Stared at by the intense gazes around him, Lu Bo's face continued to turn purple. He mustered all his strength and roared, I. Just as I was about to say something, a wave of dizziness washed over me, and my eyelids blinked rapidly, each blink revealing more of the whites of my eyes. After several repetitions, The whites of his eyes finally completely filled his pupils, and he lost consciousness as his head lolled to the side. Such a dramatic scene immediately silenced the lively atmosphere, and everyone's eyes were filled with astonishment. "What's going on here now? Son, what's wrong with you? So, don't scare me." A few seconds later, Lu Lin's anxious voice rang out, and the scene immediately descended into chaos. "Boring." Suche glanced at Lu Bo briefly before looking away, not even glancing at him a second time. Throughout this martial arts exam, he never considered Lu Bo as an evenly matched opponent. 44th and 45th. Suche's expression didn't change much as he turned his gaze to the list of the top 100 martial arts test takers. This achievement would make any other student in Pengqing ecstatic. But for Jiang Yueli and Jiang Yueshi, this ranking is just the beginning. Moreover, Yi Shuang Yue, who has the highest cultivation level among the three, hasn't even started to show her face yet. "I believe you will not let me down." Suche's lips curled into a smile. It will also bring a bit of shock to the small city of Pengqing. At the same time, in the second row of the spectator seats, "Brother Jiang, your Jiang family has produced two outstanding women. They've managed to break into the top 50 of the martial arts exam's top 100 list. Their future achievements are bound to be limitless. Your younger sister has successfully become a teacher at the Great Xia's number 1 superpower university this year. And now it won't be a problem for your two nieces to be admitted to the Great Xia's number 1 superpower university. The three of you going to the Great Xia's number 1 superpower university to register at the same time will surely become a beautiful story in Pengqing. Brother Jiang, my good-for-nothing son is about the same age as my niece. I think young people should communicate and exchange ideas with each other more often. Get lost. Your kid's almost 30, right? What the hell do you mean by around the same age? Brother Jiang, my son just turned 18. He's still very young. How about we send him over to your Jiang family as a son?" The powerful and influential people of Pengqing showered Jiang Tianyang with compliments. For a time, it seemed as if the Jiang family was the head of the 6 great families of Pengqing. Hee. Yu Li and Yushi are still young. Right now, their studies should be their priority. Jiang Tianyang had a smile on his face, but in his heart, he was cursing them all as old foxes. They didn't say anything when they heard about Yu Li and Yushi's F-level talent, but now that Yu Li and Yushi have entered the top 50 of the top 100 list, they've come over to them again. Although he was disdainful, the words of the crowd made him realize something. Jiang Tianyang glanced at Suche behind him, then looked at Jiang Lianyue sitting in the front row and made a decision in an instant. Silently, she took out her communicator and quickly typed a text message. "I've decided that Suche is my brother-in-law. From now on, we'll address each other differently. You call me brother, and I'll call him brother-in-law." Chapter 148, even if someone breaks into the top 10, it's still within our tolerance. "I've decided that Suche is my brother-in-law. From now on, we'll address each other differently. You call me brother, and I'll call him brother-in-law." The moment I saw this text message, Jiang Lianyue's originally upturned lips gradually faded, her eyelashes trembled, and even her breathing became slightly rapid. After carefully and repeatedly reviewing the text message, I finally confirmed that it was indeed sent by Jiang Tianyang. In her opinion, this message was absolutely outrageous, like the mother of all people opening the door to something even more outrageous. Jiang Tianyang. Jiang Lianyue gritted her teeth, then suddenly turned her head and her sharp gaze instantly locked onto Jiang Tianyang. Seeing Jiang Lianyue looking over, Jiang Tianyang grinned as if he had been prepared, pointed at the communicator, and gave a thumbs up. Jiang Lianyue's cheeks twitched uncontrollably, and she immediately felt an urge to sew Jiang Tianyang's mouth shut. He turned around and took several deep breaths before he could barely regain his senses. He himself was a 4th-level extraordinary being, and had even become a teacher at the number 1 superpower university in the Great Xia dynasty. Jiang Tianyang's actions were as if he was afraid he wouldn't be able to get married, which infuriated people. Despite being extremely annoyed, Jiang Lianyue couldn't help but think about this problem. Jiang Lianyue's gaze fell on the name Suche, which appeared consecutively in the top 50 of the martial arts exam rankings, and she looked thoughtful. She had to admit that Suche's teaching skills and cultivation talent far surpassed her own. She couldn't have guided Jiang Yueli and Jiang Yueshi, both with F-level talent, into the top 50 of the martial arts exam within just 6 months. She couldn't have raised her cultivation level from the first level of the third rank to the 9th level of the third rank in just 6 months. From any perspective, Su Che is a good choice. But I'll say it again. Her basic requirement for her other half is that he must be a fourth-order transcendent being. Otherwise, their lifespans wouldn't even be equal, and she doesn't have the inclination to personally see her partner off to the end. Shaking her head to clear her jumbled thoughts, Jiang Lianyue smiled gently. It's too early to think about this now. Let's wait until he becomes a fourth-tier transcendent. Excellent, excellent, truly excellent. I never expected our Pengxing No. 1 Special Ability High School to produce so many talented individuals this year. Who is this teacher Su Che? Why have I never heard of him before? Not far from Jiang Lianyue, Wu Daoan stroked his goatee, looking quite pleased. Although he has already applied for a transfer, the better the academic performance of Pengxing No. 1 Special Ability High School, the more advantageous it will be for him. A student from Pengxing became the top scorer in the martial arts exam and successfully entered the top 50 of the martial arts exam's top 100 list. This confirms that the next garrison he will serve in will definitely be stronger than Pengxing. If a student can break into the top 10 of the martial arts exam's top 100 list, he will most likely be transferred directly to the main base city. As for going any higher, he wouldn't even dare to dream of it. If a student from Pengxing No. 1 Special Ability High School makes it into the top 3 of the martial arts exam's top 100 list, it's not impossible that he could be directly transferred to a key high school in the main base city as its principal. Reporting to Principal Wu, teacher Su Che has been at the school for several years. His performance was mediocre until this year, when he suddenly seemed to have a breakthrough. He led Class 18 to achieve second place in the first monthly test, and then took first place in the second monthly test with an absolute advantage. Yi Xuanyue in the class had already reached the 8th level of the first rank in the second monthly test. Also, Yi Xuanyue and the Jiang sisters have been students of our school since the first year of high school. Lei Ming spoke first, unable to contain his joy. By the way, this year's quota for level 3 teachers at the school was secured by teacher Su Che. When the topic of the 3-level teacher quota came up, Lei Ming gave Song Yi a meaningful glance. However, Song Yi was completely oblivious at that moment. His gaze drifted absently to Liu Bo, who was being carried out of the viewing hall, and his lips gradually lost their color. It happened too suddenly. He felt as if the position of principal, which had been beckoning to him, had suddenly been abandoned, and he turned and ran towards Lei Ming. A level 3 teacher? Suki. Wu Daoan was slightly taken aback. Then his eyes lit up. I remember now. You were the one who approved Su Che's candidate for level 3 teacher, right? I even reviewed it. Lei Ming. Yes, that's right. So that's how it is. Wu Daoan gave Lei Ming a meaningful look. Looks like you're in luck. Lei Ming remained silent, only laughing. At that moment, he seemed to see the principal's position patting its behind and leaving Song Yi's side, waving enthusiastically at him. Is this what it feels like to suck up to someone powerful? Lei Ming muttered to himself. At the same time, first row of the spectator stands. Interesting, very interesting. It turns out to be another teacher from Pengxing No. 1 Special Ability High School. Upon noticing the school Su Che belonged to, Qin Yuliang immediately showed great interest. During this period, he was deeply impressed by Pengxing No. 1 Special Ability High School. First of all, Jiang Lianyue, whom Zhuang Yin, a junior from the Great Xiaofu Superpower University, came to Pengxing for the last review, happens to be a teacher at the Pengxing First Superpower High School. In the entire Pengxing Education Bureau, not a single teacher from any of the schools under its jurisdiction could be directly admitted to the top superpower university in Daxia in several years. Jiang Lianyue's appearance naturally made him remember this school. Secondly, there is the matter of Wu Daoan, the current principal of Pengxing No. 1 Special Ability High School, applying to resign early. He recently had to choose between 2 vice principals, Lei Ming and Song Yi, for a promotion, which deepened his impression of the school. Unexpectedly, the teachers who made it into the top 50 of the martial arts exam in Pengxing were all from Pengxing No. 1 Special Ability High School. This surprised him greatly, and made him even more curious about Pengqing number 1 Special Ability High School. It seems I need to seriously reconsider the position of principal of Pengqing number 1 High School for people with extraordinary abilities. Chen Yuliang made a decision in his heart. But after only 2 seconds of thought, he seemed to suddenly remember something and started muttering to himself. The top scholar in the Pengqing martial arts examination will receive 3 yuan energy pills plus 5 million, and the second place scholar will receive 2 yuan energy pills plus 5 million. That's 5 yuan energy pills plus 10 million. Making it into the top 50 of the martial arts exam rankings will earn you a scholarship of 10 million plus 5 yuan energy pills, which is 20 million plus 10 yuan energy pills. The total is 30 million plus 15 yuan energy pills. After calculating this number, Chen Yuliang's smile remained unchanged. It's all right. The reward is quite substantial, but it's well within my budget. Because of the special nature and importance of this martial arts exam, the Pengqing Education Department has practically exhausted all its resources. 30 million is nothing at all. The only problem is that buying Yuanneng Dan is quite troublesome. However, there are also negotiated prices for official purchases, which are much cheaper than the market price, and the overall cost is completely acceptable. Thinking of this, Chen Yuliang felt a surge of pride. This is nothing. Even if someone breaks into the top 10, it's still within our control. Chapter 149, The Hunting Squad. A chaotic and disorderly farm. Island map. On the ground, the intense and exciting martial arts exam is in full swing. Almost every moment, hundreds or thousands of candidates are eliminated. Some candidates died fighting ferocious beasts, but most were eliminated by other candidates. A tense, exciting, cruel, and bloody atmosphere permeates the entire map. At the same time, in the sky above the island map, in a place unseen by all the examinees and observing teachers, a lazy figure was leisurely sipping tea. Judging from the robe he's wearing, it's the same robe worn by Kagura, the virtual chief examiner of this martial arts exam. But Kagura's appearance at this moment is completely different from before. To be precise, everything changed except the robes, even the race. At this moment, Kagura was only a little over a meter tall, with a round body covered in soft and thick gray-brown fur. It had a round head and a ring of black fur around its eyes, making it look rather cute. Its black and white tail spirals in circles, swaying up and down as it sips tea. If Su Che saw it, he would definitely recognize it at a glance. Isn't that little raccoon? Tui, Tui, Tui. Kagura spat out the tea foam from her mouth and quickly wiped her lips with her little paws. Why is it so bitter? I don't know why the people of Daxia like to drink tea so much. After making a few complaints, Kagura stretched out her little hand, and a bag of instant noodles appeared out of thin air in her hand. Yes, I declare instant noodles to be the greatest invention in the world. After taking a small bite, Kagura's black button-like pupils suddenly lit up and instantly turned into a heart shape. Crunch, crunch. While munching on instant noodles, Kagura kept her head down, observing the martial arts exam. In his eyes, the situation of the top 10 candidates was presented very clearly. Is this the young prodigy of Great Xia? He looks quite ordinary. Kagura clicked her tongue. Only William, Xia Yin, Xia Miao, and Zhang Yu seem alright, but they're just alright. After watching for a while longer, Kagura tilted her head back and swallowed the rest of the instant noodles in one gulp, then sighed softly. Sigh. If all else fails, we'll have to choose from among these few. Island map. In the northern part of the farm, the sounds of battle echoed continuously. After the first round of eliminations, all the surviving candidates realized the same thing. That means you should move towards the center of the safe zone if possible. Otherwise, you'll have to run away when the safe zone shrinks. Although the candidates who have survived to this point have all scored significantly more points than those in the first round. However, with the doubled mechanism of deducting 2 points per second in the second round of the poison circle, it also won't last long. At this moment, the farm, located in the center of the safe zone, naturally becomes the choice for many test takers. Therefore, the density of candidates near the farm was much higher than in other places, and the battle was naturally very fierce. Near the farm, the more powerful beasts are not the most dangerous. The most dangerous are the test takers themselves. Sneak attacks, encirclements, counterattacks, and being counterattacked are all common occurrences and have long been a regular occurrence. The transition between the roles of hunter and prey can often happen in an instant. At this moment, chaos and disorder dominate the atmosphere around the farm. Splash. At that moment, a single-story warehouse building with windows facing north and south, located in the northern part of the farm, collapsed with a loud crash. Just a second before the warehouse was completely buried in the ruins, figures rushed out and fled in all directions. Oh no! Run! We've been spotted! Split up and escape! Quick, quick, quick! If I'm not mistaken, the other side is definitely a hunting team from the main base city. We have absolutely no hope of winning against them. Damn it, it's true. A first-tier 7th level cultivator is already quite strong among this year's martial arts examinees. But most of the 10-person team are at the first-tier 7th level, and some are even at the first-tier 8th level. Isn't this bullying? Exactly. With such high cultivation levels, why don't they go hunt ferocious beasts? Why do they have to pick on us? Stop talking nonsense and run. How many points does a ferocious beast get? It's not as worthwhile as killing the examinees. Not only do you get more points, but you also reduce your competitors. Why not? The group of examinees hiding in the warehouse were thrown into chaos, each of them desperately trying to escape. After the martial arts exam entered its second phase, many hunting teams specializing in hunting down martial arts examinees quickly emerged. But among these hunting teams, the hunting teams from the main base city are the most famous and the most feared. The reason is very simple, but exceptionally cruel. That is, the cultivation level of candidates in the main base city is generally higher than that of candidates in the Weiqing. Haha, we're so lucky. We never expected to find so many people hidden in this small warehouse. This saves us the trouble of chasing them one by one. Hurry up and don't let a single one escape. These are all walking points. Each one is worth at least 10 ferocious beasts. We need to act quickly. There are many hunting teams around. If we wait for other hunting teams to arrive, things will get complicated. Compared to the panicked and frantically fleeing examinees, the 10 members of the hunting team from the main base city all had excitement on their faces. It was as if the people fleeing in front of them were not examinees, but pigs and sheep to be slaughtered. That is indeed the case. Faced with a hunting team whose average cultivation level far exceeded that of the 7th level of the first rank, these examinees had no power to resist at all. No, I don't want to be eliminated. I'll fight you to the death. Tell my mom, I'm not a coward. Let me go, I don't have many points. The two sides were already at odds in terms of cultivation level, and their desire to escape rather than fight only exacerbated the one-sided outcome. Swish, swish. With flashes of white light, none of the martial arts examinees who had fled earlier managed to escape. Just 5 minutes later, the scene returned to calm, as if nothing had ever happened. Only the members of the hunting teams from the main base city saw their rankings rise. This scene was broadcast live in its entirety by the Pengsheng Virtual Network Hall. In an instant, gasps of shock rang out one after another. A team whose average cultivation level far exceeds that of a 7th level first-tier cultivator. Whoever runs into them is doomed. Isn't there no way to escape this situation? Yes, unless we have a much larger number of people or our cultivation and combat strength are much stronger than theirs. There's no way to solve this. All ordinary candidates can do is pray that they don't encounter them. I seriously suspect that the number of candidates eliminated by the beasts in this second stage is far less than the number eliminated by the candidates themselves. This is too cruel. Wait, look, there seem to be 2 more unlucky guys ahead. Judging from their route, they're about to run into this squad. Just then, someone suddenly exclaimed, "Wait, these 2 look familiar. Purple hair, white hair. Wait, aren't they Jiang Yueshi and Jiang Yueli, who were in the top 50 of the martial arts exam?" These words caused an immediate and profound silence in the viewing hall. Yet they were also like a thunderclap, a shocking revelation. Chapter 1, 50 The Hunt? Who is the prey? Pengsheng. Central Virtual Network, Spectator Hall. When it was realized that the 2 unlucky people in the picture were Jiang Yueli and Jiang Yueshi, the atmosphere on the scene became extremely strange. Many people stiffly twisted their necks, looking at each other with deep surprise and bewilderment in each other's eyes. Although Jiang Yueli and Jiang Yueshi belong to Pengqing No. 1 Special Ability High School, they are also part of the Pengqing examinees and represent Pengqing. It feels like gloating over someone's misfortune, only to have it happen to you. Oh no. Oh no. It can't be such a coincidence, can it? Our Pengqing finally produced 2 candidates who made it into the top 50 of the martial arts exam. Are they going to be eliminated like this? The 2 of them were already at the 7th level of the first rank during their second monthly test, so they should be at the 8th level of the first rank now, right? They should have a chance to escape, right? There is hope, but it's extremely slim. The only chance is to break through before the enemy squad completes their encirclement. Otherwise, oh dear, these 2 sisters are really something. Were they waiting for at a time like this? Hurry up and leave. What are they standing there for? They're waiting to be served the food. Damn it, this squad has obviously noticed the 2 sisters and has started to encircle them. An atmosphere of despair quietly spread through the spectator hall. Everyone present had just witnessed the team's attack on the screen and was deeply impressed by their amazing combat power. It's fair to say that most, if not the vast majority, people felt that Jiang Yueli and Jiang Yueshi were in danger this time. You carp, you stream. Almost the instant Jiang Yueli and Jiang Yueshi appeared on screen, Jiang Lianyuan noticed them. The dangerous situation they were in caused her recently calmed state of mind to fluctuate considerably again. As the aunt of Jiang Yueli and Jiang Yueshi, she hoped more than anyone else that the 2 of them could achieve good results. He also hoped that the 2 of them could successfully enter the top superpower university in the Great Xia dynasty and register with him. But at this moment, she felt a little flustered and was really worried for the 2 of them. As a 4th-level extraordinary teacher, her judgment surpasses that of more than 99% of the people present. After carefully analyzing their current situation, she quickly came to a conclusion. Both of them need to reach at least the 9th level of the first rank in order to have a chance of escaping. Jiang Lianyue's eyes narrowed slightly, her expression extremely solemn. She went into seclusion after the second monthly test, and after emerging from seclusion, Jiang Yueli and Jiang Yueshi had been engaged in practical training. Therefore, she wasn't really clear about the 2's current strength. However, she believed that with Su Che's guidance, the 2 of them would definitely be able to break through to the 8th level of the first rank. But she wasn't sure if she could break through to the 9th level of the first rank. With her thoughts in turmoil, Jiang Lianyue turned to look at Jiang Tianyang. After noticing that Jiang Tianyang looked even worse than she did, Jiang Lianyue sighed softly. His gaze remained fixed on the panoramic screen in front of him, and he murmured to himself, "I believe you will not be easily eliminated." Director Jiang, are you all right? I believe Jiang Yueli and Jiang Yueshi will be fine. Noticing Jiang Lianyue's expression, Lei Ming spoke up to comfort her. He seemed to be comforting Jiang Lianyue, but a closer look revealed that he was even more nervous than Jiang Lianyue. His smile was very forced, and he seemed somewhat restless. Thanks. Jiang Lianyue nodded politely, but she was clearly somewhat absent-minded. Neither of the 2 people in the conversation noticed that Song Yi's eyes were subtly revealing a sense of satisfaction. Eliminate them. Eliminate them. If Lu Bo can't be the mentor of the top scorer in Pengqing, then none of us should be mentors. Song Yi clenched and unclenched his fists, his heart filled with excitement. As the crowd discussed the situation, the panoramic view showed another change. In a very short time, the 10-person team had surrounded Jiang Yueli and Jiang Yueshi. At this moment, the atmosphere in the entire viewing hall was extremely tense, and heavy breathing could be clearly heard. All eyes were fixed on Jiang Yueli and Jiang Yueshi, who were surrounded in the scene. Even the director of education, Chan Yuckliang, immediately became much more serious. Whether the top scorer in the Pengqing martial arts exam can break into the top 50 of the martial arts exam list will have a huge impact on the Pengqing Education Department's performance. At his age, any further advancement is hopeless. His only aspiration is to advance his rank before retirement. Heavenly spirits, earthly spirits, may the Supreme Lord Laozi appear and grant my request. Please don't let me be unable to deliver the rewards I've prepared. I'm eager to give them away. As the director of the education department, Chun Yuliang has even resorted to metaphysical methods. Right now, If we were named the calmest person in the spectator hall, it would undoubtedly be Su Che. His expression was even more relaxed than that of the director of education, Chen Yuliang. In his eyes, the 10-man squad in the picture was no different from fat pigs delivered to his door. To put it simply, it's like searching for poop with a lantern in the toilet. To be honest, he wished there were more 10-person teams like the one in the picture. These team members have accumulated countless points. They're practically walking treasure chests. I wonder how much their rankings will improve after this wave of gold coins. A smile immediately spread across Su Che's eyes, but he quickly seemed to remember something and let out a soft, hesitant sound. Wait a minute. Where did my eldest apprentice, Xiao Yezi, go? In a panoramic view, the 10-person hunting team spread out and took up advantageous positions, their eyes fixed intently on Jiang Yueli and Jiang Yueshi. Despite having an overwhelming advantage, all 10 players remained very cautious and acted simultaneously. In an instant, a sharp whooshing sound and a heart-pounding energy fluctuation emerged simultaneously, and visible air ripples spread rapidly. Wherever it passed, dust billowed up, quickly forming a hazy mist. Compared to the overwhelming presence of the 10 people, Jiang Yueli and Jiang Yueshi appeared exceptionally small. It was like a small boat struggling to float in a turbulent ocean current, which could be swallowed up by the merciless waves at any moment. At this moment, the atmosphere in the viewing hall suddenly became oppressive, and some people even lowered their heads, unable to bear watching any longer. In their view, there was nothing left to see. If you can't escape by the time the enemy makes a move, the outcome is almost certain. That means elimination. Buzz. Just then, a dazzling purple light suddenly filled the entire panoramic light screen, causing many people to instinctively cover their eyes. The light lasted for about 10 seconds before gradually fading, and the panoramic light screen image immediately returned to normal. Swish, swish, swish. Countless surging gazes immediately turned to the screen, eager to know the outcome. But the next moment, everyone's eyes were like magnets meeting steel nails, unable to look away. Many people stared wide-eyed at each other, their eyes practically popping out of their sockets. Only 2 figures are standing in the picture. The camera zooms in, and there are Jiang Yueli and Jiang Yueshi. Just then, the list of the top 100 martial arts exam takers was updated again. First place, William, points, 700, affiliated school, affiliated high school of the First Superpower University of Daxia. Instructor, Su Tian. Second place, Xia Yin, points, 680, affiliated school, affiliated high school of the First Superpower University of Daxia. Instructor, Su Tian. Third place, Xia Miao, points, 680, affiliated school, affiliated high school of the First Superpower University of Daxia. Instructor, Su Tian. Fourth place, Zhang Yue, points, 675, affiliated school, affiliated high school of the Fourth Supernatural Ability University of Daxia. Instructor, Zhang Wanson. Ninth place, Chun Lang, points, 655, affiliated school, Daxia 101 Senior High School. Instructor, Qin Haomiao. 10th place, Yi Shuangyue, points, 645, school, Pingxing No. 1 Superpower High School. Instructor, Su Che. 19th place, Jiang Yueli, points, 610, affiliated school, Pingxing No. 1 Superpower High School. Instructor, Su Che. 20th place, Jiang Yueshi, points, 605, school, Pingxing No. 1 Superpower High School. Instructor, Su Che. 39th place, Xiang Zhua, points, 585, affiliated school, Yuqing Qingshan Experimental Middle School. Instructor, Gao Huahua. 44th place, Xiang Yu, points, 550, affiliated school, Yuqing Qingshan Experimental Middle School. Instructor, Gao Huahua. 45th place, Xiang Qian, points, 550, affiliated school, Yuqing Qingshan Experimental Middle School. Instructor, Gao Huahua. We'll add more later. Chapter 151, Top 20 on the Top 100 list? No, it's Top 10. Since the martial arts exam entered its second phase, numerous battles have been taking place simultaneously every moment. Although the panoramic light screen has been divided into different light screens of varying sizes, it is still difficult to display all the wonderful scenes. Even the images that are shown usually don't last very long. The camera cut off immediately after it focused on the proudly standing Jiang Yueli and Jiang Yueshi. Although the image was cut, everyone's attention remained fixed on the screen. The entire scene seemed to be silenced by a silencing spell. For a moment, no one made a sound. 1 second. 2 seconds. About 2.5 seconds later, an incredulous voice immediately echoed from the spectator hall. Am I seeing things? Aren't Jiang Yueli and Jiang Yueshi standing at the end? Doesn't their survival mean? These words were like flipping a switch or like a boulder thrown into a lake, instantly creating ripples. The feelings of all the audience members present were like the surface of the lake. That's right. Although we can't be sure what just happened, we can be certain that Jiang Yueli and Jiang Yueshi were not eliminated. Does this mean that Jiang Yueli and Jiang Yueshi teamed up to eliminate the opposing team of 10? My God, this team was a 10-person squad with an average cultivation level far exceeding the 7th level of the first rank. And they were eliminated by just 2 people in the blink of an eye? Could it be that the 2 people's cultivation levels have already reached? Their cultivation levels are definitely far beyond the 8th level of the first rank. They are at least the 9th level of the first rank, or even higher. Shock, astonishment, and other emotions surged into the hearts of everyone present, and a strange atmosphere quickly spread throughout the room. As members of Pengcheng, the vast majority of people do not want to see Jiang Yueli and Jiang Yueshi eliminated. Given the situation just now, the best outcome everyone could imagine was that the 2 of them would escape successfully. But to their utter surprise, the final outcome was completely different from what they had envisioned. Jiang Yueli and Jiang Yueshi not only didn't run away, but went up to fight, and not only fought, they won. It's like taking an exam. You might expect to get 60 points, which would be good enough to pass. As a result, the score was over 80 points, which is excellent. There will definitely be a surprise, but the feelings of astonishment and disbelief will certainly be stronger. Look at the leaderboard. Jiang Yueli and Jiang Yueshi have broken into the top 20. While most people were still in shock, some sharp-eyed teachers had already noticed the changes in the martial arts exam top 100 list. Following the prompts, more and more people have noticed this. Boom! The already incredibly lively atmosphere at the scene was instantly ignited. 19th place, 20th place. This ranking undoubtedly had a huge impact on everyone present. It really is the top 20. The regions that the top 20 candidates belong to, besides the main base city, are only Pengcheng. Top 20. After many years, Pengcheng finally has 2 candidates who can break into the top 20 of the martial arts exam. The last time a candidate from Pengcheng made it into the top 20 of the martial arts exam was decades ago, wasn't it? I remember seeing it in an old edition of teaching materials. Haha, fantastic. This time, Pengcheng will definitely rank first among the 6 major military cities in the martial arts exam. Let's see who dares to say that Pengcheng's education is mediocre. The teachers present were all very excited, especially the older ones, whose eyes were already filled with tears. At this moment, the distinction between schools no longer matters. Everyone is genuinely proud of Pengcheng. Top 20. Jiang Tianyang's eyes widened as he forced out those 3 words through gritted teeth. Instantly, I felt a surge of heat rushing from the soles of my feet to the top of my head. My heart raced, and my face flushed red. Surrounded by powerful figures spitting and eager, he didn't hear a thing. His ears were ringing. At this moment, apart from being able to clearly feel my own heartbeat, all other senses seemed to have instantly lost their function. The top 20. These are the top 20 on the martial arts exams list of 100 best. Even if this achievement were placed in the top superpower university in the Great Xia dynasty, it would still be considered genius. It can be predicted that Jiang Yueli and Jiang Yueshi will achieve even greater success than Jiang Lianyue in the future. What do you mean by one family with 4 extraordinary individuals? One family with 2 masters sounds much better. Thump, thump. Suppressing his wildly beating heart, Jiang Tianyang turned to look at Su Che again, gritted his teeth, and typed another text message. Little sister, as the saying goes, the eldest brother is like a father, and another saying goes, marriage is arranged by parents and matchmakers. I've already made up my mind. After the martial arts exam, I will personally bring betrothal gifts to the Su family to arrange the marriage. Engagement. Jiang Linyue's hands clenched so tightly they cracked, her face changing from red to green in turns, just like a face-changing master in Sichuan opera. She turned and glared angrily at Jiang Tianyang, then snorted coldly and ignored him. She was already used to Jiang Tianyang's unreliability. She didn't believe the other party would actually go to the Su family to get engaged. It was most likely just talk. Moreover, her thoughts were entirely focused on Yu Li and Yu Shi. As I said before, as a fourth-level extraordinary teacher on the field, she saw things more clearly than most of the people present. She was 90% certain that Yu Li and Yu Shi's cultivation had broken through to the second level. In just 6 months, Yu Li and Yu Shi, both at the second level of the first rank, were upgraded to the second rank. That's simply unbelievable. Even though she was already the best performing and most talented teacher in Pengcheng in recent years, she was still shocked by the result. Such terrifying teaching talent. Once it spreads to the ears of top universities after the martial arts exams, wouldn't that be? Thinking of this, Jiang Linyue turned to look at Su Che as if possessed, a terrifying thought inexplicably popping into her mind. Is Su Che going to be specially recruited by the top superpower university in Great Xia this year? Will he go with me to report for duty? The third row, center position. Su Che did not notice the gaze that Jiang Linyue was casting at him. At this moment, he had become the focus of the entire audience, with countless eyes fixed on him. Su Che was already used to the intense gazes of the crowd around him. He glanced at the top 100 list and nodded in satisfaction. Not bad. The two little ones are finally starting to put in the effort. However, the question from before soon returned to his mind. So where did Yi Xuanyue go? Why isn't she on the list yet? Su Che looked up with a puzzled expression, then paused for a few seconds before his eyes lit up. 2 players are still in the top 20. Very good, very good. Chun Yuliang could no longer maintain his composure, and his face was filled with undisguised joy. I never thought metaphysics would actually work. Realizing this, Chun Yuliang's eyes flashed, and he closed them again, muttering to himself. Heavenly spirits, earthly spirits, lousy, please grant me a place in Pengcheng with a candidate who breaks into the top 10 of the martial arts exam. If this can happen, With her eyes tightly closed, her eyelashes trembled slightly. If it can be achieved, I'll do anything. Wow. The moment he made his wish, the crowd erupted in uproar again, far exceeding any previous incident. Chun Yuliang opened his eyes blankly, somewhat confused as to why the scene was so exciting. The next second, a voice trembling with excitement rang in his ear. Top 10. Top 10. This is a once-in-a-century event. Pengcheng has finally produced a candidate who ranks in the top 10 of the martial arts exam. Chapter 152, Phase 3 begins. Points Bounty. Martial Arts Examination Factory. Central Virtual Spectator Hall. The gasps of surprise from the audience came one after another. If all the materials used to build this hall hadn't been specially made alloys, the ceiling would probably have been ripped off by now. Previously, when Jiang Yueli and Jiang Yueshi broke into the top 20 of the martial arts exam, everyone present was so excited that they danced with joy. But compared to their reaction upon hearing that someone had broken into the top 10 of the martial arts exam's top 100 list, everyone's previous performance suddenly seemed far too conservative. At this moment, every single teacher present was so excited that their faces turned red, and from a distance they looked like a bunch of red-skinned ducks. Top 10. These are the top 10 on the martial arts exam list. The top 10 spots on the annual martial arts exam list are almost entirely dominated by candidates from the main base city, like a forbidden treasure. The results of the 6 garrison cities varied, but every year there were garrison city candidates who managed to break into the top 50 of the martial arts examination list. But the top 10 haven't appeared for at least a century. As members of the Pengcheng education system, how could the teachers present not be excited? How could they not be excited? To draw an analogy, it's like the Chinese national football team thrashing Argentina 7-0 in the World Cup final to win the World Cup title. Really in the top 10? Glug. Chun Yuliang's dry throat suddenly bobbed, and his eyes were fixed on the 10th place on the martial arts exam list, As if a magnetic needle had met a magnet, his gaze slightly dazed. A few seconds later, his mouth opened silently and uttered 3 words. It really works. He made his wish just 3 seconds ago, and it came true in less than 3 seconds. It's amazing. I knew there was truth in what our ancestors passed down. Chen Yuliang took a few deep breaths, and the corners of his mouth slowly widened uncontrollably as he carefully looked at the top 10 of the martial arts exam list several times. Yi Shuangyue, Pengcheng number 1 high school for people with special abilities. Instructor, Xuke. With each keyword he saw, Chen Yuliang's eyes gleamed even brighter. He's actually a student from Pengcheng's number 1 high school for special abilities, and his tutor is Su Che. Upon noticing this, Chen Yuliang was deeply shaken, and his mouth became even drier. Her regard for Su Che had quietly risen several notches. Although he had never met Su Che, he was now certain that Su Che was a born teacher with a divine physique, 1 in a million. In Pengcheng, a small area, there have been instances in the past where teachers have guided students to the top 50 of the martial arts exam. Generally speaking, a teacher can only have 1 student on the list, as it requires the right timing, location, and people. However, Su Che had 3 students who made it into the top 50 of the martial arts exam. And these aren't even the top 50 in the usual sense, but rather 2 in the top 20 and 1 in the top 10. This result undoubtedly raises the ceiling of Pengcheng martial arts exam scores by a significant margin. More importantly, this achievement will bring unprecedented glory to Pengcheng. Reward. We must reward them handsomely. In an instant, Chen Yuliang made a decision. He must take this opportunity to reward Su Che properly, and he couldn't let the genius teacher's heart be disappointed. What should we reward them with? The thought of a reward popped into Chen Yuliang's mind, and his thoughts immediately began to wander uncontrollably. After thinking it over and over, I couldn't come up with any ideas for a while. Pengcheng number 1 Special Abilities High School isn't lacking a principal position. It's just that. Suddenly, an idea popped into Chen Yuliang's mind. At the same time, Lei Ming, who was not far away, suddenly felt a sudden panic, as if he was about to lose something. But soon, Chen Yuliang hesitated and shook his head. This doesn't seem to be in accordance with the rules. Oh well, let's wait until the martial arts exam is over. Shaking off the jumbled thoughts in his mind, Chen Yuliang refocused his gaze on the list of the top 100 martial arts test takers, his expression growing more and more satisfied as he looked at it. Since my wish came true so easily today, can I try again? After staring at the list for a while, a flash of madness appeared in Chen Yuliang's eyes. If any candidate from Pengcheng can break into the top 3. Thinking of this, Chen Yuliang could even feel his heart skipping 2 beats. Without much hesitation, he quickly closed his eyes again and murmured softly, "Heavenly spirits, earthly spirits, may the supreme Lord Laozi appear before us." Above the island map, crunch crunch. After shoveling all the instant noodles from a bag into her mouth, Kagura tossed the packaging aside with her fluffy little paws. Beside him, bags of instant noodles had piled up into a small mountain. Separation. Kagura patted her round belly and let out an exaggerated burp. Slowly getting up, Kagura blinked her big eyes. The second phase is finally coming to an end. I'm so bored. After saying that, he snapped his fingers and immediately transformed back into the image of a wise and venerable old man. Looking at her own appearance, Kagura nodded in satisfaction. Kagura, you really are the most handsome." As soon as he finished speaking, he completely disappeared. When it reappeared, its figure was already above the heads of all the candidates. Kagura's majestic gaze swept across the entire island, her voice booming like thunder. 60 minutes have passed. The second phase of the exam has ended. All surviving candidates have gained 50 survival points. The safe zone has been refreshed. The second round of shrinking will begin in 1 minute. The poison circle will shrink within 10 minutes. All candidates, please move to the safe zone as soon as possible. Please note that 2 points will be deducted every second outside the poison circle during this round. After the poison circle refreshes, the blood pursuit order mode will be activated again. The rules have already been explained clearly, so I won't repeat them. Next, I will focus on introducing the special mechanism of the third stage. Upon hearing the words special mechanism, all the test takers on the island map perked up their ears. Similarly, this includes everyone watching the martial arts exam live right now. No one expected that the third stage of the martial arts exam would have a special mechanism. Was it not exciting or cruel enough? Kagura was unaware of these people's thoughts, and even if she had, she wouldn't have cared. Don't be nervous. The special mechanism in the third stage is very simple. It's called the points bounty. Kagura's voice remained unchanged, but her eyes betrayed an undisguised excitement. As the name suggests, the points bounty program will randomly spawn high-level ferocious beasts within the safe zone after the poison circle refreshes. All examinees can view the coordinates of the beasts, and defeating them will earn corresponding reward points. Of course, there is another very important point about this mechanism. No matter how many people attack the ferocious beast, only the person who delivers the fatal blow will receive all the points. Alright, that concludes the rules. Have fun, kids. After saying that, Kagura's figure slowly disappeared. At the same time, a panoramic island map appeared on the wristwatches of all the candidates on the island. The same white circle appeared again, and its size was still only half that of the previous safe zone. But this time, the safe zone made all the test takers' pupils shrink. The east and west sides barely encompassed the two bridges that span the two small islands. From the southern coast of the farm in the north to the northern coast of the military base in the south, the two small islands are even smaller than the area of the sea. Chapter 153, The Three Seong Brothers Who Are Well-Versed in Military Strategy. Island Map. As Kagura's figure disappeared, the list of the top 100 martial arts examinees reappeared in the sky. The countdown timer is still displayed above the list. The moment the countdown ends means the shrinking of the circle is complete, and it also means the reopening of the blood pursuit order. At this moment, very few of the test takers on the map were looking up. They were all hurrying on their way. Nobody wants to be humiliated and eliminated from the drug world. Candidates outside the safe zone are rushing towards the inside, trying to avoid being eliminated by the poison circle. Candidates who were already in the safe zone were trying their best to move towards the center of the circle to ensure that they would not be eliminated by the poison circle in the next round. This is because the safe zone happens to cover the edges of both islands. No one can guarantee whether the safe zone will spawn on the island north of the bridge or the island south of the bridge next time. Therefore, many test takers spontaneously gathered around the bridge connecting the two islands, which is the north and south coastlines of the two islands. What happens if you reduce the area of a cage that holds 100 ducks by half? The answer is struggle. After the third phase began, even though it was still just a lap time phase, the conflict had already escalated to a fever pitch. Almost no one in the examination hall was alone. They walked in groups of 3 or 5, or even more than 10, making everyone on the island feel uneasy. 10 minutes passed in the blink of an eye. As the poison circle closed, many examinees were still celebrating their narrow escape when the martial arts exam top 100 list in the sky turned blood red once again. The blood pursuit order is open again. On the south side of the farm, on the balcony of the 2-story kitchen building at the edge of the drug zone, the three Seong brothers all looked toward the poison circle, where people were constantly trying to rush into the safe zone in one go. Unfortunately, with the toxins deducting 2 points per second, most people were eliminated by turning into white light. Fortunately, we headed towards the farm ahead of time and successfully found a small building that was both offensive and defensive. Otherwise, we would have been one of them. The tall man on the left couldn't help but sigh, while the man on the right and the man forward nodded repeatedly. If they hadn't arrived at the farm early, the three of them would have been in a constant state of danger from the poison gas, and their chances of survival would have been very low. But more importantly, it was the small building where the three of them were standing. If it weren't for the good location of the building, the three of them might not have survived to this point. Compared to before, the three of them were undoubtedly much less energetic and in much worse condition. Not only were their clothes dirty and messy, but their exposed skin was also covered in scars. Especially to the right and forward, both men had clear, exposed bone scars on their chests and backs. Therefore, it can be concluded that the three of them did not have an easy time in the second phase either. Big Brother, 3 people are about to rush into the safe zone. They don't seem to have noticed us yet. Suddenly, Xiang Yu's eyes lit up. Brother, what should we do now? Should we go in or not? His arms were bulging with veins, and his eyes were filled with a burning desire for points. He rubbed his nose with his index fingers and laughed. The reason we're still here is to snag some bargains, right? Let's go. At the command, the 3 brothers immediately jumped off the building and rushed towards the 3 people who were about to enter the circle. Damn it, someone's coming. We're being watched. Someone's guarding the perimeter. No, we worked so hard to get into the circle. I don't want to be eliminated. Damn it, let's fight them. Charge! The candidates who rushed into the circle were at most at the 7th level of the first rank, and they were already exhausted from trying to get in. The 3 Xiang brothers, who were lying in wait and waiting for their prey, were unable to mount an effective resistance. In less than a minute, after uttering only a few angry roars of resentment, it immediately turned into white light and dissipated. Big brother, where should we go now? After doing all this, Xiang Yu suddenly asked curiously. As usual, head to the center of the circle ahead of time, and also see if we can find any lone marked candidates during the blood pursuit order period. Turn left and open the panoramic map of the island. On the map, 100 red dots are scattered throughout the entire safe zone. It is obvious that the red dots near the 2 bridges are more densely packed, accounting for almost half of the total number of red dots. At that moment, Xiang's was suddenly let out a soft sound of doubt, his gaze immediately falling on the southern region where his own side was located, a hint of surprise flashing in his eyes. The number of red dots in this area is particularly high, which is extremely abnormal even though it can't fill the gaps near the bridge. He leaned forward and said, "There's so many red dots and so many people. Brother, should we go take a look?" He shook his head to the right. "It's too dangerous. What if all these marked test takers are in cahoots?" Rumble. Just then, a noticeable battle fluctuation was heard from the southern area. Xiang's expression immediately fell into deep thought. After a few seconds, he quickly made a decision. If I'm not mistaken, there must be a chaotic battle ahead. Let's follow them and see if we can find any opportunities to pick up the pieces. If we can, great. If not, we'll turn around and retreat. Good. After the 3 Xiang brothers reached a consensus, they immediately headed towards the location of the energy fluctuations. All 3 were marked as examinees at this moment, so hiding their identities was almost pointless. Advancing at full speed, the 3 of them reached the center of the battle in less than 5 minutes, during which they even managed to kill more than 10 examinees who came to kill them. Hiss! Behind a reverse slope, the 3 Xiang brothers popped their heads out and looked toward the center of the battle, as the sounds of cold air being drawn and rang out one after another. Brother, there are way too many people. There must be at least 20 or so. It's too chaotic. Something's not right. Something's not right. Why do I feel like all these people are ganging up on one person? After a brief moment of shock, both Xiang Yu and Xiang Qian's voices sounded slightly dry. Because there were too many people in the center of the battle, and the distance was too far, they could only barely make out that everyone seemed to be attacking one person. They couldn't see what the person being attacked looked like at that moment, but that didn't diminish their shock. It turns out this wasn't a chaotic brawl, but a premeditated attack. The key point is, how powerful must the person being besieged be to last so long against so many people? Let's take a closer look. Xiang's was equally curious. When the 3 got closer again, they finally saw the face of the person being attacked. Her features were delicate and soft, but her eyes were sharp and firm, radiating unparalleled confidence. Isn't this one of the 3 girls we met in the 9 Peaks Mountain Demon Cave? The one who smashed the beast's head with one punch. He immediately exclaimed in surprise, his voice somewhat stammering. Big brother, shall we charge? I'll form ahead this time. Seeing Yi Xuanyue's imposing figure, Xiang Qian's eyes immediately reddened. Our teacher said that we must target these 3 fiercely when we see them. This is a golden opportunity. The room fell silent immediately upon hearing this. Xiang Qian turned to look at his elder brother in confusion, only to see a face to his left that was extremely gloomy. Charge, charge, charge. What are you even doing all day? All you ever do is charge, charge, charge. He slapped Xian Qian on the forehead with his left hand. Are you stupid? Can't you see? The fact that they're unharmed despite being attacked by so many people means they're clearly holding back. Going there would be suicide. But this is what the teacher ordered. Don't you understand that a general in the field may disobey the emperor's orders? Haven't you read Sun Tzu's Art of War? He also gave the person to the right a look as if they were looking at an idiot. Then what should we do? What else can we do? The best of the 36 stratagems is to flee. I don't want to be eliminated. Xiangzhua glanced warily at Yi Xuanyue, then turned and left, with Xiangyu following closely behind. He hesitated for a moment, glanced back, then gritted his teeth and followed. Wait for me. After the three Xiang brothers left, Yi Xuanyue looked thoughtfully in the direction they had gone, a hint of disappointment flashing in her eyes. Yi Xuanyue withdrew her gaze, glanced around, and a slight smile curved her lips. It's getting late. It's time to end this. Chapter 154, When Luck Comes, it's unstoppable. Yi Xuanyue breaks into the top 3. Island map. An area on the south side of the farm. Compared to the surrounding area, this area is extremely special. The elements flickered erratically, such as fleeting arcs of electricity and dazzling flashes of fire. The ground also trembled from time to time, and the energy fluctuations were unusually obvious. Without exception, all the candidates who passed by glanced at the scene at most before hurrying away and trying to stay as far away as possible. Such violent energy fluctuations are obviously suspicious. And that is indeed the case. It looks dangerous, but it's actually not safe at all, because there are currently nearly 20 people fighting in this area. To put it nicely, it's a battle. To put it bluntly, it's in siege. The target of the nearly 20 people's attack was none other than Yi Xuanyue. It's getting late. It's time to end this. Yi Xuanyue murmured. Then, with a light tap of her toes, she retreated rapidly, instantly creating distance between herself and the others. But less than 2 seconds later, the squad in front of her surrounded Yi Xuanyue again. So your name is Yi Xuanyue, and you're even a candidate for Pengcheng. I never expected that a small city like Pengcheng could produce a candidate who made it into the top 10 of the martial arts exam. But unfortunately, you're about to be eliminated. A boy who was as thin as a monkey and whose eyes kept darting around as he spoke immediately sneered. Judging from his position, this person must be of high status. You cunning outsider. Our team worked so hard to injure the 10th ranked player, and we were planning to give the points to our squad leader, but we never expected you to steal them. Don't waste your breath on her. The blood pursuit order is in effect now. Killing her will not only get you back all the points, but you'll also get an extra 50%. Yes, don't give her any breathing room. So what if she's at the 9th level of the first tier? She's been holding out against us for so long. She must have reached her limit. Kill her. Behind the slender boy, the rest of the team members looked excited. Although their team didn't have any experts at the 8th or 9th level of the first tier, their advantage was obvious. They had many members and were united. Although there are teams everywhere on the island map, teams with as many as 20 people are not common. The reason is very simple. While the combat power of so many people have been improved, how to distribute the points is a big problem, and if not handled properly, it could lead to infighting. There are very few teams like theirs where everyone is in the same class and works together towards the same goal. Therefore, their team still has a significant advantage on the island. As long as they don't encounter teams with more members or top-ranked geniuses, they can practically do whatever they want. But to everyone's surprise, just when they were cornering a candidate ranked 10th from the same main base city, Yi Xuanyue snatched him away. The team was furious when someone else snatched the duck that they had cooked for hours with their own help. Facing the indignant team members before her, Yi Xuanyue couldn't help but smile, clearly in a very good mood. She had always stayed with Jiang Yueli and Jiang Yueshi, but later she found that the three of them together didn't have enough points to go around. After a quick discussion, she decided to go out alone and try her luck. Good luck just comes knocking and you can't stop it. He had only been acting alone for a short time when he encountered a candidate who was on the verge of death. Faced with a candidate in this state, the best course of action is to finish the fight with a single punch. Surprisingly, the seemingly ordinary candidate was ranked 10th on the list of the top 100 martial arts test takers. In less than a minute, her ranking jumped from outside the top 100 to the top 10. But the good luck is far from over. Having just eliminated the top 10 on the martial arts exam's list of 100 strongest, they were immediately confronted by a 5-person team led by a thin young man. Just as she was marveling at the generosity of nature, she suddenly learned that the team in front of her consisted of far more than 5 people. In just a moment, she changed her mind. And so, she fought the team in front of her for several minutes in a forced, evenly matched battle, until the blood pursuit order was triggered and she finally got to see all the members of her team. Laughing? You're still laughing. The skinny boy noticed Yi Xuanyue's expression, and his eyes, which are already as small as a Tibetan fox's, narrowed into slits. To be honest, I admire your courage, but I'm worried about your intelligence. TSK. A Weiqing person is a Weiqing person. No matter how high their cultivation talent is, they're still just a country bumpkin. Didn't your teacher teach you how to count? Let me tell you, including me, there are 20 of us in our team. You don't think you can get away unscathed, do you? We'll wear you down. Ha ha. The team members laughed in perfect unison. Yi Xuanyue's expression remained unchanged, but her voice sounded somewhat impatient. 20 people is indeed quite a lot, so let's start with you. Huh? What do you mean by that? The thin boy stopped abruptly before he could finish speaking, swallowing the last few words and unable to utter another sound. The next moment, he felt a sharp pain in his chest, as if something had pierced through him. In an instant, all his strength dissipated like a deflated balloon, and his vitality overflowed wildly. He stiffly lowered his head and saw an arm piercing right through his heart. Following the arm, Yi Xuanyue's stunningly beautiful face came into view. The first one. Yi Xuanyue's voice was calm, as if she had only done a trivial thing. In his last glimpse, the thin boy saw Yi Xuanyue rushing towards the team behind him, and also noticed the team members with terrified expressions. At this moment, it was just like a hungry wolf charging into a flock of sheep. Second stage is complete. With a final thought, the gaunt boy vanished completely in a flash of white light. However, the skinny boy is not alone. The second one, the third one, the fourth one, the fifth one. Yi Xuanyue acted extremely quickly, and in less than 3 seconds, she sent away the 4 people who were accompanying the thin boy. At the scene of the battle, there were blank, stiff faces, and a few seconds later, screams erupted and chaos ensued. Oh my God! She's a second tier. She's a second tier. Run. Run. We've fallen for their trap. We're the prey. We've all been fooled. Damn it. How could a candidate in such a small city as Weiqing break through to the second level? He's insane. Absolutely insane. When Yi Xuanyue's second-tier cultivation was revealed without any concealment, everyone in the team instantly lost all desire to fight. What the hell are you talking about? Are you going to hit me with your head? They could put up a fight against a level 1/9 level opponent because of their numbers, but against a level 2 opponent, they wouldn't even be a match for them. In an instant, the surviving members of the squad scattered like birds and beasts. However, it was already too late. Faced with Yi Xuanyue, who had the upper hand, they were like lambs to the slaughter. Swish, swish, swish. White light flashed continuously at the scene. After blasting away the last member of the squad, Yi Xuanyue breathed a sigh of relief and carefully straightened her collar. 20th. At the same time, Kagura's voice resounded throughout the entire map. The blood pursuit order is over. The top 100 list is about to be updated. Little guys, enjoy the third stage. Buzz. The list of the top 100 martial arts exam takers shines brightly and has been refreshed once again. First place, William. Points, 1300. Affiliated school. Affiliated high school of the first superpower university of Daxia. Instructor, Su Tian. Second place, Xia Yin. Points, 1005. Affiliated school. Affiliated high school of the first superpower university of Daxia. Instructor, Su Tian. Third place, Yi Xuanyue. Points, 1000. Affiliated school. Pingqing number 1 superpower high school. Instructor, Su Che. Fourth place, Xiao Miao. Points, 995. Affiliated school. Affiliated high school of the first superpower university of Daxia. Instructor, Su Tian. 15th place, Jiang Yueli. Points, 855. School. Pingqing number 1 superpower high school. Instructor, Su Che. 16th place, Jiang Yueshi. Points, 850, affiliated school. Pengqing number 1 superpower high school. Instructor, Su Che. 39th place, Xiangzhua. Points, 785, affiliated school. Yuqing Qinshan experimental middle school. Instructor, Gao Huahua. 40th place, Xiangyu. Points, 780, affiliated school. Yuqing Qinshan experimental middle school. Instructor, Gao Huahua. 41st place, Xiangqian. Points, 780, affiliated school. Yuqing Qinshan experimental middle school. Instructor, Gao Huahua. Will be added later. Chapter 155, An Exorbitant Reward. Director Yu Liang suffers from heart pain. Pengqing Martial Arts Examination Factory, Central Virtual Network Observation Hall. When the blood pursuit order ended and the martial arts examination top 100 list was refreshed, everyone's eyes turned to that spot once again. The atmosphere was slightly tense and solemn, and no one made a sound for a moment. Making it onto the list of the top 100 in the martial arts exam doesn't mean everything is settled. There's still a risk of being eliminated. Even more so, because of the blood pursuit order's mechanism, candidates who make it onto the top 100 list are in greater danger than ordinary candidates. Many people present still clearly remember Liu Bo, who is also a teacher at Pengqing number 1 Special Ability High School. The student fainted because he was so angry that he broke into the top 50 of the martial arts exam, but was eliminated. Everyone present was part of Pengqing, and no one wanted to see the top 3 seedlings of Pengqing eliminated. In the blink of an eye, the top 50 on the martial arts exam list have been seen by everyone. Many people breathed a sigh of relief upon seeing the names Jiang Yueli and Jiang Yueshi. Their gaze continued upwards, and when they saw Yi Shuangyue's name, everyone finally felt relieved. However, someone soon noticed that something was wrong. Yi Shuangyue's name seems to be placed even earlier than last time, and there's even a bronze crown before it. My goodness, it's the bronze crown, 3rd place. Yi Shuangyue has broken into the top 3 of the martial arts exam's top 100 list. These words were like a bomb thrown into water, or like a thunderclap exploding in everyone's ears. Unprecedented and unparalleled. Yi Shuangyue has broken a record for the best result in Pengqing martial arts examination. 3rd place. Even this temporary 3rd place is a record-breaking achievement. Today was truly worthwhile. It was so exhilarating. That's incredible. So Yi Shuangyue is the strongest. To be able to overpower a group of candidates from a main base city and break into the top 3, Yi Shuangyue's cultivation level must be at the 2nd tier. I guarantee it. Haha. Throughout the entire history of the martial arts examinations in the Great Xia Dynasty, there has never been a candidate from Weicheng who could break into the top 3. Never. But today, this curse has finally been broken, and it was broken by a candidate from Pengqing. Exclamations of surprise rose and fell, and many of the older teachers were even moved to tears. Compared to Yi Shuangyue's dazzling achievements, the fact that Jiang Yueli and Jiang Yueshi had climbed into the top 15 was temporarily ignored. The shock of Yi Shuangyue breaking into the top 3 of the martial arts exam's top 100 list was simply too great for everyone. These aren't just the top 3 in Pengqing's martial arts exam, but the top 3 among all graduating students in the entire Great Xia martial arts exam. Simply put, this means that Yi Shuangyue is already one of the 3 most outstanding candidates out of this year's 10 million test takers. 2nd row of the spectator stands. Jiang Tianyang's eyes widened like saucers, his shock undisguised, for it was impossible to conceal. After a few seconds of shock, he raised an eyebrow, pulled out his phone again, and edited a new text message. Little sister, I think it's a bit late to go to the Su family for the engagement after the martial arts exam. I'll start preparing the betrothal gifts now. Get ready and come with me to their house in a bit. Jiang Lianyue naturally didn't see this text message. Because she had no time to pay attention to her phone at the moment, she was staring into deep thought with wide eyes. Since both Yueshi and Yueshi are already at the 2nd tier, what about Yi Shuangyue? Looking at Yi Shuangyue, who is in 3rd place, Jiang Lianyue immediately guessed. She is definitely more than just the 2nd level. 1st stage. Top 3. Really top 3. They really did it. The moment Qin Yuliang saw the list of the top 100 martial arts test takers, He almost instinctively wanted to sit up, but he forced himself to stay upright. As the director of the education department of Pengcheng, he must always remain composed. Although his image remained stable, his inner thoughts were in complete turmoil. The reason is simple. His wish came true again. She initially wished to be in the top 10 of the martial arts exam, and Yishuang Yue actually became the 10th place. Later, Su Yuan wished to be in the top 3 of the martial arts exam, and Yishuang Yue actually became the 3rd. At that moment, Chen Yuliang's heart began to beat faster and faster out of control, and blood rushed from his heart to his limbs and bones like a hydraulic pump. It was undoubtedly exciting. With such incredible achievements, he's determined to show off at the year-end summary meeting in the main base city. What are Yuqing, Qingcheng, Liangcheng, Yinqing, and Lancheng? They're all inferior to Pengcheng. But soon, Chen Yuliang seemed to suddenly remember something, his eyebrows twitching. What's the current reward system again? First, there's the reward from Pengcheng. With this in mind, Chen Yuliang began to do mental calculations. The top scholar in the Pengcheng martial arts examination receives 3 yuan energy pills plus 5 million. The second-place scholar receives 2 yuan energy pills plus 5 million, and the third-place scholar receives 1 yuan energy pill plus 5 million. That's 6 yuan energy pills plus 15 million. Well, the reward from Pengcheng is all right. Chen Yuliang's expression remained unchanged as he continued mentally calculating. Making it into the top 50 of the martial arts exam earns a scholarship of 10 million plus 5 yuan energy pills. So that's 20 million plus 10 yuan energy pills, which is for Jiang Yueli and Jiang Yueshi. The top 10 on the Great Xia Top 100 list will receive a scholarship of 20 million plus a Vajra pill without any conditions. The top 3 will receive double that amount, which is 40 million plus 2 Vajra pills for Yishuang Yue. Excluding the Pengcheng reward, it's 60 million plus 10 yuan energy pills and 2 Vajra pills. If we include the Pengcheng reward, it's... After a pause, Chen Yuliang's face twitched uncontrollably. 75 million, 16 yuan energy pills, and 2 Vajra pills. Upon reaching this conclusion, Chen Yuliang felt as if struck by lightning and was completely dumbfounded. He swore he had never imagined the reward could be so high. 75 million. That's a full 75 million. And this is just the reward for the 3 of them. The monetary rewards alone have far exceeded the budget. What's more, there are also 16 yuan energy pills and 2 Vajra pills. There's still some yuan Nang Dan available if you squeeze them out, but there are only 2 Jinggang Dan available in the entire Pengcheng Education Department. If all the rewards were distributed, it would be almost equivalent to ransacking the Pengcheng Education Bureau. Chen Yuliang, why did you brag back then that the top 3 would double your profits? You were so stupid. At that moment, Chen Yuliang's regret reached its peak. But that's not all. At that moment, a lightning bolt flashed through Chen Yuliang's mind, and a terrifying thought exploded in his head. In an instant, his face turned as pale as a sheet of paper, devoid of any color. Just now, he realized he had missed a very important piece of information. The top 100 martial arts exam ranking rewards will be awarded to the instructors of any candidates who achieve this, with no upper limit on the rewards. Especially since he said those words himself at the time. This means Suche will also receive a reward from Yishuang Yue, Jiang Yueli, and Jiang Yueshi's ranking on the martial arts examination top 100 list. Snap! Chen Yuliang clutched his chest, feeling a sharp pain. Cold sweat instantly poured from his forehead. Brother-in-law, are you all right? A man who seemed to be his secretary asked with concern. Chen Yuliang remained silent, only clutching his chest. The brother-in-law blinked his clear eyes. I understand, brother-in-law. When you're working, you should use your job title. Are you all right, Director Yuliang? In an instant, Chen Yuliang felt an even greater pain in his heart. Chapter 156, The Zodiac. Intercepting the Magnetic Storm, Thunder Rhino. Island Map. After the blood pursuit order ended, the safe zone fell into an unusually quiet atmosphere, with almost no sounds of battle audible for a moment. But everyone knows that this is just the calm before the storm. Once the points-based bounty missions appear, an even more bloody and exciting battle will begin. Military base. On the northwest shore, on the western bridge spanning the 2 small islands, stood a blonde, blue-eyed, high-nosed young man with a cross hanging around his neck. Surprisingly, there wasn't a single other examinee within a 10-mile radius of where the young man was located, because all the candidates who were close to him had been eliminated and none of them survived. If other test takers in the main base city saw this young man, they would definitely recognize him at a glance. This person is William from the affiliated high school of the first superpower university of Great Xia, and is currently the undisputed #1 in the top 100 list of martial arts exams. Everyone says that the martial arts exam in Great Xia is the fairest and most rigorous exam among the 5 major alliances, and almost every year, many amazing candidates emerge. But now it seems that it's nothing special. Looking across the suspension bridge, William's smile was warm, but it felt strangely insincere. From the start of the exam until now, he has encountered almost no obstacles. Whether it's a ferocious beast whose strength is gradually increasing or a test taker, no one has been able to withstand 3 moves from him. Not a single one. Almost all of them were transformed into white light and went to see God under the baptism of holy light. Beep beep, beep beep. At that moment, William's watch suddenly emitted a notification sound, followed by the sudden appearance of a panoramic map of the island. Looking around, 4 red areas suddenly appeared within the safe zone. There are 2 locations on the North Island and 2 locations on the military base island, but their locations are randomly generated. As the red area refreshes, a mechanical electronic voice announces, "The first batch of point-based bounty missions has been launched. Click on the mission area to view information about the ferocious beasts." Points bounty. William's eyes lit up, and he immediately became interested, because the red zone that had spawned inside the military base was currently not far from him. Click on the nearest red area, and a line of information will immediately appear. Ferocious beast. Bone-eating poison crocodile. Rank, Tier 2 low grade. Reward points, 500 points. Task time limit, 20 minutes. Real-time coordinates, 117.144341. 34.241430. Oh, Tier 2, low grade, 500 points. William's eyes grew brighter and brighter. Finally, something challenging. I can't wait. After saying that, he vanished from his spot in a flash, his target the bone-eating poison crocodile, for which a bounty had been placed on his head. At the same time, the roof of the gas station next to the bridge on the east and west sides of the fishing village. 2 beautiful, long-haired girls with very similar figures and appearances stood side by side. One had fiery red hair and an aggressive gaze, while the other had a full head of blue hair and an emotionless gaze. The 2 were William's classmates, twin sisters Xia Yin and Xia Miao. I never expected Peng Cheng to produce such a genius, actually making it into the top 3. Yi Shuangyue, is it? I'd better not run into you. Xia Yin spoke harshly. Then his gaze fell on Xia Miao, and his brows furrowed. Xia Miao, the other side squeezed you out of the top 3. Why aren't you worried at all? Hearing this, Xia Miao remained calm and composed. No rush. We're only in the 3rd stage now. We'll encounter it sooner or later. Whatever. It's not like I'm the one who's fallen out of the top 3. Xia Yin rolled his eyes and stopped dwelling on the issue. He immediately opened the panoramic map of the island through his wristwatch, his gaze sweeping back and forth between the 2 red areas. The bounty mission has begun. I've just finished investigating the 2 ferocious beasts. Both the Magnetic Storm Thunder Rhino and the Earthcrack Earth King are 2nd-tier low-grade beasts, and each has a bounty of 500 points. The other 2 areas are not far from us. If we have to choose one, which do you think we should choose? A choice between 2 options. Xia Miao's lips curled into a slight smile. Why can't I select all? You mean? Xia Miao smiled faintly. It's simple, I want them all. Although these 2 ferocious beasts are only 2nd-tier low-grade, they're by no means so easy to kill. We could take out the Magnetic Storm Thunder Rhino first. If all goes well, we can also get the Earth Rift Earth King's points, unless... Unless what? Xia Miao shook his head. It's nothing. Unless there are other 2nd-tier teams like us in this exam room, or a lone wolf with the strength of William, no one can outrun us. That makes sense. Xia Yin was clearly tempted. William's spawn point is at the military base, which means we're invincible in this area. Okay, let's do it this way. Xia Miao nodded gently, a strong sense of confidence flashing in her eyes. Target, Thunder Rhino Magnetic Storm, move out. Swoosh. Having made their decision, Xia Yin and Xia Miao instantly disappeared from the rooftop. The cliff at the bridgehead, the area of the zodiac. This is the activity area of the wanted ferocious beast, the magnetic storm Thunder Rhino. Roar. With an angry roar, wooden houses collapsed under the impact of the magnetic storm rhinoceros, leaving the scene in chaos with flying wood chips. Retreat. Enhancement type ability users, retreat quickly. This magnetic storm Thunder Rhino has gone berserk. Don't get near the electric grid. It's a nature-based ability user. What are we waiting for? Charge! Charge! Attack that lame leg of its. Everyone don't hold back. In the end, it'll all come down to skill. Whoever lands the fatal blow gets the points. Dozens of nature-type ability users were frantically attacking the magnetic storm Thunder Rhino around it. Judging from their positions, there were at least 5 or 6 teams on site. Clearly, these teams have temporarily cooperated in order to deal with the Tier 2 low-grade magnetic storm Thunder Rhino, at least for now. Suddenly, 2 figures darted out from the crowd and rapidly approached the magnetic storm Thunder Rhino. Because they were moving so fast, the crowd could only vaguely make out that the 2 were women, one with purple hair and the other with white hair. Whose men are they? Charging in like that is just suicide. They're not one of ours. They're not one of ours either. Never mind. If they're courting death, they have no one to blame but themselves. However, the next second, a shocking scene unfolded. The purple-haired girl stepped onto the ice crystal shield raised by the white-haired girl and leaped high into the air above the magnetic storm Thunder Rhino, completely ignoring the electric grid surrounding the rhino. In an instant, a dazzling purple lightning bolt appeared out of thin air, directly blasting the head of the magnetic storm Thunder Rhino into charred remains. As the purple-haired girl landed, the massive body of the magnetic storm Thunder Rhino crashed heavily to the ground and dissipated into white light. After doing all this, the purple-haired girl and the white-haired girl quickly disappeared. With a wave of his sleeve, he leaves without taking away a single cloud. The team was left speechless. Just 2 minutes after Jiang Yueli and Jiang Yueshi left, 2 strong energy fluctuations rapidly approached the 12 Palaces area of Huangdao. Before long, Xia Yin and Xia Miao appeared. A few seconds later, an angry roar echoed off the cliff. Damn it! Who stole our bounty points before us? How despicable. Absolutely despicable. Chapter 157 Learning from Mistakes, again and again. Island map, zodiac signs. Damn it! Who stole our bounty points before us? How despicable. Absolutely despicable. Looking at the devastated battlefield, where almost nothing was left, Xia Yan's eyes blazed with fury. The moment she learned that the magnetic storm Thunder Rhino was worth 500 points, she already considered the points of this second-tier, ferocious beast as her own. The current situation is tantamount to being robbed of her efforts, and the feeling of failing at the last minute is extremely distressing for her. It felt like a breath was stuck in my chest, unable to go up or down, making me feel unwell. The other side was too fast, it doesn't make sense. Could have been a large group of dozens of people who did it. Xia Miao's expression remained relatively calm, but her whole demeanor exuded a gloomy aura. Of course, a hint of confusion lingered beneath his gloomy expression. The bounty mission had just been refreshed, and the 2 of them had already decided to head towards the target area. In addition, the distance to the magnetic storm rhinoceros was not far, so it took less than 5 minutes in total. Even if someone attacked the magnetic storm Thunder Rhino ahead of time, there's no reason for it to happen so quickly, right? But now it seems that the magnetic storm Thunder Rhino was taken down by someone else before he even got there. No matter how many people they have, I don't want to run into them. Xia Yan's fists clenched so tightly they cracked. Xia Miao glanced around. Then his expression suddenly changed. This is bad. Since the opponent has the ability to kill the magnetic storm Thunder Rhino, it means that the opponent also has the ability to kill the Earth Rift Earth King. We must hurry. Xia Yan was taken aback. Then his expression changed. Yes, you're right. Let's head to the coordinates of the Earth-splitting Earth King right now. Let's go. Without a moment's hesitation, he left even faster than before, clearly in a hurry. I hope the Earth King with the fissure is still around. It's not the worst outcome I've imagined. Xiao Miao's eyes flashed, and she immediately sped up to catch up. On the south side of the farm, in a flat wheat field, the once golden, flat wheat field is now pitch black. Upon closer inspection, one can see that the black color revealed is actually the color of the black soil. If you look more closely, you can vaguely see a monster as thick as a bucket and without bones rolling around in the ground. Each surge brings up soil from deep within the earth, as smooth as a fish in water. This ferocious beast, entirely black with a sticky surface and varying in length, is none other than the earth-splitting Earth King. This earthworm king wouldn't burrow into the soil for no reason. It was doing all that to avoid being attacked. It turned out that many examinees had already gathered around the wheat field. In short, it's like the 8 immortals crossing the sea, each displaying their unique abilities. Regardless of their level or special powers, they just relentlessly attack the earth-splitting Earth King. Great opportunity. It's slowing down. Focus fire. Holy crap. Watch your step. Don't stand still in one place for more than 10 seconds. Pay special attention to the burrow entrance. Hit it as soon as it peeks out. This Earthcrack King is trapped and won't last much longer. The atmosphere at the scene was heated, with shouts and commands filling the air. Although people are frequently ambushed and eliminated by the earth-cracking Earth King, no one is willing to leave. Everyone fantasizes about being the lucky one to kill the Earth-splitter King. Squeak, squeak. Although the earth-cracking Earth King is a second-tier ferocious beast, it is located in its own comfort zone for combat. But he was helpless against the endless stream of humans, and his skin quickly became covered in wounds. The pure black soil was stained blackish red in a very short time. At this rate, it would eventually be worn down and killed. So, naturally, the Earthcrack Earth King went berserk. The enormous body was no longer hidden underground, but instead transformed into a long whip that lashed out at the surrounding examinees as it twisted wildly. Slap, 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 slap. Like a thunderclap from a clear sky, all the candidates who were struck vanished in a flash of white light. Retreat. The earth-cracking Earth King has gone berserk. Don't retreat. As long as we hold on for this wave, the earth-cracking Earth King will be at our mercy. You bastard. You need to be alive to collect those points. I'm out of here. The scene immediately descended into chaos. Whoosh whoosh. Just then, 2 figures suddenly rushed into the wheat field one after the other, their target the Earthcrack Earth King. Although the face was not clearly visible, the hair color was clearly visible, which was purple and white. Squeak squeak. Seeing the humans dared to enter its territory, the earth-cracking Earth King let out a strange cry, and its slimy body suddenly tensed up and slammed towards its target. Jiang Yueli suddenly stopped, her gaze calm, and a dazzling ball of lightning quickly condensed on her chest. Just as the Earth-splitter Earth King's attack was about to land, he waved his hand, and the lightning ball instantly disappeared into the Earth-splitter Earth King's body. In an instant, the Earthcrack Earth King's body stiffened. Go now, Jiang Yueli shouted. They're here. It was Jiang Yueshi who responded to her. As soon as he finished speaking, Jiang Yueshi, holding her shield, stepped over the Earth King in the fissure. A flash of white light appeared, and a clean cut appeared on the Earthcrack Earth King's body. Then its massive body split in two and rolled away. Strangely, the Earthcrack King, whose body had split in two, was still wriggling between the two halves. In just 2 seconds, the two bodies were about to merge into one. However, just as the body was about to heal, a visible layer of ice instantly froze the 2 pieces of the body firmly. Jiang Yueshi smiled and stomped her right foot heavily. The 2 pieces of the body immediately turned into ice and shattered, then vanished completely in a flash of white light. At the same time, an electronic voice came from Jiang Yueshi's watch. Congratulations on defeating the Earth-splitter King within the time limit. You have earned 500 points. Although it may seem like a long time has passed, in reality, all of this happened in a very short period of time. We succeeded. Withdraw. Having earned their points, Jiang Yueli and Jiang Yueshi disappeared without a trace. The candidates were left completely bewildered. No sooner had Jiang Yueli and Jiang Yueshi left than Xia Yin and Xia Miao arrived at almost the same time. Furthermore, the two could even vaguely see Jiang Yueli and Jiang Yueshi's unconventional hair colors. But a small mistake can have far-reaching consequences. Although they were only a step behind, Xia Yin and Xia Miao were destined to fail once again. Damn it! Purple hair, white hair. There are experts like this in the main base city? Why don't I remember them at all? It's okay. I'll remember you. Just don't get eliminated before I find you. Looking at Jiang Yueli and Jiang Yueshi, whose figures had completely disappeared, Xia Yin trembled with anger and his eyes were filled with resentment. Putting aside the magnetic storm rhinoceros from before, this time the Earthquake King was really just one step away. Xia Miao's lips moved as if she was about to say something. The next moment, a mechanical electronic voice announced, "The second batch of point-based bounty missions has been launched. Click on the mission area to view information about the ferocious beasts." Upon hearing this, Xia Yin and Xia Miao exchanged a glance and immediately opened the panoramic map to check. This time it's a mid-grade second-tier ferocious beast, the earth-splitting ape and the lava mountain rhinoceros. I refuse to believe anyone can compete with us for them. The two people left in the opposite direction from the coordinates of these two ferocious beasts. We need to hurry. A fall into a pit, a gain in your wit. This time, Xia Yin and Xia Miao wasted no time and both exerted all their strength to rush to the area of the ferocious beasts. 5 minutes later, Xia Yin and Xia Miao rushed over. But all that awaited them was the scene of a battle that had just taken place in the vanished Earthsplitter ape. A few seconds later, a roar of impotent rage echoed through the mountains and forests. Who is it? Who could it be? Chapter 158, We're useful. We can beat bait. Who is it? Who could it be? Xia Yin felt like she was about to get so angry that she developed breast nodules, to the point that she was somewhat delirious. As the saying goes, once is enough, twice is enough, but a third time is not. So far in the third phase, only 4 second-tier ferocious beasts with bounties have appeared on the northern island. The two sisters were the first to arrive at the scene when 3 of the ferocious beasts appeared. But without exception, someone beat him to it every single time. He was outmaneuvered 3 times. What a disgrace. To her, it was an absolute humiliation. It can't be the purple-haired and white-haired ones from before. Damn it, who is it this time? Xia Miao's expression wasn't as agitated as Xia Yan's, but her face was already extremely gloomy. Being robbed once can be attributed to bad luck, but being robbed 3 times in a row is something no one can swallow. However, while she was angry, she was also filled with doubts. At this moment, she could roughly confirm that the ones who killed the Magnetic Storm Thunder Rhino and the Earth Rift Earth King before them were definitely the purple-haired girl and the white-haired girl they had seen earlier. But then another question arises. Who killed the Earth-splitting ape this time? The Earth-splitting ape is a mid-grade second-tier, ferocious beast. Even if the sisters went all out, they wouldn't be able to kill it easily in less than 10 minutes. It's only been 5 minutes since the second batch of point-based bounty missions started. Killing a rift ape in 5 minutes? At least the sisters couldn't do it. It's even less likely that the purple-haired girl and the white-haired girl would be together, because the direction they left in was exactly the opposite of that of the earth-splitting ape. Who could it be? Could it be William? Xia Miao frowned and fell into deep thought. In her knowledge, there was only one person on the entire island map who could do this, and that was William. Because William is not a second-order first level, but a second-order second level. No, it's definitely not William. Not to mention that William was still at the military base when the last blood pursuit order was issued. The battle marks alone are not William's style. Xia Miao quickly rejected the idea, then frowned even more deeply. For a moment, the atmosphere at the scene became strange. Xia Yin was so angry that he was panting heavily, while Xia Miao looked on with confusion. After a long silence, Xia Miao's dry throat bobbed. Are we still going to the lava mountain rhinoceros's place? Upon hearing this, Xia Yin snapped out of his daze and forced out a single word. Go. The voice paused, then reappeared with a much colder tone. See if you can run into those purple-haired and white-haired ones. I want them dead. At the same time, not far from the area where the Earthshaker spawns, on the coast. 500 points. This is much more efficient than killing a regular ferocious beast, but it's a pity it's too few. Yi Xuanyue sighed as she hurried along the coast toward the bridge on the east side. Coincidentally, just now, right after the second batch of points-based bounty missions began, the ferocious beast, the earth-splitting ape, spawned right next to her, and the two could even clearly see each other's micro-expressions. The earth-splitter ape pounded its chest and made loud, guttural noises, as if it had spotted prey and was extremely excited. There's no reason not to accept points that are offered to you. And just like that, the earth-splitting ape ended its sinful life less than a minute after it respawned. Aside from leaving 500 points, nothing else was left. The Lava Mountain Rhinoceros. I wonder if we can catch up. Yi Xuanyue opened the panoramic map of the island again and found that the real-time coordinates of the Lava Mountain Rhinoceros had not disappeared. This indicates that the Lava Rhinoceros has not been killed yet. We should be able to make it in time. After all, this is a mid-grade second-tier ferocious beast, which is far from easy to deal with. With this thought in mind, Yi Xuanyue quickened her pace. Before long, an abandoned two-story building appeared in front of them. Just as she was about to surpass the small building, Yi Xuanyue's eyes flashed, and she quickly leaped high into the air with a light touch of her toes. Boom! The soil on the spot exploded. Swish, swish, swish. Immediately afterwards, a series of dark figures leaped out from the two-story building and skillfully surrounded Yi Xuanyue. The four of them completely surrounded Yi Xuanyue from all sides. Judging from the cultivation fluctuations they were emitting, 3 of the 4 were at the 8th level of the first rank, and one of them was even at the 9th level of the first rank. Ochwai, not bad. You were able to detect the trap in advance. To be honest, you're the first person we have encountered who has successfully dodged the trap. Your ranking must be quite high, at least in the top 50 of the martial arts exam. Among the 4, a man with a neck as thick as his head, who looked like an iron block, spoke calmly, his face revealing an air of complete confidence. But unfortunately, you've run into us. You can only blame your bad luck. You're quite good-looking, classmate. Judging by your skills, you must be a student from the main base city, right? Which school do you go to? With someone as pretty as you, there's no reason I, Tong Jinsheng, wouldn't recognize you. Stop talking nonsense. This time it's my turn to collect the points. I've finally gotten a big shipment. I can't wait any longer. That's right. Hurry up, it's my turn next. Don't waste time. We still need to set up the trap. The other 3 people began to comment on Yi Xuanyue as if the outcome was already decided. Do the 4 of you have a combined score of 500? Yi Xuanyue suddenly said something. Are you kidding me? How could our combined points possibly not exceed 500? Who are you looking down on? One of the 4 immediately voiced his dissatisfaction. Hearing this, Yi Xuanyue nodded in satisfaction. That's good. What do you mean? It's meaningless. You're stronger than the Lava Mountain Rhinoceros. Without saying that, Yi Xuanyue made her move instantly, revealing her second-tier cultivation level without any attempt to conceal it. 2,000 years later, 2.5 minutes later, Yi Xuanyue clapped her hands, her face neither flushed nor out of breath. Having resolved everything, Yi Xuanyue was about to leave when she suddenly stopped as if sensing something, turning around suspiciously to look behind her. There is nothing behind me except for the beach, grass, and earthen slopes. Nothing special. Strange, could it be that I'm imagining things? After scanning the area again and finding nothing wrong, Yi Xuanyue muttered a couple of things before speeding away. 3 minutes later, suddenly, a large head sneakily popped out from a certain reverse slope that Yi Xuanyue had just glanced at. His gaze was clear and fixed ahead. So, they're gone, right? Did they not spot us? He spoke softly to the left, his voice somewhat dry. Let's go, brother. You can come out now. Xiang's finally let out a deep breath. That scared me to death. I didn't expect her senses to be so sharp. I was right. She really is a second-tier cultivator. Having witnessed Yi Xuanyue kill 3 level 8 first-tier cultivators and 1 level 9 first-tier cultivator, the 3 brothers were greatly shocked, and their cultivation levels fluctuated. It was this barely perceptible fluctuation that immediately alerted the other party. He clicked his tongue and asked, Big brother, should we still follow? Of course we should follow. Without the slightest hesitation, Xiang's said, Since we started following her, we've been much safer. Not only should we follow her, we should follow her to the very end. Coincidentally, the three brothers ran into each other again not long after they gave up their attack on Yi Shuangyue. By a twist of fate, I followed Yi Shuangyue for a while and found it to be much, much safer than before. Having thoroughly studied Sun Tzu's Art of War, Xiangzhua immediately decided to follow Yi Shuangyue closely, and that's how he ended up following her until now. So you're the ones who follow me all this way? Just then, a clear, cold voice rang out from behind the three Xiang brothers. The three of them turned their heads stiffly and saw Yi Shuangyue's extremely cold face. You didn't leave. Xiangqian stammered. Xiangyu swallowed hard. Hey, don't kill us. We know each other. We met in the Nine Peaks Demon Cave. Do you remember? Yi Shuangyue remainet unmovit. Her aura risink sitididi. At the critical moment, a flash of inspiration struck Xiangzhua. Wait, we're useful. We could be the bait. Chapter 159. He fled. He was pursued. He couldn't escape. Island. He swaggered around alone to the left, a stark contrast to his previous cautious demeanor. His cultivation level was suppressed to the 7th level of the first rank, as if he was afraid others wouldn't know that his cultivation was low. Earning points is nothing but a mirage. Once you're eliminated, you lose everything. It's better to stay alive. Staying alive is victory. Mutter a couple of words to the left, trying to let your breath spread as far as possible. Sometimes Xiangzhua is really glad that he has better academic performance than his second and third brothers. Otherwise, the three brothers would have been eliminated by Yi Shuangyue by now. Although the condition for not being eliminated is to help Yi Shuangyue lure high-level candidates, it is at least better than losing one's life. Especially after witnessing Yi Shuangyue, 14, mercilessly kill 3 first-tier, 8th-level cultivators and 1 first-tier, 9th-level cultivator. Such a formidable team was easily wiped out, let alone the 3 Xiang brothers who were only at the 8th level of the first rank on average. We can't go any further. If we go any further, I'm afraid I'll die before I can lure the other party to Yi Shuangyue. Seeing that the distance was approaching its limit, I immediately turned left and strolled away. This behavior was tantamount to causing a disturbance in the street, and it quickly attracted the attention of many people. When they saw that Xiang's cultivation had reached the 7th level of the first rank, but he was all alone, many teams and lone wolves revealed greedy eyes. At this point in the martial arts exam, even if only survival points are considered, each candidate's score far exceeds that of an ordinary ferocious beast. Killing other test takers has long been the fastest way to increase one's ranking. As a result, in a very short time, a team quietly appeared behind and to the left. Noticing all this, Xiangzhua feigned panic and sped up immediately, but in reality, the corners of his mouth were slowly turning up. There's another reason why they were so willing to act as bait, besides the threat to their lives. In his view, every time Yi Shuangyue eliminates someone, they have one less opponent. So in a way, he's essentially working for himself. He glanced deeply at the group behind him, then subtly increased his speed to the left. The squad behind them had no doubts and followed immediately, as if they were cattle or sheep waiting to be slaughtered. 5 minutes later, Xiang's arrogant figure reappeared, a hint of excitement flashing in his eyes. Performance +1. Of the 3 Xiang brothers, only Xiang Qian, who wasn't very bright, was kept as a hostage. Xiangzhua and Xiangyu were both using themselves as bait. Unlike the smooth progress to the left, things are not going well to the right. Although there were quite a few test takers in his area, it seemed that no one was interested in him, a lone wolf with a cultivation level of 1st or 6th level. Saying they're not interested is really just a way of saying they're wary. To be honest, a level 6 of the first tier is already quite powerful, but for someone at this level to dare to act alone clearly indicates a problem. Iron Wolf. However, Xiangyu clearly didn't realize this and was currently very worried. Run. Chunlang, one of the top 10 on the martial arts exam, is coming. Run. Damn. What's wrong with this guy? Is he obsessed with points? Why is he killing everyone he sees? Stop talking and run. Who told you to be a 9th level first-tier cultivator? If you can't afford to offend them, can't you at least avoid them? First came a gasp of surprise. Then groups of 3 or 5 students scattered and fled into the distance. Because they were in such a hurry, these groups didn't even glance at the right side of the road as they passed by. Chun Lang, first rank, 9th level, extract the key information and gradually brighten the right eye. He immediately realized, a job has come. A big job has come. Once he had an idea in mind, he turned right without hesitation and immediately ran against the flow of people towards the center of the battle. Sure enough, within a few minutes, a young man with a cold expression was seen wreaking havoc on the battlefield. Almost everything that got close to him was instantly turned into white light and eliminated within seconds. Clearly, this young man is the Chun Lang that everyone is talking about. Call. I took a few deep breaths to calm myself down, gritted my teeth, and moved to the center of the battle. He had already planned everything out. Although he was no match for Chun Lang, he could still withstand a few blows. As long as Chun Lang shows any intention to attack, there shouldn't be any major problems in escaping immediately. His action of going against the current to the right immediately contrasted sharply with the scattered crowd around him, and many people looked at him as if he were a fool. Chun Lang naturally noticed it as well. However, when Chun Lang saw that the person who took the initiative to come forward was just a lone wolf at the 6th level of the first tier, he immediately lost interest. He didn't even glance to the right a second time. To the right. Dude, are you even being polite? Turning to the right, immediately felt deeply insulted. Wasn't this a disrespect to himself? Cough, cough. He coughed twice, then moved closer to the right, this time less than 50 meters away from Chun Lang. However, Chun Lang acted as if he hadn't seen her at all, not even bothering to glance at her, his disdain undisguised. After eliminating the 5-man squad in front of them, they wasted no time and immediately turned around to chase after another squad. His minimum goal is the 7th level of the first tier. The 6th level of the first tier is not even a small karami in his eyes. The points are too few, and it is not worth wasting time on. Seeing that Chun Lang was about to disappear from sight, Xiang Yu immediately panicked and blurted out, Chun Lang, you brat, why are you running away when you see your grandfather? The sound wasn't loud, but it had an explosive effect. The scene instantly seemed to fall into a vacuum, as if the air itself had frozen. Chun Lang paused, then trembled, turned around and stared intently to the right, his voice as cold as the dead of winter. What did you just say? I said. Seeing that he had successfully attracted the other party's attention, Xiang Yu breathed a slight sigh of relief, but his intuition told him that it wasn't enough. The voice paused for a moment, then spoke again. I said I'm your grandfather. Having said that, he turned right without hesitation and fled frantically, holding back all his cultivation and using every ounce of strength he had. With this combination of moves, he was convinced the other party wouldn't take the bait. He was right. Court death. Chun Lang's face turned completely red, and it seemed as if illusory black smoke was rising from the top of his head. He decisively abandoned everyone present and chased after the fleeing figure in the right direction. Oh my God, this is really serious. Turning to look at Chun Lang, who was chasing after him in a rage, he suddenly felt a jolt to the right, and his speed increased several times out of nowhere. The direction it fled was precisely where Yi Xuanyue was. He fled, he was pursued. He couldn't escape, even if he had wings. He chased her, he fled. She had no chance of escape. A cultivation level of the 8th stage of the first rank is still significantly lower than that of the 9th stage of the first rank. Within minutes, the distance between the two sides was getting closer and closer. Just then, Xiang Yu, who was running ahead, suddenly stopped. You little thief, run. Why aren't you running anymore? Noticing another first-tier 8th level cultivator with a similar build and appearance not far away, Chun Lang's expression was playful. Oh, you don't actually think 2 level 1 8th level cultivators can beat me, do you? As one of the top 10 in the martial arts exam, he was confident that he would be absolutely safe as long as he didn't encounter anyone like William or the Xia sisters, who were at the 2nd level. What if it were me? At that moment, a clear, cold voice suddenly rang out behind Chun Lang. Boom! Like being struck by lightning, Chun Lang's scalp tingled instantly, and goosebumps appeared all over his body. He was completely unaware of when the person behind him had appeared. Stiffly turning his head, Chun Lang's pupils instantly shrank to slits. 2nd tier? How was that possible? Chapter 160, Phase 4. The two crucial bridges. Island. No, no, don't kill me. Realizing that his opponent was at the second level, Chunlang's expression changed drastically, and his brain raced. I could be bait too. I could be bait too. In just a few seconds, he had figured everything out. The first-tier 8th-level expert who had provoked him earlier and the first-tier 8th-level expert he had just seen were all just bait. He was the big fish that had been caught. As the old saying goes, those who understand the times are the heroes. Facing a second-tier opponent, he felt he had no hope of survival. Since he couldn't defeat them, he had no choice but to join them. Ha, shameless. They even steal this kind of job. He spat forcefully to the right, his eyes full of disdain. Following suit, disgusting. Judging from your outstanding demeanor, you must be a talent from our main base city. Considering that we both come from the main base city, please give me a chance. Seeing that the other party was unmoved, Chunlang tried to get closer to him. His thinking was very simple. Save his life first. As for bait or not, as long as he can move freely, he has plenty of ways to deal with it. Yi Xuanyue said calmly. It's a pity I'm not from the main base city. What? Chunlang's expression froze, his eyelashes trembling violently a few times. Impossible. How could someone in Weiqing advance to the second tier? Even I couldn't do it. Comparatively speaking, I value your points more, Yi Xuanyue suddenly said without warning. Chug. Chunlang felt a throbbing pain in his temples, and every nerve in his body was sending out danger signals. No, no, no. Don't be impulsive. We can talk this over. However, all that responded to him was a simple, unadorned fist. Facing a level 9 first-tier opponent alone posed no challenge for Yi Xuanyue. As expected, Chunlang was eliminated by turning into a white light, giving up all his points and ending the martial arts exam. The two people looking to the right and forward grimaced, their fear of Yi Xuanyue growing even stronger. Of course, along with the fear, there was also an irrepressible excitement. The stronger Yi Xuanyue became, the happier they were. As long as they stay close to Yi Xuanyue, their grades might reach new heights. Just as Yi Xuanyue eliminated Chunlang, a huge projection resembling Kagura's otherworldly demeanor suddenly appeared in the sky above the island. Kagura, head held high and stroking his beard, exudes an ethereal aura, but one can vaguely see what appears to be crumbs of instant noodles at the corner of his mouth. Little ones, time's up. The third phase of the martial arts exam has officially ended. All surviving candidates will receive plus 50 survival points. A new safe zone has been created, and the fourth phase is about to begin. Please note that 4 points will be deducted every second outside the poison circle. Do not attempt to challenge the poison circle. However, unlike before, this time the blood pursuit order will be activated when the poison circle begins to shrink. Of course, there will also be a special mechanism in the fourth stage. At this point, a sly glint flashed in Kagura's eyes. I can only reveal that the special mechanism of this fourth stage is the hidden quest. As for how to trigger it, you'll find out soon enough. Finally, I wish you all a pleasant gaming experience. They came suddenly and left even more suddenly. In less than a minute, Kagura's figure completely disappeared. Swish, swish, swish. Having learned from the experience of the previous rounds, all the candidates immediately looked at the panoramic island map this time. All of this lapping is extremely important, much more important than the previous times. This time, the final safe zone will determine whether it is the northern island where the farm is located or the southern island where the military base is located. When they saw the white circle indicating the safe zone, all the candidates' pupils dilated in surprise. The candidates, especially those on the small island to the north, all looked quite grim. This time, the safe zone was surprisingly refreshed at a military base. This means that all candidates on the small island to the north have to cross the bridge to reach the military base. Not only that, but you also have to cross the bridge in just 10 minutes, or you'll have to brave the poison circle. There are only 2 bridges leading to the military base, one on the east and one on the west, so the competition will definitely be fierce. Damn it, this is going to kill us. With so many people crammed on the bridge, they'd all be punched in the head. I strongly suspect that this safe zone has been manipulated. Otherwise, how could it be such a coincidence? There's no time to think about that. The seawater is toxic, so we have to use the bridge. Let's get on the bridge first. If we encounter a bridge blockage, we're doomed. The surviving students on the North Island made a surprisingly unanimous decision. They all headed towards the nearest bridge. Boss Yi, there are currently 2 bridges leading to the military base, one to the east and one to the west. Which bridge should we choose? Having thoroughly studied military strategy, Xiangzhu knew he should present his leader with multiple choice questions rather than true/false questions. So he stood behind Yi Shuangyue with a smile and inquired. He has now completely figured it out. He's determined to cling to Yi Shuangyue. Even my mentor, Gao Huohua, couldn't help it. Moreover, he believed that Gao Huohua would support his actions if he knew the truth. Compared to breaking the record for the best performance in the Yuqing martial arts exam, personal pride is really not worth mentioning. Yi Shuangyue's beautiful brows furrowed slightly at the title Boss Yi, but she ultimately did not object. He glanced at the 2 bridges, one on the east and one on the west, and quickly pointed to the east. It's closer here. Let's go here. At the same time, sis, do you think we should choose the west bridge or the east bridge to get to the military base? Jiang Yueshi kept turning her eyes left and right, scrutinizing the panoramic map, her eyes filled with conflict. For her, who suffers from decision-making anxiety, this was incredibly difficult. Jiang Yueli remained silent, her eyes unusually glazed over. Jiang Yueshi expressed her doubt with a nasal tone. Call. Jiang Yueli closed her eyes and took a deep breath, her tone a little unnatural. Whatever it is, of course, choose the left side. The left side is closer. Jiang Yueshi's eyes widened suddenly as if she had thought of something, and the corners of her mouth showed a faint upward curve. Oh, sis, you mean the west. Enough with the nonsense. Jiang Yueli glared at Jiang Yueshi with displeasure, snorted coldly, and turned to leave without looking back. Sis, wait a minute. What are you dawdling for? Get on my way. Sister, you went to the east. Oh, sister, that's north. Oh, sister, that's a cliff over there. Shut up. You go first. Shortly after Jiang Yueli and Jiang Yueshi left, Xia Yan and Xia Miao appeared together. Xia Yan's face darkened. Damn it, those guys kept saying they saw the purple-haired girl and the white-haired girl coming this way. But why is there no sign of them? Xia Miao glanced at the panoramic map on his wristwatch and calmly said, No rush. Judging from their trajectory, the 2 of them will most likely head to the West Bridge to reach the military base. If we also head to the West Bridge, we will most likely run into them. Great. What are we waiting for? Let's go. I can't wait any longer. A chilling glint flashed in Xia Yan's eyes. They dare to steal my points, Xia Yan. I'll make them cough up all of them. Chapter 161, Hidden Mission, the Crimson Arena and the Bridge of Life and Death. Pingsheng, Central Virtual Network Hall. This can be clearly seen through the panoramic aerial view of the island. On the northern island, countless dense red dots are surging toward the 2 bridges to the east and west. Each red dot represents a candidate, creating a truly spectacular scene. As expected, these 2 bridges are indeed the key to entering the safe zone. I guessed it wouldn't be simple after the last round of Safe Zone Refresh. Each round is more brutal than the last. In the 3rd stage, you could choose not to participate in the points bounty, but in this round, all the candidates had no choice at all. There are already many candidates on the small island on the north side. With this, I don't know how many more will be eliminated. If I'm not mistaken, this round of so-called hidden missions is definitely related to the bridge. Although the teachers present already had a deep understanding of the cruelty of this martial arts exam, they were still shocked by this coincidental poison circle. At that moment, a large light screen in the panoramic view flashed, and the image suddenly switched to a blonde, blue-eyed young man. The young man was recognized very quickly after he appeared. Look, this is William, the number 1 on the list of the top 100 in this martial arts exam, from the main base city. These words immediately attracted the attention of many people, and countless surging gazes turned towards them. Clearly, everyone is curious about who is currently the top scorer in this year's martial arts exam. Wait, isn't this the martial arts exam of our great Xia? Doesn't this person look like someone from a European Union? Someone quickly explained this. You don't know this, do you? William's father is an EU citizen, but his mother is from Great Xia and was born in the main base city. He is also a member of the Alliance and is from Great Xia. He just grew up in the EU and only returned to Great Xia for high school. It was legal and compliant for him to participate in the Great Xia martial arts exam. Oh, I see. So he's a swindler. Shoo, keep your voice down. The Kong family, to which William's mother belongs, is one of the top 10 families behind the FE Alliance. If they hear you, you're finished. The crowd immediately fell silent, but their expressions betrayed their dissatisfaction. How could a mere nobody take first place in the prestigious martial arts examination of the Great Xia dynasty? Even though he was unwilling, there was nothing he could do. William's #1 position was still unshakable. As everyone's thoughts were in turmoil, William in the video suddenly accelerated, heading straight for the bridge on the east side. This action immediately raised even more questions. What is he going to do? Isn't he already in the industry? Why is he going to the bridge? Shouldn't we have moved into the center of the safe zone earlier to wait for the enemy to make their move? I don't understand. Xiao Chuanzi's thinking is just different, huh? I see. Just as everyone was wondering, a slightly trembling voice suddenly rang out. He's going to block the bridge. Military base. South bank of the bridge on the east side. These are the only 2 ways to get into the industry, so they should be able to attract quite a few people. Looking at the seemingly endless bridge, William's eyes were filled with excitement. In the 3rd round of the points bounty, he unsurprisingly captured all the ferocious beasts that spawned within the military base. And in this 4th round, his target is precisely these candidates who have made it into the circle. I hope there will be a highly skilled opponent that I can respect. Otherwise, this martial arts exam will be too boring. With a broad smile, William stepped onto the bridge without hesitation. Just as William's body completely disappeared into the bridge, wisps of white mist quickly appeared and covered the exit. At the same time, the north bank of the bridge on the east side. In contrast to the tranquil south bank, the north bank was in chaos at this moment, especially at the bridge entrance. Looking from the sky, the densely packed examinees resembled ants, completely surrounding the entrance. The safe zone has now been refreshed, and everyone wants to get on the bridge and into the safe zone as soon as possible. Unfortunately, the bridge's width is limited, making it insufficient to support everyone entering the circle at the same time. As for how to solve this problem, the answer has already been provided on site. One word, fight. Want to get on the bridge? It's up to you to decide. For a time, the bridge entrance was like a meat grinder, ruthlessly and relentlessly reaping lives. Even so, groups of test takers continued to flock to the bridge entrance. Retreating means certain death, while advancing offers hope. There's no need to hesitate about which choice to make. Among the countless lines rushing towards the bridge entrance, one line stood out. It's quite rare to see a combination of 3 muscular men and a beautiful woman. It's almost like Beauty and the Beast. This team's marching speed was in no way inferior to that of a large group of 10 or more people. D. Get out of my way. Give it your all. Don't let these bastards affect Boss Ye's performance. The 3 Xiang brothers formed a triangular formation, protecting Yi Shuangyue in the center. Despite their exposed skin being scarred and battered, they gritted their teeth and maintained their formation. It wasn't Yi Shuangyue who asked them to do it. They volunteered. They knew Yi Shuangyue was very strong, but even 2 fists can't fight 4 hands. Moreover, with such a high density of test takers around, there's no guarantee that someone might sabotage you at any time. In addition, they also wanted to demonstrate their own value, so they took the initiative to do the dirty work of guarding. They could barely repel those at the 8th level of the 1st rank and below by gritting their teeth. Only those at the 9th level of the 1st rank required Yi Shuangyue's intervention. This kind of coordination is extremely efficient, bringing them very close to the bridge entrance in a very short time. Hang in there. Just 10 more meters, and we'll be on the bridge. Let's give it our all. He roared to the left, a gruesome wound on his back bulging outwards, causing cold sweat to pour from his forehead. Taking in all of this, Yi Shuangyue's expression became thoughtful. In fact, even without the help of the 3 Xiang brothers, she was confident that she could successfully cross the bridge. But it's undeniable that having 3 people to help makes things much easier. I'll lead the charge this time. On my command, charge. With another charge by the 3 Xiang brothers, the group finally broke through the crowd and successfully reached the bridge. It's done. Let's go. A look of joy appeared on his left cheek. However, Before the group could take more than a few steps, the bridge surface and the sky above it were quickly enveloped in white mist. At the same time, the mechanical sound of Kagura began to play. Number of participants reached. The limited time hidden mission, Crimson Arena, is now open. During the mission, time flows faster and you are immune to the poison circle. Several crimson light pillars, each 1 meter in diameter, will be randomly generated on the bridge surface. Anyone who touches the boundary will be forced into the Crimson Arena. Only 1v1 battles are allowed in the arena. All candidates must accumulate more than 3 wins to pass the test. Those who fail or do not meet the win requirement by the time limit will be eliminated. During the hidden mission, candidates are only allowed to fight in the Crimson Arena. Fighting is prohibited at all other times and locations. Violators will be eliminated immediately. Killing other examinees during the Crimson Arena will also grant you all of their points. Upon hearing this, all the examinees on the bridge turn pale. At the same time, over the island. Oh, the people for the Crimson Arena are finally all here. Kagura, now back in her true form, glanced down at the bridge to the east with interest, a hint of excitement flashing in her bright eyes. TSK, TSK, TSK. The first place winner is here too. This is going to be interesting. Upon noticing a certain figure, Kagura's excitement intensified. After glancing around a few more times, Kagura seemed to remember something, her gaze returning to the west side of the bridge as she muttered to herself. Now that the Crimson Arena has begun, the Bridge of Life and Death should be here soon too. Chapter 162 Xia Yin. My points are back. Island map. North bank of the west side of the bridge. The battle at the bridge entrance has reached a fever pitch. No matter when or where you look, you can see flashes of white light. Without a doubt, these were all candidates who were eliminated before they even stepped onto the bridge. Roughly estimated, only 1 in 3 candidates will successfully step onto the bridge, a rejection rate far exceeding that of the 3 stages. Nevertheless, the teams were still fiercely competitive, eager to take this opportunity to eliminate everyone else. However, nothing is absolute. The appearance of certain individuals acted like a tranquilizer, instantly clearing the eyes of many teams. Oh no, look, it's the purple-haired witch and the white-haired witch. They've appeared again. They're coming this way. I don't want to die. Get out of my way. I don't want to be eliminated before I even get on the bridge. You damn leg, run. Don't push. Let them pass. Otherwise, they'll all die. Upon seeing the figures of purple-haired Jiang Yueli and white-haired Jiang Yueshi, the crowd erupted in chaos. The bridge entrance, which was originally completely blocked, now has a gap of 2 people's width. Even if you've never eaten pork, you've still seen a pig run, right? Although many people have never seen Jiang Yueli and Jiang Yueshi, the names of the purple-haired witch and the white-haired witch are well known. In the 3rd phase of the points bounty, Jiang Yueli and Jiang Yueshi easily captured almost all the ferocious beasts in the surrounding area. It's one thing for a low-grade 2nd-tier ferocious beast to be instantly killed, but the key point is that even a mid-grade 2nd-tier ferocious beast can't last more than a few seconds. Such an extraordinary performance was hard not to attract attention, and thus she successfully earned the titles of purple-haired witch and white-haired witch. Soon, a message quietly spread among the various teams. If you encounter a purple-haired witch or a white-haired witch, don't hesitate. Run away immediately. That's why the queue stuck at the bridge entrance reacted so strongly. Sis, who are the purple-haired witch and the white-haired witch? Why are they reacting so strongly? Jiang Yueshi's eyes were full of confusion. Also, why are they all looking at us? Could it be that the purple-haired witch and the white-haired witch? Suddenly, Jiang Yueshi turned her head sharply, her eyes widening in shock. Could they be behind us? Jiang Yueli remained silent, her lips twitching violently. Isn't that right? Jiang Yueshi frowned, deep in thought. Jiang Yueli gave Jiang Yueshi a deep look, sighed silently, grabbed her, and rushed towards the bridge entrance, his body surrounded by purple arcs of electricity, ready to strike at any moment. Strangely, no one intervened until the 2 rushed onto the bridge. Swoosh! The moment the 2 figures disappeared into the bridge, 2 figures, one in red and one in blue, came hurtling after them. Their trajectory was exactly the same as the Jiang sisters, and they were also going to rush directly onto the bridge. However, this time, the teams near the bridge were not so easy to deal with. What the hell? You're coming again? The purple-haired witch and the white-haired witch just barged in, and we backed down. But who do you think you are? Stay here. Holy crap, that's hilarious. You guys think dyeing your hair red or blue makes you a witch. You think you're scared of me. What kind of class do you have to imitate the purple-haired witch and the white-haired witch? Do you think we're invisible? Xia Yin was in a fairly good mood. After a continuous pursuit, they had already spotted the purple-haired and white-haired figures, and were only one step away from completely catching up. But upon hearing the undisguised mockery, his face flushed red as if it had been painted with red paint. The air around them heated up at a visible rate, causing Xia Miao to furrow her brows immediately. Calm down, Xia Miao tried to reassure her. But in the end, it was all in vain. Fire blast! With a flick of his hand, Xia Yin conjured a giant fireball from crimson flames, which appeared out of thin air and floated toward the crowd. The fireball wasn't fast, but it exploded with a bang when it reached the crowd. Countless fist-sized fireballs crashed down like meteorites. The queue at the bridge entrance was so dense that there wasn't even room to put your foot down. There was nowhere to escape from this move. We're doomed. He's a master. We're doomed. Mom, I can see the sun. Swish, swish, swish. Accompanied by screams of agony, countless examinees vanished in a flash of white light. For a time, an unusually large vacuum area appeared at the entrance of the bridge. Snort. Xia Yin snorted coldly and rushed into the bridge, but his face was sickly pale. Clearly, this blow was not easy for her either. Well, Xia Miao sighed softly, but said nothing, following Xia Yin into the bridge. The moment the two stepped onto the bridge, the entire bridge was suddenly enveloped in thick fog. At the same time, the mechanical sound of Kagura began to play. Number of participants reached. The limited time hidden mission, the Bridge of Life and Death, is now open. During the mission, time flows faster and you are immune to the poison circle. The bridge has now been replaced with a life or death suspension bridge. On-site examinees will be randomly assigned to several teams of 50 people to cross the suspension bridge. The chain will break faster with each person crossing, until it breaks completely. During the life and death suspension bridge event, no rules will be followed. Anyone who fails to cross the bridge or falls into the sea before the time runs out will be eliminated. During the hidden mission, candidates may only fight after the countdown on a life or death suspension bridge has ended. Fighting is prohibited at all other times, and violators will be immediately eliminated. During the hidden mission, killing other examinees will also grant you all of their points. As soon as he finished speaking, gasps of shock filled the air, almost causing the island's climate to heat up. No one expected that the hidden mission mentioned by the examiner Kagura would be triggered so quickly. The Bridge of Life and Death. Xia Yin quickly exchanged a glance with Xia Miao, both of them seeing a hint of seriousness in each other's eyes. They weren't surprised that the hidden quest was triggered. What they cared about were the rules of this life or death suspension bridge. Although the mission prompts didn't mention when the chains on the Bridge of Life and Death would break, it was precisely this uncertainty that brought the tension of the Bridge of Life and Death to its peak. Under this rule, any candidate with a sound mind would choose to be the first to step onto the bridge. Given the premise of ignoring all rules, it's easy to imagine how fierce the competition would be. To be on the safe side, we must strive for first place. After calmly analyzing the situation, Xia Miao immediately gave her own judgment. Xia Yin nodded, his expression somewhat absent-minded. A few seconds later, she spoke softly. I just hope we can be grouped together as purple-haired and white-haired. As luck would have it, Xia Yin felt a blur before his eyes as soon as he finished speaking. After regaining his sight, the scene in front of him had completely changed. The original steel-cast cable bridge has somehow become a rickety suspension bridge. It's the life or death suspension bridge from the hidden mission. The suspension bridge, seemingly endless, stretches out like a giant dragon lying across the turbulent sea. The suspension bridge is constructed of rough chains and rotten planks, as if it has been neglected for years, with the chains covered in rust. The wooden planks on the bridge were also covered with cracks and holes, and the sea wind howled causing the suspension bridge to sway violently, as if it would collapse at any moment. Just looking at it is terrifying. Xia Yin glanced at the life-or-death suspension bridge before turning his attention to the other examinees around him. At a glance, I spotted the dazzling purple hair and the pure white hair in the crowd. Xia Yin was overjoyed. My points are back. Chapter 163, Fierce Battle. The Crimson Arena. Island map. The bridge on the east side, the blood-red arena. After hearing the rules of the Crimson Arena, the atmosphere at the scene became quite subtle. Especially in the larger groups, everyone's expression was not very good at this moment. There's no other reason than that once the rules of the Crimson Arena are revealed, their numerical advantage will vanish. Before this, they planned to use their numerical advantage to rush into the safe zone as quickly as possible, but now everything has changed. The Crimson Arena only allows 11 matches, and you need to win 3 consecutive matches to pass the level, which means that you can only rely on yourself for the next battle. It's purely a test of individual skill. Because of this rule, even members who were originally on the same team started looking at each other with a strange expression. You need to win 3 consecutive matches to pass the level, which means that on average, only 1 out of every 4 people can pass the level, and the other 3 people will all be eliminated. The overall elimination rate is as high as 75%. Compared to this elimination rate, the first 3 stages of the martial arts exam are child's play. Big brother, what should we do? The 3 of us can only unleash our full power when we're together. If we separate. His expression was more solemn than ever before. The 3 brothers, working together, could unleash power approaching the 9th level of the first tier. However, if they're separated, each of them is just an ordinary first-tier 8th level cultivator. He would still be considered a top genius in Yuqing, but among the candidates who have survived to this day and successfully crossed the bridge, he is simply not good enough. Yeah, brother, what should we do then? Xianxian repeated. I don't know either. Xiangs were frowned, unable to figure it out, and subconsciously looked to Yi Xuanyue for help. I can't help you in 11-player matches, but I do have a suggestion. Yi Xuanyue said calmly. I suggest you stay away from me for now. Further away, he looked left with a puzzled expression, but then a thought flashed through his mind. Scatter quickly, quickly, quickly. He suddenly understood everything. The prerequisite for entering the Crimson Arena is to come into contact with the Crimson Light Pillar. If the 3 brothers and Yi Xuanyue touch it at the same time, because they're close to each other, wouldn't they be doomed? Although they didn't understand why they were going right or forward, they still quickly dispersed following the instruction to go left. Buzzing. At that moment, a blood-red pillar of light, 1 meter in diameter, rose from the entire bridge surface without warning. The crimson beams of light appeared without any discernible pattern, some appearing in nooks and crannies, and others appearing directly in the center of the crowd. As countless crimson pillars of light rose, any examinees who were touched on the bridge vanished. The same applies to those who went right and forward, including Yi Xuanyue. They each disappeared from the bridge with another unfamiliar examinee and entered the blood-red arena. Call! Xiangzhu breathed a slight sigh of relief, somewhat thankful that his 2 brothers hadn't been assigned to Yi Xuanyue's group. The next moment, a blood-red beam of light instantly enveloped him and the person behind him. In a flash, the 2 disappeared. In a very short time, the crowded bridge was reduced to a series of blood-red beams of light. This is the Crimson Arena? Yi Xuanyue's eyes narrowed slightly when she saw the circular arena in front of her, which was about 100 meters in diameter. The arena in front of us is no ordinary arena. It's an arena that floats in mid-air above the sea. Looking down, all you see is an endless expanse of turbulent black sea, like a ferocious beast ready to devour you. The key is that the realism is off the charts. If you pay close attention, you can even feel the salty sea breeze blowing by. The Crimson Arena number 007 has been opened. There are no rules or restrictions in the arena. The winner is the one who leaves the arena or dies. The mechanical kagura sound brought Yi Xuanyue back to her senses, and her gaze finally fell on the examinee directly in front of her. The examinee opposite them had also noticed Yi Xuanyue at this moment. With only one person able to survive in the 11 arena battle, there's no need for further words. The only option is to fight. I recognize you. You were protected by 3 muscular men to get onto the bridge. Upon seeing Yi Xuanyue, the examinee opposite him revealed a hint of excitement in his eyes. Remember, the one who defeated you is Pan Junfei. Upon hearing this, Yi Xuanyue's expression froze, and she was momentarily stunned. She felt that the sentence was incredibly familiar, as if she had heard it somewhere before. He stood there stunned for several seconds before shaking his head and rushing forward. 3 seconds later, the mechanical voice of Kagura sounded again. Pan Junfei is eliminated. Yi Xuanyue wins. Swish. After winning the battle, Yi Xuanyue immediately felt a blur before her eyes, and the next second she was back on the bridge. Looking around, Yi Xuanyue quickly spotted a blonde, blue-eyed young man standing proudly. Zulfast. Yi Xuanyue couldn't help but glance at the other person a few more times. Although she hesitated for a few seconds, she still defeated her opponent in the first round in a very short time. It now appears that there were others at the scene who were even faster than her. Seemingly sensing Yi Xuanyue's gaze, William quickly turned around and grinned, revealing a bright, sunny smile. Yi Xuanyue immediately turned her head away. She was merely curious about this young man who was even faster than herself, nothing more. Furthermore, fast is not a good word for normal men. Interesting. Seeing that the other party ignored him, William was not angry at all. Instead, his smile became even brighter. Swish, swish, swish. Shortly after Yi Xuanyue and William won their battle, more and more examinees appeared on the scene. Some people are not even out of breath, while others are panting and look exhausted. But in any case, the fact that they can still appear on the bridge means they have already won the first round of the Crimson Arena. You only need to win 2 more rounds to successfully complete the game. Yi Xuanyue's gaze swept back and forth, as if searching for something. The next moment, the figures to the right and forward appeared almost simultaneously. A few seconds after the two appeared, a figure appeared out of thin air on the left, but his face was pale and the wound on his back was obviously more severe. Big brother. X2. Upon seeing left after turning right and forward, he immediately exclaimed in surprise and rushed forward. I'm Fine. He waved his hand to the left and forced a smile. It's all right. I'm very strong. Yi Xuanyue glanced at it indifferently, opened her mouth, but ultimately didn't say anything. Time ticked by, and as more and more examinees appeared on the bridge, the scene gradually became chaotic. After the baptism of the first round of the bloody arena, the surviving candidates quickly discover a bug. Although you can't fight outside the Crimson Arena, you can still move around freely. Use this time to find a candidate who looks like they're at their limit. Once the Crimson Light pillar refreshes, they'll likely be grouped together. Regardless of whether martial ethics apply, as long as victory is achieved, it is justice. Suddenly, all the injured candidates on the field became highly sought after. Unfortunately, turning left is one of them. Nearby examinees, like sharks smelling blood, swarmed toward the injured Xiangzhua, quickly surrounding him. The 2 men tried to stop him, but they were no match for the 4 men, and their efforts were extremely limited. Soon they were so anxious that they were scratching their heads and sweating profusely. Buzzing. Worse still, the Crimson Pillar of Light rose up once more. In a very short time, a blood-red beam of light quietly appeared behind him on the left. The surrounding examinees' eyes lit up, and in an instant, countless arms reached out to the left, all wanting to touch the blood-red pillar of light with him and enter the arena. At the critical moment, a slender arm appeared in front of his left eye. Yi Xuanyue threw it away and then touched the blood-red pillar of light herself. Boss Yi, looking at Yi Xuanyue disappearing on the bridge, a deep sense of emotion welled up in his eyes. Chapter 164, Sacrificing Oneself. A resolute journey to the left. 2.5 minutes. From the moment Yi Xuanyue touched the Crimson Pillar of Light and disappeared from the bridge, reappearing on the Crimson Arena, to her defeating her opponent and returning to the bridge. Only 2.5 minutes had passed. If we further exclude the time for the blood-red arena to announce the star of the battle and the waiting time, the exact time is 1 minute. Despite being a first-tier, 9th-level natural type ability user, Yi Xuanyue, a second-tier, third-level user, was powerless to resist. This time, Yi Shuangyue undoubtedly became the first examinee present to achieve 2 victories. On the vast bridge, only Yi Shuangyue was present. But the next second, the blonde, blue-eyed William appeared. It's boring, being invincible is so lonely. William clicked his tongue and glanced aimlessly across the bridge, preparing to see what kind of expert was there. But when he turned his head, his expression froze, and his pupils dilated uncontrollably. It's her. She's even faster than me. At this moment, a ripple quietly stirred in William's calm heart, and his usually sunny face suddenly twitched a few times in a strange way. His mood plummeted instantly, and a trace of gloom flashed quickly in the depths of his eyes. He thought he had dealt with the 9th-level first-tier opponent on the blood-red arena quickly enough, but he never expected. Although the blood-stained arena is highly random, there is a strong possibility that the opponent assigned to this round is relatively weak. Even so, he still couldn't get over that mental hurdle. From childhood until high school, he received the highest level of elite education in the European Union. Thanks to the fact that he has half of the great Xia bloodline in his body, his comprehension and abilities far surpass those straight-laced people in the European Union who can't even do an Asian squat. Whether in the EU or in Great Britain, no matter when or where, he has always been the most dazzling one. Therefore, Yi Shuangyue was so glaring in his eyes at this moment. Very good, very good. You must be very strong to be able to defeat your opponent so quickly twice in a row. If nothing unexpected happens, you will definitely be able to pass the level. William's gaze was fixed on Yi Shuangyue, and the corners of his lips slowly curved upwards into a smile. Unfortunately, you're now on my radar. Sensing William's intense gaze from afar, Yi Shuangyue glanced at him indifferently. She's so perceptive. Facing Yi Shuangyue's gaze, William's face regained its warm smile, and his desire to defeat her grew stronger. After only a quick glance, Yi Shuangyue looked away and stopped paying attention. Although the other person's smile was very friendly, she felt a physiological sense of disgust. Therefore, she did not notice that William was slowly approaching step by step. Tick-tock, tick-tock. After the second hand caught up with the minute hand for the 3rd time, the figures of the examinees began to appear on the bridge. Unlike before, this time most of the candidates looked pale and were panting heavily as soon as they appeared. It was clearly visible that the proportion of candidates with injuries on the field was much higher than before. At this moment, everyone's eyes were filled with indifference, and their gazes towards each other were full of wariness. 2 consecutive rounds of arena battles have made all the candidates realize that everyone on the field, except themselves, is an enemy. Yi Shuangyue's expression remained calm, her gaze sweeping back and forth from time to time. Although she had helped Xiang's earlier, she wasn't sure if he could survive this round given his injuries. I didn't have any ulterior motives in helping them. I just thought they were a nice person and it was a small favor. Anyway, for her, there wouldn't be much pressure in a ring match against anyone. Bossy, X2. At this moment, the sounds of to the right and to the forward rang out simultaneously. Still not out. Yi Shuangyue looked behind the 2 people who looked a little disheveled. Not yet. He shook his head to the right. Xiang Qian, second brother, is eldest brother dead? Shut up. He glared at her to the right. As soon as he finished speaking, a weak voice rang out. Don't worry, I'm not dead yet. Big brother. X2. Xiang Yo and Xiang Qian immediately rushed forward, their eyes filled with worry. Xiang's physical condition is really too bad right now. He was hunched over like an old man in his twilight years, as if he might breathe his last at any moment. I'm fine, help me up. He waved his hand with difficulty to the left, a simple gesture that caused him to gasp several times. With the help of moving to the right and forward, he moved with difficulty to the left in front of Yi Shuangyue. His lips moved, and his expression was somewhat hesitant. But in the end, I gritted my teeth and spoke. Bossy, I reckon I won't make it past the 3rd round. If possible, could you please let Xiang Yo and Xiang Qian continue to follow you? Don't worry, they will never be a burden to you. No matter when or where, I guarantee they will die before you. Big brother. Xiang Yu and Xiang Qian immediately became anxious. Shut up. He gave the 2 a harsh rebuke to the left, then looked at Yi Shuangyue with hope in his eyes. He believed that as long as the two of them stayed by Yi Xuanyue's side, maintaining their position in the top 50 of a martial arts exam would definitely not be a problem. Yi Xuanyue did not answer directly, but just looked at Xiangzhou thoughtfully. 1 second. 2 seconds. 3 seconds. 3 seconds later, Xiangzhou sighed softly, his eyes filled with undisguised disappointment. I'm sorry, I was presumptuous. Yi Xuanyue's throat moved slightly as she was about to speak, but at that moment, a commotion suddenly broke out at the scene. Damn, isn't that William, who ranked first in the martial arts exam? What's he doing here? And why is he rushing this way? Get out of here. If we run into other people, we might still have a chance to win, but if we run into him, we might as well just wait to die. Oh my God, we're doomed. That's William, the invincible figure on the martial arts exam list. If he charges at us, how will we possibly fight back? In the previous 2 rounds, William strolled around with a relaxed, playful attitude, maintaining a very low profile overall. But now that he had a target, he immediately stopped hiding his full power. Sensing William's terrifying cultivation level, all the examinees felt their scalps tingle and instinctively ran as far as they could. Having finally won 2 rounds of the Crimson Arena, all that's left is to win 1 more to advance. If we were to face William at this point, wouldn't all our efforts be in vain? In an instant, chaos erupted wherever William went. William didn't even glance at the flustered candidates. From beginning to end, he had only one goal. Yi Xuanyue. William's undisguised purpose immediately caught the attention of Yi Xuanyue and the others. However, Yi Xuanyue's expression did not change at all. No matter who she faced in the 3rd round of the Crimson Arena, she was determined to win. She even felt a hint of joy when she sensed William's undisguised 2nd-tier cultivation. After so long, she was finally able to have a good fight. Quick, let me handle this. However, at the same critical moment, a charging figure crashed into William. Although it didn't stop William from moving, it did make him pause for a moment. Coincidentally, at that moment, a blood-red pillar of light suddenly rose up beneath their feet. The next moment, Xiangzhou and William disappeared together. Yi Xuanyue stared blankly at everything with her mouth slightly agape. After a long while, she finally let out a soft sigh. There's no need for that. I've already decided to agree to your request. Chapter 165, The Suspension Bridge of Life and Death opens. Purple-haired, white-haired, red-haired, blue-haired. Yuqing, viewing hall. You're so foolish, Xiangzhou. You're so foolish. As a 4th-order transcendent being, Gao Huahua's dynamic vision has reached an extremely high level. He noticed the figure flashing to the left on the screen in front of him the moment it appeared. He was quite excited when he saw the left turn, because it meant that there was only 1 round left for the left turn to clear the Crimson Arena. But before he could even feel happy for 2 seconds, he witnessed firsthand the scene of Xiangzhou embracing William Chi-Chi by being teleported to the blood-red arena. In a short time, shock, astonishment, disbelief, and other expressions appeared one after another on Gao Huahua's face. Of his 3 disciples, left, right, and forward, he always favored left the most, as he was both steady and decisive. But this time, Xiangzhou will be facing William. With Xiangzhou's cultivation at the 8th level of the 1st rank, how can he possibly win? More importantly, he saw it clearly and plainly. His good apprentice, Xiangzhou, seemed to have rushed forward voluntarily to protect others. The person they were protecting was a girl. What a tragedy! Gao Huahua clenched his teeth as he stared at the slender figure with flowing long hair in the picture. But soon, a hint of surprise flashed in his eyes. He suddenly realized that the girl's back looked familiar, as if he had seen her somewhere before. At that moment, a blood-red pillar of light suddenly rose from beneath the girl's feet in the scene. The moment she was teleported to the Crimson Arena by the beam of light, the girl turned slightly to the side. This is the genius girl we met in the 9 Peaks Mountain Demon Cave that day. Gao Huahua recognized Yi Xuanyue's identity at a glance. Didn't I tell Xiangzhou to lead men to target them? Why are you saving her instead? His brain raced, and various possibilities flashed through Gao Huahua's mind, but he still couldn't figure it out. After pondering for a few seconds, Gao Huahua completely gave up and stopped wasting her brain cells, sighing softly to herself. Sigh. Those who don't heed the advice of their elders will suffer the consequences. With one of you 3 brothers missing, it'll be difficult for you to stay in the top 50. Pingcheng, viewing hall. Look, aren't those Jiang Yueli and Jiang Yueshi? It turns out they're on the life and death suspension bridge. Thank goodness, compared to the bloodstained arena, I feel the life and death suspension bridge is easier. Wait, who are the red-haired and blue-haired people standing opposite them? They seem to be at odds, and the red-haired and blue-haired people also look somewhat familiar. Oh no, aren't those Xia Yin and Xia Miao from the main base city? They've dominated the 2nd and 3rd places on the martial arts exam list for a long time. If they face off, won't Jiang Yueli and Jiang Yueshi be in danger? They are the only 3 remaining outstanding talents on the Pingcheng martial arts examination top 100 list. The images of Jiang Yueli and Jiang Yueshi always attract the attention of most people. However, the tense atmosphere between the two and Xia Yin and Xia Miao made everyone nervous. The 2 of them are only ranked in the top 10, but Xia Yin and Xia Miao were once 2nd and 3rd. If they were to fight, there's a very high chance they'd both be eliminated. A tense atmosphere quickly spread throughout the spectator area. Wu Daoan and Lei Ming exchanged a glance, their eyes revealing obvious worry. Jiang Tianyong was so nervous that he kept rubbing his hands together. He didn't seem to have the composure that a 4th-level transcendent should have, but rather he looked more like an ordinary parent of a test-taker. Jiang Lianyue maintained a relatively composed expression, but her heart was pounding with anxiety. Although she had already determined in her mind that Yu Li and Yu Shi were at the 2nd level, the other party was among the top in the martial arts examination list, and their cultivation level was at least at the 2nd level. If a fight really breaks out, the final outcome is hard to predict. Lost in thought, Jiang Lianyue subconsciously looked at Su Che. To everyone's surprise, Su Che's expression remained unchanged, without the slightest ripple, and he even had a smile on his lips. Seeing this, Jiang Lianyue felt inexplicably calmed down. Since Su Che, as the teacher, isn't worried at all, then there shouldn't be any problem. Jiang Lianyue thought to herself, wow, good heavens, red hair and blue hair, 2 more non-mainstream individuals. Looking at Xia Yin and Xia Miao's striking hair colors, Su Che couldn't help but shake his head. Unfortunately, you weren't very lucky. Not only are you not as unconventional as little purple hair and little white hair, but you're also not as strong as the 2 of them. It seems this martial arts exam will have to end here. Just as Jiang Lianyue sensed, he was indeed not nervous at all. On the contrary, he was somewhat expectant. After holding back for so long, it's time for Jiang Yueli and Jiang Yueli to shine in front of others. No, we finally made it into the top 10. Please don't get eliminated. Chen Yuliang's gaze also fell on Jiang Yueli and Jiang Yueshi, his eyes filled with worry. Although he was quite distressed about the rewards he had given out, he was even more reluctant to see Jiang Yueli and Jiang Yueshi eliminated. It's okay for the education department to suffer a little, but we absolutely cannot let the children suffer. Chen Yuliang unconsciously clenched and unclenched his fist several times, silently repeating to himself, we absolutely have to win. It's just a reward. I'd be willing to sell everything I own to achieve it. Island map. The bridge between life and death. Purple-haired. White-haired. Look who I am. Upon seeing Jiang Yueli and Jiang Yueshi, Xia Yin couldn't contain his joy and immediately stepped forward to scold them. His eyes were fixed on the other person, filled with a burning desire for points. Swish, swish, swish. All eyes turned to him, but most looked only once before looking away, and many even quietly took a step back. The most important thing about crossing the suspension bridge is to get across as quickly as possible. Nobody wants any unforeseen complications. Sis, who are they? Judging by their hair color, they're not good students. Jiang Yueshi muttered to herself. Jiang Yueli glanced at Xia Yin indifferently, her voice cold. I don't know him. Don't you recognize me? How dare you not recognize me? Xia Yin jumped up and down in a panic, as if his tail had been stepped on. You stole our Magnetic Storm Thunder Rhino and Earth Rift Earth King. You stole a whole 1,000 points from us. Don't you dare admit it. Jiang Yueli frowned slightly, but quickly relaxed again. Oh, and then I'll tell you. Xia Yin opened and closed his mouth, somewhat speechless, and a strange blush rose to his originally pale face. Xia Miao, who was standing to the side, couldn't stand it any longer. She held Xia Yin back and took 2 steps forward, coldly saying, "No matter who you are, since we've run into you, you're destined to be eliminated today." Although his voice wasn't loud, the confidence in his words was undisguised. "Wow, what a loud breath. Didn't you brush your teeth this morning?" Once she confirmed they were enemies, Jiang Yueshi naturally wouldn't tolerate it. "You." Xia Miao raised an eyebrow, and his expression immediately changed. "Come." This time, it was Xia Yin who held Xia Miao down, a cold glint flashing in his eyes. "You'll regret this later." "Oh." Jiang Yueli carefully examined Xia Yin. "Someone is going to regret this." Their eyes met, and the atmosphere suddenly froze. Just then, Kagura's mechanical voice rang out. "The bridge of life and death will officially start in 3 seconds. After the countdown ends, the rules mode will be activated. All candidates, please be prepared. 3, 2, 1. The moment the countdown ended, Xia Yin and Xia Miao attacked without warning. Chapter 166, Life or Death on the Line. Purple-haired and white-haired win completely. The bridge between life and death. The moment the countdown ended, the 46 candidates did not hesitate for a moment. As if they had planned it beforehand, they all burst forth at top speed and rushed toward the suspension bridge. Although the suspension bridge looked dilapidated and could break at any moment, and was swaying back and forth in the howling sea wind. But no one cared. Everyone was focused on being the first to cross the suspension bridge between life and death. As for why it's 46 digits instead of 50, the reason is quite simple. That was Xia Yin. The Xia sisters had already rushed towards Jiang Yueli and Jiang Yueshi. "Leave this arrogant, purple-haired guy to me. You go and deal with that white-haired guy. Make it quick." Xia Yin had long disliked Jiang Yueli, and with a flick of his wrist, he hurled a fist-sized fireball at her. She hadn't expected to defeat her opponent with a single basic attack. She was simply afraid that her opponent would escape. However, Xia Yin was clearly overthinking things. Jiang Yueli had no intention of escaping at all. Instead, a strong sense of excitement flashed in her eyes. Faced with a rapidly approaching fireball, without any visible movement of his hands, a bolt of lightning struck the fireball instantly. Bang! The lightning struck the flames, and the fireball vanished instantly. Lightning element. After a brief test, Xia Yin felt reassured and looked at Jiang Yueli with disdain. "If this is all you've got, then I'm very disappointed." She only used 30% of her strength in that attack. But the next moment, a hint of surprise flashed in Xia Yin's eyes, and his gaze instantly locked onto the purple lightning ball that was slowly growing in front of Jiang Yueli's chest. "You weren't using your full strength either." By the time Xia Yin realized this, the purple lightning ball was already right in front of him. Breath of flames. In a moment of desperation, Xia Yin crossed his thumbs and forefingers to form a circle and aimed it at the purple lightning ball. The next moment, blazing flames erupted and struck the purple lightning ball head-on, crackling and popping. The purple lightning ball melted rapidly under the high temperature and was burned to ashes in just a few seconds. "Call!" Xia Yin exhaled a breath of stale air and relaxed slightly, but his body instinctively felt his hair stand on end. I subconsciously looked up. 1, 2, 3. Each purple lightning ball is larger and more powerful than the previous ones. You still didn't use your full strength. What exactly is your cultivation level? Xia Yin was horrified and felt a rare chill run down his spine when faced with the 3 purple lightning orbs. Before this, she had been thinking of a quick victory, crushing her opponent with overwhelming power. But the reality was that he was severely suppressed and lost the battle. We absolutely cannot tough it out. Within a fraction of a second, Xia Yin made a decision. Breath of Flame's barrier. Veins bulged on his forehead. Xia Yin clenched his fists, bent slightly, and was surrounded by flames. From a distance, it looks as if it is completely enveloped by a fiery red, round, transparent crystal. It's very similar to the Darkle's Guardian that Darkle gives to Link in Zelda. The barrier was struck by 3 lightning bolts simultaneously the instant it formed. Buzzing. Purple lightning flashed incessantly, intertwining with the flames, creating a dazzling display of light at the scene. It's called a barrier, but fire-type characters are inherently bad at defense. Click, click, click. It didn't last more than a few seconds before a crack quietly appeared on the flame barrier. This crack was like a fuse that had been lit. Within half a second, the flame barrier shattered. No! Xia Yandagon roared, his eyes completely filled with purple lightning. At the same time, the battle between Xia Miao and Jiang Yueshi was quite strange. Damn it! Don't run away! Xia Miao, who has always maintained a relatively calm demeanor, has become unusually popular. Her thoughts were similar to Xia Yan's. They both wanted to defeat their opponents in the shortest possible time. The key point is that this is what she thought, but the other party simply wouldn't cooperate. The moment the suspension bridge opened, Jiang Yueshi rushed onto it without looking back. Get out of the way! Xia Miao would mercilessly eliminate any examinee who had not yet reached the suspension bridge. In the chase, Jiang Yueshi unknowingly found herself on a suspension bridge between life and death. The moment Jiang Yueshi stepped onto the suspension bridge of life and death, she immediately stopped running, turned around, and couldn't help but smile. You lost. I won't let you come up. Laugh! Seeing that the other party finally stopped running away, Xia Miao immediately sneered, as if she had heard the biggest joke in the world. So you're not so arrogant after all? Without pausing for a moment while speaking, he crossed his hands, palms facing inward, and pressed his thumbs down sharply. Water Dragon Bullet! As soon as he finished speaking, the moisture in the surrounding air instantly separated and gathered in his palm, transforming into a water dragon with a diameter of over 2 meters at top speed, roaring towards Jiang Yueshi at the bridgehead. The water dragon has a large head and a small tail. If you look closely, you can clearly see that the tail of the water dragon extends all the way to Xia Miao's palm. But it is precisely because of this connection that the massive water dragon bullet is so flexible. You were too clever for your own good, and now it's all over. Looking at Jiang Yueshi, who had nowhere to hide, a hint of mockery flashed in Xia Miao's eyes. If the other side hadn't foolishly run to the narrow bridgehead, the battle might not have ended so quickly. Unfortunately, there aren't that many what-ifs in this world. My points are mine. No one can take them from me. Xia Miao, who had just begun to give her victory speech, paused, and then her pupils contracted sharply as if they had been hit by a bright light. Oh no, ice type. She's an ice type. Xia Miao gasped in surprise, a feeling of dread instantly washing over her. The most troublesome element for water-type ability users is undoubtedly ice-type ability users. Unless there is a difference in the level of their abilities, water-type opponents will naturally suffer more when facing ice-type opponents. Click, click, click. Visibly, the roaring faucet had instantly turned into an ice sculpture. That wasn't the end of it. The ice sculpture rapidly eroded along the water dragon's body towards its tail. Oh no! Xia Miao's heart skipped a beat, and she instinctively tried to sever the connection with the water dragon bullet, but it was too late. Before she could even open her mouth, the ice had already completely enveloped her hands. After covering both hands, it quickly extends through the arms to all parts of the body at an extremely fast speed. No, no. Before Xia Miao could say anything, her face was completely covered in frost. Hey! Jiang Yueshi chuckled mischievously, picked up the water dragon bullet, which had become an ice sculpture, and tossed it into the sea with a twist of her body. At the other end of the water dragon bullet was Xia Miao, who had been turned into an ice sculpture. Thump! A few seconds later, a muffled sound came from the turbulent sea. At the same time, a low electronic tone immediately came from the watch. Congratulations to the candidate for killing another candidate during the suspension bridge incident. You will receive all of the opponent's current points. Collapse. Just then, the rusty iron chains on both sides of the suspension bridge began to break, and the entire bridge surface shook. Oh no, someone has already crossed the suspension bridge. Jiang Yueshi snapped out of her excitement and anxiously looked around, searching for something. Fortunately, she soon spotted a familiar figure. Jiang Yueshi cease. I knew you'd be okay. Hurry up. The suspension bridge is about to break. Jiang Yueli clearly realized the urgency of the situation and turned to rush towards the suspension bridge without hesitation. Suddenly, a shrill voice rang out from behind. I didn't lose. How could I lose? Xia Yin, his body charred red, struggled to his feet, his eyes fixed on Jiang Yueli ahead. He managed a weak roar. I refuse to accept this. I refuse to accept this. I'll fight to the death. Boom! A dazzling purple bolt of lightning struck Xia Yan's head instantly. With a thump, Xia Yan's body fell to the ground in free fall, his mouth opening and closing as he said, I'll take you with me. So dramatic. Jiang Yueli glanced back indifferently, then rushed onto the life-or-death suspension bridge without looking back. This scene was being broadcast live simultaneously in the viewing halls of all the Acropolis cities and even the main base city. Chapter 167. Sweeping second, third, and fourth place. Only the championship is missing. Main base city. Spectator hall. The scene was deathly silent. A few seconds later, a barrage of intense gazes focused on Su Tian. Shock, astonishment, bewilderment, mockery, and schadenfreude alternated among the various emotions present, truly reflecting the myriad aspects of human nature. Humans are inherently selfish creatures. The vast majority of those present were high school teachers from the main base city, and they were all proud of themselves. The reason they had repeatedly flattered Su Tian was simply because the other class was too strong. It didn't mean they were doing it willingly. Seeing two of Su Tian's top students eliminated now fills me with immense satisfaction, especially after realizing that the person who eliminated Xia Yan and Xia Miao was most likely a candidate from Weiqing. Many people were waiting to see Su Tian make a fool of himself. A top student from the affiliated high school of the prestigious Great Xia University of Supernatural Abilities was eliminated by the candidates from the Acropolis? That's utterly disgraceful. Xia Yan and Xia Miao were eliminated? Weren't they only at the second tier, first level? Could it be that the twins in the scene are even stronger than the second tier, first level? Xia Yan, known for his offensive prowess, was completely suppressed in a head-on battle? That lightning-type purple-haired girl is too powerful. It's a pity for Xia Miao, though, that he encountered an ice-type ability user. Otherwise, he might not have lost. This is terrifying. Weiqing has actually produced such a peerless genius. I can't even remember the last time something like this happened. Is the world about to change? After a brief silence, a frenzy of discussion erupted at the scene. It would have been one thing if the eliminated candidates were ordinary students, but it was Xia Yin and Xia Miao, who had once made it into the top 2 or 3. Doesn't that mean these twins from the Acropolis have a chance to break into the top 3? Crunch. In the center of the hall, on a sofa with a very good view, Su Tian's wine glass was crushed into powder by crushing it. His hands were bulging with veins, and a fierce aura appeared and disappeared intermittently. His eyes were fixed on Jiang Yueli and Jiang Yueshi in the light screen like those of a hawk. You bastard. Su Tian forced out 2 words through gritted teeth, his mood already at rock bottom. His class had many geniuses, but the most talented were undoubtedly William and the Xia sisters. According to his plan, the 3 of them were originally going to sweep the top 3 spots in this martial arts exam. In this way, Su Tian could enter the Great Xia's #1 superpower university as one of the top 3 instructors in the entire Great Xia martial arts examination. But to everyone's surprise, an accident still occurred. Xia Yin and Xia Miao were not only eliminated, but they were also eliminated in a crushing manner. Buzz. Accompanied by a burst of golden light, the list of the top 100 martial arts test takers on the left side of the light screen was refreshed. First place, William, points, 6,100, affiliated school. Affiliated high school of the first superpower university of Daxia. Instructor, Su Tian. Second place, Yishuang Yue, points, 5,800, affiliated school. Pengqing #1 superpower high school. Instructor, Su Che. Third place, Jiang Yueli, points, 5,595, affiliated school. Pengqing #1 superpower high school. Instructor, Su Che. Fourth place, Jiang Yueshi, points, 5590, school. Pengqing #1 special ability high school. Instructor, Su Che. 29th place, Xiang Yu, points, 5480, affiliated school. Yuqing Qingshan experimental middle school. Instructor, Gao Huahua. 30th place, Xiangqian, points, 5470, affiliated school. Yuqing Qingshan Experimental Middle School, instructor, Gao Huahua. To be supplemented. What? As his gaze swept over the top 3 on the martial arts exam list, Su Tian's pupils dilated so much that he almost stood up abruptly. He managed to stop himself, but the shock in his heart was beyond measure. William firmly held the top spot on a martial arts exam list, which was not surprising to him. In his eyes, William was invincible. Even if something happened to the Xia sisters, nothing would happen to William. But what he couldn't understand was that the second, third, and fourth place winners were all candidates from the Acropolis. That's not the main point. The main point is that these 3 people actually came from the same high school and had the same teacher, Su Che of Pengsheng. Su Tian murmured the name softly, his pupils slowly narrowing into slits. A few seconds later, Su Tian sent a message through the intelligent computer. I am Su Tian. Help me investigate a person named Su Che. The more detailed, the better. Pengsheng. Spectator Hall. The scene at that moment was like a drop of water accidentally falling into boiling oil, suddenly causing it to boil. Huh? They won? They actually won. My God. Jiang Yueli and Jiang Yueshi won so cleanly and decisively? Does that mean their cultivation level has increased significantly? Second tier. Without a doubt, their cultivation level is definitely second tier. And Yi Shuangyue's cultivation level is definitely higher. Yi Shuangyue's ranking has actually moved up another place, sweeping the second, third, and fourth spots on the martial arts exam's top 100 list. Witnessing history. We've witnessed the best results in Pengsheng's martial arts exam history. After so many years of teaching, today is definitely the most exciting day of my life. Invincible. Pengsheng is invincible. You feel jealous when others achieve better results than you. When others achieve far better results than you feel indifferent. When someone else's achievements far exceed your expectations, you tend to cheer for them. That's the situation right now. In the entire hall, apart from a few people, Song Yi, everyone was cheering for the achievement made by Yi Shuangyue and the Jiang sisters. Good, good, good. Chun Yuliang was so excited that his face turned red, and he felt like he was on a drop tower, soaring into the air and floating on the sky. If Yi Shuangyue and the Jiang sisters can maintain their current performance, it would be like raising the Pengsheng martial arts exam scores by more than 10 levels. When the General Education Department holds its annual meeting at the end of the year, Chun Yuliang will dare to take the position of Deputy Director General. But soon, as if suddenly remembering something, Chun Yuliang's smile froze inch by inch. A sentence I'd said before kept uncontrollably flashing through my mind again. If someone can break into the top 3 of the top 100, the reward will be double that of the top 10. If someone can break into the top 2 of the top 100, the reward will be double that of the third place. The words kept echoing in my ears until they occupied my entire mind. The top 3 are twice the number of the top 10, and the top 2 are twice the number of the top 3, which means the top 10 are 4 times the number of the top 10. Each of the 3 teachers will also receive a reward. 1 times 4 equals 4. 2 times 4 equals 8. 3 times 7 equals 21. 9 times 9 equals 81. How much of a reward is that? Even selling the Pengsheng Education Bureau wouldn't be enough. Instantly, Chun Yuliang felt a buzzing sound in his head, as if he'd been hit by a big stick, and his mind went blank. Brother-in-law, no, Director Yuliang, do you think that's possible? At this moment, the brother-in-law suddenly exclaimed excitedly. Since Yi Shuangyue and the Jiang sisters have already taken second, third, and fourth place on the martial arts exam list, it's not impossible for them to take the top 3 spots. Upon hearing this, Chun Yuliang's expression changed drastically. I felt a tingling sensation rush from the soles of my feet to the top of my head. My head spun. Brother-in-law? What's wrong? There's no need to get so agitated. Island map. The blood-red arena and the life-or-death suspension bridge have ended. Because of the flow of time, this also means that the 4th stage has ended. On the north bank of the military base, Kagura's ethereal figure appeared, her voice booming like thunder. Congratulations to all surviving candidates for successfully completing the hidden mission. I hereby declare the 4th phase over. All surviving candidates have gained 50 survival points. The new safe zone has been refreshed, and the final phase is about to begin. In the final round, you will continuously lose 8 points per second outside the poison circle, so never try to challenge the poison circle. The Crimson Pursuit order will not be activated in the final round, because the final round will be reduced to a deathmatch zone with a diameter of 100 meters. Killing other examinees in the deathmatch zone will earn double points. At this point, Kagura smiled slyly. Enjoy your last moments, little ones. Chapter 168, Beating William Up. Like to laugh? I'll teach you to laugh. Island map. The northern part of the military base. After reading out the rules as usual, Kagura completely disappeared, leaving only the bewildered examinees in the audience. Despite having gone through 4 rounds of testing, there were still at least tens of thousands of people at the scene. In a sense, the 10,000 surviving candidates have already won and secured a place in the top 10,000 of this martial arts exam. Throughout the entire Great Xia dynasty, apart from a few top-tier universities for people with special abilities, the doors of other first-tier universities have been open to them. Even so, no one on site wanted to be eliminated. The saying in literature, there is no first place. In martial arts, there is no second, is deeply etched in the minds of all the people of Great Xia. At this moment, there seem to be 10,000 people, but in reality, they're only a hair's breadth away from breaking into the top 1,000. Having fought this hard, no one will give up. Oh no, it's the poison circle. The poison circle is starting to shrink. At that moment, someone suddenly exclaimed, immediately attracting the attention of the surrounding examinees. Around the crowd, a huge semicircular shield was slowly shrinking, the outside filled with poisonous miasma, while the inside was peaceful. This was the first time any of the test takers had seen the entire perimeter of the poison circle. The reason is simple. The area around the military base is simply too small. The smaller area also means that the safe zone will shrink much faster than before. What are you waiting for? Run to the center. Otherwise, you'll definitely have to fight the poison, which deducts 8 points per second. Idiot. What's the point of running? In the end, there's only a safe zone with a diameter of 100 meters. How could that possibly hold 10,000 people? It's the final round. Theoretically, each person only needs to kill 2 people on average to break into the top 1,000. Let's fight for our ranking. Chaos erupted at the scene as countless test takers frantically rushed toward the central safe zone. However, most of the candidates who have survived to this point are not pushovers. Many of them choose to take the opportunity to eliminate their opponents. Killing, counter-killing, encirclement and killing, luring and killing, betrayal, alliance and other means are played out one after another. For a moment, the scene was even more brutal than the blood-red arena. Not far from the edge of the poison circle, 2 burly figures stood facing each other, while 3 slender figures stood opposite each other. Let me introduce you. These 2 are my teammates. The one with purple hair is Jiang Yueli, and the one with white hair is Jiang Yueshi. You should have met them before. Yi Xuanyue looked to Xiang Yu and Xiang Qian and introduced them. Xiang Yu nodded repeatedly. We've met you before. We saw you too in the demon cave of Juding Mountain. We just don't know if you remember us. Triplets. I remember you. Jiang Yueshi looked around at Xiang Yu and Xiang Qian, then suddenly asked in confusion, but I remember there were 3 of you. How come there are only 2? Upon hearing this, Xiang Yu's expression instantly turned considerably disappointed. Our eldest brother has been eliminated. That's right. Yi Xuanyue picked up the conversation and quickly recounted the whole story, including what happened when she agreed to go left. Oh, I see. Jiang Yueshi's expression was clear. Since senior sister has agreed, then you can follow me. Follow me, Jiang Yueshi, and I guarantee you'll be in the top 50. Jiang Yueli nodded slightly in agreement. He turned right with great joy. Thank you, Jiang. Thank you, Boss Jiang. He clasped his hands in a fist salute, his eyes crystal clear. Good, good, good. Upon hearing this title, Jiang Yueshi's face lit up with even more joy, and she even foolishly glanced at Jiang Yueli. Jiang Yueli raised an eyebrow and asked coldly, And what about me? A fleeting look of confusion crossed Xiangqian's eyes, but then his eyes lit up and he blurted out. Thank you, Jiang Lauer. Before he could finish speaking, he was firmly pressed down on the right. Shut up Shut up, you living daddy. The atmosphere at the scene was slightly awkward. All right. Yi Xuanyue looked at Jiang Yueli and Jiang Yueshi and said again, I'll leave the two of them to you. Jiang Yueli frowned. Where are you going? Upon hearing this, Yi Xuanyue's gaze fell into the distance, and the corners of her lips slowly curved upwards. I still have something to finish. Within a 100-meter diameter safe zone, the fighting was extremely brutal. The closer you get to the center of the circle, the fiercer the battle becomes. But the very center of the circle was always firmly occupied by one figure. May the holy light shine upon you. William lifted his feet off the ground and spread his arms, with a cross on his chest, radiating dazzling light. Those who were penetrated by the holy light showed no pain on their faces, but instead revealed a devout smile. May the holy light guide you. William gave a cold smile and suddenly clasped his hands together. Swish, swish, swish. All those around who were penetrated by the holy light simultaneously reached out and slapped their foreheads, instantly turning into white light and dissipating. Just then, William suddenly felt something and turned around. When he saw Yi Xuanyue behind him, a look of surprise flashed in his eyes. Oh, I really didn't expect you to come looking for me. That's quite a surprise. William sized Yi Xuanyue up and down, his warm smile still on his face. I don't understand. If that big oaf hadn't suddenly appeared, you would have been eliminated just now. Why are you suddenly coming to find me now? Could it be? The voice paused for a moment before reappearing, but with a hint of mockery. Are you saying you're confident you can beat me? William chuckled as soon as he finished speaking. Sorry, I shouldn't have laughed, but I just couldn't help it. After covering his mouth to stifle a few laughs, William coughed lightly and said seriously, I'm not targeting you. I mean all martial arts examinees in Great Xia. William suddenly raised his voice, his tone drawn out. It's all rubbish. After saying the last sentence, William's face contorted into a grimace, resembling that of a little devil, a stark contrast to his previous radiant image. I'm sorry, I lost my composure just now. In just a few seconds, William returned to normal, his smile still bright, as if nothing had happened. Having taken in William's schizophrenic behavior, Yi Xuanyue twisted her neck and spoke softly. This is the first time I felt this urge to punch someone since I awakened my superpowers. William said nonchalantly, Oh, it's not me, is it? Boom! Without another word, Yi Xuanyue charged toward William like a cannonball. The ground beneath my feet groaned as if trampled by a giant beast, and cracks spread instantly. You're asking for death. Facing Yi Xuanyue, who was an enhancement type, William showed no mercy and immediately unleashed a killing move. May the holy light shine upon you. As soon as he finished speaking, a dazzling beam of light shot out from the cross on his chest and struck Yi Xuanyue squarely in the left chest. Compared to the previous moves, this one is a single target attack and is much more powerful. It's done. William was overjoyed and clasped his hands together, saying, May the holy light guide you. He was confident that no one could break this move in this martial arts exam. But soon, he was surprised to find that the other person's movements seemed completely unaffected. How was this possible? Why is the holy light not working on you? William exclaimed in horror. He was certain that unless his opponent's mental strength and cultivation surpassed his own in every way, he could not possibly fail. But the problem is that I am a second-tier, second-level cultivator, which means... Upon realizing this, William exclaimed in surprise, Could it be that you are a second-tier, third-level cultivator? Yi Xuanyue didn't answer, but instead raised her fist and smashed it wildly into William's proud face. Laugh. Do you like to laugh? I'll make you laugh. I'll make you laugh. Chapter 169, The Martial Arts Exam concludes. Top 3 spots swept. Island map. Military base. Yi Xuanyue's fists rained down on William's handsome face one after another. Soon, William's handsome features gradually became distorted, visibly swollen like a leaven-steamed bun. Her eyeballs were squeezed so tightly by her swollen eyelids that they were barely open. Her golden hair was disheveled and draped over her face, and her eyes were filled with panic and pain. William's previous confidence and assurance of victory have completely vanished. Given William's physical abilities as a psychopath, he shouldn't have been able to withstand so many punches. But under Yi Xuanyue's precise control, he was still not eliminated despite taking so many punches. Although it wasn't eliminated, its current state means it's not far from being eliminated. This proves the saying, some people are alive, but they're already dead. Stop. Don't shoot. Taking advantage of the brief opening, when Yi Xuanyue threw a punch, William managed to squeeze out a sound from his throat, his mind already somewhat incoherent. If it weren't for the constant, tearing pain on his face, he would have thought he was dreaming. He was so confident and in control just a moment ago. How did he end up being beaten to the ground in the blink of an eye? Yi Xuanyue remained silent, only continuing to throw punches. Bang! Another merciless punch landed on William's most prized feature, his high nose bridge. Click! The bridge of his nose snapped open, the broken bone fragments clearly visible, making a chilling sound. William's pupils dilated instantly, the extreme pain bringing him back to his senses. He tried to forcefully circulate his energy to break free, but his body remained immobile, finally culminating in a blood-curdling scream. I'm the third crown prince of the William family, the grandson of the Kong family in the main base city, the prized disciple of teacher Su Tian, the prodigy of the Su family in the main base city, a peerless genius from the affiliated high school of the #1 superpower university in Great Xia. You can't treat me like this. These words seemed to have a real effect, as Yi Xuanyue actually stopped what she was doing. After a pause, Yi Xuanyue blinked and blurted out, I'm sorry, there's not enough room for so many people here. After saying that, he clenched his right fist and slammed it down hard without holding back. William instantly transformed into a fat fish pierced by a harpoon, arching his body, his bloodshot eyes wide open as if they might pop out of their sockets at any moment. The next second, he instantly turned into white light and disappeared, just like the other candidates. William out. After the battle ended, Yi Xuanyue slowly stood up, and no examinee dared to approach within 20 meters of her. The look in his eyes as he looked at Yi Xuanyue was filled with nothing but fear and shock. Yi Xuanyue looked around and met the gazes of each person. It was obvious that the surrounding examinees immediately scattered and fled, shouting in alarm as they ran. Hey, get out of here. This guy actually killed William. Where did this humanoid beast come from? William was a second-tier, second-level fighter. If William was killed, we probably wouldn't even be able to withstand a single punch. Run to the outer perimeter. As long as you're eliminated before everyone else, you've won. Ah, look ahead. Someone actually went and walked right into the center of the circle. They'll die without even knowing how they died. The space on site was already small, and it became smaller and smaller as the safe zone shrank. The startled examinee hadn't run far when he bumped into another group of examinees fleeing in the opposite direction. Quick run. The purple-haired witch and the white-haired witch are coming. Oh no. This time, the purple-haired witch and the white-haired witch are accompanied by 2 bodyguards. We can't even get close to them now. Never mind that. Just run towards the center of the safe zone. Every second you hold out will boost your ranking by several hundred points. That's right, look, some people are actually actively trying to leave the circle. It's hilarious. The 2 groups of candidates passed each other, their eyes filled with pity. Of course, pity was mixed with schadenfreude. Soon, the group of examinees who had been scared away by Yi Xuanyue encountered them face to face. Jiang Yueli and Jiang Yueshi were protected by the right and the front, one in front and the other behind. What kind of unconventional combination is this? Are all the tactics in Weiqing this wild now? Let's go. Let them see the true strength of the main base city. Similarly, another group of examinees who had been frightened away by Jiang Yueli and Jiang Yueshi soon encountered Yi Xuanyue. Ah, that's hilarious. You dare not avoid her when she's all alone? We might not dare mess with the purple-haired witch and the white-haired witch, but that doesn't mean we're pushovers. Charge. Take her down. A battle between the 2 sides is imminent. After William and the Xia sisters were eliminated, only Yi Xuanyue and the Jiang sisters remained, with their cultivation reaching the 2nd level. In other words, none of the remaining candidates posed any threat to Yi Xuanyue or the Jiang sisters. The Jiang sisters were even able to spare some time to take care of their 2 brothers, Xiang Yu and Xiang Qian. Although the martial arts exam is not over yet, It is already a foregone conclusion that Yi Shuangyue and the Jiang sisters will take the top 3 spots. Buzz. 1 minute later, the safe zone finally finished shrinking. The once vast island map is now reduced to a circular deathmatch zone with a diameter of 100 meters. Originally, there were tens of thousands of candidates, but now there are fewer than 100 left. The vast majority of these 100 candidates are among the top 100 in the martial arts exam, making them absolute elites in this year's Great Siam martial arts exam. Logically, this should be the most intense moment of a martial arts competition. However, the atmosphere at the scene was very strange, and the positioning was even more peculiar. The deathmatch zone wasn't very big, but nearly 90% of the test takers were crammed onto the left side. In contrast, there were only 5 figures in a large open space on the right. At this moment, all the candidates' watches simultaneously emitted a voice. The deathmatch zone has been refreshed. You can earn double points by killing other candidates. Senior sister, older sister, we're just 1 step away from the finish line. Jiang Yueshi stared ahead, a rare glint of fighting spirit flashing in her eyes. Although it wasn't much, it was the first time ever. Jiang Yueli nodded, his body crackling with purple electric arcs. Yi Shuangyue said succinctly, "Go." 10 minutes later, only 5 players remain in the deathmatch zone. The 3 of them are, without a doubt, Yi Shuangyue, Jiang Yueli, and Jiang Yueshi. The remaining 2 were Xiang Yu and Xiang Qian. Although they were covered in wounds and panting heavily, the 2 looked extremely excited. Top 5. Top 5. Looking around, he realized that only 5 of them remained on the scene, and Xiang Yu was so excited that he was incoherent. Before this, his goal was to break into the top 50 of the martial arts exam rankings. I never even dared to dream that I could break into the top 5 of the martial arts exam's top 100 list. From the top 50 to the top 5? That's a qualitative leap. What? Winning by doing nothing? Screw it. Winning by doing nothing doesn't count as winning? Thanks. Just then, Xiang Qian suddenly bowed deeply with a serious expression and clasped his hands in thanks. After getting up, he committed suicide without hesitation, turning into white light and disappearing. You this. I was both amused and exasperated to turn right. I never expected Xiang Qian to be so decisive. We won't thank you enough. If there's any dirty or hard work to be done in the future, the 3 of U.S. brothers will definitely be there whenever you call. After bowing to Yi Shuangyue and the Jiang sisters with clasped hands in thanks, he turned right and followed forward, disappearing into a white light. After disappearing to the right and forward, Yi Shuangyue, Jiang Yueli, and Jiang Yueshi exchanged glances. The next moment, the 3 of them smiled. The Great Siam martial arts examination has now come to an end. The list of the top 100 martial arts exam takers has been updated. First place, Yi Shuangyue, Affiliated School. Pengqing No. 1 Superpower High School. Instructor, Su Che. Second place, Jiang Yueli, Affiliated School. Pengqing No. 1 Superpower High School. Instructor, Su Che. Third place, Jiang Yueshi, School. Pengqing No. 1 Extraordinary Ability High School. Instructor, Su Che. Fourth place, Xiang Yu, Affiliated School. Yuqing Qingshan Experimental Middle School. Instructor, Gao Huahua. Fifth place, Xiang Qian, Affiliated School. Yuqing Qingshan Experimental Middle School. Instructor, Gao Huahua. At the same time, Kagura licked her palm. It's finally over. It's time for me to take the lead. Chapter 170 What? Su Che is about to break through again. Main base city. Spectator hall. As the martial arts exam results were finally updated, the scene erupted in chaos with a deafening clamor. It was even several times more intense than when the Xia sisters were eliminated or when William was eliminated. If only Su Tian was anxious before, now everyone is anxious. The issue now goes far beyond who gets eliminated. It's about the reputation of all the major high schools in the main base city. Not only did Pengqing unexpectedly take the top 3 spots in the martial arts exam, but the 4th and 5th place winners were also candidates from Yuqing. This means that all of the top 5 on this year's martial arts exam list are candidates from Weiqing. This is the first time since the Great Xia Alliance established its martial arts examination. In previous martial arts exams, Weiqing candidates struggled to even make it into the top 30, let alone the top 5. the top 50 was the limit. But this year, the balance between offense and defense has completely shifted. Although only 5 of the top 50 candidates on the martial arts exam list came from Weicheng, the proportion seems not high. But the problem is that these 5 people swept the top 5 spots. Disgrace. Utter disgrace. Our main base city boasts the best educational resources in the entire Great Xia Alliance, yet we can't even hold on to the top 5 spots on the martial arts exam. Our generation of teachers will surely be nailed to the pillar of historical shame. It's over, it's over. Yi Shuangyue, Jiang Yueli, Jiang Yueshi. It's certain that all 3 are at the second level, or at least the second level, second stage. Especially Yi Shuangyue's cultivation must be even higher. Otherwise, she couldn't have defeated William so easily. It's hard to imagine that a small garrison town like Pengcheng could produce such a genius. That's not the scariest part. The scariest part is that these 3 not only made it into the top 3 themselves, but also helped 2 level 1/8 level opponents get into the top 5. This shows that the 3 still have energy left and are far from reaching their limit. The world has changed. The world has completely changed. When one person attains enlightenment, even their chickens and dogs ascend to heaven, let alone 3 people. Pengcheng, and even Pengcheng's #1 special ability high school and its instructor Su Che will definitely take off. In an instant, the entire viewing hall descended into complete chaos. In the center of the viewing hall, Su Tian lowered his head, his face so gloomy it seemed to drip water. If you look closely, you can even see that his whole body is trembling slightly. Xia Yan and Xia Miao were eliminated. William was also eliminated. No, how could William be eliminated? Damn it, how could William be eliminated? Su Tian suddenly looked up and locked his gaze on the martial arts examination list, his eyes filled with undisguised resentment. The elimination of Xia Yan and Xia Miao had already plunged him into despair, and William's defeat was undoubtedly the last straw. He never imagined that someone could defeat William in this martial arts exam, especially someone from the Acropolis. What he found even more unacceptable was that the title of one of the top 3 instructors on the martial arts exam list, which he had been striving for, had actually been given to a teacher in Weicheng. This immediately gave him the feeling that all his hard work had been for nothing, only to have it all go to someone else. Seemingly sensing something, Su Tian frowned and looked around, immediately meeting countless strange gazes. Feeling prickly under so many strange gazes, Su Tian immediately got up and left with a dark expression. Just as he was about to leave the viewing hall, Su Tian glanced once more at the top 3 on the martial arts exam list, his eyes flashing. Su Che, Yuqing, Spectator Hall. The moment the final martial arts exam rankings were updated, the entire scene seemed to be paused, and no sound could be heard. 3 seconds later, a sharp sound echoed throughout the hall. 4th, 5th. Our Yuqing examinees are really 4th and 5th. These words were like lighting a fuse, and the atmosphere at the scene was unsurprisingly ignited. Witness history. Witness history, comrades. These are the 4th and 5th place on the Great Xia martial arts examination list. The best results ever achieved by our Yuqing in the history of the martial arts examination. May heaven bless Yuqing. This year, Yuqing has really made a name for itself. From now on, we won't be afraid to attend teacher exchange meetings anywhere, except for Pengcheng. Pengcheng is really out of control this year. But then again, without Yi Shuangyue's help from Pengcheng, it would be difficult for our Yuqing to even make it into the top 50. We need to communicate with Pengcheng more in the future. 4th and 5th really are 4th and 5th. In the center of the crowd, Gao Huohuo's mouth was wide open in an O shape, as if 2 duck eggs could fit inside. Although he could see everything that happened in the deathmatch zone. But when the list of the top 100 martial arts test takers was updated, he was still greatly shocked. Not only because of the excellent results achieved in moving to the right and forward, but also because, furthermore, the fact that he was able to achieve such results with the right and forward directions has little to do with him. All of this is thanks to the left. If Xiangzu hadn't taken the initiative to rescue Yi Shuangyue, Xiang Yu, and Xiang Qian would have been lucky to even stay in the top 50, let alone get 4th and 5th place. This is a classic case of winning by riding on someone else's coattails. The thought that he had previously ordered Xiang Zhua to lead men to target Yi Shuangyue and the others filled Gao Huohua with lingering fear. If Xiang Zhua had actually done that, the three of them would probably have been eliminated long ago. At this point in his thoughts, Gao Huohua's dry throat suddenly bobbed. Truly, the new generation surpasses the old, and the old generation dies on the beach. I'm getting old, so very old. Pingsheng, Spectator Hall, Champion, we are the champions. Sweep the top 3 spots. Pinch me. I wouldn't even dare to dream of something like this if I drank 3 caddies of fake liquor. Ha! So what if it's a main base city? It was still easily defeated by the candidates from Pingsheng. How satisfying. How satisfying. I never thought Pingsheng would have such a day to hold its head high. Wow, these people are really quick. In just a few minutes, a college classmate from Yuqing has already contacted me, asking if our school accepts transfer students. The crowd couldn't hide their excitement, as if it were Chinese New Year. No, it's even more exciting than Chinese New Year. The Lunar New Year only comes once a year, but this is the first time that all 3 of the top 100 martial arts exam candidates have been included. My God, they swept the top 3 spots. Jiang Lianyue covered her mouth in surprise, her thoughts seemingly frozen, completely at a loss for words. She subconsciously turned to look at Jiang Tianyang, only to be surprised to find that Jiang Tianyang had already disappeared. Just as Jiang Lianyue was wondering what was going on, her phone suddenly vibrated. I opened my phone and saw a photo sent by Jiang Tianyang. The photo is a selfie of Jiang Tianyang with the trunk of his car, which is full of valuable gifts. Before Jiang Lianyue could react to what was happening, Jiang Tianyang's text message arrived. Jiang Lianyue's pupils suddenly contracted. Director Yu Liang, Director Yu Liang. In the very center of the first row, the secretary's brother-in-law gently nudged his brother-in-law, his brows furrowed into a knot, his eyes full of confusion. He didn't understand why his brother-in-law was standing there dumbfounded when it was such an exciting thing as Pingsheng candidates sweeping the top 3 spots on a martial arts exam. His gaze was somewhat lifeless, and he kept uttering nonsensical phrases like 40 times, several hundred million daxia coins, slutty, and all over. Chen Yuliang suddenly realized what was happening, his eyes bloodshot. Brother-in-law, what's wrong? The brother-in-law's secretary was immediately startled and stopped acting in his proper capacity. Nothing. Chen Yuliang managed a forced smile, his expression one of utter bitterness. But he knew now was not the time to say these things. As the director of the Pingsheng Education Department, he had to make a statement. Call. Taking a deep breath, Chen Yuliang stood up and faced everyone, his gaze sweeping around before finally settling on Su Che. Let's congratulate teacher Su Che. The words fell. Swish, swish, swish. Like sharp arrows. Countless gazes shot towards Su Che in a flash. But soon, everyone realized that something was wrong. Why is Su Che expressionless and has his eyes closed? And what's with this aura all around? A few seconds later, a trembling voice rang out. A 4th-tier, transcendent being. It's the aura of a 4th-tier, transcendent being. He's about to break through. Chapter 171 Top 3 in a martial arts exam equals passing the preliminary assessment. A few minutes ago, the death zone of the military base. When only Yi Shuangyue, Jiang Yueli, and Jiang Yueshi remain on the field. Kagura, with an air of otherworldly grace, slowly floated down to the 3 of them. After landing, he flicked his sleeve with one hand, turning his back to everyone. His white robe fluttered in the wind from who knows where, truly exuding an ethereal and aloof aura. Wow, it's Lady Kagura! Jiang Yueshi immediately exclaimed in amazement that the emotional value was at its peak. Kagura, who had her back to everyone, suddenly started to dart around faster, and the wind around her suddenly became stronger, so much so that her white robes made a crackling sound. Yi Shuangyue and Jiang Yueli exchanged a glance, both noticing a strange glint in each other's eyes. Cough, cough. Kagura coughed heavily, her sharp eyes fixed on Yi Shuangyue and Jiang Yueli. Although he didn't utter a sound, a glimmer of hope would occasionally flash in his eyes. Yi Xuanyue hesitated for a moment before tentatively asking, "Lord Kagura?" Kagura nodded in satisfaction and then turned to look at Jiang Yueli. Jiang Yueli opened her mouth, her expression somewhat helpless. "Lord Kagura. Haha, congratulations on successfully standing out from millions of candidates to become the top 3 in the Great Xia Martial Arts Examination." Kagura looked at Yi Xuanyue and the other two with a satisfied expression. "Congratulations to the 3 of you for officially passing the preliminary assessment." As soon as she finished speaking, a look of confusion flashed across the eyes of Yi Xuanyue and the other two. They understood the first half of the sentence, but they couldn't understand the second half at all. The doubts in the 3 people's eyes naturally did not escape Kagura's keen observation. However, Kagura did not explain, but instead waved her hand, causing the surrounding world to change color and the space to fluctuate significantly. Yi Xuanyue and the other two felt a blur before their eyes, and when they recovered, they immediately found that their surroundings had changed drastically. The once vast island has long since disappeared, replaced by a closed, pyramid-shaped space. There's a long, narrow passage leading to the top of the pyramid in the very center, with metallic gleaming on both sides. It was covered with exquisite runes and dazzling gold lines, and there was a faint energy fluctuation. Both sides of the passageway were filled with countless triangular cones that seemed to float in midair. About 4/5 of these triangular pyramids are dark. Only about 1/5 of the cone faintly emitted a golden light, like a beating heart. Being there, Yi Xuanyue and the other two felt as if every pore on their bodies was relaxed and opened up. The energy consumed in the battle was replenished in the blink of an eye. Even more miraculously, in just a few seconds, his cultivation level subtly increased by a fraction. "Where's this place?" Jiang Yueshi's eyes lit up as she greedily inhaled deeply, reminding everyone, "Senior sister, older sister, hurry up and inhale. At this rate, keep taking deep breaths for a whole day. No, you can level up in half a day." Jiang Yueli rolled her eyes, but her breathing became much faster and more frequent. Yi Xuanyue was no exception. Kagura laughed heartily. "Haha, little guys, this is just the aura emanating from the creation elixir. Don't worry, your rewards include soaking in the creation elixir, so you can absorb it later." Yi Xuanyue was the first to come to her senses and asked curiously, "Lady Kagura, what exactly do you mean by the reward you mentioned and the passing of the test?" "Yes, Lady Kagura. Is this a reward given to us by the Great Xia Alliance?" Jiang Yueshi added, "The official website of the Great Xia Alliance?" Kagura stroked his beard and shook his head, a hint of pride flashing in his eyes. No. I just happened to reach a cooperation agreement with your Great Xia Alliance by chance. All the rules of this martial arts exam, including the 100% simulated virtual space, were actually created by me, Kagura, for the purpose of assessment. It just so happens that your Great Xia Alliance has enough ability users who are the right age, and I have free beginner inheritance slots here. Do you understand now?" Apart from Jiang Yueshi, Yi Xuanyue and Jiang Yueli both had very serious expressions. Clearly, this result far exceeded their expectations. Jiang Yueshi blinked. "What kind of beginner inheritance spot is that? Isn't that amazing? Also, Kagura-sama, are you an alien?" "Alien." Kagura paused, then looked somewhat forlorn, as if she had suddenly thought of something. But he quickly looked up again and said in a serious tone, "Yi Xuang, Jiang Yueli, Jiang Yueshi, the 3 of you listen carefully. What I'm about to say is very important and can completely determine your future. First of all, regarding my identity, because of a prior agreement with the Great Xia Alliance, you are not qualified to know with your current level of authority. When you become 4th-tier transcendence, the Great Xia Alliance will inform you truthfully. You just need to accept the inheritance with peace of mind. Secondly, this inheritance is, to put it bluntly, only an introductory inheritance, but even so, its value is beyond your wildest imagination. After completing the inheritance, each of you will receive a token. Once your cultivation reaches the 4th level of transcendence, you can use the token to guide you to the final inheritance site." Jiang Yueshi continued, "Where's the final place of inheritance?" Kagura shook her head. "I don't know. It could be in the demon cave you mentioned, or the secret realm you mentioned, or even underground or in the ocean. Jiang Yueli frowned slightly. So a fourth-tier transcendent being can obtain the entire inheritance. Kagura continued to shake her head. A fourth-order transcendent cultivation level plus a token only means that you are qualified to obtain the final inheritance. Not only your Great Xia Alliance, but also the American Alliance, the European Union, the Russian Bear Alliance, and the Thousand Island Alliance on Blue Star will distribute tokens, just in different ways. For a moment, the atmosphere at the scene became somewhat subdued. Haha, all of the above is too far removed from your lives. Now let's start the rewards. Kagura laughed heartily and waved again. Buzz. Without warning, a crack appeared in the surrounding space, and a container the size of a swimming pool appeared out of thin air. The container is made of the same material as the central channel, and it is filled with a light gold liquid. With the appearance of the golden liquid container, the already intoxicating atmosphere in the hall suddenly increased dozens of times. Swish, swish, swish. Yi Shuang Yue, Jiang Yueli, and Jiang Yueshi's eyes immediately widened. Kagura said proudly, "This is the priceless creation elixir, and it is also the most important reward for you after passing the initial assessment. There are no side effects to absorbing the creation elixir, but you only have one chance in your life. As for how much your cultivation can be improved, it is entirely related to your potential. Cherish it." Jiang Yueshi stared intently, then couldn't help but lick her lips. "No time limit? What if you suck me dry?" "Suck it dry." Kagura smiled confidently and said nonchalantly, "Don't worry, you can absorb as much as you want. Although the creation elixir is precious, I don't care at all." While saying this aloud, Kagura secretly muttered to herself, 3 A-rank talents are nothing. Even if I go all out, I can only absorb half of them at most. How could I possibly absorb them all? Great! Jiang Yueshi rubbed her hands together like a fly. Go! Kagura pointed a finger from a distance, and Yi Shuang Yue and the other two instantly appeared in the creation spirit liquid pool. Sensing the surge of pure energy, the three of them wasted no time and absorbed it with all their might. It is visible to the naked eye that the volume of the creation elixir is slowly decreasing. 1 minute later, boom, boom. Jiang Yueli and Jiang Yueshi were the first to break through to the third level of the second tier. 2 minutes later, boom. Yi Shuang Yue's cultivation level immediately broke through to the fourth level of the second tier. That should be about right. Seeing that only half of the creation elixir remained, Kagura stroked his beard and nodded. But the next moment, Kagura's expression suddenly froze, and then her face changed drastically. How was that possible? Kagura stared wide-eyed at the continuously decreasing pool of creation spirit liquid in disbelief. Wait, why are the three of them still absorbing it? Chapter 172, here we go again. Suche breaks through one after another. Pingsheng, Spectator Hall. At this moment, everyone's eyes in the hall were fixed on Suche. Most people's eyes held 7 parts shock, 8 parts doubt, and 9 parts envy. Seriously, buddy? Breakthrough in public, in front of everyone? Isn't your breakthrough method a bit too niche? Are you suggesting that you were practicing while everyone else was watching the game? Furthermore, not only did he break through normally, but he actually broke through to the 4th tier transcendent. Wow, how flamboyant, and how much does he love showing off in front of others? As Suche's 4th order transcendent aura grew stronger and stronger, the surrounding teachers were practically grinding their teeth to dust. Not only did your 3 disciples from Suche's class sweep the top 3 spots on the martial arts exam's top 100 list, but you yourself are also trying to break through to the 4th level of transcendent? How come you get all the good things? Is the difference between people really that great? In an instant, a sour smell even overwhelmed the breakthrough aura emanating from Suche. Make way. Everyone make way. Don't disturb teacher Suche's breakthrough. Having been immersed in officialdom for many years, Chen Yuliang reacted extremely quickly and was the first to issue instructions. All teachers of Pingsheng No. 1 High School for supernatural abilities, listen to my command. Protect teacher Suche. Wu Daoan reacted quickly and followed the instructions, while also getting up to go to Suche's side. But there was a figure who was even faster than him. That person was Lei Ming. Make way! Make way! Lei Ming unleashed his full power and arrived in an instant, his large body firmly protecting Su Che. At the same time, he stared warily at Song Yi, whose face was ashen. Although he didn't think Song Yi would dare to do anything strange at this time. Base! Jiang Linue instantly sprang up from her seat, her eyes fixed on Su Che, her mind churning with turmoil. The next second, a wave of dizziness washed over him, and he slumped back in his chair, his gaze somewhat vacant. His cultivation at the 4th-tier transcendent level has completely caught up with mine. On the other side, Su Che was completely unaware of the reactions of those around him, because at that moment his mind was also blank. Heaven and earth bear witness. The sun and moon are proof. He genuinely never imagined breaking through in front of so many people. What's the difference between that and taking a dump in public? There was no other choice. It's because Yi Shuangyue and the Jiang sisters all broke through at the same time. Just now, the familiar system notification sounded, with a simple and clear message. Jiang Yueli and Jiang Yueshi both broke through from the 2nd level of the 2nd tier to the 3rd level of the 2nd tier, contributing 300 times and 250 times the return respectively. Yi Shuangyue's breakthrough from the 2nd tier 3rd level to the 2nd tier 4th level contributed a full 350 times the return. The energy returned from the simultaneous breakthroughs of the 3 individuals was poured into him at the same time, immediately bringing his cultivation to the critical point of breakthrough. Although this breakthrough was not as spectacular as the breakthrough from the 3rd to the 4th tier. But the problem is that we're in a crowded hall right now. Looks like I can't hide my 4th tier transcendent cultivation anymore. Sensing the fluctuations in his own energy, Su Che sighed inwardly. Although he tried to control himself at the moment of breakthrough, the aura of breaking through to the 5th level of the 4th rank was not so easy to hide. He figured that, in the eyes of outsiders, he had already broken through to the 4th level of transcendence. Although it seems like a long time has passed, it has actually been less than half a minute since Su Che's cultivation level started to fluctuate. With Su Che's current cultivation level, half a minute is enough to calm the fluctuations caused by his cultivation breakthrough. Therefore, in less than a minute, the entire hall returned to calm. Call! Su Che exhaled a deep breath and quietly opened his eyes a crack. In a daze, I saw pairs of burning eyes staring intently at me. With a whoosh, Su Che closed his eyes again. I dared not open my eyes, hoping it was just my imagination. Unfortunately, this scene was witnessed by everyone. Su Che, how are you feeling? Is there anything that feels uncomfortable? Lei Ming leaned in with his big head, his smile even brighter than when he had given 2 extra sessions of gentle fingertip massage. Congratulations on breaking through to the 4th level of the extraordinary realm. Mr. Su Che, you truly deserve to be an elite teacher at our #1 special ability high school. Congratulations. Wu Daoan also stepped forward and smiled. Although strictly speaking, he had barely met Su Che before, that did not diminish his enthusiasm. Congratulations to teacher Su Che on breaking through to the 4th level of the extraordinary realm. Congratulations to teacher Su Che's students for sweeping the top 3 spots on the martial arts exam's top 100 list. Double happiness. How could such a moment be complete without Chen Yuliang, the host? As Chen Yuliang closely observed Su Che, he became increasingly satisfied, as if he were witnessing a rising star in education. Congratulations, teacher Suke. I am Li Yuan, the president of the Pengqing branch of the Mercenary Guild. Please come visit my guild sometime. After today, teacher Su Che will surely become famous in Pengqing. I am Xia Hui, the Pengqing head of the FE Alliance. Perhaps we will have cooperation in the future. Teacher Su Che, I am Zhang Yingchun, the head of the Zhang family. In a very short time, Su Che was surrounded by people. These people all share a common characteristic. Not only are they of high status, but they're all at least at the 4th level of transcendent beings. Given the current situation, Su Che could no longer pretend to be dead. But before he could even open his eyes and say hello, the familiar system notification sounded in his ear again. Ding! Your disciple, Yi Shuangyue, has broken through from the 4th level of the 2nd tier to the 5th level of the 2nd tier. Jultifation bonus trigret. Drawing multipliers in progress. Ding. Congratulations, host. You have drawn a 400x return. Cultivation points are being returned. Ding. Your disciple, Jiang Yue, has broken through from the 3rd level of the 2nd tier to the 4th level of the 2nd tier. Cultivation bonus 3 gret. Drawing multipliers in progress. Ding. Congratulations, host. You have drawn a 250x return. Cultivation points are being returned. Ding. Your disciple, Jiang Yue, has broken through from the 3rd level of the 2nd tier to the 4th level of the 2nd tier. Cultivation bonus 3 gret. Drawing multipliers in progress. Ding. Congratulations, host. You have won a 300x return. Cultivation points are being returned. No way. You're doing it again. Suche only had time for this thought to flash through his mind before all his thoughts were interrupted by the frantically poured energy. Boom! An astonishing aura once again erupted in the hall. This scene left everyone present completely dumbfounded. What's going on? Could it be that he's broken through again? How is this possible? Breaking through 2 levels in succession? This is simply unheard of. Is this a cheat code? This guy can't be cheating, can he? The teachers on site looked at each other, their eyes wide with disbelief. The scene before them was far beyond their comprehension. Not only the teachers, but even the extraordinary experts surrounding Su Che were stunned, clearly having never encountered such a situation before. Suddenly, Li Yuan, the president of the Mercenary Guild, exclaimed, I remember now. This is the result of years of hard work and gradual accumulation. Only by honing one's cultivation to the limit at the 9th level of the 3rd rank can one have the opportunity to break through to the 4th rank of the extraordinary rank in succession. Such a genius is rare even in the main base city, and I never expected that Pengcheng would have such a genius. These words shocked everyone present. For a moment, everyone was shocked by Su Che's talent. At that moment, no one noticed Jiang Lianyue in the corner, whose expression was bitter, as if she had suffered a huge blow. I never expected his cultivation level to have surpassed mine. Jiang Lianyue's gaze was extremely complicated. After a long while, as if making an important decision, Jiang Lianyue took the initiative to pick up her phone and send a message to Jiang Tianyang. Jiang Lianyue, where are you? Jiang Tianyang, we're downstairs at Su Che's house. What's wrong? Jiang Lianyue, no, I will take Su Che back. Chapter 173 Rewards. New breathing techniques and combat skills. Inside the pyramid-shaped space. My God, why are these 3 still smoking? Seeing the continuously decreasing creation elixir, Kagura became so anxious that she bit her hand, and her eyes immediately turned green. With a whoosh, he instantly darted to the metal container, scratching his head and running around frantically. In his haste, he couldn't even maintain his original dignified and venerable old man image. The body was still human, but the head had revealed its original form. Oh dear, slow down, slow down. Even the landlord's family doesn't have surplus grain. With a pop, Kagura's fluffy tail suddenly sprang out, swaying incessantly as she moved her body, much like an electric fan. Despite its nonchalant demeanor, this is actually one of the more precious treasures among the few he possesses. Although these were originally intended as small perks for the inheritors, they still deeply saddened him, a passionate collector. This isn't right. How could an A-level talent on Blue Star absorb so much creation elixir and still not be saturated? Kagura paced back and forth around the metal container, her small, black button-like eyes gleaming with suspicion. The next second, the glowing triangular cone above shot out 3 golden beams that completely covered Yishuang Yue and the other 2. At the same time, countless green codes were reflected in Kagura's eyes, as if she were reading something. A few seconds later, Kagura's eyes returned to normal, but her expression became increasingly confused. His memories told him that Yi Shuang Yue and the other 2 had more than just A-level talent. However, after being retested by the spaceship's detection system, Yi Shuang Yue and the other 2 were found to have A-level talent. Looking up, only 1/5 of the sky was illuminated by the triangular pyramid formations, and Kagura sighed softly. It's a pity that I only have 1/5 of my abilities and memories left. If I were still in my complete form, I would be able to detect this much. After saying that, Kagura shook her head vigorously. Never mind. I can't use the creation elixir in this body anyway, and the higher the talent of the three of them, the more advantageous it is for me. Back then, the fragments of the master spaceship were scattered all over the world, and intelligent life was stripped away. If the three of us could obtain the master's final inheritance, then I, Kagura, might be able to defeat the other 4 fragments of will and become the main will, and then break away from the spaceship to become a true intelligent life. Thinking of this, Kagura's eyes darted around. It seems the reward standard for the three of them need to be raised even higher. No, raised drastically. The creation elixir truly lived up to its reputation as a treasure. Even though Yi Shuangyue and the Jiang sisters were only at the 2nd tier, they absorbed it effortlessly. In less than 5 minutes, the entire container of creation elixir was completely absorbed. Not a single drop left. After the creation elixir was depleted, Jiang Yueshi frowned and opened her eyes first. Then he rubbed his eyes hard, seemingly unable to believe his eyes. Huh? That's it. Jiang Yueli and Yi Shuangyue opened their eyes at the same time. A hint of surprise flashed in their eyes when they saw the empty container, followed by a faint sense of disappointment. The feeling of absorbing the creation elixir was simply amazing, like a leap in life, making my whole body feel incredibly comfortable without any discomfort. Although his cultivation level increased by 2 levels in a short period of time, his energy was not weak at all, but rather extremely solid. If they were given just 1 more minute to absorb the energy, they would be absolutely confident that they could break through to the next level. Jiang Yueshi naturally shared the same thought, but she was more direct than the other 2. Lord Kagura? Jiang Yueshi turned her head left and right, looking for Kagura's figure. This creation elixir is quite useful. Can we have another vat? As soon as he finished speaking, a thud came from behind him. Lord Kagura? Jiang Yueshi immediately turned around and looked. The next moment, Kagura, with a human body and a raccoon face, slowly stood up, her white mustache twitching on either side of her nose. No. Another tank? He couldn't squeeze out even a single extra drop. Jiang Yueshi's expression froze. Her pupils immediately contracted violently, as if exposed to a bright light, and she let out a sharp, explosive sound. Jiang Yueli and Yi Shuangyue turned around at the same time, and then their expressions turned into Jiang Yueshi's. Kagura subconsciously touched her face, only then realizing that her true form had been exposed. He quickly turned around and fiddled with his face, finally restoring his old man appearance. Lord Kagura, you're a raccoon, aren't you? After screaming, Jiang Yueshi was not afraid at all. Instead, her eyes showed a hint of excitement. That look in her eyes was similar to that of a woman who can't resist a plush toy. What little raccoon? I am Lady Kagura. Kagura had a stern face and was speechless. He was originally a split of the intelligent life form on the spaceship, but the first creature he saw upon arriving in Daxia was a raccoon, so he has been wearing that appearance ever since. After learning what a raccoon is, I became too lazy to change it again. Although Kagura's expression was serious, she completely lost her composure once her true form was revealed. The previously accumulated dignity vanished without a trace, and he exuded a sense of humor from the inside out. Yi Shuangyue and Jiang Yueli exchanged glances, both with a hint of surprise in their eyes. They never imagined that Kagura, who had made the rules for the entire martial arts exam and appeared in public as a saint, was actually a raccoon. It's still just a talking raccoon. The contrast is amazing. Ahem, alright, now that you've absorbed all the creation elixir, let's start the next reward. Kagura coughed twice, slightly embarrassed, and changed the subject. Demonstrate your source method, which is what you often call the breathing technique for me. There's a reward too? Great. Jiang Yueshi's eyes lit up, and she immediately sat cross-legged and began to practice the breathing technique. Seeing this, Yi Shuangyue and Jiang Yueli followed suit. The three of them practiced the same breathing method, which was the extreme compression breathing method modified by Suche. Garbage. Utter garbage. This breathing technique is absolutely terrible. Before she could even take a few glances, Kagura impatiently waved her hand to interrupt. Stop. Stop. Don't practice anymore. Listen to me. Throw away this industrial garbage breathing method right now. With that, he waved his hand, and 3 palm-sized, golden triangular crystals instantly merged into the foreheads of the 3 people. This is the ripple breathing technique, which should be classified as a high-grade heaven rank according to your blue stars classification. Don't be too happy yet. Since you have only passed the preliminary test, this breathing technique is incomplete. Its current level is only a high-grade earth rank. But even so, it is much stronger than your current breathing techniques. With the integration of the triangular crystal, the 3 of them quickly mastered the basics of the ripple breathing technique. Can this be shared with others? Before she could study it carefully, Suche's image immediately came to Yi Xuanyue's mind. A side story? Kagura scoffed. You can try, but without the inheritance crystal, no one can possibly learn it. Oh, a hint of disappointment flashed in Yi Xuanyue's eyes. Next up is combat skills. If the breathing technique is so rubbish, the combat skills must be even worse. Kagura shook her head and snapped her fingers. Buzz! 3 triangular crystals quietly appeared in front of Yi Xuanyue and the other 2. Unlike before, these crystals were blue. Yi Xuanyue, you are an enhancement type. In front of you are 3 combat techniques. 8 Desolate Blood-Burning Battle Technique, Meteor Sky-Splitting Fist, and Azura Hunter Battle Song. The latter 2 are high-grade Earth rank, and the first one is low-grade Heaven rank, but it is incomplete. Jiang Yueli, you're a natural lightning attribute user. Before you are the Myriad Thunder Star Drawing Technique, the 1,000-Bird Thunder Strike, and a Heavenly Thunder 9 Tribulations Transformation. The latter 2 are also high-grade Earth rank techniques, while the first one is an incomplete low-grade Heaven rank technique. Jiang Yueshi, you're a nature-type ice attribute, and in front of you are Ice Soul Mirror Reflection, Shadowless Frostmark, and a 0-degree Starburst. The situation is the same as above. After saying that, Kagura scanned the 3 people in succession. Please choose. The next moment, Yi Xuanyue, Jiang Yueli, and Jiang Yueshi looked at each other, and each saw a hint of determination in the other's eyes. Without hesitation, Yi Xuanyue spoke first, her voice firm. I choose the incomplete low-grade Heaven rank. Kagura was taken aback, then looked at Jiang Yueli. Jiang Yueli, me too. Kagura's mouth opened slightly as she continued to look at Jiang Yueshi. Jiang Yueshi, pecking at rice like a chick, exclaimed, me too. Chapter 174. Old Deng, what are you looking at me for? You've broken through again. What? Kagura's pupils suddenly turned into the shape of black buttons, her expression slightly puzzled. Although a low-grade Heaven rank combat skill is initially stronger than a high-grade Earth rank skill, it is, after all, an incomplete version. Its growth potential is definitely not as good as a complete high-grade Earth rank skill. Although the words were not finished, the meaning was already quite clear. Whether Jiang Yueshi didn't understand or was genuinely naive, she immediately blurted out, Lord Kagura, why don't you just give us the complete version of the low-grade Heaven rank combat skill? Yi Xuanyue and Jiang Yueli both looked at Jiang Yueshi with surprise, then nodded appreciatively. Kagura was taken aback, and for a moment she found it very reasonable, but her cheeks twitched quickly. What are you thinking? You only passed the preliminary assessment. How could we possibly give you a complete Heaven rank cultivation technique? To obtain a complete Heaven rank cultivation technique, one must at least achieve a good result in the final inheritance. You are still far from that level. In fact, the combat skills it selected for the 3 were chosen from the highest to the lowest power, which was the limit of what it could do. If it weren't for the amazing talent the 3 of them displayed while absorbing the creation elixir, the combat techniques facing them now would not be these. Oh, I see. Jiang Yueshi nodded in disappointment, but she wasn't actually discouraged. Turning to look at his older sister and senior sister, the 3 of them exchanged knowing smiles. The 3 of them had their reasons for choosing the incomplete version of the low-grade Heavenly rank cultivation technique. This confidence naturally comes from teacher Suche. Back then, the 3's combat skills, Starry Sky, Rending Fist, Lightning Ball, and Profound Ice technique, were all only low-grade profound level. However, after teacher Suche's optimization and improvements, it is now a solid Xian level high grade. It should be noted that teacher Su Che's cultivation level was only at the 3rd level back then, but now he has suddenly reached the 4th level of transcendence. Optimizing and completing a low-grade heaven-level combat skill should not be a problem. Kagura continued, I've already given you all the reminders. I'll ask you one last time, are you sure? Confirm. Jiang Yueshi and the other two spoke in unison. Good. Seeing the 3 people's firm tone, Kagura said no more. After a snap of the fingers, 3 incomplete, low-grade heaven-rank crystals once again disappeared into the brows of the 3 people. At the same time, Kagura's voice rang out. Time flows slightly slower here than outside. You can familiarize yourselves with the new breathing techniques and combat skills here before you leave. Yi Shuangyue and the other 2 trembled slightly, but did not respond. At this moment, all 3 of them were completely absorbed by the breathing techniques and combat skills. Like a fish about to die of thirst, they frantically absorbed knowledge. Kagura silently watched the 3 of them from the side. Although the 8 desolate blood-burning battle technique is an incomplete low-grade heaven-rank battle skill, its explosive power is exceptionally strong. It is a battle skill that completely trades life for life. Upon first completion of the training, a void blood pattern will spontaneously condense between the eyebrows. The more obvious the blood pattern, the higher the potential. I wonder if such a small body can condense a complete blood pattern. Noticing Yi Shuangyue's slender figure, a hint of worry flashed in Kagura's eyes. In this myriad thunder star drawing technique, although it has a high attack limit, is closely related to the strength of the thunder attribute talent. With an A-level talent, once you have completed the training, you can only draw down 1 bolt of heavenly lightning at most. Kagura's gaze then swept over Jiang Yueli, and she silently recited a prayer in her heart until her gaze finally settled on Jiang Yueshi. Although the Ice Soul Mirror Reversal is not an offensive combat skill, its power is still considerable, and it is the most difficult to master. It seems that this kid is destined to be the last one to comprehend it. And so, time passed by second. After watching for a while, Kagura became restless. In a flash, its head reverted to its true form, and in another flash, a packet of instant noodles appeared in its hand. Durian-flavored. Crunch. Kagura froze after taking her first bite, her dark eyes fixed on Jiang Yueshi. All that could be seen was a chilling aura surrounding Jiang Yueshi. The chilling aura slowly surged towards her chest and condensed, soon forming a mirror as thin as a cicada's wing. 1 second, 2 seconds, 3 seconds. Although the mirror, as thin as a cicada's wing, shattered and vanished in less than 3 seconds, it still startled Kagura. So fast. She's the first to comprehend it. How long has it been? Is Jiang Yueshi's comprehension really that high? Or is she just perfectly suited to this combat technique? Before Kagura could recover from her shock, her gaze was once again drawn to Yi Shuangyue. Yi Shuangyue's energy fluctuated significantly, and her skin quickly turned red as if it had been painted with red paint. A few seconds later, the skin returned to normal, but the veins all over the body suddenly bulged and turned blood red. At the same time, a dazzling red blood mark appeared between his brows, an incredibly vivid red. Kagura's mouth involuntarily gaped open, and her instant noodles fell directly to the ground. Blood patterns manifest. This is blood patterns manifesting. Her body is so powerful. Doesn't this mean that even the 8 desolate blood-burning battle technique can't unleash the full potential of her body? Thinking of this, Kagura's nose twitched uncontrollably, and her small eyes were filled with shock. But this is far from over. The next moment, Kagura's ears twitched slightly, and she keenly noticed the clicking sound. Looking in the direction of the sound, one immediately sees Jiang Yueli, who stood up at some point. Jiang Yueli raised his right hand above his head, with purple electric arcs swirling around his palm and continuously radiating fluctuations. This is what I'm going to say. Kagura subconsciously looked up. Thunderclap! Thunderclap! With a low shout from Jiang Yueli, 10 bolts of pale, purple lightning fell from the sky and struck the ground heavily. Buzz! In an instant, the ground lit up with golden light, revealing a complex array of runes. The energy quickly dissipated as it rippled along the dazzling golden lines. controlling the power of 10 lightning bolts. It can even automatically trigger the spaceship's defense system. This, Kagura covered her mouth in surprise, her heart churning with waves of emotion, her eyes filled with unparalleled shock. Previously, it wasn't quite sure, but now it's almost 99% certain that Jiang Yueli's talent is definitely more than A-level. It's impossible for an A-level talent to draw down 10 bolts of lightning on their first attempt at mastering the myriad thunder star-drawing technique. Moreover, it noticed that there was an extra touch of purple in the lightning that had fallen. The fact that it can influence and assimilate falling lightning indicates that the purple lightning hidden in Jiang Yueli's body is even stronger than the heavenly lightning. Call. Kagura exhaled a deep breath and was momentarily speechless. It was certain that Jiang Yueli's talent was not only above a level, and it also believed that Yi Shuangyue and Jiang Yueshi's talent was not only above a level. As for the extent of the three people's talents, it couldn't detect it with only 1/5 of its abilities and memories remaining. But that doesn't diminish its amazing quality. With a flicker of her eyes, Kagura clenched her small hands. Perhaps this really is my chance. Half an hour later. 3 students, your advisor has been waiting for you in the lounge for quite some time. After leading Yi Shuangyue and her 2 companions to a room, the staff member smiled and left, their eyes filled with envy. Thanks. Yi Shuangyue nodded and was about to push the door open and enter. Etc. Jiang Yueshi chuckled. Our cultivation level has increased by 2 levels in one go this time. I think we should give our teacher a surprise. Yi Shuangyue and Jiang Yueli both looked over. How about this? We count to 3, then push the door open together and unleash our power together. Jiang Yueli gave Jiang Yueshi a deep look and finally nodded strangely. Okay, senior sister and I both agree. Then it's decided. Excitement gleamed in Jiang Yueshi's eyes. 3, 2, 1. As soon as she finished speaking, Jiang Yueshi kicked the door open and entered. Old dang, look at me. The words were cut off abruptly before the speaker could finish. His eyes widened immediately, and he stammered, Teacher, you've broken through again? Chapter 175 Freebie. Triple Breeding Technique. Martial Arts Examination Factory. Inside the private lounge. The door was wide open, and Jiang Yueshi stood in the center with her hands on her hips, her expression changing rapidly. Teacher, also broke through? In the center of the room, on the reception sofa, Su-Che rested his chin on his hands with a teasing smile on his face, and his energy fluctuations were obvious. He did not make any effort to conceal his aura in front of his 3 disciples. Having witnessed Su-Che's skill level, Jiang Yueshi and the other 2 immediately realized one fact. Su-Che had also broken through. Well, I've just had some insights lately. Su-Che nodded, a slight smile playing at the corners of his eyes. What did you just call me? I called for the teacher. Jiang Yueshi spoke with righteous indignation, then looked around and said, My older sister and senior sister can be my witnesses, right? He was dumbfounded before he could finish speaking. There was no sign of Jiang Yueli or Yi Shuangyue around. This, Jiang Yueshi seemed to realize something and stiffly turned her head, immediately seeing Jiang Yueli and Yi Shuangyue standing obediently outside the door. Feeling Jiang Yueshi's gaze, Yi Shuangyue lowered her head, somewhat embarrassed. Jiang Yueli, on the other hand, was completely unconcerned, her expression full of schadenfreude, practically screaming, Go ahead and hit me. Jiang Yueshi's vision went black as she clutched her chest. After a moment, she managed to squeeze out a few words. You guys are acting in my shoes. Not bad, Jiang Yueshi. Your cultivation has increased by 2 levels, and you've become too powerful. You want a rebel, don't you? Su-Che's voice rang out. Jiang Yueshi's expression changed, and she waved her hands repeatedly. No, of course not. Master, you know I'm the most obedient in our class. If you tell me to go east, I would never dare to go west. If you tell me to kill a sheep, I would never slaughter a chicken. I see. Su-Che nodded. The training volume will be doubled from now on. No. Jiang Yueshi's pupils contracted. No. Jiang Yueshi lowered her head deeply, like a defeated rooster. All right, you two come in too, and tell me what happened. After the little incident, Su Che finally got to the point. After only Yi Shuangyue and two others remained in the deathmatch zone, the light screen in the spectator hall suddenly shut off, and the image disappeared. As for what happened next, no one in the hall knew anything. But Su Che could vaguely guess that something big must have happened during the time the image disappeared. Otherwise, Yi Shuangyue and the other two would not have been able to break through two levels at the same time. That's right. Yi Shuangyue's opening statement was astounding. Actually, this martial arts exam was a test, and the three of us successfully passed it. Then, Yi Shuangyue recounted the entire process of the three of them from the moment they met Kagura until they left, without missing a single detail. It took 4 or 5 minutes of explanation before everything was finally made clear. You mean this martial arts exam was entirely planned by Kagura, and Kagura is actually an intelligent life form in the form of a raccoon? She did all this just to select and test people. One of the rewards for passing the preliminary assessment was the creation elixir. You only soaked in it for 5 minutes, and your cultivation level increased by 2 levels. At this point, Su Che's expression was one of shock, and his voice was filled with disbelief. Furthermore, besides the creation elixir, it also gave you a high-grade heaven rank breathing technique and a low-grade heaven rank combat skill. He certainly wouldn't believe it if Yi Shuangyue hadn't said it herself. This luck is simply incredible. Pengqing itself offers rewards for those who sweep the top 3 spots in the martial arts exam, and other universities will certainly offer rewards to attract them as well. But these rewards are nothing compared to the rewards Kagura gives out. A événement breeding technique, a événement combat skill. Its value is simply immeasurable. In Pengqing, the reason why the 6 great families are the 6 great families is only because of their family businesses. The true foundation for survival lies in breathing techniques and combat skills. The Jiang family's rainbow piercing the sun breathing technique is a high-grade, Xian-level technique, a family treasure. Although the other families differed, almost every one of them possessed a high-grade Xian-level breathing technique or combat skill. As for why none of the 6 great families possessed a level 1 breathing technique or combat skill, the reason remains unknown. It's possible that families possessing earth rank cultivation techniques wouldn't be content to remain in a garrison city like Pengqing. Or, in a fortified city like Pengqing, even possessing a level 1 cultivation technique wouldn't be enough to hold it. But no matter what, it is enough to show that the Xian-level high-grade breathing techniques and combat skills are already top-notch in Pengqing. Heavenly rank cultivation techniques are probably only possessed by the most elite families and forces in the main base city. Advancing from the profound rank to the heaven rank in one leap is truly like a carp leaping over the dragon gate. The luck of these 3 would definitely make them the chosen ones in a novel. It's a fragmented heavenly rank breathing technique and a fragmented heavenly rank combat skill. Jiang Yueli corrected. It's alright, they'll soon be whole again. A hint of confidence flashed in Su Che's eyes. Demonstrate the breathing technique for me. Little white hair, you do it. Oh, Jiang Yueshi responded sullenly and obediently demonstrated while sitting cross-legged. Although he was clumsy and unfamiliar with the process, it was enough for Su Che. Breakthrough illusion open. Su Che silently recited in his heart. The next moment. Name, Jiang Yueshi. Level, Tier 2, Level 4. Special ability. Nature type, A rank special ability, Ice Prison Crystal. Technique, Ripple Breathing Method. Combat skill, Ice Soul Mirror Reflection. Defects, 1. Due to incomplete techniques, the strength is reduced. The current strength is at the upper level Earth rank, with a total of 72 missing meridian circulation points. 2. Due to incomplete combat skills, its strength is reduced and it cannot unleash its full power. Its current strength is low-grade heaven rank, with a total of 36 missing attack methods. 3. Plan. 1. Optimize and complete the breathing technique. Based on the host's strength, 36 points can currently be completed, already marked. Specific optimization plan. 2. Optimize and complete combat skills. Based on the host's strength, there are currently 0 areas that can be optimized. Don't stop. Keep using your combat skills. Su Che frowned, then looked at Yi Shuangyue and Jiang Yueli. You two do the same. Yes. The two quickly complied. It seems that the 8 desolate blood-burning battle technique and the myriad thunder star-drawing technique cannot be optimized for the time being. A hint of disappointment flashed in Suche's eyes. It seems my current limit is only optimizing a high-grade Earth rank item. The inability to optimize for the time being means that it is impossible to master these 3 combat skills. But soon, Suche laughed it off. Suche, you're too greedy. Aren't you satisfied with getting a breathing technique for free? With this in mind, Suche immediately began to complete the breathing technique. Even though he is now at the 4th level and 6th stage, it still takes him a lot of time to optimize and complete his breathing technique. A dozen minutes later, Suche finally breathed a sigh of relief. The moment he optimized and perfected the ripple breathing technique, it also meant that he had completely mastered this breathing technique. Although the Star River breathing technique has been optimized to the upper grade of the profound level, it is still far inferior to the ripple breathing technique. The moment Suche mastered the ripple breathing technique, his body began to move involuntarily. The next moment, the energy in the surrounding air surged in like waves and continuously washed over the body. This scene instantly caught the attention of Yi Xuanyue and the other two. There's no mistake. It's the breath of the ripple breathing technique. Yi Xuanyue's eyes lit up, and she immediately showed a look of surprise. I knew teacher Suche could do it. Chapter 176, we all use smart computers. You use a mobile phone. No wonder you have a delay. Is this the strength of a low-grade heaven rank breathing technique? With each breath, Suche clearly felt this surging energy, which shook him to his core. Based on a rough estimate, having initially mastered this ripple breathing technique, I believe I can absorb energy at least several dozen times faster than before. Compared to this absorption rate, what kind of miserable days did I go through before? Having personally experienced the power of the heavenly rank breathing technique, Suche suddenly understood why the main base city had so many geniuses, especially the pillars of the 4th rank transcendent and above. Without any external assistance, the heavenly rank breathing technique absorbs energy dozens of times faster than the profound rank breathing technique. The difference might not be obvious before the 4th tier, but it will become increasingly significant after the 4th tier of transcendence. He slowly opened his eyes and met Jiang Yueshi's expectant gaze. Suche immediately understood and smiled. I still need to study the combat techniques you 3 have practiced for a while, but I've already optimized this ripple breathing technique for you. However, there are too many points to pay attention to. Here's what I'll do. I'll organize the key points of the optimization when I get home and send them to your email. There may be a delay in the email, so please check your inbox when you get back. Good. Yi Xuanyue and Jiang Yueli responded in unison, both seeing a hint of joy in each other's eyes. They were right. Teacher Suche really does have the ability to optimize. Delay. Upon hearing this keyword, Jiang Yueshi immediately perked up again. Teacher, you're not planning to send an email using your phone, are you? Suche was taken aback. Otherwise what? Jiang Yueshi slowly raised her head and deliberately brushed away non-existent dust from her right shoulder. Buzz! A virtual robot the size of a fist quickly appeared on his right shoulder. Turning her head to look at the smart computer on her right shoulder, Jiang Yueshi said proudly, we all use smart computers. You use a mobile phone. No wonder you have a delay. These words seemed to possess some kind of magical power, and the room instantly fell silent. Jiang Yueli and Yi Xuanyue both rubbed their foreheads in exasperation, but at the same time, the same smart computer appeared on their shoulders. Suchiese Ais widened. He certainly recognized portable smart computers and knew their advantages. However, the price of intelligent optical computers is outrageously high, belonging to high-tech premium products, and is simply not affordable for ordinary people. The Jiang family could grit their teeth and pay for it, but Yi Xuanyue's family simply couldn't afford it. This is a little gift that Kagura gave us. Just as Suche was wondering, Yi Xuanyue explained in a low voice. Suche suddenly realized, nodded, and said nothing. Tajda. At this moment, Jiang Yueshi suddenly grinned and said, Teacher Suche, this is for you, so that you can send emails without delay. After saying that, The intelligent light brain on his right shoulder immediately separated a ball of light that floated to Suche's front. A gift for me? Jiang Yueli's lips curled up slightly. Someone begged Kagura for it with shamelessness. Yueshi specially asked for an extra one for you, Yi Xuanyue added with a smile. For me. Staring blankly at the unacknowledged AI in front of him, Suche's expression was complicated, and a faint sense of emotion rose in his heart. Jiang Yueshi held her chin high, her face screaming, "Praise me! Praise me! Thank you!" After pausing for a few seconds, Suche looked at Jiang Yueshi seriously and said, "I've made up my mind. In order to properly train you, the training volume will be doubled from now on." Huh? Jiang Yueshi was dumbfounded. Knock, knock, knock. Just then, there was a rhythmic knocking sound at the door. "Teacher Suche, it's me, Lei Ming." Lei Ming's deep voice rang out. "Director Chen and Principal Wu Daoan said they want to come and see you. Are you available at this time?" Director Yu Liang. Upon hearing this name, the first thing that came to his mind was the bold and ambitious words of Director Yu Liang. "This is the god of wealth. Convenient, convenient." Suche got up, took 2 quick steps, opened the door, and saw 3 figures in front of him. Surrounded in the center is Director Chen Yuliang, with Principal Wu Daoan on his left and Lei Ming on his right. Director Chen, Principal Wu, Principal Lei. Suche greeted them in turn. "Oh, why are you calling me Director? I'm not that much older than you. Just call me Uncle Chen from now on." Chen Yuliang waved his hand, looking at Suche with obvious satisfaction, but a hint of worry lurked deep in his eyes. "Okay, Uncle Chen." Suche didn't stand on ceremony. "Teacher Suche, Director Chen values you very much. He brought me to see you as soon as he finished the follow-up work of the martial arts exam." Wu Daoan's face was full of smiles, and his eyes were full of admiration as he looked at Suche. Because of Suche's connections, it's almost a certainty that he will be transferred to the main base city as the principal. Being transferred to a major city as a principal carries almost the same weight as being promoted 2 ranks. Our 3 heroes from Pengcheng are here too. You all chat. I'll talk to a few classmates first. Lei Ming glanced around and wisely left space for the other 2. "All right, Director Chen wants to see you today, so I'll go talk to the outstanding students from our first special ability high school." Wu Daoan greeted them and went along as well. For a moment, only Chen Yuliang and Suche remained at the scene. "Teacher Suche, let's sit down." After inviting Suche to sit down, Chen Yuliang hesitated, as if he wanted to say something, but then stopped. Suche cut to the chase. "Uncle Chen, please speak frankly." "Okay, then I'll get straight to the point." Chen Yuliang leaned closer and lowered his voice. "Actually, I came here today for 2 reasons. First, to congratulate Teacher Suche, and second, to discuss the award distribution with Teacher Suche." Master Suche's 3 disciples swept the top 3 prizes, and adding your share, it's a truly enormous sum. Such a large sum, both in terms of time and... "Don't worry, Uncle Chen, I'm not in a hurry. There's still some time before school starts." Before Chen Yuliang could finish speaking, Suche gave a thoughtful reply. Because he's not very good at math, he still hasn't figured out how much of a reward he'll get. Actually, there's no need to calculate it. Just give him the same reward as Yi Xuanyue and the Jiang sisters. However, judging from Chen Yuliang's expression at this moment, there should be quite a few. Well, Chen Yuliang was momentarily speechless. He was about to say something, but changed his mind. "How about this? It's getting late today. How about we meet alone tomorrow to talk in detail? Don't worry. Chen Yuliang, won't let you suffer any losses." "Okay." Suche agreed without hesitation. Chen Yuliang made the promise in front of all the teachers and students, so there's no need to worry about the other party going back on their word. "Okay, I'll send someone to pick you up tomorrow. See you tomorrow." Chen Yuliang immediately got up to say goodbye and left without any hesitation. Seeing Chen Yuliang get up and leave, Wu Daoan and Lei Ming quickly followed one after the other. Just as Lei Ming was about to leave, he suddenly turned back and gave Suche a mysterious smile. "Teacher Suche, there's a beautiful woman waiting for you at the entrance of the hall." "Beauty?" Suke looked stunned. He wanted to ask, but Lei Ming had already disappeared. "Beauty?" Jiang Yueshi, standing to the side, immediately frowned. He subconsciously looked at Jiang Yueli and found that the other's eyebrows were also furrowed into a deep frown. Their eyes met, and both of them could see the displeasure deep in the other's eyes. Having spent so much time together, they had long since accepted Su Che from the bottom of their hearts, and even considered Su Che and his aunt as a couple. Now, if they hear that a beautiful woman is actively flirting with teacher Su Che, they definitely won't be happy. Let's go, teacher. I really want to see who this beautiful girl is. Without saying a word, Jiang Yueshi pulled Su Che out of the room. Soon, the group headed to the hall in a grand procession. A few minutes later, I'd like to see who this little slut is. Jiang Yueshi was the first to step into the hall. A few seconds later, Jiang Yueshi exclaimed, Auntie, it's you. Chapter 177 Going Home, but first, go home with teacher Su Che. Auntie, it's you. As Jiang Yueshi called out, Su Che and the others stepped into the hall. Auntie. Jiang Yueli was also stunned when he saw Jiang Lianyue, who was dressed in a long dress and looked graceful. She never expected that the beautiful woman who had been waiting for teacher Su Che in the lobby was actually her aunt. You carp, you stream. Hearing the noise, Jiang Lianyue turned around with a smile, just in time to meet Su Che's surprised gaze. For some reason, Jiang Lianyue suddenly lowered her head. Director Jiang, what a coincidence, you're here too. Su Che's expression quickly returned to normal. Director Jiang, is there something you need from me? It's perfectly normal for the Jiang sisters to come and thank me after I train them to be among the top 3 in the martial arts exam. Jiang Lianyue glanced around and said softly, there's something I need to do. Okay, let's talk over here. Su Che, with a knowing look on his face, walked to the side, creating a private conversation environment for the two of them. It's like this, I might need to go home with you later. Jiang Lianyue's expression remained unchanged, but her voice grew softer and softer, and her ears turned slightly red. Su Che jolted as if a nerve had been touched. Come home with me? He almost scratched his ears to make sure he had some kind of hearing problem. He scanned Jiang Lianyue up and down, his gaze gradually becoming somewhat strange. Although I just showed off in front of everyone today, isn't this progress too fast? Could it be that my domineering aura conquered the other party? Sensing successe increasingly strange gaze, Jiang Lianyue's eyelashes trembled. What are you thinking? My brother is at your house and wants me to go back with you. I've always listened to him since I was little, so I can't do anything about it. Doo-doo. Just then, Su Che's phone vibrated. It was a text message sent by Su Dachuan, and the content was very simple. You brat, you've hit the jackpot. Get back here right now. If you're not back in half an hour, I'll break both my legs so you'll feel guilty to death. Su Che's cheek twitched after reading the text message. These are indeed words that only Su Dachuan could say. Putting his phone away, Su Che nodded. Okay, let's go home now. Jiang Lianyue's voice was still very soft. Okay, wait for me. I'll go tell you Li and Yushi first. He took a few steps back and waved, and Jiang Yueli and Jiang Yueshi immediately came running over. Annie, so who was you looking for teacher Su Che? I thought it was someone else. Annie, what do you need to see teacher Su Che about? When the two asked her questions, Jiang Lianyue did not answer. Instead, she smiled and waved her hand, saying, you two did a great job. I'll cook a welcome dinner for you tonight. It's getting late, so you should go home first. Jiang Yueli and Jiang Yueshi nodded in agreement, bid farewell to everyone, and immediately turned and left. After walking only a few steps, Jiang Yueshi turned to Jiang Lianyue in confusion. Annie, aren't you coming home with us? Upon hearing this, Jiang Lianyue coughed lightly. I'll go back, but I need to go home with teacher Su Che first. As soon as the words were spoken, Jiang Yueli and Jiang Yueshi opened their mouths in unison, forming an O shape. Tai Tanjuan. At home. Teacher Jiang, please sit down. Please make yourself at home. Teacher Jiang, are you hot? Should we turn the air conditioning down a bit? Are you thirsty? Would you like some milk tea or coffee? Teacher Jiang, are you hungry? There's a 10-year-old free-range chicken in the fridge. Don't worry, it's purely free-range, not a hormone-treated, fast-grown chicken. Su Dachuan was extremely enthusiastic the moment he saw Jiang Lianyue. He kept asking about my well-being, his smile almost reaching the back of his head, and his eyes were filled with nothing but admiration. Even by his standards, Jiang Lianyue was one in a million. Needless to say, she's beautiful. She'd be considered one of the best even within the main base. Most importantly, having broken through to the 4th level of transcendence at such a young age, his future achievements are bound to be limitless. To be honest, if Jiang Lianyue could really marry into the Su family, he would think that Su Che was definitely marrying above his station. Call. Looking at the crumpled paper cup in front of him, filled with boiling water, Su Che let out a long sigh of relief, his face full of helplessness. The Jiang family was supposed to be visiting to express their gratitude, but it turned into a blind date. Teacher Su, thank you so much for your careful guidance of Yu Li and Yu Shi. I won't say any more empty words. Anyway, we'll be family sooner or later, and family doesn't need to be so formal. Don't you agree? Jiang Tianyang spoke up cheerfully, and at this moment, Su Che had already solidified into the image of his brother-in-law in his eyes. Su Che nodded stiffly, vaguely sensing that something was amiss. Cough, cough. Jiang Tianyang coughed lightly, immediately attracting everyone's attention. It's like this. The reason I came here this time is to thank Teacher Su in person for his guidance of Yu Li and Yu Shi. Otherwise, the two of them would never have been able to achieve such good results. Secondly, my sister and teacher, Su, have both taught at the same school for many years and know each other very well. I think the two of them can have a deeper exchange and interaction. What do you think, sister? After saying that, Jiang Tianyang winked at Jiang Lianyue, making his meaning very clear. He didn't expect his younger sister to agree with his views. He only hoped that she wouldn't contradict him in public and embarrass him. Swish, swish, swish. All eyes were focused on Jiang Lianyue's face. After a few seconds of thought, Jiang Lianyue replied softly, I will listen to whatever you say, brother. Su Che's eyebrows twitched rapidly. I really didn't expect Jiang Lianyue to agree so decisively. Not only Su Che, but Jiang Tianyang also didn't expect Jiang Lianyue to agree so readily. Listen to your brother completely. He had heard this phrase less than 3 times in his entire life. After a brief moment of surprise, Jiang Tianyang burst into hearty laughter. All right, what do you think, Teacher Su? I think it's a good idea. Su Che quickly nodded in agreement. Although in my previous life, I was only busy slaughtering pigs and never had any romantic relationships. But since the woman hasn't refused, the man should definitely be firm to show respect. Great. It seems our two families will need to visit each other more often from now on. Jiang Tianyang and Su Dachuan exchange a glance, both looking very satisfied. After exchanging pleasantries for a while, Jiang Tianyang took Jiang Lianyue and left. Just as the two were about to leave, Su Dachuan suddenly spoke up. Wait for me a moment. After saying that, he turned and rushed into the bedroom, followed by the sound of rummaging through drawers and cabinets. Not long after, Su Dachuan reappeared, but this time he was carrying a brocade box. I didn't prepare anything for our first meeting, so I'll give this to you. As he personally handed over the brocade box, a fleeting hint of reluctance flashed in Su Dachuan's eyes. This? Jiang Lianyue quickly waved her hand in refusal. Uncle Su, I can't accept this. Hey, it's nothing valuable, take it. Without saying a word, Su Dachuan shoved it directly into Jiang Lianyue's hand. Oh well, seeing that she had no way to refuse, Jiang Lianyue carefully accepted the brocade box. I will keep it safe. After saying that, he gave Su Che a deep look before leaving. Watching the Jiang siblings leave, Su Che asked curiously, Dad, what was in that brocade box? I've never seen it before. Upon hearing this, Su Dachuan waved his hand dismissively. It's nothing. It's a family heirloom that your mother left to your daughter-in-law. Chapter 178 Zhuang Yin and Li Siwei clash head-on. Main base city. The first university of supernatural abilities in Great Xia. The towering pagoda-shaped building has a large lobby on the first floor. In the center of the hall sat an elderly man dressed in a Taoist robe, holding a whisk. The old man showed no energy fluctuations, yet his ethereal form seemed to belong to no part of this space. This person is none other than Wu Feng, the executive vice president of the Great Xia First Superpower University. There were many people sitting on either side of Wu Feng. The expressions on everyone's faces varied, but the aura they exuded was at least that of a fifth-level master. Zhuang Yin and Li Siwei were among them. Wu Feng's gaze swept around. Breaking news. The list of the top 100 in this year's martial arts exam has been released. All the major universities in the main base city have begun to take action. As the leading universities in Great Xia, we cannot fall behind. I have already sent a special teacher to invite the top 100 in the martial arts exam. However, according to convention, the top 3 in the martial arts exam still require the participation of the director-level officials. Are there any volunteers this year? After he finished speaking, the audience remained silent. The group looked at each other, but no one spoke up. It was obvious that nobody wanted to take the job. While it's true that the top 3 in the martial arts exam are exceptionally talented, such geniuses emerge every year. Newly recruited teachers might be very excited to be in contact with the top 3 in the martial arts exam. But everyone present had been teaching for years and had long since become immune to geniuses. They've seen far too many geniuses and many geniuses who have faded into obscurity. For them, genius is far less attractive than a good teacher. Noticing everyone's expressions, the martial arts school calmly announced, there have been some changes in the top 3 of this year's martial arts exam. They are not from the main base city, but from Weicheng. Upon hearing this, the crowd finally perked up. Incredible! This situation seems to have never happened since the martial arts exam began. This is big news. Once this news comes out, it will definitely cause a huge uproar in the main base city. Wow! It's not from the main base city, but from the garrison city? Which garrison city is so powerful? The martial arts school didn't keep them in suspense. The top 3 in this martial arts exam all came from Pengcheng, with the lowest cultivation level being the second level, second stage, and the highest being the second level, third stage. Swish! Upon hearing the name Pengcheng, Zhuang Yin and Li Siwei, who had been dozing off, immediately snapped to attention. Their eyes met instinctively and then quickly looked away, but a fleeting glint of light could still be seen in each other's eyes. Both men clearly had ulterior motives regarding Pengcheng. The martial arts school added fuel to the fire. More importantly, the top 3 in this martial arts exam all came from the same school, the same class, and even the same teacher. Buzz! Upon hearing this, several department heads present showed expressions of interest. Same class, same teacher? Looks like the teacher of the top 3 in the martial arts exam is something else. Interesting. Although the student's own talent plays a role, it is enough to prove the teaching level. Martial arts school. What is this teacher's cultivation level? If his cultivation level has reached the 4th level, we might consider recruiting him into the school. The voice from the martial arts school had a hint of amusement. The latest news is that this teacher broke through to the 4th level of the extraordinary realm right after the martial arts exam, and even broke through 2 more levels in succession. As soon as the words fell, Zhuang Yin and Li Siwei's pupils suddenly contracted. Could such a genius be our junior brother? He was already at the 9th level of the 3rd tier before. If he really is our junior brother, then such cultivation talent combined with his medicinal spirit body talent. Zhuang Yan's mind raced, and his heart began to beat faster. Could it be the Su Che I've seen before? But that doesn't make sense. Back then, his aura was clearly only at the 9th level of the 3rd rank, and his 3 disciples hadn't even broken through to the 2nd rank yet. How could he have progressed so quickly in just 1 or 2 months? Li Siwei's brain was also working at high speed. At this moment, Zhuang Yin could no longer suppress his curiosity. Martial arts school. What is this teacher's name? Upon hearing this, the martial arts school students slowly uttered 2 words, Su Che. Wow! Zhuang Yin was the first to react. Martial arts school. Let me go to Pengcheng to recruit students. I've been to Pengcheng before, and I'm very familiar with it. I'm the most suitable person to go. No. Li Siwei stood up abruptly. Martial arts school. If I remember correctly, it's been many years since I've recruited students. You know, I love recruiting students the most. Zhuang Yin panicked. Li Siwei, stop causing trouble. Li Siwei retorted, not to be outdone. Zhuang Yin, you're the one who should stop causing trouble. Li Siwei. Zhuang Yin. The 2 locked eyes, their gazes blazing, neither willing to yield. In Zhuang Yan's eyes, Su Che was his junior brother, and he had to recruit his junior brother into his pharmaceutical department. In Li Siwei's eyes, Su Che was an unparalleled genius he had encountered, not only with high cultivation talent, but also with beast-taming talent, and he had to absorb Su Che into his beast-taming category. Swish, swish, swish. At this moment, everyone's gaze seemed to be drawn by a magnet, all falling on Zhuang Yin and Li Siwei's faces, and many people look surprised. While this teacher sounds quite capable, is it really necessary to fight over her like this? The martial arts school staff member glanced at the two of them with a strange look. Only one of you needs to go. You two discuss who should go. Wow. The next moment, Zhuang Yin and Li Siwei spoke in unison, their voices sharply contrasting. Seeing this, the martial arts school understood. It's clearly impossible to let the two of them discuss it on their own. After frowning and thinking for a while, the martial arts school finally made a decision. Let Zhuang Yin go. After all, he has been to Pengcheng before and is familiar with Pengcheng, which will be beneficial for carrying out the work. Upon hearing the result, Zhuang Yin could not hide his joy. Thank you, martial arts instructor. Martial arts school. Li Siwei wanted to say something, but was interrupted by the martial arts school. It's settled then. Meeting adjourned. Without giving Li Siwei a chance to speak, he vanished as if he had never existed. After leaving the martial arts school, everyone left one after another, but Zhuang Yin was undoubtedly the first to leave. Junior brother, I'm here. Suppressing his inner turmoil, Zhuang Yin gave Li Siwei a defiant glance and immediately rushed to Pengcheng as fast as he could. Snort. Watching Zhuang Yin's departing figure, Li Siwei gritted his teeth and felt a sharp pain in his heart. If Zhuang Yin were to get the genius he discovered first, it would be worse than killing him. After about 10 seconds, Li Siwei's eyes suddenly flashed, and he immediately calmed down. Because just now, he made a very bold decision. That is to arrive in Pengcheng before Zhuang Yin. Silently leaving the crowd, Li Siwei summoned by Shui as quickly as possible. Smack! A sharp slap landed on by Shui's shapely bottom. Whoosh! Let's go. Ugh! Bai Shui immediately let out a disgruntled cry and flew rapidly towards Pengcheng with Li Siwei on her back. The next day, the sun hung high in the sky, once again showering down warmth no less than Nako's. Uncle Chun, is the expert you were talking about right here? Chen Yuliang said with a serious expression. That's right. The only way to collect all the rewards is to ask this expert for help. I spent the whole night trying to find connections to get a meeting with him. Remember, you must be very respectful when you meet this expert. All right. Su Che looked up helplessly. Above the red lacquered pillar in front of him was a plaque with 3 gilded characters. Pharmacy Hall. Chapter 179, A Blunder. The master is Xie Deng, the main entrance to the pharmacy. Looking up at the 3 gilded characters, Pharmacy Hall, Chen Yuliang was filled with thoughts, a hint of helplessness flashing in his eyes. He barely slept last night in order to figure out how to give the reward. After returning to the education department during the day, they held an emergency meeting to discuss countermeasures, and then it was an endless process of calling in more people. Contact the Pengcheng commander, major banks, leaders directly under the education department, and leverage the network of contacts accumulated over many years. After overcoming numerous difficulties, a feasible plan was finally initially formulated. Thanks to Pengcheng's outstanding performance in the martial arts exam this year, the Pengcheng government, the general education department, and even banks have provided tremendous support. Ultimately, the monetary reward was jointly borne by the Pengcheng government, the Pengcheng Education Bureau, and the Daxia General Education Bureau, with the bank providing interest-free loans. The problem seems to have been properly resolved here. But the tricky part isn't the monetary reward, but the material reward, the Vajra pill. The top 10 in the martial arts exam will be rewarded with 1 Vajra pill, and the third-place winner will receive double the reward, 2 pills. The second-place finisher in the martial arts exam gets double the score, which is 4 stars. The first place in the martial arts exam gets 10 times that, which is 40. That makes 46 in total. If you include Su Che's portion, that makes 92. This is practically using Vajra pills like candy. Even if the government organized a campaign to collect all the Vajra pills in the entire city and even the surrounding garrison cities, there wouldn't be this many. There's no way around it. Once you've made a promise, you have to keep it, even if it means crawling on your knees. Chen Yuliang spent the entire night trying to find out where to get the golden elixir. After contacting all the people I could reach, I quickly learned a painful truth. To obtain such a large quantity of the diamond pill in a short period of time, the only option is through large-scale customization by Harbin Pharmaceutical Group. However, the disadvantages of customizing through Harbin Pharmaceutical Group are very obvious. Not only is the price high, but the production cycle is also too slow. But as the saying goes, there's always a way out. Just when Chen Yuliang was in despair, suddenly, I receive an important clue from my mentor at the Great Xia First Superpower University. That is, there's a retired and reclusive level 7 pharmacist in Pengqing Pharmacy. If the pharmacist were willing to help, producing such a large quantity of Vajra pills would naturally not be a problem. Although the mentor had already made contact, the pharmacist was known for his eccentric temperament, so getting him to help was not easy. Perhaps it's because we made plans yesterday. Or perhaps it was because he wanted to prove to Su Che that he was truly working hard for the reward. Therefore, Chen Yuliang specially brought Su Che along today. All right, let's go in and wait ahead of time. We finally managed to get in touch with the master, so let's not keep him waiting. Turning his gaze away from the signboard, Chen Yuliang called out and stepped into the pharmacy first. Well, this is a misunderstanding. Watching Chen Yuliang's disappearing figure, Su Che shook his head and quickly followed. On the other side, the apothecary is on the 3rd floor outside the pill room. Knock, knock, knock. Old Mike knocked on the door and said respectfully, "Mr. Xie, it's me, little Mike." "What is it?" Shiden's impatient voice rang out. Old Mike shrank back. "Mr. Xie, you have a meeting later. The other party is the director of the education department of Pengqing. He reported to you yesterday." "When was it reported?" "I don't know. I won't see him." Xie Deng's voice didn't falter for a moment. Old Mike's face contorted into a grimace. "Mr. Xie, the other party is the director of the education department of Pengqing, and it was Mr. Bai who spearheaded this. If you don't go..." Before he could finish speaking, he was interrupted by the furious Shiden. All right, I know. Stop babbling in front of me." "Old Xie, shut up. What education department or music bureau? I'm conducting an important experiment right now. Tell him to wait. We'll talk about it when I'm done." "No." Old Mike dared not say anything more and turned away respectfully. Just then, a loud bang was heard behind us. Turning around, Xie Deng burst out of the door, his expression extremely excited. "Haha, my precious apprentice is back." As soon as he finished speaking, ripples appeared beneath his feet, and he instantly disappeared from the 3rd floor. For a moment, only Old Mike was left speechless. Old Mike turned his head stiffly, his gaze naturally falling on the medicine room with the door wide open, and his eyes immediately narrowed. "Professor Xie, the experiment isn't finished yet." Old Mike's vision went black, and he ran downstairs in a panic. 1st floor of the pharmacy. "Hello, I have an appointment with your store manager, Mike. Please help me contact him." "Okay, sir. Please wait a moment. I will contact Manager Mike right away." After the staff left, Chen Yuliang looked at Su Che with some concern and instructed him again. "Remember, when you meet the master, you must be very respectful. Also, don't talk too much. I have plenty of experience in this area. Let me handle it." Su Che opened his mouth as if he was about to say something. Buzz! At that moment, the space in front of them rippled. Immediately afterwards, Shiden's figure appeared, his hair disheveled and his robes even more tattered than before. "Teacher Deng." Su Che was very surprised, never expecting Xie Deng to show up on his own initiative. "My dear apprentice, I've missed you so much." Upon seeing Su Che, Xie Deng's eyes were fixed on nothing else. He opened his arms to embrace him. Fingernails covered in residual cinnabar, robes corroded by chemical reactions, and the pungent smell of disinfectant. Su Che's internal alarm bells rang, and he subconsciously took a half step back. Xie Deng missed his target, a hint of surprise flashing in his eyes. "Disciple, your cultivation level is actually..." "Chill." Su Che spoke up to stop him, not intending to reveal his true strength. "Teacher Su, who is this?" Chen Yuliang was clearly still confused, and there was a hint of bewilderment in his eyes. "Disciple, master? What does this have to do with anything?" Thump, thump, thump. Just as Chen Yuliang was wondering, A rhythmic sound of footsteps on the stairs came from afar. Then, old Mike, panting heavily, appeared in everyone's sight. "Thank you, sir, but your experiments in the pill room aren't over yet." After speaking hastily, old Mike finally noticed Su Che standing to the side. "Mr. Su Che, you've arrived." In an instant, he understood why old Xie had suddenly come downstairs. Even now, old Mike hadn't noticed Chen Yuliang standing to the side. His eyes were completely focused on old Xie and Su Che. "Ahem. Hello, Manager Mike. I'm Chen Yuliang. We've been in contact before." Chen Yuliang suddenly coughed twice. Although he was puzzled about the relationship between Su Che and the strangely dressed old man beside him, he decided to take care of business first. "Director Chen, you've arrived too? Why didn't you tell me beforehand?" As the store manager of Pengcheng, old Mike was very familiar with the senior management of Pengcheng and immediately recognized Chen Yuliang's identity. Chen Yuliang got straight to the point. "Manager Mike, I'm here to keep an appointment. Could you please take us to see the reclusive master now?" These words sounded like they possessed some kind of supernatural power. In an instant, it seemed as if even the air at the scene had frozen. Chen Yuliang was full of doubt. Old Mike's Adam's apple bobbed, and his gaze stiffened as he turned to Shi Din. "Director Chen, this elder Xie is the master you were talking about. Chapitre 180 Evenly Rank Combat Technique. Why, want his avatar? The pharmacy is on the 3rd floor. Inside the elixir room." An awkward atmosphere filled the air. "You mean the master I'm looking for is Elder Xie, and Elder Xie is also your teacher?" Upon understanding all this, Chen Yuliang's eyes twitched slightly, and an indescribable emotion welled up inside him. It's like taking your own child to see the world, only to find out that you're the one who's never seen the world before. "Yes, that's right. Why didn't you say so earlier that your master is Elder Xie?" "Uncle Chen, you didn't ask either." Chen Yuliang was speechless and couldn't find a rebuttal for a moment. Call. Chen Yuliang, after all, was the director of the education department of Pengcheng, and he had experienced too many big events. He quickly composed himself, looked at Xie Deng in front of him, and smiled. "Old Xie, I didn't expect you and teacher Su Che to have this relationship. If I had known this, why would I have gone through all this trouble?" Because of Su Che, Xie Deng was in a good mood. "Director Chen, you're too kind. Just tell me what you need. I'll help you out of respect for my apprentice." "Very good." A look of joy appeared on Chen Yuliang's face. "It's like this. I want to ask Elder Xie to help me refine a batch of Vajra pills." "Diamond pill." Shiden rolled his eyes. "No problem. How many do you want?" Chen Yuliang gritted his teeth. 92, no, 100. Since this is a rare opportunity, let's round it up. "How many?" Xie Deng's voice rose at the end. 100 pills, did I hear that right? Do you know how much money and materials are needed for 100 Vajra pills? Of course I know that. Chen Yuliang's tone carried a hint of bitterness. But there's nothing I can do. These Vajra pills were promised. Otherwise, I wouldn't have come to see Elder Xie. "Thank you, teacher. It's like this." Su Che stepped forward at the opportune moment and quietly explained, quickly clarifying the whole story. "You mean that 92 of those Vajra pills were promised as rewards for the martial arts exam by this Director Chen, and then your apprentice swept the top 3 spots in the exam, and you even own half of those 92 Vajra pills. Ha ha! How could something so funny happen? Oh dear, I can't take it anymore." After hearing Su Che's explanation, Xie Deng covered his stomach and chuckled. "Keep your voice down." Su Che looked at Chen Yuliang somewhat awkwardly. Chen Yuliang pretended not to see it, but his expression was incredibly awkward. These past 2 days, whenever he thinks about his boastful promises, he feels like slapping himself a few times. Instead of learning the good things, they insist on learning from others who set ambitious goals. "All right, I understand the situation." Xie Deng waved his hand and said, "I can help refine the Vajra pill, but I won't refine 100 of them. I can refine 50 at most." "What?" Chen Yuliang asked with a serious expression. "Teacher Xie, what do you mean?" Su Che keenly perceived the key point in Xie Deng's words. The teacher said they didn't know how to refine it, not that they couldn't. "It's very simple." Xie Deng glanced at Su Che. "Because your body simply can't absorb that many Vajra pills. Instead of selling the remaining Vajra pills for money, you should exchange them for something more valuable." Su Che was suddenly stunned. as if a new world had suddenly opened up for him. Right, what would I need so many Vajra pills for? It would be more worthwhile to exchange these resources for something that can immediately enhance one's strength. He was about to travel to the Su family's main base city to attend their birthday banquet, and his cultivation level of the 4th rank, 6th level was still too risky. This, Chen Yuliang's eyes flashed, and he quickly realized that he hadn't quite caught on yet. Why insist on the Vajra pill when both are rewards? Since all the teacher rewards were going to Su Che, it didn't matter what the rewards were as long as Su Che agreed. Having figured all this out, Chen Yuliang couldn't wait any longer. Teacher Su Che, do you have any other rewards you'd like? What reward do I need right now that I want? Muttering to himself, Su Che felt a surge of excitement. As the old saying goes, spiritual practice is nothing more than cultivating the Dharma, wealth, companions, and environment. The most important of these is the law. In today's world, there are only 2 things: breathing techniques and combat skills. The breathing technique now has a low-grade heaven-level ripple breathing technique, and it can be continuously upgraded, so there is no need to update it for the time being. In comparison, his own combat skills are rather meager. He is currently still practicing the Xian rank high-grade Pujun fist technique. Before breaking through to the 4th level of transcendence, this breaking army fist technique was barely enough. But after the breakthrough, it suddenly became somewhat insufficient. Combat skills. Thinking of this, Su Che's eyes flashed, and he suddenly lowered his head as if remembering something. The next moment. Name, Suke. Level, 4th tier, 6th level. Special ability, enhancement type S-rank special ability, Great Sun Dragon. Technique, ripple breathing method. Combat skill, breaking army fist technique. Characteristic, dragon pattern, greatly enhances the host's physical defense. The enhancement increases with the host cultivation level, currently up to 1000%. Characteristic, devour. Each time the host's limbs touch the enemy during an attack, there's a 25% chance to absorb a portion of the enemy's energy and convert it into their own. The probability increases with the host cultivation level. Characteristic, paralysis. Each time the host's limbs touch the enemy during an attack, there's a 15% chance to paralyze the enemy's entire body for 0.5 seconds. The probability and duration of paralysis increase with the host cultivation level. Characteristic, slow. Each time the host's limbs touch the enemy during an attack, there's a 15% chance to reduce the enemy's speed by 20% for 15 seconds. The probability and duration of the slow increase with the host cultivation level. Sure enough, as my cultivation level increases, the probability of triggering the 4 physical characteristics has also increased. Having verified his suspicions, Su Che's mind immediately became active. There are 2 ways to trigger more features. One way is to increase the probability of triggering special abilities, which can be achieved by continuously improving one's cultivation level. Another approach is to increase attack speed and armor penetration, allowing your attacks to hit the enemy more frequently. To improve this, you must upgrade your combat skills. Having figured all this out, Su Che solemnly said, I need a combat skill that excels in attack speed and destructive power, preferably at the Earth rank. A Heaven rank combat skill of Earth rank or higher. Before Su Che could finish speaking, Siet Deng interrupted him. Director Chun, could we change the reward to a Heaven rank combat skill? Celestial rank? Combat technique. Chen Yuliang's expression froze. I almost had to dig into my ears to check if I had a hearing problem. After confirming that he hadn't misheard and that Shiden's expression didn't seem like he was joking, he forced a smile. Elder Xie, I truly cannot obtain a Heaven rank combat skill. Even his own combat skills are only the upper grade Earth rank, so where would he get Heaven rank combat skills? Doesn't Su Che still have over 900 million in cash rewards? We can just factor that money into the calculation. Old Xie, I will also refine the remaining Vajra pills for you free of charge. Old Xie, I'll take care of all the ingredients except for the main ingredient, the heart blood of the golden ape. Chen Yuliang remained silent. To be honest, if he had any Heaven rank combat skills, he might have agreed by now. After a long silence, Chen Yuliang sighed softly. Elder Xie, I'm very tempted by the conditions you have offered, but I really can't get my hands on a Heaven rank combat skill. No, you can get it. A glint flashed in Xie Deng's eyes. Let me remind you, you contacted me through Bai Dong, which means you have a pretty good relationship with Bai Dong, right? Chen Yuliang nodded. That's right, Professor Bai is my mentor. That's right. Xie Deng's lips curved slightly. As far as I know, Bai Dong possesses heaven rank combat skills, and he is renowned for his attack speed and destructive power. Chen Yuliang sighed, but the heaven rank combat skill in Professor Bai's possession is only incomplete. Incomplete. Xie Deng's brows furrowed immediately. Chen Yuliang explained truthfully. Although this combat skill possesses the strength of a heaven rank technique, its attack speed and destructive power are so great that it is incomplete. Without a subsequent training method, any attempt to cultivate it will be futile. After he finished speaking, the room fell silent. But just then, Su Che's delighted voice rang out. It's all right, I wanted the incomplete one. Chapter 181, A Battle for the Top Universities. Pingsheng, the first special ability senior high school. Outside the school, cars with license plates from various major cities and the main base city were lined up in a long queue. Inside the school, the vast campus was bustling with activity and teeming with people. Most of them were journalists who came to report the news and education elites who came to join the fun. The historic sweep of the top 3 spots in the martial arts exam by 3 candidates from Pingsheng is undoubtedly the hottest news in Pingsheng over the past 2 days. What's more, today, universities from the main base city and the Acropolis came to recruit students as if they had smelled sharks. Such a once-in-a-century scene is bound to attract attention. Now, outside the highest-ranking meeting room in the school, numerous cameras and microphones were pointed at the door, ready to receive the first-hand news. The scene was unusually quiet. Conversely, the meeting room was noisy. Student Yi, Students Jiang, I am Song Weifeng, the director of the admissions office of Pingsheng Martial Arts University. People from Pingsheng don't lie to people from Pingsheng. Without further ado, if the 3 of you agree to come to Pingsheng Martial Arts University, our school will not only waive all tuition and miscellaneous fees, but also provide a monthly cash subsidy of 200,000 yuan and an additional cultivation resource subsidy of 100,000 yuan. Director Song, your Pingsheng Martial Arts University is too stingy. You 3 students, I am Zhao Hongwei from the admissions office of the neighboring Yuqing Martial Arts University. If you come to our Yuqing, in addition to waiving all fees, our university will also guarantee you a resource subsidy worth no less than 5 million yuan every year during your studies. And you can withdraw it at any time. What do you 3 think? 3 students, I am Zhong Qingshan from the admissions office of Qingqing University. The conditions offered by Pingsheng and Yuqing combined represent Qingqing's sincerity. If that's still not enough, we can discuss it further. If Qingshan University is good enough, then Liangqing University is good too. Universities from the 6 major cities quickly engaged in a fierce competition to recruit students. Their expressions were increasingly sincere, and the conditions they offered were increasingly demanding. At the end of the conference table, Yi Shuangyue and the Jiang sisters did not rush to express their opinions, because the person in charge of Lingwu University from the main base city had not yet spoken. Cough, cough. After the 6 major universities in the city had laid out all their conditions, the middle-aged man in a brown robe with sharp eyes finally spoke. Everyone, please stop arguing. Can you please let me have a word? I'm not targeting anyone in particular, but I feel that the conditions offered by all the universities in Weicheng are far too poor, showing absolutely no sincerity. Before anyone could object, the middle-aged man turned to Yishuan Yue and the other 2 and said with a smile, I, Lin, have just been promoted to professor this year. If the 3 of you join my Lingwu University, I will personally take you as my disciples. I also promise to reward you with 5,000 points upon enrollment, and you will receive an additional 3,000 points for each year you successfully pass the assessment. Don't underestimate these points. Within the school, 5,000 points are equivalent to 5 million Great Xia coins. Most importantly, anything that can be bought with money outside can also be bought with points within the school and at a cheaper price. However, things within the school may not be available outside. This is the foundation of our Lingwu University. Whether we admit it or not, Weicheng cannot compare to it. The 3 of you were able to break through to the 2nd tier in just half a year, which speaks volumes about your talent. But there are quite a few geniuses who have been buried in the past few years. If you want to go further, or even break through to the extraordinary, the choice is more important than the effort. I think it is already very clear how to choose. Upon hearing this, the faces of the heads of the major universities in the city all turn sour. Although it's hard to admit, the fact is that the resources of the Acropolis are indeed far inferior to those of the main base city. The above conditions represent the greatest sincerity they can offer, but compared to Lingua University, they are utterly insignificant. With his head slightly raised, Lin Wei exuded confidence. He didn't even consider the group of students from Weiqing High School in front of him a threat. In the entire Great Xia dynasty, only the first superpower university could make him wary. Fortunately, no one from the Great Xia First Superpower University came. Although he didn't know why the other party hadn't sent anyone, it was clearly a good thing for him. He believed that the three candidates from the Acropolis would make the right choice. At the end of the conference table, Yi Shuangyue, Jiang Yueli, and Jiang Yueshi were whispering to each other. Sis, why hasn't anyone from the top superpower university in Great Xia come yet? That shouldn't be the case. With our grades, they should be sending someone. I was hoping to go register with my aunt. I don't know. Maybe they haven't arrived yet. What's the rush? We haven't filled out the application yet anyway. Let's see how things go. What do you think, senior sister? Regardless of the final choice, I think we should explain our requirements to them in advance. Good. No problem. After reaching an agreement, Yi Shuangyue raised her head and slowly said, Respected teachers, thank you very much for your invitation to the three of us. But before choosing which university to attend, I would like to state our conditions in advance. Condition. Upon hearing this, everyone in the room exchanged bewildered glances, their expressions slightly strange. It's quite rare to see students proactively making demands of universities. Lin Wei frowned, but finally nodded in agreement. No problem. Tell me your conditions. Considering that the three people's cultivation level far exceeded that of the top three in previous martial arts exams, he decided to listen to their opinions first. Yi Shuangyue took a deep breath. The premise for the three of us to choose a university is that Professor Su Che can also become a university teacher. These words were like a stone thrown into a well, immediately causing a stir at the scene. The heads of various universities in the city all stared wide-eyed, their expressions somewhat incredulous. They originally thought that Yi Shuangyue and the other two's conditions were about resources and rewards, but they never expected that they were about people. Allowing high school teachers to become university faculty? This was the first time they'd ever seen such a request. Despite their surprise, the heads of the 6 major universities in the city quickly recovered. No problem. I, Pengqing Wuda, agree. We at Wuhan University in Yuqing agree. Qingcheng First Hospital is no problem. All 6 universities in the city have given a definite answer. Soon, only Lin Wei from Lingua University remained at the scene. Your teacher's professional skills meet the requirements, and the college entrance examination pass rate also meets the standards, but Lin Wei then changed the subject. But our main base university requires that the college entrance examination pass rate meet the standard for 3 consecutive years. Strictly speaking, your teacher Su Che does not meet the requirement at the moment. However, Lin Wei's eyes flashed quickly. Of course, if the 3 of you agree to join my Lingua University and voluntarily reduce your rewards by half, I can make a special report. In fact, before coming here, Lingua University had already learned about Su Che's situation and had also discussed it. The conclusion is that special appointments can be made depending on the circumstances. However, since Yi Shuangyue and the other 2 had taken the initiative to bring it up, he naturally had to be a little more accommodating. Yi Shuangyue, Jiang Yueli, and Jiang Yueshi exchanged glances and then nodded in unison. They would be willing to reduce the reward by half as long as they could get Professor Su Che to work at the main base city university. Bang! Just then, the conference room door was suddenly flung open by a violent gust of wind, and Zhuang Yan's voice rang out. Join the number 1 superpower university in my Great Xia, and I will give you the same rewards as Lingua University. In addition, your teacher Su Che will also receive the same rewards. Chapter 182, A Perfect Miss. Arriving at the Great Xia's number 1 superpower university, Zhuang Yin was in a very bad mood at the moment. Ever since he learned that 3 students from his junior brother Suche's class had swept the top 3 spots in the martial arts exam, and that Suche's cultivation had broken through to the 4th level of the extraordinary realm, he rushed to Pengcheng without stopping. He couldn't wait to invite his junior brother Suche to join the Great Xia's #1 superpower university in their pharmaceutical department. Although his main mission in coming to Pengcheng was to invite Yi Xuanyue, Jiang Yueli, and Jiang Yueshi, the 3 top 3 in a martial arts exam. But when he stepped into Pengcheng, his first reaction was to rush to Suche's house, which he had found out in advance. However, upon arrival, they discovered that no one was home. He finally managed to contact Su Dachuan, only to receive news that left him extremely disappointed. Suche has gone on a long trip these past 2 days, and Su Dachuan doesn't know where he went. Left with no other choice, he could only head to Pengcheng #1 High School for Extraordinary Abilities to take care of his business first. To his surprise, other universities were moving so fast. If they had arrived any later, Su Che and his 3 disciples might have all been snatched away by Lingui University. Zhuangyan, it's you. Upon seeing the solemn presence that had suddenly entered, Lin Wei's expression changed. He can still maintain absolute confidence even when facing the 6 major universities in the city. But he was somewhat intimidated by the fact that the Great Xia's #1 university of supernatural abilities was facing him. In theory, both the First Ability University and Lingui University are top-tier institutions of learning within the main base. However, in reality, it lags far behind the First Ability University in terms of reputation and teaching resources. So it's teacher Lin Wei. No wonder he's so stingy. Zhuangyan glanced at the other party, then looked at Yi Xuanyue and the other 2. Do you agree to the conditions I just mentioned? If you agree, let's sign the contract now. Without any unnecessary chatter, Zhuangyan got straight to the point. The sudden turn of events left Yi Xuanyue and the Jiang sisters somewhat bewildered. However, their eyes suddenly brightened. Wait a moment. Having taken everything in view, Lin Wei sensed something was wrong and gritted his teeth. Your reward doesn't need to be halved. Similarly, Lingui University will give teacher Su Che the same reward. Zhuangyan's appearance made him feel extremely threatened, and he could only endure the pain of massive bleeding. 2 rewards. Zhuangyan's voice was unwavering. Lingui University will give 1 copy, and I'll give 2. Zhuangyan, are you out of your mind? Lin Wei raised his voice a few decibels. Su Che has only just broken through to the 4th level of the transcendent realm. Although breaking through 2 levels in succession shows some talent. 3 rewards. Zhuangyan said impatiently. 3 rewards. Are you going to take them or not? If not, go home and stop talking nonsense. Lin Wei was stunned. Yi Xuanyue and the other 2 were stunned. The heads of the 6 major universities in the city were dumbfounded. This reward is so generous. It's outrageously extravagant. Madman, spending so much money on a 4th-tier transcendent being is utterly insane. Go play by yourself. Lin Wei cursed a few times in anger, then turned and left with a dark face. He knew that there was no point in him staying any longer. Are you going to join or not? Zhuangyan looked again at the heads of the 6 major universities in the city. The first superpower university of Great Xia is indeed impressive. I admire it. We won't join the fun, goodbye. Farewell. Within a minute, the heads of the 6 universities in the city left the scene one after another. They wanted to go, but the school was simply short of funds. The top universities in the main base city receive donations from outstanding graduates every year, while they only receive funding from the alliance. Can they be considered the same? Soon, only Zhuangyan and Yi Xuanyue remained in the meeting room. What are your thoughts, the 3 of you? Only now did Zhuangyan's serious expression ease. Will the reward really be given to teacher Su Che in 3 parts? Yi Xuanyue asked tentatively. Certainly. Zhuangyan gave Yi Xuanyue a deep look, and his expression softened considerably. There was also a hint of warmth in his eyes. Upon hearing this, Yi Xuanyue had no more reservations. We'll sign. At the same time, just as Zhuangyan was demonstrating his financial power at Pengcheng #1 Special Ability High School, Su Che coincidentally appeared at the place where Zhuangyan worked and lived. That's right, it's the #1 superpower university in the Great Xia dynasty. The reason for coming here is simple. It's purely for the incomplete heaven rank combat technique. This incomplete combat technique was in the hands of Professor Bai, Chun Yuliang's master. Professor Bai has always lived at the first superpower university of Great Xia. Is this the gate of the Great Xia's #1 superpower university? How magnificent! Looking at the vermilion lacquered gate with its carved beams and painted pillars made of solid wood, Su Che was amazed. This is just the south gate. The main gate is much more impressive. Chun Yuliang smiled at Su Che. With the strength you've shown, you still have a chance to be directly admitted to the first superpower university as a teacher this year. Su Che hummed in agreement and smiled without saying anything. In fact, I already have 2 tokens in my pocket. I only need to take out one to become a formal teacher immediately. It's getting late. Let's go inside. Good. Professor Bai is my mentor. His situation is somewhat special. We'll discuss that later. Understand. I'll keep quiet and let you handle everything. As the two talked, the staff accommodation area soon came into view. As you walk further into the staff dormitory area, the surrounding scenery gradually changes. The once modern, towering buildings have disappeared, replaced by rows of quaint courtyards. These discovery amazed Suke. In the capital city where land is extremely valuable, owning a courtyard house signifies a very high social status. However, considering that the other party was a professor at the top superpower university in Great Xia, Su Che felt relieved. As far as he knew, the requirements to become a professor at the Great Xia's #1 superpower university were quite stringent. Putting everything else aside, one must reach the level of a 6th-tier grandmaster in terms of cultivation and combat strength alone. In a garrison city like Pengcheng, a 4th-order transcendent being is already qualified to serve as a high school principal. At an even higher level, a director of education like Chun Yuliang is only a level 5 master. It can be said that a 6th-tier grandmaster can practically do whatever he wants in the city. Of course, the premise is that you don't do anything wrong. Each of the city commanders is a top-tier, 6th-level grandmaster. With the added power of the city's psionic weapons and formations, it is said to be invincible below the 7th-tier national realm. If a 6th-level grandmaster causes trouble, it almost certainly means certain death. We've arrived. At this moment, Chun Yuliang's voice interrupted Su Che's thoughts. Su Che stopped and looked up, blinking hard. Why is this little courtyard so different from the others? If the previous courtyards were all in the style of pastoral villas, then this courtyard in front of us is in the style of Syria. The courtyard walls are like a corner forgotten by time, full of decay and desolation. The 2 wooden doors are crisscrossed with cracks and have long lost their former luster. The mottled paint is like the wrinkles on an old woman's face. Are you sure this is the place? That's right. Taking a deep breath, Chun Yuliang stepped forward and knocked on the door. Knock, knock, knock. A rhythmic knocking sounded on the door. The sound echoed in the courtyard, but no one responded. Knock, knock, knock. Chun Yuliang frowned slightly and continued knocking, but no one answered. After repeating this several times, his brows were furrowed into a tight knot. The door doesn't seem to be locked. Su Che tentatively pushed, and with a creak, the wooden door was pushed open. The moment the wooden door was pushed open, a streak of light immediately struck. At the same time, Chun Yuliang behind him exclaimed, "Watch out! Chapter 183 Formation. Talisman, little Taoist priest. The first university of supernatural abilities in Great Xia. Faculty and staff dormitory, in front of a dilapidated courtyard. Careful!" Just as the streak of light appeared, Chun Yuliang exclaimed in surprise. In an instant, Su Che felt a sudden inspiration and turned his head. A throwing knife sliced through the air, its sharp whistling sound grazing Su Che's ear before embedding itself directly in the door panel. Because of its high speed, the tail of the throwing knife continued to emit a metallic, vibrating sound. Su Che was secretly alarmed. Despite his keen intuition, he failed to detect any danger beforehand. Although this throwing knife isn't very powerful, it might not even be able to break through my defenses. But unless you're a psychopath who would want to be pricked like a hedgehog. Whoosh whoosh. Before Su Che could figure out what was going on, 2 more whooshing sounds came from the air. The 2 throwing knives one in front of the other, had a very clear purpose: to block out any space for dodging. We're here to see Professor Bai. Faced with two throwing knives, Suche remained calm and managed to dodge, while also explaining the situation. "Professor Bai, it's me, Yuliang," Chen Yuliang shouted. However, the two responded with a barrage of flying knives. This time, there are four. The four throwing knives completely sealed off Suche's space in all directions, leaving him no room to dodge. Again, Suke frowned, somevat displeased. Anyone would be unhappy to be attacked as soon as they enter a house with gifts. That's enough. Suche did not dodge anymore. He stepped forward and waved his hand, and the four throwing knives immediately scattered on the ground with a clanging sound. Faced with an attack of this magnitude, he didn't even need to reveal his dragon markings. With this simple step, the surrounding space suddenly changed dramatically. The sky darkened instantly, and endless white mist filled the entire courtyard in a flash. Suche turned his head and found that Chun Yuliang had already disappeared behind him. "Uncle Chun? Uncle Chun!" He shouted a couple of times, and his voice seemed to echo and reverberate in a confined space. Turning around, his expression instantly became much more serious. "Formation! Even if you've never eaten pork, you've still seen a pig run, right?" The fog, light, and sound could not penetrate it. All of these things prove that I was inside a formation. It was that step just now. The so-called throwing knife was just to lower my guard. Suche instantly understood everything, but his expression did not relax at all. Although he didn't know exactly what had happened, he was clearly in trouble. Whoosh! Just as Suche was carefully observing his surroundings, another sharp sound of something cutting through the air rang out. Again? When will this end? Suche, who was already unhappy about being wronged, finally lost his temper. He instantly pinpointed the location of the throwing knife with a slight twitch of his ear and threw a punch without thinking. An attack of this magnitude could not possibly cause him the slightest harm. Clang! As expected, the throwing knife was deflected again. But Suche seemed to suddenly realize something, and his pupils suddenly contracted. A yellow talisman with vermilion red ink was hanging from the end of the throwing knife. "This is a talisman." The moment Suche saw the talisman, his hair stood on end and his back went numb. He instantly realized that he had fallen into a trap. He never imagined he would one day encounter a spellcaster. The profession was too niche. There was no time to dodge, so he could only cross his arms in front of him. The next moment, boom! The talisman suddenly exploded, bursting into dazzling flames. Buzz! Golden patterns appeared on his arm and disappeared only after they had neutralized the impact of the flames. It's only close to the third tier in strength. Suche secretly breathed a sigh of relief as he lowered his arm. Fortunately, the talisman's level wasn't high. If it had been a fourth-tier talisman, it might have really put me in a lot of trouble. Whoosh whoosh. Just a few seconds later, two throwing knives came flying again. Just like the throwing knives from before, these two also had talismans at their ends. Facing Suche, who was well prepared, the two throwing knives caused no damage other than contributing two bursts of fire. However, Suche did not relax because of this, as the flying knives that came again had become 4. 1 begets 2, 2 begets 4, so the next one will be 8. After blocking the attack again, Suche had a guess in his mind. As expected, the next attack came from 8 blades. Boom! 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 Amidst the explosion and flames, Suche swiftly retreated, a resolute glint in his eyes. We can't keep dragging this on. Although these attacks don't hurt or itch, too many lice will bite. After 8 handles, there are 10 handles. After 16 handles, there are 32 handles. If you can't break the formation, you'll just be a target forever. Call! Suche silently chanted in his heart. Breakthrough illusion. Open. A glint flashed in his eyes, and the information immediately surfaced. Information, advanced maze formation. Strength, tier 2 high grade. Features, although it is a second-tier high-grade illusion array, the array is connected to the courtyard's main array, generating a continuous flow of energy that can automatically replenish and strengthen itself. Weakness, the northwest Qian position faces south, and the 3 points are the main formation eyes. Destroying the formation eyes with full force will break the formation. It works. Suche's voice rose at the end. He guessed correctly. The ability to see through illusions could indeed reveal the flaws in all things. Newbie, it's over. Faced with 16 flying knives, Suche completely stopped pretending. After advancing to the 4th rank and 6th level, he unleashed his full power for the first time, and in a flash, he rushed towards the northwest Qian position. The 16 throwing knives behind him were immediately flung far away. Break! After Suche unleashed his full power, the surrounding mist instantly solidified. The 16 throwing knives behind him seemed to lose power and crash to the ground all at once. Accompanied by a series of crackling sounds, the fog dissipated at a speed visible to the naked eye. In just a few seconds, the courtyard returned to its original dilapidated state. Just then, Suche caught a glimpse of a figure flashing past in the main room. Try to run? Having been attacked and lured into the formation for no reason, Suche had been seething with anger. Upon seeing the mastermind, he did not hesitate and immediately rushed into the main room. Despite the darkness inside, he immediately spotted the young Taoist priest in his robes scurrying into the inner room. Who are you, and why are you attacking me? Suche reacted quickly and grabbed the Hunyuanban. Let me go! Let me go! The young Taoist priest cried out in pain, clutching his head. Tell me, why did you attack me? Suche refused to let go. You are all bad people. My grandfather doesn't like you. What do you mean? Are you misunderstanding something? Let me go first. The young Taoist priest turned around angrily, his face unremarkable, the kind that would hit a lot if you threw a brick at him. Suche squinted, sensing that something was off about the young Taoist priest in front of him. He spoke with great emotion, but his eyes were somewhat dull, making it seem as if his emotions and actions did not belong to the same person. A glint of light flashed in Suche's eyes as he stared at the young Taoist priest in front of him. Despite being stared at by Suche, the young Taoist priest's expression remained unchanged. So that's how it is. Suche's lips curled into a slight smile as he bypassed the young Taoist priest and rushed into the inner room, his gaze sweeping back and forth. What are you going to do? The young Taoist priest's voice was urgent, and his gaze involuntarily fell on a row of cabinets in the corner of the room. Having taken in all of this, Suche strode forward. With a creak, the cabinet door was pulled open. Upon seeing what was inside the cabinet, Suche exclaimed in surprise, You're a girl? Chapter 184 Success. 1000 Shadow Instant Kill. A dilapidated courtyard. In the inner room, in front of the cabinet door. Are you a girl? Suche was stunned as he looked at the pale-skinned girl hiding in the closet with her eyes darting around. Just now, because the young Taoist priest in front of him was behaving strangely, he quietly used his magic to break through illusions. You won't know until you investigate, and what you find will shock you. The seemingly ordinary-looking Taoist priest in front of me was indeed suspicious. This little Taoist priest was actually just an avatar. The ability to create clones is an extremely rare and special talent. In the Great Xia dynasty, supernatural abilities are generally divided into 4 categories: enhancement, nature, mental, and special. The enhancement type goes without saying, as it has the highest percentage of awakened characters. The weaker enhancement types are things like the little green snake and the Chinquan chicken. Powerful enhancement types include devouring gluttony and great sun dragon. Overall, the lower limit is very low, but the upper limit is very high. In contrast, the proportion of natural types is much smaller. However, the minimum skill level of Logia-type characters is very high, and awakening a Logia-type character gives a significant advantage in battle. Jiang Yueli and Jiang Yueshi are the epitome of natural talent. The number of psychic-type characters is even smaller than that of natural-type characters, but their strength is equally high. Anyone who awakens a mental ability will have considerable combat power, like William. Finally, there are the special systems. As the name suggests, the talents of special ability users are incredibly diverse. Currently, the talents officially recorded include space, time, summoning, clone, and venom. However, the strength of special talent types fluctuates greatly. If developed well, it can overpower both mental and natural types. If developed poorly, It may even be inferior to the most common enhancement type. Among special talents, creating clones is undoubtedly one of the most powerful. But what surprised Suche the most was that the person with such talent was a thin girl. It wasn't that he was discriminating against women, but rather that he found it difficult to reconcile this face with the cunning and calculating fighting style he had just displayed. I'm really not a bad person. I came all the way from Pingcheng to visit Professor Bai. Faced with the wary girl, Suche took 2 steps back to create some distance. The girl bit her lip tightly, avoided eye contact, and refused to say another word. Teacher Suche, are you all right? At this moment, Chun Yuliang's voice rang out from behind. I haven't had a chance to say it yet, but Professor Bai himself is a formation master, so there must be formations in the academy. As the sound approached, Chun Yuliang went into the inner room. However, since the formation dissolved automatically, it means Professor Bai already knows our identities. It seems you already. Chun Yuliang's gaze fell on Suche, and then followed Suche's gaze, at which point his voice abruptly stopped. He rubbed his eyes hard. Are you Chiao Yang? Uncle Chun. The girl's timid voice rang out, as soft as a mosquito's whisper. It really is you. I can't believe how much you've grown. Didn't you always live with your mother in the American Union? What's wrong? Chun Yuliang quickly stepped forward and frowned deeply when he saw Bai Chiao-yang huddled inside. He reached out to help her up. However, with a loud bang, Bai Chiao-yang immediately slammed the cabinet door shut. This, Chun Yuliang was full of doubt. Uncle Chun, are you here to see my grandfather? The next moment, the unremarkable young Taoist priest behind him spoke. Special type, clone ability. Sukisaid Suchingthri. Chun Yuliang was stunned. He stared intently at the tightly closed cabinet door for a few moments before nodding in agreement. That's right. I'm here to see Professor Bai. I originally wanted to contact him beforehand, but Professor Bai's AI computer hasn't been turned on, so... The clone of the Taoist priest stepped forward urgently. Uncle Chun, please save Grandpa. Chun Yuliang's expression was as if he had been struck by lightning, and his body trembled. What did you say? Where's Professor Bai now? What exactly happened? The clone of the little Taoist was about to speak, but then suddenly stared straight at Suche. It's all right. This is Teacher Suche, one of us. The clone of the young Taoist nodded, pointed urgently to the next room, and said, Grandpa has been in seclusion for almost a month and a half without eating or drinking to study formations. I am scared. What? More than a month? Chun Yuliang immediately became anxious. Quick, take me there quickly. The room wasn't big, and after walking a few steps, the group arrived at a room. Unlike the other rooms, this room had no windows, and the door was made of dark blue metal. It doesn't look like a room. It looks more like a prison cell. There was no way to observe what was inside the house. Professor Bai. Chun Yuliang continued to bang on the door, but there was no response from inside. Chun Yuliang pulled the doorknob with a serious expression, using all his strength, but the door remained unmoved. I'll do it. Suche volunteered to step forward. Although Chun Yuliang is a 5th-tier master, he is not an enhancement type, and is far inferior to me in terms of strength. Chun Yuliang immediately gave up the space without hesitation. Open. With both hands gripping the doorknob, Suche's muscles tensed, and the veins on his forehead and arms slowly bulged out. Soon, his face turned red due to lack of oxygen. A dozen seconds later, Suche shook his head. No, it won't open. The gate in front of us was clearly made of a special alloy, so brute force was obviously not going to work. What should we do? Both Chun Yuliang and the Taoist clone looked on in despair. Just then, click, the dark blue door suddenly opened automatically, and a hoarse voice rang out. Yuliang, is that you? It's me, Professor Bai. Grandfather. Chun Yuliang and his clone Taoist were about to rush in. Slow. As the hoarse voice rang out, the two could no longer move forward. In a flash, an illusory image of an old man in a gray robe appeared at the doorway of the room. The old man was as thin as a stick, as if a gust of wind could blow him away. He was Bai Tsongdong. Don't go any further. The formation hasn't been broken yet. If you come in, you'll be trapped inside anyway. Chun Yuliang's expression changed drastically. Professor Bai, you... That's right, I trapped myself. My cultivation has stagnated for too many years. Now that I've finally obtained a clue, I must break through. Professor Bai, how could this happen? Brother Xian's death was ultimately just an accident. Unexpected? There aren't that many unexpected things in this world. Bai Dong shook his head, his gaze softening as he looked at the young Taoist priest, his eyes seemingly able to pierce through the void. Xiang, it's been too tiring for you to follow me all this time. I've already made arrangements. After the start of the semester, you can directly find a teacher at the first superpower university of Great Xia to study under. Grandfather, it's settled then. Bai Dong waved his hand, his gaze finally landing on Su Che. And who is this? Professor Bai, it's like this. Chen Yuliang quickly explained the whole story clearly. After listening carefully, Bai Dong nodded slightly. The students in the class swept the top 3 places in the martial arts exam, and when they broke through to the 4th level of the extraordinary realm, they broke through 2 levels in succession. They are indeed promising talents. With that, he waved his hand, and a yellowed notebook immediately appeared in his palm. Looking at the notebook, a deep sense of reminiscence flashed in Bai Dong's eyes. Chen Yuliang sighed deeply. After a long while, Bai Dong flicked his finger, and the notebook hovered in front of Su Che. Although this 1,000 shadow instant prison killing technique is incomplete, its attack power is extremely strong. I hope you will not disgrace the reputation of this combat technique. The notes contain the combat technique and your cultivation insights. I hope you can carry forward this combat technique. The notebook is very important to me, so I can't give it to you. I'm afraid you'll have to stay here and continue your training. Su Che looked excited. Thank you, Professor Bai. Having said that, he immediately sat cross-legged to meditate and cultivate. Grandfather, the clone Taoist priest panicked. That's not Dad's. I see. Bai Dong sighed softly. Don't you want your father's unique skills to reappear? The Taoist clone opened his mouth, then quickly fell silent. The atmosphere quickly became somber. Chen Yuliang looked at Su Che. How long will it take to cultivate? Bai Dong. Although the 1,000 shadow instant prison kill is not complete, it is still Xianer's masterpiece. I estimate it will take at least a day. As soon as he finished speaking, Su Che's entire body suddenly erupted with a surge of blood energy. Bai Dong showed a surprised expression for the first time. How is that possible? Chapter 185 à temps folle d'explosion. Heaven-defying comprehension and 10 illusory bodies. Is this the 1,000 shadows instant death slash? Even with only a preliminary, somewhat obscure understanding of the combat techniques, Su Che quickly sensed the difference. Every cell in my body seemed to be instantly reactivated, giving me a feeling of being parched and blessed with rain. The next moment, the previously obscure cycle accelerated, and accelerated again. In just a few breaths, several cycles of the body's energy had been completed. This time, he swore he really didn't open it. This combat technique is practically tailor-made for me. As Su Che continued to digest the key points and insights in his notebook, a look of satisfaction appeared on his face. He had originally thought that if it was really too difficult to learn, he would have to open the breaking illusion skill. Unexpectedly, the 1,000 shadow instant kill technique was so compatible with him, making cultivation incredibly efficient. He's really a promising talent. Bai Dong's illusory figure sized Su Che up and down, his gaze slightly complicated. If Xianer were still here, given his personality, he would definitely have taken him as a disciple on the spot. What a pity. At least Brother Xian's signature move has a successor, doesn't it? A look of reminiscence also flashed in Chen Yuliang's eyes. Bai Jiaxuan, the most outstanding genius in the Great Xia dynasty in the last 100 years. A humanoid Tyrannosaurus Rex with SS-level enhancement talent. He is also the son of Professor Bai Dong and the father of Bai Qiuyang. Awakened his SS talent at 18, broke through to the 4th tier of Transcendent at 20, and became a master at 23. He earned the title of Grandmaster at the age of 26. He reached the level of a national champion at the age of 30. He overshadowed all the other geniuses of his generation, leaving them unable to hold their heads high. Of all the talents of his generation, Bai Jiaxuan alone possesses 8/10 of them. However, the tallest tree in the forest is bound to be felled by the wind, and Bai Jiaxuan's legend came to an abrupt end when he was 30 years old. That year, Bai Jiaxuan unexpectedly died far from home in a hellish secret realm. Turning his gaze to Su Che, Chen Yuliang asked, Professor Bai, how many illusory bodies do you think he can cultivate? Thousand Shadow Instant Kill is a combat technique created by Bai Jiaxuan when he reached the level of a national guardian. Theoretically, if cultivated to the extreme, one can unleash 1,000 phantoms to attack simultaneously. However, it was precisely because of his excessive ambition that his cultivation technique was incomplete. Even Bai Jiaxuan could only use 300 illusionary bodies at that time. Therefore, Chen Yuliang was very curious about Su Che's performance. Several illusory bodies? Bai Dong shook his head. Completing the cultivation doesn't mean you can condense an illusion body. It's already quite good that a fourth-order little guy can condense one. Chen Yuliang was speechless. Professor Bai is right. Before he could finish speaking, Su Che, who had his eyes closed, raised an eyebrow and his energy suddenly surged. In the blink of an eye, a phantom figure with the same appearance appeared out of thin air behind him. Chen Yuliang turned his gaze to Professor Bai. Bai Dong's expression remained unchanged. It seems this child's comprehension is higher than I imagined. Chen Yuliang nodded. The next moment, swish! 2 more illusory figures with identical appearances appeared behind Su Che. Chen Yuliang paused for a moment, then looked at Professor Bai again. Bai Dong's withered cheeks twitched. It seems this boy's talent far exceeds our expectations. These words were like flipping a switch. Swish, 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 swish. In an instant, several more illusory figures with identical appearances appeared behind Su Che. All the illusory figures combined totaled 10 illusory bodies. Hiss! Chen Yuliang couldn't help but take a deep breath and stiffly turned his neck to look at Professor Bai again. Professor Bai opened his mouth but didn't utter a sound. Only after the afterimage behind Su Che disappeared did he murmur. To be able to condense 10 illusory bodies at the very beginning of cultivation, this boy's talent is terrifying. Perhaps he can truly make Thousand Shadow Instant Killing great again. He previously expressed his hope that Su Che could carry forward this combat skill, largely because he wanted to give himself some comfort. In his eyes, Jiaxuan's talent was extraordinary, and the combat techniques he created were not so easy to master. But at this moment, hope ignited in his heart for the first time. Beside him, the clone of the Taoist priest stared intently at Su Che without uttering a sound. In the inner room on the other side, a corner of the cabinet door was quietly opened, and Bai Chuyang peeked out, tears welling up in her eyes. 10 illusory bodies, successful. Su Che's expression brightened as he clearly sensed the 10 illusory figures behind him. Although it is just an illusion, it still possesses the power to strike. The simultaneous appearance of 10 illusory bodies signifies that one's power can be unleashed tenfold in an instant. This is only the initial stage. As proficiency and cultivation increase, the number of illusory bodies can continue to increase. 10 illusory bodies, 100 illusory bodies, 1,000 illusory bodies. The day I can achieve the 1,000 illusions form will mean that I can unleash 1,000 times more power. At that time, strength will be secondary. What will be more important is that the probability of triggering special abilities will increase infinitely. The trigger probability of this feature will instantly increase by 1,000%. The thought of being paralyzed and slowed down by a single punch is incredibly satisfying. Of course, even if one cultivates the incomplete version of Thousand Shadow Instant Kill to its fullest extent, it is impossible to achieve 1,000 illusion body. However, Su Che was not worried about this, because this time he really opened it. Although it is quite compatible with the Thousand Shadows Instant Kill, its own talent is far from reaching the level of the 10 illusionary bodies. However, with the breaking illusion skill enhancement and optimization, everything is no longer a problem. Teacher Su Che, it seems you have a real affinity for this combat technique. Congratulations! Chen Yuliang stepped forward to congratulate him, genuinely happy for him. He believed that as long as the other party did not perish, their future achievements would be limitless. Thank you, Uncle Chan. Su Che stood up to express his gratitude, then turned to face Bai Dong and bowed slightly. Thank you, Professor Bai. He was still quite grateful that the other party was willing to teach him the Thousand Shadow instant kill technique, even though it was out of respect for Chen Yuliang. As he spoke, Suche handed over the yellowed notebook with both hands, a hint of reluctance in his eyes. Although breaking through illusions can complete combat skills, the experience recorded in the notebook can undoubtedly greatly speed up the process. However, the laptop was clearly more important to Professor Bai, and he wasn't greedy. Professor Bai remained silent. He stared at the yellowed notebook for a while, then at Suche for a while, and finally waved his hand. All right, you can keep this notebook. Since you are destined for this combat technique, it will belong entirely to you from now on. Whether you teach it to disciples or not is entirely up to you. As he finished speaking, a hint of relief flashed in Bai Tsongdong's eyes. Suche's heart stirred slightly. Professor Bai Tsongdong smiled and said, take it. I won't change my mind once I've made a decision. Professor Bai is giving it to you, so just take it. Chen Yuliang also smiled. Suche accepted the notebook and solemnly said, all right, I will definitely carry forward this Thousand Shadow instant prison killing technique. He was absolutely confident about this. Good. Bai Tsongdong nodded in satisfaction, then turned and floated into the inner room. Professor Bai. Chen Yuliang suddenly called out to the other person, his voice urgent. Do you mean you'll never leave seclusion until the formation is broken? Bai Tsongdong stopped, his voice low but each word carrying immense weight. I've been trapped at this step for too long. If I cannot break through the formation and transcend my own limitations, I would rather die. After saying that, it was about to float into the secret room. At that moment, Suche's voice suddenly rang out. Professor Bai, I also have considerable knowledge of formations. May I give it a try? Chapter 186. Actually, I also have quite a bit of knowledge about formations. Professor Bai, I also have considerable knowledge of formations. May I give it a try? Suche's voice wasn't loud, but the effect it had was explosive. Swish, swish, swish. Bai Tsongdong, Chen Yuliang, the young Taoist priest, and even the gazes of those around the wardrobe in the next room instantly focused on Suche's face, like a magnet meeting a magnet. Teacher Suche, what did you say? For the first time, Chen Yuliang wondered if he was experiencing auditory hallucinations due to his advanced age. I said I could give it a try. Suche's voice was completely flat. Once he was sure he hadn't misheard, Chen Yuliang's expression froze completely. Call. Taking a deep breath, Chen Yuliang's brows furrowed with a hint of helplessness. I only told you before that Professor Bai is an array master, but do you know what level of array master Professor Bai is? Suche shook his head. I don't know. Professor Bai is a level 6 array master. Chen Yuliang's expression was serious. Among the 6 arts of supernatural abilities, such as Spirit Plant Master, Medicine Master, Blacksmith, Array Master, Talisman Master, and Beast Tamer, Array Master and Talisman Master are the most difficult. They are professions where talent outweighs effort. There are no more than a handful of 6th-level Array Masters in the entire Great Xia dynasty. Even Professor Bai couldn't figure out the formation after months of seclusion, and you, an outsider, claimed to be researching it. He didn't finish his sentence, as a way of saving face for Suche. But the meaning is quite clear. You still have a long way to go. I see. Suke nodded, but I still want to give it a try. I understand your good intentions. Let's just let it go. Huh? What did you say? Chen Yuliang felt again that there was something wrong with his hearing. You've explained it so clearly. Why would the other party still want to try? You're very kind, but my problem is far beyond what a little guy like you can solve. Bai Tsongdong smiled gently. Grandpa, he broke through my advanced illusion array in less than a minute. At this moment, the clone of the Taoist priest glanced at Suche and said, I think we can let him give it a try. Chen Yuliang raised an eyebrow, looking at Suche with some surprise. Did you break the formation just now? Before this, he had always believed that Professor Bai had taken the initiative to remove the formation. Yes, Suke nodded in agreement. An advanced illusionary formation? Upon hearing the mention of formations, Bai Tsongdong suddenly showed interest. Chiang, are you saying that the second-tier high-grade formation you researched was broken in just 1 minute? It took 35 seconds to dodge the spells, but only 1 second to actually break the formation. 1 second. Bai Tsongdong turned to Suche, his expression somewhat surprised. You actually found the core of the formation? Did you really study formations before? I've done some research, Su-che replied without the slightest hint of apprehension. The research we just did also counts as research. Grandpa, I forgot to tell you, this advanced maze formation I've set up is connected to the protective formation you've already established. As if suddenly remembering something, the clone Taoist priest quickly added. Upon hearing this, Bai Tsongdong's perpetually cloudy eyes suddenly shone brightly, and his voice clearly carried a hint of emotion. With its energy continuously generated by the connection to the grand formation, the actual power of your advanced illusionary formation is more than doubled. As he spoke, a strange emotion flickered in Bai Tsongdong's eyes. This feeling is different from when I witnessed Su-che mastering the 1,000 Shadow instant kill. Previously, I felt relieved because I saw hope that my son's combat skills could be further developed. But this time, it was purely because I saw the genius younger generation of the Array Masters. Both Array Masters and Talisman Masters are difficult to get started with, difficult to master, and even more difficult to advance. For these two professions, finding a disciple who can inherit their mantle is extremely difficult. Even someone as talented as Bai Jiashuan had no talent whatsoever in formations. On the contrary, the granddaughter Qiuyang is exceptionally intelligent. She not only possesses a talent for array formations, but has also unprecedentedly combined array formations with talismans. Although the road ahead becomes increasingly difficult, it at least makes Qiuyang's combat strength far surpass that of his peers. If what Qiuyang said is true, then it means that Su-che's talent is even greater than Qiuyang's. He's absolutely a promising talent for becoming a formation master. It's a pity it's a bit too late. Soon, a hint of melancholy flashed deep in Bai Tsongdong's eyes. If Su-che had appeared a few years earlier, perhaps he could have revitalized the formation and talisman departments of the Great Xia's #1 Supernatural Ability University. But now, the reason he trapped himself in the formation was because he sensed that his time was coming to an end. That's why everything was arranged so that Qiuyang could go to school. If I'm not mistaken, this formation is an upgraded combination of the 6th grade high-quality Earth Pivot Binding Spirit Formation and the 9-bend Bewitching Spirit Barrier. Just as Bai Tsongdong was lost in thought, Su-che's voice rang out again. It turned out that Su-che had already appeared outside the secret room door at some point. You could tell that. This time, Bai Tsongdong's expression finally changed. Su-che was right. The formation in the secret chamber was derived from these two types of enemy-trapping formations. Moreover, it incorporated all of his life's learning. It was truly a do-or-die battle. It was a fight to the death. If one can break through this formation, then one's cultivation, which has stagnated for many years, will naturally break through. If I fail, my life will come to an end. Teacher Su-che, do you really understand formations? Qin Yuliang's throat bobbed. What I mean is there really any hope of breaking this formation? I'll give it a try. Su-che didn't turn around, but a sharp glint flashed in his eyes. To be honest, the formation in front of him was very complex and mysterious in his eyes, but that did not prevent him from knowing its weaknesses. It's uncertain whether this will help Professor Bai make a breakthrough. However, since the other party gave him the 1,000 Shadow instant kill, he felt obligated to help out, both morally and logically. After a long while, Su-che slowly turned around. The reason I've been thinking about this for so long is that I'm trying to figure out the safest way to answer. If we were to use the original words from Breaking Illusions, it would be far too shocking. Any results? Qin Yuliang asked hopefully. Although he knew the probability of a result was very low, he could vaguely see a glimmer of hope in Su-che's expression. Su-che did not answer immediately. He glanced at Bai Tsongdong, hesitated for a moment, and said, Professor Bai, although I don't fully understand it, since this is a fusion of two formations, why not consider it as a whole? Sometimes being too concerned with the details can blind you to the bigger picture. Su-che believed that his words were clear enough, and that Professor Bai should be able to understand what he meant. Upon hearing this, a hint of disappointment flashed in Qin Yuliang's eyes. He was still hoping that Su-che could come up with some explanation. In the end, it was all just some meaningless words. With a sigh inwardly, Qin Yuliang was about to continue persuading Professor Bai. Turning his head, he found Professor Bai suddenly stunned, his facial expressions becoming extremely varied. The next moment, with a loud bang from the door of the secret room, Professor Bai's illusory figure completely disappeared. Then, a terrifying energy surged within the sealed room, and the surrounding walls trembled slightly. 10 seconds later, a burst of hearty laughter erupted from the secret room. I get it. My initial line of thinking was correct. I understand. Just 6 months. No, I can completely break through this formation in less than 6 months. After Chapter 187, I will be a member of the Formation and Talisman System, a dilapidated courtyard, outside the sealed room. Hearing Professor Bai's hearty laughter, Chen Yuliang's eyebrows twitched violently, and his dark eyes immediately focused on Suche's face. It really worked? Shock, astonishment, and joy. A complex mix of emotions flashed across his face, making his breathing slightly rapid. Although he had some premonitions, the reality still stirred up a huge storm in his heart. This is a formation formed by the fusion of two 6th-order superior formations. It has been able to trap Professor Bai for so long, so its power is at least on par with the 7th order. It should be noted that even the defensive formations of the 6 major cities are pseudo-8th-order formations composed of countless 7th-order formations. How could such a high-level formation be solved just because of Suche's simple sentence? Although Professor Bai was still the main force in breaking the formation, it was still quite magical. This is like a primary school student facing a challenging problem in the International Mathematical Olympiad that even the teacher who set the problem couldn't solve. As a result, a primary school student casually provided the teacher with a correct solution to the problem. That's outrageous. Could it be that Suche is not only exceptionally talented in alchemy, but also a genius in formations? With his dark eyes scrutinizing Suche, Qin Yuliang quietly conceived this idea. On the side, the clone of the little Taoist priest was completely dazed, as if he had lost his soul. Behind the young Taoist priest, Bai Qiuyang, pale and thin, peeked out, her eyes filled with Suche's figure. I didn't expect that either. Suche spoke modestly, but secretly breathed a sigh of relief. If Professor Bai really didn't understand, he really didn't know what to do next. Indeed, those who can become array masters are all exceptionally talented. With a whoosh, Bai Zongdong's illusory figure reappeared. Although both were illusory images, Bai Zongdong's expression had undergone a dramatic change. The corners of her eyes, which had been drooping, perked up again, and her dull eyes brightened once more. Most importantly, the signs of aging that had been etched on him had completely vanished, replaced by a confidence that emanated from his very core. Thank you, young friend Suche. Bai Zongdong suddenly appeared in front of Suche and bowed slowly. Professor Bai, you're too kind. I just happened to guess right. Suche instinctively offered a helping hand, but then, remembering that the other person was just an avatar, he immediately moved to the side. Bai Zongdong slowly stood up, his tone sincere. Those involved are often blinded, but without your reminder, I might have wasted my life without ever understanding it. To be able to see the key to breaking the formation at the 4th level, transcendent level, your talent in the art of formations is probably beyond even my reach. At this point, Bai Zongdong glanced behind him and said, Yuliang, it's a blessing for Pengcheng that such an outstanding teacher has emerged. Such a promising talent should be teaching at the Great Xia's No. 1 Superpower University, don't you think? Qin Yuliang blinked and immediately understood. That's right. Teacher Suche meets all the other requirements for promotion, except for the requirement of achieving the college entrance examination pass rate for 3 consecutive years. However, I believe that our Great Xia's No. 1 Superpower University will not bury such a good seed, and will probably recruit him specially. I see. Bai Zongdong lowered his eyes, seemingly deep in thought. Grandpa, didn't you ask me to choose a teacher at the university? I've decided. I want to choose Professor Suche. At this moment, behind the clone Taoist, Bai Qiuyang raised her slender arm and pointed at Suche. He witnessed Suche break through his formation in an instant and enlighten his grandfather with a single sentence. At this moment, Suche was full of mystery in her eyes. Since I have to choose a teacher from the school anyway, I might as well choose the one in front of me rather than someone else. Bai Chuanyang's decision was so sudden that Su Che was caught off guard. Upon hearing this, Bai Congdong's eyes lit up. Teacher Su Che, are you willing? Although my granddaughter did not participate in the martial arts exam, I am certain that her talent is no less than anyone else's, especially in combat, where she is virtually invincible among those of the same realm. I know what you're worried about. Here you go. With a wave of his hand, Bai Congdong summoned a golden token that floated in front of Su Che. This is... Upon seeing the token before him, Su Che's pupils constricted slightly. The token in front of him was exactly the same as the two he had on him. The only difference was that the token in front of him was gold, which looked much more high-end than the two he had on him. With this token, you will be a full-fledged teacher at the Great Xia's No. 1 Superpower University. Bai Congdong raised his head. To be precise, you are no longer an ordinary teacher. Your rank is Associate Professor, the only Associate Professor in charge of the Array Formation Department and the Talisman Department. Associate Professor, Chen Yuliang exclaimed immediately. As a graduate of the top superpower university in the Great Xia dynasty, he was well aware of the value of his professorship. Even for the position of Associate Professor, many teachers have to work hard for many years before they are qualified to compete. This is just having the qualifications to compete. The competition for the position of Associate Professor at the university is fierce every year. To successfully obtain the position of Associate Professor, you need all of the following: ability, luck, and connections. For an ordinary fourth-level teacher, being promoted to Associate Professor within 10 years is already considered a meteoric rise in their career. However, the position of Associate Professor was readily available to Su Che at this moment. Associate Professor. Su Che's heart was pounding, clearly indicating that he was not at peace. Who says you can't have something for nothing? If you can't, it's because you're not good enough. Before coming to the main base city, he was certain that he could become a full-fledged teacher at the Great Xia's No. 1 Superpower University. After all, he had 2 tokens in his pocket. But to my utter surprise, in just a few days, I was only 1 step away from becoming an Associate Professor. If I just reach out and take the golden token in front of me, then I'll be an Associate Professor. He's also an Associate Professor at the Great Xia's No. 1 Superpower University. But, are you not satisfied, young friend? Although you are only an Associate Professor, I hardly ever get involved in anything. Bai Congdong frowned slightly. It's not that I don't want to give you the title of full professor. It's just that your current strength is not enough to intimidate those old fogies. Professor Bai has misunderstood. Su Che shook his head and reached into his pocket to take out 2 tokens. Actually, 2 professors had already invited me to join before this. Bai Congdong rolled his eyes, raised his hand, and 2 tokens immediately appeared in his palm. Ha, I knew it. It's Zhuang Yin and Li Siwei, those 2 little guys. It's all right. They know I invited you, so they won't say anything. You don't need to worry about that. Furthermore, your becoming an Associate Professor will be of even greater help to them. They'll be overjoyed. Bai Congdong smiled and said, although you're only an Associate Professor in name, your treatment is the same as that of a professor. In other words, your treatment is the same as that of Zhuang Yin and Li Siwei. The words fell. Su Che accepted the golden token without hesitation, his voice unwavering. From now on, I will be a member of the Formation and Talisman Department. Chapter 188A Cry for help from Su Dachuan on the underground high-speed train traveling from the main base city to Pengcheng. In the spacious and luxurious business class, Su Che and Chen Yuliang sat side by side, one on each side. There were only the 2 of them in the entire business class cabin, and the atmosphere was strange. Chen Yuliang glanced at Su Che from time to time, and the frequency increased. Uncle Chen, why are you staring at me like that? Finally, Su Che couldn't hold back any longer. Chen Yuliang had been glancing at him ever since he got on the bus. Even now, as the train is almost arriving in Pengcheng, the other side is still keeping an eye on them. This feeling is really quite uncomfortable. Sorry. Chen Yuliang smiled, his tone somewhat wistful. To be honest, before coming to the main base city, I really didn't expect so many things to happen. This sentence undoubtedly reflects Chen Yuliang's truest feelings at this moment. He had a very simple plan before he went. It's nothing more than trying to curry favor with Professor Bai and persuade him to pass on the 1,000 shadow instant kill technique to Suche to fulfill his promise. But unexpectedly, Suche's comprehension is so high that he can use the 10 illusions form after just learning the 1,000 shadow instant kill. What I didn't expect was, Suche had a higher comprehension of formations, and his words awakened Professor Bai, pulling him back from the brink of death. What I never expected was, Professor Bai directly appointed Suche as an associate professor of both the array formation department and the talisman department, and even had his granddaughter Bai Qiuyang become his disciple. Associate professor? This is an associate professor from the top superpower university in the Great Xia dynasty. In terms of the power and authority of his position, he was only slightly less powerful than I was as the director of the education department. It's safe to say that if Suche were to return to Pengcheng No. 1 High School for supernatural abilities, the principal would have to personally receive him. Yes, I didn't expect that either. As the train approached Pengcheng, Suche asked curiously, "Could you tell me Professor Bai's story? And who is Brother Xian?" Upon hearing the name Brother Xian, Chen Yuliang paused slightly, then sighed deeply. Brother Xian is Bai Jiaxuan, Professor Bai's son and Bai Qiuyang's father, and also the founder of the combat technique 1,000 Shadow Instant Prison Kill. I met Brother Xian when I was studying under Professor Bai. Brother Xian's talent was something that our generation looked up to. Unfortunately, Brother Xian suddenly perished in the secret realm later. The official result was unexpected, but Professor Bai has refused to believe it for so many years. Suche's mind stirred. A secret realm? If you remember correctly, Yi Shuangyuan mentioned it when describing the martial arts examination inheritance. This martial arts test is only the initial stage of the inheritance. The final inheritance will appear in the secret realm. That's right, it's the secret realm. Chen Yuliang's expression was serious. The origin of the secret realms is beyond the scope of someone at this level, but one thing is certain. The secret realms are absolutely the wealth of all mankind. The 5 major alliances, intelligent optical brains, and a series of virtual reality technologies were all obtained from the secret realms. Each secret realm contains countless treasures and opportunities. But equally, the secret realms are also dangerous, not only from within the realms themselves, but also from other alliances. In recent years, friction between the 5 major alliances has become increasingly serious. At this point, Chen Yuliang waved his hand. It's too early to talk about these things now. Once you officially join the first superpower university of Great Xia and your authority is upgraded, you will receive more detailed information. Suke nodded. You understand. As for Professor Bai, Chen Yuliang said calmly, Professor Bai has a very high seniority in the school. His classmates from previous years are now spread across various important functional departments of Great Xia. Even the vice principals of Great Xia's No. 1 superpower university are 1 or 2 years younger than him. They all call Professor Bai senior in private. A look of doubt flashed in Suche's eyes. Aren't you wondering why Professor Bai is still only a professor? Before Suche could ask a question, Chen Yuliang's gaze shifted to the neon billboard flashing past the window, his voice cold and clear. In fact, Professor Bai was already a level 6 array master many years ago, and he may even become the youngest level 7 array master. That year, Brother Xian stepped into the 7th level Jingguo realm with his martial arts prowess. If Professor Bai breaks through to become a level 7 array master, then the Bai family will achieve the legendary feat of having 2 Jingguo masters. But in that very year, Brother Xian unexpectedly passed away, which directly caused Professor Bai's hair to turn white overnight, and his cultivation level to plummet, resulting in many years of wasted time. Hearing this, Suche was deeply shaken. The Bai family truly produces many geniuses. Not only is Professor Bai a genius in the field of formations, but his son Bai Jiaxuan is a genius among geniuses who even reached the 7th level Jingguo realm faster than Professor Bai. After thinking about it, Suche felt relieved. Only a genius like him could create such a monstrous combat technique as 1,000 Shadow Instant Death. Ding dong, the next stop is Pengcheng Station. At that moment, the platform announcement interrupted Suche's thoughts. We finally arrived. Chen Yuliang stood up and cracked his neck, Su Che, would you like to come with me to the education department for a chat? Thinking that he had nothing else to do, Su Che was about to agree. Just then, the smart computer on my shoulder gave me a notification. Master, you have a new message. Open. Su Che clicked to confirm, and a light screen that only he could see appeared. The message was sent by Su Dachuan. My dear son, where are you? Answer me. Come home as soon as you see this message. Your old man can't take it anymore. What? Upon seeing the text message, Su Che's pupils suddenly contracted. I quickly dialed Su Dachuan's number, but no one answered. What exactly happened? Could it be a flying beast horde attack? No, large-scale flying beast attacks haven't occurred for many years. Could it be someone from the main base city? No, that's impossible. Su Che's heart sank suddenly, and all sorts of guesses immediately surfaced in his mind. What's wrong? Is something the matter? Chen Yuliang asked curiously from his side. Uncle Chun, I won't go. There's a sudden emergency at home, and I need to go back immediately. After a brief greeting, Su Che turned to leave. Etc. At this moment, Chen Yuliang suddenly called out to Su Che. Su Che stopped and turned around, a question on his face. That's right, Chen Yuliang succinctly stated. At Pengqing No. 1 Special Ability High School, where you're currently located, the original principal, Wu Daoan, is being transferred. Now, we need to choose a new principal from among the two vice principals, Lei Ming and Song Yi. I would like to hear your opinion. Logically speaking, there should be no need to consult Su Che's opinion on such an important personnel appointment. Even though Su Che will soon become an associate professor, he is not qualified to interfere in Pengqing's appointment. It was obvious that Chen Yuliang valued Su Che highly and wanted to do him a favor. I think Principal Lei Ming is more suitable. Lei Ming and Song Yi are not even worth considering. After saying that, Su Che left quickly without looking back. After watching Su Che leave, Chen Yuliang immediately issued a notice. Place Lei Ming's name on the application for the position of principal of Pengqing No. 1 High School for people with extraordinary abilities. Just as Su Che was rushing home in a hurry. Unit 1, Building 13, Tiantanjuan Community, Room 3302. At home, Zhuang Yin and Li Siwei are locked in a fierce battle. Chapter 189, Snatching People. Zhuang Yin versus Li Siwei. Tiantanjuan. At Su Che's home, Su Dachuan sat somewhat reservedly on the sofa, with Zhuang Yin and Li Siwei tightly surrounding him on either side. The two men flanked Su Dachuan tightly, their eyes locked, and sparks seemed to fly in the air. The atmosphere in the room was somewhat heavy. Brother Su, our family is in the business of spiritual plants, right? What a coincidence. I'm quite familiar with Director Chen Yuliang of the Pengqing Education Department. How about this? I'll put in a good word for Director Chen, and from now on, our family spiritual plants will be directly supplied to the Education Department. What do you think, Brother Su? Zhuang Yin patted his chest and said, Uncle Su, don't worry. Su Che is my junior brother. This is just a small favor. Once junior brother Su Che joins the pharmaceutical department of a No. 1 superpower university in Daxia, I will definitely take even better care of him. This, before Su Dachuan could say anything, Li Siwei scoffed. Tisich, the Ministry of Education? How big is the Ministry of Education? You dare to show it off? Li Siwei glanced at Zhuang Yin with disdain and then gripped Su Dachuan's right hand tightly. Brother Su, you know the Zhang family in Pengqing, right? The Zhang family that deals in spiritual plants. The head of the family, Zhang Yingchun, is my friend. Here's what we're doing, Brother Su. I'll call old Zhang later. From now on, no matter how many spiritual plants are family plants, the Zhang family will buy them all. Don't worry about the price. I guarantee he'll buy them at the highest price. Gurgle. Su Dachuan couldn't help but swallow, his head buzzing. One is the official channel of Pengqing Education Bureau, and the other is the commercial channel of the Zhang family, one of the 6 great families. Many private plant dealers in Pengqing would go to great lengths to obtain these channels. But now, these channels are laid out before him, and he can choose whichever he wants. In other words, he didn't want to expand the business, otherwise he might have agreed now. Aside from that, there is another very important reason. That is, he understood that Zhuang Yin and Li Siwei in front of him had come for his precious son. The two made their meaning very clear. They hoped their son would join their department. But he didn't want to make the decision for Su Che on such an important matter. Otherwise, wouldn't it be another form of selling out one's son for personal gain? Thinking of this, Su Dachuan tried to pull his arm back, but found that he could not move it at all. Helpless, he could only cough twice. Professor Zhuang, Professor Li, I appreciate your kindness, but I really can't decide for Su Che which department he chooses to join. Don't worry, Brother Su. Zhuang Yin waved his hand. This has nothing to do with which department junior brother Su Che chooses to join. What I just said was purely about the relationship between the two of us, without any other ulterior motives. Please don't overthink it, brother. After saying that, he looked down at Li Siwei with a disdainful gaze, his provocation obvious. But I can't guarantee what some people are thinking. As soon as he finished speaking, Li Siwei stood up abruptly, pointed his finger at Zhuang Yan's nose, and cursed. You big-eyed Zhuang Yan, you're playing these tricks on me, aren't you? What do you mean? You're saying I have ulterior motives? Huh? Fiend. Li Siwei flicked his sleeve and immediately controlled the intelligent optical brain to send a call request. The audio call was connected in just a few seconds. Hey, Brother Ingshun, this is Siwei. Hey, it's nothing serious. Aren't you in the business of spiritual plants? I can recommend a supplier to you. Their name is the Chun Spiritual Plants. Okay, no problem, right? All right, let's get together another day. After hanging up the call, Li Siwei glared fiercely at Zhuang Yan. Then he turned to Su Dachuan with a smile, his expression sincere and enthusiastic. Brother Su, I have already contacted Lao Zhang. From now on, the Zhang family will buy all of our spiritual plants directly, and the price will be based on a market price. Don't worry, I don't ask for any reward for what I'm doing. I just value Su Che. Su Dachuan opened his mouth. Professor Li, how can I accept this? Buying from the Zhang family at market price wouldn't make us any profit at all. Before he could finish speaking, Li Siwei shook his head confidently. It's nothing. We're all brothers. It's nothing. Su Dachuan breathed a sigh of relief. Then, thank you very much, Professor Li. In any case, Professor Li is a really good person. Beside him, Zhuang Yan's expression shifted between light and dark. Fine. Li Siwei, is this how you play it? Su Che is my junior brother. Are you really going to snatch him away? Laugh. Li Siwei scoffed. You think Su Che is your junior brother just because you say so? I'm asking you, have you even met Su Che? Zhuang Yin remained silent, his fists clenching quietly. Although Su Che was his junior brother, he had never met him before for various reasons. I've seen it, Li Siwei said smugly. Back in the Nine Peaks Mountain Demon Cave, I knew Su Che was a promising talent for beast taming. That's why I gave him all my special recruitment tokens. In short, I'm determined to have Su Che in my beast-taming department. The beast-taming genius you didn't want to reveal your name back then was Su Che. Zhuang Yin instantly understood everything, and his facial expression was quite interesting. The situation for the beast-taming system is only slightly better than that for the formation and talisman systems, which explains why Li Siwei is so eager. Wasn't the pharmaceutical genius you didn't want to reveal his name back then Su Che? Li Siwei raturta sharply. Zhuang Yin did not refute, because what Li Siwei said is true. Call. Taking a deep breath, Zhuang Yin fixed his gaze on Li Siwei and solemnly declared, no matter what, I'm determined to have Su Che from the pharmaceutical engineering department. No one can change that. Li Siwei met his gaze defiantly. Me too. Thump, thump, thump. Just then, a series of hurried footsteps approached from afar. Junior brother. It's Su Che. Zhuang Yin and Li Siwei reacted instantly and instinctively tried to get up. However, some people are faster than them. My dear son, you're finally back. Su Dachuan flung open the door and bumped right into Su Che, who was rushing towards him. What exactly happened? Su Che helped Su Dachuan up, feeling a slight sense of relief. It was good that he was all right. I'm Fiend. Su Dachuan pointed behind him. Looking for you. Su Che looked up, his pupils suddenly contracting. Prior to this, he had not noticed any other presence in the room. Junior brother. Young friend Su Che. Upon seeing Su Che, Zhuang Yin and Li Siwei's eyes immediately lit up. Junior brother, I am Zhuang Yin. Master Xie should have mentioned it to you before. Here's the thing. I'm here on behalf of the first superpower university of Great Xia to invite you to join us. Zhuang Yin spoke first and added at the end, of course, I'm also here to invite my junior brother to join my pharmaceutical department. Before Zhuang Yin could finish speaking, Li Siwei interrupted him. Young friend Su Che, do you remember me? I'm Li Siwei. We met in the Nine Peaks Mountain Demon Cave. My purpose in coming here is very simple. I have come specifically to invite you to join my beast taming department. After saying that, the two of them looked at Su Che with hopeful eyes. With Su Dachuan joining in, 3 pairs of eyes were fixed on Su Che's face. Faced with the intense gazes of Zhuang Yin and Li Siwei, Su Che's expression visibly became strange. Senior, Professor Li, the situation is a bit complicated. After hesitating for a moment, Su Che slowly took out a golden token from his pocket. The moment they saw the token, Zhuang Yin and Li Siwei's pupils dilated instantly. Chapter 190. No? Su Che became an associate professor directly? It's like having a mute button pressed. The scene fell so quiet you could hear a pin drop. Zhuang Yin and Li Siwei's gazes were firmly drawn to the golden token in Su Che's hand, like magnets drawn to a magnet, and they remained silent for a long time. On the surface, the two seemed normal, but in reality, their hearts were in turmoil. If the two of them were not mistaken, this seemed to be a special recruitment token that only a Vice Dean-level person could possess. 1 second, 2 seconds, 3 seconds. In just 3 seconds, a myriad of thoughts flashed through Zhuang Yin and Li Siwei's minds. With perfect timing, the two stiffly turned their heads and met each other's eyes. We looked at each other and saw deep astonishment and shock in each other's eyes. Why does Su Che possess a special recruitment token of this caliber? At this moment, this thought had completely taken over their minds. He let out a brief, spasmodic breath, and Zhuang Yan's brow twitched involuntarily. Junior brother, this token? Who gave you this token? Li Siwei quickly added the second half of the question. Su Che hesitated for a moment, then said calmly, It's Professor Bai. These words struck Zhuang Yin and Li Siwei like lightning, shattering their chaotic minds. Immediately afterwards, their eyes widened, their mouths opened wide, and their thoughts almost stopped. Which Professor Bai? Zhuang Yin seemed somewhat unwilling to give up and asked. Bai Kong Dung, Su Ke replied. The sound wasn't loud, but it sounded like a thunderclap to the two of them. Once these 3 words are uttered, there will be no more doubts. Professor Bai, the most unique professor at the Great Xia First University of Supernatural Abilities. Although his cultivation level is not very high, his seniority is definitely the highest. It's perfectly normal to have a special recruitment token at the Vice Dean level. The fact that this token is now in Su Che's hand speaks volumes. Professor Bai has specially appointed you as a teacher in the array formation and talisman departments. Li Siwei's tone changed. Although it is unknown how Su Che came into contact with Professor Bai, the result is already very obvious. Su Che shook his head. Not a teacher. Upon hearing this answer, hope rekindled in Zhuang Yin and Li Siwei's eyes. He is an associate professor. Su Che added, associate professors in the array formation and talisman departments. Associate Professor, Zhuang Yin and Li Siwei exclaimed in unison, their expressions no longer able to remain calm. The impact of Su Che's words on them was far greater than the fact that Professor Bai gave Su Che the token. Professor Bai, who had been out of the public eye for many years, took the initiative to recruit teachers, which greatly surprised them. But to everyone's surprise, Professor Bai turned out to be an associate professor. Although the array formation and talisman systems only have one professor, Professor Bai. But isn't it a bit outrageous to grant someone the position of associate professor right off the bat? As the two were shocked, a deep sense of powerlessness washed over them. Even if they have high hopes for Su Che, he will still have to start from a bottom if he goes to the pharmaceutical department or the beast taming department. If you're lucky and have the right timing, location, and people, you might be able to be promoted to associate professor in about 10 years. But if Su Che goes to the array formation department or the talisman department, he will start as an associate professor. Is there even a need to choose? Anyone with a brain knows which one to choose. Given the chance, who would be willing to suffer the hardship of starting from the bottom? compared to Su Che's rapid career advancement? What are their efforts over the past 10 years? Compared to Professor Bai's work, their struggle just now was as childish as a child's. Junior brother, how did you do that? Zhuang Yin forcibly shook his head to bring his chaotic thoughts back, but his voice still carried an indelible bitterness. Li Siwei's ears twitched slightly, his heart trembling as his curiosity reached its peak. Su Dachuan, standing to the side, was completely stunned, his expression frozen, seemingly lost in thought, looking like a sculpture eroded by the wind from afar. By sheer chance, I helped Professor Bai solve a difficult problem. Because Professor Bai had specifically instructed him not to reveal his information to anyone, Su Che could only give an ambiguous answer. Hiss! Soft gasps of cold air were heard one after another. Both Zhuang Yin and Li Siwei subtly revealed a new emotion in their eyes as they looked at Su Che. Her regard for Su Che suddenly increased significantly, regardless of the coincidence. Successfully helping Professor Bai solve his problem is something that not everyone can do. Junior brother truly lives up to his reputation as a medicine spirit body, Zhuang Yin thought to himself. As expected of the beast-taming genius I've chosen, Li Siwei thought to himself. Don't worry, senior brother. With our relationship, I'll be there whenever the pharmaceutical engineering department needs me. Sensing the somber atmosphere, Su Che smiled and said, Of course, most of the time, I still have to rely on my senior brother's help. Zhuang Yin was taken aback. Then a bright smile appeared on his lips. All right. Don't worry, junior brother. Even if you're not in the pharmaceutical department, your senior brother will still protect you. Although he was genuinely disappointed, Su Che's words warmed his heart. This instantly boosted his already high level of goodwill towards Su Che to the maximum. On the other side, Li Siwei subconsciously looked into the distance, looking slightly embarrassed. His head was slightly lowered, and a bitter feeling quietly welled up inside him. Just then, Su Che's voice rang out again. Professor Li, I will be available whenever the beast-taming department needs me. However, Su Che smiled and said, his voice rising slightly at the end, but Professor Li, don't forget to look after me within the school. Li Siwei froze, standing rooted to the spot for a moment. Hey, what are you standing there for? My junior brother is an outsider. Zhuang Yin immediately nudged Li Siwei with his elbow, his tone mocking. Do you look down on my junior brother? How could that be? Li Siwei immediately retorted without thinking, then fell silent as if he suddenly understood something. At the same time, a feeling of warmth quietly welled up in my heart. A few seconds later, Li Siwei suddenly looked up at Su Che with a serious expression. Don't worry, I, Li Siwei, am a rough man and don't know how to say nice things. But if anyone in the school dares to target you for no reason, I, Li Siwei, will definitely be the first to stand up for you. And I mean what I say. Upon hearing this, Su Che was slightly pleased. Then thank you very much, Professor Li. Alright, almost forgot about the important matter. A hint of embarrassment flashed across Zhuang Yan's dark face. Junior brother, because of the outstanding results your class achieved in the martial arts exam, I came here on behalf of the Great Xia's #1 superpower university to invite you to join. However, I didn't expect you to have already joined. But that doesn't matter. The reward I give on behalf of the school will still be issued as normal. Award. That's right. Zhuang Yin smiled slightly. This is the first gift your senior brother has given you. A few minutes later, a hearty laugh rang out from 3302. Soon, the news that Su Che had been specially recruited by the #1 superpower university of Great Xia spread quickly. The atmosphere in Pengcheng suddenly became strange. Chapter 191, Even Chickens and Dogs Ascend to Heaven. Pengcheng is shaken. The news that Su Che had been specially recruited by the #1 superpower university of Great Xia spread like wildfire, reaching the entire Pengcheng in just half a day. For the first time in history, 3 students from the class swept the top 3 spots in the martial arts exam. After his martial arts exam results were finalized, he immediately broke through to the 4th level of extraordinary. These 2 achievements combined have already brought Su Che an unimaginable amount of attention. When the news broke that Su Che had been specially recruited by the top superpower university in Daxia, Pengcheng was in an uproar. Have you heard? Su Che has been specially recruited by the #1 superpower university in Great Xia. This is a special recruitment. From now on, he'll be a carp leaping over the Dragon Gate. Hey, who doesn't know this news? Your information is outdated. I heard that the top superpower university in Great Xia even chased Su Che to his home in order to recruit him. No, no, no. Those are all rumors. My cousin worked for the government, and I heard him say that several universities got into a fight over Su Che, and the scene was chaotic. Right? I heard that too. I heard that the total value of the rewards given to Su Che alone is as high as 10 million. Tens of millions? I heard it was tens of millions. Tens of millions. Isn't that hundreds of millions? Streets and alleys, all walks of life. These past few days, Su Che has been the talk of the town during our leisure time. Despite the various versions of the news circulating everywhere, one thing is generally agreed upon. That means Su Che will officially become a teacher at the Great Xia's #1 superpower university after the start of the semester. However, what the people didn't know at the moment was Su Che's identity is not just that of an ordinary teacher, but a professor. Not only were ordinary people unaware of this, but even teachers and other education professionals in Pengcheng were kept in the dark. Aside from Zhuang Yin, Li Siwei, and Chen Yuliang, no one else knew that Su Che was a professor. But this did not diminish the teachers' amazement and envy. The students swept the top 3 spots, achieved extraordinary breakthroughs, and were specially admitted to the university. It's like a triple blessing. What kind of incredible luck is this? I'm so envious. I've been teaching graduating classes for 3 years now, but I've never heard of Su Che before. It's like he's been studying in obscurity for 10 years, only to become famous overnight. I just realized that Su Che and Jiang Lianyue, the only 2 students from Pengcheng who were directly admitted to the Great Xia First Superpower University, seem to be teachers at the First Superpower High School. Comparison is the thief of joy. The First Ability High School's reward this year must be an astronomical figure. It seems that in the next few years, our high school will definitely be severely suppressed. What can we do? No matter how unwilling we are, we can only grit our teeth and swallow it down. When one person attains enlightenment, even their chickens and dogs ascend to heaven, let alone when 2 people attain enlightenment. The teachers were envious and jealous, as they may have felt. But no one questioned Su Che's or even Jiang Lianyue's strength. One is a hidden genius who attained enlightenment overnight and became known throughout the world. One is a well-established and recognized genius in the field of education. No one, regardless of who they are, is someone they can extort money from. As time went on, the discussion about Su Che not only did not subside, but instead intensified. Under the constant spotlight, Su Che's teaching experience and various deeds were quickly unearthed and widely circulated. Su Che's experiences over the first 10 years or so were rather unremarkable. Therefore, Su Che's experiences after becoming the tutor of Class 18 were thoroughly investigated. For example, the class won against Long Outyin in a monthly test and won against Lu Bo in a second monthly test, thus obtaining the 3rd-level teacher title. Correspondingly, the conflict between Su Che and the Lu family was completely exposed to everyone. At this critical juncture, several unexpected pieces of news completely ignited the entire education sector. The first piece of news is that Wu Daoamping, the former principal of the First Superpower High School, has been transferred to the main base city, 101 High School, to serve as its principal. The vacant principal position was filled by Lei Ming, the former vice principal. The second piece of news is Song Zhe, the former director in charge of school discipline at the First Superpower High School, was dismissed by the school for serious moral depravity due to his role in destroying other people's family relationships. Also dismissed was Long Outyin, who had seriously violated school rules and regulations by suppressing other teachers. These 2 pieces of news were like a bombshell dropped into a calm lake. It's like doing a physics experiment and carelessly throwing something into a beaker. The entire industry was instantly abuzz with news flying everywhere. From Weicheng to the main base city as principal, he's been promoted several ranks in one go. Is this reasonable? Wu Daoan, this hands-off manager, is completely benefiting from Su Che's influence. Wow, It turns out Wu Daoan is the one with truly incredible luck. Let's forget about Wu Daoan for now. I really didn't expect that Lei Ming would be the one to take over as the principal of the first superpower high school. Even if we were to select a deputy to be promoted from within the school, Song, you would obviously have more seniority. Hee. Are you really that unaware, or are you pretending not to know? Anyone with eyes can see the relationship between Song Yi and the Liu family, and Su Che clearly has a personal grudge against the Liu family. So why do you think Lei Ming was promoted? You mean all of this is because of Su Che? But does he really have that much power? Whether he has that much power is hard to say, but that's the fact. I don't know if this old lecher named Song has a grudge against Su Che, but this Long Ao-Ian has definitely offended Su Che. Why was he fired now, of all times? That's quite obvious. That's not right. According to this logic, why is Liu Bo, who also has a grudge against Su Che, unharmed? The Liu family is one of the 6 great families, so protecting Liu Bo shouldn't be a problem, right? In any case, I believe the Liu family must be having a very hard time right now. As the saying goes, good things don't come true, but bad things do. At this moment, the Liu family is indeed in complete disarray. At the foot of Yunlong Mountain, there is the Liu family villa, a 3-story study. Liu Lin and Liu Bo sat facing each other at the desk, the atmosphere in the room tense and oppressive. Beep, beep, beep. The busy tone of the telephone echoed clearly throughout the room. With each passing second, the atmosphere in the room grew more oppressive. Gurgle. Liu Bo remained silent, pursing his lips. The constant busy signals were like tiny hammers pounding on his heart. This caused his heart to race and his breathing to become rapid. Compared to Liu Bo, Liu Lin's expression was relatively composed. But judging from the fine beads of sweat on his temples, he was clearly not at peace inside. Beep, beep, beep. The busy signal continued, and no one answered. Liu Lin slammed the phone down, his brows furrowed deeply. After thinking for a moment, he dialed the number again, but his face was already covered with frost. However, the result was the same. The call still went unanswered. Dad, maybe Master Song just didn't hear it. Seemingly unable to bear the atmosphere, Liu Bo's Adam's apple bobbed as he spoke softly. However, the words had barely left his mouth. The person you requested a call with has rejected your call. Please leave a message after making a voice call, but the other party has not set up a voicemail account. Chapter 192 blocked at the door. The Liu family has completely lost power. Liu family villa. Inside the study. Bang. As soon as the call rejection notification sounded, Liu Lin slammed his fist on the table and stood up. The handcrafted rosewood desk beneath him was instantly shattered by the dissipating energy. Thump, thump, thump. Liu Bo, sitting opposite him, took 3 steps back, looking at the wood chips and fragments scattered on the ground with shock in his heart. This was my father's most precious desk, which he usually had to wipe clean himself. But now he destroyed it with his own hands. This shows that the father is really angry. This also means that the situation has become unimaginably serious. Outrageous. Outrageous. Liu Lin clenched his fists, his face filled with gloom, and his chest heaved up and down. Upon learning that Lei Ming had officially taken over as principal, he immediately tried to contact Song Yi. The decision made by the education department was so sudden that it caught them completely off guard. Before the news was announced, the Liu family and Song Yi had been in constant communication and had not given up on this opportunity. Although Su Che's class achieved the best martial arts exam results in Pengcheng's history, he himself was specially recruited by the #1 superpower university in Daxia. But after all, this is a principal-level appointment, and even if Su Che is very popular, he is still just a teacher with very limited influence. Furthermore, they have already used their financial power to influence many people in the education department. If the education department holds a meeting and votes, they believe they still have a very good chance. But to everyone's surprise, the appointment of the education department was so hasty. Director Chen Yuliang made the decision on his own without holding a meeting or voting. Dad, could it be that things aren't convenient with Master Song? Liu Bo opened his mouth, as if to explain, but after seeing Liu Lin's gaze, his voice grew softer and softer until it was barely a whisper. What do you think? Liu Lin stood with his hands at his sides, his voice slightly hoarse. We couldn't get in touch with him earlier or later, but we just couldn't get in touch with him after the news of Lei Ming taking on the position of principal came out. Your intentions, Master Song, no, Song Yi, are already very clear. Lu Bo looked up as if he had sensed something. Song Yi has completely abandoned us. If I'm not mistaken, he's probably frantically trying to cut ties with our Lu family right now. Lu Lin sneered. It's not clear from the fact that Director Chun Yuliang appointed Lei Ming as the principal, but with Song Zhe and Long Aoyan both being expelled, this is a big problem. Dad, you mean to say? A figure he didn't want to recall instantly flashed into Lu Bo's mind, and he gritted his teeth and said, "It's all because of Su Che." That's right. Lu Lin narrowed his eyes slightly. Although I don't know why Director Chun values Su Che so much, all signs indicate that our Lu family is undergoing an unprecedented test. Knock, knock, knock. Just then, there was a knock on the door. Immediately afterward, the butler's urgent voice rang out. "Master, something terrible has happened." Enter. Lu Lin's eyebrows twitched violently, and a bad premonition suddenly welled up in his heart. The butler pushed open the door and entered, his forehead covered in fine beads of sweat. Before he could even bow, he blurted out, "Patriarch, all the real estate projects under construction by the family-controlled companies have been ordered to stop and rectify. They face a total fine of up to 30 million. Furthermore, several self-operated shops on Huaihai Road in the center of Pingching City were also sealed off, and the total fines amounted to 5 million yuan. In addition, various raw material purchase orders from Pingching officials, the military, and even the Mercenary Alliance have been canceled, resulting in losses exceeding 50 million. Boom, boom, boom. The butler's 3 sentences struck Lu Bo's mind like a thunderbolt. My mind gradually went blank. I had no thoughts at all, and I even lost the ability to control my facial expressions. Lu Lin, standing to the side, had an equally intense expression. His pupils contracted violently, as if exposed to strong light. His face became as stiff as a stone sculpture, and his lips were bitten until they bled. Real estate, self-operated shops, and raw material orders are the pillar industries upon which the Lu family relies for survival. If any one of these 3 industries were to shut down, it would be a huge loss for the Lu family. The complete shutdown of all 3 industries is nothing short of a disaster for the Lu family. When did this happen? Forcibly calming himself down, Lu Lin's expression was more serious than ever before. "Go home, Lord. Just now, a little over half an hour ago." Upon hearing this answer, Lu Lin's heart sank and all hope vanished. An hour ago, news broke that Lei Ming had taken over as principal. The family business has been in trouble one after another as soon as the news broke, which is obviously a targeted attack. "Dad, what should we do now?" Lu Bo's dry throat bobbed, his voice trembled slightly, and he was completely stunned. As a pampered young master who never had to lift a finger, he had never experienced anything like this. The most unacceptable thing he had ever experienced in his life was having his 3rd-level teacher position taken away by Su Che. Yes, and the foreign aid that Wu Cao brought in was eliminated in the 2nd stage. Shut up. Lu Lin had no time to pay attention to Lu Bo at the moment, and immediately made a phone call to contact him as quickly as possible. 10 seconds later, Lu Lin hung up the phone and dialed again. After repeating this several times, his face became somewhat gloomy. After a moment of silence, he dialed the number again. A few minutes later, his face turned so gloomy it looked like it could drip water. I took a few deep breaths and called again, but still no one answered. At this moment, Lu Lin's face turned pale and then red, and even his muscles stiffened. The Zhang family, the Zhao family, the Chun family. Aside from the Zhang family and their Lu family, he had already tried to contact 3 of the remaining 4 great families. But the result was surprisingly consistent. No one chose to answer the call. Damn it! Lu Lin's heart sank to the bottom. As the head of one of the 6 great families of Pingcheng, he was no fool. It's clear that the Zhang, Zhao, and Chun families don't want to cause trouble. Clinging to his last hope, Lu Lin ultimately chose to call the Yang family. Among the 6 great families, they have the closest relationship with the Yang family. Beep, beep, beep. The busy signal rang, but no one answered. Just as Lu Lin was extremely disappointed, the phone was suddenly answered. Before Lu Lin could speak, he was interrupted by a hurried voice from the other side. Don't say anything, just listen to me. Take Lu Bo and leave Pengsheng right now, and don't come back. Breaking news. Lu Bo's nephew has been convicted of hiring someone to commit murder, and the official law enforcement team is on its way to Yuan Long Mountain. After saying that, the call was immediately disconnected. The phone was on speakerphone, and the sound was crystal clear to everyone. In an instant, Lu Lin felt a loud bang in his ears, as if his ear canals had been filled with muddy river water, and he could no longer hear any sounds from the outside world. Run! The next moment, Lu Lin suddenly realized what was happening and immediately grabbed Lu Bo, ready to rush outside. It was at this moment that, with a loud bang, the study door was blasted open. You want to leave now? Too bad it's too late. As the door slammed shut, a calm voice echoed in the room. Who dares to trespass on my Lu family's property? Are you looking for death? Lu Lin's gaze was wary, and his voice carried a chilling undertone. He could vaguely sense a chilling aura. A young man's figure slowly appeared inside the frameless doorway. The young man, dressed in a flowing black robe, stood tall and familiar. Upon seeing the young man's exceptionally handsome face, Lu Bo's eyes widened suddenly, and he screamed in terror. It's you, Suche. Chapter 193, Real Combat. The Thousand Shadow Instant Prison Killer shows its power. It's you, Suche. Inside the Lu family study. After a brief moment of shock and bewilderment, Lu Bo's eyes were practically spitting fire. He may forget anyone, but he will never forget Suche's face. Especially in the days following the martial arts exam, and especially after learning that Suche's class swept the top 3 spots in the exam, he felt like he was about to break. I am now in this predicament entirely because of Suche. If it weren't for Suche, he believed that Bushui, Wu Zhongliang, and Jia Zhengji could have easily made it into the top 50 of the martial arts exam. If it weren't for Suche, his master song would definitely have been promoted directly to principal. If it weren't for Suche, the Lu family's business wouldn't have been targeted. In his dream, his wind blades had torn Suche apart hundreds or thousands of times. Seeing Suche appear before him now made his blood rush and his vital energy surge. I felt an uncontrollable urge rushing through my limbs and bones, and my body reacted quickly. It's all because of you, Suche. You deserve to die. Less than 3 seconds after Suche appeared, Lu Bo made his move without hesitation. At that moment, he hadn't even considered that the other party had already advanced to the 4th level of Transcendent. It's not that he's brainless. However, he subconsciously believed that Lu Lin would definitely protect him. Buzz. The sound of air vibrations quietly arose, like the sounding of a battle horn. The study was only about 10 square meters in size, which Lu Bo, at the 3rd level of the 8th rank, could perfectly control. With a wave of his hand, 5 wind blades quickly condensed and floated in front of him, their blades pointing straight at Suche. The blade gleamed with a transparent, eerie light, like a lurking venomous snake poised to strike. With the appearance of the wind blades, the air in the entire room seemed to be sucked away and suddenly became much thinner. The books on the bookshelf moved on their own without any wind, adding an air of tension. The old butler had already fled to the corner of the bookshelf, trembling with fear. Lu Lin's expression remained serious, but he did not stop Lu Bo's actions. Although they didn't understand why Suche suddenly appeared here, they had the right to defend themselves since the other party dared to trespass on their property. You think you're the only one improving? Try my new move. Lu Bo raised his right arm high and pointed it at Suche. Kill with the blade. As soon as he finished speaking, 5 wind blades rushed towards Suche with a strangling force, leaving him no room to dodge. Faced with the high-speed, fierce attack, Suche simply shook his head, his voice completely unwavering. After all this time, you really haven't improved at all. The words fell. Suche vanished into thin air in front of the boundless door frame, as if he had used teleportation. How is this possible at such speed? Oh no! Lu Lin looked horrified, his mind reeling. Without hesitation, he immediately prepared to stand up and block Lu Bo's way. This speed is not just the speed of someone who has just entered the extraordinary realm. It is even faster than his 4th level, 6th stage speed. Retreat quickly. The room wasn't big. From the moment Lu Lin reacted and took action to the moment he stood in front of Lu Bo, half a second was enough. Unfortunately, Su Che was faster than him. Bang! Before Lu Lin could finish speaking, a chilling sound of a blow rang out right next to his ear, inches away. The next moment, the familiar figure flew backward as if hit by a truck, crashing heavily onto the solid wood bookshelf behind him. Splash! The bookshelf snapped, and various heavy books tumbled down, quickly engulfing the figure and eventually piling up into the shape of a small grave. Boya! Lu Lin's eyes reddened as he rushed over instantly. With his sharp eyesight, he could see clearly that the one who had just flown out was his own eldest son. He didn't expect Lu Bo to cause any real harm to Su Che. After all, the fourth rank was a huge watershed. However, he was very confident that he, at the fourth level and sixth stage, could control the situation and at least ensure the safety of his eldest son. But reality gave him a harsh slap in the face. He couldn't even protect Lu Bo at such close range. Bo, are you alright? Before Lu Lin could even speak, Su Che's calm voice quietly rang out. Don't worry, he's not dead yet. Lu Bo is the mastermind behind the murder-for-hire scheme. I'm going to hand him over to the authorities. Lu Lin's body trembled violently, and his already red eyes immediately turned blood red. Turning his head with the piercing gaze of an eagle and the fierce stare of a wolf, he fixed his gaze on Su Che, his voice as cold as the dead of winter. It's you. It's all your fault. Me. Stop. Su Che looked somewhat impatient. Skip all that pointless talk. I dare to come. Don't you understand? As the saying goes, if you don't cut the weeds at the root, they will grow back in the spring breeze. Since Lu Bo dared to send someone to kill him, he would dare to kill Su Dachuan next. The next step would be indiscriminate killing, and the next step would surely become a major threat to the great Xia dynasty. Before leaving Pengcheng for the main Bay City, this time bomb must be defused. However, for a family like the Lu family, simply sending Lu Bo in is far from enough. That's why he wanted to arrive before the official law enforcement team. Little beast. Lu Lin's eyes twitched violently. My biggest regret is that I didn't personally eliminate you back then. But it's not too late yet. After saying that, Lu Lin rushed towards Su Che without warning, unleashing his full power as a fourth level, 6th-tier cultivator. The already small study was immediately filled with Lu Lin's sharp aura, making the air feel even thinner. The butler, who had been hiding to the side with his head in his hands, was now desperately clutching his neck and gasping for breath, on the verge of fainting. Good timing. Su Che's eyes lit up, and he clenched his fist to meet the attack without hesitation. After mastering the 1,000 Shadow instant kill, he had long wanted to have a good, satisfying battle. Boom! The two men's fists collided. The next moment, an invisible shockwave suddenly spread outwards, and the remaining bookshelves around were all shattered. Torn pages of the book fluttered everywhere, like a celestial maiden scattering flowers. It actually withstood my full-force attack. This guy just broke through to the extraordinary realm. Feeling the numbness of the fist, Lu Lin's facial muscles tensed and cold sweat appeared. He knew Su Che was fast, but he didn't expect his opponent's strength to be so domineering. The special ability didn't trigger. Looks like I'm not having much luck today. Feeling Lu Lin's powerful strength, Su Che became even more excited. It's good to be strong enough to withstand a beating. Boom! 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 In the blink of an eye, the two exchanged punches again. Such a battle scene almost made Su Che shout "Aura" in his heart. After exchanging more than 10 punches, the two briefly separated. It still hasn't triggered. Su Che glanced at his fist and frowned deeply. But soon, Su Che's lips slowly curved upwards into a slight smile. If that's the case, then I'll open it. Taking a decisive step back, Su Che shouted, 1,000 illusionary forms appear. Playing tricks. Lu Lin smiled dismissively, but his expression quickly froze. His eyes were fixed on what was behind Su Che, and he was completely stunned. Behind Su Che, 10 illusory figures appeared, resembling a miniature version of the Dharma realm. Gurgle. Lu Lin's dry throat suddenly bobbed. Although there is no 1,000 illusion god, the 10 illusionary bodies are real. A strong intuition told him that he absolutely could not tough it out. Don't come any closer. Lu Lin was considering leaving, and his speech became somewhat incoherent. He could fight one Su Che, but how could he possibly fight 10 Su Chis? Su Che smiled without saying a word, then leaped forward with a light touch of his toes, followed closely by his 10 illusory bodies. A few seconds later, Su Che heard a notification in his ear. The paralysis effect is active. The devour trait is activated. The slow trait is active. The true medicine spirit body? At the foot of Yunlong Mountain, 3 all-black armed vehicles were moving slowly. The armored vehicles are very long, with each compartment large enough to accommodate a small squad. At this very moment, inside the rear compartment of the armed vehicle at the forefront, the law enforcement team, dressed in uniform combat gear, is talking to each other. Captain, are you sure our mission target is correct? Is it really the Lu family, one of the 6 great families? Yes, Captain. The mission objective states that Lu Bo must be brought back, and that necessary countermeasures can be taken if resistance is encountered. I'm worried that if we storm into the Lu family's house and arrest people, will they agree? If a conflict breaks out, that would be troublesome. The team members all looked at their captain, who was sitting in the center with his eyes closed, seemingly resting. Upon hearing this, the captain slowly opened his eyes. That's right, we've arrested Lu Bo. As for whether the Lu family is willing to accept it. The captain's lips curled into a slight smile. Why do you think we brought 3 teams this time? Hiss. Gasps of astonishment filled the air. Captain, who exactly did the Lu family offend? Direct descendants of the 6 great families were arrested by our enforcement team? This has never happened before. It's easy to imagine that if Lu Bo were taken away by us in public, the Lu family status among the 6 great families would plummet. That's right, the Lu family has really bitten off more than they can chew this time. If Lu Bo is sentenced to prison as well, wouldn't that be? The captain raised an eyelid. Blame Lu Bo himself for messing with Su Che of all people. I heard that Director Chun Yu Liang of the Education Department values him highly. With the Jiang family's strong support and the other powerful families' overtures, capturing Lu Bo would be a piece of cake, wouldn't it? Furthermore, there are even rumors circulating that Harbin Pharmaceutical Group's pharmacy also played a very crucial role in this incident. Upon hearing this, the team members were utterly shocked. To reach this level as a teacher is truly a life winner. Boom, boom, boom. At that moment, several muffled thuds were heard in succession. Like the sound of a detonator splitting a mountain, the vibration was noticeable. What's going on? Scan the surroundings immediately to determine the source of the sound. The captain reacted immediately. A few seconds later, a team member responded. Captain, the vibration is coming from the Lu family villa. What? The Lu family villa. The captain, speaking urgently, immediately ordered, notify the rear squads immediately to speed up the advance. Yes. The 3 armored vehicles had already arrived at the foot of Yunlong Mountain, not far from the Lu family villa. With full speed ahead, they arrived at the Lu family villa in just 3 minutes. 1 squad was left to guard the front and rear exits, while the remaining 2 squads rushed up to the 3rd floor as quickly as possible. The vibration just now came from the 3rd floor. Upon arriving on the 3rd floor, the team discovered a messy study with missing door frames. Something's up, be careful. Activate pulse weapon. The 2 teams took turns advancing, rushing into the study as quickly as possible. The moment they rushed into the study, everyone's expression froze. In the center of the study, on the overturned bookshelf, lay a middle-aged man dressed in a magnificent long robe. It was none other than Lu Lin, the head of the Lu family. Lu Lin was pale and has eyes closed. He appeared to be completely unharmed, but he remained strangely still, and his breath was extremely weak. The 2 captains exchanged a glance, both reading a hint of seriousness in each other's eyes. Everyone, scatter and search for Lu Bo. Yes. After giving the order, the 2 captains bent down to investigate. This investigation was significant. After surveying the area, the 2 captains' pupils widened in shock. Although Lu Lin appeared to be unharmed, his meridians were either misaligned or broken. In particular, Several main meridians were forcibly severed. How ruthless! Who did this? The two team leaders developed goosebumps all over their bodies. Lulin's cultivation has been largely destroyed. Unless you purchase top-tier healing potions, you'll never be able to return to the 4th-tier transcendent level in this lifetime. Captain, we found Lu Bo. The sudden shouts drew everyone's attention. Looking in the direction of the sound, one could immediately spot Lu Bo buried at the bottom of the books. Just like Lu Lin, he appeared to be completely unharmed. But the more this happened, the more alarmed the two captains became. After quickly stepping forward to investigate, the two captains finally breathed a sigh of relief. Fortunately, it's just that I broke 24 ribs, dislocated clavicle, torn tendons, torn meniscus, and my pubic bone is not healing well. There's also some subcutaneous congestion. It's not a big problem. Yes, he didn't die. He just needs to rest for a year or two. The two's back-and-forth banter immediately startled the other team members. Good heavens, according to the Great Xia Alliance's disability assessment method, this has already reached the level of a first-degree disability. Captain, there's one more. Another voice came. Soon, the old butler, who was trembling with fear and had his head down, was dragged out by the team members. We are law enforcement. I'm asking you, have you been staying in this room the whole time? Besides Lu Lin and Lu Bo, who else has been here? What exactly happened here? Tell me everything you saw. The two captains asked questions one after the other. However, the old butler remained prostrate on the ground, trembling incessantly, and did not answer. I'm asking you a question. Who did it? The captain's voice suddenly rose 8 octaves. Upon hearing this, the old butler finally stopped trembling, slowly raised his head, and revealed a pair of extremely fearful eyes. Suche did it. The old butler's teeth chattered as he roared with all his might. He's a devil with 10 evil spirits. Accompanied by a roar, yellowish liquid slowly dripped from his trouser leg. Tick-tock, tick-tock. Main base city. The Su family's old residence. Although the Su family doesn't quite reach the level of the 5 major alliances or the top 10 aristocratic families, they're quite famous in the main base city. The old clan chief, Su Baiching, had once established a formidable reputation. Thanks to this, the Su family was able to own a 3-courtyard house in the prime location of the city. It sounds big, but in reality, the 3-courtyard Sahiwan doesn't have many rooms. Only the core 2nd generation of the family and a very small number of 3rd generations are eligible for residency. As the most outstanding among the 3 generations, Su Tian was naturally able to move in. Right now, the East Wing looks very simple on the outside, but the interior is decorated very luxuriously. In the corner of the desk, an incense burner burned slowly, and wisps of smoke rose and drifted to Su Tian's face, making him look somewhat ethereal. In the very center, 2 stacks of documents were neatly arranged. At this moment, Su Tian was intently looking at the documents in his left hand, his expression quite intriguing. A few minutes later, Su Tian put down the documents, his eyes flickering. Su Che, should I call you Su Che? Or cousin? You've disrupted my plans, which is really putting me in a difficult position. Su Tian rubbed the paper between his hands, seemingly deep in thought. After a long while, Su Tian seemed to have made up his mind, so he pressed down on the documents on his right, and a smile appeared on his lips. Cousin, getting into the top superpower university in Great Xia is just the first step. You still have a long way to go. Look down. The following text, written in red at the very bottom of the document, reads, Test results show your compatibility with the potion spirit is as high as 90%. Chapter 195, Xie Deng's Gift of a Treasure. Is this even worthy of being called a medicine spirit body? Pingsheng. The pharmacy is on the 3rd floor. Inside the elixir room. Good apprentice. You mean you crippled Lu Bo first, and then crippled Lu Lin? Xie Deng frowned as he looked at Su Che, seemingly lost in thought. Yes. Suke nodded truthfully. Shiden shook his head. Foolish, foolish. Su Che gripped his collar, his voice firm. I would do the same thing again if it happened again. How foolish of you. Although you shattered the other party's meridians, there is still hope for them to recover. Xie Deng looked at him with exasperation. If you had told me sooner, I would have given you the secret medicine long ago. Once I use this secret medicine, I guarantee that no amount of medicine can cure the other person in their lifetime. Sai, you really are still too young and lack social experience. You still need to learn more. What are you looking at? Is it so strange? Siet Deng sneered. Otherwise, why do you think I have my current status? If I didn't have the ability to protect myself, I would have been captured and forced into slavery long ago. Su Che remained silent, his expressions incredibly varied. He realized he was still too young. There were so many intricacies to the profession of pharmacist. Indeed, one is never too old to learn. But it's also my fault. I never thought of giving you the secret medicine to protect you. Xie Deng muttered to himself as he rummaged through drawers and cabinets, soon producing pills and powders of various colors. These pills either emitted black smoke or had a pungent smell, so they were clearly not legitimate pills. You're going to the main base city, right? Xie Deng paused, as if suddenly remembering something, and turned to ask. Yes, I was specially admitted to the number 1 superpower university of Great Xia. I see. Xie Deng didn't say anything upon hearing this, but his hands moved faster and faster. Before long, the medicines on the table had piled up into a small mountain. This time, in addition to the rather frivolous-looking pills, there were also several precious pills emitting strong energy fluctuations. Only then did Xie Deng nod in satisfaction and tap the table. Since you're going to the main base city, and I'm so poor that I only have pills left, I will simply give these to you. Isn't this too much? Su Che was slightly shocked when he saw the mountain of pills piled up on the table. As the saying goes, a poor family travels with plenty of resources, but this is nothing much. For me, it's just a drop in the ocean. As he said this, Xie Deng's eyelids twitched. The first pill has a faint yin-yang fish pattern on its surface. It is called the Return to Origin Chi pill. After taking it, the meridians throughout the body will rise and fall like the tides. Those who are depleted of energy will have their Chi Si surge within 3 breaths. The second pill, which is crimson and covered with golden cracks, is called the Instant Heaven-Burning pill. After taking it, it can unleash double the power in a short time. But the price is that the 5 senses will be sharpened to the point of unbearable pain for 12 hours. Remember, never let anyone know about these 2 precious pills. With your current cultivation level, you are not strong enough to protect them. Each of these pills is worth 10 times the value of a Vajra pill. They can be life-saving in critical moments. After introducing the 2 precious pills, Xie Deng's expression visibly relaxed. The remaining few pills with dragon-shaped mist are called Azure Dragon pills. They are made with the essence blood of a 1,000-year-old Xian turtle and the core of Kunlun Snow Lotus as the main ingredients. Their function is to slow down the rate of lifespan loss. I have no use for them. You can keep them to give away or sell for money. Don't underestimate these few pills. For people whose lifespan is not long, they are life-saving medicines. Understood. Su Che replied with a serious expression. He understood the principle that possessing a treasure is a crime. Shi Din nodded. Next, I'll explain all of this to you in detail. See this white solid pill? Just scrape off a gram of powder. Anyone below the 4th level of transcendence will fall asleep upon touching it. For those at the 4th level of transcendence, triple the dosage. Remember, never exceed 3 grams, or the person may never wake up again. The red powder in this package is even more potent. It's said to cause intestinal rupture. Whether you're a 4th tier transcendent or a 5th tier master, just consuming 1 gram will allow you to enter a mode of equality for all beings. You read that right, this is quicklime, but it's not ordinary quicklime. It's quicklime with a special itching powder added. To relieve the quicklime stinging your eyes, you must use water, but the itching powder will activate immediately upon contact with water. This is a pretty ruthless trick, so use it with caution unless you're dealing with an enemy. Remember that. At first, Su Che listened quite attentively, but as he listened, he began to sense that something was amiss. Good heavens, these pills are purely for the lower body. However, it must be admitted that these all sound quite useful. Sleight of hand, laxatives, and quicklime. Sure enough, the martial arts world, regardless of the era, can't do without these 3 things. It took Xie Deng a full 5 minutes to finish his introduction. I've covered everything I needed to explain. The rest you'll have to figure out for yourself. Xie Deng seemed to want to say more. Your senior brother Zhuang Yin is at the first superpower university of Great Xia. As for the main Bay City, I also have acquaintances at the headquarters of the pharmacy hall in the main Bay City. Don't you already have a smart computer? I will send you the contact code later. If you need anything, just contact him directly. Don't worry, we're all on the same side. Su Che felt a warmth in his heart. Thank you. All right, I'm a little tired. You can go back now. Xie Deng waved his hand to interrupt, looking impatient. Don't thank me. These pills, especially the rejuvenation pill and the instant heaven-burning pill, are nothing to me. Su Che bowed silently and turned to leave. After Su Che left, Xie Deng immediately clutched his chest. It hurts. It hurts so much. The value of these two pills is more than 10 times that of the Vajra pill. The next moment, Su Che suddenly turned back and pushed the door open. Su Che looked surprised. Teacher Xie, what are you doing? Xie Deng stiffened for a moment, but quickly coughed twice. Yes, your teacher has a cough. After saying that, his tone tightened. Why are you back again? What brings you back? I'll come any time you need me. After saying that, Su Che turned and left. Looking in the direction Su Che had left, Xie Deng opened his mouth, then finally managed to squeeze out, good lad. After a long while, once he was sure Su Che had completely left, he took out a booklet from the locked drawer. The booklet had several large, crooked characters written on it. My last disciple is the medicine spirit body. Call. Taking a deep breath, Xie Deng opened the book and began to take notes. Medicine Spirit Body Talent 3. Not only is the talent for medicine making strong, but the talent for cultivation and combat power are also heaven-defying. After breaking through to the 4th level of transcendence, one can directly defeat a 4th level, 6th level cultivator. Note, those who are sentimental can be nurtured with confidence. Didi, you have a new call request. At that moment, a notification came from the smart computer on Xie Deng's shoulder. Connected. After glancing at the ID on the other side, Xie Deng closed the booklet. The next moment, the phantom of an old man with a similarly white beard but dressed very fashionably floated in midair. He couldn't wait to speak as soon as he appeared. Old Xie, something big has happened. A medicinal spirit has appeared in the main base city. What? Xie Deng's pupils dilated slightly, and he lifted his eyelids. How is that possible? How are you sure? Who is it? I've already sent you the information via email. You'll see when you read it. I need to notify other people, so I'll hang up now. After saying that, the fashionable old man turned off the communication. Another medicinal spirit? Are medicinal spirits really that worthless now? Shiden's expression was serious as he quickly opened the email to check the information. As he watched, his facial expression gradually relaxed. Then, a mocking smile slowly crept up the corners of his mouth. Finally, he burst out laughing. Su Dian, he does share the same surname as my disciple, but does he even deserve to be called the medicine spirit body? Chapter 196 Arrival at the main base city. I was taught a lesson as soon as I got off the bus. Tian Tanjuan, at Su Che's home. As the rooster crows and the first light of dawn breaks in the east, a new day begins. Ah, your majesty, wake up. Ah, the 8 kingdoms. Less than a second after the alarm rang, Su Dachuan sat up with a start. It's time to go make jianbing guozi for my eldest son. I wonder if it will turn out well. Get dressed and wash up. 3 minutes later, Su Dachuan appeared in the kitchen right on time. Since the Zhang family bought up all the spiritual plants in the company, he suddenly had nothing to do, especially after learning that Su Che was about to leave for the main base city to become a teacher. He would cook different delicious meals for Su Che every day. He felt both proud and somewhat worried about his son becoming a university teacher. I'm so proud that the place my son is going to be a teacher at is the #1 superpower university in the Great Xia dynasty. This university holds a very special significance for him. Perhaps it was because his father, Su Baiqing, had never attended university and belonged to the grassroots, that he knew the hardships of going it alone. So from childhood, his father instilled in him the idea of becoming a teacher. In particular, he should become a teacher at the Great Xia's #1 superpower university. It doesn't matter if I can't become a teacher. Marrying the teacher of the top superpower university in the Great Xia would be great too. In short, Su Baiqing's idea was very simple. They were determined to find a way to connect with the top superpower university in the Great Xia dynasty. Although, as the eldest son, he did not follow his father Su Baicheng's wishes. But at least the younger sister successfully became a teacher at the top superpower university in the Great Xia dynasty, and her spouse is also a teacher at the school. Although the second and third brothers did not become teachers, their partners are teachers at the Great Xia's #1 superpower university. Now that his son has successfully entered the first superpower university from Weiqing High School on his own, how can he not be proud? The concern is that it's the main base city. Although Pengsheng is small, its situation is far less complex than that of the main base city. The main base city possesses the best resources in the entire Great Xia dynasty, naturally attracting many powerful families and forces. No family that manages to establish itself in the main base city is simple. It's no exaggeration to say that, in the main base city, a single brick could knock down a large number of fourth-tier transcendents. Things were a bit better at school. Almost no one dared to cause trouble at the Great Xia's #1 superpower university. But once you leave the school, things can be unpredictable. Just then, Su Dachuan suddenly exclaimed in surprise. He took a few steps back to the dining table and immediately noticed a black box on the table. There was also a note pressed under the black box. Su Dachuan's mouth gaped open, and his brain briefly went blank for 2 seconds. Then, suddenly realizing something, he hurriedly ran to the second bedroom and opened the door. Sure enough, Su Che was nowhere to be seen in the room. That kid just left without saying goodbye. Su Dachuan's thick eyebrows furrowed into an inverted shape. Muttering something under his breath, Su Dachuan reluctantly turned around and opened the black box. As soon as it was opened, a rich medicinal aroma filled the entire room. What is this? A 10-year-old dragon's tail whiskers? A jade pearl fruit? A health-preserving pill? A chi-nourishing pill? Wait, what is this? A 13-ingredient treasure pill? Why does this pill have a dragon-shaped mist? Su Dachuan's eyes widened, his expression one of utter astonishment. Aside from the 13-flavored treasure pill and the dragon-shaped pill mist outside, he recognized the other medicinal herbs. These elixirs and medicinal herbs all share the same characteristics. These are all tonics, and all of them are very expensive. Aside from the 13 flavors Brother Bao Dan, whose price is unknown, the cheapest of them are all worth hundreds of thousands of yuan for the 10-year dragon tail beard. Startled, Su Dachuan quickly picked up the bottom slip of paper. Don't say I didn't say goodbye. I told you before I left, but you were still sleeping, so there was nothing I could do. Seriously, by the time you read this note, I'll have already left for the main base city. I won't be able to come home again until vacation. Don't worry. The box contains tonics I specially prepared for you. While these medicines cannot cure you, they can certainly prolong your life. Okay, take care of yourself while I'm gone. Contact me anytime if you need anything. In case of emergency, go directly to the pharmacy in the city center and mention my name. It will work. After carefully reading the contents of the note, Su Dachuan remained silent for a long time. Although I guessed that Su Che had gone to the main base city, I still couldn't help feeling disappointed after seeing the note. Of course, along with the disappointment came a great deal of emotion. These medicinal herbs in the black box cannot be bought with money alone, which shows how much Su Che cares about them. Thinking of this, a smile appeared at the corner of Su Dachuan's eyes. But the next second, Su Dachuan's expression froze, and he suddenly realized what he was doing and cursed. You brat, school hasn't started yet. The sun sets, and the moon rises in the east. The moon sets, and the sun rises. The golden rooster crows at dawn, as the first rays of sunlight fell upon the main base. The underground train from Pengsheng to the main base city slowly arrived at the station. A few minutes later, Su Che, looking travel-worn, quickly walked out of the station. Driver, go to number 38 Chengfu Road. Su Che hailed a car and sat in the back seat, closing his eyes to rest. This time, he came to the main base city alone, without traveling with Jiang Lianyue and her 3 disciples. Because there are still several days until the registration day for the first superpower university of Great Xia. He came to the main base city ahead of schedule this time in order to attend the birthday banquet on August 28th. However, before attending the birthday banquet, he had one more place to go. You should have seen the letter by now. Su Che looked out the window, his thoughts drifting. After awakening the system, he used breaking illusion to examine Su Dachuan's body more than once. Whether it's a probe at the third tier or a probe after reaching the fourth tier of transcendence, the results are the same. Su Dachuan's injuries were very serious, indicating that he had severely overdrawn his life force. Unless one takes a holy grade medicine, there is no possibility of repair. But finding a holy medicine is not so easy, so they had no choice but to buy some tonics first. While it cannot repair the body, it can maintain bodily functions and delay aging. Young man, we've arrived. It'll cost $500 with a receipt, or only $398 without one. Just then, the driver's voice interrupted Su Che's thoughts. I looked up and met the driver's hopeful gaze. Feeling the other person's intense gaze, Su Che thought for a moment and said, let's do it offline. Although this is the main base city, not many people own trams. These drivers use most of their income to rent cars, so it's understandable that they don't want to issue invoices. Okay. The driver seemed very excited. After receiving the money, he sped away without looking back. The next moment, the driver's excited voice could be faintly heard in the wind. Brothers, we've slaughtered a fat sheep. Let's go to Golden Foot tonight. It's on me. Su Che's cheeks twitched violently a few times. Good grief, I've already learned a lesson as soon as I arrived in the main base city. Ignoran outsider. For the first time, he deeply felt the deceit and treachery within the main base. Shaking his head to clear his jumbled thoughts, Su Che looked up, a look of surprise instantly appearing in his eyes. Isn't this number 38 Qingfu Road? What the hell did they do here? The scene before me was so familiar. Isn't this still the staff dormitory of the first superpower university of Great Xia? Chapter 197, Aunt Su Wanjun. Her spearhead is aimed directly at the Kong family. So, number 38 Qingfu Road is the faculty and staff dormitory of the Great Xia's number 1 superpower university? Su Che's expression was complicated as he looked at the number plate below the antique-style gate. The driver was a decent person. He didn't take him anywhere else. But what a coincidence. After going around in circles, we've come right back here. So it turns out I really am destined to be associated with the number 1 superpower university in the Great Xia dynasty. Huh? After a pause, Su Che took out the black envelope, unfolded it, and carefully checked it again. Yes, it is indeed number 38 Qingfu Road. It is definitely this place. The black envelope in his hand was the letter that Su Wanjun sent to Su Dachuan. Su Wanjun is Su Dachuan's younger sister and also his aunt. In her letter, my aunt said she had some guesses about the truth of the night my mother disappeared. That's why he rushed here before attending the banquet. Unit 2, Building 11, Apartment 1101. After noting down the specific address, Su Che stepped into the faculty and staff dormitory of the first superpower university once again. Practice makes perfect. This time, Su Che was quite familiar with the place and quickly found Building 11. Su Che fell silent when he saw the facades of the 11 high-rise buildings. Let's not even compare it to the detached courtyards near Professor Bai's residence. Even compared to the surrounding high-rise buildings, the 11 buildings in front of us look rather shabby. The facade is clearly dilapidated from years of neglect, and even exposes the special alloys mixed in with it. It's hard to imagine that there are such old buildings in the Great Xia First Superpower University. Withdrawing his gaze, Su Che quickly followed the directions to the door of room 1101. Knock, knock, knock. Su Che knocked lightly on the door, his expression slightly tense. Although the other person was his aunt, they hadn't seen each other for over 20 years and were practically strangers. They're here. Soon. A gentle voice came from behind. With a thumping sound, the door was pulled open a crack. May I ask who you are? The woman was probably in her 30s, of medium build, with fair skin that was clearly very well maintained. He wore gold-rimmed glasses on the bridge of his nose, and his brows exuded the unique air of a teacher, the quintessential intellectual look. Hello, I'm looking for Su Wanjun. Upon seeing the woman for the first time, Su Che had already guessed that she was most likely his aunt. It wasn't because I looked like Su Dachuan, it was just a feeling. That's me. Su Wanjun responded, her expression somewhat absent-minded, her gaze fixed on Su Che's face. After looking her up and down a few times, Su Wanjun adjusted her glasses in disbelief and asked uncertainly, You are Su Che? This time, it was Su Che's turn to be surprised. He hadn't expected his aunt to recognize him at a glance. Yes, Auntie, Su Che readily admitted. The next moment, a sharp explosion rang out, causing Su Che to experience temporary tinnitus. What's wrong? What's wrong, honey? Accompanied by a shout from inside the house, a burly man, no less than 1.8 meters tall, wearing a little yellow duck apron, with broad shoulders and a wide back, rushed to the door. After confirming that Su Wanjun was safe and sound, his sharp gaze swept over Su Che, and his voice was low and very impolite. Who are you? What are you doing in my house? Just as Su Che was about to speak, Su Wanjun slapped the man across the face. Why are you being so fierce? This is your nephew. Your own nephew. After saying that, he warmly took Su Che's hands and introduced him. This is your uncle, Wang Meng. My nephew. Wang Meng's expression froze for a moment, and he instinctively blurted out, but I'm an orphan. But seeing Su Wanjun's unfriendly gaze, he wisely shut his mouth and looked at Su Che with some embarrassment. Come in quickly, have a seat. You've come at the perfect time. I'm cooking. Let's eat together in a bit. After saying that, he quickly disappeared back into the kitchen. No need, I have other things to do. Suke instinctively refused. However, Su Wanjun didn't give him that chance at all, and kept holding his hand tightly. Didn't you come here to see me? What else could it be? You can't have come here to teach at the Great Xia's #1 superpower university, can you? Without saying a word, Su Wanjun pressed Su Che down onto the sofa before letting go. Auntie, what brings you to live here? Could it be that you are? Su Wanjun had been smiling as she sized up Su Che and nodded upon hearing this. That's right. I'm an ordinary teacher at the first superpower university of Great Xia. Then he pointed to the kitchen. That one, too. We're both teachers at the Great Xia's #1 superpower university. Suke looked enlightened. Didn't your dad tell you that? Su Wanjun looked surprised. Then how did you know I lived here? Didn't your older brother tell you? Su Che didn't answer, but silently took out a black envelope and placed it on the table. Upon seeing the envelope, Su Wanjun's expression changed slightly, as if she had realized something. Su Che said calmly, I learned my aunt's address from the envelope. Dad didn't know. Upon hearing this, Su Wanjun's expression changed drastically, suddenly becoming somewhat mischievous. You knew all along? Yes. Su Che nodded. I came to see my aunt today because I wanted to know about her speculations about my mother that she mentioned in her letter. Su Wanjun's pupils trembled. Her expression turned serious, and her face was visibly filled with inner turmoil. Su Che wasn't in a hurry. He took advantage of his aunt's moment of contemplation to survey his surroundings. Although the building is quite old, the interior is clearly newly renovated, and there are faded double happiness characters on the windows. The only downside is that the space is rather cramped. It only has 1 bedroom and 1 living room, totaling less than 40 square meters. This made him somewhat puzzled. Wasn't the Su family supposed to be quite powerful in the main base city? Why did my aunt choose this place for her wedding room? Should we wait a bit? At this moment, Su Wanjun forced a smile. I'm just guessing. Besides, it's no use telling you. You won't be staying in the main base city for long anyway, and telling you will only cause you more trouble. Leave this to me. I'll tell you when I have accurate information. Su Che's voice was flat. Auntie, I will be living in the main base city from now on, and I need to know. You reside permanently in the main base city? Aren't you a teacher in Pengcheng? Su Wanjun was taken aback, as if she had suddenly thought of something. She leaned forward slightly, her voice involuntarily rising at the end. Could it be that you? I've been specially recruited by the #1 superpower university of Great Xia, and I will report for duty after the start of the semester. Su Che's voice wasn't loud, but it resonated like a great bell in Su Wanjun's ears. It's only been a year, and you're already a 4th-tier transcendent. It wasn't that she didn't want to believe it, but the news was simply too shocking for her. Almost every year, he would ask someone to inquire about his brother Su Dachuan's family. Although she wasn't entirely clear on the specifics, she was certain that at least a year ago, Su Che was far from being a 4th-tier transcendent. Su Che didn't waste any words, and his 4th-level extraordinary aura was instantly revealed. Sensing the fleeting aura emanating from Su Che, Su Wanjun murmured to herself, no wonder he's Yinchio's son. After a long pause, Su Wanjun sighed and said, "Since that's the case, then I'll tell you everything I know." "Good." Su Che's expression remained normal, but his body was somewhat tense. "Call." Su Wanjun glanced towards the kitchen first, then slowly began to speak. "Based on my guess, the injuries on Sister Yinchio's body are most likely related to the Kong family in the main base city." Chapter 198: Westlake Fish in Vinegar Sauce and Birthday Gifts. Main base city. At Su Wanjun's home. The Kong family? Upon hearing this name, Su Che was clearly confused. Yes, it's the Kong family. Su Wanjun's expression was serious. You know the FE Alliance, whose strength is spread across the 5 major alliances, right? The Kong family is one of the 10 major families behind the FE Alliance. Even the main base city, they're one of the top forces. FE Alliance, Kong family. Su Che frowned. Things seemed to be getting more and more complicated. At first, he thought that his mother's injuries that night were more or less related to the internal affairs of the Su family. But according to my aunt, this matter seems to have little to do with the Su family, but is instead connected to the Kong family. Since you already know about Sister Yinchio, you must also know that a riot happened to break out in the main base city on the night your mother disappeared. Su Wanjun's expression turned to reminiscence. I remember that night very clearly. All the grandmasters and above in the main base went to the battlefield, and for a time, the people in the city were in a state of panic. At first, all the core members of our Su family gathered at the old house. My eldest brother, Sister Yinchio, second brother, and third brother were all there. I was Sister Yinchio's little follower at the time, so I always followed her around. At first, everything seemed normal, but in the middle of the night, Sister Yinchio suddenly started acting strangely. She looked conflicted, as if she was making a decision. Then, Sister Yinchio said she was going out for some fresh air and disappeared. As you know, after that, Sister Yinchio returned home injured and kept quiet. After arguing with her father, her eldest brother chose to leave the family. A few years later, Sister Yinchio died from her serious injuries. Looking back now, Sister Yinchio must have sensed something beforehand that night. It wasn't until I successfully became a teacher at the Great Xia's premier university for people with special abilities that I began to build my own network and start investigating what happened back then. At this point, Su Wanjun's expression became increasingly serious. For the first few years, I didn't find anything, but this year, I made a major discovery. I won't go into the details of the process, but by chance I received a message that a retired array master, after drinking, inadvertently claimed to know the truth about the riot in the main base city back then. On a whim, I immediately found the retired array master, but he refused to admit to saying it. Only after demanding a substantial fee did he reveal his ordeal. Su Che's pupils contracted slightly. So this retired formation master is a member of the Kong family? Upon hearing this, Su Wanjun gave Su Che an approving look. You guessed half right. This retired array master is indeed from the Kong family, but he is only a guest of the Kong family. Not everyone has the opportunity to go to university. The Kong family is famous for its array formations. Joining the Kong family offers both a salary and opportunities to learn, which naturally attracts countless array formation masters. However, that's not the point. The point is that the array master said that before the main base riot that night, all their guest elders had been urgently asked to leave the Kong family. The array master returned alone because he forgot to bring something, and unexpectedly discovered that the entire inner courtyard of the Kong family was emitting strange array fluctuations, which turned out to be a long-distance teleportation array. Su Che's body remained tense, and a mystery in his mind was being rapidly unraveled. Su Wanjun spoke faster. To injure Sister Yinchio like that, one must be at least a 6th-level grandmaster. And coincidentally, all the experts in the main base city had rushed to the battlefield that night, and the Kong family also had a teleportation array. It's hard not to think too much about this. When I first got this lead, I was only a little suspicious. But the day after I left the retired array master's house, I learned that the array master had suddenly died. Su Che's pupils constricted, and he blurted out, "Murder to silence me? It's possible, but uncertain." Su Wanjun smiled bitterly. With my connections, this is all I can find out, which is why I said that everything I said is just speculation. Su Che remained silent, silently processing everything in his mind. Indeed, the sudden and unjust death of the array master is problematic. If the array master hadn't died, then everything he said might have been just nonsense. But after he finished speaking, he disappeared, which is something worth investigating. The Kong family. Suche sighed inwardly and helplessly pinched the bridge of his nose. I thought that coming to my aunt's place would help me find out more about the truth of the matter. But to everyone's surprise, things became even more complicated. But in any case, it's not like there's been no progress at all. This at least confirms that the Kong family definitely played some role in the riot at the main base. For a moment, the atmosphere in the living room became somewhat somber. Here it comes. Fresh West Lake vinegar fish is here. At this moment, Wang Mang carried out of the kitchen carrying a large fish covered in a reddish-brown broth. Xiao Che, you've come at the perfect time. I just learned how to make Westlake vinegar fish, the number one of the top 10 delicacies of the Great Xia dynasty in the last century, from the internet. Come and try it. Su Che's cheeks twitched, and he almost dug into his ear to check if there was something wrong with his hearing. Westlake fish in vinegar sauce. Is it the top of the 10 most famous delicacies? If that's the case, he'd rather starve to death. However, it cannot be denied that Wang Mang's words immediately eased the tense atmosphere considerably. All right, let's eat first. Your uncle's cooking is excellent. Su Wanjun smiled again, got up, and pulled Su Che to the dining table. The table was now full of dishes, all of which were home-style dishes except for Westlake fish in vinegar sauce. Su Che secretly breathed a sigh of relief. The three sat around the dining table, and Su Wanjun kept putting Westlake fish and vinegar sauce on Su Che's plate, saying, "Eat more." "Call." Su Che put down his chopsticks and was about to speak. "Xiao Che, do you want to ask if this matter has anything to do with the Su family?" Su Wanjun asked first. "I know you suspect your second and third uncles, but your second and third brothers didn't leave that night at all. Besides, they hadn't taken over the family resources yet, so they didn't have the power to do so." "I see." Wang Mang remained silent, simply picking at his food without looking up. Su Wanjun placed another piece of fish on Su Che's plate and said, "Since you're here, you can come with me to your grandfather's birthday banquet tomorrow." Before Su Che could answer, he kicked Wang Mang. "Eat, eat, eat. All you know is how to eat." Wang Mang looked up blankly, his eyes filled with innocence. Su Wanjun glared at the other person. "Go, bring the birthday gifts we prepared to Xiao Che." Upon hearing this, Wang Mang opened his mouth as if he wanted to say something, but then hesitated and finally obediently returned to his bedroom. Before long, he had a long, rectangular solid wood brocade box in his hand. "This is a cane made of fourth-order alloy. It was originally intended by your uncle as a birthday gift for your grandfather." Su Wanjun opened the brocade box and pushed it over. "Now it's yours." "A fourth-order alloy?" Su Che shook his head. "This is too expensive. I don't need it. Alloys below the fourth order are inexpensive and widely used in building materials. However, the price of alloys of grade 4 and above has suddenly increased many times over. Because alloys of grade 4 and above can be used to forge elemental combat suits and weapons. Although the cane in front of me is not a standard weapon, its weight alone makes it worth at least $1 million. Although I don't know why my aunt and uncle live in such a small house, I'm afraid they are not well off." "Don't worry. Your uncle is a blacksmith. It won't cost that much. Besides, I also work part-time as a consultant at the spiritual plant company, so we can afford it." "That's right, Xiao Che, just take it. After all, this is your first time visiting the Su family. If you don't have a decent birthday gift, I'm afraid your second and third aunts." Su Wanjun interrupted coldly. "You talk too much." Wang Mang lowered his head in frustration and remained silent. Su Che shook his head again. "What will you do if I take it?" "It's all right. I'll prepare again. I'm a teacher in the forging department of the #1 superpower university in Great Xia. Don't worry." Wang Mang grinned, his smile so simple and unpretentious. Su Wanjun made the final decision. "All right, it's settled then." "Okay, then I'll accept it." Su Che placed one hand on the brocade box and said softly, "Thank you, Auntie." "Thank you, Uncle." Seeing that Su Che accepted the gift, Su Wanjun and Wang Mang exchanged a smile. "Hey, we're all family. Let's not stand on ceremony. Come on, have some fish." Wang Mang enthusiastically served Su Che West Lake vinegar fish. Su Che se lips to each. That night, Inside the bedroom, Su Wanjun and Wang Meng were whispering to each other. Honey, I'm sorry for giving Xiao Che the birthday gift you carefully prepared without your permission. Sure, it's okay. Xiao Che probably doesn't have much money on him since he came from Pengcheng. If he doesn't have a decent birthday gift, your second and third sisters-in-law will definitely look down on him. I'm thick-skinned, but Xiao Che is still young. Thank you, my husband. I knew I made the right choice marrying you. You've suffered because of me. Don't worry, I, Wang Meng, swear that I will make sure the Su family knows you didn't marry the wrong person. Chapter 199. Has the Su family stirred up trouble with the teacher? Main base city. The Su family's old residence. The sun hangs high in the sky. Its rays bathing the entire courtyard, the green bricks and gray tiles shimmering with a warm luster. The main house's vermilion gate was wide open, and two stone lines were adorned with red brocade bearing the character for longevity. The plaque above the door has long been replaced with a large character for longevity. The three courtyards were filled with vermilion lacquered round tables, on which were placed longevity peaches and dried fruits. Although there was still a long time before the birthday banquet began, a number of people had already gathered around the round table. As time went by, the number of guests coming to offer their birthday wishes gradually increased. The first thing the large number of guests did upon arrival was to go to the inner courtyard to give their gifts. The master of the history hall of Huichun Hall came to Changbai Mountain to celebrate his birthday with a piece of century-old wild ginseng. The gift is 88,888 yuan. Chairman Ma of Samsung Chamber of Commerce presented a pair of glass and gold-threaded jade pillows as a birthday gift, along with a cash gift of 188,888 yuan. The head of the Fong family from the Fifth Ring Road presented a soft sword, forged in the cold spring water of an ancient well, as a birthday gift, along with a cash gift of 888,888 yuan. As the butler enthusiastically recited the rites, the gift book was quickly filled page after page. At the same time, inner hall. Compared to the bustling scene in the outer courtyard, the inner hall was relatively quiet. Except for the main seat of the armchair facing the door and the two outermost seats, which were empty, all the other seats on both sides were occupied. Two middle-aged men sat on either side of the armchair. The two look about 70% alike, but their temperaments are completely different. The middle-aged man on the left always had a smile on his face, while the middle-aged man on the right was expressionless, showing no emotion whatsoever. They were Su Baiqing's two sons. The second son is Su Dasong, and the third son is Su Dabai. Oh dear, what time is it? Today is the old man's birthday banquet, such an important event, and someone hasn't even arrived yet. It's true that daughters grow up and leave home. At this moment, a voluptuous and curvaceous woman next to Su Dabai spoke up in an annoyed tone. As he spoke, his gaze swept over the two chairs on the outermost side, and the corners of his lips curled slightly. Although no names were mentioned, everyone present knew exactly who it referred to. The beautiful woman's name was Song Yun, and she was the wife of the third brother, Su Dabai. Yinmei, look at you, you're in such a hurry. Wanjuan's family lives in the university faculty dormitory, which is a bit far from here, so it's normal for them to be a little slow. Besides Su Dasong, another beautiful young woman chuckled softly. This beautiful woman had bright red lips, a cool and aloof expression, and a hint of arrogance in her eyes. The beautiful woman's name was Kong Kaiyun, and she was the wife of the second son, Su Dasong. Sigh, Sister Kong, you have to admit, my little sister Wanjun is really something. There are so many outstanding young men in our two families, but Wanjun had to find a Phoenix man from Weicheng who got into the main base city. Song Yun sighed. If Wang Meng were rich, that would be fine, but he's just an ordinary fourth-level teacher who only majored in forging. What future can he have as a blacksmith? To be honest, the blacksmithing department is not as good as our formation department. Although our formation department has few people, at least we don't have to work so hard forging, right? Kong Kaiyun parted her red lips slightly. Who can blame us when our little sister Wanjuan's personality is most like her older brother's? Upon hearing this, the expressions of the second brother, Su Dasong, and the third brother, Su Dabai, changed simultaneously. That's enough, stop talking. The second brother, Su Dasong, gradually stopped laughing and his voice became somewhat annoyed. "Are you yelling at me?" Kong Kaiyun held her head high, like a proud white swan. The second son, Su Dasong, took a deep breath and lowered his voice. "Today is the old man's birthday banquet. Can we not talk about this?" There was no other way. Kong Kaiyun was a daughter of the Kong family, and marrying into the Su family was considered a step down for her. Furthermore, the other party is an associate professor in the Department of Pharmaceutical Engineering at the top superpower university in Great Xia, holding a very high position. At home, the other person usually holds the dominant position. Kong Kaiyun gave a lukewarm response. The atmosphere inside the room became somewhat awkward for a moment. Fortunately, at this moment, the third brother, Su Dabai, narrowed his eyes and asked, "Second sister-in-law, I heard that my nephew, the young emperor, was specially recruited by the #1 supernatural university in the Great Xia dynasty, and he's most likely a medicinal spirit body." Upon hearing this, Kong Kaiyun's expression immediately brightened, and his posture became even more upright. "That's right. Xiao Tian has almost been confirmed to be a medicinal spirit body. He has already been specially recruited by our pharmaceutical department. In addition, to avoid any suspicion, I specially invited Professor Zhuang Yan today, and I plan to have him become Professor Zhuang Yan's disciple. Xiao Tian will definitely be fine. It's quite a story that mother and son are teaching in the same department. Congratulations, second sister-in-law." The third brother, Su Dabai, smiled, as if he was very happy for the other person. Song Yun's eyes betrayed his envy. "Congratulations, second sister-in-law. It seems the future of the Su family will depend on Xiao Tian for the next 3 generations. It's a pity that my Xiao Hai has no talent for teaching and only loves doing business. Humph, just like his father." The third brother, Su Dabai, wasn't embarrassed at all. He just kept smiling. Top, top, top. Just then, a series of hurried footsteps approached from afar, immediately attracting the attention of everyone in the room. At this time, the only ones who could come to the inner hall were naturally Su Wanjuan's family. As expected, a few seconds later, Wang Mang's hurried figure appeared in the inner hall. Second brother and sister-in-law, third brother and sister-in-law, were so sorry we're late, mainly because Wang Mang had barely entered the room, and before he could even catch his breath, he politely greeted him and explained the reason. But he was interrupted by Song Yun before he could finish speaking. "All right, no need to explain. Being late for such an important day is probably just because you didn't take it seriously." Wang Mang, the third sister-in-law, still wanted to explain. Kong Kaiyun interrupted again. "Where's Wanjun? Didn't she come with you? Sorry to keep you all waiting." The next moment, Su Wanjun, arm in arm with Su Che, walked into the inner room. Swish, swish, swish. Each gaze was like a compass needle meeting a magnet, firmly attached to Su Che's face. Clearly, everyone was very curious about the young man's identity. After all, this is the inner hall of the Su family, and no outsiders have ever entered except for members of the Su family. Just as Kong Kaiyun and Song Yun were looking on with confusion, the second brother, Su Dasong, and the third brother, Su Dabai, both had their pupils constrict slightly and subconsciously looked at each other. They seemed to have realized something. While everyone was looking at Su Che was also looking around the room. At a glance, he recognized the identities of the 4 people in the room. On the way to the birthday banquet, his aunt had already given him a detailed introduction to the Su family. The second uncle, who had no social standing, and the powerful second aunt from the Kong family. The unassuming third uncle and the boisterous third aunt of the Song family. It's incredibly easy to recognize. The Su family must really love being teachers. Su Che's thoughts wandered involuntarily, and this idea suddenly flashed through his mind. My aunt and uncle are teachers, as are my second and third aunts. I heard that even my cousin is a teacher. Anyone who didn't know better would think the Su family had gotten into trouble with the teacher. Little sister, who is this boy? This is the inner hall of the Su family. How can you bring an outsider in? Song Yun, playing steadily, was the first to speak. Faced with a flicker of light, Kaiyun did not rush to speak. Stranger. Su Wanjun smiled faintly and ignored her, first pressing Wang Mang back to his seat, then scanning the room with her gaze. Let me introduce you. This is Su Che, the eldest brother's biological son. Chapter 202nd Uncle and Third Uncle, the Kong family and the Song family. The Su family's old residence. Inner hall. Let me introduce you. This is Su Che, the eldest brother's biological son. As soon as Su Wanjun finished speaking, the scene fell into complete silence, and the atmosphere became tense. Although no one spoke, everyone's inner thoughts were in turmoil. Especially Su Dasong and Su Dabai. The moment they saw Su Che, the two of them had a guess in their hearts. After the younger sister confirmed it, the two had no further doubts. The Su Che standing before me is none other than the biological son of my elder brother, Su Dachuan. Big brother, didn't you come? Su Dasong suddenly asked, his eyes looking at his younger sister with a hint of hope. Su Dabai looked over at the same time, his expression slightly tense. Su Wanjun shook her head. No. Oh. Su Dasong gave a casual reply, then lowered his head, looking somewhat absent-minded. Su Dabai looked slightly disappointed. Xiao Che, say hello to your second uncle's family.